My dearest friend died saving me, entrusting their only remaining family member to me before passing away. With the pension he sacrificed his life to earn, I returned to the city, determined to protect his family in his stead. But who would have thought that instead of a peaceful life, what awaited me was a group of people who humiliated me, beat me. Even the scoundrel who tried to take advantage of my dear friend's sister. I had already hung up my armor, but now, I've decided to show them what true vengeance looks like. My name is Lin Zhong, a retired Special Forces soldier. During a mission, I lost my best comrade, Xinghe. Carrying his last wish, I returned to his hometown, Jiangsu, to take care of his family. However, returning to a peaceful life is no easy task. I must face the trials of reality and fight for a new mission. The jungles along the southern border of the Yanhuang Republic are unbearably hot and humid. I crouched behind the shrubbery, my sniper rifle steady in my hands. Sweat dripped down my eyelashes, yet my eyes remained unblinking, fixed on what lay ahead. 2 days ago, the troops received orders to eliminate an arms smuggling team. The mission came suddenly, with most comrades on leave, leaving only me and Xinghe. I had nowhere to go, and Xinghe stayed behind specifically to keep me company. We enlisted in the same year and were as close as brothers. He took on the task willingly, thinking that dealing with a few smugglers would be a piece of cake. Lost in thought, Xinghe suddenly emerged from the ground beside me and gestured at me. Target spotted, entering sniper range shortly. I took a deep breath, aligned my eyes with the scope, and instantly felt an overwhelming calmness within. Countless battles teetering on the edge of life and death have long forged me into a cold killing machine. 7 figures appeared in the scope, 3 white, 2 black, and 2 Asian. Xinghe, like a leopard, stealthily circled around from the other side. I aimed at the leader and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the opponent fell to the ground. The remaining smugglers quickly dropped down to hide, demonstrating qualities that seemed less like smugglers and more like well-trained soldiers. I fired another shot, missed the target, but gave away my position. Bullets rained down on me like a storm, and I dodged behind a tree. At that moment, Xinghe leaped out from behind, firing 2 shots to kill one and slitting another's throat at close range. 3 out of 7 smugglers were taken down in an instant. Xinghe and I formed a pincer attack, one in front and one behind. The remaining 4 smugglers simultaneously aimed their guns at Xinghe, forcing him to scramble behind a tree in disarray. I appear like a ghost, my bayonet piercing a smuggler's heart. Lindsay, thanks, when this mission is over, I'll treat you to a big meal. Xinghe's voice came from behind the tree. There are still 3 left, don't get careless. I reminded. With you here, what do I have to fear? Xinghe spoke casually, but his actions showed no sign of relaxation. The 2 of us worked in perfect coordination, firmly surrounding the 3 individuals. I charged at the 3 men, raised my gun and shot one in the head, then swiftly threw my military dagger, piercing another's heart. At the same time, Xinghe also took down the last enemy. As the battle ended, both Xinghe and I finally relaxed. He habitually lit a cigarette and was just about to speak when suddenly his expression changed drastically, lunging toward me. Careful, he shouted. Behind me, a smuggler who should have been long dead struggled to raise his gun and pulled the trigger, aiming at my back. Xinghe pounced on me, taking all the bullets himself, and his blood instantly soaked through his camouflage uniform. My head buzzed violently, my eyes turned blood red, as I grabbed the submachine gun and fired wildly, riddling that smuggler with bullets. Ahem, don't take it out on the dead. Xinghe patted my leg, grinning weakly. I dropped the submachine gun, hoisted him onto my back, and sprinted toward the jungle's edge at full speed. Hoozie, hang in there, don't you fucking die on me first, I roared. Stop talking nonsense, even if you're exhausted, your brother won't die. He still wore that cheeky grin. Blood soaked my back, dripping onto the ground. Lindsay, you haven't met my mother and younger sister yet, have you? Xinghe's voice grew softer. If anything happens to me, please take care of my mother and sister. Shut up, I shouted, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. Thinking about it now, he's still a virgin. Lindsay, I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Remember this? I saved your life, so, you better live it well. You have 2 lives in you. Xinghe's voice gradually lowered, then faded away completely. His hand on my shoulder fell limply. I collapsed to the ground like a wounded beast, weeping silently. I know that from this moment on, my best brother is gone, and a part of my life will forever be missing. In the simple room, I stood straight in front of the desk. Behind it sat an old man with graying hair. Lieutenant Lin Zhong, are you really determined to apply for discharge? Yes, General. No further consideration? Losing Xinghe was already a tremendous loss, and I don't want to lose you as well. I clenched my fists, my gaze resolute. I'm truly sorry, General, but my current condition is no longer suitable for staying in the military. Besides, I have some important matters to attend to. Very well. The old man sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, I approve your retirement application. But when the country needs you in the future, I hope you will not refuse. Yes, sir. I saluted with military precision. Carrying my suitcase, I stepped off the train, my plain attire looking out of place in the bustling metropolis of Jiangsu. All my money, along with Xinghe's pension, was sent to his family. I had less than 300 yuan left on me. Xinghe is Yanghu's hometown, and it's my first time here. I'm holding a piece of paper with an address written on it and asking a taxi driver for directions. After several inquiries, the drivers all refused me, citing reasons like it's too far, too remote, and not worth the trip. Finally, I could only find a dilapidated tricycle, and had to pay 50 yuan to convince the driver to take me there. An hour later, the tricycle dropped me off in an old neighborhood, where the streets were potholed and plastered with small ads everywhere. I was a bit lost, when an old man from a noodle shop started talking to me.
Young man, what brings you here? Uncle, I'm looking for someone. Do you know how to get to 27 Hongqing Alley? Come in and have a bowl of noodles. After you finish eating, I'll tell you.
The old man warmly greeted me. I touched my starving stomach and walked into the noodle shop. Inside, a well-dressed couple gave me disdainful looks, even pinching their noses and whispering that I was a country bumpkin.
Broke as a joke. I didn't respond and ordered 2 bowls of noodles.
My noodles had just been served when a cute girl with a ponytail walked in. Her arrival brought vitality to the noodle shop. Even the young man from that couple couldn't take his eyes off her. At that moment, 3 young troublemakers appeared at the door and got into a conflict with the couple. The gang leader pointed at his new shoes and demanded they pay for the damage. The young man bent over to apologize but was slapped in the face. Though furious, he had to back down in the face of their overwhelming numbers. Pay up, pay up. The other 2 hoodlums joined in the jeering. The young man pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over, but the leader of the thugs sneered and refused to take it, signaling that 100 yuan was far from enough. 2 thugs took the opportunity to push the young man and snatched his wallet, taking all the money inside.
This is robbery,
the young man roared. Yes, this is robbery. Be careful or we'll call the police.
His girlfriend chimed in.
Upon hearing the alarm, the 3 thugs' expressions changed, and the leader kicked the young man in the stomach.
Don't go.
The girl who had been watching from the sidelines suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, give the money back to them right now, or I'll call the police.
What did you say?
The lead thug turned around, and when he saw the girl's face clearly, a flash of astonishment and greed flickered in his eyes.
No matter what, you are not allowed to leave. The girl, though afraid, did not retreat.
Oh, mind your own business. The noodle shop owner hurriedly tried to stop them, but the 3 thugs paid no attention and instead approached the girl with malicious grins.
Alright, big brother, I've decided not to leave. I can return the money too. Come and have some fun with me, okay?
The lead thug reached out to touch the girl's face.
Enough!
I suddenly stood up and grabbed the thug's wrist. He struggled with all his might, only to find my grip like cast iron, utterly immovable. I gradually increased the pressure of my hand, and his face contorted in pain. Let go, you country bumpkin, this is none of your business. Get the hell out of my way.
He snarled. What if I say no? I calmly asked.
The other 2 thugs saw this and swung their fists at my face. I took a step back and casually flung the lead thug, sending him crashing into his companions, leaving all 3 in a tangled heap.
In a sorry plight.
They scrambled to their feet, the ringleader rubbing his wrist as he glared at me fiercely.
You bastard, how dare you make me lose face?
I spread my hands calmly and said in a steady voice, let me give you some advice, leave this place immediately, or you'll bear the consequences. The thug felt a chill in his heart, but for the sake of pride, he drew a dagger from his waist. I'll give you a piece of advice too, kneel down right now and kowtow to me loudly a few times, call me grandpa a few times, or I'll make sure the white blade goes in and
a knife drawn with blood.
The other 2 thugs also clamored for me to kneel and apologize. A cold glint flashed in my eyes as I raised my hand to block a thug's slap, then delivered a swift kick that sent him flying backward. Then, I cleanly and decisively kicked down another one.
Seeing his underlings all knocked down, the gang leader was terrified.
But he was already in a difficult position and had no way out. Gritting his teeth, he took advantage of my unpreparedness and stabbed a knife toward my waist.
Chapter 4, Stepping in to Help.
Ah! The girl covered her mouth and gasped in surprise. Lin Chang's eyebrows arched slightly. The thug's ruthless decisiveness caught him off guard, but it only strengthened his resolve to cripple him. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his waist, Lin Zhong seized the leader's wrist, snatched the blade, twisted it violently, and simultaneously delivered a kick to his stomach.
Snap!
The leader screamed in agony as his arm snapped under Lin Chang's brutal twist, bending unnaturally. His body flew backward, crashing into a table. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Lin Zhong flung the dagger like a streak of cold light. It whizzed past the leader's cheek and plunged deep into the tabletop. The leader was terrified, immediately clamping his mouth shut. He endured the excruciating pain in his arm and stomach, not daring to breathe a single breath. As for the other 2 thugs, they were equally frozen in fear. Kicking over 3 thugs was barely a warm-up for Lin Zhong. He brushed imaginary dust off his hands.
What? You still want me to kneel down, kowtow to you, and call you grandpa?
The leader's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. Supported by the other 2 thugs, he clutched his arm as he rose, head bowed, unable to meet Lin Chang's gaze.
I'm sorry. I didn't recognize your worth. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me.
His eyes burned with hatred beneath his lowered head, but circumstances forced him to swallow his pride. As long as he could leave safely this time, he told himself, there would be plenty of opportunities later to seek revenge on Lin Zhong. Though Lin Zhong lacked the ability to read minds, he could easily guess what these thugs were thinking. However, their curses and resentment meant nothing to him. The drug lords, mercenaries, and murderers who had met their end at his hands were too numerous to count. Compared to those men, these thugs were as harmless as lambs. Lin Zhong waved his hand dismissively, like swatting away flies.
Leave the money and get out of here.
Yes, yes. The three thugs were overjoyed. They placed the stolen money on the table and then, supporting each other, limped out of the small noodle shop. Only after they were well out of sight did the leader's face contort, half from pain, half from rage. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together.
Let's go find my boss. I've taken too much of a beating this time. I won't let it slide.
I'll chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. After the three thugs departed, Lin Zhong sat back down and resumed eating his noodles. The fight had erupted suddenly and ended just as quickly. The noodles were still steaming hot. The girl picked up the money the thug had left on the table. She glanced at Lin Zhong, who was still buried in his noodles, then handed it to the couple beside them. Here, it's yours. The young man accepted it gratefully, his expression a mix of shame and embarrassment. His lips moved as if to say something to Lin Zhong, but his girlfriend pulled him away forcefully.
You should at least thank him. He got our money back for us.
You idiot, stop flattering yourself.
That guy didn't help us, he was just helping that little vixen.
The couple tugged at each other as they walked away. The small noodle shop fell quiet, broken only by the sound of Lin Zhong slurping his noodles. The girl showed no shyness whatsoever. She pulled up a stool and sat across from Lin Zhong, her small face breaking into an adorable smile, her pearly white teeth glistening.
Big brother, thank you so much for saving my life. My name is Guan Wei.
What's yours? My surname is Lin, given name Zhong Lin with two wood radicals, Zhong with the character 4 heavy dot. Lin Zhong felt no ill will toward this girl named Guan Wei. On the contrary, he found her quite admirable. In this day and age, kind and upright girls like her were truly rare. Brother Lin, you don't look much older than me, yet you're so skilled. Also, where are you from? What brings you to Xinghe? Guan Wei was clearly fascinated by Lin Zhong, firing off a barrage of questions. Lin Zhong paused briefly, then smiled faintly. His features were unremarkable, the sort easily lost in a crowd, yet this smile held a peculiar charm, radiating the calm composure of one who had witnessed countless lives and deaths. That smile struck Guan Wei's heart like an arrow. Her pulse quickened, and her cheeks flushed. I'm not really that formidable, Lin Zhong replied to each of her questions. Those three thugs were simply pathetic. They may look intimidating, but strip away their menacing facade, and they're worse than ordinary people. He continued, I come from a small border town in the south. I'm here to fulfill a promise to a brother. Guan Wei nodded, half understanding, and was about to ask more questions when Lin Zhong finished his noodles and stood up.
Old man, I'm done. Let's settle the bill.
Old man Liao poked his head out from the kitchen and waved his hand. Young man, you chased away those thugs and protected little Wei Wei. You don't have to pay for these 2 bowls of noodles.
Consider it my thanks. The place you're looking for isn't far from here.
Just head out the door, go straight for about 5 minutes, then turn left and walk another 3 minutes.
Though Uncle Liao insisted it was on the house, Lin Zhong still pulled out 20 yuan and placed it on the table.
He gave Guan Wei a nod, then picked up his suitcase and walked out of the noodle shop. Seeing Lin Zhong leave without a second thought, Guan Wei couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Her striking appearance had always made her the center of attention, yet she'd never encountered a man like Lin Zhong who seemed completely immune to her charms.
She even began to doubt herself. Had she grown less attractive? Had her charm diminished? Why else would her infallible cute tactics fail to work on Lin Zhong? Uncle Liao, do you know where that young man named Lin Zhong was headed just now?
Only after Lin Chang's figure had completely disappeared did Guan Wei withdraw her gaze and turn to ask. Let me think. Old man Liao scratched his graying hair.
Ah, yes.
I believe he was heading to number 27 Hansheng Lane.
27 Hansheng Alley?
Guan Wei repeated softly, her eyes suddenly lighting up.
Wait, isn't that Ying's place? Following Uncle Liao's directions, Lin Zhong finally found the address on the note. It was a 5-story building showing its age, looking very worn and dilapidated.
The walls were peeling and covered in dust, standing out starkly against the towering skyscrapers rising in the distance. Lin Zhong followed the narrow corridor up to the 3rd floor. The corridor was unlit, dim even in daylight. Its walls were plastered with flyers advertising locksmith services, drain cleaning, sales promotions, and even syphilis treatments. Lin Zhong stood before a security door, took a deep breath, and felt a surge of nervousness. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and knocked. Who is it? Came a voice as pure as a mountain spring, as melodious as heavenly music.
Hello, I'm Yanghu's comrade in arms, Lin Zhong. Has he mentioned me before?
Lin Zhong softened his tone, shedding his earlier stiffness. After a long pause, the security door opened just a crack, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty so stunning it could make the moon hide its face and fish sink in shame. Even with Lin Chang's formidable composure, he was momentarily stunned, struck by a sense of breathtaking beauty. A girl of 17 or 18, possessing a face that would make any woman envious. Her eyebrows were as dark as ink, her eyes sparkling with life, her lips delicate and her nose dainty. Long black hair cascaded down to her waist, the ends gathered loosely at the nape of her neck. Her upper body was clad in a loose white t-shirt, revealing two slender, fair arms. She wore jeans that hugged her long, straight legs, and on her feet were sandals adorned with cartoon patterns, showcasing two exquisitely delicate little feet. Lin Zhong recognized this stunning beauty as Yang Hu's younger sister, Yang Ying. He had seen her photo back in the military. At the time, Lin Zhong had teased Yang Hu, saying he was so dark and ugly, yet had such a beautiful and adorable sister. Life was just too unfair to him. But instead of getting angry, Yang Hu had beamed with pride, clearly delighted to have such a sister. Recalling those days, Lin Zhong felt a pang of sadness, his gaze toward Yang Ying growing even more tender and kind. He and Yang Hu were comrades in arms who had entrusted their lives to each other, brothers in arms. In Lin Zhong's heart, Yang Ying was like his own little sister. But the young girl seemed to misinterpret Lin Zhong's gaze, pulling back slightly. "Are you really my brother's comrade?" She scrutinized Lin Zhong from head to toe, her expression skeptical. Her snow-white little hand gripped the doorknob tightly, ready to slam the door shut at the slightest hint of ill intent. ########. Chapter 5. The youngest sister of the Yang family. Lin Zhong knew his attire didn't exactly scream soldier. He looked more like a migrant worker in the city. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a photo, and handed it to Yang Ying. "Of course. I wouldn't lie to you." Yang Ying took the photo and glanced at it. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and she covered her small mouth. In the photo, Lin Zhong and Yang Hu sat shoulder to shoulder, their clothes grimy, perched atop a tank. Behind them, a flag fluttered in the wind. Both grinned widely, their smiles radiant. This photo was the best proof. Yang Ying wiped her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed, and opened the door. "Please come in." Her words carried an added warmth. Lin Zhong stepped inside and found the apartment modest, just one bedroom and a living room with sparse furnishings. Yet it was immaculately clean, filled with a fresh, pleasant scent. Not perfume, but the distinct fragrance of a young woman. "Ying, is someone here?" came a weak voice from the bedroom. "Yes, Mom. One of my brother's comrades is here," Yang Ying replied before whispering to Lin Zhong, "Mom isn't feeling well. She's resting in bed." "Oh? Xiao Hu's comrade is here? Please bring him in." The voice sounded slightly delighted. Just as Lin Zhong was about to step inside, he felt his sleeve tugged gently. Turning, he met Yang Ying's large, clear eyes, bright and ethereal, with distinct black and white irises. Yang Ying flushed, averting her gaze from Lin Chang's eyes. She whispered softly, "I haven't told Mom about brother's sacrifice yet. Could you please keep it a secret?" I'm afraid she couldn't bear the blow. A lump formed in Lin Chang's throat. He nodded solemnly and stepped inside. A strong medicinal scent hit him as he entered. On the bed lay a middle-aged woman, around 40, her complexion sallow but wearing a faint smile. The moment she saw Lin Zhong, she eagerly asked, "Is Xiao Hu doing well in the army?" Lin Zhong clenched his fists behind his back, but his face remained composed as he nodded with a smile. "Yes, Auntie, don't worry. Tiger is doing well. He asked me to come see you and take care of you for him." That's good, that's good." Aunt Yang tried to say more, but suddenly clutched her mouth and began coughing violently. Yang Ying hurried over, gently patting her mother's back as she said softly, "Mom, you should rest now. You just took your medicine, you shouldn't talk too much. I'll entertain Brother Lin." Mrs. Yang nodded weakly, exhaled, and lay back down. Lin Zhong and Yang Ying stepped out of the bedroom. Yang Ying immediately grabbed a spray bottle and misted Lin Chang's clothes. "The room smells unpleasant. Spraying water will help freshen it up quickly. Did you get the money I sent you earlier?" "Yes, we got it." Yang Ying nodded obediently, then suddenly realized something, her bright eyes widening. "Ah, you sent that money?" "Yes. Now that you have the money, take your mother to the hospital. Hire someone to care for her too. Keeping her at home like this could worsen her condition and disrupt your studies." Lin Zhong had already slipped into the role of an older brother, his expression stern. "It's really nothing. I'm used to it now." Yang Ying gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the gesture exuding unusual tenderness. "Mom's monthly medical bills are thousands of yuan. If she needs to be hospitalized, it'll cost even more. And I'm in my senior year of high school now, I simply don't have time to work part-time. So we have to be careful with our spending." After speaking, Yang Ying suddenly froze. She was actually very introverted, usually unable to speak a complete sentence in front of strangers. Yet with Lin Zhong, she felt no sense of unfamiliarity at all, as if they'd known each other for ages. "It must be because he's my brother's comrade in arms that I trust him so completely. That has to be it," Yang Ying silently told herself. "Don't worry about the money. I'll handle it." Lin Chang's tone was firm and unyielding, leaving no room for refusal. "Your job right now is to focus on your studies. You don't need to worry about anything else, understand?" Lin Chang's tone was somewhat overbearing, yet Yang Ying didn't feel repelled. Instead, she felt a warmth wash over her. Having experienced the harsh realities of life since childhood, her father's early death and her mother's illness, Yang Ying had long grown accustomed to the world's coldness and warmth. Precisely because of this, she could sense that Lin Chang's words came straight from his heart, without a trace of insincerity.
But? No buts. That's final.
Lin Zhong cut her off. I was like a brother to your older brother. You might not have known that, but since he's gone, I'm your brother now.
You must listen to me.
Yang Ying pursed her rosy lips, choosing silence as her protest. She knew full well how close Lin Zhong and her brother had been. In nearly every letter her brother sent, he mentioned this brother named Lin Zhong.
Otherwise, given her wariness, how could she have so readily opened the door to a stranger and let him inside?
Lin Zhong opened his suitcase again, pulling out 2 stacks of bills and placing them on the table.
Here's 30,000 yuan. Keep it safe for now.
I'll leave today and come back tomorrow to take Auntie to the hospital. This money was pulled together by several of Lin Chang's comrades when he left the military, specifically for him to deliver to Yan Hu's family. Therefore, even when Lin Zhong had only a few hundred yuan left to his name, he never touched this sum.
No, we can't accept this money, Yang Ying protested, waving her hands emphatically. Lin Zhong set the money down.
Watching Yang Ying's flushed, adorable face, he couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle her hair, messing up her smooth locks.
It's not my money. I'm just delivering it for someone else. Alright, I'm off. Remember to lock up tonight.
Yang Ying watched Lin Chang's large hand land on her head, then watched him turn and walk away.
For a moment, she even forgot to be angry.
From childhood to now, no one besides her mother had ever touched her so intimately, not even her older brother, Yang Hu.
Yang Ying felt conflicted, unsure how to respond to Lin Zhong.
Lin Zhong, of course, was unaware of Yang Ying's inner turmoil. He had already descended the stairs and was now walking down the street. Finally meeting Yang Hu's family lifted a heavy weight off Lin Zhong's heart, yet at the same time, he felt a weighty burden settle on his shoulders.
Whether it was for Mrs. Yang's medical treatment or Yang Ying's education, money was needed.
And money was precisely what Lin Zhong lacked most right now. Lin Zhong pulled out 200 yuan bills, glanced at them, then carefully tucked them away. This was his living expense for the next few days. Until he found a job, he'd have to survive on this money.
Tiger, now I finally understand why you look so old for your age.
Supporting a family is no easy task, Lin Zhong sighed deeply, yet a smile touched his lips.
Starting tomorrow, I'll work hard to earn money.
I can handle anything, murder, arson, you name it.
There's no reason I can't make money.
Lin Zhong thought confidently. But soon, Lin Zhong faced a very real problem. Where would he sleep tonight? 200 yuan could indeed rent him a bed, but that was his entire fortune. He couldn't starve himself just for a place to sleep, could he?
Sleeping at an internet cafe was another option, but they weren't free.
Renting a computer for the night would cost at least 10 or 20 yuan, enough for a meal. After much deliberation, Lin Zhong decided to sleep rough on the streets.
For Lin Zhong, a top-tier special forces soldier, sleeping outdoors was nothing new.
To complete secret missions, he'd slept in caves, in water, and in snow.
Compared to those places, the streets felt like paradise.
Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night descended. Lin Zhong found his spot for the night, a bench in a small park. The park was quiet, with only the occasional couple sneaking by, otherwise, it was deserted. Lin Zhong lay down on the bench with practiced ease, resting his head on his suitcase and closing his eyes. Just as he was drifting off, the sound of chaotic footsteps abruptly jolted him awake. The footsteps grew louder as they approached his spot, at least 7 or 8 people. Lin Zhong rolled over and sat up, his eyes snapping open. A piercing glint flashed in them, like lightning in the dark night. #######.
Chapter 6, Park Showdown.
A group of people came into Lin Zhong's view. Leading them was a tall, muscular young man with a shaved head. Beside him stood another figure, his arms slung across his chest, none other than the gang leader Lin Zhong had dealt with at the noodle shop. Behind them trailed 7 others, all shapes and sizes, clutching baseball bats, machetes, daggers, steel pipes, and other weapons. They certainly didn't look like they were out for a midnight stroll. The moment Lin Zhong spotted the thug whose arm he had snapped, he knew they were likely after him. But Lin Zhong had no intention of running. These thugs might seem terrifying to ordinary people, but to him, they were nothing but a bunch of puny weaklings.
The gang leader spotted Lin Zhong and instantly beamed with delight.
Pointing at him, he bellowed, "Gang leader, gang, it's him.
This bastard snapped my arm."
His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Lin Zhong, as if flames were about to burst from them. Seeing Lin Zhong made the pain in his arm and gut flare up again, though it had never truly subsided. The burly youth called Gang waved his hand. The 7 men behind him scattered with a clatter, surrounding Lin Zhong.
Each wore a menacing expression, their eyes gleaming with malice.
Brother Gang, clutching his arm, shuffled slowly toward Lin Zhong. He scrutinized him from head to toe, his tone tinged with disbelief.
"Luo Shan, you're not joking, right? This guy? He beat you this badly?" His skepticism was understandable.
Lin Zhong didn't look like a skilled fighter, ordinary features, a lean build, and nothing remarkable except for a pair of unusually bright eyes. Luo Shan, the thug whose arm had been twisted, heard Gang's words and immediately plastered on a smile.
"Gang, I wouldn't dare joke about this. It really was this kid. Don't let his scruffy look fool you, it's all an act. He's playing the fool to catch the tiger." You're getting worse with age, can't even handle a migrant worker? You're a ing disgrace.
Gang spat, rubbing his nose hard before lifting his chin at Lin Zhong.
Hey, country bumpkin, you broke my brother's arm? That's right.
Even surrounded by a gang of thugs armed with weapons, Lin Zhong remained calm and composed, showing not a trace of nervousness. Lin Chang's composure caused Gang to slightly temper his contempt. Such unflappable poise clearly signaled Lin Chang's exceptional nature. An ordinary person would likely have already pissed themselves in fear. Seems you're quite skilled? Gang asked deliberately. Not bad. Lin Zhong remained sparing with his words, his tone indifferent.
Gang brother's eyebrows shot up.
Lin Chang's nonchalant attitude ignited a spark of anger within him. He gave a cold snort and shot a meaningful glance at Luo Shan beside him. Luo Shan caught the signal and stepped forward, pointing his finger right at Lin Chang's nose as he yelled, "Brother Gang's talking to you nice and polite, so don't be a ing asshole and take advantage of his kindness."
Do you even know who Brother Gang is?
Sorry, never heard of him. Hearing Luo Shan's words, Lin Zhong actually grew curious about this guy called Brother Gang.
Guess you haven't heard of Brother Gang's legendary name. I'll do you the favor of telling you.
Luo Shan raised his thumb in a thumbs-up gesture.
Brother Gang is top tier in the entire Xinghe district.
Back in the day, he single-handedly took over a street wielding a machete. He got hit 18 times all over his body but didn't even flinch.
What's the matter?
Scared? Far from embarrassed by Luo Shan's exaggerations, Gang Brother's face lit up with pride.
I see. What brings you here, Brother Gang? Seeing Lin Chang's utterly unfazed expression, Gang's face finally darkened.
He ruled this area with an iron fist, feared by all.
Everyone treated him with utmost respect who had ever dared to be so disrespectful?
A murderous intent flared within him, and a savage grin spread across his lips.
Killing demands retribution, and debts must be repaid. You broke my man's arm.
I won't take your life, just compensate him with one of your own hands. Then kneel and kowtow to him 3 times.
That'll settle this. So, what'll it be? Will you do it yourself, or shall we handle it for you?
Luo Shan stepped forward, chest puffed out, a cold snort escaping his nostrils as he looked at Lin Zhong with contempt.
In his mind, surrounded by so many men and unarmed, what choice did Lin Zhong have but to submit? He'd even decided long ago that kneeling and kowtowing wouldn't suffice. Lin Zhong would have to lick his shoes. Lost in his triumphant thoughts, Luo Shan nearly burst into laughter, his severed arms seeming to hurt less. Lin Zhong shook his head helplessly, rising from the bench. His eyes narrowed slightly as a murderous intent began to form within him. He hadn't intended to resort to violence again, but these thugs had provoked him time and again. Even clay figures possess a measure of temper, how much more so a man of his temperament. Lin Zhong had never been a clay figure, he was a ruthless man. He was ruthless to himself, and even more ruthless to his enemies. Resolve hardened in Lin Chang's heart. He would beat these thugs into submission once and for all. Otherwise, they would keep coming back to trouble him. How could he ever find peace if this continued? Lin Chang's voice turned cold as his gaze swept around the room. My arm is attached to my body. If you want it, come and take it yourselves. Heh. Looks like you're not willing? Fine, that makes it more fun. Ganga licked his lips with a cold smirk.
If we take it ourselves, it won't be just one arm. I've just decided we're cutting off both your hands.
I doubt you have the skill.
You're just a bunch of trash. Lin Zhong refused to waste any more time on these thugs, his words now as sharp as blades.
That includes you, Ganga of the street.
Lin Chang's words were dripping with sarcasm. Gang Brother's face instantly twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes blazing with savage fury.
Cut him down, he snarled viciously. At Ganga's command, the thugs surrounding Lin Zhong sprang into action.
Raising their weapons, they charged toward him with wild, feral screams.
Trapped in the encirclement, Lin Zhong took a deep breath and shifted his body left and right. Swish!
Lin Chang's body vanished abruptly from his original spot, leaving no trace behind.
Where's he gone? Where'd he go?
Lin Zhong's sudden vanishing left the thugs poised to beat him senseless without a target. They halted abruptly, looking around frantically like a swarm of headless flies.
You idiots! He's right behind you. Ganga, standing on the periphery, bellowed.
Lin Zhong hadn't vanished at all. Instead, he burst out of the thugs' encirclement at astonishing speed. His movement was so swift and the night so dim that not a single thug surrounding him noticed.
By the time Ganga's warning came, it was already too late.
Thud! A dull thud echoed as Lin Zhong delivered a flying kick, sending one of the thugs soaring through the air. The thug's body arced upward, spinning 360 degrees mid-air before crashing heavily back to the ground. Thud! 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 With a series of dull thuds, Lin Zhong tore through the mob like a tiger among sheep. Within a minute, he had knocked all 7 thugs to the ground. His blows were brutal. Every thug he struck suffered broken bones and torn tendons, lying motionless on the pavement. In the blink of an eye, the thugs who had intended to gang up on Lin Zhong lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their injuries and groaning. Gang leader and Luo Shan stood by, staring in disbelief, almost unable to believe their eyes. Lin Zhong kicked aside a thug lying in front of him and turned his murderous gaze toward Gang and Luoshan, who remained standing. Only their distance had spared them. Ganga, fixed in Lin Zhong's icy, glinting gaze, felt his legs grow weak for some reason. Gang knew he'd made a mistake, a colossal one. This unassuming young man before him was no migrant worker come to the city for labor, he was a predator that devoured its prey whole. 7 men, full of life just moments ago, had all been knocked down in less than a minute. Even slaughtering chickens wouldn't be this quick. His own fighting skills paled in comparison to this beast, as laughable as a firefly trying to outshine the moon. Beads of sweat formed thickly on Gang's forehead. As Lin Zhong drew nearer, the pressure on him grew heavier. In this moment, he even found himself resenting Luoshan, who stood beside him. #######. Chapter 7, Ruthless. If it weren't for avenging you, you bastard, why would I have gotten myself into this mess? Gang gritted his teeth, his thoughts twisted with venom. Luoshan, however, hadn't processed much. He was already petrified, his mind a blank. Luoshan knew that if he didn't do something, he'd truly be crippled. Losing one arm was bad enough, but losing both? That would make him a complete invalid. Fight? No way he could win. Run? Escape? Like hell he could. Only one path remained. Thud. Luoshan's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees before Lin Zhong, sobbing, "Grandfather, ancestor, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare me." His wails were so heart-wrenching, his cries so pitiful, they pierced the soul and brought tears to the eyes of all who heard them. Goosebumps rose on Lin Zhong's skin. He glared at Luoshan and snapped, "Shut up." Luoshan immediately covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Compared to Luoshan, Ganga showed some backbone. Though his legs trembled, he at least didn't kneel to beg for mercy, true to his reputation as the boss. However, perhaps due to the sweltering heat, his floral shirt had become soaked through with sweat without him noticing. Lin Zhong stood before Ganga, hands tucked into his pockets, speaking calmly. "Ganga, I see you're a man. At least you haven't begged for mercy or tried to run. So I'm offering you a way out. Are you willing?" Gang's cheeks twitched. His eyes flickered uncertainly before he sighed, abandoning his struggle. "I admit defeat. What do you want me to do?" Though he spoke these words, Lin Zhong saw no trace of sincerity in Gang's eyes. With men like this, mere threats were useless. They needed to feel pain deep in their bones to learn their lesson. Just like Luoshan, didn't he fear Lin Zhong precisely because Lin Zhong had made him experience agony worse than death? A faint smile curved Lin Chang's lips, but to Ganga, it looked like the grin of a demon. "My demand is simple. Just become like Luoshan." Gang's robust frame trembled violently as he instantly grasped Lin Chang's meaning. He wanted one of his arms severed. Kneeling on the ground, Luoshan stole a glance at Gang. He saw Gang's face ashen, his forehead glistening with sweat, hardly any better off than himself. A flicker of contempt welled up inside him. "Thought you were some tough guy, but turns out you're just another coward," Luoshan muttered inwardly, the respect he'd once felt for Gang vanishing without a trace. Seeing Gang remain silent and hesitant to act, Lin Zhong knew he was stalling for time. He casually picked up a baseball bat from the ground, swung it twice, then delivered a kick to Gang's leg. Gang's frame, over 180 centimeters tall, was effortlessly sent tumbling by Lin Chang's strike. "What are you doing?" Gang Ji panicked, trying to scramble up and flee, but Lin Zhong pinned him down by stepping on his back, leaving him immobilized. Lin Chang's foot felt as heavy as a mountain. No matter how much Gang Ji struggled, his body couldn't budge an inch. "Let me go. I'll give you money. Lots of money." Lin Chang's face was as cold as iron, deaf to Ganga's pleas. He raised the baseball bat and brought it down with brutal force. Snap! Ganga's arm shattered under the blow, and the thick baseball bat snapped clean in two. Lin Zhong casually tossed aside the broken half of the bat, grabbed Ganga by the hair, and hoisted him up. Leaning close to his ear, he whispered, "Remember this pain. Next time you mess with me, you won't be so lucky." Gang's body trembled violently, like prey caught in a beast's claws. His earlier arrogance had vanished without a trace. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he nodded frantically. The other thugs lying on the ground were so intimidated by Lin Chang's ruthless methods that not a single one dared to utter a moan. Luoshan's eyes blazed with intensity, consumed by a single thought: so damn arrogant. So damn ruthless. This is exactly the kind of man I want to be. And you? Lin Zhong turned his gaze toward Luoshan. Luoshan shuddered violently, retreating backward in sheer terror. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. Compared to Ganga, he despised this bully who only dared to act tough when backed by others even more. Gang brother at least had some semblance of a man, even if he was still a coward at heart. But this thug? He was a complete spineless piece of trash. For scum like this, Lin Zhong had nothing to say. If he could act, he'd never resort to words. Lin Zhong kicked Luoshan down with a blank expression. Under Luoshan's horrified gaze, he raised his foot and crushed the remaining hand and leg. Luoshan curled into a ball, clutching his shattered limb and leg, wailing like a slaughtered pig as tears and snot streamed down his face. Lin Zhong frowned, finding Luoshan's screams unbearable. He smacked the man's head with his palm. Luoshan's screams abruptly ceased. His body swayed several times before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Of course, Lin Zhong had shown mercy, nearly knocking Luo Shan unconscious rather than ending his life. Otherwise, that single blow would have turned Luo Shan's skull even if it were made of stone into a pulp. Lin Chang's actions left Brother Gang frozen in terror. In all his years on the streets, he'd encountered plenty of ruthless individuals, but never anyone like Lin Zhong. Know who lives in room 27? Lin Zhong glanced at Gang after knocking Luo Shan unconscious. Gang Gu shuddered. I don't know. Truthfully, as the neighborhood's top dog, Ganga knew full well that a beautiful girl lived in Unit 27. He just never had the chance to get close. But now, hearing Lin Zhong ask, he knew he absolutely couldn't tell the truth. Doing so would be suicide. Best you don't know. Since you're running things around here, keep your men in line. If I catch any of them harassing apartment 27, the consequences will be something you won't want to see. Lin Chang's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Though directed at Ganga, Lin Zhong's words were meant for everyone present. In this society where morals were in decline, sometimes being too beautiful was a crime in itself, let alone for a common girl like Yang Ying, who had neither status nor connections. Lin Zhong was determined to protect her safety, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. For these thugs, might ruled all. Having demonstrated his strength, Lin Zhong's words now carried weight. Gao Gu, gritting his teeth against the pain, pounded his chest with his uninjured hand and guaranteed, "Rest assured, I swear on my life no one will dare bother number 27. Alright, you can go now." Lin Zhong waved his hand, then turned and lay back down on the bench. Only then did Ganga breathe a sigh of relief. He scrambled to his feet, shot a cautious glance at Lin Zhong, and was helped away from the park by his henchmen, dragging the unconscious Luo Shan along with them. "You've been watching for so long. Have you had enough?" Lin Zhong suddenly spoke, his eyes still closed. The park was silent. No one answered. "Stop pretending. I know you're hiding there. Come out." "Brother Lin, I was hiding so well, how did you even spot me?" A cute face peeked out from behind a large tree, dimples dotting the cheeks. "Who else could it be but Guan Wei? You're so impressive. Boom, 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 you took down those thugs in just a few hits. I was about to call the cops." Lin Zhong sighed, utterly helpless against Guan Wei's natural familiarity. "You were hiding so obviously, it would be strange if you weren't spotted. Now, tell me, why are you here so late?" Hashtag. Chapter 8, Come Sleep at My Place. Guan Wei had already changed out of her school uniform, now wearing a cartoon t-shirt and denim shorts, radiating youthful energy. She skipped up to Lin Zhong, waving her books. "I just finished tutoring and was heading home when I saw that group charging this way. So I secretly followed them." Seeing Guan Wei's innocent, carefree demeanor, Lin Zhong couldn't help but be a bit speechless at her lack of caution. "You're alone?" "MHM. Guan Wei nodded vigorously, seemingly understanding Lin Chang's concern. She hurriedly explained, "I usually wouldn't be out this late. Today was the first time. It's unsafe at night. Don't do this again. I'll walk you home." Lin Zhong stood up and picked up her suitcase. "Sure thing. Thanks, Brother Lin." Guan Wei smiled sweetly. On the dimly lit street, the young girl naturally slipped her arm through Lin Chang's, walking side by side with him. Lin Zhong wasn't stupid. He clearly sensed Guan Wei's affectionate intentions. But he couldn't figure it out. He was plain looking, dressed outy, had no money or connections, so why did Guan Wei treat him differently? Guan Wei's home was quite a distance from the park. They walked in silence for over 10 minutes, yet the atmosphere felt neither awkward nor tense. Instead, it was relaxed and warm. "We're here. My place is right here." Guan Wei suddenly tugged gently at Lin Chang's sleeve and stopped. Lin Zhong glanced around. This was an upscale residential complex, brightly lit even late at night. Security guards were on duty nearby, and there seemed to be no signs of danger. In a neighborhood like this, even the most basic apartment was worth millions. It was clear Guan Wei came from a well-off family. "Come on in." Lin Zhong smiled faintly. Guan Wei hesitated, pulling her hand away from Lin Chang's arm and standing still. "Brother Lin, are you really going to sleep in the park tonight?" "Yes. Won't it be cold at night?" "It's summer now, so it's no problem. Besides, I'm used to it." Guan Wei lowered her head, twirling the hem of her shirt with her fingers, her voice barely above a whisper. "My parents aren't home tonight. Why don't you come sleep at my place?" Her ears flushed bright red as she spoke. Lin Zhong didn't hesitate, shaking his head in refusal. "It's inconvenient. Not appropriate. I should be going. You should head inside too." As Lin Zhong turned to leave, Guan Wei panicked, grabbing his arm tightly. "What's inconvenient about it? What era are we living in? Do we still need to worry about a man and a woman being alone together? Besides, my parents aren't home. I'm scared being alone. What if someone bad breaks in?" Lin Zhong was momentarily at a loss for words. He could have simply wrenched his arm free and walked away, but that would have felt overly pretentious, hypocritical, and downright disgusting. "Please? Please?" Guan Wei swayed Lin Chang's arm coquettishly, her voice sweet enough to make one's heart flutter.
Fine, I'll walk you home. Lin Zhong nodded.
Victory in hand, Guanwei giggled and naturally slipped her arm through his as they walked into the residential compound.
Dressed like a migrant worker, Lin Zhong would never have been allowed into this upscale community under normal circumstances.
As they passed the security booth, the two guards inside stared in disbelief, their expressions saying it was like a flower stuck in cow dung or a fine cabbage trampled by pigs. If their glares could turn into flames, Lin Zhong would have been reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. They took the elevator up to the 15th floor, where Guanwei's home occupied one of the building's prime locations. The expansive view and convenient access made it one of the most desirable spots in the residential tower.
Guanwei entered the passcode on the electronic lock and opened the door. The luxurious furnishings inside startled Lin Zhong.
Standing at the doorway, Lin Zhong glanced down at his worn-out open-toe sneakers, hesitating whether to step inside.
It's okay, come on in. Guanwei slipped on a pair of cute slippers and beckoned to Lin Zhong.
I'll change my shoes, Lin Zhong said, pointing to his feet. It wasn't out of self-consciousness, but because he felt entering such a pristine room with such dirty shoes would be disrespectful to his host.
Let me find some for you.
Guanwei rummaged through the shoe cabinet and pulled out a pair of flip-flops, placing them by Lin Chang's feet. Lin Zhong slipped into the slippers and stepped inside, glancing around casually before settling onto the sofa.
Guanwei flopped down on the sofa next to Lin Zhong, stretched lazily, and turned on the TV. Her posture was utterly relaxed, without a trace of caution.
Though Lin Zhong told himself not to look, his eyes kept drifting toward her involuntarily. Far from feeling embarrassed, Guanwei casually draped her legs over Lin Chang's knees, grinning as she asked, "Brother Lin, why are you always looking at me?"
I just find it strange. Your family is so wealthy, yet you still choose to eat at old man Liao's little noodle shop?
Lin Zhong casually changed the subject.
Guanwei's cheerful mood instantly soured. She sighed and said, "My parents are always away working to make money.
I have to take care of myself, even down to feeding myself.
What good is being rich if I can't even do that?
Uncle Liao has no children, and he has a bedridden grandmother at home. I can't do much for him, but I can manage to go to his little noodle shop every day for a bowl of noodles."
What do you think, Brother Lin? Am I doing the wrong thing?
Lin Zhong suddenly looked at Guanwei with newfound respect. He hadn't expected her to be so kind-hearted. "No, you're doing exactly the right thing."
Guanwei giggled, Lin Chang's praise lifting her spirits again. What about you, Brother Lin? What do you do? Where are you from? How old are you this year? Her curiosity kicked in again. It's getting late. Get some rest. I'll tell you next time. Lin Zhong patted Guanwei's leg resting on his knee. Don't you have class tomorrow? Oh, right.
Guanwei scrambled up, her bare feet scurrying toward the bathroom. "I'm taking a shower first." "I'll wash first, then you can wash."
This little girl is completely without guard, or is it just that I look too harmless?
Lin Zhong shook his head helplessly. Soon, the sound of trickling water filled the bathroom. The sound drifted into Lin Chang's ears, stirring a flutter in his heart. He closed his eyes, letting his mind go blank, refusing to hear or think. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Zhong felt warm breath on his face and opened his eyes. The first thing that met his eyes was a face as delicate as a flower, barely a foot away from his own. Guanwei had actually finished showering long ago. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she happened to see Lin Zhong sitting motionless with his eyes closed.
She had always been curious about Lin Zhong.
There was an inexplicable charm about him that drew her in. Driven by some inner impulse, Guanwei tiptoed over, crouched beside him, and studied his face closely. Though he looked quite ordinary at first glance, the more she looked, the more handsome he became, the kind of face that grew on you.
Guanwei observed him while silently evaluating in her mind. Just then, Lin Chang's eyes suddenly snapped open, startling Guanwei.
She scrambled backward in panic, her foot slipped, and she fell with a thud onto the floor.
Chapter 9, Dragon Tiger Power. Guanwei was only wearing a loose white t-shirt.
The fall exposed both her snow-white thighs.
Embarrassed beyond belief in front of Lin Zhong, Guanwei's face flushed crimson.
She frantically tried to cover her thighs with the hem of her t-shirt. Lin Zhong calmly averted his gaze and cleared his throat.
"What are you doing? Ouch."
Guanwei rubbed her plump little bottom as she scrambled to her feet.
"Nothing. I'm going to bed."
Without waiting for Lin Zhong to respond, she scrambled into her room, slamming the door shut with a bang, leaving him alone in the living room. Lin Zhong stared at Guanwei's retreating back, which looked almost like she was fleeing, and stood there dazed for a long moment before snapping back to reality.
Who'd have thought?
That little brat looks unremarkable in clothes, but she's actually got quite the figure. The thought flashed through Lin Chang's mind, but it didn't stir any unusual feelings within him. After stretching his limbs briefly, Lin Zhong walked into the bathroom, shedding his clothes to reveal a muscular physique. His muscle lines flowed smoothly, not exaggerated like a bodybuilder's, yet radiating raw power. Broad shoulders narrowed to a defined waist, his back formed a perfect inverted triangle, and his 8-pack abs were chiseled like stone. Numerous scars of varying sizes and shapes dotted his body. Far from detracting from his beauty, they added a wild charm. Lin Zhong finished his shower with remarkable speed, washing his grimy shirt and hanging it on the rack. He emerged from the bathroom wearing only shorts, his upper body bare, and immediately heard a gasp. Guan Wei, clad in her pajamas, sat on the living room sofa, her hands covering her eyes, too afraid to look at Lin Zhong.
Brother Lin, why aren't you wearing clothes?
Guan Wei stamped her foot in feigned indignation, her large eyes sparkling through her fingers as she kept stealing glances at Lin Chang's body. Brother Lin's physique is amazing, so much better than those bodybuilders, she marveled inwardly. Lin Zhong hadn't expected Guan Wei to be out and quickly pulled his clothes on.
Weren't you going to bed?
Humph, I was worried you'd catch a chill at night.
Guan Wei patted the blanket beside her. This is my favorite blanket, you know. You can use it. Got it. Now go to sleep.
Lin Zhong waved her off. I need to use the bathroom first.
You go ahead and sleep, Brother Lin.
Guan Wei hopped up from the sofa and skipped toward the bathroom. Her tone was perfectly normal as she spoke to Lin Zhong, as if the earlier embarrassment had never happened. However, when Guan Wei emerged from the bathroom again, her little face was flushed bright red. Her snow-white hands were tightly clenched, as if she was holding something. Her eyes darted around nervously, avoiding Lin Chang's gaze. Without even saying a word, she dashed into her room. Watching Guan Wei's utterly embarrassed demeanor, Lin Zhong couldn't help but chuckle. He flopped down on the sofa and pulled the blanket over himself. After dashing back to the bedroom, Guan Wei flopped onto the large bed, burying her face deep into the pillow.
So embarrassing, I'm mortified.
I've embarrassed myself twice in front of Brother Lin today.
How can I ever face him again? Is he laughing at me inside?
Guan Wei tossed the small panties she'd been clutching onto the bedside, her mind spiraling into wild thoughts.
Unbeknownst to Lin Zhong, the young woman next door was lost in such complex thoughts.
After lying down on the sofa, he fell asleep almost instantly, a habit well honed during his time in the military. Just past 5 in the morning, Lin Zhong woke up on the dot. To avoid making any noise that might wake Guan Wei, he didn't even wash his face. He slipped into yesterday's clothes, grabbed his suitcase, and headed out the door. Before leaving, he left Guan Wei a note so she wouldn't think he'd left without a word. He returned to the park from the night before. The sky was still dark, and the park was deserted. Lin Zhong washed his face with the park's tap water, brushed his teeth, and stretched his body. Then, on the open ground, he assumed an unusual posture. Feet coiled like a dragon, body crouched like a tiger. With each inhale and exhale, thunder rumbled from within his body. Lin Zhong was performing his daily training regimen, a secret military technique known as the Dragon Tiger Force, classified as Top Secret 03. The Bagua embodies the dragon, the Xinghe embodies the tiger. Capturing their true essence, it transforms into a boxing framework. Dragon and tiger converge, blending hardness and softness. Externally, it trains sinews, bones, and skin. Internally, it cultivates a single breath. Initially manifesting as overt power, then as covert power, and finally as transformative power. If one attains transformative power, they become invincible under heaven. This was the description of the technique. A significant portion of Lin Zhong's formidable combat prowess was attributable to the Dragon Tiger Force. The Yanhuang Republic boasts thousands of years of history. Far from fading into obscurity, ancient martial arts techniques have been continuously refined and elevated. Naturally, most publicly available methods serve only to strengthen the body and improve health. Those possessing truly extraordinary power remain in the hands of a select few. Lin Zhong was one of those rare few. The Dragon Tiger Force comprised 3 tiers: Manifest Force, Hidden Force, and Transcendent Force. Advancing through each tier brought a dramatic surge in power. Lin Zhong had already touched the threshold of Hidden Force, needing only one more step to enter that realm. This was why he practiced diligently without pause, never slacking off even after leaving the military. After half an hour of cultivation, Lin Zhong stopped. Continuing would serve little purpose. Cultivation, like eating and drinking, requires moderation. Overindulgence only harms the body. The park gradually filled with people. Rubbing his hungry stomach, Lin Zhong headed toward Old Man Liao's small noodle shop. Uncle Liao's small noodle shop was already open. Spotting Lin Zhong from afar, the old man called out, "Young man, so early?" "Not too early. Aren't you already up, old man?" Lin Zhong found a seat inside the noodle shop. "True enough. What'll you have today?" Old Man Liao chuckled kindly. "I'm running low on cash, so I'll stick with yesterday's order. 2 bowls of noodles, please." "Thanks, uncle." "Alright, just a moment." Old Man Liao ducked into the kitchen to get busy, chatting with Lin Zhong as he worked. "Young man, you don't seem like someone without skills. How come you're so broke?" Most people would take offense at such a remark, but not Lin Zhong. He understood that Uncle Liao spoke out of genuine concern, without any hint of contempt or mockery. "Every family has its own troubles," Lin Zhong replied, not wanting to elaborate. He changed the subject. "Uncle, do you know of any jobs around here? What could an old geezer like me know? If you're looking for work, you could buy a newspaper and take a look." Old Man Liao emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of noodles, set it on Lin Chang's table, wiped his hands on his apron, and ran his fingers through his hair as he spoke. "Thanks." Uncle Liao's words reminded Lin Zhong. He wolfed down the noodles, even drinking every last drop of broth.
He left his suitcase temporarily with Uncle Liao and stepped out of the small noodle shop.
Lin Zhong spent a yuan at the newsstand to buy a copy of the job postings newspaper, immediately squatting down to flip through it. Unfortunately, most positions in the newspaper required at least a college degree. Lin Zhong had dropped out of junior high to enlist, making him clearly unqualified. He had learned many things in the military, but none of them were applicable in the workplace.
For a moment, Lin Zhong felt utterly helpless, deeply discouraged by the realization that he was unqualified for anything.
But when he stubbornly flipped to the last page of the newspaper, four bold characters caught his eye.
Bodyguard wanted.
Hashtag.
Chapter 10, Applying for Bodyguard.
The entire page contained only this one job posting. Beneath the words bodyguard wanted were a phone number and address. There was no mention of requirements or compensation. Lin Zhong seized it like a lifeline, springing to his feet with a gasp as his eyes lit up instantly.
That's right, a bodyguard.
As a top-tier soldier in the military, even if he couldn't do anything else, he could at least work as a bodyguard. With the skills honed during his military training and the combat techniques refined through countless battles, he was more than qualified to be a bodyguard at Xinghe.
Lin Zhong suppressed his inner excitement, tossed the job application into the trash, and headed straight for the address listed in the recruitment ad. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Galaxy Tower, number 3 Rainbow Avenue in downtown Xinghe?
Oh, first walk straight down this street. When you reach the corner, turn left, then go straight, then turn right.
Thank you. Excuse me, do you know?
After enduring countless hardships, Lin Zhong finally reached his destination. The July sun beat down mercilessly, soaking his clothes through until he looked like he'd been pulled from the water. Lin Zhong stood at the entrance of Galaxy Tower, tilting his head back to gaze at the towering skyscraper.
Galaxy Tower stood as one of the iconic landmarks in the heart of Xinghe City.
Rising 66 stories high, it towered over the surrounding skyscrapers like a crane among chickens. It was owned by companies under the Galaxy Group. Galaxy Group was a colossal enterprise ranked among the top in the entire Yinhuan Republic. Its annual tax contributions alone reached hundreds of billions, with operations spanning military manufacturing, technology, automobiles, pharmaceuticals, real estate, and numerous other sectors. Lin Zhong, dressed in the attire of a migrant worker, stood before this magnificent edifice, looking completely out of place. The men and women passing by him were all impeccably dressed in suits and formal attire, radiating an air of elite sophistication that only accentuated Lin Zhong's rustic, unrefined appearance. Two security guards at the entrance, hands on their batons, eyed Lin Zhong suspiciously, clearly treating him as a person of interest. After confirming he was in the right place, Lin Zhong took a step forward, ready to enter the building.
Stop. A black baton blocked his path.
Lin Zhong halted. The two security guards flanked him, one on each side.
One of them offered a fake smile. Sorry, Mr. Lin, but Galaxy Tower is an exclusive establishment. You can't come in.
Two more snobs looking down their noses at him. Lin Zhong snorted coldly inside, unwilling to waste his breath on them.
I'm here for a job interview. Job interview? You?
The two guards exchanged glances and burst into laughter.
Kid, you've got the wrong place. Galaxy Group doesn't hire migrant workers.
You should be heading to a construction site, one guard sneered at Lin Zhong.
The other added, Kid, if you want to get in here, at least wear something decent. Look at you, your pants are washed out, and your shoes have holes in them. If we let you in, people will think anyone and everyone can walk into Star River Tower. The guard's cold remarks didn't faze Lin Zhong in the slightest. He merely frowned and kept walking forward. Damn it, why can't you understand a simple no? We told you, you can't come in. The two guards grew impatient, grabbing Lin Chang's arms on either side, ready to throw him out. But the next moment, both men stared in horrified disbelief.
To the guards, Lin Chang's body felt like a massive, immovable mountain. Even when they strained every muscle, they couldn't stop his forward momentum.
Lin Zhong strode into the lobby of the Galaxy building.
The two security guards clutching his arms were flushed crimson, panting heavily. Others in the lobby shot Lin Zhong astonished glances before quickly turning to whisper among themselves. The two guards, their faces burning with humiliation, lost their composure. One of them released his grip, raised his baton high, and brought it down hard on Lin Chang's shoulder. Get out of here! A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. He sidestepped the baton and delivered a lightning-fast kick to the guard's midsection. Thud! The burly security guard, weighing at least 150 pounds, was sent flying 3 meters by the kick. He collapsed to the ground with a wail, unable to get up for a long while. Lin Zhong's kick terrified the other guard. He released his grip on Lin Zhong, stumbled back several steps, and yanked out his walkie-talkie, bellowing, "Security office. Security office. Trouble in the lobby. Send backup. Send backup now." After the shout, he raised his baton and positioned himself in front of Lin Zhong, ready for battle. Kid, you think you can cause trouble in Galaxy Tower? Looks like you're tired of living. Got guts? Don't run, the guard snarled. Lin Zhong snorted in contempt. Finding the guard's presence bothersome, he kicked him flat on the ground. Of course I won't run. Now you lie down too. Two heavily built, rigorously trained security guards crumpled like paper dolls before Lin Zhong, taken down effortlessly.
This scene, witnessed by others in the lobby, instantly amplified the murmurs of discussion. The company hired some pretty lousy security guards, huh? They got taken down that easily? Yeah, they can't even handle someone unarmed. What if they faced someone with a gun?
These guards are just big for nothing.
If it were me.
Amidst the murmurs, 7 or 8 security guards emerged from various corners of the lobby, each wielding a baton as they surrounded Lin Zhong. Having overheard the comments, their expressions darkened. The looks they shot at Lin Zhong were as venomous as if he were their sworn enemy. Lin Zhong sighed, bracing himself for a fight. Just as he prepared to strike first, a magnetic female voice cut through the air. What's going on here? At the sound of this voice, the crowd automatically parted to the left and right. The murmurs instantly ceased, revealing a beautiful figure dressed in a black business skirt suit. A mature beauty in her 30s, she possessed striking features with only light makeup. A small beauty mark graced the corner of her cherry red lips. The black suit perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, a voluptuous bust, a firm derriere, and long, shapely legs glistening with an alluring sheen that made it hard to look away. 2 security guards, still clutching their injuries, scrambled to their feet and pointed at Lin Zhong, rushing to make their complaint.
Manager Lu, this guy caused trouble. He tried to force his way into the building. When we stopped him, he attacked us. Everyone saw it.
Shut up. The 2 security guards, who had been about to continue, immediately shut their mouths at the command, not daring to utter another word. The beauty addressed as Manager Lu turned her gaze to Lin Zhong. When her eyes fell upon his shabby clothes, her delicate brows furrowed almost imperceptibly.
Hello, is what they said true?
I'm here for the job interview, but the security guards wouldn't let me in.
Lin Chang's reply was neither humble nor arrogant, concise to the point of disdain for explanation.
What position are you applying for?
Bodyguard. Bodyguard?
Manager Lu scrutinized Lin Zhong from head to toe, then glanced at the 2 pale, sweating security guards beside her. Nodding, she said, our company did place an ad in the newspaper for bodyguards.
In that case, please follow me. I'll take you to the interview area. As for you two.
She turned her gaze to the others lingering in the lobby, her tone sharpening.
What kind of spectacle is this?
If someone unaware saw this, they'd think our company was in crisis.
Dispersed.
And you two, she addressed the 2 security guards, go to the medical office for a checkup. If you're injured, file a claim with the administration department.
Yes, Manager Lu. Understood, Manager Lu.
The security guards bowed and scraped, not daring to utter a word, scattering like birds and beasts.
The lobby instantly emptied.
Chapter 11, Show of Strength.
Manager Lu gestured toward Lin Zhong with an empty hand.
My apologies for the company's inadequate training causing you trouble.
To express my regret, I'll personally escort you. No need.
Just tell me the way, Lin Zhong replied indifferently. A smile graced Manager Lu's beautiful face as she confidently led the way ahead. Lin Zhong followed Manager Lu upstairs into a massive conference hall. Dozens of people stood within the hall, mostly men, with only a few women present.
Yet they all shared one common trait: robust physiques and fierce, imposing demeanors.
These individuals, Lin Zhong realized, were likely his competitors for the bodyguard position. The arrival of Lin Zhong and Manager Lu drew the attention of everyone present. Perhaps because Lin Chang's attire clashed sharply with the surroundings, most eyes fixated on him. Manager Lu, with her stunning looks and voluptuous figure, drew surprisingly little attention. Unfazed by the dozens of piercing stares, Lin Zhong stood his ground while Manager Lu quickened her pace to take the front of the group.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for keeping you waiting.
The hall fell silent, with no one responding. Manager Lu showed no sign of awkwardness. With a smile still on her face, she continued, everyone here is applying for the bodyguard position. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on the strength and reputation of Star River Group. Since you've all dared to come for the interview, I assume you're quite confident in your abilities. Before we begin, does anyone have any questions? What are the compensation terms? A deep, gravelly male voice asked from the crowd. This man voiced the question on everyone's mind. Even Lin Zhong perked up his ears, listening intently. For this position, there is no probationary period. Upon passing the interview, you will be formally hired. The monthly salary is 50,000 yuan, with year-end bonuses. All 5 social insurances and housing fund are covered. Should you sustain any injuries on the job, Star River Group will bear all related medical expenses. Manager Lu's words stirred a ripple of excitement through the crowd, eyes lighting up with eagerness.
True to Galaxy Group's reputation, the compensation package was indeed top tier within the bodyguard industry. How many people are you hiring, and what's the interview process? Someone else asked. We are only hiring one person this time.
As for the interview process, you'll find out shortly, Manager Lu replied, his smile unchanged. Yet his words instantly silenced the restless crowd. The dozens of people in the hall were all there to apply for this position. If only one person was being hired, it meant the vast majority present would be eliminated. Facing such fierce competition, no one could guarantee their own selection. A heavy weight settled on everyone's chest.
Except for Lin Zhong.
The moment he entered the hall, Lin Zhong had already assessed the capabilities of everyone present. Among them, while there were a few formidable individuals, that was the extent of it. None posed a genuine threat to his position.
At all times, Lin Zhong possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities.
Manager Lu surveyed the room. Seeing no further questions, he straightened his expression and announced, "If there are no other inquiries, I will now read the requirements for the bodyguard position. Those who do not meet the criteria or cannot accept them should leave the hall immediately and proceed to the customer service department downstairs to collect a 500 yuan transportation subsidy."
These requirements were set by the employer personally.
Please do not attempt to negotiate.
Requirement 1, must be at least 18 years of age.
Requirement 2, must possess extensive real-world combat experience. Requirement 3, must have a clean background with no criminal record. Requirement 4, must be prepared to sacrifice one's life for the employer. With these 4 requirements stated, nearly half the people in the hall immediately left.
Those who remained showed no intention of leaving. Such generous compensation was indeed worth risking one's life for.
After all, working for a year could yield hundreds of thousands, plus social insurance and housing fund benefits.
Even robbing a bank might not yield that much.
Now, the final requirement, Manager Lu slowly stepped back. The employer demands extensive combat experience. Therefore, prove yourselves through battle. However, this is not a fight to the death. Please exercise restraint and stop at the right moment. Should anyone be injured, Star River Group will cover all medical expenses in full. Manager Lu's lips curved into a captivating smile. Those unwilling to fight may leave now. Whoever emerges victorious in battle will be hired by the Star River Group. As Manager Lu's words fell, the atmosphere in the hall shifted abruptly. Those who remained were a mix: retired Special Forces soldiers, boxers who had stepped away from the ring, Muay Thai, and Sanda masters. Almost everyone possessed extensive combat experience. Manager Lu's words ignited a fire within them, though several individuals, unable to bear the mounting pressure, quietly slipped out of the hall.
No one moved. Everyone waited for someone else to make the first move.
Lin Zhong immediately sensed that several pairs of eyes were fixed on him.
Who could blame them?
He looked like the easiest target. His clothes were dowdy, his frame was lean, and his features were utterly unremarkable.
Naturally, he drew their attention first. The stalemate didn't last long. Finally, one man couldn't hold back.
A burly figure in camouflage fatigues, his body a mass of bulging muscles, roared with laughter beside Lin Zhong. "Since none of you dare to make the first move, I'll get the ball rolling." The burly man suddenly swung his massive right leg, delivering a vicious side kick aimed squarely at Lin Chang's midsection. The kick was powerful and precise, showcasing the man's formidable strength and leaving several nearby onlookers impressed. Pick on the weakest target. That was precisely why this burly man chose to attack Lin Zhong first. He intended to establish his dominance, seize the initiative, and intimidate the other rivals. Unfortunately, he miscalculated his move and picked the wrong target. Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, neither dodging nor flinching. His left leg shot up like lightning, transforming into a whipping shadow that met the burly man's lashing right leg. "This kid's in for it." That thought flashed through the minds of everyone who witnessed the scene. Thud. The two legs collided fiercely in midair, producing a dull thud. A smug, triumphant sneer spread across the burly man's face. But the next instant, the smirk froze mid-flourish. A searing pain shot through his legs, followed by an overwhelming force he couldn't resist. The burly man felt his body completely beyond his control, like a kite with a broken string, hurled sideways through the air. He flipped twice mid-air before crashing down with a thud onto the floor. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong stood rooted to the spot, slowly retracting his left leg, not having taken a single step back. Whoosh! A collective gasp rippled through the room. The conference hall fell into an eerie silence, broken only by heavy breathing and the burly man's gritted teeth groan of pain.
Lin Chang's display had stunned everyone. To send someone flying with a single kick, what immense power was that? Especially considering the vast disparity in size between Lin Zhong and the burly man. Everyone had assumed Lin Zhong was doomed to lose, yet the outcome was the exact opposite. The burly man had been instantly defeated by a single kick from Lin Zhong. In that moment, Lin Zhong's lean figure towered larger than life in everyone's eyes. Damn, playing dumb to catch a tiger has its limits, right? Someone muttered inwardly. Good thing I didn't attack him. Otherwise. Others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Hidden nearby, Manager Lu's cherry lips parted slightly as her eyes gleamed, fixed intently on Lin Zhong. She felt like she'd struck gold this time. Chapter 12, Winning Over the Crowd. Manager Lu had gone to great lengths, racking her brains to find a qualified bodyguard. Yet the previous applicants had all fallen short, forcing her to personally screen the final candidates. Lin Zhong, however, met every single requirement from every angle. The reactions of the crowd were exactly what Lin Zhong had anticipated and precisely the effect he had intended. He had never once considered playing the role of a weakling to deceive others. It was simply that everyone had preconceived notions, viewing him as the underdog. Now, Lin Zhong had proven with undeniable facts who the true weakling was.
The conference hall floor was covered with thick carpeting, so despite the violent impact, the burly man suffered minimal injury.
Pressing his hand against his injured leg, he staggered to his feet.
The excruciating pain radiating from his leg robbed him of the ability to continue fighting. He limped out of the conference hall. At that moment, the burly man was filled with bitter regret. He had thought he'd found an easy target, only to hit a brick wall. Not only did he fail to gain any advantage, but he ended up bloodied and battered. The burly man's figure vanished at the doorway, but no one paid him any mind. For in the silence, the battle erupted suddenly. 5 figures lunged toward Lin Zhong. A tree that stands tall in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. Lin Zhong had become the thorn in the side of these competitors. They knew that to reach the end, they must eliminate Lin Zhong, their strongest opponent. 2 fists as large as bowls slammed toward Lin Chang's chest. 2 thick thighs swept at his legs. The last attacker leapt into the air, clenching both hands into hammers and smashing them down toward Lin Chang's head. Blocked from top, middle, and bottom, Lin Zhong had nowhere to dodge, no path to retreat.
But Lin Zhong refused to dodge. He refused to retreat.
His eyes blazed with terrifying intensity as immense power surged through his body, every muscle tensing instantly like a drawn bow. Thud! 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 The combined attacks of the 5 struck Lin Zhong, yet failed to produce the expected result. His body was as hard as iron, and the recoil force even made their limbs ache. The 5 assailants' expressions darkened simultaneously. Realizing the danger, they immediately leapt backward. A cold smile touched Lin Chang's lips. The moment the 5 struck him, his hands curved like hooks and shot forward with a sharp swoosh. His strike was so swift that the 2 burly men directly in front of him didn't even have time to react. Lin Zhong seized the 2 burly men by their thick wrists. With a powerful jerk of his arms, he flung the 2 men, each weighing over 100 pounds, flying backward. Without pausing, Lin Zhong flickered behind the remaining 2, seized their necks, and hoisted them high above his head before slamming them violently onto the floor.
"We surrender," one of the men in Lin Chang's grasp shouted.
Just as Lin Zhong was about to slam them down, his arms froze mid-motion, halting the downward thrust. The 2 men, their faces mere inches from the floor, were now suspended by their throats. Lin Zhong released his grip, setting them down, and stood up. This wasn't a fight to the death. Since they'd surrendered, Lin Zhong naturally wouldn't strike them down. In truth, he'd always been measured in his attacks, using only 3/10 of his strength. Yet even that minimal force was far beyond what ordinary men could endure. The fight had been brief, yet the power Lin Zhong displayed had utterly subdued everyone present. Their gazes fixed on Lin Zhong were filled with shock and awe. They couldn't comprehend how such terrifying strength could reside within his lean frame. "Brother, you've got skills. I'm no match for you. I won't fight you for this bodyguard position." One of the men Lin Zhong had thrown to the ground scrambled up and said to him, "Even if I wanted to compete, I wouldn't stand a chance against you." Another burly man with short hair gave a wry smile, flexing his wrists. A circle of vivid red fingerprints stood out starkly on his skin. "Brother, you must be military too, right?" "Yes, just recently discharged." Lin Zhong lowered his hands, his tense body slowly relaxing as his tone softened. His fighting style carried a distinct military flair. It was no surprise others recognized it. No wonder. Hearing Lin Zhong was also military trained, the expressions of the burly men instantly relaxed, even breaking into smiles. "Since we're brothers who came from the military, losing to you isn't too shameful. The bodyguard position at Star River Group is undoubtedly yours, brother. We'll take our leave now. Perhaps we'll cross paths again someday." The 5 burly men, clearly a group, bowed their farewells to Lin Zhong. As the 5 left, others began streaming out, murmuring among themselves, "Today really opened our eyes. Who knew such masters existed among civilians? Yeah, I feel like a frog in a well now, clueless about how vast the world truly is. Who's to say otherwise? We're all in the same boat." In the vast conference hall, only Manager Lu and Lin Zhong remained. Manager Lu, a seductive smile playing at the corners of her lips, sashayed over to Lin Zhong and extended her hand. "From now on, we're colleagues. I'm Lu Yin, Manager of Human Resources. What should I call you?" Lin Zhong, Lin with 2 wood radicals, Zhong with the weight radical. Lin Zhong shook Lu Yin's hand. "Let's discuss things in my office now. There are also some important matters I need to bring to your attention." Lu Yin's demeanor toward Lin Zhong was exceptionally gracious, her words and smile warm and inviting. Lin Zhong followed Lu Yin to her office. Everyone they passed bowed respectfully. Despite her stunning figure and beauty, no one dared to look at her twice. The HR department held the company's personnel authority, so it was only natural that others feared her. Following Lu Yin, Lin Zhong couldn't help but glance at her rounded hips encased in a skirt suit, feeling slightly awkward. He quickly averted his gaze, staring straight ahead. Upon entering the manager's office, they sat across from each other. Lu Yin crossed one leg over the other, accentuating her long, slender legs. Instead of discussing business, she brought up an unrelated topic. "Mr. Lin Zhong, how old are you?" "I just turned 20. Is that relevant to the position I'm applying for?" Lu Yin covered her mouth and giggled a few times, waving her hand dismissively. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement as she looked at Lin Zhong with genuine interest.
Not at all. I was just personally curious. I never imagined someone so young could possess such remarkable skills. It's truly eye-opening. Manager Lu, you flatter me. I'm still far from that level. Don't be so formal. I'm several years older than you. If you're comfortable, you can call me Sister Ian, and I'll call you little brother Lin. How does that sound? Sure, Manager Lu. I said call me Sister Ian. Lu Ying pouted playfully, shifting her legs into a different position. Little brother Lin, do you know anything about our company's background?
Lin Zhong frowned, thought for a moment, and shook his head.
I've heard a little, but I don't know much.
Our company is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Galaxy Group called Galaxy Pharmaceuticals. Our main business is drug research and development and sales, with annual sales exceeding 30 billion.
This entire building belongs to our company. Lin Zhong nodded, signaling his understanding.
Recently, our former president was recalled by the group headquarters.
The new president will take office the day after tomorrow.
Given the new president's unique background, we need to arrange a bodyguard for close protection.
So, I'm that president's bodyguard?
Lin Zhong furrowed his brow.
This wasn't quite what he'd imagined. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? The president's personal bodyguard.
Lu Ying fluttered her eyelashes at Lin Zhong, expecting him to accept immediately.
Sorry, I need some time to think it over. Lin Zhong's response caught Lu Ying completely off guard. Lin, what exactly do you need to think about?
Lu Ying grew impatient, leaning forward with her hands on the table, her eyes locked on his face.
A job paying 100,000 a month, where else would you find that?
Once this opportunity is gone, you won't find another like it. Hashtag.
Chapter 13, Yang Ying cooks. Lin Zhong hesitated.
As Lu Ying had said, a well-paying job that suited him wasn't something he could easily come by. If he were alone, he would have accepted without a second thought. But he had responsibilities. He had promised Yang Hu to take care of Yang's mother in Yangying. That was precisely why he had left the military. Taking this job meant he'd have virtually no personal time left. How could he possibly fulfill his promise to Yang Hu and care for his family? When Lin Zhong voiced his concerns, Lu Ying let out a sigh of relief, patting her ample chest and exclaiming, "You scared the living daylights out of me.
Why didn't you say so sooner?"
Don't worry. While it's called a personal bodyguard, you'll only need to provide close protection for the CEO during specific events. The rest of the time is yours to manage freely. It won't interfere with your life." A smile finally spread across Lin Zhong's face. With that clarification, he had no reason to hesitate. "In that case, I have no objections.
When do I start?"
Lu Ying pulled a stack of documents and a black bank card from a nearby drawer.
"Here's the contract. Read it carefully and sign if you agree.
Also, this is your salary card. It already has a month's pay loaded.
Don't say I don't look out for you. This is a perk most people never get."
She shot Lin Zhong a flirtatious glance, her eyes teasingly seductive.
"Go buy a decent suit tomorrow. You start work the day after. That outfit you're wearing is too distinctive. Not everyone appreciates it. Better to keep it simple."
Lin Zhong glanced down at his outfit, feeling a bit awkward.
He skimmed through the contract and signed his name.
Lu Ying placed a bank card in Lin Chang's hand. "The pin is 6 zeros. After withdrawing the money, remember to return the card to me.
If you lose it, watch out, your big sister will beat you." "Thanks, Ian."
Lin Zhong felt genuinely grateful.
"No need to be so polite. Big sis Ian will need your help plenty in the future. Just don't get annoyed with me when that happens." Lu Ying stretched and stood up. "Alright, that's all settled. Remember to come to work the day after tomorrow. Do you have a cell phone? Give me your number." "No."
Lin Zhong shook his head. He had owned a phone, but had surrendered it when leaving the military.
"Then go buy one. Here, this is my number. Call me once you get it."
Lu Ying scribbled a string of digits on a scrap of paper and handed it to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong took it and casually stuffed it into his pocket.
"Sis Ian, I'm off."
Lin Zhong stood up, waved to Lu Ying, and walked out of her office. The moment Lin Zhong was gone, Lu Ying leapt up, pumping her snow-white fist in the air with a triumphant cheer.
"Yes. Mission accomplished.
I found such an amazing bodyguard for the young miss. Those guys back at headquarters will never guess, haha." She began dancing around her office. Stepping out of the Galaxy Tower, Lin Zhong felt a wave of relief wash over him. A penny can stump a hero. These past days had taught Lin Zhong the true meaning of that saying.
Yang Ying needed to study, and Yang Mama required medical treatment. Everything demanded money. Now he'd finally secured a stable job with decent pay. At last, he could set aside that heavy burden weighing on his heart. Glancing at the sky, Lin Zhong saw it was still early. He returned to Hongxing Alley and knocked on the security door of Yang Ying's home. The door swung open quickly, revealing Yang Ying's fresh, lotus-like face. Seeing Lin Zhong, she visibly brightened and smiled. "Brother Lin. MHM." Lin Zhong nodded briefly.
Without beating around the bush, he stated directly after stepping inside, "Gather some clean clothes and bring your bank card. We're taking your mother to the hospital."
"Mom's sleeping," Yang Ying replied hesitantly, a look of concern crossing her face. "She coughed all night yesterday and finally fell asleep this morning. Should we wake her now?"
"Then we'll wait until your mom wakes up before leaving." Lin Zhong sat down on a chair. Noticing Yang Ying's nervousness and restraint, her two small, white hands clasped tightly in front of her, he couldn't help but smile. "Your brother and I are sworn brothers who would entrust our lives to each other."
"That makes me your brother too."
"You don't need to be so tense around me." Yang Ying's cheeks flushed slightly as she sat down on another chair.
"Brother Lin, have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet." Yang Ying's question suddenly made Lin Zhong feel hungry.
Though he'd eaten a large bowl of noodles that morning, his energy reserves were depleted after the physical altercation with other bodyguard candidates during the job interview.
His stomach now felt completely empty. "Then why don't you have lunch with me?" Yang Ying's eyes lit up. "Sure. Great. I'll start cooking right away. If you get bored, Brother Lin, you can watch TV."
Yang Ying's voice was cheerful as she stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Ever since her mother fell ill, Yang Ying had always cooked and eaten alone. Now that she finally had someone to share a meal with, it was no wonder her delight was written all over her face.
Watching Yang Ying disappear into the kitchen, Lin Zhong didn't turn on the TV.
Instead, he sat upright in his chair, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. After an unknown amount of time, the aroma of food wafted to Lin Chang's nose. The scent was so tempting that he couldn't help but open his eyes, just in time to see Yang Ying carefully placing a bowl of soup on the dining table. The simple wooden table was already set with several plates of home-cooked dishes. Though the dishes were commonplace, their presentation and aroma were anything but ordinary. "Brother Lin, let's eat," Yang Ying said, scooping rice into a bowl and handing it to him. Lin Zhong took the bowl, first tasting a mouthful of rice, then picking up a piece of vegetable. He chewed slowly as the flavors spread across his palate, a profound, indescribable emotion welling up within him. "This must be what home tastes like. How does it taste?" Yang Ying looked at Lin Zhong with an expectant gaze. With his mouth full, Lin Zhong gave a thumbs up and mumbled, delicious." Yang Ying's face lit up with joy, her bright eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she began eating her own bowl in small, savoring bites. After finishing their meal, the two were clearing the table when a sudden, violent cough erupted from the inner room.
Yang Ying hurried to the inner room.
After a moment, she stood at the doorway and beckoned to Lin Zhong. "Brother Lin, you can come in now." Lin Zhong entered to find Yang's mother weakly propped up in bed, her eyes dull and her face pale. His heart sank, yet he forced a smile.
"Auntie, I'm back."
Mrs. Young nodded with a faint smile, her voice weak.
"I know. You're Xiaohu's comrade.
I wanted to talk with you yesterday, to ask about Xiaohu's recent situation, but my body just wouldn't cooperate. Auntie, my name is Lin Chong, Lin with two wood radicals, Chong meaning 1,000 miles heavy. You can just call me Xiao Chong from now on."
Hearing Yang whose name brought a pang of sadness to Lin Chang's heart. "Huzi is on a mission, so he can't come back to see you.
He asked me to take care of you in Xiaoying. I'll take you to the hospital shortly." Hearing Lin Chang's words, Yang Ying, standing nearby, quietly turned her head away and wiped her eyes.
"Isn't this too much trouble for you? And we can't afford the hospital fees either." Aunt Yang felt uneasy. "Not at all. This is what I should be doing. Don't worry about the hospital fees either. Just focus on getting better." Lin Chong offered reassuring words to Mrs. Yang, then gave Yang Ying a knowing glance.
Wiping away her tears, Yang Ying smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry about the hospital fees. Brother sent a large sum of money, and Brother Lin will help too. Then I can finally relax." Yang's mother exhaled in relief before covering her mouth to suppress another coughing fit. #######. Chapter 14, Teaching the Thugs a Lesson. After settling things with Mrs. Yang, Yang Ying packed some clean clothes. Together with Lin Zhong, they took Mrs. Yang to Xinghe First People's Hospital. Xinghe First People's Hospital ranked among the top 3 comprehensive hospitals in the entire city. It boasted complete facilities, skilled medical expertise, and excellent service, and consequently, its fees were steep. On the way to the hospital, through casual conversation with Yang Ying and her mother, Lin Zhong finally learned what illness Mrs. Yan was suffering from. It was lung cancer, a malignant tumor with high incidence and mortality rates, and it had already progressed to the late stage. This news weighed heavily on Lin Chang's heart. Lin Zhong arranged for Yang Mama to be admitted to a special care ward with 24-hour nursing, paying over 100,000 yuan upfront for the treatment and accommodation. Yet, this sum would only cover her stay for 1 month. Though the hospitalization was costly, seeing the more relaxed and cheerful smiles on both Yang's mother and Yang Ying's faces made Lin Zhong feel that every penny spent was worth it. After settling Mrs. Yang's hospital arrangements, Lin Zhong and Yang Ying walked out of the hospital together. "Brother Lin, thank you," Yang Ying murmured softly as they walked. "We're family. No need for thanks." Lin Zhong reached out and ruffled Yang Ying's hair, messing up her neat style. "You're still young, so stop talking like an adult. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Your job is to focus on your studies and get into a good university, understand?" Yang Ying dodged Lin Chang's large hand, pouting unhappily.
I know. And you're not even that much older than me.
As they walked and talked, passing through a quiet street, several people with brightly colored hair and swing, unsteady gaits approached from the opposite direction.
Yang Ying's exquisitely beautiful face caught their attention.
They stared at her blankly, their eyes brimming with undisguised astonishment and heat. As one of them brushed past her, he suddenly lurched sideways, deliberately bumping into Yang Ying. With a feigned ouch, he reached out to grab her slender waist. Just as he was about to collide with her, Lin Zhong grabbed Yang Ying's shoulder and pulled her aside. Unexpectedly, Yang Ying dodged the collision. The man, unable to pull back his momentum in time, stumbled and fell with a thud.
Brother Lin, what's going on? Yang Ying, still unaware of the commotion, blinked in confusion, wide-eyed and bewildered. Nothing. Stand behind me.
Lin Chang's tone was flat, but his eyes narrowed.
You ing blind? How dare you bump into my brother?
A man with a head of green hair snarled at Yang Ying. This man had a tattoo on his neck and a nose stud, looking about 20 years old. His companions were similar in age, though their hair colors varied. Their attire and demeanor made it clear these guys were street thugs who ruled the streets with an iron fist. Yang Ying flinched at the man's voice and hid behind Lin Zhong. Her frightened expression only fueled the thug's arrogance. Especially her breathtaking beauty, rare among 10,000, stirred up some dark thoughts within them, their eyes gleaming with lust. Lin Zhong shifted his body imperceptibly, blocking the thug's view. Inside, he felt a bit exasperated, wondering why he always seemed to cross paths with these kinds of troublemakers.
His actions instantly made him the thug's target. Damn it, what are you blocking? Get the hell out of the way and let us have some fun with this chick. What if I say no?
The thug who had fallen earlier scrambled to his feet. With a loud pft, he spat a thick lob of phlegm at Lin Chang's feet. Pointing his finger right at Lin Chang's nose, he snarled, trying to play the hero in front of us, huh? Get the hell out of here before I blow your brains out. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes before he suddenly smiled.
How amusing. Is this world really this full of blind fools? And I've managed to run into every last one of them. You dare call us fools?
The green-haired thug gave a signal to the other three. They spread out in perfect unison, surrounding Lin Zhong and Yang Ying.
Kid, it's too late to run now. If you know what's good for you, get down on your knees and call us grandpa. Maybe we'll let you off easy.
Why waste words with this bastard? If he wants to die, we'll grant his wish.
Guys, let's go. Beat him up.
One thug swung his fist first, aiming straight for Lin Chang's face. Heaven's path lies open before you, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell's gates are shut, yet you insist on throwing yourselves in.
Since you've chosen death for yourselves, don't blame me.
Lin Chang's gaze turned icy as he delivered a lightning-fast kick.
Thud. The kick was blindingly fast, striking the thug's midsection before he could react, sending him flying sideways. Snap. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. The thug, struck in the chest, let out a blood-curdling scream. Clutching his chest with both hands, he lay on the ground, writhing in agony, unable to rise. With just a casual kick, Lin Zhong had shattered the thug's sternum. And this was Lin Zhong holding back. Otherwise, the thug wouldn't have ended up with a broken sternum. His chest would have been crushed to pieces. Seeing their comrade writhing in agony on the ground, the faces of the other three thugs twisted with rage. They cursed and lunged at Lin Zhong. You bastard. How dare you hurt my brother? You bastard, you're dead this time. Not even the gods can save you.
One thug brandished a brick he'd snatched from the roadside, swinging it high with a whoosh as he aimed it at Lin Chang's head. The other two thugs employed a street fighting tactic proven effective time and again, lunging left and right to grab Lin Chang's arms, aiming to pin him down. Seeing this, Yang Ying, hiding behind Lin Zhong, covered her mouth with her hand, eyes wide, her heart suddenly filled with worry. But in the next instant, her worry vanished completely, and she was utterly stunned. Lin Zhong allowed the two thugs to grab his arms. With lightning speed, he swung his left leg up and delivered a kick that sent the brick-wielding thug flying backward. He then flexed his arms, violently swinging the two thugs who were clutching his arms into the air. Two adult men, each over 170 centimeters tall and weighing more than 140 jin, hung from Lin Chang's arms like two feather-light rag dolls. With two thuds, Lin Zhong slammed them onto the ground. Their faces made intimate contact with the pavement, instantly drawing blood from their noses. In the blink of an eye, all four thugs had been taken down by Lin Zhong. From start to finish, the entire incident lasted less than 30 seconds. Such a street brawl was barely a warm-up for Lin Zhong. Yang Ying had never witnessed anything like this before. Watching his retreating figure, her wide eyes nearly sparkled with stars, filled with admiration, and her rosy little mouth opened slightly in awe. The four thugs Lin Zhong had knocked down were filled with terror. They stared at him as if he were some inhuman monster. After effortlessly taking down the four troublemakers, Lin Zhong turned and caught Yang Ying's expression, a mix of awe and astonishment. A faint smile touched his lips, and the murderous glint vanished from his eyes. #######. Chapter 15, Preparing for Work. Let's go. Lin Zhong took Yang Ying's soft little hand and walked past the thugs without looking back. Only after Lin Zhong and Yang Ying had completely disappeared from sight did the four thugs scramble to their feet, their eyes still filled with lingering terror as they watched his receding figure. Everything that had transpired today would undoubtedly cast a shadow over their minds. Her hand held by Lin Zhong, Yang Ying's heart pounded wildly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet she didn't want to pull away from his strong grip. Lin Chang's display of formidable strength, effortlessly taking down those thugs, left Yang Ying both astonished and filled with a long-forgotten sense of security. Growing up, her striking beauty had subjected her to endless gossip and rumors. This had shaped her into a quiet, introverted girl, soft on the outside, but strong on the inside. But Lin Chang's appearance felt like a ray of light, breaking through Yang Ying's emotional defenses and reigniting her youthful vitality. At her core, Yang Ying was still just a 17-year-old girl. "Brother Lin, you're so amazing. I wish I could be as skilled as you," Yang Ying murmured, recalling the earlier scene with genuine admiration. "What? You want to learn? I can teach you." "Really?" Yang Ying's face lit up with delight as she wrapped her arms around Lin Chang's arm. "Could I become as skilled as Brother Lin?" Lin Zhong considered it for a moment before nodding. "In a while, I'll teach you some practical self-defense techniques. You won't become as skilled as me, but you'll be able to handle ordinary people." "Awesome!" Yang Ying cheered, her voice clear and sweet like a silver bell. With her angelic beauty, she instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Accompanied by Yang Ying, Lin Zhong entered a high-end clothing boutique. A saleswoman in her early 20s, heavily made up but quite attractive, immediately approached them. Her professional smile remained fixed as she asked in a mechanical tone, "Hello, what might I help you with today?" The saleswoman glanced at Lin Chang's shabby clothes, gave an almost imperceptible curl of her lip, and her professional smile became strained. Then she noticed Yang Ying standing behind Lin Zhong, and suddenly felt a pang of self-consciousness. Compared to Yang Ying, this saleswoman who herself possessed a good figure and lovely features suddenly seemed utterly overshadowed. Because Yang Ying's beauty was flawless from every angle, an exquisite perfection. Not just the saleswoman, but everyone else in the clothing store found their gaze drawn to Yang Ying. Several men accompanying their girlfriends to shop were particularly transfixed, one of them even drooling without realizing it. When they saw Yang Ying's delicate, pale hand being held by Lin Zhong, jealousy burned within them. They longed to take Lin Zhong's place. A fresh, vibrant flower planted in cow dung. That was the thought echoing in everyone's mind. Lin Zhong, however, couldn't care less about what others thought. He released Yang Ying's hand, walked around the store once, and quickly made his choice. Pointing, he declared, "I'll take that suit, that shirt, and those leather shoes." The saleswoman followed his gesture with her gaze, her expression turning slightly peculiar. Because the clothes and shoes Lin Zhong had chosen weren't cheap, they were expensive. At least compared to what Lin Zhong was wearing. Lin Zhong himself didn't place much importance on clothing. To him, a 10 yuan bargain from a street vendor and a 1,000 or 10,000 yuan designer suit held no inherent distinction of value, only whether they fit properly or not. However, he realized that since his job was to serve as the CEO's personal bodyguard, and Star River Pharmaceuticals had paid him a hefty salary for it, he couldn't show up for work looking shabby and embarrass his employer. "Are you sure you want to buy those clothes and shoes?" the saleswoman asked again, afraid he might point to the wrong items. Affirmative. Lin Zhong didn't take offense at her attitude. Given his current attire, the fact she hadn't kicked him out was already remarkably generous. "All right." The saleswoman hesitated briefly before retrieving the suit, shirt, and leather shoes Lin Zhong had selected and placing them before him. "This suit is 8,500 yuan, this shirt is 1,500 yuan, and these leather shoes are 3,999 yuan. The total for all three items is 13,999 yuan. The saleswoman's announcement sent ripples of murmurs through the store. Almost everyone doubted Lin Zhong could afford it, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Especially a few men who had envied and resented Lin Zhong were now gloating, whispering and snickering among themselves. "That kid's got to be stunned, haha. The price of these outfits? That kid would have to lay bricks for months to earn it. TSK. I bet you he can't afford it. What do you say, want to wager? Get lost. Who'd bet with you? It's obvious as day." The various whispers reached Lin Zhong and Yang Ying's ears. While Lin Zhong remained unfazed, Yang Ying grew furious. Her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly together, her snow-white face flushed crimson as she glared angrily at the men disparaging Lin Zhong. "Can I try it on?" Lin Zhong asked calmly. The female clerk shook her head, her gaze carrying a hint of disdain as she looked at Lin Zhong. "Sorry, but we don't offer try-ons for our clothes. If you want to try something on, you have to buy it." She emphasized the word purchase. "Fine, I'll buy it." Lin Zhong pulled a bank card from his pocket, pinching it between two fingers. "Can I pay by card?" Lin Chang's words and actions left the saleswoman speechless, plunging the clothing store into an instant deathly silence. All the whispering and murmuring ceased. Seeing the saleswoman's stunned expression and the others in the store looking like they wanted to sink into the ground, Yang Ying suddenly felt inexplicably elated. After a long moment, the saleswoman snapped out of her daze, hastily taking the card from Lin Chang's hand. Her tone instantly turned deferential. "Of course, please follow me." Seeing Lin Zhong actually had the money to buy such high-end clothing, the men who had looked down on him earlier felt their faces burning with embarrassment. They quietly stood up and slunk out of the clothing store. After swiping his card, Lin Zhong smiled faintly and asked with a hint of sarcasm, "May I try it on now?" "Of course, no problem. Please, the fitting room is over there." The saleswoman's face flushed slightly, though it was hidden beneath her makeup. Lin Zhong nodded to Yang Ying, then carried his purchases into the fitting room. Just a few minutes later, when Lin Zhong emerged from the fitting room, everyone in the store including Yang Ying stared wide-eyed. Dressed in the formal attire, Lin Zhong looked like a completely different person. The black suit and white shirt fit him perfectly, accentuating his tall, muscular frame. Standing there, he radiated an extraordinary aura. It seemed as though the suit had been custom-made for him, with not a single misplaced stitch. Lin Zhong glanced at his reflection in the mirror, quite pleased with the result. Just as he was about to head back into the fitting room to change out of it, Yang Ying pulled him back. "Big brother Lin, just wear it," Yang Ying said, her cheeks flushed. "You look absolutely stunning in that suit, so handsome. This suit is for work. Who wears such formal attire on a regular day?" Lin Zhong ruffled Yang Ying's hair but didn't take her suggestion. By the time they emerged from the clothing store, evening had fallen and the streetlights had begun to glow. Lin Zhong said to Yang Ying, "Let's go. I'll walk you home and pick up a phone along the way." By the time Lin Zhong and Yang Ying returned to Hongsheng Alley, night had fallen completely. "You're home alone tonight. Make sure to lock all the doors and windows, and call me if anything happens." Lin Zhong ruffled Yang Ying's hair and turned to leave. "Brother Lin, please wait." Yang Ying's slightly anxious voice called out from behind him after he'd taken only a few steps. "What is it?" Lin Zhong halted, puzzled. Yang Ying clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes darting around, unable to meet Lin Chang's gaze. "Have you found a place to stay yet?" "Not yet, but don't worry. I'll book a hotel nearby and look for a place to rent tomorrow." Yang Ying's face grew redder, though it was hard to tell in the darkness. Her heart pounded wildly. "My mom's in the hospital, so there's a room open at home right now. Why don't you just stay at my place?" Hashtag 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 hashtag. Chapter 16, Moving into the Yang residence. After uttering those words, Yang Ying felt as though she might collapse from exhaustion. She couldn't fathom why she'd spoken such shameless words. It must be because she was afraid of being alone tonight, Yang Ying told herself. Lin Zhong thought it over carefully and decided Yang Ying's suggestion wasn't unreasonable. His nature was always decisive and straightforward, never dragging his feet. He nodded immediately, agreeing, "All right, I was worried about you being home alone anyway. Let's go, we're heading home." A huge weight lifted from Yang Ying's heart. Her greatest fear had been Lin Chang's refusal. Inviting him to stay at her home had drained every last ounce of her courage. If he had refused her again, she didn't know if she would ever have the courage to face him again. Yet, even as she breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Ying felt an overwhelming blush of shyness. This was the first time she'd ever invited a boy to her home, and the first time she'd ever spent the night alone with one. As these thoughts swirled, Yang Ying's heartbeat quickened. Lin Zhong was completely oblivious to Yang Ying's girlish thoughts. He had no ulterior motives, he simply wanted to take good care of Yang Hu's family. That was all. After arriving home, Lin Zhong quickly finished washing up while Yang Ying tidied the room. Yang Ying's home wasn't large, just a one-bedroom apartment. The bedroom was partitioned into two smaller rooms with wooden boards, and the bathroom was right next to the living room, meaning one had to pass through the living room to shower. To spare Yang Ying any awkwardness, Lin Zhong slipped into the room she had prepared for him after finishing his routine. This room had originally belonged to Yang Ying. It was decorated in a delicate style, with pink wallpaper covering the walls and a faint, subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Lin Zhong only gave it a cursory glance before closing the door, opening the window, and beginning his practice of the Dragon Tiger Force. At 5 in the morning, Lin Zhong woke up on schedule. Listening intently, he heard faint breathing from the next room. Yang Ying was still asleep. Lin Zhong slipped silently out of bed, dressed, and moved with the stealth of a cat. He approached the window and leaped outward. Though Yang Ying's home was on the third floor, over 20 feet above ground, such heights were trivial to Lin Chang's physical prowess. Landing with knees slightly bent, he absorbed the impact without a sound. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Most people were still asleep, and only a few pedestrians were visible on the streets. Lin Zhong moved swiftly, soon reaching the small park near Hongsheng Alley. Upon reaching the park, Lin Zhong cultivated the Dragon Tiger power for half an hour before beginning his boxing routine. He practiced military boxing, a common martial art in the army. Anyone who had undergone military training knew at least a few moves. However, unlike ordinary military boxing, Lin Chang's version had been modified. The moves appeared simple and ordinary, yet concealed lethal intent, truly a case of great skill appearing clumsy. Minor strikes could cripple an opponent, while severe ones could take a life, earning it the moniker military killing fist. Lin Zhong infused his Dragon Tiger power into the boxing, each punch striking with lightning speed and unmatched ferocity. Yet the transitions were fluid, like flowing clouds in water. Every move generated a fierce wind, swirling the fallen leaves around him. After completing the sequence, not a single bead of sweat glistened on Lin Chang's body. Only steam rose from his head, and his eyes shone with an intense brilliance. He exhaled deeply, and the breath erupted with a hiss, the same shrieking sound a kettle makes when boiling water forces the steam to burst from its spout. "Young man, impressive skills," exclaimed a white-haired elder practicing morning exercises in the park, clapping in admiration. "You flatter me, sir," Lin Zhong replied with a nod and a smile. He picked up his clothes from the bench and left the park. Only he knew the truth. Though he appeared formidable now, he had actually hit a bottleneck. He had cultivated the Dragon Tiger Force to the pinnacle of the Manifest Force realm, yet the barrier to the hidden force remained elusive. This seemingly slight gap was no trivial matter. Countless practitioners throughout history had been trapped by it, never advancing an inch until their dying breath. To break through to the Dark Force realm required not only relentless training but also a stroke of luck. Yang Ying stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful curves as she awoke from a deep sleep. Ever since her brother enlisted and her mother fell ill, Yang Ying hadn't slept this soundly in ages. Lin Zhong's presence had given Yang Ying a rare sense of security, calming the constant unease in her heart. Perhaps because of this, even though she was awake, she didn't want to get out of bed, something unthinkable before. What should I do today? Yang Ying lay in bed, her mind wandering. I wonder if brother Lin is up yet. Should I ask him to drive me to school later? After class, I should go with him to visit mom in the hospital. Just as Yang Ying was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Are you awake? Lin Zhong's voice came from outside. Startled, Yang Ying sat bolt upright and stammered, I'm awake. Since you're awake, hurry up and come out. I've already bought breakfast for you and will take you to school later. Oh, okay. When Yang Ying finished washing up and appeared before Lin Zhong, he was struck by her radiant beauty. Even the plain school uniform couldn't conceal Yang Ying's innate beauty. Her snow-white skin was so delicate it seemed it could break with a touch. Without any makeup, she still radiated a pure, ethereal charm. Lin Zhong discreetly averted his gaze and gestured toward the soy milk and steamed buns on the table. Have breakfast. Yang Ying obediently picked up a bun and took small bites. Her eating manner was so graceful and refined that Lin Zhong found it a pleasure to watch. Feeling shy under Lin Chang's gaze, Yang Ying lowered her head further and ate more slowly. Her hand kept reaching out to touch her face, as if she thought there was dirt on it. 2 simple buns and a bag of soy milk took Yang Ying nearly 10 minutes to finish. If it were Lin Zhong himself, he could probably finish in under a minute. After breakfast, Yang Ying picked up her black handbag filled with books and left with Lin Zhong for school. Lin Zhong accompanied Yang Ying to school for 2 reasons. First, he was concerned about her safety, and second, he wanted to familiarize himself with the surrounding area. This was his first time in Xinghe, and he was unfamiliar with everything about the city. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly be staying here for a long time. Therefore, he needed to quickly familiarize himself with Xinghe to avoid being completely lost and floundering like a headless fly if anything happened in the future. Yang Ying attended Xinghe No. 3 High School, one of the city's top-tier institutions. Among the over 100 high schools large and small, Xinghe No. 3 High School was unquestionably the premier one. With over 2,000 students, admission was reserved for those from prominent families, either wealthy or influential, or for those with outstanding academic and moral records. Even on a national scale, Jiangju No. 3 High School ranked among the elite. Its graduates boasted a 100% university acceptance rate, with the vast majority securing admission to top-tier institutions. Regardless, Jiangju No. 3 High School remains an unattainable dream for ordinary students. Countless individuals fight tooth and nail for a single admission spot. At this moment, luxury cars crowded the school entrance: Cadillacs, Bentleys, Ferraris everywhere. Compared to these top-tier vehicles, the few BMWs present looked downright shabby. #######. Chapter 17, The Meeting of Two Beauties. Lin Zhong and Yang Ying walked side by side. Along the way, students pointed and whispered at them, their gazes filled with peculiarity. Lin Zhong had keen senses. Though the students deliberately lowered their voices and kept their distance, he could still hear their conversations clearly. Hey, look! Isn't that our school's beauty queen, Yang Ying? Why is she with a guy? Cut the nonsense. Yang Ying has kept herself pure all 3 years of high school, never associating with any boys. How could she possibly come to school with a guy? Someone retorted sharply. See for yourself. Oh my god. I must be dreaming. How could my goddess be walking with a guy? Lin Zhong could almost hear the sound of a male student's heart shattering. Who knew Yang Ying was the school beauty of Xinghe No. 3 High? Lin Zhong was taken aback, beginning to question whether bringing Yang Ying to school was such a smart move after all. The fact that Yang Ying had been dropped off by a man would undoubtedly cause a huge stir at Xinghe No. 3 High School, inevitably sparking rumors. While those rumors wouldn't affect Lin Zhong, Yang Ying, being in school, couldn't avoid them. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Chang's brow slowly furrowed. Walking beside him, Yang Ying seemed to sense his thoughts. She tugged gently at his sleeve and said softly, Brother Lin, don't worry about me. I'm used to people's idle chatter. Lin Zhong smiled faintly and nodded, silently resolving within himself that he would never let Yang Ying suffer even the slightest injustice again. Hey, Princess Peace, you're here for class? And who's this guy beside you? Why haven't you introduced him? Just then, a crisp, pleasant voice one Lin Zhong found strangely familiar sounded nearby. Hearing that voice, even Lin Zhong, known for his deep composure and unreadable expressions, couldn't help but stiffen, his face twisting into an odd expression. Could it be that coincidental? As if to confirm his inner thoughts, a petite figure bounced out from the side, blocking the space between Lin Zhong and Yang Ying. This sudden arrival sported a ponytail, a delicate oval face, large eyes, and two faint dimples that graced her cheeks even when unsmiling, radiating a lively and vibrant aura. Who else could it be but Guan Wei? Guan Wei had intended to startle Yang Ying, but upon recognizing Lin Chang's face, she was the one who froze in surprise. A flash of delight lit her eyes. Guan Wei's mouth opened slightly, and the words "Brother Lin" nearly slipped out. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time, preventing herself from losing composure.
Regardless, the delight on Guan Wei's face was impossible to conceal. Lin Zhong's sudden departure had left Guan Wei gloomy all day. She thought she'd never see him again, yet here they were, reunited by such a coincidence. Lin Chang's face also broke into a smile, feeling that fate truly worked in mysterious ways. Yang Ying was startled by Guan Wei's sudden appearance.
Hearing Guan Wei call her by her nickname made her face flush crimson with both embarrassment and annoyance. Just as she prepared to retort, she noticed Guan Wei staring blankly at Brother Lin's face, looking utterly starstruck. Brother Lin, too, wore a gentle smile as his eyes met Guan Wei's. A pang of jealousy suddenly stung Yang Ying's heart, as if something she held dear was about to be snatched away by Guan Wei. A strange sense of vigilance arose within her. She quietly tugged at Lin Chang's sleeve. "Brother Lin, do you know Xiao Wei?" Before Lin Zhong could answer, Guan Wei piped up from across the table. "Of course not. Who is this guy, bro?" "Ying, you call him bro so intimately, what's your relationship?" With that counter-question, Guan Wei instantly seized the initiative. Yang Ying's pretty face flushed slightly as she stammered. He's... Lin Zhong shot Guan Wei a sharp glance. He was certain she was doing this deliberately. He gently patted Yang Ying's shoulder and took over the conversation. "I'm Yang Ying's brother's comrade in arms. Young lady, are you and Yang Ying very close?" "Of course we are. I'm Yang Ying's bestie, humph." Guan Wei puckered her lips and gave a haughty little snort. Then, unable to control herself, she giggled. "So you're Yang Ying's brother's comrade in arms? I thought you were Yang Ying's lover. Calling me Brother Lin like that is so cheesy, it gives me goosebumps." Hearing Guan Wei say this, Yang Ying's face instantly flushed crimson. Her head drooped lower and lower until her chin nearly touched her chest. Lin Zhong couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. She was complaining about Yang Ying's sappy moans, yet hadn't she been moaning just as enthusiastically herself earlier? Of course, he knew better than to voice this thought aloud. Doing so would only alienate Guan Wei completely. Clearing his throat, Lin Zhong decided the best course of action was to make a quick exit. "You two should hurry inside for class." "I'm leaving." "Okay, big brother Lin." Guan Wei mimicked Yang Ying's tone, deliberately drawing out the syllables. "Ying Ying and I are heading to class first. See you after school." With that, Guan Wei tugged Yang Ying toward the school. Halfway there, Guan Wei suddenly turned back, flashed Lin Zhong an utterly adorable pout, then mouthed two words, "Liar." Lin Zhong awkwardly rubbed his chin. Though he didn't understand why Guan Wei had said that, he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. After watching the two girls enter the school gates, Lin Zhong turned and walked away. Across the street, a young student with an ordinary appearance, dark eyes, and purple-dyed hair sat in a red Ferrari. His face was ashen as he watched Yang Ying and Lin Zhong part ways. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The young student pounded the steering wheel, gritting his teeth and growling lowly. "Yang Ying, I've always treated you with courtesy, gone out of my way to please you, yet you've cast my kindness aside like a worn-out shoe. You even went out and found some stray man. Fine. Since that's the case, we'll see how this plays out. Just you wait and see how I'll destroy you." His face contorted in a hysterical rage, his eyes blazing with venomous hatred. For the rest of the day, Lin Zhong spent his time searching for an apartment. But in a big city like Xinghe, finding a satisfactory place wasn't easy. While the remaining wages in Lin Chang's bank account could cover 3 months' rent and a security deposit, he couldn't possibly do that. If he spent all his money on rent, how would he afford food? How would he cover Mother Yang's hospital bills? Lin Zhong suddenly realized that even though he'd landed a well-paying bodyguard job, his financial strain hadn't eased one bit. If anything, his expenses had multiplied. It seemed he needed to find another way to make money. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chang's gaze grew unconsciously deep and intense. The next day, Lin Zhong rose punctually at 5 in the morning. After his customary hour of Dragon Tiger energy training, he placed breakfast on the table, left a note for Yang Ying, and stepped out the door in his suit. Today was his first official day on the job. To make a good impression on his future boss, Lin Zhong didn't want to be late. After transferring between several buses, Lin Zhong finally arrived at Galaxy Tower. Coincidentally, the security guards stationed at the entrance were the very same two he had dealt with a couple of days prior. Although Lin Zhong had changed into a suit, transforming his entire demeanor, the two guards remembered him vividly from the beating they had taken at his hands. They recognized him immediately. Fear flashed across their faces. As Lin Zhong passed by, they simultaneously bowed and scraped, plastering obsequious smiles on their faces. "Good morning, Brother Zhong." Lin Zhong gave them a dismissive glance, offered a slight nod, and walked straight past them. ########.
Chapter 18, The CEO from Above.
Upon entering the lobby, Lin Zhong immediately spotted Lu Ying standing in the center. Lu Ying wore the same black skirt suit as last time, her graceful figure accentuated by its form-fitting design. She paced anxiously across the lobby, her long, slender legs drawing attention. Spotting Lin Zhong enter, her eyes lit up. She rushed over, grabbed his hand, and pulled him toward the exit without a word. Her hand was smooth and delicate, soft as if without bones. Lin Zhong found himself being pulled along, completely bewildered.
"Sissine, what's going on? You ask me what's wrong?"
Lu Ying shot him a disapproving look.
"I'll explain later. Did you buy the phone I asked you to get?"
"I did." Lin Zhong pulled out his phone with his other hand and waved it at Lu Ying.
"If you bought it, why didn't you call me? I couldn't even reach you."
Only then did Lin Zhong recall Lu Ying's request, and he felt a pang of guilt.
"I'm sorry. My bad."
He didn't make excuses for his mistake but apologized sincerely. His attitude made it impossible for Lu Ying to stay angry, not that she ever truly was. "Since you know you're sorry, remember to treat your big sister to a meal sometime. But for now, just focus on getting through this situation safely." Lu Ying's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude.
Lin Chang's confusion deepened.
As they spoke, Lu Ying had already pulled him to the plaza in front of Galaxy Tower, where a sapphire blue Lamborghini was parked. Lu Ying shoved the keys into Lin Zhong's hand, opened the door, and shoved him into the driver's seat.
"Hurry up and drive to Xinghe Airport to pick up the CEO. He lands in an hour. Our CEO is extremely punctual and hates it when people are late. I'll tell you the rest over the phone. Get moving."
Without a word, Lin Zhong slammed the door shut. With practiced ease, he started the Lamborghini and pressed the accelerator. The car roared to life with a deep growl, shooting forward like a streak of blue lightning. Watching the Lamborghini vanish into the distance, a peculiar gleam flashed in Lu Ying's eyes.
Young Lin truly is extraordinary.
Not only is he highly skilled, but his driving technique is also so proficient.
What exactly is your background?
Yesterday, Lu Ying had intended to look up Lin Chang's file. Yet when she entered his identity information, she found only a blank page.
Yet Lin Chang's identity was undeniably real, not fabricated.
This could only mean one thing: Lin Chang's identity was classified as top secret, something ordinary people had no right to know. All of this made Lu Ying intensely curious about Lin Zhong.
Unaware of Lu Ying's thoughts, Lin Zhong was currently speeding toward Xinghe Airport in his Lamborghini. Though unfamiliar with Xingzhou's roads, he had no worries navigation systems existed. Guided by the navigation system, Lin Zhong was confident he could reach Gyeongbuk Airport within an hour. While driving, Lin Zhong pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Ying's number. "Hello, Sister Yin. Little brother Lin, you finally called your sister." Lu Ying sounded calm and collected on the other end, as if the person who had been so anxious earlier wasn't her. "Where are you now? Will you make it in time?" "No problem. I'll definitely make it to the airport on time."
Lin Zhong was brimming with confidence.
"Sissine, does the president have any distinctive physical features? Or is she wearing anything specific?" "None of that matters. You'll spot her the moment you arrive at the airport."
Lu Ying gave a mysterious smile, leaving him hanging.
"Got it."
Lin Zhong hung up, slammed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini surged forward.
But the high speed didn't last long.
Lin Zhong had to slow down because a large crowd had gathered by the roadside ahead. A middle-aged woman in her 40s stood by the roadside, waving frantically at passing vehicles. Yet the cars all drove past without a second glance, showing no intention of stopping. As Lin Zhong drove by, the woman waved at him too, though she held little hope. After all, those who drove Lamborghinis were usually either wealthy or influential, and such people rarely stopped for such matters. But Lin Zhong stopped. Through the crowd, Lin Zhong could vaguely make out an elderly man with graying hair lying motionless on the ground. His face was pale, and his expression was one of agony. Seeing Lin Zhong stop, the middle-aged woman was overjoyed. She practically ran to the car, her voice urgent. "Young man, could you please help?" Her eyes brimmed with anxiety as she looked expectantly at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong rolled down his window, his gaze shifting away from the old man. He asked in a low voice, "Auntie, what do you need me to do?" An elderly gentleman over there suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and collapsed. "He's in critical condition and needs urgent hospital transport. I don't know him personally, but I can't bear seeing someone so old lying helpless on the ground like this. We all grow old someday." The woman spoke rapidly, her words pouring out in a flurry of concern. As she spoke, Lin Zhong studied her expression closely and could tell she wasn't lying. With the keen observational skills honed during his military training, Lin Zhong knew that while some might deceive him, this warm-hearted middle-aged woman certainly wasn't one of them. Without further hesitation, Lin Zhong got out of the car, lifted the elderly man, and carefully placed him in the back seat. He then prepared to drive to the hospital. To Lin Chang's surprise, the middle-aged woman climbed into the back seat as well. "Young man, let's go. I'll accompany you to take this gentleman to the hospital." It'll serve as proof that his collapse had nothing to do with you were simply doing a good deed, the woman said with a smile, wiping the sweat from her face. Lin Zhong felt a warm surge in his heart. He nodded, restarted the Lamborghini, turned the corner, and drove off in another direction. He hadn't forgotten his original mission, but compared to a human life, what did it matter if his CEO had to wait a little longer? Perhaps this incident would leave a poor impression on the CEO, but Lin Zhong had no regrets. At Xinghe Airport, a flight from the capital touched down smoothly. However, even after the plane touched down, the passengers disembarking lingered for a long time, lingering around the aircraft, their eyes constantly darting toward the cabin door as if waiting for something. Under the collective gaze, a long-haired woman in a deep purple skirt appeared at the cabin door and descended gracefully. Almost the moment she appeared, a chorus of gasps erupted around the aircraft. Many people pulled out their phones, snapping photos of her without permission. For this young woman was simply too beautiful, too perfect. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her tall, slender figure was flawlessly proportioned, utterly beautiful, every inch of her irresistibly alluring. Beneath the skirt, a pair of long, fair legs could fulfill any man's fantasy. A pair of oversized sunglasses covered her jade-like face, hiding her eyes and brows, yet her delicate nose, rosy lips, and exquisitely defined chin radiated an irresistible allure. Had she lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a nation-toppling, peerless temptress. This peerless beauty, who had just stepped off the plane, was none other than Su Miao, the newly appointed president of Star River Pharmaceutical Group. Long accustomed to being the center of attention, Su Miao walked straight through the crowd after disembarking, her dress flowing gracefully. Her expression was cold, her lips pressed tightly together, like a proud phoenix utterly ignoring everyone around her. Stepping out of the terminal, her beautiful eyes behind dark sunglasses scanned the area. Finding no one there to greet her, her dark brows furrowed, a flicker of anger rising between them. Just then, a white BMW pulled up from a distance, stopping before her. The window rolled down, revealing a rather handsome face. "Hey, beautiful, need a ride?" Hashtag. Chapter 19, Storm Clouds Gathering. Su Miao shot the man a cold glance before shifting her expressionless gaze to the distance, completely ignoring his attempt at conversation. After waiting a moment with no response, the man felt a mix of awkwardness, boredom, and growing irritation. He wanted to mock Su Miao, but for some reason, she radiated an aura of cold, unyielding authority that made him hesitate to speak his mind. "Pfft, what's with the act?" the man muttered under his breath before driving away. Su Miao waited for quite some time. Seeing no one coming, she raised her arm to check the time again, and her anger deepened instantly. "What on earth is Luing doing, making me wait this long?" Su Miao seethed inwardly, but she was no ordinary woman. Taking several deep breaths, she suppressed her anger, though her gaze grew even colder. Several minutes later, Lin Zhong finally arrived at the airport in his Lamborghini. His eyes immediately locked onto Su Miao standing at the terminal entrance. Though he had no proof, recalling Luing's words, Lin Zhong knew this woman was the person he was here to pick up and his future boss. Lin Zhong parked the Lamborghini, opened the door, and walked toward Su Miao. "You're Lin Zhong?" Su Miao's dark brows knitted tightly as she spoke coldly upon seeing him approach. "Yes, I'm sorry I'm late." Lin Chang's words were cut short as Su Miao walked past him, sat in the passenger seat, and slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving him standing there. Lin Zhong swallowed the rest of his apology, got into the driver's seat without a word, and drove off. His decisive, no-nonsense approach actually made Su Miao glance at him a few more times. After settling into the car, Su Miao removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of captivatingly beautiful eyes and slender, arched eyebrows that swept back toward her temples. "My name is Su Miao, the new president of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group. You may address me as President Su or Miss Su." Su Miao's voice was crisp and pleasant, yet her tone remained cold. "You were late today. Regardless of your reasons, tardiness is tardiness. I waited 16 minutes for you, so your salary for this month will be deducted by 16%. Any objections?" "No." Lin Zhong gritted his teeth inwardly, feeling a sharp pang of pain. His monthly salary was 50,000 yuan. A 16% deduction meant losing 8,000 yuan. But Lin Zhong also understood that Su Miao had actually shown leniency, merely docking his pay. A harsher boss might have fired him on the spot. From this perspective, his boss might be a bit cold, but she wasn't entirely heartless. Lin Chang's crisp, efficient response satisfied Su Miao somewhat, slightly improving her impression of him, though only slightly. Perhaps due to the long flight, Su Miao felt some aches in her body. She raised her arms and stretched lazily. With this movement, her breathtakingly beautiful curves were instantly revealed. Wearing a short skirt, the moment she sat down, most of her smooth, flawless legs were exposed, utterly tempting. Any other man in such a situation would likely find himself restless and overcome with desire, unable to control himself. Yet Lin Zhong remained utterly unmoved. His gaze never wavered from the front, his expression not even flinching. "Very good. You've passed the second test," Su Miao silently acknowledged, mentally awarding Lin Zhong high marks. Her deliberate stretching in front of him was half-intentional. Had Lin Zhong shown even the slightest hint of improper thoughts, Su Miao would never have hired him as her bodyguard. Lin Chang's performance was undoubtedly satisfactory. In fact, his extreme composure made Su Miao wonder if her own charm had diminished. The rest of the journey passed in silence. Lin Zhong drove through most of Qingzhou City before returning to the Galaxy Tower.
At the entrance of Galaxy Tower, several rows of people stood in neat formation, awaiting the new president's arrival. Lu Yin and several other executives stood at the front of the crowd. Lin Zhong exited the car first, opening the door for Su Miao while shifting his body to shield her from view. This small gesture made Su Miao glance up at him, a faint smile touching her lips before vanishing instantly. Su Miao stepped out of the car, her expression calm and composed. She first greeted the executives of Star River Pharmaceutical Group, then delivered a few brief remarks before entering the Star River building accompanied by Lu Yin. Within the entire Star River Pharmaceutical Group, only Lu Yin was Su Miao's true confidant. In truth, Su Miao had invested immense effort to become the president of Star River Pharmaceutical Group, finally rising above the competition and the family's internal selection process. Yet beneath the surface, currents still swirled, and her position remained precarious. Lin Zhong watched Su Miao and Lu Yin enter the building, momentarily unsure whether he should follow them or wait in the car. Though he was a battle-hardened elite soldier, he was not a qualified bodyguard. He had never received any formal training. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Lin Zhong opened it to see it was Lu Yin. "Hello, Sister Yin. Where have you been? Get in here. As the CEO's personal bodyguard, how could you abandon your post? Got it, coming right now." Upon entering the building, Lin Zhong found Su Miao and Lu Yin waiting by the elevator, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Su Miao merely gave him a fleeting glance before turning to Lu Yin. "Make arrangements. I'll be inspecting the pharmaceutical plant this afternoon." "Miss, must it be today?" "Absolutely. I've worked hard to secure this position, and I must take control of the company swiftly. The pharmaceutical plant and laboratory are our foundation. There can be no room for error." "Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Lu Yin turned and left at once, shooting Lin Zhong a meaningful look as she departed. Su Miao and Lu Yin's conversation hadn't been kept from Lin Zhong, though he wasn't particularly interested. He knew nothing about business. He'd taken the job as Su Miao's bodyguard solely for the generous pay. He had no desire to climb the social ladder or curry favor with the powerful. Not far from the Galaxy Tower stood a residential building. 7 or 8 burly men were holed up in one of the apartments. Some sat, some stood, some were awake, some slept, but every one of them was exceptionally strong, radiating a fierce and violent aura from head to toe. Their belts bulged conspicuously, clearly concealing weapons. By the window stood a bald, muscular man peering through binoculars at the distant Galaxy Tower. This bald giant was clearly the leader. Dressed in gray camouflage with rolled-up sleeves, his bronze-colored, powerful muscles gleamed like steel. A deep scar ran across his face, slicing from the corner of his eye to the side of his mouth, lending him a savage, menacing look. "The target's in sight. Everyone, get ready. We're moving out immediately. Prepare to strike." The bald man observed for a moment, then put away his binoculars and spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "Boss, do we really have to take her out? How about letting the guys have some fun first? Heard this one's a real look or a total knockout." One of the men chuckled darkly. The other men exchanged knowing grins. The bald man's expression darkened, a flash of savagery in his eyes. He kicked the laughing man hard, sending him sprawling to the ground where he lay unable to rise for a long while. "Who's the boss here? Me or you? Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. If this mission fails because of you, I'll tear you apart with my bare hands." His gaze swept across the group as his voice turned icy cold. "Listen up, all of you. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Got it? Understood." Intimidated by the bald man's fierce presence, the others dropped their grins, scrambled to their feet, and began moving with disciplined efficiency. #######. Chapter 20 Roadside Ambush. Lin Zhong drove the Lamborghini along a narrow country road. Dense forests flanked both sides of the road, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows on the ground. Lu Yin sat in the passenger seat, while Su Miao rested in the back, her eyes closed. A hint of fatigue lingered on her stunning face. They were en route to a pharmaceutical plant owned by the Galaxy Medical Group. To avoid environmental contamination and prevent accidents, the facility was built in a sparsely populated suburban area far from the main city. Lu Yin sat sideways with her legs crossed, propping her chin on her hand. Her bright eyes fixed on Lin Chang's profile, as if something on his face held her fascination. Lin Zhong had initially managed to focus on driving, but as Lu Yin's gaze grew increasingly bold, roaming freely over his features, he began to feel uncomfortable. "Sissine, is there something on my face?" "Nothing at all," Lu Yin giggled, her eyes sparkling. "It's just that you're so mysterious, little brother Lin. I can't find any records about you. I'm really curious what you used to do." In the back seat, Su Miao, who had been resting her eyes, fluttered her eyelids. Though she didn't open them, her attention sharpened. She too wanted to hear how Lin Zhong would answer Lu Yin's question. Lin Chang's eyes flickered. He knew this question would come sooner or later, but the unit he had joined and all the missions he had carried out within it were classified as top secret. And top secret meant he couldn't say anything.
After careful deliberation, he finally replied, "I was serving in the military until recently."
It's understandable that you couldn't find my records, Sisterine, because the military has strict confidentiality protocols. I see. Though this explanation contains several inconsistencies, Luing didn't suspect Lin Zhong of lying.
The unmistakable military bearing radiating from him was undeniable, precisely why she had dared to hire him in the first place. Lu Yin's words, however, stirred memories within Lin Zhong. Scenes from his time in the military flashed through his mind, and thoughts of Yang Hu sacrificing himself to save him cast a shadow over his mood. Lu Ying keenly sensed the shift in his mood and felt a pang of regret. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped his thigh hard, producing a sharp smack. Startled by her action, Lin Zhong asked, "What's wrong?" "There was a mosquito on your leg. I swatted it for you." Lu Ying said without batting an eye, "Little brother Lin, I don't know what you've been through before, but if you ever need anything in the future, you can always come to me." Hearing Lu Yin's bold offer, Su Miao, seated in the back seat, curved her lips slightly, nearly laughing out loud but managing to hold it in. She hadn't expected manager Lu, known throughout the company for her sharpness and efficiency, to have this side to her. There was no mosquito in the car, and Lin Zhong felt a bit speechless. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he slammed on the brakes. Squeal! Despite the sudden stop, the speeding Lamborghini skidded forward another 7 or 8 meters, its tires screeching against the asphalt. Lu Ying and Su Miao, caught completely off guard, were thrown forward violently, nearly flying out of their seats. Fortunately, the seatbelts held them securely, preventing any injury. "What's going on?" Su Miao opened her eyes, looking at Lin Zhong with a puzzled expression, unable to understand why he had stopped so abruptly. Lin Zhong pointed ahead. A massive tree, requiring 2 people to wrap their arms around its trunk, stood squarely across the middle of the road. Worse still, its position was treacherous right at a blind corner. Had they not noticed it while turning, they would have crashed into it, likely resulting in a fatal accident. Fortunately, Lin Chang's quick reaction had prevented a serious accident. But instead of feeling relieved, Lin Zhong grew even more alert. A tree like this appearing in the middle of the road was definitely not a coincidence. It was deliberately placed there by someone. As for why he did this, the answer is obvious: it was aimed at them. To be precise, it was aimed at Su Miao. Su Miao had also considered this possibility, and her heart suddenly tightened with anxiety. Yet her expression remained calm and composed as her bright eyes fixed on Lin Chang's face. At this moment, the only person she could rely on was Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong didn't get out of the car rashly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the surrounding woods, suddenly catching a glimpse of a faint light. It was the glint of a scope. "Get down!" Lin Zhong barked the command, pressing down on Lu Yin's shoulder to pin her body to the seat. Simultaneously, he leapt forward, tackling Su Miao in the back seat and pinning her beneath him. Bang! The moment Lin Zhong pinned Su Miao down, a gunshot echoed through the dense forest. A pinhole-sized hole appeared on the Lamborghini's windshield, and the seat where Su Miao had been sitting was also pierced by a bullet. Thank God it wasn't a sniper rifle. Though Su Miao was pinned beneath Lin Zhong, not a single romantic thought crossed his mind. His first thought was this: if it had been a sniper rifle, it meant a sniper lurked in the shadows. In such open terrain with no cover, a sniper posed the greatest threat. The gunshot seemed to be a signal. 6 burly men dressed in black, their heads covered with black hoods revealing only their eyes, appeared around the car and rapidly closed in. One of the 6 men carried a pistol, while the other 5 wielded 2-foot-long machetes, their blades glinting with an intimidating cold light. Su Miao's petite frame trembled slightly. No matter how calm and brave she tried to appear, the face of death still stirred fear within her. Lu Ying, seated in the passenger seat, was equally pale, her eyes filled with terror. As the black-clad figures closed in, Lin Chang's gaze turned icy, as if transported back to the blood-soaked battlefields of his past. The scent of death filled his nostrils, awakening a familiar sensation within him. That sensation was a craving for combat, slaughter, blood, and victory. "Stay in the car and don't move," Lin Zhong whispered, then opened the car door just a crack. His body shot out like a leopard, snapping the door shut behind him. The moment Lin Zhong stepped out, a bullet whizzed past his shoulder, striking the car body and leaving a small hole, trailing a trail of sparks. Before him stood 2 burly men, each over 6 feet tall, their eyes gleaming with savage ferocity. They raised their machetes, swinging them down toward Lin Chang's throat. Chapter 21, Total Annihilation. Lin Chang's face was as still as water. His fingers curled like hooks, instantly seizing the wrist of one of the black-clad men. With a forceful twist, he snapped the man's arm, simultaneously snatching the machete and flinging it toward the other black-clad man. Swish! The razor-sharp cleaver plunged straight into the other man's heart. Without so much as a groan, he collapsed dead to the ground. Without pausing, Lin Zhong circled behind the man whose arm he'd shattered. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he snapped the man's neck with a crisp crack. All this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the others reacted, Lin Zhong had already taken out 2 black-clad assassins. His speed left the remaining assassins utterly stunned. These were no ordinary men, they were professionally trained assassins. Even one-on-one against special forces soldiers, they wouldn't necessarily lose. Yet before Lin Zhong, they were utterly powerless, as fragile as children facing an adult. The assassin wielding the pistol was the leader of this group, the same bald giant who had once lurked in the residential buildings observing the galaxy tower. He swiftly raised his gun and fired at Lin Zhong. Bang! 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 Lin Chang's body swayed slightly, effortlessly dodging the bullets as he lunged toward another assassin in black. Damn it, this guy's a pro. The bald man's heart sank. To his eyes, Lin Chang's movements were blindingly fast, impossible to track. The bullets he fired couldn't even keep pace with Lin Chang's speed. In an instant, Lin Zhong closed the distance to the other black-clad assassin. A single punch slammed into the assassin's chest, crushing it inward. Blood spurted violently as the assassin was sent flying backward. Just as Lin Zhong prepared to press his advantage and eliminate the remaining three, a sudden warning flashed through his mind. His body darted sideways 3 feet. A hail of bullets struck the spot where Lin Zhong had stood moments before. Had he not dodged, he would have been riddled with holes like a honeycomb. The other 3 assassins had abandoned their mission to kill Su Miao, shifting their focus entirely to Lin Zhong as they closed in. The sniper concealed in the shadows locked onto Lin Zhong. They understood that unless Lin Zhong was eliminated, their mission would be utterly impossible to accomplish. A cold smile touched Lin Chang's lips. He planted his left foot firmly on the ground and launched himself forward like an arrow, aiming straight for the assassin wielding the pistol. He had already identified this assassin as the leader of the group and the most formidable among them. Eliminating the leader would render the rest insignificant. Seeing Lin Zhong charging toward him, the bald giant unleashed his fury. With a roar, he tossed aside his pistol, gripped his knife with both hands, and swung it down fiercely at Lin Zhong. You're too weak. Lin Zhong instantly closed the distance, uttering the 4 words without emotion, as if merely stating a simple fact. He sidestepped the bald man's attack, then delivered a brutal knee strike to his midsection. The force sent the burly figure flying high into the air. Thud! The bald man's body flew several meters before crashing to the ground. Lin Zhong lunged forward, delivering a flying kick that struck the bald man squarely in the neck. With a sharp crack, the man's neck snapped. His eyes remained wide open, frozen in a deathly stare. The remaining 2 assassins, seeing their boss dispatched so easily, sucked in cold breaths. Exchanging glances, they suddenly turned and fled. Thinking of running now? Don't you think it's a bit too late? The 2 assassins had barely covered a dozen meters when a cold voice echoed behind them. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through their necks, darkness engulfed their vision, and all sensation vanished. After eliminating all the assassins, Lin Zhong remembered the sniper still lurking in the woods. Without hesitation, he charged into the forest. Minutes later, Lin Zhong emerged again, a hint of regret in his eyes. The sniper had fled the moment he took down the bald giant. To protect Su Miao and prevent a diversion tactic, Lin Zhong hadn't pursued. This ambush had begun abruptly and ended swiftly, the entire sequence lasting less than 5 minutes. Come out. It's over. Lin Zhong tapped on the car window, signaling to Su Miao and Luin inside. When the 2 stepped out and saw the 6 black-clad assassins lying motionless on the ground, their faces paled. They couldn't bear to look any longer. Their gaze toward Lin Zhong grew intensely complex. These men had all been dealt with by Lin Zhong alone. What astonished them was that from start to finish, he had fought completely unarmed, without using any weapons. Even Luin, who had witnessed Lin Zhong in action before, hadn't imagined him to be this powerful. But this was a good thing. After all, the stronger Lin Zhong was, the safer Su Miao would be. Lin, are you okay? After the initial panic subsided, Luin finally regained some composure. She called the police while checking on Lin. Lin Zhong was crouched on the ground examining the leader of the assassins. After ripping off his hood, a bald head was revealed, along with a face bleeding from all 7 orifices. The leader had been crushed to death by Lin Chang's knee strike. If dissected, his internal organs would be found reduced to a bloody pulp. I'm fine. Lin Zhong picked up the pistol lying nearby, glanced at it briefly, then tossed it back onto the ground. Su Miao's gaze swept over the corpse on the ground. Her face remained pale, her cherry lips pressed tightly together. Her stunningly beautiful features showed no emotion, yet her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Any survivors? She asked flatly. Sorry, none. Lin Zhong felt a bit down himself. When he'd acted, he'd unconsciously treated these killers as enemies on the battlefield, striking with extreme force. Since there are no survivors, let's leave it at that. Hand it over to the police. Su Miao's voice sounded weary. She returned to her seat in the car and sat in a daze for a moment before suddenly hugging her knees, burying her face in them. Lin Zhong shot a questioning glance at Luin, who shook her head gently. Soon, several police cars approached from the distance. Su Miao had regained her composure. She answered the officer's questions calmly, gave her statement, and then called Lin Zhong over. Thank you for today. You saved my life. For some reason, Lin Zhong couldn't shake the feeling that her tone carried a hint of melancholy. Since I'm your bodyguard now, protecting your safety is simply my duty. No need to thank me. Lin Chang's tone was neither overly deferential nor haughty. Take me back now. I'm tired. Su Miao leaned lazily against the back seat, closing her eyes as if she turned into a stone statue, only her soft chest rising and falling slightly.
Lin Zhong gazed at Su Miao's slightly pale cheeks. This CEO, noble in status, breathtakingly beautiful, cold as ice yet radiant as peach blossoms, had revealed her vulnerable side before him. Lu Ying finished her statement shortly after and joined Lin Zhong, her beautiful face showing signs of exhaustion. After all, she wasn't Lin Zhong. Today's ordeal might haunt her for the rest of her life. Sissine, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. We can leave now. Let the corporate staff handle the police from here.
After all, we're the victims, and the ones who died were the assassins.
Lu Ying shot Lin Zhong a peculiar look. Those officers were really impressed with you, you know. Taking out 6 assassins single-handedly?
They said only a true master could pull that off.
Is that so?
Lin Zhong remained non-committal, steering clear of the topic as he drove the battered Lamborghini back toward downtown Xinghe. ########.
Chapter 22, Su Miao's Identity.
By the time the three returned to the main city of Xinghe, evening had fallen. Throughout the journey, Su Miao remained silent and deep in thought, except for the occasional exchange with Lu Ying. Lu Ying, too, felt deeply uneasy. Though she showed no outward signs, she might very well be haunted by nightmares when she finally slept. Lin Zhong parked at the entrance of the Galaxy Tower. Other executives of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group had already received news of the president's attack, and a large crowd was gathered there, waiting expectantly. The moment Su Miao stepped out of the car, they swarmed around her, each face brimming with concern as they asked after her well-being.
President, are you all right? President, you're finally back safe and sound. Truly, good people are blessed by heaven. Those assassins deserved every bit of their fate. You absolutely cannot go out alone again. What if something like this happens again? You are the backbone of our Star River Pharmaceutical Group.
Staring at the hypocritical faces before her, Su Miao felt a wave of nausea. Unable even to feign politeness, she pushed through the crowd with a cold expression. She knew full well that among those before her, very few were truly loyal to her. Most likely wished her dead or harbored ulterior motives. After all, if she were to die, the Star River Pharmaceutical Group would fall into their hands. The previous president had been sidelined by these executives, stripped of any real authority, which is precisely why he was recalled to headquarters.
One of Su Miao's missions in Xinghe was to secure complete control over Star River Pharmaceutical Group, reclaiming the authority delegated by the family, a test set by the family itself. Lin Zhong and Lu Ying followed Su Miao into the building. Lu Ying gave Lin Zhong a subtle glance, and the two slowed their pace. Sissine, is there something you want to say? After watching Su Miao enter the president's office, Lin Zhong turned his head to look at Lu Ying. Little Lin, after today's events, don't you have any questions? Lu Ying countered. No. Lin Chang's tone was utterly calm, devoid of emotion.
When I applied for this bodyguard position, I was already mentally prepared for whatever might come.
I knew I had good judgment, little brother Lin. You're no ordinary person.
Lu Yin's eyes sparkled as a sweet smile spread across her face. Suddenly leaning close to Lin Chang's ear, she whispered, by the way, you saved both me and the president today.
How should I repay you?
Lin Chang's body stiffened slightly, and his expression grew slightly awkward. He discreetly shifted his arm, creating a slight distance between them to avoid awkwardness.
It was my duty. Sisterine, you're too kind. Are you sure you don't want anything in return?
Lu Ying arched her back, her gaze suggestive.
Once this chance is gone, it won't come again.
Lin Zhong's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized Lu Ying was teasing. A flicker of interest stirred within him, and he deliberately played along with her tone. Then how does Sisterine plan to repay me? Lu Ying extended a slender jade-like finger, lightly grazing Lin Chang's chin with a giggle.
Guess.
Her drawn-out tone was soft and sweet, and she flashed him a seductive glance, utterly captivating.
Even Lin Zhong, with his steady temperament and unwavering resolve, felt his resolve waver.
Lu Yin's gesture and the expression on her face were simply too alluring. But Lin Zhong was no ordinary man. He quickly regained his composure and took a step back.
All right, Sisterine, stop teasing me.
Seeing Lin Zhong step back of his own accord, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yin's eyes, and a faint sense of disappointment stirred within her. She quickly chuckled, however, and shot Lin Zhong a playful glare.
Sis wasn't joking at all, you know.
But you missed your chance, humph.
With that, she turned and walked away.
After teasing Lin Zhong a few times, Lu Ying finally felt a bit lighter, her heavy footsteps turning quicker. Lin Zhong couldn't help but shake his head as he sat down on the sofa outside the president's office. As Lu Ying entered the president's office, she saw Su Miao standing with her arms crossed before the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery.
Miss, what should we do next? When the two were alone, Lu Yin's address for Su Miao changed from president to Mississippi. What do you think I should do? Su Miao asked, her tone cool.
The fact that they hired assassins to target us means they've already decided to burn their bridges.
We can't just sit here and wait for disaster. Lu Ying shed the casual, laid-back demeanor she'd shown around Lin Zhong, transforming into a sharp, decisive figure. Since they broke the rules first, we no longer need to play by them. We should fight fire with fire.
Poof. We don't even know who sent the assassins.
Who exactly are we supposed to retaliate against? Su Miao shot Luin a glance.
Since I've decided to vie for the position of primary heir, incidents like this were inevitable.
Right now, we're the weaker party. We should learn to endure.
Changing the subject abruptly, Su Miao suddenly brought up Lin Zhong. That bodyguard you hired is really quite capable.
Have you found out what he did before?
Nothing useful came up, but I trust little brother Lin isn't a bad guy. At the mention of Lin Zhong, Lu Yin's face lit up with a smile, her professional demeanor vanishing instantly. The first time I saw him, even though he was dressed like a migrant worker, I just knew he wasn't that simple.
Turns out my instincts were right.
Su Miao's eyes, as clear as autumn water, glanced at Lu Yin.
A faint, ambiguous smile played at her lips.
Seems you're quite taken with him, even calling him little brother Lin. Lin Zhong sat outside the office, hearing every word of the conversation inside with crystal clarity.
This wasn't due to eavesdropping, since cultivating the dragon tiger force, his hearing, vision, and sense of smell had become extraordinarily acute.
Within a 10-meter radius, he could hear the sound of a pin dropping. Su Miao and Lu Yin hadn't lowered their voices, so their conversation reached Lin Chang's ears as clearly as if they were speaking right in front of him. It seems Su Miao's background is no ordinary one, and this assassination attempt hides deeper secrets, Lin Zhong mused as he sat upright on the sofa.
Judging by their conversation, their relationship isn't just that of superior and subordinate, it's far closer.
And then there's that phrase first heir.
Could Su Miao come from some hidden family? Her surname is Su. So it's the Su family.
The Lu family is a vassal house of the Su family.
It all makes sense now.
Lin Zhong's thoughts raced, instantly piecing together the entire sequence of events.
But regardless of Su Miao's background, it's none of my business. I just need to focus on my own duties. I'm no longer part of the military, I'm just an ordinary bodyguard now.
As Lin Zhong pondered, Lu Yin emerged from the office and tapped his shoulder with her delicate hand.
Little brother Lin, lost in thought?
Lin Zhong rose without a flicker of emotion, his expression unreadable.
Sissine, did you finish your meeting with the CEO?
Yes, finished. Lu Yin stretched, her allure unfolding before Lin Zhong.
Little Lin, you can clock out now.
I was planning to have dinner with you tonight, but something came up. I need to accompany the president to her residence.
We'll have to reschedule for another time.
Hashtag.
Chapter 23, Mother and Daughter.
From Lu Yin's earlier conversation with Su Miao, Lin Zhong knew Su Miao lived in Xinghe residential complex, though he didn't know its exact location. In reality, Xinghe residential area was Qingzhou's most exclusive villa district, long a haven for high-ranking officials, tycoons, and the upper crust. Security there was exceptionally tight. Not only were surveillance cameras ubiquitous, but security guards patrolled around the clock. Living there ensured Su Miao's safety to the greatest extent possible, eliminating the need for Lin Zhong to provide constant personal protection. Otherwise, after surviving an assassination attempt today, how could Su Miao possibly feel comfortable letting Lin Zhong leave work? Lin Zhong pulled the Lamborghini keys from his pocket and handed them to Lu Yin.
With a wave of his hand, he turned and walked away.
His departure was decisive, without a hint of hesitation.
Lu Yin stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Chang's figure disappear.
Her gaze was hazy, her mind elsewhere. It took a long while before Su Miao's voice snapped her out of her reverie.
Hey, you haven't fallen for that kid, have you?
Lu Yin's face flushed slightly as she replied uncomfortably, Miss, don't joke about me like that.
That's impossible.
I'm several years older than him.
Good thing it's impossible. Su Miao's lips curved into a smile so exquisite it could make any flower pale in comparison, though unfortunately, outsiders could never witness it.
While I don't know Lin Zhong well, I can tell he's a very unique person. If you were to fall for him, you'd have plenty of heartache ahead. Lin Zhong stepped out of the Galaxy Tower and glanced at his watch. It was already past 6. By now, Yang Ying had likely finished school. He pulled out his phone and dialed Yang Ying's number.
Hello, brother Lin, Yang Ying's soft voice came through the phone. Are you out of school yet?
Lin Zhong began walking toward the bus stop.
Do you want me to pick you up?
Yes.
Please come pick us up.
Another lively voice chimed in from the other end.
Just hearing it made one feel energized. Brother Lin, hurry up.
We're starving.
The owner of that voice was undoubtedly Guan Wei.
Alright, I'll be right there. Lin Zhong hung up and quickened his pace. On the other end of the line, Yang Ying held the phone, staring at Guan Wei with a peculiar look. The classroom was now empty except for the two of them. All the other students had already gone home.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Guan Wei felt a bit creeped out by Yang Ying's gaze and instinctively crossed her arms.
Princess Chubby, let me tell you straight, I'm not a lesbian, so don't get any funny ideas. Who said I had any ulterior motives?
Yang Ying laughed, flustered by Guan Wei's words, while casting an envious glance at Guan Wei's prominently curved chest. Comparisons are the devil. She couldn't help but wonder what this girl ate to grow so tall.
Then why are you staring at me like that? Guan Wei exhaled in relief, hands on her hips, demanding an answer. Because you've become strange. Yang Ying pouted her rosy lips, a gesture she only ever showed in front of Guan Wei. Tell me honestly, do you know brother Lin? Yang Ying's question wasn't unfounded.
Though they were close friends, Guan Wei was practically a princess at school, not only from a distinguished family and academically brilliant, but also exceptionally pretty and adorable, attracting countless admirers. Yet Guan Wei always looked down her nose at everyone, never sparing a kind word for any man, keeping them at arm's length. No matter how painstakingly they pursued her, no matter how deeply they professed their feelings, they could never move Guan Wei in the slightest. Once, a suitor knelt on the playground in the dead of winter to confess his feelings to Guan Wei, only to have a bucket of cold water dumped over him from head to toe. He fell gravely ill after returning home and never showed his face at school again. Yet this very same cold-hearted Guan Wei would suddenly adopt a coquettish tone when speaking to brother Lin, leaving Yang Ying utterly dumbfounded. Even a fool could see Guan Wei treated Lin Zhong differently, and Yang Ying was no fool. She was sharp and perceptive. Guan Wei cleared her throat twice in a staged manner, sighed, and said helplessly, "All right, you've caught me. I'll tell you the truth." Yang Ying's heart instantly tightened. Her expression grew serious as she leaned in to listen. "Actually, brother Lin and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts. When he was very young, he promised me he'd marry me someday. But life is unpredictable due to our parents' circumstances, we were separated. Thankfully, fate intervened, and just a few days ago, we finally met again." Yang Ying's expression darkened with each word. Finally unable to contain herself, she twisted Guan Wei's waist hard. "You're just spouting nonsense. I'd have to be crazy to believe you. You dare twist me?" Guan Wei's eyes widened as she lunged at Yang Ying, claws out. "I'll fight you." The two beauties instantly became entangled in a playful scuffle, creating an exceptionally charming scene. About half an hour later, Guan Wei raised her wrist to check her watch, yawned, and said, "Princess Taiping, let's go. Your Lin brother will probably be here any minute now." Guan Wei's face flushed crimson again as she pouted angrily. "What do you mean, my brother Lin? You called him that too. And don't call me Princess Taiping anymore." "Fine, fine, not your brother Lin, our brother Lin." Guan Wei stuck out her delicate little tongue, grabbed Yang Ying's hand, and pulled her toward the exit. "Let's hurry." Hand in hand, the two headed toward the school gate. They hadn't gone far when a silver Bentley approached them. At the sight of the Bentley, Guan Wei's previously radiant smile instantly vanished. "Ying, let's hurry." Yang Ying was confused, but Guan Wei had already pulled her away. But soon, Guan Wei had no choice but to stop, for the Bentley had blocked their path. The car door opened, and a beautiful woman in her 30s stepped out, spreading her arms wide toward Guan Wei. "Xiao Wei, mommy's back. Come here for a hug." This woman bore a striking resemblance to Guan Wei, especially the two dimples on her cheeks. They were identical. Yet unlike Guan Wei's youthful vibrancy, this woman radiated a mature, sensual charm. Guan Wei pursed her lips, biting her lower lip, and remained silent. Seeing this, Yang Ying gently nudged Guan Wei's back from behind. "Go on, dear. Your mother rarely comes back. Don't sulk with her." "I don't want to see her," Guan Wei retorted stubbornly. What kind of mother abandons her child to go out and have fun by herself? Seeing Guan Wei ignore her, the beautiful woman approached with a conciliatory smile. "Xiao Wei, mommy wasn't out having fun. I was out earning money. How else could I give our little Xiao Wei a life fit for a princess? What good is all that money?" Guan Wei rolled her eyes, though her tone softened. "I haven't seen you in over half a month. I was starting to forget I even had a mom. Mommy's here to apologize, you know?" The beautiful woman pressed her palms together, humbly pleading, "Your Highness Wei Wei, please forgive this lowly mother. Don't hold it against me." Guan Wei couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. It was undeniable Guan Wei was her mother's flesh and blood. Not only did they share striking physical resemblance, but their personalities were remarkably similar too, both equally quirky and mischievous. Watching Guan Wei and her mother interact, Yang Ying couldn't help but miss her own mother, Yang Mama, who was staying at the hospital even though it had only been one day since she'd been admitted. "Mom, this is my good friend, Yang Ying." After laughing, Guan Wei began introducing them. "Hello, Auntie," Yang Ying said politely, bowing slightly. "What a beautiful little girl." The beautiful woman's eyes lit up as she gazed at Yang Ying, her voice full of admiration. "Would you like to join us for dinner? Auntie will treat you." Hashtag. Chapter 24, The Spoiled Student. "Thank you, Auntie, but I'll pass," Yang Ying politely declined. Noticing Guan Wei's hesitation, she nudged her friend's waist with her elbow. "Go with your mom. You don't need to stay with me. Brother Lin will be here soon anyway." Guan Wei shot Yang Ying a sidelong glance and whispered just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "Humph. I wasn't planning to stay with you anyway. I just can't stand not seeing brother Lin yet." Even with Yang Ying's gentle nature, hearing Guan Wei's remark nearly made her roll her eyes. After a brief internal struggle, Guan Wei finally decided to leave with her mother. But before getting into the car, she whispered to Yang Ying, "Remember to tell brother Lin since he did that to me, he has to take responsibility." With that, Guan Wei ignored Yang Ying's stunned expression, flashed a smug smile, climbed into the car, and the Bentley sped off. What did she mean by that? What did brother Lin do to her? Why must he take responsibility? Yang Ying felt her mind spinning with questions, one after another. No, brother Lin isn't that kind of person.
Yang Ying's gaze hardened as she clenched her delicate little fist. But I should ask him about it later. Lost in thought, Yang Ying walked out of the school gates and slowly made her way home. Just then, several figures suddenly materialized beside her, blocking Yang Ying's path. Though dressed in school uniforms, they looked nothing like students. Their hair was dyed in garish colors, and their lecherous expressions made them resemble street thugs more than students. The leader stood about 5 feet 9 inches, with an ordinary face and purple-dyed hair. His lecherous, sleazy eyes kept darting over Yang Ying's body. "Hey, Yang, remember me? I'm Du-hai, the one who wrote you that love letter back in the day," the leader said in a slacker tone. Hearing that voice, Yang Ying snapped out of her reverie, her beautiful eyes flashing with intense disgust. Her revulsion ran so deep she couldn't even bring herself to lift her head and look at their faces. "No, move aside," Yang Ying said coldly, shifting her direction to avoid them. But Du-hai wasn't about to let her go so easily. He spread his arms wide, blocking her path. "Don't be so cold-hearted. I've been chasing you for so long. Why not stick around and hang out with us?" His sidekicks joined in, snickering and jeering. "Don't even dream about it. No way." Yang Ying's voice was firm and unwavering. Since you won't take a hint, we'll see about that." Seeing Yang Ying unmoved by his tactics, Du-hai's expression hardened. "Watch your step on the way home. Don't think you can slip through my fingers just because you found some wild man out there." "Oh? And how exactly do you plan to do that?" A deep voice sounded behind Du-hai. Du-hai jumped in fright, whirling around to find a tall, cold-eyed young man standing behind him. An intense rage surged from the depths of his being. This young man was none other than Lin Zhong, who had come to pick Yang Ying up from school. Lin Chang's sudden appearance at this moment made Yang Ying's heart nearly burst with joy. Her earlier anxiety and fear melted away like ice under the sun, replaced by a profound sense of security and stability. Lin Chang's towering figure seemed to transform into a mountain, holding up the entire sky for her. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ying lifted her head, her face breaking into a bright smile. She walked over to Lin Zhong and reached out to take his hand. Witnessing this, Du-hai's gaze grew even colder. He suddenly let out a chilling chuckle. "So that's why you didn't want to hang out with us, huh? This is your wild man, right? But your taste is pretty Thai. Any one of us guys is 10,000 times better than this broke loser." "Ha, how could we compare to you, boss? We're 10,000 times better than this loser, but you're at least 100,000 times better than him," one of the henchmen fawned. "Exactly. Yang Ying, you might as well just give in to our boss. You know how rich his family is and how much clout he has at school. Just follow him, and he'll make sure you live in luxury, enjoying endless pleasures." Another henchman said lecherously. Hearing these outrageous remarks, Yang Ying bit her lip, her face flushing with shame and anger as tears welled up in her eyes. "Have they been harassing you constantly?" Lin Zhong asked in a hushed voice. Yang Ying nodded softly. Her pale, small face tugged at Lin Chang's heartstrings. "The leader is a senior named Du-hai. He runs rampant around school. Several of my female classmates have been, but his family is powerful and influential. Most people don't dare cross him. I always avoided him before, but I never expected to run into him today." After hearing Yang Ying's account, intense anger surged within Lin Zhong, though his expression remained utterly unchanged. "Don't worry. I promise you, after today, he won't dare bother you again." Lin Zhong gently stroked Yang Ying's hair, his tone calm. This gesture, however, sparked a torrent of curses. "Damn it! What the hell are you doing? You bastard! Get your filthy hands off me! Do you think you're worthy of touching the school beauty of Xinghe No. 3 High School?" Du-hai's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lin Zhong, his teeth grinding audibly. If looks could kill, Lin Zhong would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows by now. He'd coveted Yang Ying for ages, even planning to make his move in the coming days by any means necessary. But now, a third wheel had crashed the party. It felt like a treasure meant for him had been snatched away, leaving him seething with frustration and resentment. "Trash, if you want to live, get the hell away from Yang Ying now. Otherwise." Du-hai pointed his finger right at Lin Chang's nose, his teeth gritted in a menacing threat. Smack! Lin Chang's hand shot up, landing a vicious slap across Du-hai's face, cutting off his threat mid-sentence. The blow landed with brutal force, sending Du-hai reeling. He spun in a wide arc, 5 vivid finger marks etched across his face as his cheek swelled painfully. Lin Chang's blow not only stunned Du-hai but also terrified his henchmen. The group that had been wildly shouting nearby fell silent, like chickens with their throats squeezed shut, unable to utter a sound. "Or else what?" Lin Zhong casually shook his hand, as if he'd done something utterly insignificant. "You dare hit me? You piece of trash, you dare hit me?" Du-hai clutched his face, his expression filled with disbelief. Lin Zhong raised an eyebrow, lifting his hand with a cold sneer. "What? Don't believe it? Then I'll slap you again." He feigned a strike, sending Du-hai reeling backward in terror, fearing Lin Zhong might actually follow through. In reality, Lin Zhong remained rooted to the spot, not even a finger twitching. #######. Chapter 25, Beating the Spoiled Brat. Du-hai felt his face burning, whether from Lin Zhong's slap or sheer humiliation, he couldn't tell. Raging with fury, he bellowed at his henchman, "What the hell are you standing around for? Get your asses moving. Beat the crap out of this piece of trash." His henchmen finally snapped out of their shock. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves and charged at Lin Zhong with fierce determination. Lin Zhong couldn't be bothered to spare these delinquents a single glance. They might bully others on campus, but to a battle-hardened super soldier like Lin Zhong, they posed little more threat than ants on the ground, not even as much as the street thugs he'd faced before. Standing perfectly still, Lin Zhong unleashed a flurry of kicks. With a series of thuds, he sent all the charging troublemakers tumbling to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 of Du Hai's henchmen were lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs and moaning in pain, unable to get up. In truth, Lin Zhong had held back. Had he not, these delinquents might well have been kicked to death outright. Lin Zhong strode up to Du Hai. Though Du Hai's legs were visibly shaking with fear, he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. "What do you think you're doing, you piece of trash? I'm warning you, touch a single hair on my head, and you'll regret it." Thud. Without another word, Lin Zhong drove his knee hard into Du Hai's midsection. Du Hai grunted, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground, his body curling into a shrimp-like position. "Did your parents ever teach you to show respect when facing someone stronger than you?" Lin Zhong towered over Du Hai, his voice calm and detached. "I doubt they ever imparted such life lessons. So, I'll be the one to teach you how to behave." As he spoke, a cold, sharp gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. Under Du Hai's horrified gaze, he planted his foot squarely on Du Hai's calf. Snap! Du Hai let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the heavens, his face contorting instantly as snot and tears streamed down his face. His calf bent unnaturally. Lin Zhong had actually broken it with a single stump. Lin Chang's ruthless brutality utterly terrified Du Hai and his henchmen. For the first time in his life, fear gripped Du Hai's heart. Relying on his family's power and influence, he had always lorded over the school, bullying others and acting like a tyrant. When had he ever suffered such agony? He was the one who broke others' legs, never dreaming that one day his own legs would be shattered. The excruciating pain radiating from his calf deepened Du Hai's hatred for Lin Zhong alongside his terror. But he had learned his lesson. He hid his hatred, kept his head down, and dared not meet Lin Chang's gaze. Unconsciously, under Lin Chang's imposing presence, Du Hai and his henchmen's screams grew fainter and fainter until they finally faded away, replaced by a suffocating silence. Fear of Lin Zhong had taken root in their hearts. Uncertain of his next move, they dared not utter a single word, let alone make a sound, terrified of provoking this demon. Only after shattering Du Hai's leg did Lin Zhong's fury begin to subside. Grabbing Du Hai by the collar with one hand, he hoisted him up like a small chicken. "Stay away from Yangying from now on. And don't you dare harass her again. This is my final warning. Got it?" Du Hai nodded in utter humiliation. "I didn't hear that." "Understood," Du Hai said, his voice trembling. At that moment, the shame gnawing at Du Hai's heart felt even worse than the pain in his legs. Lin Zhong loosened his grip, tossing Du Hai to the ground. He then beckoned to Yangying, "Everything's settled. Let's go." Yangying, witnessing the usually arrogant and tyrannical Du Hai humiliated by brother Lin, felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. She obediently responded without a second glance at Du Hai, following Lin Zhong away. Only after Lin Zhong had completely vanished from sight did Du Hai breathe a sigh of relief. His henchmen scrambled over, helping him up from the ground. "Boss, what now?" one henchman demanded furiously. "That piece of trash actually dared to break your leg. Should we call in some brothers and cripple him?" Du Hai's gaze darkened, his initial fury transforming into pure murderous intent. Through gritted teeth, he spat out, "I don't want to cripple him. I want that piece of trash dead." Seeing Du Hai's face twisted with grinding teeth and seething hatred, his henchmen exchanged nervous glances, hesitating to respond. Beating someone was one thing, but killing him was another matter entirely. Yet Du Hai had completely lost his reason, his heart filled with nothing but hatred. Recalling the earlier scene, he felt an indescribable loathing. Only by killing Lin Zhong could this hatred be extinguished. One henchman cautiously ventured, "But that guy is strong. We're no match for him. Aren't you guys always hustling on the streets?" Du Hai glared at the subordinate who spoke, his eyes bloodshot. "Contact every gang boss you know immediately. Get that trash chopped up right now. Money is no object, I just want to see that scum's head on a platter before me." "Got it, boss. We'll get on it right away." One henchman pulled out his phone and dialed a number. It rang for what felt like an eternity before someone finally picked up. "That bastard dared interrupt my meal?" A furious, coarse roar came from the other end. "Brother Hao, it's Xiao Duan." Fear flickered in the eyes of the henchman named Xiao Duan. Even through the phone, he dared not speak loudly. "Ah, it's you, kid. What's up?" Brother Hao's tone softened, his gut telling him this Xiao Duan was here to deliver cash. Du Hai snatched the phone and demanded, "I want to buy someone's life." "How much?" "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Du Hai," Du Hai snapped impatiently. "Cut the crap. Just tell me how much for a life?" Young Master Du Hao clearly recognized Du Hai's status. Though he held little regard for this spoiled brat, he used the respectful title out of deference to old Master Du. Who does young Master Du want us to take care of? A piece of trash. Du Hai's eyebrows twitched violently, his eyes flashing with fury. I want him dead immediately. Is $1 million enough? Hao chuckled, his tone unhurried. To make young Master Du this furious, this person must be no ordinary figure. 1 million seems a bit low. 2 million. The price doubled instantly. Deal. Young Master Du is straightforward. We'll take this job. Brother Hao was quite satisfied with the price. 2 million was over 10 times the market rate, so he didn't haggle further. Please provide me with that guy's profile. Young Master Du, then transfer 1 million to my account first. Within 5 hours of the money arriving, that guy's head will be delivered to you. The money's on its way. Du Hai hung up, exhaling a long breath. His inner resentment toward Lin Zhong finally eased slightly. He imagined Lin Zhong's blood-soaked body with his head severed, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. As he laughed, he accidentally bumped his severed leg, causing him to wince in pain once more. You want to mess with me? I'll make sure you die. Hashtag. Chapter 26, Hospital Visit. While Du Hai was plotting Lin Zhong's demise, Lin Zhong and Yang Ying were riding a bus to Qingzhou City First People's Hospital. On the bus, Yang Ying voiced her concern for Lin Chang's safety. Brother Lin, you've really crossed Du Hai this time. He's the kind of man who never forgets a grudge. What if he comes after you later? Don't worry. Lin Zhong shrugged it off, and truthfully, he had little reason to fret. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. If he goes too far. As he spoke, a fleeting, hidden glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. However, he didn't want to reveal his ruthless, decisive side to Yang Ying. He stopped himself mid-sentence, knowing it would only frighten her. Unaware of Lin Chang's inner thoughts, Yang Ying's expression grew heavy. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her lips pressed tightly together, her entire demeanor radiating deep concern. Seeing her like this, Lin Zhong couldn't help but smile. He reached out and pinched her cheek playfully. Why the long face? Relax, someone like Du Hai is no match for me. Lin Chang's gesture made Yang Ying blush slightly, her pretty face flushing, though she didn't pull away, allowing his touch to linger on her cheek. This scene left the other passengers on the bus wide-eyed in astonishment. When Yang Ying boarded the bus earlier, she had already captured the attention of nearly everyone on board. Almost all eyes had glanced at her, more or less. This schoolgirl in uniform was simply too beautiful and adorable. Compared to Yang Ying, Lin Zhong, tall and well-built but not particularly handsome, seemed rather unremarkable. No one could have imagined that this ordinary-looking fellow would dare to pinch the cheek of such a stunningly beautiful girl. The moment Lin Zhong reached out, several passengers were already poised to leap forward and play the hero. Yet Yang Ying not only offered no resistance but wore a slightly bashful expression. Instantly, their hearts shattered into dust, as if struck by 10,000 points of damage. A fine cabbage ruined by a pig. That was the honest thought of most. Damn it, why doesn't something like this ever happen to me? This was the despairing lament echoing in some men's hearts. As the bus grew increasingly crowded, Lin Zhong had no choice but to create some space around Yang Ying to shield her from the crush. Sheltered in Lin Chang's embrace, Yang Ying's lovely face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with emotion, whether from shyness or the stifling heat inside the vehicle, it was hard to tell. Squeak! Just then, the bus slammed on its brakes. Everyone on board lost their footing, tumbling forward involuntarily. Screams echoed in rapid succession as several passengers crashed into one another. Startled, Yang Ying instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Chang's waist, clinging tightly. The intense masculine scent washed over her, leaving Yang Ying's mind blank. Despite the summer heat, Lin Zhong didn't smell of sweat. Instead, a faint, pleasant scent of soap lingered on him. Yang Ying's pretty face flushed bright red, the color spreading all the way to her ears. Like an ostrich, she buried her face deep into Lin Zhong's chest, too afraid to lift her head and look at his face. The bus was packed with people, yet to Yang Ying, it felt as if the entire world had shrunk to just her and Lin Zhong, cut off from everything else. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Ying suddenly felt a light tap on her shoulder. Immediately after, Lin Chang's steady voice sounded by her ear. We're here. Let's get off. Yang Ying released her arms from around Lin Zhong, a sudden pang of sadness washing over her. Lin Zhong took Yang Ying's small hand and pushed his way off the bus. Even he couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Glancing back at Yang Ying, he saw the blush still lingering on her cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with a gentle, watery softness, shy and timid, a beauty beyond compare. Even Lin Zhong, with his usual composure, couldn't help but pause, for the Yang Ying before him radiated a charm utterly different from her usual self. Let's hurry along. We don't want to keep your mother waiting. Lin Zhong released Yang Ying's small hand and quickened his pace. He had barely taken a few steps when a small hand suddenly slipped into his, clasping his palm tightly. Lin Zhong couldn't help but smile. He clasped Yang Ying's small hand in his own, not looking back as he continued walking forward. Yang Ying stole a glance at Lin Chang's retreating back, a happy smile lighting up her small face. Though her earlier shyness hadn't entirely faded, her steps had grown light and quick. 10 minutes later, the two finally arrived at Yang's mother's special care ward.
Though she had only been hospitalized for 2 days, Mrs. Yang looked much better than she had at home. A hint of color had returned to her sallow face, her coughing had lessened, and her voice was stronger. Seeing this, Lin Zhong felt that even if it meant spending over 100,000 yuan in hospital fees every month from now on, it would be worth it.
Xiao Chong, you've really gone out of your way for us. Thank you.
A look of gratitude spread across Mrs. Yang's face.
Xiao Hu is so lucky to have a comrade like you. Auntie, please don't say that. It's what I should do.
Hearing Mrs. Yang mention Yang Hu again, Lin Zhong felt a tightness in his chest. He'd been tempted several times to reveal the truth, yet feared she couldn't bear the blow. Yang Hu was like a brother to me.
Knowing him is my true fortune.
Yang Ying sat beside the bed, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles on her mother's bedding.
Her bright eyes kept glancing at Lin Chang's face. Even she could sense the pain and heaviness hidden beneath his calm expression.
Mom, stop talking about brother all the time.
Every time you see brother Lin, you bring him up. I'm sick of hearing it. Yang Ying feigned annoyance, steering the conversation away. Why aren't you worried about me? What's there to worry about?
With Xiao Zhong here, he'll take excellent care of you.
I'm not worried at all.
Yang's mother said with a hint of irritation. After 2 days of treatment and care, her physical condition had improved significantly, allowing her to banter with Yang Ying again.
Yang Ying pouted, grabbing her mother's hand and pouting. You're so biased, Mom. I'm telling you, today I...
While Yang Ying was talking to her mother, Lin Zhong quietly slipped out of the ward and made his way to the office of Yang's mother's attending physician.
Dr. Dai, how is my aunt doing? Not optimistic.
Dr. Dai, who appeared to be in his 40s and wore black-rimmed glasses, usually had a gentle expression, but now his brow was deeply furrowed. Although modern technology is highly advanced and lung cancer is no longer considered incurable, the patient's condition is extremely severe. It's already reached the mid to late stages.
Surgery must be performed immediately. Is the surgery high risk? What are the success rates? You can rest assured on this point.
I do have some confidence in the surgery, though I can't guarantee 100% success. Dr. Dai's face lit up with confidence. We'll start by having the patient undergo some basic treatment and recuperation in the intensive care unit. Once that's done, we can begin preparing for the surgery. But young man, the cost of the procedure won't be cheap.
You need to be mentally prepared for that. As long as you can cure my aunt, money is no issue.
Lin Zhong stood up and clasped Dr. Dai's hand firmly.
Dr. Dai, I'm counting on you from here on out.
After speaking with the doctor, Lin Zhong returned to Aunt Yang's ward. Instead of entering, he leaned against the door and waited quietly. From inside the room, Yang Ying's silvery laughter rang out intermittently, clearly in high spirits. Listening to Yang Ying's laughter and her whispered conversations with her mother, Lin Chang's body gradually relaxed.
Huzi, you must be watching over us from above now, right?
Rest assured, I'll make sure your mother and sister live happily.
Chapter 27, Nighttime Assassination.
After waiting outside the room for about half an hour, Lin Zhong checked the time before stepping back inside.
Brother Lin, where did you go just now? Yang Ying's question came the moment he entered. Nowhere. Just walking around, getting familiar with the hospital.
Lin Zhong wouldn't tell the truth, of course.
Hungry? I ordered takeout. It should be here soon.
Yang Ying hadn't felt it until Lin Zhong mentioned it, and now her stomach growled loudly.
Glancing out the window, she saw the city lights twinkling in the night sky. Ying, go out and get the delivery.
I need to talk to Xiao Zhong, Yang's mother said suddenly.
Yang Ying paused slightly but nodded obediently.
She shot Lin Zhong a glance before stepping out of the ward and closing the door behind her.
Auntie, please speak your mind.
Lin Zhong sat down on the chair beside the hospital bed, his back straight and posture formal. Mrs. Yang's face softened into a smile. She cleared her throat a few times before speaking slowly. Xiao Zhong, tell me honestly, did you just go talk to the doctor? Lin Zhong knew he couldn't hide anything from Yang's mother, a woman weathered by life's storms and seasoned by experience.
He admitted frankly, yes. How much longer do I have?
Aunt Yang's tone carried a calm acceptance, as if she had already come to terms with life and death.
Auntie, you're worrying too much. It's not that serious. The doctor said lung cancer isn't incurable anymore.
As long as we operate early and take good care of her afterward, she can still recover completely. Worried she might dwell on the worst, Lin Zhong blurted out everything he knew in one breath. So please, Auntie, don't overthink this. Don't be pessimistic. You still have many good years ahead of you. It was quite something for Lin Zhong, usually not one for words, to deliver such a lengthy speech. Truly, necessity breeds invention. The surgery must be very expensive, right? Don't worry about the surgery costs, Auntie. I'll take care of everything. I believe you. You're a good kid. Mrs. Yang suddenly sighed and asked softly, Xiao Wu, has something happened to him?
Mrs. Yang wasn't stupid.
At her age, she could see through many things.
With no word from her child for so long, what mother wouldn't be worried?
When Lin Zhong finally heard the question he dreaded most from Mrs. Yang, he fell completely silent. It seems something has indeed happened to Xiao Wu.
Tears welled in Mrs. Yang's eyes as she said sadly, "Truthfully, the day you came to our home, I had an ominous feeling, but I refused to believe it." Xiao Chong, tell me, Auntie, did Xiao Wu sacrifice himself for the country? Lin Zhong nodded, tears welling in his eyes. When we sent Xiao Wu off to serve, I knew this day might come. Yet when it actually happened, I couldn't bring myself to believe it. Human hearts are strange like that. Aunt Yang wiped away her tears, showing a moment of strength. When you have the chance, please take Xinghe to see her brother. My body. I'm afraid I won't be able to make the journey myself. Auntie, don't say that. Aunt Yang waved her hand. Xiao Chong, I asked you to stay alone with me for a reason. Besides sharing these thoughts, there's something else I need to ask of you. Please tell me, Auntie. I'll do whatever I can. Lin Zhong omitted the words as long as it's possible, for he knew he couldn't refuse her request. Even if it seemed impossible, he would fight tooth and nail to fulfill it. I can see from your expression that your bond with Xiao Wu is special. Your pain is no less than ours, Aunt Yang said kindly. So I won't stand on ceremony. Xinghe grew up without a father, and now her brother is gone too. With my illness, I don't know when my time will come. But Xinghe's future stretches far ahead. So, from now on, I'm entrusting Xinghe to you. Outside the ward, Yang Ying pressed her ear against the wall, listening. Unconsciously, tears streamed down her face. Lin Zhong gripped Mrs. Yang's hand tightly, his tiger-like eyes reddened as he nodded firmly without a word. After laying everything out clearly, Yang's mother seemed to relax. She patted Lin Chang's hand. Let Xinghe come in. The three of us should have a proper chat. It was late into the night before Lin Zhong finally left the hospital. Yang Ying remained in the special care ward to stay overnight with her mother. Lin Zhong would pick her up in the morning and take her to school. Lin Zhong strode through the quiet, deserted streets, feeling surprisingly lighthearted. Truthfully, he had been burdened by guilt for concealing the news of Yang Hu's sacrifice from Mrs. Yang. He had been unsure how to confess the truth to her in the future, and even more uncertain about how to face her afterward. Now that Yang's mother had brought it up herself, although all three felt sorrow, at least the weight wasn't as heavy as before. Humans are, after all, remarkably adaptable and resilient creatures. Stepping off the last bus, Lin Zhong glanced around. Hongsheng Alley lay right before him. The dim streetlights failed to fully dispel the darkness. In this secluded alleyway, a silent undercurrent seemed to flow. Lin Chang's body slowly tensed, yet his steps didn't falter. He maintained his original pace, moving forward steadily, neither hurried nor slow. A group of people emerged from the darkness of the alleyway, blocking Lin Zhong's path. Behind him, another group materialized, blocking his escape route. Combined, the two groups numbered around 20. They wore identical black t-shirts, each clutching a 2-foot-long cleaver. Their eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed on Lin Zhong like a pack of hyenas eyeing prey trapped in a snare. At the very front stood an exceptionally burly man, towering at least 6 feet tall with broad shoulders, a thick waist, and a face contorted with fury. Another blind fool coming to meet his end. Lin Zhong thought to himself, letting out a soft sigh as he halted his steps. He crossed his arms, standing immovable in place, showing neither fear nor any inclination to flee. Lin Chang's calm demeanor only served to enrage the group. Kid, you've got some guts. You didn't even wet your pants when we stopped you. Brother Bob here is starting to admire you. The burly man over 6 feet tall licked his thick lips, a vicious grin spreading across his face. But it's a shame you messed with the wrong people. Tonight, you die here. So, someone hired you to kill me? Lin Chang's mind raced, and Du Hai's face flashed before his eyes. Exactly. The man calling himself Brother Leopard admitted without hesitation. In his mind, surrounded by so many men and completely unarmed, Lin Zhong was as good as dead. What was the point of lying? Some rich playboy paid a hefty sum for your head. So, no matter what, you're finished. I'll give you a choice, kill yourself or let my brothers hack you to death. I have a pretty good idea who you're talking about. Lin Chang's eyes flashed as he beckoned Brother Leopard with a flick of his finger. If you want my life, come and take it yourself. But, be careful not to chip your own teeth. Heh, tough talk. Interesting. Leopard Brother cracked his neck, then suddenly pointed his arm at Lin Zhong and roared, cut him down. Instantly, the crowd wielding cleavers surged toward Lin Zhong. The first few men charging forward gleamed with bloodlust in their eyes. Chapter 28, Street Brawl. Facing the charging mob, Lin Chang's gaze remained serene, utterly unruffled. His stance was immovable as a mountain. Swish! The lead attacker reached Lin Zhong, a savage grin on his face. Without hesitation, he swung his blade down. The 2-foot-long blade flashed a brilliant silver light in the darkness. Lin Zhong shifted slightly to the side, unleashing a punch that slammed into the man's chest. His chest caved inward, sending his body flying sideways. He tumbled to the ground, crashing briefly before slipping into unconsciousness. A master's skill reveals itself in the first move. Lin Chang's single punch sending the man flying instantly made the tall, burly Brother Leopard's pupils contract, his eye twitching violently. To effortlessly send a man weighing over 120 Gene 60 kilograms flying was no simple feat. It required at least several hundred Gene of force. Even Brother Leopard himself could only achieve this after gathering his strength.
Yet Lin Zhong had sent the man flying several meters with a single, effortless punch, demonstrating overwhelming power. This money won't be so easy to get after all, Brother Leopard thought to himself. Yet he refused to believe Lin Zhong could take down everyone present. This was the real world, not a martial arts novel. Yet reality proved him wrong. He was spectacularly wrong. After sending one flying with a punch, Lin Zhong swept his leg out, knocking the other two men to the ground. For these men who sought his life, Lin Zhong showed no mercy. His blows were exceptionally brutal. Anyone struck by him would either die, be crippled, or become a vegetable. Cut him down. Kill him. Over 20 men, bellowing to bolster their own courage, surrounded Lin Zhong, wildly swinging their blades. Yet their attacks failed to land on Lin Zhong. Lin Chang's body moved like a phantom through the crowd, occasionally landing a punch or a kick. Without exception, anyone he struck was sent flying or left lying on the ground, utterly incapacitated. These men, though stronger than street thugs, were no match for the professional assassins he had faced before. Lin Zhong, unarmed, had faced professional assassins wielding blades and guns without fear. These untrained gangsters were no match for him. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen bodies lay scattered around Lin Zhong, some with severed limbs, others covered in blood, or with shattered ribs. Screams and heavy gasps echoed in rapid succession as more than 20 men were swiftly taken down by Lin Zhong. In stark contrast, Lin Zhong himself remained impeccably dressed. Even as gangsters slashed at him with knives, his clothes showed not a single tear. The remaining 7 or 8 gangsters dared not attack Lin Zhong again. Trembling, they retreated to Brother Leopard's side, staring at the solitary figure standing in the center of the scene with the eyes of lambs facing a predator. Though they still clutched their blades, these murder weapons offered no sense of security. Several men's hands shook uncontrollably, their grip on the knives growing uncertain. Brother Leopard's face was grim, his forehead now covered in cold sweat. His eyes were fixed on Lin Zhong, unable to look away. Lin Zhong casually scanned the crowd on the ground before striding toward Brother Leopard. "You, don't come any closer." Brother Leopard, who feared nothing under heaven, stammered nervously, taking a step back and assuming a defensive stance. Lin Zhong ignored Leopard Brother's warning, his expression impassive as he drew nearer. Brother Leopard looked panicked, stumbling backward repeatedly as he ducked behind his men, seemingly terrified of Lin Zhong. But out of Lin Chang's sight, Brother Leopard's hand crept toward his waist. When Lin Zhong was only about 3 meters away, Brother Leopard suddenly drew a pistol from his waist, pointed it at Lin Zhong, and pulled the trigger with vicious intent. "Go to hell!" Bang! The gunshot shattered the night's silence, yet it missed its mark entirely, striking nothing. Where is he? Where did he go? Leopard thought he was seeing things and frantically scanned left and right, searching for Lin Chang's figure. But Lin Zhong seemed to have vanished into thin air. Brother Leopard's gaze met only emptiness. A chill rose from the base of his spine, shooting straight to his head, sending a shiver down his spine. He realized that both the men lying unconscious on the ground and those standing around him were staring at the space behind him with terrified expressions. Next, Brother Leopard felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as Lin Zhong seized his hair. Simultaneously, excruciating pain shot through his left leg, forcing him to collapse to his knees. Lin Chang's strength was staggering. Brother Leopard offered no resistance whatsoever as he was violently thrown to the ground. With a thud, his head made intimate contact with the pavement, leaving him bleeding profusely. From start to finish, Brother Leopard never got a chance to see Lin Chang's face. "I have questions for you." Lin Chang's voice was cold as ice. He planted his foot squarely on Brother Leopard's head, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. Anyone caught in Lin Chang's gaze couldn't help but hold their breath, their bodies trembling as their eyes darted nervously, utterly unable to meet his stare. Lin Chang's voice was so ruthless that even without seeing his face, Brother Leopard felt as though a giant hand had seized his heart, squeezing tighter and tighter until breathing became impossible. Before his eyes, it seemed as if the grim smile of the Grim Reaper itself appeared. "So I am afraid of death after all," the thought surged through Brother Leopard's mind. The moment this thought took root, an endless wave of terror flooded his heart. He had no doubt that Lin Zhong would kill him and that Lin Zhong possessed the power to do so. "Please. I'll tell you everything. I beg you to spare my life." His voice was muffled as his face pressed against the ground, but Lin Zhong heard every word clearly. "Well said. A wise man knows when to yield." Lin Chang's tone was flat, devoid of emotion, deepening Bao Ji's dread. "If your answers satisfy me, I might spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Yes. "Who hired you to kill me?" "It was Du Hai Du Lingtao's son." Brother Leopard answered hastily, fearing Lin Zhong wouldn't believe him. "He paid our boss 2 million just to take your life." "Who is your boss?" "Our boss is Qian Hao, known on the streets as Brother Hao. I'm just a low-level lieutenant under him. I had no idea beforehand we'd be targeting someone as powerful as you. I was just following orders." Leopard Brother seized the chance, desperately trying to absolve himself. "Shut up." Lin Zhong snapped coldly. Brother Leopard immediately clamped his mouth shut, not daring utter another word. "Take me to your boss." Lin Zhong grabbed Bao Gu by the throat with one hand, lifting the burly man weighing over 200 pounds. "You lot, carry him."
Lin Chang's final command was directed at the few gangsters still standing. Beast Brother's left leg had been shattered by Lin Zhong, leaving him utterly unable to stand unaided. The men Lin Zhong singled out looked grim but dared not resist. They obediently dropped their knives and came over to lift Brother Leopard. "Sir, I'll give you the address. Can you spare me from coming with you?" Fear crept into Brother Leopard's face. "I betrayed the boss. If I take you there, I'm dead no matter what happens. Rest assured. After tonight, you won't have any so-called boss anymore." Chapter 29, Venturing Alone into the Tiger's Den. As a top-tier soldier who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death, Lin Zhong understood one truth deeply. A snake left alive will only bring harm. A dead enemy is the best enemy. Dealing with enemies didn't necessarily mean exterminating every last one, but it absolutely meant leaving no loose ends. Since Hao and Du Hai intended to target him, Lin Zhong resolved to eliminate these threats completely before they could genuinely endanger him or his loved ones. Brother Leopard was eventually loaded into the van, heading alongside Lin Zhong to Qian Hao's lair. Realizing escape was impossible, he unexpectedly showed a defiant streak, spilling everything he knew to Lin Zhong during the journey. His sole hope was that Lin Zhong would defeat Qian Hao, allowing him to escape Qian Hao's vengeance. Through Brother Leopard's account, Lin Zhong learned his real name was Chen Bao, one of Qian Hao's 4 great generals. Qian Hao's influence was vast, making him the undisputed kingpin of Qingnan district, a figure who ruled the underworld with an iron fist. From street thugs to various grey market businesses, everyone paid protection money to Qian Hao. Moreover, nearly 2/3 of all nightclubs in Qingnan district were assets under Qian Hao's name. In other words, though a gangster boss, Qian Hao wielded influence across both legitimate and criminal spheres. With unlimited wealth and manpower at his disposal, he lived a life of unparalleled luxury and ease. The so-called 4 Golden Guards were Qian Hao's 4 elite enforcers, who routinely patrolled his various establishments and handled conflicts with rival factions on his behalf. Beside Qian Hao himself stood a true master, hired at great expense to safeguard his personal security. A master? Lin Zhong listened to Chen Bao's account, sitting upright on the minivan sofa seat, his eyes lowered in deep thought. Since leaving the military, his opponents had been either street thugs or professional assassins, ultimately, just ordinary people. Yet the world still harbored true masters, individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Lin Zhong himself was living proof. Hearing that Qian Hao had a master-level fighter by his side, Lin Chang's first reaction wasn't fear, it was excitement. Of course, Chen Bao's judgment deemed him a master, but from Lin Chang's perspective, just how masterful this individual truly was remained to be seen. Chen Bao sat across from Lin Zhong, his leg roughly bandaged. Though the pain was intense, it wasn't unbearable. Wiping the cold sweat from his face, Chen Bao asked uneasily, "Sir, how confident are you?" "What do you mean? How confident are you in taking down Brother Hao?" "No, Chen Hao." Chen Bao couldn't help but worry. Though not by choice, he was now tied to Lin Zhong's fate. If this mission failed, Lin Zhong would certainly die, and he himself would meet no better fate. "You'll see." Lin Zhong, eyes closed in meditation, uttered the words calmly. Despite the van's violent jolts and bumps, his body remained as steady as a mountain. Seeing Lin Zhong like this, Chen Bao felt a surge of confidence. Inside the van, besides Lin Zhong and Chen Bao, there were only 3 of Chen Bao's trusted men. One drove, while the other 2 were responsible for carrying Chen Bao. As for the rest of the men, Lin Zhong had knocked them all unconscious without exception. They wouldn't wake up for at least an hour or 2, ensuring no one could tip off Qian Hao or leak any information. About an hour later, the van pulled up in front of a nightclub. This nightclub was one of Qian Hao's businesses. Having just closed a major deal that day, bringing in 2 million yuan, Qian Hao was in a good mood. He had specially reserved this nightclub for his own entertainment. Lin Zhong stepped out of the van and walked straight toward the nightclub's entrance. Several young men stood guard at the entrance, clad in black t-shirts, their arms covered in tattoos, their expressions fierce and their haircut in crew cuts. "Halt! What business do you have here?" As Lin Zhong approached, one of the flat-top-haired men barked. His answer was a punch. With a few swift moves, Lin Zhong knocked down the young men guarding the nightclub entrance. Then, he swung his leg up and delivered a powerful kick to the closed door. Boom! The nightclub's door was violently kicked off its hinges by Lin Zhong. The glass panes shattered completely, sending shards scattering across the floor with a clatter. Witnessing this, Chen Bao in the van grimaced, then suddenly gritted his teeth. "If you're going down, take them with you." "Get me up, I'm going in too." Lin Zhong entered the nightclub and immediately spotted a middle-aged man seated on the sofa right in the center of the lobby. The man, in his 40s, had a ruddy complexion and a portly build. He wore a dark red suit, his fingers adorned with gold rings. A cigar dangled from his mouth as he held a scantily clad, seductively beautiful woman in his arms, his hands roaming over her body with a lecherous expression. Surrounding the man on the surrounding sofas sat over a dozen men and women in extravagant attire, all engaged in equally unsavory acts. As Lin Zhong burst in, the man was groping the woman in his arms. Startled by Lin Chang's sudden appearance, he dropped his cigar. "You're Qian Hao?" Lin Zhong demanded in a deep voice. "That's me. Who the hell are you?" Xianhao sat on the sofa, glaring with an air of authority that was utterly useless against Lin Zhong. You dare break down my door? Tired of living? After Xianhao spoke, the others in the nightclub lobby rose menacingly, grabbing weapons and aiming them at Lin Zhong. Several even reached inside their coats, seemingly gripping guns. However, on the sofa closest to Xianhao, a lean, middle-aged man with dark, intense eyes narrowed his gaze, studying Lin Zhong closely. Suddenly, he leaned close to Xianhao's ear and whispered something. Whatever the man whispered, Xianhao's expression abruptly darkened. He bellowed, "Shoot him! Kill that bastard!" Immediately, several men drew pistols and opened fire on Lin Zhong without hesitation. Bang! 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 The sudden gunfire startled Qin Bao, who was just stepping through the doorway. His burly frame hit the ground with surprising agility. Watching the bullets hurtle toward him, Lin Chang's lips curled into a mocking sneer. With terrifying speed, he shot straight out of the way. Every bullet whizzed past him, not a single one making contact. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly grave, while Qianhao's face paled. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhong charged into the crowd like a speeding train, showing no intention of slowing down. He collided with several people blocking his path, sending them flying. Those struck had their bones shattered completely. Their bodies tumbled and rolled through the air, landing with a thud, utterly silent. Whoa! Several men who had been poised to attack sucked in their breath simultaneously. Their movements faltered as they stumbled backward several paces. Taking advantage of this brief pause, Lin Zhong had already charged to Qianhao's front. His fingers curled into a claw as he lunged toward Qianhao's head. Get back! A low growl erupted from the arena as an arm shot out from the side, blocking Lin Chang's claw. Chapter 30, If the Grass Has Already Been Cut. The arm was dark and bluish, especially the palm, which faintly shimmered with a metallic sheen. It sliced through the air, emitting a low, piercing whistle. Crack! Lin Chang's forward momentum halted abruptly. Yet the one who blocked his claw fared worse, staggering back several steps before regaining his footing. His arm bore several bloody gashes. Iron sand palm? Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Correct. The one who had intervened was the lean, middle-aged man. He clasped his hands behind his back, silently flexing his wrists while suppressing his inner shock. Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack? Who I am? You needn't know. You'll be dead soon anyway. Lin Zhong exhaled a long breath, his voice thick with murderous intent. You actually blocked my strike just now. Good. Try blocking another. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Zhong launched another brutal attack. He lunged forward in a swift stride, his palms slashing like blades as he thrust straight ahead. Lin Chang's technique bore no resemblance to a mere palm strike. It resembled an ancient general wielding a 10-foot spear, charging at the enemy on horseback filled with unyielding resolve and an indomitable, unstoppable aura. The middle-aged man, merely sensing the sheer force of Lin Chang's attack, lost all courage instantly. He knew he couldn't possibly meet it head-on, doing so would surely spell disaster. Lacking the courage to confront this strike head-on, he crossed his arms with all his might, adopting a defensive posture to block Lin Zhong's palm blade. Crash! Lin Chang's palm strike collided with the man's crossed hands, shattering his iron-hard palms. The residual force carried on, sending the middle-aged man flying through the air. The man's face drained of color as he spat out a mouthful of blood. After landing, he didn't utter a sound. Instead, he turned and fled, vanishing from the nightclub in an instant. This middle-aged man's iron sand palm was actually quite formidable, having at least reached the level of manifest strength. Though he fell far short of Lin Zhong, who was at the peak of manifest strength, he was still a rare master. It must be noted that martial arts flourished in the Yanhuang Republic. With economic prosperity and improved living standards, countless people practiced martial arts to strengthen their bodies. Yet even among these practitioners, those who could cultivate the manifest force remained 1 in 10,000. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Zhong let the middle-aged man go. Of course, the more crucial factor was that this man was neither his target nor posed any significant threat to him. Lin Zhong fixed his gaze on Xianhao. The latter's body trembled as he tried to put up a desperate fight, but Lin Zhong grabbed him by the throat. Let me go. Xianhao's body trembled violently as he forced out the words. Snap. Lin Zhong wasted no words. He gave Xianhao no chance to beg for mercy, snapping his neck cleanly. The once feared crime boss of Qingnan district met his end not with a spectacular death, but with startling ease. Yet to meet his end at the hands of Lin Zhong, a top-tier soldier, was perhaps his only blessing. The others were frozen in terror by Lin Chang's ruthlessness, not daring to breathe a sound. The seductive woman Xianhao had been holding in his arms was so terrified she wet herself and collapsed onto the sofa. Seeing Lin Zhong had indeed eliminated Xianhao, Qin Bao, hiding by the doorway, breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he sensed his own fortune was about to arrive. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his leg, he hobbled into the hall, standing beside Lin Zhong with chest puffed out and belly thrust forward, striking the pose of a loyal enforcer. Seeing Qin Bao's posture, Lin Chang's heart stirred. He understood Qin Bao's intentions and simultaneously conceived a peculiar thought. Anyone want to avenge Xianhao? Lin Zhong stepped over Qianhao's body and sat down on the sofa.
Silence was his only response.
No one stepped forward.
From the moment Qianhao died, everything he possessed was destined to vanish into thin air. The dead were gone, but the living had to carry on. The law of the underworld had always been this cruel and unyielding. If you don't want to die, put your guns away and sit down to listen to me. Lin Zhong leaned lazily against the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the few men still holding their weapons. Despite being held at gunpoint, he showed no sign of tension, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were in his own living room. His calm expression gave no hint that moments ago, he had caused a huge disturbance and personally snapped the neck of a gang boss. The men Lin Zhong was staring at flinched. They dared not keep their guns pointed at him, yet they also dared not obey his order to lower them. For a moment, they were caught between a rock and a hard place.
What are you hesitating for? Didn't you hear this gentleman's words? You've all witnessed his skills. If you keep fighting, you're all going to die. Qianhao is already dead. Is it worth risking your lives for a dead man? Chen Bao bellowed at the perfect moment, his voice booming like thunder.
Chen Bao, one of Qianhao's 4 great generals, was well acquainted with everyone present and held their respect.
The men exchanged glances, then finally made their decision. They holstered their guns and sat back down.
Though Qianhao is dead, I have no interest in his empire, Lin Zhong declared, his opening words jolting the group awake. You may divide the remaining spoils as you see fit, but I have one demand: leave me alone and don't cross me.
Any objections? Of course not. I never liked Qianhao. You taking him out is a huge relief. Why would I object?
Rest assured, sir.
We saw nothing tonight.
Qianhao died of a heart attack. It had nothing to do with you. After Lin Zhong declared he had no interest in Qianhao's inheritance, everyone in the nightclub breathed a huge sigh of relief. Their faces lit up as they pounded their chests, offering Lin Zhong all manner of assurances.
I've memorized every one of your faces.
Lin Zhong remained unmoved by their words, his cold gaze sweeping over each person.
If a single detail of tonight's events leaks out, Qianhao's fate today will be yours tomorrow.
With that, Lin Zhong turned and strode out of the nightclub, leaving behind a trail of defiant confidence.
Watching Lin Chang's receding figure, Chen Bao's eyes flickered, but the flicker was quickly replaced by a burning intensity.
With Qianhao dead, as one of the 4 great generals, he now held immense power. His next move was clear. Before the other 3 golden guards could react, he would rally those present and replace Qianhao as the underground king of Qingnan district.
Everyone, come on over.
Let's discuss how our organization should move forward now that Qianhao is dead. Chen Bao kicked Qianhao's corpse aside, plopped down on the sofa where Qianhao had been sitting, and bellowed. At this moment, Chen Bao even felt a hint of gratitude toward Lin Zhong. Had Lin Zhong not eliminated Qianhao, he might have spent his entire life stuck in the shadows, never rising above his station. Compared to that, losing a leg was nothing. Chen Bao had made up his mind, he would cling tightly to Lin Chang's coattails from now on.
If he wanted to survive in Qingnan district, he couldn't bypass the mountain that was Lin Zhong. Moreover, Lin Chang's terrifying display of strength had genuinely shaken Chen Bao.
Only now did he realize that a human could reach such heights of power. It was almost like something from the supernatural. #######.
Chapter 31, Root Out the Threat.
After leaving the nightclub, Lin Zhong didn't head straight back to Hongsheng Alley.
Instead, he went to another location. That location was Du Hai's residence. Now that he knew Du Hai had bribed Qianhao with a fortune to kill him, how could Lin Zhong possibly let Du Hai live after eliminating Qianhao? Ultimately, Du Hai was the root cause of all this. Du Hai's father was Du Lingtao, a figure well known even in the metropolis of Qingzhou City, home to tens of millions.
Having made his fortune in real estate, Du Lingtao amassed assets worth billions.
He wielded considerable influence in both legitimate and underworld circles, a true real estate magnate. It was precisely because of this that Du Hai was able to connect with Qianhao. Qianhao accepted Du Hai's commission partly for the money, but also because of Du Hai's status. His original intention was to curry favor with Du Lingtao through Du Hai, yet he ended up losing his life in the process, a truly ironic turn of events. Lin Zhong learned of Du Hai's identity from Chen Bao, but this information did not deter him or diminish his resolve to kill. Countless high-profile figures had fallen by Lin Chang's hand, from international drug cartel leaders to heads of illegal military organizations. Compared to those, what was a mere real estate developer? Is this the place? Lin Zhong stood before a villa, its lights blazing brightly, clearly indicating its owner was still awake. Du Hai was indeed awake, his mind in a state of extreme agitation. Even after thoroughly exhausting the female student he kept as a mistress, he felt not the slightest hint of sleepiness. Why hasn't the call come yet? Brother Hao said it would be done within 5 hours. It's been several hours now. Du Hai paced the living room, leaning on his crutch. That bastard dared to break my leg. If I don't kill him this time, next time I'll have my old man send someone to finish him off. Just as Du Hai was growing impatient, the phone suddenly rang. Du Hai snatched the phone and demanded impatiently, "Well? Did you take care of that bastard?" "Of course. Leave it to us, young Master Du." Chen Bao's voice came through the phone. In truth, he was silently mourning Du Hai in his heart. That bastard is already finished. How about you come inspect the goods first thing tomorrow morning? Ha ha ha, good. Good. Du Hai burst into maniacal laughter, gesturing wildly. Dared to steal my woman? Dared to break my legs? Now he's dead as a doornail, ha ha ha.
After hanging up, Chen Bao muttered a curse under his breath, calling the man an idiot, then plunged back into the heated arguments with the others. Chen Bao couldn't care less about Du Hai's fate, even though Du Hai's father was Du Lingtao. He was a gangster. No matter how much money Du Lingtao had, it couldn't pressure him. The only ones he feared were those powerful enough to decide his fate, and Du Lingtao clearly wasn't one of them. Just as Du Hai was ecstatic, Lin Zhong had already slipped into the garage and tampered with Du Hai's red Ferrari. His tampering was so subtle it was virtually undetectable, even to professionals. Because Lin Zhong himself was a professional killer. Lin Zhong could certainly eliminate Du Hai himself, but that would be the most foolish approach. Du Hai was not Xian Hao. Though both men were equally wicked, their statuses were entirely different. Xian Hao was a crime boss. Eliminating him wouldn't trigger serious repercussions. The police wouldn't even bother investigating, dismissing it as dogs fighting among themselves, an internal feud within the underworld. But Du Hai still maintained a clean public image and had a very wealthy father. Killing Du Hai openly would not only draw police scrutiny but also invite far greater trouble, potentially even implicating Yang Ying. This was precisely what Lin Zhong was determined to avoid at all costs. Everything he did was to ensure Yang Ying and her mother could live in peace, undisturbed. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lin Zhong abandoned his plan to take matters into his own hands and opted for a more subtle approach. Take the car accident, for instance. Chen Bao's phone call to Du Hai was also made at Lin Chang's behest. As long as Du Hai took to the road tomorrow, his fate was sealed. After tampering with the car, Lin Zhong slipped out of the garage. He glanced back at the villa one last time, then turned and walked away expressionless, his figure quickly disappearing into the darkness. The next day. As usual, Lin Zhong rose at 5:30 a.m. After practicing the Dragon Tiger energy technique for an hour in the park, he immediately rushed to the hospital to take Yang Ying to school. Yang Ying knew nothing of Lin Zhong's actions the previous night. She was genuinely worried for him, knowing Du Hai's temperament would surely lead to retaliation. However, when Yang Ying encountered Guan Wei at school, her worries evaporated instantly. Did you hear? Guan Wei asked mysteriously. Du Hai got into a car accident this morning. Really? Yang Ying couldn't believe it. What happened? Rumor has it he was speeding and crashed into a roadside utility pole. He and his two henchmen were killed instantly. Guan Wei's tone dripped with schadenfreude. Like Yang Ying, her loathing for Du Hai ran deep. That bastard Du Hai was a total scumbag. He abused his family's money and power to prey on countless female students. Serves him right. He deserved every bit of it. You're not just trying to cheer me up, are you? Yang Ying eyed Guan Wei suspiciously, still finding it hard to believe. He was harassing me yesterday. Luckily, Brother Lin beat him off. Would I lie about something like that? If you don't believe me, go check for yourself, everyone's talking about it. Guan Wei grew impatient. Brother Lin beat up Du Hai yesterday? Tell me all about it. What's there to say? Just thinking about Du Hai makes me sick. Yang Ying shot Guan Wei a withering look before suddenly dashing out excitedly. I'm going to hear what everyone's saying. Lin Zhong also learned about Du Hai's car accident from the news, but it was entirely within his expectations. After confirming Du Hai was truly dead, he lost interest. He was currently heading to the suburban pharmaceutical factory with Su Miao. Yesterday, on their way to the factory, Su Miao had encountered an assassin's attack, ultimately preventing them from reaching their destination. This time, Xinghe Pharmaceutical Group had learned its lesson. Besides assigning Lin Zhong as Su Miao's personal bodyguard, they deployed a large contingent of security personnel, forming a long convoy of vehicles. Dust swirled in their wake as they passed. To further safeguard Su Miao, Lu Yin specifically arranged for a female driver to operate the vehicle. Lin Zhong sat beside Su Miao, relieved of his duty to drive. The driver, Song Yun, was in her 20s, possessing a delicate beauty and an excellent figure. Yet, in Su Miao's presence, she inevitably paled in comparison. Su Miao's outfit today was actually quite ordinary, a white shirt paired with tight-fitting jeans. Yet even this simple outfit accentuated Su Miao's flawlessly perfect, exquisitely graceful figure. Along the way, countless people stared in awe as Su Miao passed by, unable to tear their eyes away. Perhaps only Lin Zhong could remain utterly indifferent to Su Miao's allure. Leaning back against the rear sofa, he rested his eyes, breathing in slow, deep, measured breaths. ########. Chapter 32, The One Who Got Away. Su Miao crossed her slender legs, cascading locks of hair falling beside her cheek as she studied documents intently. Occasionally, she glanced up at Lin Zhong, her beautiful eyes flashing with an unusual light. This was the first time she'd encountered someone like Lin Zhong, a man who completely ignored her. Yet strangely, despite his presence beside her, Su Miao felt no discomfort. Instead, she experienced a profound sense of stability. Lin Zhong's mere existence provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. This feeling was utterly unimaginable to Su Miao. Even sitting next to her father made her feel uneasy, let alone any other man.
What kind of person are you, really? Su Miao suddenly understood Lu Yin's perspective.
This unassuming man was like a book filled with mysteries, compelling one to read on. Perhaps from the strain of reviewing documents, Su Miao felt her eyelids growing heavier. Her body slowly tilted, leaning against Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong felt the weight on his shoulder and the intoxicating fragrance wafting toward him, snapping him out of his trance. He opened his eyes. Su Miao's exquisite face filled his vision, so close it seemed within reach. Her snow-white, smooth forehead, her small, straight nose, and her rosy, full lips all radiated a deadly allure. Lin Chang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but exhale a long breath before finally suppressing his surging emotions. He remained seated, motionless, allowing Su Miao to sleep soundly against him. An hour later, the convoy arrived at the pharmaceutical factory. As the Lamborghini came to a stop, Su Miao's body trembled slightly, rousing her from her deep slumber. When she realized she'd been leaning against Lin Chang's shoulder the entire journey and worse, noticed a small pool of glistening liquid on his shoulder, even her well-honed ability to hide her emotions nearly made her wish the ground would swallow her whole. "President, we've arrived." Lin Zhong broke the silence, his tone natural as if nothing had happened.
Lin Zhong, thank you for your trouble.
Su Miao addressed him by name in a stiff tone, wanting to say something but finding her gaze kept drifting to his shoulder.
There's something on your shoulder. Let me help you.
She pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the drool from Lin Chang's shoulder. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, the awkwardness easing. Lin Zhong knew exactly what was on his shoulder, but he understood even better that now was not the time to acknowledge it. Otherwise, if President Su flew into a rage, he wouldn't fare well no matter what. Lin Zhong stepped out of the car and opened the door for Su Miao. Surrounding the Lamborghini, executives from Star River Pharmaceutical Group and the factory stood waiting with folded arms. Further back, hundreds of factory employees stood on tiptoe, straining to catch a glimpse of the legendary new president, rumored to be unparalleled in beauty.
Su Miao quickly regained her composed and capable demeanor.
Her stunningly beautiful face once again turned cool and collected as she stepped out of the car. The moment she stepped out, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Flashes lit up the air incessantly as people surged forward, putting immense pressure on the security guards tasked with maintaining order.
She's truly breathtaking. Is this our group's new president?
So young, so beautiful, she's got more star power than those big celebrities.
Who's that man beside the president? Damn, he actually got to sit next to her? Whispers and murmurs filled the air.
This scene felt less like a CEO's inspection and more like a fan meet and greet for a major celebrity. Su Miao was accustomed to such scenes, but Lin Zhong felt somewhat out of place. During his time in the military, he'd always carried out covert missions. His actions were strictly confidential and must never be exposed to the public eye.
Being under the spotlight was a major no-no.
Seeing all those phones snapping photos of him, Lin Zhong couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling an urge to turn and walk away. This wasn't about his temperament, it was purely a matter of habit. Seeing Lin Zhong standing motionless beside the car, Su Miao couldn't help but whisper a reminder, "You idiot, hurry up and protect me inside."
Only then did Lin Zhong snap back to reality, doing as instructed to escort Su Miao into the pharmaceutical company's office building.
The instant they crossed the threshold, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Lin Zhong. He sensed a pair of eyes watching from the shadows. His head whipped around, scanning a corner outside. A blurred figure flashed through his vision and vanished instantly.
Lin Chang's reaction made Su Miao tense up immediately. What's wrong?
Nothing. Just a rat hiding in the shadows finally showing its face.
Leave it to me.
Lin Zhong leaned close to Su Miao's ear and whispered. His breath brushed against Su Miao's delicate earlobe, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within her. Be careful.
Su Miao gave Lin Zhong a deep look. Lin Zhong nodded, signaling to Song Yun to take his place protecting Su Miao.
He then exited the office building through another door, heading straight to the spot where the figure had vanished. Though the figure had been extremely cautious, leaving no trace, it couldn't escape Lin Chang's keen eyes. During his time in the Special Forces, Lin Zhong had executed combat missions. Combat missions encompassed a series of military tasks, including assassination, interception, reconnaissance, and sabotage. To accomplish such missions, one must master both reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. It was precisely this expertise that allowed Lin Zhong to detect someone lurking in the shadows, watching with hostile intent. Following the trail the person had left behind, Lin Zhong pressed forward and soon caught sight of the figure. The other party, too, had spotted him. A man standing about 1.7 meters tall, lean and muscular, gripped a modified rifle tightly in his hands. The muzzle was aimed squarely at Lin Zhong, his eyes dark and filled with murderous intent. Without a word, the man pulled the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling toward Lin Chang's head. This man was the sole survivor from the group that had ambushed Su Miao earlier. Having witnessed Lin Chang's combat prowess, he knew he stood no chance alone against him. Without hesitation, he fired while retreating.
It's useless. You won't escape.
Within mere breaths, Lin Zhong closed the distance behind the man. His flying kick struck the assassin squarely in the back, sending him crashing forward. He hit the ground face first, sprawled like a dog eating. The man drew a dagger from his waist, attempting to fight back, but Lin Zhong seized his head. With a sharp crack, both of his legs snapped. "Tell me. Who sent you?" Lin Zhong pressed down on the man's head, his voice cold and calm. "Ha ha ha." A hoarse laugh rasped from the man's throat. "Just kill me. The mission failed. Do you really think I'd survive? You'll never know what kind of monster you've provoked. Very well. Continue. There's nothing left to say. As long as the mission isn't completed, I'm dead no matter what." The man closed his eyes, his voice thick with despair. From the man's expression, Lin Zhong saw no deception. His eyes flickered slightly as he released the man and stood up. "In that case, why should I kill you? Why dirty my hands for nothing? You're going to die anyway. Just lie here and wait. I'll hand you over to the police. Let's see what they can get out of you." With that, Lin Zhong turned to leave. He had taken only a few steps when a heavy thud sounded behind him. Lin Zhong glanced back just in time to see the man had slit his own throat with the dagger. Blood gushed out, staining the nearby ground crimson. His expression instantly grew grave. Mission failure, immediate suicide. Only a professional assassin organization would deploy such operatives. He had dealt with several assassin organizations before and was intimately familiar with their modus operandi. The only question was which one had sent these killers. But regardless of which one it was, the assassination wouldn't end until the mission was completed. And the killers they sent would only grow stronger. What kind of trouble is Su Miao really in? #######. Chapter 33, Bar Brawl. Lin Zhong quickly returned to Su Miao's side. She shot him a questioning look and he silently nodded. For the next half day, Su Miao became exceptionally busy. She first toured the facility nonstop, meeting and talking with pharmaceutical plant employees. Then she held meetings with the management of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group and the plant itself, discussing the company's development plans. This hectic pace continued until late afternoon when Su Miao finally wrapped up her schedule at the pharmaceutical plant. Once in the car, Su Miao slumped limply into the back seat, her entire body feeling as though it had no bones. It seemed as if all her strength had been drained, leaving her utterly exhausted. Lin Zhong slipped into the back seat beside her. Song Yun, who was driving, started the Lamborghini and set off back toward the main city. "Did they catch that assassin?" Su Miao asked lazily, her starry eyes half closed after resting for a moment. "No, he killed himself." Lin Zhong briefly recounted the events. "I've had security notify the police. Whether we can uncover the mastermind behind this now depends on the police investigation, but I think the chances are slim." "Do you regret it?" Su Miao cast a casual glance at Lin Zhong, her lips curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. "You've only been my bodyguard for a couple of days and already faced 2 assassination attempts. If you want to leave, I won't blame you. No regrets. Nor any intention of leaving." Lin Zhong stared straight ahead, his spine straight as a pine tree. "Though I've never been a bodyguard before, I know a bodyguard's duty is to protect their employer. If I were to abandon my employer just because danger arose, I wouldn't consider myself shameless enough to do that." That's music to my ears." Su Miao's face suddenly softened into a smile as she closed her eyes. "This month's pay won't be deducted. In fact, I'll double it, consider it a reward for your loyalty." After returning to the main city, Su Miao dismissed Song Yun early and took the wheel herself. Though her expression gave nothing away, Su Miao was clearly in a foul mood. She drove Lin Zhong to a bar in the bustling downtown area, got out, and walked straight inside. It was just after dusk, and the bar was already bustling. Amidst the neon lights and vibrant atmosphere, couples swayed on the dance floor to the deafening music. Su Miao's entrance drew the attention of everyone in the bar. Though dressed plainly, her aura was so commanding, her beauty so striking, the phrase angel face, devil body seemed tailor-made for her, that she naturally became the center of attention. Lin Zhong, who followed Su Miao into the bar, went completely unnoticed, which suited him just fine. In a dim corner of the bar, Lin Zhong leaned against the wall, watching Su Miao's back as if his body had merged with the darkness. Su Miao sat at the bar, ordered several bottles of Hennessy, and drank as if no one else existed. She sipped the expensive cognac, costing tens of thousands per bottle, as casually as if it were plain water. With Lin Zhong present, she felt no concern for her safety. Soon, her eyes glazed over, and a hint of intoxication crept in. By the time the bottle was empty, Su Miao was completely wasted, slumped motionless against the bar. Lin Zhong was about to step forward to help her up when his eyes suddenly sharpened, a cold smile playing on his lips. Across the bar, several leather-jacketed thugs looking slick and thuggish stared intently at Su Miao. Their eyes lingered over her stunning figure as they whispered and exchanged glances. One of them, a blonde-haired thug, abruptly stood up and swaggered over to Su Miao. After glancing around, he reached out to grab her arm, saying, "Baby, come on, let me take you away from here." But before his hand could fully reach her, Lin Zhong seized his wrist. The blonde thug tried to wrench free, but Lin Chang's grip was like iron. Not only did he not budge, but he tightened his hold, making the thug's wrist ache. "What are you doing?" Lin Zhong gripped the punk's wrist, preventing him from touching Su Miao, his voice icy.
Seeing someone dare to disrupt his plans, a flash of viciousness lit up the punk's eyes. He pointed a finger right at Lin Chang's nose and spat out curses. What the is it to you? I'm taking my girlfriend home, none of your damn business. I'm giving you one chance. Get the hell out now. Lin Zhong couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. You're dead meat and you still dare to talk tough. The yellow-haired thug was seething with rage. He suddenly raised the wine bottle and smashed it hard against Lin Chang's head. With a loud bang, the bottle shattered. Shards and alcohol splattered everywhere, the remaining liquid drenching Lin Chang's face. Lin Zhong wiped his face, removing the alcohol, a sudden cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He raised his foot and delivered a vicious kick straight to the yellow-haired thug's stomach. Lin Zhong hadn't even used full force, less than a third of his strength, yet even that was more than the blonde thug could handle. The yellow-haired thug let out a piercing scream, collapsing to his knees. His body curled up like a cooked prawn, the pain leaving him speechless. Boss, are you okay? Damn it! You dare hit our boss? You must be tired of living. The other thugs erupted in fury at the sight, cursing as they charged toward Lin Zhong. 5 or 6 fists flew straight at his face. Lin Zhong gave a cold laugh, standing perfectly still as he unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast kicks with both legs. Thud! 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 In an instant, the 5 thugs who had charged at him were all sent flying by a single kick. They lay sprawled on the floor, clutching their stomachs and groaning in pain, none able to get back up. The other patrons in the bar stared in disbelief, gazing at Lin Zhong as if he were a monster, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Lin Zhong cracked his neck. Such a fight was no challenge for him. The blonde thug lay on the floor, his face contorted, whether from pain or fury was unclear. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Seems you still haven't faced reality. Lin Zhong shook his head with resignation. He crouched down in front of the blonde thug and picked up a discarded cigarette from the floor. The cigarette had been discarded by one of the thugs, its ember glowing fiercely. What do you think you're doing? The blonde thug shuddered, his voice a hollow bark of bravado. What do I want to do? Lin Chang's gaze was as cold as ice. Of course, to teach you a lesson. With that, he pinned the yellow-haired thug's hand down, pressed the glowing tip of the cigarette firmly against the back of his hand, and slammed it down hard. It hurts. Damn it, let go. Let go. Please let go. The blonde thug let out a series of agonized screams, struggling desperately to pull his hand free. But Lin Chang's foot was as heavy as a mountain. No matter how he thrashed, he couldn't budge an inch. Only when the cigarette but finally extinguished did Lin Zhong lift his foot. The yellow-haired thug was now sobbing uncontrollably, his hand covered in tears. A deep, circular burn mark from the cigarette had seared into the back of his hand. Clutching his hand, he lay on the ground, his body shaking violently. The other thugs were frozen in terror by Lin Chang's ferocity, not daring to utter a sound as they hung their heads in silence. Lin Zhong slapped the blonde thug's face, then grabbed his collar and yanked him upright. Does it hurt? The yellow-haired thug's eyes were filled with terror as he nodded frantically, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. Remember this pain. Don't get too cocky in the future. I understand. The blonde thug's voice trembled along with his entire body. So tell me, Lin Zhong said, lifting the blonde thug to his feet. The man's 100+ pounds felt as light as a feather in Lin Chang's grasp. I'm sorry. I was wrong. We were all wrong. Please be magnanimous and let us off like we're nothing. Terrified by Lin Zhong, the blonde thug frantically swore and pleaded, his face covered in snot and tears, looking utterly ridiculous. Hashtag. Chapter 34, Su Miao's drunken state. Don't let me see any of you again. Today's incident is forgiven. Settle your tab at the bar, then get out. Lin Zhong released his grip, setting the blonde thug down. The blonde thug felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. Not daring to utter a word, he obediently pulled out all the money from his pockets and placed it on the bar counter. Then, along with the other thugs, they fled like scared rats. After sending the thugs on their way, Lin Zhong walked back to the bar, wrapped an arm around Su Miao's slender waist, and helped her to her feet. Su Miao's waist was slender and supple, without an ounce of excess fat, like the finest silk, smooth and slippery to the touch. Simultaneously, her delicate, subtle scent wafted to Lin Chang's nose, sending a flutter through his heart. Semi-conscious Su Miao opened her eyes slightly. Recognizing Lin Zhong, she closed them again, shifting into a more comfortable position. Like a cat, she nuzzled her head against his chest and rested it on his shoulder. After settling the bill, Lin Zhong helped Su Miao out of the bar. Just as he was about to place her in the back seat of the Lamborghini, a sudden thought halted his movement. After a moment's thought, Lin Zhong pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Yin's number. Hello? Sis Yin, it's me. Oh, it's you, little Lin. I was wondering who it could be. You actually calling your big sister yourself, how unusual. Lu Yin's voice on the other end sounded pleasantly surprised. What brings you calling so late? Can't sleep tonight and want to find your big sister. Seeing Lu Yin's words growing increasingly absurd, Lin Zhong decisively cut her off. President Su got drunk, but I don't know where she lives. So I wanted to ask Sisterine what I should do? Then bring her over to my place.
I live in Haitang community near the company.
Lu Ying gave an address without asking why Su Miao was drunk. Alright, I'll contact you after we arrive.
Lin Zhong hung up, opened the car door, and prepared to help Su Miao inside. But Su Miao suddenly snapped out of her stupor, wrapping her arms around Lin Chang's neck. As if recalling something heartbreaking, she buried her face in his shoulder and began sobbing quietly. Her tears soaked Lin Chang's shoulder. Listening to Su Miao's stifled sobs, an inexplicable sense of melancholy welled up in Lin Chang's heart. Everyone harbors sorrows they'd rather keep hidden from others.
While sober, they might endure, but once drunk, those feelings erupt.
This was precisely why Lin Zhong never drank.
He harbored too many secrets, each one capable of causing a massive uproar. If any were ever revealed, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Lin Zhong gently stroked Su Miao's soft hair. The figure now sobbing quietly against his shoulder was no longer the aloof CEO, but a girl broken by grief.
Why did you treat me this way? Why did you send people to kill me? Why are you so heartless? Is that position really that important? Important enough to disregard even blood ties? Su Miao murmured between sobs.
Though her words were muffled, Lin Zhong grasped the gist. From Su Miao's drunken ramblings, Lin Zhong surmised she might already know who the mastermind was, but had been unwilling to face it. This undoubtedly involved internal strife within the Su family, all for the sake of that so-called first heir position.
The assassin sent to kill Su Miao was likely someone she knew well.
After crying, Su Miao's voice gradually softened.
She nestled weakly into Lin Chang's embrace and drifted back to sleep.
Gazing at Su Miao's exquisite sleeping face, cradling her soft, delicate form, it would be a lie to say Lin Zhong wasn't moved.
Though Lin Zhong possessed a resilient spirit and was not easily swayed by beauty, he was no eunuch.
Quite the contrary, he was a young man in the prime of his life. No matter how mature his mind, that fact remained unalterable.
It took immense effort for Lin Zhong to keep his mind clear.
He carefully placed Su Miao in the passenger seat and drove toward Lu Yin's residence. While driving, the phone rang again with its familiar chime. Lin Zhong held the steering wheel with one hand and pulled out his phone with the other. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. The moment he pressed the answer button, a clear voice came through. Hello, is this Brother Lin? Recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Zhong asked uncertainly, Guanwei?
Yep, it's me.
What's up?
Can't I just call you for no reason?
Guanwei's rosy lips pouted in displeasure at Lin Chang's cool demeanor.
I finally got your number from Princess Taiping and called you all excited, and this is how you treat me? Not at all. I'm actually happy to hear from you. But I'm driving right now.
Lin Zhong explained, somewhat speechless. He usually spoke in this tone, but for some reason, Guanwei seemed to have suddenly become sensitive.
Lin, tell me honestly, are you living with Princess Taiping now?
Guanwei snorted coldly, firing off the question with an accusatory tone. Even through the phone, Lin Zhong could picture her, eyebrows furrowed, almond-shaped eyes wide, one hand on her hip. Lin Zhong had intended to tell the truth. After all, although he lived with Yang Ying, nothing had happened between them. Moreover, he had taken Yang Hua's dying wish to heart, now regarding Yang Ying and her mother as family. Living together seemed perfectly natural to him. But just as the words were about to leave his mouth, a sudden, ominous premonition gripped him. It felt as though uttering those words would trigger Guanwei to do something utterly unpredictable. Lin Zhong forced the words back down his throat and abruptly changed the subject. I'm driving right now.
It's not convenient to talk. Let's discuss this next time we meet.
Without waiting for Guanwei's response, he hung up with a sharp click. Guanwei stared blankly at the phone, taking a long moment to snap out of her daze.
Brother Lin actually hung up on me?
Guanwei's small chest heaved violently as her delicate white feet stomped the floor with a sharp patter.
No way.
I need to call Princess Taiping and give her a stern warning she better not harbor any improper thoughts about Brother Lin. After hanging up, Lin Zhong couldn't help but exhale a long sigh. He felt more exhausted than after a brawl with a group of people. He drove the Lamborghini safely to Haitang residential complex, parked at the entrance, then picked up Su Miao and carried her toward the interior of the complex. Su Miao slurred a few incoherent drunken words, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Chang's neck. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her starry eyes half open and half closed, her drunken state utterly adorable and irresistibly alluring. Holding Su Miao, Lin Zhong took the elevator to Lu Yin's residence and decisively rang the doorbell. About a minute later, the security door opened. Lu Ying stood there looking fresh and lively, catching Lin Zhong's attention and making his heart skip a beat. Hashtag. Chapter 35, An Unexpected Turn. Lu Ying wore a white facial mask, making her resemble a beautiful, seductive ghost. Noticing the stunned look on Lin Chang's face, she felt quite satisfied. She beckoned him in. Come on in, I've been waiting for you for ages. After Lin Zhong entered, Lu Ying closed the security door, crossed her arms, and fixed him with an odd gaze.
Sissine, why are you staring at me like that?
Lin Zhong felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. A man holding a woman in his arms, while being stared at by another woman in a nightgown. The scene was undeniably bizarre. You're the first.
Lu Ying held up one finger.
What? You're the first man to ever step inside my home. Though her facial expression was hidden by the face mask, she seemed to be smiling.
Sis Ian, don't worry.
I'll leave right after I put the president down.
Lin Zhong misunderstood, thinking Luin was urging him to leave.
Who said you could leave? Stay and have a drink with me, Luin said in a playful scolding tone.
Hand me the president.
I'll help her inside. Carrying her all this way must have worn you out.
Lin Zhong wasn't tired at all.
Far from it, he felt energized. Holding such a stunning beauty in his arms was a delightful pleasure for any man, and he was no exception. Lin Zhong set Su Miao down as instructed, and Luin reached out to take her. But just as Luin reached out to take her, Su Miao suddenly struggled violently, refusing to release the jade-like arms wrapped tightly around Lin Chang's neck. Luin wasn't Lin Zhong, she didn't possess monstrous strength and instantly lost her balance, her body swaying. Careful! Seeing this, Lin Zhong immediately stepped forward, arms outstretched, catching both of them in his embrace to prevent their fall. Luin exhaled in relief as she regained her footing. Glancing down, the fair face hidden beneath the mask flushed crimson in an instant.
Lin Zhong recoiled as if electrocuted, releasing his grip.
Even with his iron will and unwavering composure, he found himself momentarily flustered.
Sissine, I.
Luin bit her lower lip, saying nothing. She simply pressed against Lin Zhong, one hand resting on his shoulder, her eyes soft and alluring. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, Su Miao's voice broke the silence. Water.
I need water. Lu Yin's body trembled, snapping her out of the romantic haze.
She silently straightened up, stepping away from Lin Chang's embrace, yet felt a lingering reluctance in her heart. Lin Zhong silently placed Su Miao on the sofa, feeling he should say something. Sissine, just now
I know what you want to say.
Luin removed her face mask, revealing a radiant, flower-like face still flushed with color.
That was an accident, right?
Hearing Luin speak like this, Lin Zhong suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Luin swept a strand of hair from her ear, her gaze carrying a hint of flirtatiousness as she looked at Lin Zhong.
Don't worry, sis won't make you pay for it.
With that, she walked over to Lin Zhong, tapped his cheek with a finger, giggled, and then sauntered past him to tend to Su Miao. Luin fed Su Miao some water, then helped her into the bedroom. She didn't emerge until quite some time later, plopping down on the sofa beside Lin Zhong.
I'm exhausted.
Taking care of drunk people is such a hassle, Luin grumbled, nudging Lin Zhong with her shoulder in a suggestive tone.
Little brother Lin, you didn't take advantage of the president while she was drunk, did you?
Lin Chang's expression instantly hardened, his brow furrowing slightly.
Sissine, what do you mean by that? Do I look like the type? You know what I mean.
Our president is so beautiful, not just men, even women can't resist her charm.
So even if you did something, it wouldn't be your fault. Luin grinned. I didn't do anything.
Lin Zhong declared stiffly.
Really? Luin shot him a skeptical glance before nodding emphatically. If it were you, little Lin, it might actually be possible.
You're such a blockhead, you probably wouldn't even notice the president's charm.
Let me ask you another question, what do you think of me?
After saying this, Luin felt her own cheeks flush slightly, though her gaze remained fiery as she stared straight at Lin Zhong.
Sissine, I'm leaving.
Seeing Lu Yin's words growing increasingly absurd, Lin Zhong decisively stood up and headed for the door. Luin grabbed Lin Chang's hand.
Don't be mad. I was just joking.
Any other guy would be thrilled to be teased by a beauty like me, but with you, it's the opposite. Lin Zhong sighed, turned to look Luin in the eyes, and said earnestly, Sissine, I'm not angry.
It's just getting late. I can't exactly sleep over here tonight, can I?
I wouldn't mind at all, Luin couldn't resist teasing him again. Little brother Lin could sleep on the couch tonight. Of course, sharing the bed with your sister and the CEO isn't out of the question either, though you'd have to face the CEO's wrath afterward. I'll pass. I'll head back to my place.
You get some rest, sisterine.
Lin Zhong gently pried Lu Yin's fingers away, ignoring her pitiful gaze, and turned to leave decisively.
Luin stood at the doorway, watching Lin Chang's figure disappear down the hallway.
Suddenly, she giggled softly. You may run fast now, but you'll be mine sooner or later.
Just wait and see, oomph.
By the time Lin Zhong returned to Yang Ying's place, it was already 11 p.m. At this hour, Yang Ying would normally be asleep, but the living room light remained on. She sat on a wicker chair, staring blankly out the window. She wore adorable bare pajamas, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate, jade-like feet were placed side by side. The light cast upon her small face held an otherworldly beauty.
Lin Zhong entered and was surprised to find Yang Ying awake. Little Ying, why aren't you asleep yet?
Hearing his voice, Yang Ying turned abruptly, a smile lighting up her face.
Nothing much, just couldn't sleep. Since brother Lin is back, I'll head to bed now. Were you waiting for me?
Chapter 36, A Young Girl's Feelings.
No. Yang Ying's cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her small hands frantically.
But her reaction clearly contradicted her words, making her attempt to hide the truth all the more obvious.
Well then, get some rest. You have class tomorrow.
Lin Zhong took off his jacket and casually hung it on the coat rack. Yang Ying stood up and walked toward the bedroom door. Suddenly, she turned back and whispered softly, Brother Lin, if you're going to be coming home late in the future, could you give me a call? Lin Zhong paused, then felt a warm surge in his heart.
Sure, go get some sleep.
Yang Ying flashed a sweet smile, waved at Lin Zhong, said goodnight, then stepped into her room and closed the door. After showering, Lin Zhong didn't go straight to bed. Instead, he stood by the bed and practiced the dragon tiger energy for a while. Despite his busy schedule lately, he had never neglected his dragon tiger energy cultivation. His cultivation had hit a plateau. No matter how much he practiced, his power wouldn't increase. Yet with each session, Lin Zhong gained new insights. The mortal world, the dust of life, was the finest crucible. Those who had ascended to the realm of transformed energy were masters who had infused their own experiences into their martial arts, forging unique powers that set them apart from the masses. Lin Zhong still had a long way to go before reaching the transformation realm, but there was no doubt he was on the right path. Early the next morning, Lin Zhong received a call from Luin informing him he didn't need to go to work today. Su Miao had granted him 3 days off. As for why she was being so kind, Luin didn't elaborate, but Lin Zhong could guess. It was likely because of his drunken antics last night. Su Miao probably felt embarrassed in front of him and had found an excuse to avoid meeting him. It must be said, Lin Zhong had guessed correctly once again.
Su Miao didn't just feel embarrassed, she felt utterly, completely humiliated.
Drowning her sorrows in alcohol was one thing, but getting completely wasted was an unforgivable mistake. What was even more humiliating was learning from Luin that Lin Zhong had carried her to his place and that she apparently cried. She had no recollection whatsoever of what had transpired. Only a vague memory lingered, someone holding her, a sense of profound comfort that had led her to do things she would never normally do.
For instance, crying.
As for what she had actually done, what Lin Zhong had seen, or where he had touched her,
Su Miao couldn't recall a single detail, nor did she dare to think about it.
She lay on the large bed with a cold expression, even considering firing Lin Zhong.
But ultimately, reason overcame impulse.
After much deliberation, she only gave him 3 days off.
Miss, why so angry?
You didn't lose anything, Luing murmured lazily, standing by the bed in her nightgown. She too had been roused from her slumber early that morning by Su Miao, who had recounted every detail of the previous night's events, though naturally, she'd never mentioned the part about Lin Zhong grabbing her breasts.
You're not me. How would you know I didn't lose anything? Su Miao retorted coldly, Lin Chang's expressionless face unexpectedly flashing through her mind. I trust Brother Lin's character. He wouldn't take advantage of someone in distress.
Luing yawned, stretching lazily as her ample curves nearly spilled out of her nightgown.
He did bring you home last night, didn't he?
With any other guy, who knows what might have happened. Lu Yin's words gradually soothed Su Miao's anger, leaving her deep in thought. Deep down, she knew it was precisely because Lin Zhong was there to protect her that she dared to drink at the bar. Under normal circumstances, she would never have done something so reckless.
But precisely because of that, Su Miao felt intensely frustrated. When had she become so weak? So dependent on others? Since I've already decided to give him 3 days off, I can't take back what I've said. Let him rest properly during these 3 days. Su Miao had completely calmed down.
Use these 3 days to thoroughly review the entire group and weed out all the bad apples.
Luing perked up instantly, her languid demeanor vanishing. Miss, you've made up your mind?
Of course. This assassination attempt only serves as a reminder one cannot constantly yield to others, lest they be seen as weak and easy to bully.
Su Miao's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. Inform our people.
It's time to activate certain hidden forces.
Yes, ma'am. With 3 days off, Lin Zhong finally relaxed completely.
After dropping Yang Ying off at school, he made a special trip to the noodle shop run by Old Man Liao, where he devoured 2 huge bowls of beef noodles. In the afternoon, he visited the hospital again to see Yang's mother, chatting with her until 6 o'clock. By the time he returned home, Yang Ying had already gotten out of school and was rolling up her sleeves to cook dinner.
Besides Yang Ying, Guan Wei was there too.
However, Guan Wei was clearly the type of delicate young lady who never lifted a finger to do any chores. While Yang Ying cooked, Guan Wei sat in the living room, her dainty feet propped up on a chair, snacking and watching TV. The moment Lin Zhong entered, Guan Wei sprang up from the lounge chair with a whoosh and rushed to him.
Big brother Lin, you're back.
She grabbed his hand and practically dragged him inside. Lin Zhong found himself being dragged along, somewhat overwhelmed by Guan Wei's enthusiasm. It felt like she hadn't missed him at all in the 2 days apart. If anything, her affection seemed to have only grown.
Why did you come today?
Lin Zhong asked, puzzled.
He recalled Guan Wei's home was quite far from here, in a completely different direction, at least an hour's walk.
Her? Yang Ying poked her head out from the kitchen, but before she could finish, Guan Wei waved her hands wildly to silence her.
Not a word. Guan Wei snapped, flustered. What's going on? Lin Zhong felt utterly baffled, completely lost between Yang Ying's words and Guan Wei's reaction. Nothing much.
We're good friends, so it's only natural I'd walk her home. Guan Wei took Lin Chang's hand, her face breaking into a sweet smile as her voice softened.
Brother Lin, Ying's place is so small. You must not be used to staying there. Why don't you move in with me? My place is huge, you've seen it yourself. Clang, clang.
Suddenly, a clatter of pots and pans erupted from the kitchen.
Yang Ying seemed to have accidentally dropped a bowl on the floor. Guan Wei's smile grew even sweeter, like a little fox who'd stolen some grapes. Lin Zhong couldn't resist flicking Guan Wei's snow-white forehead with his finger. Tell me honestly, what the hell are you two up to? Guan Wei covered her forehead. Though Lin Zhong hadn't used much force, her skin was so delicate that a faint red mark appeared where he tapped her. I missed you, that's why I came to see you. What kind of mischief could I possibly be up to? Lin Zhong stared intently into Guan Wei's eyes. She widened hers in return, gazing at him with large, watery eyes that seemed unusually innocent and guileless. Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Lin Chang's suspicions remained unshaken. Guan Wei held up 3 fingers. I swear on my life, I'd be a little dog if I lied. Alright, I believe you. Then why don't you sleep over at my place tonight, brother Lin? I have so much to tell you. Guan Wei's big eyes fluttered as she placed her small hand on Lin Chang's arm, her expression utterly adorable. Why on earth would brother Lin need to sleep at your place? Yang Ying emerged from the kitchen, her little face cold as she glared at Guan Wei. Little cow, since you're a guest in my home, you'd better learn some guest etiquette. Little cow? Hearing that term, Lin Zhong couldn't help but glance down at Guan Wei's chest, thinking the nickname was remarkably apt. Called by the nickname she loathed, Guan Wei's face flushed crimson. She stood up, hands on her hips, ready for a showdown. Princess Chubby, I told you back at school you can't have brother Lin all to yourself. No way. I won't stand for it. Lin Zhong hadn't expected that the 2 girls squabbling would be over him, seemingly fighting over him. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, pressing his hand to his forehead. Both of you, come here and sit down nicely. Seeing Yang Ying and Guan Wei glaring at each other like 2 fighting cocks, Lin Zhong stepped in to restore order. Chapter 37, Physical Examination. Lin Chang's words carried weight. Yang Ying and Guan Wei obeyed, sitting down obediently, though neither would look at the other. You're both in your senior year now, right? With college entrance exams approaching, how can you still be concerned about where I live? Lin Zhong slammed his hand on the table, adopting a stern parental tone. Your top priority is to study hard and get into a good university. Don't worry about anything else, understand? Yes, sir, they replied reluctantly. Good. Don't fight over such trivial matters again. Lin Zhong intended to end the topic. This isn't a trivial matter at all, it's a huge deal, okay? Guan Wei pouted. Brother Lin, are you going to sleep at my place or not? You can't just sleep with Xinghe. That's not fair. What did she mean, only sleep with Xinghe? This idiot, didn't she realize that statement could easily be misinterpreted? Lin Zhong glanced at Yang Ying, who happened to be looking at him too. Their eyes met, and Yang Ying's face flushed crimson instantly. She hung her head like an ostrich, refusing to speak another word. I'll come sleep at your place sometime in the future. To quickly defuse the situation, Lin Zhong had no choice but to compromise with Guan Wei. Yay! Guan Wei let out an excited little cheer and flashed a victory sign at Yang Ying, who rolled her eyes dramatically. The rift between the 2 girls finally healed. Moments later, Guan Wei slipped into the kitchen, making up with Yang Ying as if nothing had happened. The pair huddled together, chattering away about who knows what. The rest of the evening passed without incident. After dinner, Lin Zhong turned to Yang Ying and said, Little Ying, you wanted to learn self-defense from me, right? I happen to have time tonight. Let's head to the park later, and I'll teach you. Yang Ying's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. I want to learn too. Guan Wei raised her hand. Alright, I'll teach both of you. Lin Zhong gave Guan Wei a few appraising glances, making her blush. But Xiao Wei, you've probably learned self-defense before, right? Oh yeah, how did you know, brother Lin? Guan Wei wrinkled her little nose, her voice brimming with pride. My mom took me to learn self-defense before, and I'm really good at it. Lin Zhong smiled without comment. In truth, he had sensed it from Guan Wei's body. When Guan Wei hugged him, Lin Zhong sensed a latent power within her, a strength only attainable through professional training. Though Guan Wei and Yang Ying were similar in height and build, Guan Wei was far more robust and sturdy, perhaps a reflection of her temperament. Around 8 o'clock, the 3 arrived at a small park near Hongsheng Alley. It was in this very park that Lin Zhong had fought Luo Shan and his gang, teaching them a harsh lesson. Because of this incident, the thugs who used to roam around Hongsheng Alley had completely vanished. Neither Luo Shan nor Ganga had ever shown their faces in Hongsheng Alley again. Lin Zhong stood facing Guan Wei and Yang Ying, maintaining a 2-meter distance between them. The moment he began addressing the matter at hand, his gaze sharpened and brightened, radiating a calm and composed demeanor. The self-defense I'll teach you differs from conventional methods. Lin Chang's deep, even voice carried clearly to the 2 girls. Most self-defense focuses on passive defense, protecting yourself. What I teach emphasizes active defense, subduing your opponent. To master my self-defense, you must start from the basics. Now, I'll test your physical condition. Who goes first? Yang Ying and Guan Wei exchanged glances. Yang Ying raised her hand first. Lin Zhong held out his palm, raised it to chest level, and said, Come on, punch me with all your strength. Yang Ying took a deep breath, clenching her delicate little fist tightly. With a whoosh, it slammed into Lin Zhong's open palm. Put. Guan Wei, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Zhong shot Guan Wei a glare. She quickly covered her mouth, but the smile on her face was impossible to hide. Yang Ying's face flushed slightly as she looked at Lin Zhong with hopeful eyes. Your strength is too weak, it's completely harmless. Even if I stood still and let you hit me, you couldn't hurt me. Lin Zhong seemed oblivious to the disappointment in Yang Ying's eyes as he said indifferently, stand still. I want to check your skeletal development. Yang Ying stood perfectly straight, arms hanging at her sides, feeling a bit nervous. Lin Zhong approached, his large hands kneading and probing her body. Every part of Yang Ying was thoroughly examined by Lin Zhong, except for sensitive areas like her chest, abdomen, and buttocks. Though Lin Zhong remained utterly focused, his mind free of distractions, Yang Ying clearly didn't share his perspective. A girl's body was already exceptionally sensitive, let alone being touched all over by a man. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, nearly losing her balance several times. She gritted her teeth to steady herself, her snow-white face flushing deeper and deeper. By the time Lin Zhong finished his examination, even her ears were crimson and her eyes glistened with moisture. Standing nearby, Guan Wei felt her own body grow warm. Covering her face, she watched intently, unable to look away. Shouting, you need to eat more meat and supplement your calcium intake to strengthen your bones and build muscle, Lin Zhong sighed regretfully. You can't practice my self-defense techniques yet because your body is too weak and lacks sufficient strength. Forcing yourself to train now would only harm you. Yang Ying nodded, her gaze still somewhat unfocused, as if she hadn't heard Lin Chang's words. Brother Lin, it's my turn now. Come test me. Guan Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly awaited her turn. Alright, come on. Lin Zhong held out his palm. Unlike Yang Ying, Guan Wei didn't take a deep breath. Instead, she adjusted her breathing to steady her body. Then, shifting her feet into a front-back stance, she aimed her right fist at Lin Chang's open palm and struck with full force, producing a low thud. Judging solely by her striking posture, Guan Wei was far superior to Yang Ying. When Yang Ying's fist struck Lin Chang's palm, the sound was barely audible. Guan Wei's fist, however, produced a distinct thud upon impact. Not bad. Sufficient power, and your stance is correct, Lin Chang's expression remained calm. Now I'll assess your physique. Finally. Half anticipating, half nervous, Guan Wei stood as straight as a plank. Yet the moment Lin Chang's large hand touched her body, that plank instantly softened. By the time Lin Zhong finished his examination, Guan Wei, like Yang Ying before her, was flushed crimson, her body nearly melting into liquid. Lin Zhong harbored no intention of taking advantage. In fact, his intense focus on perceiving her skeletal structure left him utterly oblivious to any physical sensations. Now, let's begin training, Lin Zhong said, ignoring the girl's flustered states. Xiao Wei can learn the basic stances of my self-defense techniques. Xiaoying, though you can't learn my self-defense, I can teach you guiding techniques. Regular practice will strengthen your body and improve your health. Brother Lin, how do you know so much? Not only martial arts, but self-defense and qigong too. Guan Wei exclaimed in awe. Master one principle and you master them all. All things are interconnected to some degree. Take martial arts, self-defense, and qigong at their core, they are all methods of self-strengthening. Lin Chang's gaze grew deep as he recalled the old man who had taught him martial arts in the military. The self-defense techniques he intended to teach the two girls were actually combat skills distilled from real battle experience, simplified to reduce difficulty. Yet even the most sophisticated combat techniques required sufficient strength to unleash their full power. It was like the same blade held by an infant versus a warrior, the lethality was worlds apart. Therefore, Lin Zhong intended to lay a solid foundation for them first before imparting combat techniques. I'll demonstrate first. Watch carefully. For the next hour or so, Lin Zhong began instructing Yang Ying and Guan Wei. Though the training was tedious, both girls learned with utmost diligence. Chapter 38, Shen Martial Arts Academy. By the end of practice, they were too exhausted to lift a finger. Lin Zhong had no choice but to carry one on his back and hold the other in his arms all the way home, drawing countless envious and resentful stares along the way. Too exhausted to walk home, Guan Wei stayed the night with Yang Ying. By the time Lin Zhong returned to his room after bathing, both girls in the next room were fast asleep. Listening to their steady breathing, Lin Zhong's mind gradually settled into tranquility. He stood by the bed, practicing the dragon tiger force for a while, then lay down fully clothed and soon drifted into sleep. The next day. Ring. The ringing of the phone jolted Lin Zhong from his deep sleep. Opening his eyes, he was startled to find daylight already streaming through the window. Perhaps it was the result of living too comfortably, but for the first time ever, he had overslept. This was the first time such a thing had happened since he joined the military. He picked up the phone beside his bed and pressed the answer button. A stranger's voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Zhong? Lin Zhong shot upright in bed. This is he. Who's this? Great. I finally found you. The man sounded slightly agitated, yet he maintained a steady tone. Do you remember rescuing an elderly man by the roadside a few days ago? Lin Zhong certainly hadn't forgotten.
It was precisely because he'd taken that elderly man to the hospital that he'd been late for the airport pickup, resulting in Su Miao docking several thousand yuan from his pay.
Is the old man okay?
Lin Zhong didn't ask why the man was calling instead, he inquired about the elderly man's condition first.
That elderly man was my father. Thanks to you, he received timely medical attention and is finally out of danger.
He's already starting to recover. The man's voice brimmed with gratitude.
Mr. Lin Zhong, please, let's meet. I must repay you properly. No need. It was just a small favor.
I never expected any repayment, Lin Zhong politely declined.
I'm glad the old man is okay. I have things to attend to. I'll hang up now. Lin.
The man on the phone tried to say more, but Lin Zhong had already hung up. Stepping out of the room, he found the living room dining table set with several small dishes and a bowl of kanji, alongside 2 notes.
Lin Zhong picked up the notes and couldn't help but smile warmly. The 2 notes, left by Yang Ying and Guan Wei respectively, differed in tone and wording but conveyed similar messages. Both urged him to eat properly and get adequate rest.
Lin Zhong folded the notes and sat down at the table, slowly sipping his kanji spoonful by spoonful. Before he finished, the phone rang again. Lin Zhong picked it up to see the same number as before.
After a moment's thought, he pressed the answer button. What is it now?
Young man, it's me, came an aged voice from the other end.
I wish to meet with you. Please don't refuse.
Since the old man had personally called to invite him, and seemed to mean well, Lin Zhong couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right.
Young man, give us an address and we'll come visit.
The old man chuckled, though his tone sounded somewhat feeble. No, I'll come to you instead, Lin Zhong replied politely. He could tell the old man was still very frail, his voice lacking strength.
How could he possibly let the other man drag himself over in such a state?
The old man didn't insist. He gave an address and told Lin Zhong he absolutely must come, then hung up. After finishing his porridge, Lin Zhong changed clothes and headed out. Roughly an hour later, he arrived at the address the old man had given. It was a detached, antique-looking building occupying several hundred square meters. Owning such a structure in the city center required not just wealth but influence. Above the main gate hung a massive plaque, black background with gold trim, bearing 4 bold red characters, Chen Martial Arts Academy. The characters were bold and vigorous, each stroke revealing profound calligraphic skill. Martial arts training is deeply ingrained in Yanhuang Republic culture, with dedicated martial arts classes offered from elementary school through university. Consequently, martial arts academies are ubiquitous throughout society. Ordinary martial arts schools typically only teach techniques for physical fitness and self-defense.
While not necessarily fraudulent, they lack distinctive features.
However, some martial arts academies boast long histories, tracing their roots back to ancient times.
Possessing unique, secret techniques, they continuously produce masters and maintain unbroken lineages.
Undoubtedly, the Chen Martial Arts Academy was one such venerable institution. Ordinary martial arts schools simply lack the financial resources and influence to maintain such an establishment. Lin Zhong never imagined that the elderly man he had casually rescued would have such a formidable background.
He couldn't help but marvel at how truly unpredictable life could be.
He stood at the entrance, carefully admiring the 4 large characters Chen Martial Arts Academy before stepping forward to knock on the door. Moments later, the door swung open. Standing behind it was a young man in his 20s with a ruggedly handsome appearance. He eyed Lin Zhong warily.
Who are you here to see? I'm here by invitation.
An elderly gentleman called me and insisted I come, so here I am, Lin Zhong replied calmly.
Ah, it's you.
The young man's guard dropped instantly. He laughed heartily, stepped aside, and gestured invitingly.
You're the one who saved my grandfather? Please come in. We've been waiting for you for ages.
The young man was outgoing and somewhat familiar, and after Lin Zhong entered, he slammed the door shut with a bang and called out, "Grandpa, your savior is here." At the young man's call, 2 figures emerged from the room. Leading the way was a frail, elderly man who looked as if a gust of wind could knock him over. The very same old man Lin Zhong had rushed to the hospital. But Lin Chang's attention was drawn to the middle-aged man beside the old man. This man bore a striking resemblance to the elder, appearing to be in his 40s. Tall and imposing, his eyes were sharp and piercing. Standing there, he resembled a towering mountain, exuding an indescribable sense of weight and authority. More significantly, Lin Zhong sensed a palpable pressure and sense of danger emanating from this man. Both the old man and the middle-aged man instantly sensed Lin Chang's extraordinary presence. A sharp gleam flashed in the old man's cloudy eyes as he smiled. "Young man, you've arrived." Lin Zhong shifted his gaze away from the middle-aged man, his expression calm as he nodded. "Old master, how is your health? What brings me here today?" "No rush, no rush. Let's sit down first and talk slowly," the old man chuckled, beckoning Lin Zhong over. "I never expected you to have studied martial arts, young man."
"That's a pleasant surprise."
After settling in the living room, the old man introduced himself, and Lin Zhong learned their names. The elder was Chen Changchun, the current headmaster of the Chen Martial Arts Academy. The middle-aged man was his son, Chen Yunsung. As for the young man who had opened the door for Lin Zhong, he was Chen Yunsung's son, Chen Hong. The 3 generations of the Chen family receiving him together left Lin Zhong both flattered and bewildered. While he had saved their lives, this display of hospitality seemed a bit excessive.
Chapter 39, Sparring.
Lin Zhong noticed that despite the Chen martial arts hall's size, there were surprisingly few people present. From the moment he entered until now, aside from old master Chen Shangchun, Chen Yunsheng, and Chen Hong, he hadn't seen a single other person.
Noticing Lin Chang's confusion, Chen Yunsheng smiled and explained, "Our academy differs from others. We have few students and no boarding facilities. Since the academy isn't open yet, you haven't seen anyone else."
"Ah, so that's why," Lin Zhong nodded in realization. No wonder the gate had been closed when he arrived earlier. "Young brother Lin, first I must formally thank you for saving my father." Chen Yunqing gestured to Chen Hong, seated nearby. The latter stepped inside and returned carrying a black wooden box about 2 feet long and a hand's width wide. An ancient-looking character Chen was carved on its surface. Chen Yunsheng pushed the box toward Lin Zhong. "A small token of our gratitude. It's nothing grand, but please accept it. Inside is medicinal wine brewed from our exclusive secret recipe. It's quite effective for treating bruises and injuries. Please don't refuse." Given how sincerely the offer was made, refusing it would seem overly formal and insincere. Thus, Lin Zhong accepted the gift without hesitation. The atmosphere in the parlor instantly warmed after Lin Zhong accepted the gift. "Young brother Lin, I'm a few years your senior. If you don't mind the familiarity, you can call me Uncle Chen." Chen Yunsheng laughed heartily, finding Lin Zhong quite likable. "Since we're both martial artists, let's skip the formalities and all that stuffy nonsense."
"Sure, Uncle Chen. Just call me by my name."
Though Lin Zhong was quiet and not particularly talkative, it didn't mean he lacked social grace. Quite the opposite. Despite his youth, Lin Zhong possessed a steady temperament and mature intellect. Having weathered countless storms, he had developed his own set of principles for interacting with others. His usual demeanor, silent, aloof, expressionless, stemmed from his habit of concealing his true emotions in public.
"All right." Chen Yunsung slapped Lin Chang's shoulder hard.
"Lin Zhong, don't rush back today. Stay for lunch, and I'll have Chen Hong show you around our martial arts academy."
"Brother Lin, how about we spar a bit?"
Chen Hong suddenly stood up, rubbing his hands together with anticipation, his face brimming with fighting spirit as he looked at Lin Zhong. He could tell Lin Zhong wasn't weak in martial arts, and the urge to test his skills was irresistible. Before Lin Zhong could respond, Chen Yunqing snapped, eyes widening, "Nonsense! Lin Zhong is our guest, how dare you challenge him to a fight?" Old Master Chen, seated nearby, shook his head slightly. Yet his reason differed from Chen Yunqing's. Perhaps Chen Yunqing couldn't discern it, but old Master Chen, tempered by decades of trials, though aged and physically weaker than in his prime, possessed increasingly sharp insight. He had already recognized Lin Chang's martial prowess as far superior to Chen Hong's.
Don't we martial artists all believe in meeting friends through martial arts?" Chen Hong dismissed the concern.
Lin Zhong, too, was eager to gauge the gap between himself and these legendary martial arts masters. Rising to his feet, he declared, "I too wish to spar with Brother Chen.
Let it be an exchange of camaraderie, I beg you to hold back." Chen Hong was delighted.
Rolling up his sleeves, he strode to the center of the hall and declared with a broad grin, "Brother Lin, no need to worry. This is merely an exchange of skills, not a life or death contest."
"We'll stop at the right moment."
Lin Zhong walked steadily to a spot 2 meters away from Chen Hong, standing facing him with his hands hanging naturally at his sides, assuming no fighting stance. Yet even standing casually, he radiated a powerful, majestic aura like a mountain rising from the earth. This imposing presence startled Chen Hong, who had been casually relaxed. His gaze instantly sharpened, becoming focused and solemn as he stared at Lin Zhong, as if facing a formidable enemy. "Oh?" Chen Yunsheng, observing from the sidelines, also let out a surprised exclamation, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes.
"Had misjudged him, didn't you?"
Old Master Chen leaned back in his armchair, eyes narrowed with deep meaning.
"This young man named Lin Zhong is no ordinary fellow. Chen Hong is simply no match for him. Father, you saw this coming?"
Chen Yunsheng stared intently at Lin Chang's figure. Even he now sensed pressure emanating from Lin Zhong, who had previously seemed indistinguishable from an ordinary person.
"Then why didn't you intervene? Why stop him?"
Old Master Chen replied calmly.
"Losing this match will benefit Chen Hong.
It will teach him that there's always someone stronger out there, that the mighty have mightier rivals." Chen Hong couldn't hear a word of the conversation between Old Master Chen and Chen Yunsheng. He drew a deep breath and declared in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, beware. I'm moving." The word "I'm" barely left his lips before Chen Hong lunged forward, his arms thrusting like spear tips, driving straight for Lin Chang's chest. The muscles in his arms were taut as steel, veins bulging like writhing snakes. This single move revealed Chen Hong's extraordinary prowess. A seemingly simple move, yet it carried immense force and raw power, utterly incomparable to anyone Lin Zhong had faced before. A flash of light darted through Lin Chang's eyes. Facing Chen Hong's fierce assault, he took a step back before swiftly raising one leg. With a sharp swish, it lashed out toward Chen Hong's waist. Though this was merely a sparring match, Lin Zhong had only used 3/10 of his strength.
Even so, the kick was lightning fast. Good. Chen Hong growled, thrusting his arm downward to block Lin Chang's leg. Seizing the moment before Lin Zhong could retract his leg, he closed the distance and unleashed 3 rapid punches. He believed his punches were swift, but to Lin Chang's eyes, they were perfectly clear. Disappointment flickered in Lin Chang's heart. Though Chen Hong was strong, he was far from formidable. For within Chen Hong's techniques, there was no trace of killing intent. Martial arts without that killing intent, no matter how imposing the aura, had limited destructive power. Not wanting to humiliate Chen Hong too badly, Lin Zhong decided to ease up, aiming for a draw. Just then, old Master Chen suddenly spoke up. Lin Zhong, do not hold back. To do so would be disrespectful to Chen Hong. Old Master Chen's words made Lin Zhong change his mind. Lin Chang's body swayed. His legs crossed in an instant, his torso twisted, and he dodged Chen Hong's attack. Then, with a swift lunge, he closed the distance, instantly locking eyes with Chen Hong. Chen Hong felt a blur before his eyes, and Lin Zhong was already before him. His hair stood on end, his scalp tingled, and an indescribable chill swept through his entire body. Too fast. So fast it was impossible to see clearly. Next, Chen Hong felt a sharp pain in his chest as an unstoppable force slammed into him. He stumbled backward several steps involuntarily, crashing down onto the ground. Chen Hong couldn't believe he'd lost so easily. His eyes fixed on Lin Zhong, his mind reeling. Lin Zhong walked up to Chen Hong and extended his hand. Chen Hong's face flushed alternately red and white. Suddenly, he gave a bitter laugh, grabbed Lin Chang's hand to stand up, and said self-mockingly, I never imagined Brother Lin was this strong. I've really brought this on myself. There are always those stronger than you, and skies beyond skies, Chen Yunqing said earnestly. You thought yourself formidable because you'd never faced a true master. But when you meet one, your true colors show. Do you know why you lost? Chen Hong ran a hand through his hair, his expression blank. I only felt a flash before my eyes, then a palm struck my chest. I didn't even see how I was hit. Chen Yunqing and old Master Chen exchanged glances, thinking, just as we suspected. Truth be told, the shock within their hearts was no less than Chen Hong's. Chapter 40, Top-Tier Coach. Lin Chang's demonstrated prowess far exceeded Chen Yunqing and old Master Chen's expectations. This was no longer mere martial arts, it was the perfect fusion of power and technique, a combat skill bordering on the supernatural. In terms of cultivation level, Lin Zhong and Chen Hong were actually quite similar, both at the peak of the Mingjing realm. The difference lay in their backgrounds. Chen Hong had trained since childhood, while Lin Zhong was a latecomer to the martial arts. Yet the combat prowess they displayed was worlds apart. Chen Hong's defeat had been anticipated from the start, but no one could have foreseen it happening so swiftly, so effortlessly. The reason you couldn't read Lin Chang's moves, Chen Yunqing stated bluntly, is that you were already intimidated by his aura. Your mind faltered, and you lost your composure. He continued, your mental fortitude, willpower, and practical combat skills are too weak. You lost fairly. You should thank Lin Zhong for exposing your weaknesses. Chen Hong was open-hearted and upright. Though defeated by Lin Zhong, he harbored no resentment or jealousy. He solemnly clasped his fists in salute to Lin Zhong. Brother Lin, thank you for the lesson. But I won't concede defeat. I'll challenge you again next time. Lin Zhong held considerable respect for Chen Hong. He smiled and replied, if Brother Chen wishes to spar with me again, I'll be happy to oblige anytime. The two men sat down again. Old Master Chen accompanied Lin Zhong for a while before feeling his strength wane. He excused himself to retire to his room. In truth, given old Master Chen's physical condition, he shouldn't have been so easily exhausted. But Lin Zhong could tell that old Master Chen was hiding some hidden injuries. After a bit of casual conversation, Chen Yunqing suddenly asked, Lin Zhong, with your formidable martial arts skills, have you ever considered joining our Chen Martial Arts Academy as an instructor? Lin Zhong paused at Chen Yunqing's words. He immediately shook his head. I'm only skilled in combat. I've never taught anyone before. Even if I were to become an instructor, I wouldn't know how to teach others. Besides, I already have other work commitments. So, Uncle Chen, I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline. Don't refuse so quickly. Hear me out. Chen Yunqing stroked the stubble on his chin, closed his eyes for a moment to recall something, then spoke slowly, you must have noticed that my father has hidden injuries. They were inflicted by an enemy from his youth. Although father killed that enemy, the hidden wounds have never fully healed. Lin Zhong nodded, understanding. Those who practice martial arts possess bodies far stronger than ordinary people, thus aging more slowly and living longer. Take Chen Yunqing, for instance. Though he was actually over 50, he appeared to be only in his 40s. It was precisely because old Master Chen bore these hidden injuries that he appeared so aged. Were it not for his formidable martial prowess and profound foundation, he might have succumbed to them long ago. Unaware of Lin Zhong's thoughts, Chen Yunqing continued in a subdued tone, now his health is deteriorating. He intends to pass the headmaster position to me before retiring completely, no longer concerning himself with the martial arts school. That's a good thing. Since the old master has hidden injuries, he should rest quietly and not trouble himself with mundane matters anymore.
Lin Zhong didn't understand how what Chen Yunxing was saying related to him becoming a coach at the martial arts school. However, since Chen Yunxing had brought up the past, he would just listen. In a few days, it will be the founding anniversary of the Chen Martial Arts Academy. During the ceremony, we will invite friends and relatives to witness the succession of the headmaster's position. Our Chen Martial Arts Hall has many friends, but also no shortage of enemies. I fear that on that day, rivals may come to challenge the hall. Chen Yunxing's eyes burned with intensity as his words grew earnest, finally arriving at the main point. Therefore, I hope you will take on the role of the hall's top instructor. The top instructor need not teach students, nor is regular attendance at the hall required. Your duty is simply to step forward when the hall faces formidable opponents. Truthfully, Chen Yunxing hadn't initially considered hiring Lin Zhong as the top instructor. But the overwhelming power Lin Zhong displayed during his sparring match with Chen Hong had completely won him over. Lin Zhong found Chen Yunxing's offer quite tempting. Lin Zhong wasn't afraid of combat. In fact, the chance to continually spar with stronger opponents and grow more powerful himself was something he'd welcome wholeheartedly. Yet a lingering doubt remained in his mind. Uncle Chen, the Chen Martial Arts Academy is brimming with talent. Surely it doesn't need an outsider like me to fight? Lin Zhong phrased it delicately, but Chen Yunxing understood his meaning. We certainly don't lack basic combat strength. Chen Hong can handle most challengers who come to test our skills. While he's no match for you, he's still a decent fighter by outside standards. Chen Yunxing spread his hands helplessly. But against truly formidable opponents, he falls short. Previously, I personally served as the academy's top instructor, but now that I'm about to become the headmaster, I can't just step in whenever needed. So, if that's the case, I'm willing to accept Chen's Martial Arts Academy's offer and serve as the top instructor. Lin Zhong made his decision swiftly. Once he'd decided, there was no hesitation. However, Uncle Chen, I must clarify up front, I likely won't be at the academy often. I'll only come when there's business requiring my presence. That's perfectly fine. Chen Yunxing laughed heartily, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Rest assured, Uncle Chen won't shortchange you. Your monthly compensation will be at least this much. He held up his palm, displaying 5 fingers. Lin Zhong merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. With this major matter settled, Chen Yunxing felt remarkably pleased. He immediately took Lin Zhong on a tour of the entire martial arts academy. Though the Chen Martial Arts Hall appeared to be an ancient building from the outside, its interior was thoroughly modern, equipped with sofas, computers, televisions, and every other appliance imaginable. The heart of the academy was the 100-square-meter training hall. Hanging on its front wall was a calligraphy piece, executed with effortless flair and sublime grandeur, bearing the 2 characters guard the heart. Lin Zhong stood before these 2 characters, finding himself captivated by their presence. After a long while, Lin Zhong exhaled deeply and sincerely praised, "What beautiful calligraphy!" These 2 characters were clearly penned by the same hand as the 4 characters on the Chen Martial Arts Hall's signboard, yet their styles were starkly different. The characters' Chen Martial Arts Hall radiated a powerful, bold presence, their strokes sharp and assertive. The 2 characters guard the heart, however, were rounded and restrained, their sharpness deeply concealed. Seeing guard the heart, Lin Zhong felt as though he were witnessing a peerless master who had shed all superficiality, returning to the essence of simplicity. These are my ancestors' calligraphy. Chen Yunxing stood beside Lin Zhong, his gaze complex, lost in thought. Lin Chang's eyes remained fixed on the characters on the wall. In them, he saw something he had been searching for all along. Uncle Chen, could I be left alone here for a moment? Chen Yunxing gave Lin Zhong a long, deep look before silently exiting the martial arts hall, leaving Lin Zhong alone. Lin Zhong sat cross-legged, his mind swiftly entering an unnamed state. What is guarding the heart? Lin Zhong asked himself inwardly. Let the world's affairs flow like water, all phenomena impermanent, I shall remain steadfast, my heart is unshakable as a rock. Boom! A thunderclap exploded within Lin Chang's mind, illuminating his heart with blinding clarity. Chapter 41, The Senior Sister. After an unknown span of time, Lin Zhong emerged from his deep contemplation and rose to walk outside. At this very moment, he felt not a shred of confusion about the future. He even sensed that the bottleneck of the hidden force realm had vanished. Soon, his dragon tiger force would ascend to that level. Outside the martial arts hall, a large group of Chen Martial Arts Academy students had already gathered. They wore training uniforms emblazoned with the academy's name, chatting and laughing in small clusters. Young men dominated the crowd, each one robust and full of energy. When Lin Zhong emerged from the closed martial arts hall, the crowd erupted in a stir. Who is that guy? He actually came out of the training hall. Could he be a thief? Someone exclaimed, as if suddenly awakening. At this remark, the trainees' expressions turned hostile. They surrounded Lin Zhong, blocking his path and refusing to let him pass. Lin Zhong scanned his surroundings and noticed that Chen Yunxing and Chen Hong were inexplicably absent. This sudden development made him feel somewhat troubled. He halted, spreading his hands in a gesture of peace. I'm not a thief. I'm a guest invited by old Master Chen. The moment Lin Zhong uttered his explanation, the trainees erupted into uproarious laughter. Did I hear that right?
With your shabby appearance, you claim to be the master's guest? This guy's definitely a thief.
Just look at his clothes, obviously cheap market stall stuff costing a few dozen bucks.
He can't even get through the front gate. How could he possibly be the master's guest? Exactly. What kind of status and standing does our master have? How could he possibly associate with someone like this?
The trainees didn't give Lin Zhong a chance to speak further, each chiming in to tear him apart.
Spill it. What did you steal?
A trainee towering half a head above Lin Zhong and built like a tank stepped forward, shoving him hard in the shoulder. He expected to shove Lin Zhong aside, but to his surprise, Lin Zhong didn't budge an inch, as if rooted to the spot.
The trainee's face flushed with embarrassment. Seeming humiliated, he assumed a fighting stance, ready to strike. Talk it out, don't resort to violence.
Lin Zhong reminded himself that he would soon be a top instructor at the martial arts academy. He couldn't possibly resort to the same rough tactics he used on street thugs with these trainees. He steeled himself to remain patient.
But his desire for calm discussion didn't extend to these trainees. Several trainees closed in. One of them barked, "What's there to talk about with a thief like you? If you have anything to say it to the cops after we've arrested you." The trainee who had shoved Lin Zhong earlier and another trainee flanked him on either side, trapping him between them. The rest crossed their arms, ready to watch the show. Since Lin Zhong wasn't particularly tall and lacked the aura of a skilled fighter, the trainees dismissed him as just another ordinary thief, paying him no mind. Some even pulled out their phones, ready to capture the comedic scene. Who knew there were still such dumb thieves around? Stealing from a martial arts gym? That's practically suicide. Ha, hurry up and film it. Post it online, I have a feeling this will go viral. As the students pointed and jeered, the two trainees flanking Lin Zhong suddenly lunged forward, pouncing on either side of his body. These students were indeed different from ordinary thugs. Their attacks had some semblance of technique, unlike the chaotic brawling of street punks. But to Lin Zhong, they were no different. Watching the trainees lunge toward him, Lin Zhong couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just as they were about to hit him, he took a huge step backward. The timing of his retreat was nothing short of masterful. The two trainees, certain of an easy victory and eager to impress their comrades, never anticipated Lin Chang's sudden retreat. By the time they tried to halt their momentum, it was already too late. Thud! The two trainees collided with each other. The sheer force of their lunge caused the recoil to knock them off balance. They staggered backward several steps before tumbling to the ground simultaneously. What just happened? He actually dodged it? Just luck, right? Zhao Gang and Zhou Yun, who just attacked, are among the best fighters here. How could he dodge so easily? No, it wasn't luck. This guy seems to have some serious skills. The onlookers could no longer maintain their spectators' detachment. Their gazes toward Lin Zhong grew noticeably more serious. After all, they were carefully trained students of the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Their discernment was a cut above ordinary people. While they might not have seen through Lin Zhong's true capabilities at first glance, the moment he moved, they recognized his extraordinary skill. Step aside, everyone. Let me take him on. A crisp, authoritative voice cut through the crowd from the outer perimeter. The senior sister is here. This should be entertaining. Remember that fool who challenged senior sister last time? He ended up bedridden for months. The crowd parted with a rustle, making way for a girl with short hair to step forward. She appeared to be around 20, with short hair cut to her ears. Her eyebrows were sharp like swords, her eyes bright as stars, her face fair, and her lips read a radiant presence that rivaled any man. She wore the same training uniform as the other students. Though originally designed for men, it clung to her frame with a unique allure. That thief must be pretty skilled to dare steal from our martial arts hall so brazenly. But running into our senior sister? That's his bad luck. Some had already begun silently mourning Lin Zhong. The girl addressed as senior sister strode up to Lin Zhong, sizing him up from head to toe. Suddenly, her sword-like eyebrows arched. Interesting. You've trained for a few years and think you can come causing trouble at my Chen Martial Arts Academy? Excuse me, I'm the master's guest. Lin Zhong felt somewhat helpless, finally able to speak. I have no intention of fighting you, and besides. His gaze swept over her arms and thighs, and he stopped speaking. Lin Chang's gaze was so piercing that the girl felt an illusion of being seen through, causing her to flush with embarrassment and anger. Though she had a tomboyish personality, her features and figure were exceptionally beautiful. Her long legs, in particular, were toned and shapely, having drawn countless admiring glances from men. Precisely because of this, she intensely disliked others staring at her legs. Her voice turned icy. And what? And, you're no match for me, Lin Zhong stated flatly. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding trainees collectively sucked in their breath and stepped back. To speak to our senior sister like that, I'm actually starting to admire this thief. This thief has no idea how terrifying our senior sister really is. She may look like a girl on the outside, but she's a human-skinned female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let senior sister hear. The girl's expression grew even colder. Her fists clenched tightly before her chest, forming a fighting stance. The last person who spoke to me like that had both hands broken. Kid, you make the first move. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance.
Lin Zhong kept his hands at his sides, his expression as calm as still water, showing no intention of fighting.
Since you won't strike first, don't blame me for being impolite.
The girl spat coldly, her back slightly arched. With a powerful thrust from her feet, her body shot forward like an arrow, instantly closing the distance to Lin Zhong. Her fists flew out simultaneously, aiming straight for his chest and abdomen. Just as her fists were about to connect with Lin Chang's body, Chen Yunsing's roar suddenly echoed, "Chen Xing, what are you doing?"
Chapter 42, Playing Along.
Her body froze abruptly, her fists halting mid-strike. At that moment, her fists were mere inches from Lin Chang's body. He could even feel the turbulent gust of wind.
Yet despite this, Lin Chang's body remained utterly unshaken. The hands hanging at his sides hadn't even twitched a finger.
His expression remained calm and composed. The girl named Chen Xing reluctantly withdrew her fist, straightening her posture as she glared fiercely at Lin Zhong. The crowd parted as Chen Yunxing hurried over. Seeing that Chen Xing hadn't actually struck Lin Zhong, he breathed a sigh of relief before glaring at her and snapping, "What on earth is wrong with you?
Dad, you're being so unfair."
Chen Xing pointed her finger right at Lin Chang's nose, her voice filled with fury.
Didn't you see this thief? And you're asking me? Coach Chen, you're finally here.
This really isn't Senior Sister's fault, it's all this thief's doing. If we hadn't stopped him, he'd have gotten away long ago.
He even claimed to be the dojo master's guest. Talk about bragging without a shred of evidence. Coach Chen, hurry inside and check if anything's missing.
The gathered students chimed in, all speaking up to support Chen Shang. Chen Shang stood smugly, shooting a sidelong glance at Lin Zhong, his expression saying, "Just you wait."
Shut up, all of you. Chen Yun laughed bitterly. Thief? His name is Lin Zhong, he's my guest. The noisy scene fell silent instantly. This guy, he really is a guest. Ahem, I told you not to jump to conclusions.
Now we've misunderstood him. At that moment, someone else stepped forward to play the good guy.
Who knew he was actually a guest?
He's dressed so shabbily and doesn't have the slightest air of a master.
It's no wonder we mistook him for a thief. All the trainees stared at Lin Zhong with strange looks.
Had Chen Yunxing not personally confirmed it, they would never have believed that this unremarkable-looking young man was actually the dojo master's guest.
Chen Xing's smug expression froze.
He sheepishly withdrew the hand that had been pointing at Lin Chang's nose and shot him a rather apologetic glance. From start to finish, Lin Chang's face remained expressionless. Whether misunderstood or exonerated, it seemed utterly irrelevant to him. Chen Yunxing turned to Chen Xing, his tone laced with disappointment. "I've told you time and again to think before you act, to never let impulsiveness guide you.
Why won't you listen? Lin Zhong saved your grandfather's life, and yet you dared to attack him? If outsiders learn of this, won't they accuse our Chen Martial Arts Academy of repaying kindness with ingratitude?" Chen Xing's face flushed alternately red and white.
Suddenly, he clasped his fists in a bow toward Lin Zhong and declared, "I'm sorry.
I misunderstood you. I'm willing to apologize. I'm truly sorry." Lin Zhong couldn't help but regard Chen Chang with newfound respect.
He had assumed Chen Sheng was like many spoiled girls, willful and unreasonable. But now it seemed she was not. Chen Sheng might be impulsive and impatient, but her nature wasn't fundamentally bad. At least, once she realized her mistake, she didn't stubbornly refuse to admit it. She understood how to apologize. Chen Yunsun, worried Lin Zhong might hold a grudge against Chen Xing, also whispered, "Lin Zhong, do me a favor and don't sweat the small stuff with the kid. She's just a bit hot-headed, nothing malicious." Hearing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. A sharp retort nearly slipped out, but she managed to hold it back. She felt deeply annoyed with her father. His words had just made her feel a whole generation below this guy named Lin Zhong.
And this guy? He might put on this mature, steady act, but realistically? He was probably around her age. "Uncle Chen, don't worry. It's really no big deal."
Lin Zhong smiled faintly, clearly not taking it to heart. Lin Zhong was never one to hold grudges. Since Chen Xing had apologized for her rashness, he certainly wasn't going to dwell on it.
"Pfft, what's with the act?"
Chen Xing turned her head away uncomfortably, pursing her lips. "I knew you'd be the magnanimous type." Chen Yunsun laughed heartily, scanning the room before suddenly clapping his hands loudly, grabbing everyone's attention.
"Since you're all here, I'll make an announcement.
Starting today, Lin Zhong is our Chen Martial Arts Academy's top instructor. From now on, you must address him as Coach Lin and show him the utmost respect."
"What?" The students exchanged stunned glances, each face frozen in disbelief.
Perhaps because the news was too hard to swallow, no one spoke.
"Father, have you lost your mind?"
Chen Xing, who had remained silent for only a few seconds, spoke up again, his tone urgent and rapid, his words coming in rapid succession.
"What kind of position is top instructor? Is this a role anyone can hold? Even if we want to repay this person for saving our lives, is it necessary to make him top instructor? And how do you expect Masters Tang and Li to feel about this?"
Having been publicly contradicted by Chen Xing several times in a row, Chen Yunxing felt his face burn with shame. He sternly lectured, "What nonsense are you spouting? I've already discussed this with Master Tang and Master Li.
They have no objections whatsoever. Do you have any? Yes. I have objections. And they're major.
Chen Xing thrust his chest out, suddenly turning to face Lin Zhong. My father appointed you as top coach, but I refuse to accept it. Therefore, I challenge you. Lin Zhong met Chen Xing's eyes, which blazed with fire. In those eyes, he saw a fierce fighting spirit.
Fine.
I accept your challenge, he said calmly.
Chen Yunsung paused, surprisingly not intervening. He had come to terms with it. His daughter loved to pick fights. Talking alone wouldn't work, she needed to be beaten into submission.
Moreover, he secretly hoped Lin Zhong would give Chen Xing a proper lesson to show her that there were always better players out there, that the sky had no limits. She needed to stop thinking so highly of herself, believing she was something special. Thus, Chen Yunqing approached Lin Zhong and whispered in a voice only they could hear, Lin Zhong, hold nothing back. Teach this brat a lesson for Uncle Chen, so she stops causing trouble for me in the future. Lin Zhong detected the resignation in Chen Yunqing's tone and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having to deal with such a hot-tempered daughter must be quite a headache for Chen Yunqing. He nodded. Uncle Chen, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. I won't hurt her. Seeing Chen Xing about to face off against Lin Zhong, the trainees grew excited and instinctively scattered, clearing a space for them. Senior sister actually wants to spar with this Lin Zhong guy? This is going to be a show. Just watch, senior sister will teach him a lesson he won't forget. He'll learn exactly why the flowers bloom so red. Chen Xing strode to the center of the clearing, rolled up her sleeves to reveal a pair of snow-white arms, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she challenged Lin Zhong with a defiant stare. Lin Zhong walked silently to a spot 3 meters in front of Chen Xing and came to a halt. Suddenly, he lifted both feet and pressed them lightly against the ground. The hard bluestone pavement silently yielded, forming 2 footprints over an inch deep. Whoa! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Every pair of eyes fixed on Lin Zhong now brimmed with shock. Chapter 43, Beaten to Tears. Holy crap, this guy is seriously that good? No wonder the gym owner made him a top-tier coach, he's got some real skills. Crushing the green stone floor wasn't difficult, most people present could manage that. But to avoid crushing the tiles while leaving distinct footprints? That was a feat few could achieve. It required not only immense strength, but also precise control over that power. Chen Cheng's expression turned serious, though his fighting spirit remained undiminished. He gave a cold laugh. Is this some kind of show of force meant for me? But if you think this trick will intimidate me, you're way off. No. Lin Zhong placed his feet into the 2 footprints he'd left behind. His aura shifted as he looked down at Chen Cheng with a condescending gaze. I'll fight you while standing within these 2 footprints. If you can force me to move, then you win. Lin Cheng's words instantly stirred the watching students. Did I hear that right? This Lin Zhong guy actually wants to stand still and fight senior sister? Who does he think he is, daring to show such contempt for senior sister? Senior sister is going to be furious. A chorus of whispers reached Lin Cheng's ears, gradually swelling into a crescendo. Senior sister, go. Beat him. Chen Xing ignored the trainee's shouts, her face darkening as she stared intently at the footprints beneath Lin Zhong's feet. Her voice held a calmness that foreshadowed a storm. Are you joking with me? No, I don't have a habit of joking. Lin Zhong replied calmly. I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Where does this confidence come from? Whether it's arrogance or genuine skill, you'll find out once you try. Lin Zhong crossed his arms, his gaze steady as he waited for Chen Xing to make her move. Chen Cheng exhaled sharply, clenching her fists. All traces of her anger seemed to vanish in an instant. Yet only those who had truly fought Chen Cheng knew that every ounce of his fury was now channeled into his fists. You'll regret this. Even if you saved my grandfather's life, I won't hold back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen Xing lunged forward like an arrow, striking straight at Lin Zhong. Her frame was slender, yet the momentum of her charge carried an unstoppable force, creating an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Whoosh! Chen Cheng's arm darted out like a venomous snake, her palm striking like a blade, aiming straight for the hollow beneath Lin Cheng's neck, between his collarbones. Fast. Astonishingly fast. Not only swift, but brimming with power, her palm sliced through the air with a distinct whistling sound. Chen Xing had resolved to teach this arrogant fool a profound lesson. From the very start, she unleashed her true strength, intending to finish Lin Zhong with a single strike. A sudden flash of light shot through Lin Zhong's eyes. Iron bridge, deep end. Lin Zhong planted his feet as if rooted to the ground, yet his body arched backward in a manner that defied the laws of physics, causing Chen Xing's attack to miss. Then, with even greater speed, he sprang back like a coiled spring. Using the momentum of his rebound, Lin Cheng's palm slammed directly into Chen Xing's shoulder. Lin Cheng's counterattack was ferocious. His steel-like palm seemed to contain boundless power, causing every hair on Chen Xing's body to stand on end. A chill exploded from the base of his spine. Instinct screamed at Chen Xing, he absolutely could not be struck by this palm. The consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! Like a startled cat, Chen Xing leapt backward with astonishing agility, escaping Lin Cheng's reach. Lin Zhong remained rooted to the spot, his feet not shifting an inch, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Chen Qiang. Their first clash revealed that both opponents far exceeded each other's expectations in strength.
Lin Zhong was certain that Chen Qiang's martial arts far surpassed Chen Hong's.
The measure of martial prowess lay not in the height of one's cultivation realm, but in the combat effectiveness one could unleash in real battle.
Chen Qiang's combat experience put Chen Hong to shame.
Had it been Chen Hong facing Lin Qiang's thunderous counterattack, he would never have dodged it.
Precisely because of this, Lin Qiang's fighting spirit was ignited.
He no longer treated the battle with Chen Qiang as a game but regarded him as a true opponent. Under Lin Qiang's piercing gaze, Chen Qiang felt the pressure on her body surge. She never imagined this unassuming-looking fellow concealed such terrifying strength. Had she not dodged swiftly, she would have fallen to the very first strike, a humiliating defeat beyond measure.
Chen Qiang now moved cautiously, circling Lin Zhong as she searched for an opening to strike.
Lin Qiang's immobilized body appeared riddled with openings, yet the more exposed he seemed, the more hesitant Chen Qiang became.
She knew those vulnerabilities could easily be traps deliberately left by Lin Zhong. Time dragged on as a heavy atmosphere spread outward. Unconsciously, the tense mood infected the surrounding spectators, silencing them all. Chen Yunqing stood closest to Lin Zhong and Chen Qiang, poised to intervene at any moment. As the standoff dragged on, the pressure on Chen Qiang intensified. She resolved to act without further hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she lunged forward once more, unleashing a torrent of rapid-fire attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Qiang's attack shifted relentlessly, slashing, smashing, colliding, grabbing, stabbing, a dizzying display where every strike carried immense force, tearing through the air with piercing whistles. Yet even against such ferocious assaults, Lin Zhong remained utterly composed. With casual, effortless parries, he deflected every single one of Chen Qiang's strikes. Watching this scene, Chen Yunqing suddenly let out a low sigh. With Chen Yunqing's discerning eye, he could clearly see that Chen Qiang's defeat was already evident. Or rather, Chen Qiang never had a chance to win, the only difference lay in how long he could hold out. After sustaining high-speed attacks for an extended period, Chen Qiang's strength began to wane. The moment his strike slowed even slightly, Lin Zhong seized his arm. No! Chen Qiang's heart jolted. She tried to break free from Lin Zhong's grip, but it was already too late. Lin Qiang's grip was like an iron band, clamping down on Chen Qiang's wrist so tightly that even with all her strength, she couldn't break free. Lin Zhong seized Chen Qiang's arm, a pull, a sweep, a thrust, a release. His strength was overwhelming. Chen Qiang was utterly powerless to resist, like a tiny boat tossed helplessly by raging waves. When Lin Qiang's grip finally released, Chen Qiang stumbled backward 7 or 8 steps. Only when Chen Yunqing gently caught her back did she steady herself, avoiding a fall. A deathly silence fell over the arena. Every student stood speechless, their mouths agape. There was no doubt about it, Chen Qiang had lost. She had been utterly defeated. Though she bore no visible injuries, it was clear to everyone that Lin Zhong had held back. From start to finish, the battle's tempo remained firmly within Lin Zhong's control. Even as the fight concluded, his feet remained planted firmly in place, not shifting an inch. I lost. Chen Qiang's chest heaved violently as she spat out the 3 words, then turned and walked away. The moment she turned, her eyes instantly reddened, and 2 uncontrollable streams of tears began to flow down her cheeks. Sorry, Uncle Chen. I think I might have gone a bit too hard. Lin Zhong relaxed his stance, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected Chen Qiang to cry after losing the fight. No, I should thank you. This defeat is invaluable experience for Chen Qiang. Only by overcoming this hurdle will she grow stronger. Chen Yunqing gave Lin Zhong a firm pat on the shoulder. Come on, let's go eat. Chapter 44, Becoming Your Disciple. During the meal, Lin Zhong saw Chen Qiang again. Her expression had returned to normal, showing no trace of her recent tears. However, she gave Lin Zhong no friendly look. With a cold expression, she sat down across from him, buried her head in her food, and didn't glance at him once. Lin Zhong sighed inwardly, realizing he'd offended Chen Qiang. Given her fiercely competitive nature, being defeated so decisively and without protest meant it would be strange if she were still chatting and laughing with him. Chen Yunqing pointed to the other 2 middle-aged men at the table and introduced them to Lin Zhong. This is Coach Tang Taizhan, and this is Coach Li Jiyun. Both are masters we at Chen's Martial Arts Academy hired at great expense. Coach Tang, Coach Li, Lin Zhong nodded respectfully to each. Coach Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. The 2 men across from him showed no trace of arrogance. They didn't look down on Lin Zhong because of his youth, returning his nod with equal courtesy. In truth, after witnessing Lin Qiang's exchange with Chen Qiang, both men knew full well they were no match for him either. Within the Chen Martial Arts Academy, the highest martial arts master was undoubtedly the academy's founder, Chen Changchun, followed by Chen Yunqing. Though Chen Changchun possessed formidable skills, his advancing age and weakened strength, compounded by lingering internal injuries, had kept him from sparring for years. Chen Yunqing, in the prime of his life, had mastered the Chen family's direct lineage of Baguazhang to perfection. He had entered the realm of hidden force years ago and was the undisputed grandmaster of the Xinghe martial arts world. Compared to his father, Chen Changchun, he showed signs of surpassing the master.
The third-ranked martial artist beneath Chen Yunsheng was neither Tang Taizhan nor Li Jiyun, but Chen Cheng.
Though young and female, Chen Cheng possessed extraordinary natural talent and exceptional aptitude in martial arts.
Chen Yunsheng placed great hopes in her, nurturing her skills from childhood. Now, Chen Xing stands at the pinnacle of the bright force realm, standing but a hair's breadth away from the dark force. Compared to Chen Xing, Chen Hong falls far short. Despite receiving the same intensive cultivation from the Chen family, he has only recently reached the peak of the manifest strength realm and remains a considerable distance from the hidden strength realm. Yet, despite Chen Cheng's formidable strength, she was easily defeated by Lin Zhong.
Just how powerful was Lin Zhong then?
Coach Lin, your martial arts are so profound.
May I ask which school you trained under? Tang Taizhan asked casually, as if an idle conversation, while picking up a piece of food.
The ears of everyone at the table perked up, clearly intrigued by the question.
I belong to no school or sect.
I merely picked up a few moves here and there, Lin Zhong replied dismissively. The Dragon Tiger Force was a military secret. Countless martial arts masters had poured their hearts and souls into compiling it, so its existence was strictly confidential, known only to practitioners themselves. This explained why no one could discern the origins of Lin Zhong's martial arts. Tang Taizhan gave an awkward chuckle, lifting his wine cup to take a sip, using the gesture to mask his own discomfort. After the meal, Lin Zhong took his leave. Chen Shangchun and Shen Yunsung earnestly tried to keep him, personally escorting Lin Zhong to the door. Watching his receding figure, Chen Shangchun suddenly sighed deeply. New waves push out the old, a new generation replaces the old.
Truly, one must accept aging. Lin Zhong had barely walked a few steps when his sharp voice rang out behind him. Hey! Stop right there!
Turning around, Lin Zhong saw Chen Shang charging toward him with fierce determination. She still wore her martial arts training uniform, her short hair fluttering in the wind as she ran, giving her an air of graceful vigor.
What is it? Lin Zhong halted, speculating on her purpose. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. During their entire meal, Chen Xing hadn't spoken a single word to Lin Zhong or even glanced his way. Now that he'd left the martial arts hall, Chen Xing had chased after him. It was undeniably strange. Chen Xing halted before Lin Zhong, her chest rising and falling beneath the training uniform. Her face remained stony as she spoke bluntly. Where are you going? Home, of course. If you have no further business, I'll be on my way.
Lin Zhong waved his hand dismissively, preparing to take another step.
Wait. I'll walk you home.
Chen Xing grabbed Lin Chang's wrist and pulled him back without warning. Yet she couldn't budge him. Lin Zhong stood as steady as a mountain. Chen Xing's palm was soft, like a cat's paw pad, yet not delicate. Rather, it felt slightly rough, a mark left by countless hours of grueling training.
No need. I like walking.
Lin Zhong flipped his wrist, easily freeing himself from Chen Xing's grasp. Chen Xing's sword-like eyebrows shot up, ready to flare, but she immediately remembered she was no match for Lin Zhong. Her intensity faded instantly.
I have some questions for you. Is this how you approach seeking guidance? Lin Zhong shot Chen Cheng a glance. If you're asking for help, you should at least show some sincerity.
Chen Xing gritted her teeth inwardly, lowered her head, and swallowed her pride.
I have several questions I'd like to ask you. Please, I'm begging you.
Watching Chen Xing struggle to suppress her anger, Lin Zhong felt a strange satisfaction stir within him.
Go ahead. Ask away. But if the question is inconvenient, I won't answer.
During our fight just now, I couldn't figure out why I lost to you. Chen Xing suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with resentment.
We're clearly at similar cultivation levels. Why did I lose so easily?
You can't grasp it because you refuse to face the truth. I'm far superior to you. Lin Chang's words were blunt and direct, each syllable striking deep into Chen Xing's heart.
Realm doesn't determine everything. What decides victory in battle is always the person. Chen Xing's face paled.
He took several deep breaths.
Please tell me, where exactly did I lose?
Your strike speed was too slow for my eyes. And your combat technique was poor. Remember, power is power, fists are fists, and technique is technique.
Never conflate the three. Lin Zhong didn't mind offering guidance.
He raised one hand.
Look at this hand.
Chen Xing fixed his gaze on Lin Chang's hand as instructed. Swish. Lin Chang's palm shot out suddenly. Chen Xing's hair stood on end.
Her eyes couldn't track Lin Chang's palm, and her body couldn't react in time.
She only felt a blur before her eyes, followed by a sharp pain on her head. Lin Chang's palm had already returned to its original position.
On Lin Chang's palm lay a single strand of black hair.
Staring at the strand in Lin Chang's hand, Chen Xing's eyes went blank. She and Lin Zhong were a full 2 meters apart. Yet in that single instant, Lin Zhong had spanned that distance, plucked a strand of hair from her head, and returned to his original position so fast she couldn't process it. What kind of speed was this? What level of skill was required to achieve such speed?
Do you understand now?
Lin Zhong blew gently, and the strand of hair in his hand drifted to the ground.
What martial art are you practicing? Chen Xing's eyes slowly brightened, radiating a brilliant light. If I were to ask you to be my master, would you be willing to teach me?
Lin Zhong froze in surprise. Gazing into Chen Xing's fervent, excited eyes, Lin Zhong felt a vague sense of trouble brewing.
Chen Xing seemed utterly serious, not joking at all.
Lin Zhong always trusted his instincts implicitly. Without a word, he abruptly turned and walked away, leaving Chen Shang behind in an instant.
Hey, wait for me.
Chen Shang immediately gave chase, but Lin Zhong was too fast.
After rounding a corner, he vanished from her sight.
Humph, he sure can run, Chen Xing gritted her teeth, reluctantly giving up the chase. After Chen Xing left, Lin Zhong emerged from his hiding spot, his mood complex. He'd never imagined that one day, someone would actually seek him out as a master. But unfortunately for her, Chen Xing's plans would ultimately come to nothing, for the Dragon Tiger Force was never passed on to outsiders.
Chapter 45, The Conspiracy Unfolds. A villa in Nanhu District, Xingzhou City. A pot-bellied man in his 40s slammed his teacup onto the carpet, roaring in fury, "What? Qianhao is dead." This man was Lu Ai, a notorious crime lord in Xingzhou City, revered by his underworld associates as Uncle Tai.
Before him, a middle-aged man with a bandaged arm trembled visibly, head bowed, unable to utter a word. Had Lin Zhong been present, he would have recognized this man as the middle-aged individual he had once fought.
"Uncle Tai, calm down. Let's hear his explanation."
Beside Lu Ai sat a towering, muscular man who fixed his gaze on the terrified Wang Shang. "Wang Shang, recount the entire incident from start to finish. If you dare lie, I'll crush your skull." This burly man stood at least 6 feet tall, sporting a buzz cut and exceptionally developed muscles that radiated explosive strength. His voice was deep and powerful, reverberating in the ears. The middle-aged man named Wang Shang swallowed hard and began his account.
After hearing Wang Shang's account, Lu Ai and Wu Meng exchanged glances.
Wu Meng's expression turned grave as he pressed, his tone heavy. "You're saying that man dodged the bullets fired at him, then struck you down with a single palm strike, and finally, in plain sight, snapped Qianhao's neck? I swear it's true. May lightning strike me dead if I lie." Wang Shang, fearing they wouldn't believe him, hastily swore an oath. "I wasn't the only one there. Qianhao's men were present too. But they didn't seem intent on revenge afterward. They all announced Qianhao died of a heart attack. A bunch of ungrateful bastards, they all deserve to die." Lu Ai's eyes flashed with savage fury. He slammed his massive hand onto the sofa and glared at Wang Shang with murderous intent. "You worthless piece of trash. You let them kill my brother right in front of you, then ran off with your tail between your legs. I'll kill you first, then avenge my brother." Under Lu Ai's fierce glare, Wang Shang trembled even more violently, his mind filled with endless regret. If only he'd known this would happen, he should have slipped away from Xingzhou. The world was vast, why did he have to come snitch to Lu Ai? In the end, it was greed that had led him astray. Wang Shang had believed informing Lu Ai of his sworn brother Qianhao's death would earn him a reward, but he had overlooked Lu Ai's unpredictable temper and brutal, bloodthirsty nature. But now, it was too late for regrets. Wang Shang's profound fear of Lu Ai stemmed from his full awareness of the latter's immense power. It could be said that half of Xingzhou City's underground world was controlled by Lu Ai, making him a true underground emperor. Offending the police in Xingzhou might leave you a chance to survive, but crossing Lu Ai meant ending up dead on the streets by the next day. Moreover, by Lu Ai's side stood a master of the dark force, the very Wu Meng sitting beside him now. Wu Meng had once been a fugitive. When he was at his wit's end, Lu Ai saved him. To repay Lu Ai for saving his life, Wu Meng became utterly devoted and loyal to him. Lu Ai treated Wu Meng like royalty, granting him unlimited access to money and women. He kept no secrets from him and consulted Wu Meng on all major decisions. Lu Ai's meteoric rise and successful transformation from a crime boss to a so-called entrepreneur owed at least half its success to Wu Meng's contributions. "Boss Tai, should we finish him off?" Wu Meng rose abruptly, snatching Wang Shang by the throat and hoisting him overhead. Wang Shang, his hands broken and injured, had no strength to resist. Hanging limply like a dried fish, his eyes filled with utter despair. "Forget it. Since he came to warn us, I'll let him off this time." Lu Ai seemed to change his mind again, a strange smile spreading across his face. "Wu Meng, let him go." Wu Meng tossed Wang Shang to the ground and kicked him away with a stomp. "Get lost." Wang Shang scrambled to his feet, crawling and rolling, his head bowed in fear as he hurried toward the door. His face was etched with relief at having narrowly escaped death. Just as Wang Shang was about to exit, Lu Ai leisurely pulled a gold-plated pistol from beneath the sofa. He aimed it at Wang Shang's back, narrowed his eyes, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet entered Wang Shang's back and exited through his chest, tearing open a terrifying fist-sized hole in his torso. Wang Shang looked down at his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. His body swayed and he collapsed to the floor. Blood gushed like a fountain, staining the surrounding carpet crimson. His body twitched a few times before all signs of life vanished. "To think you can piss me off and still live? Dream on." Lu Ai spat on the floor. Wu Meng clapped his hands. Immediately, men entered the room to carry away Wang Shang's body. They seemed utterly accustomed to such scenes, their faces showing not a hint of surprise. Lu Ai holstered his pistol, narrowing his eyes and thought before speaking slowly. "Wu Meng, what's your take on the person who killed Qianhao?" From Wang Sheng's account, Lu Ai already knew the man who killed Qian Hao was a martial arts master. He's no ordinary man, Wu Meng replied, his demeanor starkly contrasting his appearance steady and cautious. To dodge bullets without any cover shows remarkable agility. A gunman would struggle to aim accurately. Even for me, that would be a challenge. So, are you confident you could take him down? Absolutely. Wu Meng's face showed complete confidence. It might be a bit tricky, but that's all. That man is no match for me. Then I'm relieved. Lu Ai grinned like a venomous snake ready to strike. Have your people investigate that bastard's background and his close associates. I'll make him regret ever being born. I'll make him wish he'd never lived. Beep beep. Lin Zhong was walking down the street when his phone rang. Seeing the number on the screen, Lin Chang's expression darkened slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Still, he pressed the answer button. What is it? Mr. Lin, it's bad news. Chen Bao's panicked voice came through the line. Get to the point. Lin Chang's voice was clear and firm, unhurried and steady, possessing a calming presence that gradually soothed Chen Bao's panic. I just got word Lu Ai is planning to take you down. Chen Bao steadied himself. Mr. Lin, you need to get out of Qingzhou City immediately. If you wait, it'll be too late. Who is Lu Ai? He's Qian Hao's sworn brother and a notorious big shot in Qingzhou's underworld. Qian Hao paid him tribute every month. Now that Qian Hao's been taken out, Lu Ai's lost a major source of income. He wants to kill you to avenge Qian Hao. Chen Bao's voice was filled with urgency, sounding genuinely concerned for Lin Zhong. Chapter 46, Taking the Initiative. Why are you telling me this? Lin Zhong couldn't believe Chen Bao would be so kind. Mr. Lin, you once spared my life. I've never forgotten it. Now it's my turn to repay you. Chen Bao's voice rang out with conviction, his tone brimming with chivalrous loyalty. Is that so? Lin Zhong scoffed, ruthlessly exposing Chen Bao's lie. Why do I suspect you're lying? Could it be because Lu Ai also plans to eliminate you, hence your panic? Silence hung heavy on the line. After a long pause, Chen Bao let out a bitter laugh. As expected, nothing escapes your notice, Mr. Lin. To be honest, Lu Ai does indeed plan to take me out too. But I can guarantee his intent to target you is absolutely genuine. Send me Lu Ai's address. Lin Chang's tone remained calm, showing no anger at Chen Bao's attempt to use him. Whether what you say is true or not, I'll verify it myself. After hanging up, a few minutes later, Lin Zhong received a text message containing an address. Lin Zhong glanced at it, committed the address to memory, then deleted the message. Deep down, he believed Chen Bao's words were true. Chen Bao wouldn't contact him for no reason, and he didn't have the nerve to deceive him. Truly, the tree wants stillness, but the wind won't cease. Lin Zhong looked up at the sky, a phrase silently flashing through his mind, his gaze turning utterly cold. Night fell. After Yang Ying had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Zhong rolled off the bed and leapt out the window. The late-night streets held few pedestrians. Lin Zhong moved like a ghost, swift and silent through the darkness. Over an hour later, Lin Zhong entered the Nanhu district. Following the address Chen Bao had sent, he located Lu Ai's villa. Externally, the villa appeared indistinguishable from others in the neighborhood, save for the slightly higher number of surveillance cameras. Breaking into such an ordinary villa posed no difficulty for Lin Zhong. He quickly figured out the camera's movement patterns, used blind spots to approach the villa's outer wall, and then scaled it like a giant gecko. However, security inside the villa was exceptionally tight. Perhaps because he had killed too many people, Lu Ai was exceptionally afraid of death. Even when sleeping, he needed someone stationed outside his room to feel secure. At least 2 armed bodyguards were stationed outside Lu Ai's bedroom at all times. Beyond that, every entrance to the villa was also guarded by armed bodyguards. Wu Meng, a master of hidden strength, slept in the living room. His position allowed him to shield Lu Ai from attackers as much as possible, buying Lu Ai time to escape. Only under such stringent protection could Lu Ai dare to sleep soundly. At this moment, he was embracing his newly acquired mistress, his large hand resting on her ample hips, sleeping deeply and peacefully. But Lu Ai could never have imagined that someone could bypass such tight security and slip silently into his bedroom. Lin Zhong stood beside the bed, his eyes flashing with a sinister gleam as he watched the sleeping, obese middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, this underworld boss named Lu Ai had a dark force expert by his side. Yet even a dark force master couldn't detect Lin Chang's presence. For Lin Zhong excelled not only in open combat but also in assassination, sabotage, reconnaissance, and infiltration. He was a top-tier soldier who had risen from millions, a killing machine forged through brutal training. Lin Chang's very existence was born for slaughter. Everything he excelled at ultimately served one purpose: to eliminate the enemy. The defenses of a mere underworld boss, no matter how tight, meant nothing to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong did not act immediately, as he could not yet confirm whether the middle-aged man before him truly deserved death. His gaze swept across the room, suddenly sharpening. On the bedside cabinet lay a disorganized pile of photographs. All depicted women, every single one of them naked and covered in wounds, clear victims of torture and brutal beatings. One photograph stood out. It showed Lu Ai himself, his foot planted firmly on a woman's face, his expression smug and triumphant.
Raging fury surged within Lin Zhong.
Lin Zhong walked to the bedside and slapped Lu Ai's face, a far from gentle gesture.
Lu Ai jolted awake from his deep sleep.
His eyes snapped open to find a towering, unfamiliar figure standing beside the bed. Panic seized him, and he opened his mouth to scream. Lin Chang's hand shot out like lightning, clamping over Lu Ai's mouth. A cold, ruthless glint flashed in his eyes.
Don't make a sound. Don't scream. Don't move. Or you die. Lu Ai forced himself to suppress his terror and nodded vigorously.
Though he had killed many, he could see in this man's eyes that he meant every word. That cold, merciless gaze held no trace of kindness or pity, only a bone-chilling indifference that could only belong to someone who had truly slaughtered countless lives.
You're Lu Ai?
Lin Zhong released his grip, allowing Lu Ai to speak.
Yes, I am. What's your deal, brother? A fawning smile spread across Lu Ai's chubby face.
Whoever sent you after me, I'll pay double the price, just let me go. As he spoke, he studied Lin Chang's expression. Unfortunately for him, Lin Chang's face remained as expressionless as a mask, betraying no emotion whatsoever.
I heard you planned to take me out, so I came to you myself. Now I'm standing right in front of you. What are you going to do about it?
Brother, you can't joke about this. I don't even know who you are. How could I possibly plan to take you out?
Lu Ai's body trembled.
He sensed a palpable threat in Lin Chang's words.
Which bastard is spreading these rumors? Tell me, and I'll send someone to take him out immediately.
Though his words were defiant, Lu Ai's hand beneath the quilt shifted silently, gripping the pistol tucked under his pillow. With the gun in hand, Lu Ai still appeared visibly shaken on the surface, but his mind was racing. He had already noticed that the man before him appeared to be unarmed, holding nothing in his hands.
I am the one who killed Xinghe. Aren't you here to avenge him?
Lin Zhong straightened his body, creating a slight distance between himself and Lu Ai.
A glint flashed in Lu Ai's eyes. He sensed an opening in Lin Chang's movement.
Slowly, he raised the pistol from beneath the quilt, aiming it at Lin Chang's body, while his voice remained calm.
Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding.
Xinghe deserved to die. Only a bastard would seek revenge for him.
You've got the wrong guy, brother. Whether you're mistaken or not, you're dying tonight. Any last words before you go?
Lin Zhong cut through the pretense, his voice icy.
Is that so?
Lu Ai suddenly flung back the blanket, revealing the pistol clutched in his hand, its muzzle fixed on Lin Zhong. A chilling smile spread across his face.
Fool, it's you who's doomed. Now that I've got the gun, what the hell can you do about it? Chapter 47, Once and for All.
Lu Ai's movement startled the woman sleeping beside him awake. Her eyes snapped open to see Lu Ai pointing the gun at Lin Zhong, and she screamed in terror.
Smack! Lu Ai raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. Shut the up.
The woman clutched her face, trembling violently, not daring to make a sound. The commotion in the bedroom alerted the bodyguards stationed outside. The door burst open with a crash as 3 armed guards stormed in. When they saw Lin Zhong standing in the room, they all gasped in unison. They racked their brains trying to figure out how Lin Zhong had possibly gotten inside. Seeing his bodyguards burst in, Lu Ai grew bolder, his expression turning even more ferocious. His narrowed eyes flashed with wolf-like ferocity. You fool!
Daring to assassinate me? You've walked straight into my trap. That's right, I'm here to avenge my brother.
I'll torture you slowly, make you scream for 3 days and nights before you die.
To deal with scum like you, I never even considered assassination, Lin Zhong said, his face showing no fear despite 4 guns pointed at him, his expression as casual as if he were on a picnic.
I knew full well there was a gun under your pillow.
I deliberately let you grab it. That way, when you die, you won't die with regret.
With that, Lin Chang's arm, hanging at his side, suddenly shot up and lunged forward. Lu Ai saw only a blur before his eyes. Then, a sharp pain shot through his gun-wielding hand as Lin Zhong wrenched the pistol away. Before Lu could even register what was happening, Lin Zhong flipped the gun around, aimed it at Lu Ai's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A finger-sized hole appeared in Lu Ai's forehead, the back of his skull exploded, and a vivid splotch of blood bloomed on the bedsheet. From the moment Lin Zhong seized the gun to the instant he shot Lu Ai, it all happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that the 3 bodyguards couldn't react. By the time they snapped out of their shock, Lu Ai was dead as a doornail, his eyes wide open, truly dying with unclosed eyes. The 3 bodyguards' eyes bulged with rage. Witnessing their boss killed right before their eyes was the ultimate humiliation.
Simultaneously, they pulled the triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets toward Lin Zhong.
Lin Zhong planted his toes firmly on the ground, his body darting like a ghost. In an instant, he slipped out of the guard's firing range. Then, raising his hand, he fired 3 shots, each hitting the center of the 3 guards' foreheads. Without so much as a groan, the 3 bodyguards collapsed dead to the ground. Armed with a gun, Lin Zhong was at least several times more terrifying than when unarmed, for firearms were the weapons he knew best and wielded most skillfully. After eliminating Lu Ai and his 3 bodyguards, Lin Zhong glanced at the woman on the bed. She was already dead. When the bodyguards had fired at Lin Zhong, the bullets had missed him and instead struck her, an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. As Lu Ai's mistress, she could hardly be considered innocent, and Lin Zhong felt no pity for her. Countless tragedies and deaths had unfolded before Lin Chang's eyes, hardening his heart like steel. Lin Zhong tossed aside the pistol and prepared to exit through the window, the same way he had entered. This window was located in the middle of the villa, at least 5 meters above the ground, with no nearby ledges or handholds. For anyone other than Lin Zhong, climbing such a height without making a sound would be impossible. Just as Lin Zhong turned, a sudden warning flashed through his mind. Without a second thought, as if driven by pure instinct, his body shifted sideways a foot. Shoo! A gleaming dagger whizzed past Lin Chang's body, embedding itself deep into the wall, hilt deep. Wu Meng's towering, muscular frame appeared in the doorway. He had hurled the dagger moments ago. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards, glaring viciously at Lin Zhong. Wu Meng's gaze immediately fell upon Lu Ai, whose eyes remained wide open in death. An overwhelming surge of fury erupted within him, making him want to tear Lin Zhong to shreds. You dared kill him! Wu Meng glared at Lin Zhong, the words grinding out between clenched teeth. Lin Zhong knew he couldn't leave just yet. From this burly man with a crew cut, he sensed a powerful threat. Yet this feeling didn't make Lin Zhong tense or uneasy, instead, it ignited the fiery blood within him. Scum like him deserved to die. Lin Zhong spoke calmly, his voice cold and iron hard. That a master like you would throw your life away for such trash truly surprises me. I don't care what he's done. All I know is that when I was a lost soul, he saved my life and gave me the resources to become this powerful. Wu Meng cracked his neck, clenched his fists, and slammed them together before his chest with a sound like steel clashing. So I'm going to tear you limb from limb and avenge Tai. Too bad you're bound to be disappointed. Lin Chang's gaze sharpened like a blade. Come at me. Let's see how powerful your hidden force really is. You'll see. Wu Meng snarled, arms outstretched as he lunged at Lin Zhong. Wu Meng's charge carried the ferocity of a brown bear lunging to maul its prey, utterly savage. His already towering frame, arms spread wide, nearly blocked every possible escape route for Lin Zhong. Lin Chang's eyes flickered. He crouched low, lunging forward with lightning speed. With a whoosh, he darted through the blind spot of Wu Meng's attack and charged toward the bodyguard standing by the doorway. Before engaging Wu Meng directly, Lin Zhong intended to eliminate those 4 bodyguards first. Otherwise, with 4 bodyguards pointing guns at him, even someone as powerful as Lin Zhong wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. He'd have to guard against sneak shots, risking a potentially fatal mistake. If there was one lesson Lin Zhong had learned from Yang Hu's sacrifice, it was this: all threats must be nipped in the bud. Absolutely no loopholes could be left. Wu Meng's pupils contracted sharply. Lin Zhong's speed had far exceeded his expectations. And agile opponents were Wu Meng's nemesis. His fighting style was straightforward and direct, brutal and overpowering, yet lacking in speed. If he couldn't land his blows, even the most powerful strikes were useless. Lin Zhong remained oblivious to Wu Meng's thoughts. In an instant, he charged toward the 4 bodyguards guarding the doorway and delivered a sweeping kick. Boom! Lin Chang's leg didn't sweep at the 4 bodyguards, it swept at the door. The door shattered into fragments from the impact, flying toward the guards outside. The debris not only blocked their vision but also halted their gunfire. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong's body, concealed behind the door, charged straight through. Thud! One bodyguard was struck by Lin Zhong's charge, sent flying sideways as if hit by a speeding car. His entire ribcage shattered, and he slid limply down the wall. Lin Zhong's palm curved into a claw, snatching the gun-wielding wrist of another bodyguard. With a forceful twist, he snapped the man's arm with a loud crack before kicking him hard, sending him tumbling to the ground. Chapter 48, Taking Down a Fierce Enemy. The remaining 2 bodyguards, horrified, raised their pistols without hesitation and fired at Lin Zhong. Bang! 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 Bullets flew from the barrels, but all missed their mark. Long before the shots were fired, Lin Zhong had already circled behind them. Curling his fingers like tiger claws, he grabbed both men by the neck and slammed their heads together with brutal force. Their heads collided violently, blood gushing from both, plunging them instantly into deep unconsciousness. All this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Wu Meng tried to rush over and stop Lin Zhong, all 4 bodyguards had already been knocked down. A fierce gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. As if his warm-up was complete, he gave his body a slight shake. Instantly, every joint and bone in his body cracked audibly. Wu Meng let out a furious growl, veins bulging on his neck. He swung his fan-like palms and charged at Lin Zhong again. Don't you dare dodge. His palms were at least twice the size of an ordinary person's, each finger thick as a radish and covered in calluses, appearing as if carved from rock. The martial art Wu Meng cultivated was called the stone-shattering palm. To have trained his hands into this state meant his mastery of the technique had reached its zenith. A single casual strike possessed the power to shatter stone and split boulders. Now, in his fury, Wu Meng swung both palms with all his might. The sheer force was staggering. Even from several meters away, Lin Zhong could sense the terrifying power contained within. Had he been struck by those 2 palms, Lin Zhong believed even an ox would have been knocked flat. Yet facing such a ferocious assault, Lin Zhong not only refused to dodge but advanced straight toward the center, channeling all his strength into a single step forward. His 4 fingers pressed together like a blade, thrusting directly toward Wu Meng's ribs. Lin Zhong had identified Wu Meng's weakness. Though a master of hidden force, his body lacked agility. Before Wu Meng's palms could strike, Lin Zhong was confident he could first pierce Wu Meng's body with his hand blade. The ribs were among the most vulnerable and hardest to train areas of the human body, which was why the ancient saying to stick a knife between one's ribs existed. Moreover, Lin Zhong had reached the pinnacle of overt force cultivation. This single hand blade strike contained at least 1,000 gene of force. If struck by such force, even Wu Meng's formidable physique would be utterly unable to withstand it. Even a master of hidden force was human, not some invincible being. Lin Zhong didn't know which part of Wu Meng's body had been fortified by dark force, but it certainly wasn't his ribs. True to form, Wu Meng dared not let Lin Chang's hand blade strike him. He abruptly changed his sweeping strike into a downward smash with one hand, while the other hand retracted and slammed down toward Lin Chang's arm. Lin Chang's toes dug into the ground. With a swift leap, he vanished from the spot, instantly creating distance between himself and Wu Meng. Thud! Wu Meng's palm slammed into the ground, leaving behind a crystal-clear imprint. His entire hand sank into the palm print. Dense cracks spread like a spider web around the imprint. So your hidden strength is only cultivated in your hands. Lin Zhong stared at Wu Meng's palms and uttered the words in a flat tone. Wu Meng withdrew his palm from the palm print and took a deep breath. As he inhaled, his already towering, muscular frame grew even more imposing. Veins like writhing snakes bulged across his arms, which were as thick as an average man's thighs. Even if it's only in my hands, it's enough to kill you. Wu Meng's eyes glowed faintly red. Even if you're faster than me, more agile than me, how long can you dodge? One hit from me, and you're dead. Lin Zhong remained expressionless, his legs slightly apart, hands positioned one in front and one behind his body. An indescribable aura surged from within him. You can try. Wu Meng's pupils contracted sharply. Studying Lin Chang's stance, his voice grew grave. Xinghe? Lin Zhong offered no reply. His body shot forward in an instant, closing the distance to Wu Meng. Shoulders lowered, elbows dropped, he unleashed a thunderous punch. The punch was lightning fast, its force like a mountain collapsing. Wu Meng was startled, utterly unprepared for such a sudden, blindingly fast attack. Yet, as a master who had cultivated hidden power, he remained composed despite the shock. His palm shot out to meet Lin Chang's fist, surging with hidden force. Boom! Lin Zhong's fist collided with Wu Meng's palm, producing a deep, muffled thud. Though the sound was not loud, it reverberated through the eardrums with tremendous penetrating force. Wu Meng's expression changed as he stumbled back several steps, his face etched with utter shock. What stunned him wasn't the power behind Lin Chang's punch, but the fact that Lin Zhong had dared to meet his hidden force with a fist-wielding overt force. Lin Zhong glanced at his fist. From the pores of his steel-hardened, battle-toughened knuckles, droplets of blood seeped out. This was the first time Lin Zhong had been injured since leaving the military. Lin Zhong sensed it in that split second when his fist collided with Wu Meng's palm, an invisible force surged from Wu Meng's hand, making his fist ache as if pierced by needles. So this is hidden force. The realization dawned instantly. But Lin Chang's body didn't stop. His feet darted forward, catching up to Wu Meng's retreating figure. Without flinching, he unleashed another punch. This punch carried even more force than the last, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. Wu Meng, equally fierce, met Lin Chang's punch head-on without flinching. Clenching both fists, he brought them crashing down like a mountain collapsing onto Lin Zhong. But just as Wu Meng's fists were about to strike Lin Zhong's body, Lin Zhong's fist struck Wu Meng's chest first. Boom! Wu Meng's towering 1.9-meter frame was sent flying by Lin Chang's single blow, crashing violently into the wall and leaving several deep cracks in its wake. A clear fist imprint appeared on Wu Meng's chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound, slid down the wall, and knelt on one knee. Lin Chang's punch had shattered Wu Meng's sternum, drastically reducing his combat effectiveness. Even if he survived this, returning to his peak condition would be nearly impossible. What martial art are you practicing? Wu Meng staggered to his feet, staring at Lin Zhong with an expression beyond description. It was the gaze one might reserve for a monster. Lin Zhong remained silent, advancing step by step toward Wu Meng. In the darkness, his eyes seemed to glow with an eerie light. In that moment, an icy cold killing intent radiated from Lin Chang's body, enveloping Wu Meng. Wu Meng had killed many before. His life as a fugitive began when a dispute led him to slaughter an entire family in a fit of rage. Yet the killing intent radiating from him paled in comparison to Lin Chang's. A flicker of fear shot through Wu Meng, and he dared not face Lin Zhong in combat. Instead, he lunged toward the side of the room. Lin Zhong paused, surprised that Wu Meng would retreat. But danger quickly gripped him as he saw Wu Meng pick up the pistol lying on the floor. Gripping the weapon, Wu Meng's face contorted in a grimace as he aimed and fired wildly at Lin Zhong. Lin Chang's body swayed slightly, every bullet whizzing harmlessly past him. Wu Meng's erratic shooting revealed his complete loss of composure. He was no longer a threat.
Even after emptying an entire magazine, Lin Zhong remained unscathed. Wu Meng hurled the pistol at him with vicious force, then drew a dagger from the wall, preparing for a desperate last stand. What a disappointment. I thought you were a pure martial artist, but it turns out you're still a cowardly coward. Lin Zhong exhaled slowly, his gaze utterly cold. I was going to spare your life, but now, you'd better join Lu Ai. With that, Lin Zhong flicked his toe, sending the pistol on the ground flying toward him. He caught it by the grip and, without looking, fired a shot at Wu Meng. Chapter 49, Aftermath lingers. Bang! Lin Chang's shot was so swift and decisive that Wu Meng didn't even have time to flinch before the bullet blew his head apart. Since he was no longer a pure martial artist, there was no need to show him the respect he deserved. Letting him die by a gun was perfectly acceptable. Wu Meng's body collapsed to the ground, his face still frozen in a mask of terror and resentment. Lin Zhong had accomplished his mission eliminating Lu Ai and his henchmen, yet he made no move to leave. The gunshot had surely carried far, alerting residents around the villa. Police might already be on their way. Before the police arrived, Lin Zhong needed to erase all traces of his presence, leaving no clues behind. And the best way to eliminate evidence was to set fire to the place. Murder and arson were always inseparable. Although the safe in the bedroom contained Lu Ai's wealth, gold, cash, jewels, and more, Lin Zhong had no intention of taking any of it for himself. He was here to kill, not to rob. Lin Zhong pulled a lighter from his pocket and set the bedsheets ablaze. Licking flames quickly rose and spread rapidly, engulfing the bodies of Lu Ai and the others. Only after confirming he left no trace did Lin Zhong leap out the window and flee the villa. Just as he had left, Lin Zhong returned to the Yang residence without a sound. Listening intently, he heard Yang Ying still sleeping soundly, occasionally murmuring in her sleep. The surging killing intent and bloodlust within Lin Zhong gradually subsided. Lin Zhong removed his shirt, sat on the edge of the bed, and stared at his right hand. It had become severely swollen, throbbing with a dull, itchy pain. The back of his hand was particularly puffed up, the skin turning a purplish red. This was the consequence of the hidden force Wu Meng had left within Lin Zhong. That force had burrowed into his hand, rupturing the capillaries and meridians on the back of his hand. Had it not been for his fists, tempered through relentless training, they would have been crippled by Wu Meng's hidden force. Even so, Lin Zhong could not exert any force with his right hand for the next few days, lest the injury worsen. As Lin Zhong stroked his right hand, a sudden thought struck him. He reached into the bedside cabinet and retrieved a wooden box, opening it. This wooden box was a token of appreciation from the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Inside lay a palm-sized bottle of medicinal wine. As he unscrewed the cap, the rich aroma of wine and herbs wafted out, instantly invigorating Lin Zhong. It was indeed a fine product. Lin Zhong didn't drink, but that didn't mean he didn't recognize quality. In fact, as a member of a special operations unit frequently engaged in covert missions, self-treatment was one of the essential skills he had to master. This medicinal wine contained at least dozens of precious herbs, and their properties didn't clash at all. They blended perfectly together, unleashing an extremely potent effect. Lin Zhong poured a capful of the medicinal wine onto the back of his hand and gently massaged it in. The medicinal wine took effect instantly. The numbing tingling vanished quickly, replaced by an intensifying pain. His palm felt as though it were being scorched over flames. While massaging his hand, Lin Zhong recalled the battle with Wu Meng. Wu Meng was the first Dark Force master Lin Zhong had ever encountered. During his time in the Special Forces, Lin Zhong had primarily engaged in external combat against elite foreign soldiers and mercenaries, rarely facing domestic masters. Lin Zhong knew Wu Meng's Dark Force was still rudimentary, he could only channel it through his hands, the easiest form to master. The power of Dark Force surpassed Lin Chang's expectations. His fists could strike steel plates without a scratch, yet he had been injured by Wu Meng's Dark Force. It seems I need to master the hidden force quickly. A sense of urgency welled up within Lin Zhong. Once he crossed that threshold, combined with his masterful combat skills, his strength would skyrocket. With this thought, Lin Zhong assumed his stance and began practicing the Dragon Tiger Force. For the entire day, Chen Bao was consumed by panic and unease. Since Qianhao's death, his life had been smooth sailing. He had seized over half of Qianhao's businesses and territories, and given time, he was certain to replace Qianhao as the undisputed kingpin of Qingnan District's underworld. But the news that underworld boss Lu Ai intended to eliminate him felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head. It jolted Chen Bao awake from his vision of a glorious future, dragging him back to the harsh reality. Chen Bao dared not confront Lu Ai. Even after informing Lin Zhong, Chen Bao had packed his bags, stashed hundreds of thousands in cash into a suitcase, and booked a flight ticket ready to flee Xinghe at a moment's notice. Yet a sliver of hope lingered in Chen Bao's heart that Lin Zhong might eliminate Lu Ai just as he had eliminated Qianhao. Though this hope was extremely slim, he simply couldn't bear to give up the wealth and status he had worked so hard to attain. Even at 3 a.m, Chen Bao felt no sleepiness. He paced restlessly around his room, waiting for news from his confidant. The feeling was like that of a condemned man about to walk to the execution ground, causing him extreme mental anguish.
Just as Chen Bao was about to lose his composure and rush to the airport to flee Xinghe, one of his trusted underlings burst into the room, his face still frozen in disbelief.
What is it?
Seeing the subordinate's expression, Chen Bao's heart skipped a beat, his pulse racing.
Boss, Lu Ai's villa caught fire.
Word is both Lu Ai and Wu Meng perished in the blaze.
Knowing his boss's urgency, the subordinate cut straight to the chase without any preamble. What? Say that again.
The shock hit Chen Bao like a ton of bricks, leaving him stunned. He couldn't believe his ears.
The subordinate repeated it with certainty, confirming Chen Bao hadn't misheard. Ha 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 ha. Chen Bao suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. All traces of unease and panic vanished from his face.
He seemed transformed, radiating astonishing confidence and vigor.
Lu Ai. Wu Meng. Serves them right. His henchmen joined in the laughter. But quickly, Chen Bao's smile froze. Suspicion crept into his voice. This news can't be fake, right? What kind of man is Lu Ai? How could his villa be unguarded? And that monster Wu Meng, how could they be taken out so easily? Bro, I can guarantee this info is legit.
The younger brother had prepared in advance, pulling out his phone and playing a video for Chen Bao.
I paid someone to get this footage. It shows Lu Ai's villa burning down. Look.
The person who filmed it said no one escaped from the villa. After watching the video, Chen Bao nodded repeatedly, unable to hide the joy on his face. He slapped the younger brother's shoulder hard, then suddenly remembered something and said solemnly, Lu Ai is dead, and Wu Meng is dead too. Their territory is up for grabs. The underworld will definitely be in chaos from now on, but this is also our chance.
Go prepare a generous gift for me. I'm going to pay my respects to Boss Lin tomorrow. Chapter 50. Do you trust me? After witnessing Lin Zhong's terrifying power, Chen Bao dared not entertain any other thoughts.
He immediately regarded Lin Zhong as one of the absolute untouchables, even changing how he addressed him.
Yes, sir. The subordinate nodded emphatically and withdrew. As news of Lu Ai's death spread, countless people were jolted awake, each reacting differently. Some rejoiced wildly, others trembled with fear, some were bewildered, and others seethed with rage.
But regardless, the landscape of Xinghe's underworld would be forever altered. Yet for Lin Zhong, the instigator of it all, life remained as still as water. This tranquility was precisely what Lin Zhong strove to protect with all his might. Everything he did was solely to provide Yang Ying with a peaceful and secure living environment. At 7 in the morning, Yang Ying emerged from her room, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She immediately spotted Lin Zhong sitting at the dining table. Still half asleep, her eyes were barely open, squinted shut. But her drowsiness vanished instantly when she saw Lin Chang's right hand wrapped in bandages.
Yang Ying rushed over to Lin Zhong, who was preparing breakfast, and asked anxiously, Brother Lin, what happened to your hand?
Nothing serious. I accidentally hurt it while practicing martial arts.
Lin Chang's tone was matter of fact. Go wash your face. Come eat breakfast when you're done.
The more unconcerned Lin Zhong seemed, the more worried Yang Ying became. She took his right hand in hers.
Does it hurt? Not at all.
Lin Zhong felt a warm surge in his heart. Using his uninjured hand, he ruffled Yang Ying's hair.
This little scratch is nothing to me. It'll heal in a couple of days. Go wash up and change your clothes. Change clothes?
Reminded by Lin Zhong, Yang Ying suddenly realized she had just woken up and was only wearing a t-shirt. Her face flushed crimson, and she bolted into the bedroom as if escaping.
Lin Zhong couldn't help but shake his head as he continued preparing breakfast.
About 20 minutes later, Yang Ying emerged from her room wearing her school uniform, a faint blush still lingering on her cheeks. They sat across from each other and began eating. Yang Ying held a bowl of congee, sipping it in small mouthfuls while her eyes kept darting toward Lin Chang's injured right hand, looking as if she wanted to say something but held back.
If you have something to say, just say it. Don't bottle it up.
Lin Zhong held his chopsticks in his left hand, moving them swiftly and with great skill.
Brother Lin, your hand, is it really from practicing martial arts? Why do you ask? Because I can't shake the feeling that something happened.
Yang Ying lifted her eyes to meet Lin Chang's, her pearly teeth biting her lower lip.
Brother Lin, if there's anything, I hope you'll tell me. Because we aren't family?
Lin Zhong fell silent for a moment. He didn't want to deceive Yang Ying with lies, but what he had done absolutely couldn't be revealed to her.
Something did happen. But do you trust me?
Lin Zhong set down his chopsticks, took Yang Ying's small hand in his, and looked directly into her eyes. Her heart pounded fiercely as his hand closed around hers. She murmured softly, in this world, I trust no one but you and Mom. Since you trust me, I'll tell you this, some things aren't necessary for you to know right now.
Your job is to focus on your studies. Once you get into college, I'll explain everything you're curious about. Okay?
Yang Ying turned her small hand to grasp Lin Chang's large one, nodding firmly. Lin Zhong released her hand, patted the back of her hand, and smiled gently.
Let's eat.
After breakfast, Yang Ying picked up her satchel, bid Lin Zhong farewell, and headed off to school. The area around Hongsheng Alley was now remarkably quiet. The thugs who used to roam the streets had all been scared off by Lin Zhong, and none dared linger there anymore. This meant Yang Ying's walk to school was safe, and Lin Zhong no longer needed to escort her. Moreover, Lin Zhong had learned from his previous mistake and was determined to shield Yang Ying from any gossip. After all, Yang Ying was the school beauty of Xinghe No. 3 High School. Every move she made was scrutinized by her peers. Being picked up and dropped off by a man every day was bound to spark gossip. Ironically, Yang Ying herself felt a bit disappointed. She actually wanted Lin Zhong to walk her to school. It would mean spending more time with him, but she never quite mustered the courage to ask. Today marked the final day of the 3-day holiday. Lin Zhong planned to visit Yang's mother at the hospital and speak with the doctor to clarify the exact cost of her surgery, ensuring they wouldn't be caught unprepared. Lin Zhong now held 2 jobs, bodyguard for Su Miao and top instructor at the Chun Martial Arts Academy. Both positions offered generous compensation, totaling 100,000 yuan monthly. While this sum was exceptionally generous for an ordinary family, it still fell short for Lin Zhong, who needed to cover Mrs. Yang's medical expenses. Mrs. Yang's monthly hospital fees alone ran into the tens of thousands, not to mention medication and treatment costs. The surgery itself would be a major expense, starting at a minimum of 500,000 yuan. Lin Zhong changed into plain clothes and headed out. While walking, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Finding the ringtone unpleasant, Lin Zhong had long since switched it to vibration mode. What else is there? Lin Chang's tone was cool when he answered the call from Chen Bao. Lin Zhong felt neither affection nor aversion toward Chen Bao. He had given Chen his contact information because his gut told him Chen would prove useful. Though Lin Zhong was a formidable outsider, he still needed someone to gather intelligence for him. He knew nothing about Xingzhou's situation and had no connections there. Chen Bao, however, was a local power broker born and raised in Xingzhou, boasting extensive networks and highly reliable information. Subsequent events proved Lin Chang's intuition correct. Upon learning that Lu Ai intended to avenge Chen Hao, Chen Bao immediately alerted Lin Zhong. This allowed Lin Zhong to take proactive measures, nipping the danger in the bud. Otherwise, once Lu Ai made his move, those close to Lin Zhong would undoubtedly have been placed in grave danger. "Boss Lin, do you have time?" Chen Bao's voice on the other end of the line was cautious and respectful. "I've reserved a private room at Yihuo restaurant. I'd be honored if you'd grace us with your presence." "No need. If you have nothing important, don't call me." Lin Zhong refused bluntly, confident in his position. "Let me remind you, even though you're a thug, there should be a line you don't cross. You understand what I mean?" Of course. Thank you for the advice, Boss Lin. I know what I should do." Chen Bao broke out in a cold sweat. Though Lin Zhong wasn't physically present, he stood up, bowing and scraping. "Rest assured, I'll never engage in illegal activities again. From now on, I'm washing my hands of this life and retiring from the underworld. That's all." Lin Zhong had no patience for Chen Bao's nonsense and hung up. Chapter 51, Su Miao Strikes Back. Galaxy Tower. Su Miao entered the conference room with a cold expression. Lu Ying followed closely behind, clutching a folder, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her delicate face. Inside the conference room, executives of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group gathered, each wearing a different expression. Some wore blank expressions, others looked grave, some were sullen and cold, while others appeared anxious and uneasy. Just this morning, they had received notice from the company that the president would convene a meeting to announce personnel changes. New brooms sweep clean, and the seasoned veterans present had long anticipated this day, though none expected it to come so swiftly. It had only been a few days since Su Miao arrived in Xingzhou to officially take office. "Since you all know the purpose of this meeting, I'll cut to the chase." Su Miao nodded to Lu Ying, who opened a folder and placed it before her. "Those whose names I call, if you voluntarily submit your resignation to the administration department after this meeting, the company will not hold past actions against you. Otherwise, don't blame the company for showing no mercy." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned heavy, with several people exchanging glances. Su Miao paid no heed to their reactions, proceeding to read aloud the names from Cherry Red Lips, Zhu Changfu, Song Shikai, Cheng Minghua, Wang Xiaoling, Dong Minghui. The above 5 individuals are hereby dismissed from the company. You are no longer authorized to attend the remainder of this meeting. Please vacate the conference room immediately. President Su, this isn't proper procedure, is it? A balding middle-aged man stood up, glaring at Su Miao. This man was none other than Zhu Changfu, the first name Su Miao had called out. As vice president of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group, he had held his position for over a decade, his status as solid as a rock. Yet, he never imagined that upon taking office, Su Miao would target him for dismissal. "I'm no pushover to be pushed around. If you think you can use me to establish your authority, I'll make sure you can't hold your position as president." Xu Changfu thought viciously to himself. Following Zhu Changfu's outburst, the other individuals singled out began speaking up as well. "President Su, we understand you're new and want to bring in your own people. But is it really necessary to push out the company's veterans? Su Miao, what right do you have to make me leave? Let me tell you, I've served this company for decades. If not for my achievements, then for my dedication. When I joined, you weren't even born yet.
President Su, you're dismissing 5 executives at once. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? And you didn't consult anyone beforehand. Even if you're acting arbitrarily or abusing your power, there should be limits. In an instant, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices, resembling a bustling market. Have you all finished? Su Miao's face twisted into a sneer. Only after the uproar subsided did she speak, her tone measured and deliberate. Xu Changfu, I'd like to ask where those 6 villas of yours came from? Song Shikai, that Bentley you just bought, driving it feels smooth, doesn't it? Chang Minghua, you've been feeding intelligence to our competitors. How much did they pay you? And Huang Xiaoling, you've been keeping a young lover, but did you know that young lover is an undercover agent sent by the rival company? And Dong Minghui, you've stashed quite a bit of money with your mistress, but it seems none of that money is actually yours. As Su Miao revealed each hidden detail, Zhu Changfu and the others turned ashen. Despite the air conditioning in the conference room, sweat beaded on their foreheads. They had no idea how Su Miao had uncovered these secrets. Su Miao's delicate hand slammed down hard on the table. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she demanded, her voice sharp and accusatory, you are all veterans of this company, having made significant contributions that earned you your high positions. Yet after climbing to these heights, instead of prioritizing the company's interests, you have openly or covertly harmed its welfare to line your own pockets. Worse still, some have even sold company secrets. After committing these acts, do you still have the nerve to remain here? The 5 singled out bowed their heads, wishing they could vanish beneath the piercing stares of their fellow executives. Zhu Changfu pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face, still refusing to concede. Su Miao, don't make baseless accusations. Those 6 villas were purchased entirely with my own money, not a single penny came from the company. The others' eyes lit up as if they'd found a lifeline, each vehemently denying Su Miao's claims, refusing to admit a word of truth. Observing their pathetic display, Su Miao smiled coldly inside. To rid the company of these 5 pests, she had already made thorough preparations. They won't give up until they're at the brink of disaster. Since you refuse to admit it, I'll make sure you never get another chance. She clapped her hands lightly. The conference room doors swung open and several young, attractive women entered, each holding a thick stack of documents. These documents detail everything you've done over the years. Take your time reading them. Su Miao picked up a stack and flung it at Zhu Changfu, causing him to flinch violently. The 5 men's hands trembled as they flipped through the papers. Their faces grew paler with each page, until finally their bodies shook like sieves. Huang Xiaoling could barely stand, collapsing with a thud onto the floor. These documents exposed too many of her hidden secrets. Every detail of when and where she had kept her young lovers was laid bare. If these documents were leaked, her entire future would be utterly ruined, leaving her disgraced and ruined. Su Miao stood aloof, her icy gaze fixed on the 5 people. Her exquisite jade-like face showed no emotion whatsoever. But at this moment, no one dared to underestimate her. Instead, they were filled with a deep-seated reverence. Su. President Su, please show mercy. Consider my past contributions to the company and spare me this time. Song Shikai suddenly knelt before Su Miao, tears streaming down his face. I'll repay every penny I took from the company, even if it means selling everything I own. Just don't call the police. He was truly terrified. If Su Miao handed these documents over to the police, he would face at least a decade in prison. You should have known better than to take the company's money. You should have anticipated this day long ago, Su Miao said, her eyes devoid of pity. Earlier, I gave you the chance to resign voluntarily, but you refused. Now you expect me to let you off? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Drag them out. Hand these documents over to the police. Security guards, who had been waiting outside the conference room, stormed in like wolves. Xu Changfu tried to struggle, hurling curses at Su Miao, but a guard slapped him hard across the face before dragging him out like a dead pig. Once all 5 had been dragged out, the conference room fell completely silent. Su Miao scanned the room and cleared her throat softly. The remaining attendees instinctively sat up straight, holding their breath in nervous anticipation, their hearts pounding with fear and dread toward Su Miao. Su Miao was quite satisfied with their reaction. Hadn't she meticulously planned today's scene precisely to make an example of them? Now, let us resume our meeting and discuss the cooperation with Shanghai Group. Chapter 52, The Reason for the Assassination. After over 2 hours, the drawn-out meeting finally concluded. Returning to her executive office, Su Miao sank into the sofa chair, feeling utterly drained. Dealing with these cunning and treacherous individuals within the company had truly drained her energy. However, after today's warning shot across the bow, she believed those disloyal elements within the company would finally quiet down. They wouldn't dare openly oppose her anymore, and her authority within Star River Pharmaceutical Group would finally be firmly established. This thought lifted Su Miao's spirits, and a smile spread across her face. Luing slipped into the office, placed a stack of documents on Su Miao's desk, and whispered, "Miss, those 5 people are refusing to leave the company. They're throwing a fit in the lobby, acting like hysteric women. Leave them be. Since we've already called the police, let the authorities handle it. Let the rest of the company see what happens to those who oppose me." Su Miao opened her eyes, rose from the sofa chair, and walked to the window, crossing her arms over her chest as she looked outside. But if we let them continue this commotion, it might breed resentment among the other employees. They could end up blaming you for being heartless. It doesn't matter. I don't need their admiration. I only need their fear.
Su Miao's tone was cold, as if she were a queen standing high above. However, in a while, you can privately contact Zhu Changfu and the other four.
Discuss terms with them and get them to reveal the other parasites in the company. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with admiration as she nodded in understanding.
Oh, miss, I also received another piece of information regarding that previous assassination attempt. Lu Ying suddenly remembered something and spoke with renewed seriousness. Su Miao spun around abruptly, her bright eyes flashing with sharp intensity. The assassination attempt days prior had become a thorn in Su Miao's side. Because of it, she hadn't slept well in days and had even stopped going out to shop. Word is that the assassins came from a clandestine underground organization, the Bloodblade. Lu Ying delivered the intelligence with grave expression. The Bloodblade has intricate ties to certain individuals within the Su family.
Your assassination attempt was undoubtedly linked to the position of first heir. Su Miao's face remained as cold as ice, like she was wearing a mask, but her eyes flickered constantly, clearly betraying her inner turmoil.
The assassination originating from within the family was something she had anticipated long ago. Thus, upon confirmation, Su Miao felt little surprise, even a sense of inevitability. The struggles among the wealthy and powerful had always been this brutal. Hadn't history shown countless tragedies of fathers slaughtering sons and brothers turning against each other in the struggle for the imperial throne? What Su Miao hadn't anticipated was how impatient and brazen these individuals would prove to be. Of course, this also stemmed from the Su family's internal traditions. Regarding the succession to the first heir, the Su family had an ancestral decree. Before the outcome was decided, neither elders nor outsiders were permitted to intervene. This was akin to breeding venomous insects. Only those who could survive the brutal struggle would be worthy of inheriting the Su family legacy. Four contenders vied with Su Miao for the position of primary heir, 3 males and 1 female. Yet Su Miao remained unaware of who had orchestrated the assassination attempt. But Su Miao wasn't nearly enduring. In fact, her counterattack had just begun. Zhu Changfu and the other 4 individuals actually belonged to the respective factions of those contenders. Dismissing Zhu Changfu and the other 4 and sending them to court effectively severed their tentacles within Star River Pharmaceutical Group. While it didn't cripple them, it would certainly cause them significant pain for a while.
Su Miao's counterattack extended far beyond this.
In truth, she had already devised a meticulous plan. Once she gained complete control of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group, that plan would be set in motion. As Su Miao was deep in thought, her phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and pressed it to her ear. Whatever the caller said caused Su Miao's expression to grow increasingly cold, her delicate hand tightening into a fist. After ending the call, Su Miao took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. She turned to Lu Ying and said, "Have Lin Zhong returned to work? His vacation is over. What's going on? I just received word that an assassination attempt against me is already being prepared. It will be launched within the next few days." Su Miao's voice held no fluctuation, but Lu Ying, who knew her well, understood that this indicated Su Miao's inner rage had reached a certain level.
Lu Yin's expression instantly turned grave.
She turned and strode out, pulling her phone from her pocket as she walked and dialing Lin Chang's number. At that moment, Lin Zhong was on his way to the hospital. Upon receiving Lu Yin's call, he immediately altered his original plans, hailed a taxi, and headed for the headquarters of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group Galaxy Tower. Upon arrival, Lin Zhong stepped out of the taxi and immediately spotted Lu Ying standing at the building's entrance. She wore a black business skirt suit, her long hair pulled up in a high bun, accentuating her stunningly alluring figure. However, Lin Zhong had no mind to admire Lu Yin's figure. He quickened his pace, walked alongside her, and entered the building. "Little brother Lin, what happened to your hand?" Lu Yin's first glance fell on his injured hand, and she asked with concern.
"Picked up a little injury during training. It's mostly healed now."
Lin Zhong raised his right hand and flexed it in front of Lu Ying. It must be said, the medicinal wine from Chen's martial arts hall was truly miraculous.
Its effects were extraordinary.
After just one night, the swelling in Lin Chang's palm had already begun to subside.
Although movement was still somewhat awkward, it no longer hindered him from sparring with others.
As they entered Su Miao's office, Lin Zhong couldn't help but be struck by her beauty once more when he saw her standing by the window. If Lu Ying was a temptress who made one want to break the law, then Su Miao was an otherworldly fairy. Yet this goddess also carried an air of queenly authority that seemed to look down upon the masses. Su Miao, upon seeing Lin Zhong, recalled her drunken incident from 2 days prior. A tingling sensation spread through her body, accompanied by an awkward feeling that made her almost reluctant to face him. However, her current icy expression gave nothing away about her inner turmoil. Lin Zhong stared directly at Su Miao's face, which could topple kingdoms, yet he wasn't overwhelmed by her beauty.
His tone remained calm. "President, you mentioned someone might attempt to assassinate you in the next couple of days? I'd appreciate more detailed information like when, where, and how." "No, I only received this information through my covert channels, but its reliability is beyond doubt.
Hearing Lin Chang's calm voice and seeing him standing right before her, Su Miao's anxious heart gradually settled. Lin Zhong, I'm entrusting my safety to you from now on.
If that's the case, then wherever you go, President, you must allow me to accompany you. You absolutely cannot leave my sight.
Lin Zhong stated with unwavering certainty.
Chapter 53, Blood-Blade Organization. Su Miao's expression stiffened slightly.
The frost on her face melted, and her eyes flickered with uncertainty.
Yet, she finally nodded reluctantly. Little brother Lin, have you heard of the Blood-Blade Assassin Organization? Lu Yin inquired. Blood-Blade? Blood's blood, blade's blade. So that's the group. Not only have I heard of them, but I've actually dealt with them before. A flicker of light passed through Lin Chang's eyes, vanishing in an instant. The assassin who targeted the CEO, was he sent by Blood-Blade? Yes. Since you know, could you tell us about this organization? Lu Yin's heart leapt with joy. She hadn't held much hope, asking casually, but unexpectedly, Lin Zhong actually knew. Su Miao's expression shifted slightly beside them, her focus sharpening as she leaned in to listen.
The Blood-Blade organization is comprised of mercenaries who returned from overseas. They're notorious in the international assassin community, a dangerous group willing to do anything for money, with absolutely no moral boundaries. Lin Zhong paused to gather his thoughts. Internally, they operate on a 4-tier system: ordinary assassins, bronze-level assassins, silver-level assassins, and gold-level assassins. If it truly was Blood-Blade, then the group the CEO encountered earlier were likely just ordinary assassins. After hearing Lin Chang's explanation, Su Miao and Lu Ying both widened their eyes. They were shocked by the content of his explanation, yet equally curious about how he possessed such detailed knowledge. Lu Ying couldn't contain her curiosity and blurted out her question. Little brother Lin, you seem to know a lot about them? I suppose so. After all, I've crossed paths with them for a while, Lin Zhong replied casually. He didn't elaborate on the nature of that dealings, and neither Lu Ying nor Su Miao were fools. They wisely refrained from pressing further. Is the Blood-Blade organization really that dangerous? Hearing Lin Zhong describe them so menacingly, Lu Yin's worries resurfaced. If it's just Blood-Blade, there's no need to worry. Lin Zhong smiled faintly, radiating an unshakable calm and intense confidence. Rest assured, I know this organization well. With proper preparation, they won't stand a chance. Lin Zhong truly knew Blood-Blade well. He personally eliminated over a dozen of their silver-ranked assassins and taken down 3 or 4 gold-ranked ones, crippling the organization and effectively erasing it from the assassin world. Once a top-tier assassin group, Blood-Blade had been reduced to second-rate status after suffering heavy losses at Lin Chang's hands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a group of ordinary assassins to target Su Miao. Influenced by Lin Chang's calm confidence, Su Miao and Lu Ying gradually relaxed. Lu Ying had other duties to attend to. After bidding farewell to Su Miao and Lin Zhong, she left the CEO's office and returned to her own post to continue working. After all, as the administrative manager of a major corporation like Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group, she had numerous responsibilities and couldn't remain by Lin Zhong and Su Miao's side indefinitely. Su Miao returned to the sofa and sat down, her beautiful eyes glancing at Lin Zhong before she suddenly asked, Lin Zhong, what exactly did you do before? Although Lin Zhong had once mentioned he'd just been discharged from the military, Su Miao found it hard to believe. Even the most elite special forces soldier couldn't be as skilled as he was, right? Soldier, Lin Zhong uttered the 2 words, sitting upright on the sofa. I don't know much about the military, but a soldier like you must be rare, right? Su Miao recalled how Lin Zhong had single-handedly taken down 7 or 8 assassins barehanded, suddenly feeling curious about him. What kind of missions did you carry out in the military? Any other man, faced with Su Miao's direct questions, would likely have poured out his heart, spilling every detail of his family history. But unfortunately for them, Su Miao had encountered Lin Zhong. Sorry, that's classified information. I can't discuss it. Though he used the word sorry, Su Miao wasn't blind. She saw not a trace of remorse on Lin Chang's face. Her newly sparked curiosity was instantly extinguished by Lin Zhong. Feeling thoroughly annoyed, Su Miao shot him a glare before turning her attention back to reviewing documents. Realizing he might not make it home tonight, Lin Zhong pulled out his phone and texted Yang Ying, I've got something tonight and might not make it back. Be careful at home. Call me if anything comes up. Shortly after, Lin Zhong received Yang Ying's reply, got it, brother Lin. Take care of yourself too. Xiao Wei and I will go to the hospital tonight to keep mom company. Shortly after receiving Yang Ying's message, Lin Zhong got another text from Guan Wei. He couldn't help but smile to himself, replied briefly, then put his phone away. Sitting on the sofa, he felt that just sitting there wasn't productive. He decided to focus his mind, close his eyes, and rest. Time slipped by, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Su Miao stretched lazily, lifting her head from her documents. She glanced at Lin Zhong, who sat motionless on the sofa, and suddenly felt a flutter in her heart. All afternoon, Lin Zhong had sat on the sofa without moving a muscle or making a sound, like a lifeless statue. Several times, she had almost forgotten he was even there. Just how much endurance and self-control did this guy possess to achieve this? The question surfaced in Su Miao's mind. Feeling Su Miao's gaze upon him, Lin Zhong slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was so piercingly bright that the instant they flashed open, it seemed as if a bolt of lightning shot through them, causing Su Miao to instinctively squint. But quickly, Lin Chang's gaze returned to its tranquil state, becoming unadorned and unassuming. After an afternoon of meditation, the exhaustion from the previous night had completely vanished. Though his right hand still ached and felt stiff, the rest of his body had recovered to peak condition. He felt confident enough to face any opponent or challenge. The office door slid open. Lu Ying peered inside, a smile on her face. "Hey, you two. Want to grab lunch together?" Su Miao stood up and headed toward the door. "Let's go." Lin Zhong gave Lu Ying a faint smile before rising to follow Su Miao. Lu Ying stepped aside to let Su Miao lead, then walked side by side with Lin Zhong. Lu Ying nudged Lin Chang's shoulder with her fragrant shoulder, gave a subtle nod toward Su Miao's retreating figure, and winked. She silently mouthed, "Pretty?" Su Miao's back view wasn't just beautiful, it was irresistibly alluring. Her long legs, pert behind, and slender waist swayed with a mesmerizing rhythm as she walked. Lin Zhong felt awkward at Lu Yin's sudden playfulness. But Su Miao seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. She abruptly slowed her pace, turned around, and shot Lu Yin a cold stare. "Manager Lu," she asked sharply, "what are you doing?" "Nothing much, just admiring the president's exquisite figure," Lu Yin replied, completely unfazed. "Did you book the table I asked for?" Su Miao's tone grew colder, her eyes seeming to hold a hint of menace. Lu Yin's face remained cheerful. Though she genuinely respected and cherished this young lady she'd grown up with, she felt little fear. "It's all set. The Imperial View Hotel, the most exclusive private room. Is the president treating tonight?" "No. Tonight's expenses will be deducted from your salary," Su Miao stated icily. "No way. That's exploitation. I'm protesting." Lu Ying wrapped her arm around Lin Chang's, adopting a pitiful tone. "Little Lin, I'm counting on you to support me now. This heartless CEO actually wants to dock my pay." Lin Zhong had already noticed the close bond between Lu Ying and Su Miao. He had no desire to get involved in women's affairs, so he kept his mouth firmly shut, believing silence was golden. As CEO of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group, Su Miao naturally enjoyed certain privileges, one of which was exclusive access to the executive elevator that went directly to the parking garage. Chapter 54, Looking Down on People. The three rode the private elevator down, quickly reaching the underground parking garage on the first basement level. The elevator doors opened to reveal a pristine, sapphire blue Lamborghini parked inside, brand new, showing no signs of use whatsoever. Lin Zhong inwardly marveled at Su Miao's immense wealth and influence. She'd replaced the previous car with an identical new model. He couldn't help but wonder how much that had cost. Su Miao pulled a set of keys from her bag and handed them to Lin Zhong. "You drive." As Lin Zhong took the keys, his fingers accidentally brushed against Su Miao's delicate fingers. She jerked her hand back as if electrocuted, her overreaction leaving Lin Zhong utterly baffled. "I've held your body before, is this really necessary?" "It's as if I've done something wrong," Lin Zhong thought to himself. Su Miao's pretty face flushed slightly. Realizing she'd overreacted, she turned her head away guiltily, avoiding Lin Chang's gaze. Lu Ying chuckled inwardly beside them, knowing this was an aftereffect of the incident from a few days ago. Lin Zhong opened the car door, letting Su Miao and Lu Ying get in first before starting the engine. The Lamborghini emitted a deep rumble as its taillights illuminated, gliding out with seamless fluidity. Lin Zhong hadn't been idle during this time. He'd memorized the map of Xinghe City so thoroughly that he could easily qualify as a taxi driver, making navigation unnecessary while driving. Half an hour later, Lin Zhong arrived at the Imperial View Hotel in the Lamborghini. The Imperial View Hotel was one of Xinghe City's five-star establishments, renowned for its attentive service and luxurious elegance. It had long been a gathering place for celebrities, dignitaries, and the upper echelons of society. The plaza in front of the hotel was lined with a row of luxury vehicles, yet even among these high-end cars, the azure blue Lamborghini stood out strikingly. Lin Zhong parked at the entrance. Su Miao opened the door, didn't even acknowledge him, and got out on her own. Lu Ying patted Lin Chang's shoulder, blew a breath into his ear, and whispered with a soft laugh, "Little Lin, go park the car first, then come find us inside." As she spoke, Lu Yin's cherry lips nearly brushed against Lin Chang's ear. Her breath, sweet as orchids, sent a tingling sensation through his ear. Having grown accustomed to Lu Yin's occasional teasing, Lin Zhong nodded without flinching. After Lu Ying got out, Lin Zhong found a spot in the plaza to park the Lamborghini. He pulled out the keys and headed toward the Imperial View Hotel. However, he was stopped at the hotel entrance. "Sorry, you can't come in." A doorman in a red suit held his hand out in front of Lin Zhong. "Why?" Lin Zhong felt this scene was strangely familiar. Hadn't he been stopped by security in the same way when applying for a bodyguard position at Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group? Sure enough, snobs who judged people by their appearance were everywhere. The doorman eyed Lin Zhong up and down, his gaze turning faintly contemptuous as his tone grew stiff. "Sir, the Imperial View Hotel is an exclusive establishment. Those dressed inappropriately are prohibited from entering." Lin Zhong glanced down at his clothes. Having rushed out, he hadn't changed into the expensive suit he'd bought, opting instead for more casual attire. Even so, his clothes were clean, neat, simple, and crisp, hardly what one would call unkempt.
Is there something wrong with your eyes? You call this unkempt?
Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp enough to make the doorman stumble back a step.
I'm warning you, don't cause trouble here. The doorman's face flushed crimson. He felt humiliated that a country bumpkin's glare had intimidated him. Let me be blunt, a single meal at the Imperial View Hotel costs more than your annual salary. Do you really think you're qualified to dine here? What's someone like this doing here? The Imperial View Hotel standards are really slipping. Just then, a harsh male voice cut in from nearby. Lin Zhong followed the sound and saw a man in his 40s strutting over, arm wrapped around a heavily made-up, flirtatious woman. His large hand was kneading her buttocks. The man radiated the aura of a nouveau riche, a gold chain around his neck, fingers stacked with gold rings, a floral shirt on top, and patterned shorts revealing hairy calves. The doorman's eyes lit up at the sight of him. He darted over with a flattering grin plastered on his face. Mr. Chow, you're here. It's been ages since you last visited.
Mr. Chow snorted lightly through his nostrils, chin held high, his voice dripping with arrogance.
Bring Xiaoyan over to sample your cuisine.
The woman named Xiaoyan swayed her hips, puckered her lipstick-coated mouth, and planted a loud kiss on Mr. Chow's cheek. He roared with laughter, his hands roaming freely up and down her body without a care for onlookers, his vulgarity laid bare. Yet the doorman now seemed like a different person. He ignored Mr. Chow's lewd actions, wearing a genuine smile as he bowed and scraped, opening the restaurant doors for him. As Boss Chow entered, he brushed past Lin Zhong, glancing at him with disdainful eyes. Penny pincher, he spat coldly. Then, with his arm around the woman, he swayed his way inside. Lin Zhong watched the scene unfold with a cold gaze. He felt no anger whatsoever, only a sense of utter absurdity. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the doorman any longer. He strode straight toward the restaurant entrance and pushed open the glass doors. I told you, you can't come in. The doorman grew frantic, shoving Lin Zhong hard on the shoulder. He'd fully expected his full force to send Lin Zhong tumbling to the ground, but it felt like shoving against a mountain. Lin Chang's body didn't budge an inch. Disgust flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. His shoulders shifted slightly, and with a casual flick of his arm, the doorman felt a powerful force surge through him. Unable to resist, he stumbled backward several steps and landed flat on his back. The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of everyone inside and outside the restaurant, and several security guards rushed over. The doorman scrambled to his feet, fuming. He pointed at Lin Zhong and complained to the security guards. This guy was causing trouble at the door. He tried to force his way in. When I stopped him, The doorman's words trailed off abruptly as he fell speechless. Before his eyes, a mature, stunningly beautiful woman in an expensive tailored skirt emerged from the hotel. She walked over to Lin Zhong, wrapped her arm around his waist, and pressed her rosy lips to his cheek. In a voice dripping with allure, she asked, "Darling, what happened?" Witnessing this scene, the doorman's words froze in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. Who else could this woman be but Luin? The doorman knew Luin was a VIP guest at the hotel. Seeing her such intimate with Lin Zhong, his heart sank. At the same time, he was filled with regret. If he had known Lin Zhong had such connections, why would he have gone out of his way to cause trouble? A kiss from Luin on his cheek left Lin Zhong feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet he understood she was covering for him, so he suppressed his unease. Someone wouldn't let me in, saying my attire was inappropriate for a high-end establishment like the Imperial View Hotel. Lu Yin's fair face flushed crimson, radiating a captivating charm that drew countless admiring glances from men. Let's just go inside. No need to argue with a mere doorman, he's just a gatekeeper. Lu Yin didn't even glance at the flustered attendant. Instead, she wrapped her arm tightly around Lin Chang's and pulled him toward the hotel entrance. Chapter 55, Fighting Fire with Fire. The interior of the Imperial View Hotel was lavishly opulent. Crystal chandeliers hung high overhead, antique golden thread nanma-wood floors shimmered, and pure silver cutlery lay neatly arranged on the dining tables. Every detail exuded extravagance. Remarkably, despite the opulent furnishings, the atmosphere never felt vulgar. Instead, it carried an air of noble elegance. Compared to this environment, Lin Zhong, dressed in ordinary casual clothes, certainly stood out like a sore thumb. A short distance ahead, Boss Chow, who had entered the hotel before Lin Zhong, stared wide-eyed at Lu Yin. His greasy, flushed face wore a lecherous expression, though he managed to keep his saliva from dripping. The woman clutched in his arms, confronted by Lu Yin's blend of grace and allure, felt utterly overshadowed. Her body stiffened, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. Just as Lin Zhong and Lu Yin passed by, Boss Chow seemed to snap out of his daze. He abruptly shoved the woman away and stepped in front of Lu Yin. "Miss, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink?" Though clearly a nouveau riche, he affected an air of sophistication. His affected manner was as awkward as it was repulsive. Lu Yin hadn't expected such an encounter, much less that such a boorish fellow would dare to hit on her. She was momentarily stunned. What? Mr. Chow's eyes never left Lu Yin, his expression lecherous, completely ignoring Lin Zhong beside her. In his eyes, the shabbily dressed Lin Zhong was nothing more than a kept toy boy barely useful beyond his slightly stronger physique and handsome face. My dear lady, our meeting here is surely fate. On such a beautiful night, why not share a drink together? Boss Chow was intoxicated by his own eloquence, oblivious to the look of utter disgust on Lu Yin's face. Just as Lu Yin was about to unleash a torrent of abuse at Mr. Chow, she suddenly changed her mind. She clutched Lin Chang's arm tightly, her ample bosom brushing lightly against his arm as she cooed sweetly, "Darling, this disgusting guy is hitting on me. What should I do?" This scene nearly made Boss Chow's eyes pop out of his head, filling him with unbearable jealousy toward Lin Chong. Lin Chang's response was blunt and direct, "Get lost." Those 4 words were directed at Boss Chow. "What did you say?" Boss Chow couldn't believe his ears. "I said get lost." Lin Chong despised this type of man who thought money gave him free rein, speaking without restraint. Chow's face flushed crimson with rage, his pretenses of civility shattered. Pointing a finger in Lin Chang's face, he snarled. "Who the hell do you think you are, talking to me like that? You think I can't smother you with cash?" The sudden outburst of profanity shattered the restaurant's tranquil atmosphere, causing many dining patrons to frown. Several waitstaff hurried over, humbly pleading with Boss Chow to stop. But he paid them no mind, his ranting only growing louder. The more people paid attention, the more he reveled in his tirade. "You're just a poor, backward country bumpkin. What gives you the right to compare yourself to me? And this woman, she's clearly just." Just as Mr. Chow was about to direct his fire at Lu Yin, Lin Chong suddenly raised his foot and delivered a vicious kick straight into Mr. Chow's bulging belly. Thud! Lin Chang's kick carried immense force. Even without channeling his inner strength, it sent Boss Chow flying 3 meters. He landed sprawled on the ground, looking like a fat toad. Mr. Chow's tirade cut off abruptly, replaced by a blood-curdling scream. Clutching his stomach, he writhed on the ground as if his intestines had been kicked clean out. No one had expected Lin Chong to resort to violence so abruptly. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yin's eyes sparkled with a newfound fascination, as if she were seeing Lin Chong anew. Though she knew of his formidable abilities, she hadn't realized his character was so decisive and ruthless. "Let's talk this out. Please don't resort to violence." A sweating manager stepped in front of Lin Chong, only to be shoved aside. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. He had made up his mind no matter what happened, he would teach this utterly repulsive man a harsh lesson. Why do good people die young while villains live forever? Because the good hold back too much, while the wicked hold nothing back. When dealing with villains, you must be more villainous than they are. When confronting evildoers, you must be more evil than they are. That's violence countering violence, evil countering evil. Lin Chong grabbed Boss Chow by the collar and hoisted him up with one hand. "Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Or I swear I'll make you pay. I'll make sure you die a miserable death." Boss Chow screamed, his face contorted half from pain, half from fury. "I've seen plenty like you. Do you know how they all end up?" Lin Chong sneered coldly, his body radiating a chilling aura. "Think having a few stinking coins makes you special? Think the world revolves around you? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're nothing." With that, Lin Chong raised his hand and smacked it hard across Boss Chow's chubby face. Smack! 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on Chow Boss's face. Stunned by the blow, he clutched his cheek, staring at Lin Chong in terror. He never imagined Lin Chong would actually dare to strike someone in broad daylight. "Are you all blind? I'm your guest. This bastard hit me. Help me now, or I'll file a complaint." Mr. Chow struggled fiercely but couldn't break free from Lin Chang's grip. Driven by fear, he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Sir, please refrain from violence, or we will call the police." The manager's brow glistened with sweat. This was the first such incident at Imperial View Hotel. "Separate these 2 guests immediately." For security guards standing nearby immediately rushed over, grabbing Lin Chang's arms in an attempt to pull him away. Yet Lin Chong stood as solid as a mountain. Even when they strained with all their might, they couldn't budge him an inch. To prevent disturbances, the Imperial View Hotel hired security guards who were all burly men over 1.8 meters tall and weighing more than 150 kilograms. Held by such behemoths, even an ox would be brought down. Lin Zhong didn't appear particularly strong or imposing. Yet, even as the 4 security guards strained every muscle until their faces turned crimson, their efforts proved utterly futile. For a moment, every face in the room wore an expression of utter disbelief. Those dining at the Imperial View Hotel were discerning individuals, either distinguished figures, members of prominent families, or the exceptionally wealthy. Among them, Boss Chow, whom Lin Chong now held aloft, stood out as an anomaly. The hotel guests had already realized that Lin Chong was no ordinary man. Possessing such immense strength and such masterful skills, how could he possibly be an ordinary person? "No one can help you." Lin Chang's body trembled, instantly repelling the 4 burly men gripping his arms. He raised his hand and delivered another slap to the other side of Boss Chow's face. Chapter 56, another unexpected twist. Lin Chang's eyes were cold as ice. He alternated blows, landing over a dozen slaps on Boss Chow's face in an instant. After the barrage, Chow's face swelled up like a pig's head. "Spare me." Chow's eyes narrowed to slits as endless fear for Lin Chong welled up inside him. Finally unable to endure the pain, he begged for mercy.
Spare you, so you can come back to take revenge?
Lin Zhong stared straight into Chow Boss's terrified eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. If that's the case, why should I spare you? Please, sir, forgive a petty man's transgression. Spare me, and I'll never dare again. Chow's swollen face made speaking difficult.
I was wrong. Will you call the police?
No, absolutely not. Boss Chow waved his hands frantically, a chill gripping his heart.
He felt utterly exposed, though he'd indeed considered reporting it. I fell and hurt my own face. It has nothing to do with you. Very well. After all, you live quite comfortably. Life is precious, and you'll want to keep it to enjoy this colorful world, right? Lin Chang's tone was flat, yet the threat within it made Mr. Chow tremble. Don't think having a little money gives you free rein. There are some people in this world you can't afford to provoke, understand? Mr. Chow nearly wept, nodding frantically. I know.
Lin Zhong nodded slightly, releasing his grip and setting Chow Boss down. As if nothing had happened, he walked back to Luin. Facing her sparkling eyes, he spread his hands and offered a gentle smile. Problem solved. Finally free from Lin Zhong's grip, Boss Chow collapsed onto the floor, his eyes unfocused. Waiters immediately helped him up and escorted him to the medical room. The hall fell silent once more, but many eyes fixed on Lin Zhong now brimmed with astonishment. Little brother Lin, I never knew you had such a commanding side. Luin examined him from head to toe as if seeing him for the first time, her eyes sparkling. I've always been like this. You just hadn't seen it before, sisterine. You were so cool just now. Being by your side makes me feel so safe, hee. Luin wrapped her arm around Lin Chang's, giggling softly. Honey, let's go to the private room. When they entered the private room, Su Miao was already seated at the massive dining table, having waited quite a while. Her expression was sour as she stared coldly at the pair. Though she said nothing, her displeasure was unmistakable. Why did you take so long? Su Miao's gaze swept over Lu Yin's arm wrapped around Lin Zhong's, a sudden pang of discomfort stinging her heart. Just now, little Lin showed off his amazing skills and gave some nouveau riche a proper lesson. Luin sat down beside Su Miao, her eyes sparkling as she began her story. He was so cool. Su Miao's face remained stony as she replied curtly, I'm not interested. You don't need to tell me. Hurry up and get them to serve the food. I'm starving. Luin pouted, her enthusiasm dampened, and pressed a button on the table. Soon, a stream of waitstaff entered, filling the massive round table with platters of delicacies. Most of the dishes were unfamiliar to Lin Zhong. Despite the feast before them, Su Miao and Luin had little appetite. After taking a few small bites, they set down their chopsticks, leaving Lin Zhong to enjoy the rest. Lin Zhong's eating manners weren't bad, but his pace was astonishingly fast as skill honed in the military. Under Su Miao and Luin's stunned gazes, the dishes on the table diminished at a visible rate, eventually disappearing entirely into Lin Zhong's stomach. Lin, is your stomach a bottomless pit? Luin gasped, her mouth agape. Lin Zhong rubbed his stomach, feeling he could still eat more, but the plates on the table were already empty. True to its 5-star reputation, every dish was a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth, all while being nutritionally balanced. Ever since cultivating the Dragon Tiger Force, Lin Chang's appetite had grown enormous, and his digestive capacity had become exceptionally strong. Even when eating noodles at Old Man Liao's noodle shop, he'd devour 2 full large bowls, and that was with deliberate restraint. But when he let himself eat freely, Lin Zhong had no idea how much he could consume. The food he consumed wasn't wasted, it all transformed into energy absorbed by his body. It was precisely because of this that Lin Zhong's strength had grown so formidable. After dinner, Lin Zhong first drove Luin home, then picked up Su Miao and drove together to Jinyun Residential Complex. Jinyun Residential Community boasted extremely tight security. Not only did security teams patrol the premises, but every area within the complex was equipped with surveillance cameras operating 24/7. But in Lin Zhong's eyes, this seemingly tight security was actually full of holes. It might deter petty thieves and burglars, but it would be utterly useless against professional assassins or master thieves. After entering the apartment, Su Miao tossed over, I'm going to take a shower. Make yourself at home. After saying that, she practically fled upstairs. This was the first time she'd ever brought a man home. Though Lin Zhong wasn't a stranger and was here to protect her, Su Miao still felt an invasion of her personal space, leaving her deeply uneasy. Watching Su Miao ascend the stairs, Lin Zhong began inspecting the villa, meticulously examining every corner of the first floor. The villa was spacious and immaculately clean, the floors so polished they reflected like mirrors. All the furniture and appliances were brand new, clearly reflecting the owner's immense wealth. After finishing his inspection, Lin Zhong was about to sit down and rest when Su Miao's startled scream suddenly echoed from upstairs. Ah! Her voice was filled with panic, as if she had encountered something truly terrible. Lin Chang's body instantly tensed. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, dashing to the bathroom where the sound originated in pounding a fist against the door. Thud! The door, locked from the inside, shattered under the force of his punch. Without hesitation, he burst inside. Su Miao hadn't expected Lin Zhong to burst in at that moment and froze in shock.
After several seconds, Su Miao finally snapped out of her shock. Crouching down, she let out a shriek of utter humiliation and rage. Get out. Chapter 57, 3 Rules. Startled by Su Miao's shriek, Lin Zhong immediately averted his gaze, turned, and walked out of the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Yet Su Miao's flawless form seemed to possess a strange, lingering magic. Her image kept replaying in Lin Chang's mind, causing him to lose himself in a rare daze. Inside the bathroom, Su Miao crossed her arms over her chest, her cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Her mind went blank, all her sharpness and rationality vanishing without a trace. Only after several minutes passed did Su Miao regain her strength. Leaning against the wall, she stood up, dressed, and walked out of the bathroom with a cold expression. Lin Zhong stood outside the bathroom, feeling both awkward and somewhat aggrieved. If he hadn't been worried about Su Miao being attacked by assassins, if she hadn't screamed, how could he have barged in so recklessly only to walk in on her showering? But regardless of how it started, he was the one who ended up benefiting. I'm sorry, President. Please let me explain. Lin Zhong cleared his throat and spoke up, approaching Su Miao as he did so. Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. Su Miao took a step back, her face brimming with wariness, her gaze cold and alert. If you have something to say it from where you stand. Once Su Miao calmed down, she realized the earlier incident had been a misunderstanding. Lin Zhong hadn't acted intentionally. The reason Lin Zhong had burst into the bathroom was because he'd heard her scream. He'd been worried about her safety, afraid she might encounter the assassin. Now, Su Miao felt intensely annoyed with herself. It was just a disgusting cockroach. Why had she made such a fuss and screamed so loudly? Yet, even knowing it was a misunderstanding, Su Miao still felt intensely aggrieved, her embarrassment mingling with anger. Lin Zhong stopped in his tracks, his gaze utterly clear. I meant no harm. It was just a misunderstanding. I heard your scream and thought something had happened to you, so I... Staring into Lin Chang's calm eyes and listening to his composed tone, Su Miao felt an inexplicable discomfort welling up inside her. For some reason, she felt like she'd lost. Is that all this stinking man can muster? He didn't harbor any improper thoughts at all? How could such a thing possibly exist in this world? Was he even a man? Was there something wrong with his orientation? Su Miao stared at Lin Zhong with a strange look, her mind racing with wild thoughts, yet her face remained cold and indifferent. Enough. I know what happened earlier was a misunderstanding. But you absolutely must not tell anyone about this. If you do, I'll kill you. Lin Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was Su Miao losing control and doing something irrational. Now that she was willing to communicate calmly, it couldn't be better. Rest assured, President. I'll keep this completely confidential. Not only must you keep your mouth shut, but you must also forget everything you saw. Don't even think about it. Lin Zhong wanted to forget, but he couldn't. Su Miao's reminder instantly altered the look in Lin Chang's eyes. Su Miao was already on edge. The moment Lin Chang's gaze shifted, she noticed it. Her face flushed crimson as she snapped angrily, "What are you looking at? Have you gotten any more dirty ideas?" Faced with Su Miao's accusation, Lin Zhong wisely remained silent. At this moment, silence spoke louder than 1,000 words. Any attempt to explain would only make things worse. Su Miao took several deep breaths. To prevent this from happening again, I'm setting 3 ground rules for you. Go ahead. First, you are forbidden from entering my room without my permission. Second, you are forbidden from stepping onto the second floor without my permission. Third, you are forbidden from touching anything in my room without my permission. Su Miao rattled off the 3 demands in one breath, without pause, clearly having rehearsed them long ago. I can comply with the 3rd rule, but the 1st and 2nd I'm afraid I cannot. Lin Chang's eyes flickered. I must protect your safety. Therefore, you must remain within my sight and reach until we apprehend the assassin sent by the Bloodblade sect. Su Miao's expression darkened, her delicate brows furrowing. Must it be this way? Lin Zhong spread his hands. If you, the CEO, wish to gamble with your life, I won't stand in your way. Su Miao bit her cherry lips, her pearly teeth glistening under the light. Her expression was stormy. This is a one-time exception. You can enter my room, but don't even think about sharing my bed. No problem. Lin Zhong agreed immediately. Besides that, I have 3 requests of my own. I hope the CEO can fulfill them. This guy was pushing his luck. Su Miao gritted her teeth and snapped, "Spit it out." Unbeknownst to Su Miao, her tone had grown increasingly girlish as she spoke to Lin Zhong. First, as I mentioned earlier, you must stay with me at all times, never out of my sight. Second, you can't go off alone like you did at the Imperial View Hotel. You never know when or where an assassin might strike. Third, I'm requesting a raise. The Emperor doesn't skimp on feeding his soldiers. Lin Zhong stated with deadpan seriousness. The last demand was actually a joke, meant to lighten the frosty atmosphere between them. After all, the person before him was his bread and butter. It wouldn't do to let their relationship get too strained. You want a raise? I'll be generous if I don't dock your entire pay. Su Miao shot Lin Zhong a glare, a gesture that, when she performed it, was utterly captivating. We'll talk about that after you've caught the assassin. Rest assured. If the killer dares to strike, I'll make sure they never return.
Though Lin Zhong didn't pound his chest in guarantee, his tone brimmed with confidence.
Confidence without substance is arrogance. Confidence backed by capability is true confidence.
And Lin Zhong, without a doubt, belonged to the latter category.
Su Miao snorted softly, then suddenly flushed as an idea struck her. When I go to the restroom, you're not going to follow me, are you?
Of course.
What did you say? Su Miao's eyebrows shot up, ready to explode. Chapter 58, Bickering.
Lin Zhong quickly explained before Su Miao could explode. What I meant was, I'll wait outside the door but I won't go in.
That's more like it. Su Miao nodded in satisfaction.
After this exchange, the awkward tension between them finally eased slightly. Ignoring Lin Zhong, Su Miao sashayed downstairs, lazily slumping onto the sofa.
She kicked off her slippers and flipped on the TV.
Her 10 toes glistened like jade, neatly arranged like adorable silkworms, flawless in every way. Her feet rested on the pink sofa, pale enough to seem almost translucent. Fresh from her shower, Su Miao's hair still cascaded over her shoulders, partially obscuring one cheek. Her dark hair framed her jade-like complexion, creating a stunningly beautiful sight. Lin Zhong thoroughly inspected the second floor and top floor of the villa, confirming there were no vulnerabilities before returning downstairs. His gaze immediately fell upon Su Miao reclining on the sofa. This time, however, he had mentally prepared himself and didn't lose his composure. His eyes swept past her as he walked into the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and began showering. After his shower, Lin Zhong casually washed the clothes he'd worn all day, then stepped out of the bathroom wearing only his pants.
Su Miao, who had been watching TV, caught sight of Lin Zhong. Her face instantly flushed crimson.
The remote control slipped from her hand with a clatter, and she stammered, what are you doing?
Lin Zhong was surprised by Su Miao's strong reaction. Wasn't it normal for a man to be bare-chested?
Besides, he wasn't completely naked, he still had pants on.
What? Why aren't you wearing clothes?
Su Miao nearly panicked, hastily covering her eyes with her hands. But this gesture seemed like burying her head in the sand. The eyes behind her palms remained wide open, constantly stealing glances at Lin Zhong, completely beyond her control. Just as a woman's body possesses an innate, powerful allure for men, a well-built male physique held an equally potent attraction for women. It had to be said, Lin Chang's physique was truly impressive, rivaling that of a bodybuilder without the exaggerated bulk. His muscles flowed with fluid lines, each defined and sculpted. His chest and abs looked carved from stone, not an ounce of excess fat anywhere on his body. He radiated raw power, like a sleek, agile leopard. The scars scattered across his body only added to Lin Zhong's wild charm. This guy has an amazing physique, Su Miao thought to herself. My clothes just got washed, sorry. Noticing Su Miao's discomfort, Lin Zhong suddenly felt like teasing her. He deliberately walked over, don't worry, President.
I won't do anything to you.
Despite his words, he moved closer to Su Miao, slowly bending down until he was nearly level with her.
His eyes locked onto Su Miao's exquisite features, radiating an intense light. What are you doing?
Su Miao was startled by Lin Chang's boldness, her legs curling up as she shielded her chest with her delicate hands and leaned back. The usually aloof and composed Su Miao now wore an expression of sheer panic, like a helpless little lamb facing a big gray wolf closing in. That expression, paired with Su Miao's stunning beauty and figure that could sink a ship, made even Lin Chang's heart skip a beat.
President, you dropped your remote.
Just as Su Miao was debating whether to cry for help, Lin Zhong straightened up, holding the remote in his hand, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips.
I was just helping you pick up your remote. What else could I be doing? Su Miao exhaled in relief, snatching the remote control back.
She looked up at Lin Zhong coldly.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Fury nearly consumed her, making her want to bite into Lin Chang's flesh. The thought made her grind her teeth as she stared at his chest muscles.
Consumed by rage, Su Miao completely forgot she was wearing a nightgown.
Lin Zhong turned his head and cleared his throat.
President, it's getting late. You should get some rest.
Su Miao sensed something unusual in Lin Chang's gaze. She looked down and saw her already flushed face turn even redder, her ears and neck blushing deeply.
Heat seemed to rise from her head.
Almost reflexively, she covered the neckline of her nightgown with her hand. Anger blazed in her bright eyes as she hurled the remote control at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong caught it effortlessly, his expression resigned.
President, please calm down. I didn't see anything. I don't want to calm down.
Su Miao leapt up from the sofa, gnashing her teeth.
You dare say you didn't see anything? I'll fight you to the death. Her anger only intensified the more she thought about it.
In her fury, Su Miao abandoned all traces of composure or goddess-like grace. She leaped from the sofa, clawing wildly at Lin Zhong as she lunged at him, her hands scrambling across his head and face. Lin Zhong hadn't anticipated Su Miao's reaction being so intense she'd actually jumped on him and started attacking. Worried she might fall, he instinctively reached out to catch her, gently setting her down. But to him, her attack was full of holes and posed no real threat.
Let go of me.
Su Miao struggled even more fiercely, yet the more she fought, the closer she pressed against Lin Zhong.
Stop.
Lin Zhong felt himself losing control and growled lowly. Startled by his roar, Su Miao froze, her bright eyes fixed on him, her teeth clenched so tightly she looked ready to bite a chunk out of him.
Chapter 59, The Assassin Strikes. President, are you really going to do this?
Lin Zhong gripped Su Miao's delicate arm firmly, meeting her gaze with a deep, steady voice. His gaze was clear and composed, holding nothing that made Su Miao uncomfortable.
Su Miao's chest heaved violently with each ragged breath.
After a moment of struggle, Su Miao finally regained some composure. She coldly demanded, "Let go of me." Seeing Su Miao finally steady herself, Lin Zhong released his grip on her arms and took a step back, creating distance between them. The moment her arms were released, Su Miao suddenly lunged forward, lowering her head to bite fiercely into Lin Zhong's chest. Lin Zhong frowned and pushed her away. 2 neat rows of teeth marks appeared on his muscular chest, oozing a faint trickle of blood. A look of satisfaction flashed in Su Miao's eyes. Seemingly having vented her pent-up rage, she lifted her chin slightly and glanced at Lin Zhong haughtily. "You looked at me, I bit you. Now we're even." With that, she strode past Lin Zhong like a victorious general, head held high and chest puffed out, marching up to the villa's second floor.
She bites people at the drop of a hat. Is she a dog or something?
Lin Zhong couldn't help but shake his head as he followed Su Miao upstairs. After all, his duty was to protect Su Miao closely. Even though she had bitten him, he couldn't abandon his post because of it. Besides, though Su Miao's bite seemed fierce, she actually held back. With Lin Zhong's physical constitution, the teeth marks on his chest would vanish by tomorrow. Su Miao entered the bedroom and instantly collapsed onto the bed as if her bones had been pulled out, burying her head under the thin blanket. So embarrassing, so humiliating. How could I have acted so irrationally, so impulsively? Su Miao touched her face, her cheeks burned as if she had a fever. An extraordinary, unfamiliar emotion lingered in her heart. This guy, is he my nemesis? Su Miao couldn't help but think to herself as the scenes from earlier replayed in her mind. But she quickly shook her head, banishing all those images from her mind. It was all an accident. Why should I remember something so humiliating? I need to forget it quickly. All sorts of wild thoughts swirled in her mind, her emotions fluctuating wildly. This was a state Su Miao had never experienced once in her entire life. Tossing and turning in bed, she eventually drifted off into a drowsy sleep. A long while later, Lin Zhong finally entered the bedroom. His gaze first fell upon Su Miao on the bed, then swept across every corner of the room. Su Miao rolled over in bed, her legs poking out from under the covers. Lin Zhong smiled silently, pulled the thin blanket over her legs, then lay down on the floor beside the bed and slowly closed his eyes. Though his eyes were closed, Lin Zhong hadn't fallen asleep. Instead, he entered a peculiar state akin to deep meditation. In this state, his senses became exceptionally sharp, and not a single sound escaped his ears. Unnoticed, the night deepened. Outside the villa, a shadowy figure appeared silently. As if emerging from the darkness itself, the figure was clad entirely in black, from head to toe, wearing a black hood that concealed everything except a pair of eyes that gleamed with sharp intelligence. In the shadow's hand was a matte-finished dagger. Beyond that, no other weapons were present. This shadow was the assassin sent by Bloodblade to kill Su Miao, and he was also one of the 13 remaining silver-ranked assassins within Bloodblade. His codename within Bloodblade was Silver Rank Number 7, known simply as Silver 7. This designation meant he ranked 7th among all silver badge assassins within Bloodblade. Assassins were neither mercenaries nor warriors. To ensure the secrecy of their assassinations, they generally avoided using overly powerful weapons, making daggers and silenced pistols their favorites. Silver 7 was no exception. Upon learning his target was a defenseless woman, he abandoned plans to use a pistol. Like a giant gecko, Silver 7 clung to the villa's wall, climbing upward slowly yet silently. To prevent this mission from ending in failure like the last one, the employer provided extremely precise intelligence. This allowed Xinghe not only to know the villa's location but also to understand its layout down to the last detail. Inside the bedroom, Lin Zhong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. So she actually came, and so quickly. Though blind, Lin Zhong sensed Xinghe's presence, even tracking her movement path with precision. This assassin is far superior to those previous fools who only knew how to shoot and slash, but that's all she is. Lin Zhong rolled his body, vanishing into the shadows of the room. He blended completely with the darkness, even his breathing ceasing. Of course, he hadn't truly vanished. Instead, Lin Zhong skillfully adjusted his breathing to match that of Su Miao, who lay fast asleep. When it came to assassination and stealth, Lin Zhong was the master of all assassins. Xinghe remained unaware that a deadly threat lurked within the room. He pried open the window with his dagger, using the dim light to make out the figure sleeping soundly on the bed. Beneath his mask, Xinghe revealed a savage grin. Clenching the dagger, he propelled himself into the room with a single hand, his body as light and agile as a cat, making not a sound. Though he couldn't see the face beneath the covers, the rhythmic rise and fall beneath the thin quilt confirmed to Xinghe that the figure lying there was a woman of extraordinary beauty. Yet Xinghe, hardened by brutal training, possessed a heart as still as stagnant water. He had developed an ironclad resistance to physical allure, his focus fixed solely on completing his mission. Without hesitation, he raised his dagger, blade pointing downward, and plunged it viciously toward the figure on the bed. Just as Xinghe's dagger was about to pierce the figure, an arm suddenly shot out of the darkness, appearing as if from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it seized his wrist. Xinghe was utterly stunned, every hair on his body standing on end. He never imagined there could be a third person in this room besides his target and himself. Swish! Though his mind reeled in shock, Xinghe's body reacted instinctively. His wrist flipped, reversing the dagger to slice at the arm gripping his wrist. His dagger was razor-sharp, capable of slicing through hair. If it connected, the arm's owner wouldn't walk away unscathed. And if the opponent let go, Xinghe had already planned his next move: disregard everything else and complete the mission, kill the target first, then worry about the rest. Yet Xinghe's plans were destined to fail. A sharp pain shot through his wrist as the dagger was wrenched from his grasp. Instantly, another hand emerged from the darkness, fingers slightly curved, slamming into his chest with devastating force. Chapter 60, Cat Plays with Mouse. Thud. Lin Chang's palm sent Xinghe flying, slamming him into the wall with a dull thud. Though Lin Zhong held back to capture him alive, the blow still carried immense force. Xinghe felt his internal organs twist and shake violently, the impact point throbbing with bone-deep agony. Even without looking, Xinghe knew several ribs were surely broken. The loud impact jolted Su Miao awake from her slumber. Her eyes snapped open as she sat bolt upright in bed. The first thing she saw was Xinghe sliding down the wall. In that instant, she recognized the shadowy figure cloaked in black as the assassin sent to kill her. Yet Su Miao showed no panic or screams. Instead, she remained remarkably composed. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a cold, piercing light as she met Xinghe's gaze without flinching. For she knew Lin Zhong was right beside her. As long as Lin Zhong was present, this assassin couldn't harm her in the slightest. Lin Zhong, don't kill him. I need to know who keeps trying to assassinate me. Su Miao spoke calmly. In that moment, the girl who had just been bickering and fighting with Lin Zhong vanished without a trace. Su Miao had transformed back into the composed, dignified, and commanding CEO. Lin Zhong gave a slight nod, stepping out of the darkness to position himself between Su Miao and Xinghe. He remained clad only in pants, his upper body bare, presenting Su Miao with a strong, well-defined back. When Xinghe finally recognized Lin Zhong's face, his entire body suddenly jerked, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely believe his eyes. God, this devil, how could he be here? A tidal wave of shock surged through Xinghe's mind, erupting into a near-desperate groan. Indeed, Xinghe recognized Lin Zhong, for Lin Zhong sat atop the assassin's ultimate kill list, with a bounty soaring to 500 million. Within the Blood-Blade organization, only silver-ranked and gold-ranked assassins were granted access to this ultimate kill list. The bounty on Lin Zhong was jointly issued by every assassin organization worldwide, for each had suffered bitter lessons at his hands. Take Blood-Blade, for instance, once a top-tier organization boasting 10 gold-tier assassins and dozens of silver-tier operatives. Lin Zhong had claimed 6 of their gold-tier assassins and wiped out the majority of their silver-tier operatives. Having lost its elite forces, Blood-Blade now languishes as a second-rate organization, forced to tuck its tail between its legs and relocate its headquarters out of the Republic of Yanhuang. Blood-Blade harbors extreme hatred and fear toward Lin Zhong. Anyone who could eliminate Lin Zhong, whether through assassination, ambush, or any other means, would instantly claim a 500 million yuan bounty and rise to become a guest of honor among all assassin organizations. Yet to this day, no one has claimed the bounty. Every single person who accepted it has been killed by Lin Zhong instead. Oh, you recognize me? Xinghe's emotional shift did not escape Lin Chang's notice. He halted his advancing steps and inquired with keen interest. Lin Chang's attitude toward Xinghe was like a cat toying with a mouse, utterly leisurely and composed. Hearing Lin Chang's voice, fear welled up in Xinghe's heart. He had believed he would never feel fear again in his lifetime, but now he realized that was only because he hadn't yet encountered someone who truly inspired it. This young man before him carried no trace of killing intent. His expression was utterly calm, neither vicious nor menacing. Yet, inexplicably, he sent a chill deep into Xinghe's bones. The feeling was like a mouse encountering a cat, a sheep meeting a wolf, a rabbit seeing an eagle. You're the destroyer. Xinghe slowly backed away, his voice hoarse and dry as he forced the words from his throat. Pa Juan. It's been ages since anyone called me that. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Lin Chang's eyes before his gaze hardened back into indifference. Now that you know who I am, cease your futile struggle. Tell me everything you know, and I'll let you live out your days in prison. Xinghe had already backed to the window. Suddenly, he flipped backward, aiming to smash through the glass and escape. All will to fight had vanished from his heart. His sole desire was to escape this terrifying demon and report Pajun's whereabouts in Xinghe back to the organization. Once he delivered the report, not only would he avoid punishment for failing his mission, but he would receive a generous reward from the organization. But the moment Xinghe moved, Lin Zhong had already seen through his plan and struck suddenly. Lin Zhong took a single stride, instantly covering 3 meters to land behind Xinghe. His fingers curved like hooks, seizing Xinghe's throat with lightning speed and slamming him hard against the wall. Refusing to go down without a fight, Xinghe struggled violently. His left hand twisted covertly, striking backward like a venomous snake. Between his index and middle fingers lay a steel needle. The needle was coated with a potent venom capable of paralyzing an elephant. If struck, even Lin Zhong, with his extraordinary skills, would have no chance of survival, left utterly defenseless. Yet to Lin Zhong, Xinghe's counterattack seemed utterly feeble. With a downward slash of his other hand, a sharp crack echoed as Xinghe's wrist snapped.
Lin Chang's hands moved relentlessly.
With several crisp snaps, he dislocated all four of Xinghe's limbs, leaving them limp and hanging limply. Only after completely neutralizing Xinghe's resistance did Lin Zhong drag him into the living room.
Su Miao, wrapped in a thin blanket, followed behind, studying the assassin.
Lin Zhong placed Xinghe on the floor and ripped off his hood, revealing a pale, grim face.
Tell me, he demanded, who hired you? Don't even dream about it. I'll die before I talk. I advise you to confess honestly. Don't force me to use my methods.
Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes. Since you know who I am, you should understand that under my methods, you won't last long. Su Miao stood quietly by, observing. While Lin Zhong interrogated Silver 7, she refrained from interfering. Professional matters should be left to professionals, and there was no doubt that Lin Zhong was far more skilled than her at extracting information from prisoners.
Don't even think about making me betray the organization.
A flicker of resolve flashed in Xinghe's eyes. Suddenly, he clenched his jaw with all his might, biting through a capsule hidden in his mouth. His body convulsed violently, a gurgling sound erupting from his throat. His eyes bulged wildly before his head lolled to the side, all signs of life extinguished. Su Miao shuddered in fright, grabbing Lin Chang's arm.
What happened to him?
He killed himself. Lin Zhong sighed regretfully, his expression grave. With his extensive experience, he knew exactly how Xinghe had ended his life. He hadn't expected the man to be so loyal to Bloodblade, choosing suicide over revealing secrets. He must have had poison hidden in his mouth. Knowing he couldn't withstand my interrogation, he chose death instead. Su Miao stumbled back several steps before collapsing weakly onto the sofa, her expression blank.
Who wants to kill me?
Lin Zhong gently closed Xinghe's eyes, his voice firm without turning back.
Don't worry. With me here, you're safe.
Su Miao glanced at Lin Zhong, suddenly finding him much more tolerable.
So what do we do next?
Even Su Miao, who had weathered countless storms, found herself thrown into disarray by the successive assassination attempts, her mind in turmoil.
Chapter 61, Su Miao's plan.
Compared to Su Miao, Lin Chang's heart remained calm and still. Whether it was killing or death, he had seen it all before. Even if someone died right before his eyes, it wouldn't stir a ripple in his heart. Call the police first, Lin Zhong said, pulling out his phone.
No. Su Miao sprang up from the sofa, blocking Lin Zhong. We can't call the police. Why not?
Lin Zhong asked, surprised. President, if we want to uncover who was behind the assassination attempt, we'll need the police's help.
Su Miao's expression shifted.
The bewilderment faded, replaced by resolve.
At least not now. We have other things to do. What else? Expose the mole hiding among my inner circle.
Su Miao had regained her composure completely, her eyes flashing with cold determination as if she had come to a realization.
A mole? Lin Chang's eyes narrowed.
Though he didn't know what Su Miao had deduced, she wouldn't make such a claim without evidence.
President, are you certain there's a mole among your inner circle? Otherwise, how else could we explain why this assassin came to kill me so quickly and knew my residence inside out? Su Miao's gaze sharpened, transforming her back into the shrewd, intelligent CEO who commanded the situation.
My residence in Xinghe is known only to a handful of people close to me. Even with Bloodblade's extensive connections, locating my hideout would take time. But the assassin arrived so quickly that can only mean one thing. Someone close to you has betrayed you and sold your location to your enemies. Lin Zhong finished Su Miao's unspoken words. So, President, what do you intend to do? Su Miao pressed her cherry lips tightly together, her pearly teeth gently biting her nails as she raced through her thoughts. Lin Zhong tucked away his phone, sitting across from Su Miao. He placed his hands flat on his knees, spine straight, expression calm, awaiting her response. It must be said, Su Miao's composure made Lin Zhong look at her with newfound respect. Any ordinary girl faced with a sudden assassination attempt would likely have panicked and lost her bearings. Yet though Su Miao had indeed felt momentary panic and confusion at first, she had quickly regained her composure. She had deduced from the situation that someone close to her had betrayed them. Though unconfirmed, Lin Zhong sensed Su Miao's reasoning was sound. After a long moment of contemplation, Su Miao finally spoke. I already have a plan, but I need your help. She lifted her head, meeting Lin Chang's gaze directly. Her calm eyes held a faint glimmer of hope. Lin Zhong wouldn't disappoint her. What do you need me to do? Come sit closer. I'll whisper it to you. Lin Zhong moved closer and sat beside her. Su Miao leaned in, whispering a few words into his ear. Her breath was sweet as orchids, her voice intoxicatingly sweet. The faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her body wafted into Lin Zhong's nostrils, making his heart skip a beat. But soon, Lin Chang's attention was completely captured by Su Miao's plan. The plan was bold, yet highly effective.
Let's proceed with this plan. After hearing Su Miao's proposal, Lin Zhong had no objections. However, for the plan to succeed smoothly, we'll need Sister Yin's cooperation.
Hearing Lin Zhong actually call Lu Yin's sissy stirred an unusual feeling in Su Miao. A pang of jealousy surfaced. She quickly suppressed that feeling. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Hand me your phone.
I'll call Manager Lu.
Lin Zhong hesitated briefly before placing the phone in Su Miao's hand. She took it and swiftly dialed Lu Yin's number.
Little brother Lin, calling your big sister at this hour. Can't sleep and want to chat with me?
Lu Yin's sweet, girlish voice came through the line the moment she answered. She sounded groggy, as if the sudden call had roused her from sleep. Su Miao felt an even deeper sense of unease. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she shot Lin Zhong a sharp glare that left him utterly baffled.
Manager Lu, it's me. Su Miao snorted coldly. Sorry to disappoint you, but the one calling you isn't your dear little brother Lin.
Hearing Su Miao's voice, Lu Yin on the other end of the line was startled. She hadn't expected Su Miao to call using Lin Chang's phone.
Miss, why are you calling? What happened?
I was just targeted by the blood blade assassin. But don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Zhong protected me.
Su Miao cut straight to the point.
I suspect there's a mole among us. I have a plan to expose them, and I need your cooperation.
Lu Yin's drowsiness vanished instantly.
She sat bolt upright in bed, her voice turning grave.
Miss, is this true? There's a mole among us?
While I can't guarantee it's 100% certain, there's at least a 70% chance, Su Miao replied coldly.
Manager Lu, who knows about my residence in Xinghe?
Lu Ying closed her eyes, mentally reviewing the list before quickly reciting 5 names.
Good. Now call these 5 individuals and bring them to me. Tell them I need to discuss something with them.
Su Miao spoke calmly, the corners of her mouth curving into a cold yet beautiful smile.
Anyone who dares betray me will pay the price. Understood, I'll handle it immediately.
Just as Lu Yin was about to hang up, a thought struck him.
Miss, is Lin Zhong okay?
In Su Miao's presence, Lu Ying dared not openly refer to Lin Zhong as little brother Lin anymore, lest she face another round of scorn.
What could possibly happen to him?
Su Miao glanced at Lin Zhong, who sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Rest assured, your little brother Lin is doing just fine. 1 hour later. Lu Ying drove a red Ferrari into Jingyun residential community, where Su Miao lived, and parked in front of the villa. Lu Ying stepped out of the car and stood by it, waiting. Behind the Ferrari, several other sedans followed and pulled up one after another.
5 people emerged from the vehicles. The group comprised 3 men and 2 women.
Among the men, one stood over 6 feet tall with a buzz cut, thick limbs, and a simple, honest face. Another man was short and stout, sporting a center-parted hairstyle, small eyes, and a bulbous nose, a rather ugly appearance. Yet, his eyes sparkled with sharpness, lacking any trace of the sleaziness often associated with obesity, instead exuding an air of shrewdness and competence. The last man was tall and thin, appearing as if a gust of wind could knock him over. His face was pale, with severe dark circles under his eyes, clearly a sign of chronic sleep deprivation. Beyond these 3 men, the other 2 women were both young, delicate-looking girls. One wore black-rimmed glasses, radiating an intellectual air, while the other had long hair tied in a ponytail, appearing sharp and efficient. These 5 individuals were Su Miao's 5 key operatives in Xinghe. Among the 3 men, the tall one was named Zhao Guangming, the short, stocky one was Cheng Long, and the tall, thin one was Sun Xiang. Of the 2 girls, the bespectacled one was Su Ji, while the ponytailed one was Wang Xinlun. If the Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group represented Su Miao's overt power, then these 5 individuals embodied her covert influence. Chapter 62, Unmasking the Traitor. As one of the heirs to a reclusive family, Su Miaoming had been immersed in her clan's ways since childhood. She recognized the critical importance of intelligence early on and had consistently worked to build her own direct intelligence network. These 5 individuals were the pivotal nodes within her extensive network in Xinghe City, controlling the entire intelligence infrastructure on her behalf. Of course, the bulk of Su Miao's influence remained anchored in the capital. Once Star River Pharmaceutical Group was fully under her control, Su Miao would depart Xinghe and return to the capital to throw her hat into the ring for the position of primary heir. The 5 approached Lu Yin and respectfully addressed her as Sister Lu. Even Zhao Guangming, who appeared older than her, made no exception. Lu Yin nodded to the 5, since we're all here, let's go inside. We shouldn't keep the young lady waiting too long. Lu Yin held a unique position within Su Miao's faction. Several years older than Su Miao, she had grown up alongside her. Though formerly master and servant, they were in truth as close as sisters, making Lu Yin Su Miao's most trusted confidant. When Su Miao lacked the energy to manage the intelligence network, Lu Yin handled communications with the 5 and oversaw the system's operations. Consequently, they were very familiar with her, and in a sense, she served as their immediate superior. Although Su Miao was their ultimate boss, her exalted status and revered position meant the 5 of them were normally unqualified to meet her. When the 5 heard Su Miao would meet them at her villa, they felt both honored and intimidated, trembling with nervousness. Lu Ying pressed the villa's doorbell as planned. However, 3 minutes passed, and the villa's front door remained locked. Recalling the earlier intelligence about an assassination attempt targeting Su Miao, a sense of foreboding gripped everyone.
Something must have happened to the young lady.
Lu Yin's face paled instantly. She turned to the others urgently.
I have a spare key. Get ready. The moment I open the door, we charge in.
The five exchanged glances, seeing gravity and shock in each other's eyes. They nodded in unison. Zhao Guangming and Chang Long reached into their waistbands, drawing pistols and gripping them tightly. Lu Yin retrieved the key from her bag and unlocked the villa's front door. Zhao Guangming and Chang Long charged in first, with Lu Yin and the other three close behind. Upon bursting into the living room, they were met with an unbelievable sight. Su Miao lay pale on the living room floor, her eyes tightly shut, her condition unknown. A distinct ring of finger marks encircled her neck, as if she had been brutally strangled. Beside her body stood a tall figure clad in a black bodysuit and a black mask. This figure seemed poised to leave. Sensing intruders, the figure whipped around. Behind the mask, eyes cold as ice flashed with murderous intent, chilling the blood. Lu Yin let out a piercing scream and rushed forward without hesitation. Miss! A cold gleam flashed in the black figure's eyes. Clasping their palms together like blades, they swung out in a lightning-fast horizontal strike, slashing across Lu Yin's snow-white, slender neck. A crisp snap seemed to echo in everyone's ears, making their eyes twitch involuntarily. Lu Yin didn't even utter a sound. Her arm reached out as if grasping for something, but it fell limply to her side as her body collapsed to the ground. Zhao Guangming's eyes widened in fury. He aimed his pistol at the shadowy figure and roared, "Who are you? What have you done?" The shadowy figure turned, its dark pupils flickering with an eerie, terrifying light. From beneath the mask came a grating sound like steel scraping against steel. "Who I am, you are unworthy to know. What I have done, is it not obvious?" A cold, low chuckle escaped him. "Your luck is truly wretched to have crossed paths with me. I'll show you mercy. I'll let you journey together on the road to the underworld." With that, the black figure lunged forward, charging toward the five men. Zhao Guangming pulled the trigger without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet the dark figure moved with blinding speed, dodging left and right, leaving the bullets to strike empty air. In an instant, the dark figure was upon Zhao Guangming. A single punch to the chest sent Zhao flying backward. Seizing his pistol in one fluid motion, the assailant then delivered a flying kick to Zhao's jaw, knocking him unconscious. The other four men were stunned. The black figure's speed was too fast, his attacks too powerful, they couldn't react in time. Just as Chang Long raised his gun, the dark figure, without pausing, flashed toward him. A mocking smile flickered in its eyes as it struck Chang Long's temple with a horizontal palm strike. Chang Long's eyes rolled back and he collapsed face up. The dark figure moved like a grim reaper, showing no mercy or compassion. He charged straight toward Su Ji and Wang Xinlan, sending them flying with two punches before kicking them in the head. He showed no leniency simply because they were girls. In an instant, everyone was knocked down. Only Sun Xiang remained standing, unharmed. Facing the overwhelming ferocity of the black figure, his body trembled violently, yet he still forced himself to appear calm. "Only you remain," the dark figure sneered. "You didn't flee. Your courage surprises me, but you still die." With that, the figure lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Sun Xiang, its hand clamping down on his throat, his fingers tightened with deadly force. "Stop! I'm on your side." Sun Xiang cried out in terror, fearing the figure would snap his neck. The words he'd been holding back finally burst forth. The shadowy figure's body trembled slightly. The fingers that had been tightening suddenly relaxed, yet they left 5 distinct, bloody marks on Sun Xiang's neck. "What do you mean by that? Brother assassin, I'm on your side." Sun Xiang clutched his throat and coughed dryly. That chokehold had nearly suffocated him. "I'm not one of these guys. I'm actually an undercover operative. I was the one who gave your organization Su Miao's villa address." As he spoke, Sun Xiang's gaze swept over Su Miao and Lu Yin lying on the ground. A flash of greed and lust flickered in his eyes, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. The black-clad figure's gaze remained icy. Suddenly, he raised his hand and seized Sun Xiang's throat again. "Stop spouting nonsense. Don't think you can fool me. You're only saying this to save your own skin. I can prove it." Sun Xiang panicked, pulling out a phone. "Brother assassin, don't doubt me. I'm really on your side. I'm the undercover agent's second young master supplanted beside Su Miao. Everything's recorded in this phone. Weren't you hired by second young master too?" The shadowy figure snatched the phone from Sun Xiang's hand, glancing through it casually. The murderous intent in his eyes vanished, replaced by an impenetrable indifference that left Sun Xiang utterly bewildered. "Seems you know quite a lot." Yes, boss killer. Now you see I'm innocent, right?" Sun Xiang plastered on a fawning smile, rubbing his hands together. "You're truly formidable. You actually completed the mission. I heard Su Miao has a really skilled bodyguard." The dark figure gave a cold laugh, then suddenly kicked Sun Xiang squarely in the knee. Chapter 63, The Storm Subsides. Snap! Sun Xiang's knee shattered under the force of the kick. Before Sun Xiang could process what happened, excruciating pain shot through his leg, forcing him to scream in agony as he collapsed onto the floor.
Why? Sun Xiang couldn't understand why the assassin was still attacking him.
He screamed in agony while demanding answers, but his question was cut short as his eyes widened in utter horror. Lying on the floor, Su Miao, who should have been dead long ago, actually stood up before his very eyes. Alongside Su Miao, Luin also rose to her feet. You. Sun Xiang's teeth chattered so violently he could barely form words, his body shaking like a sieve.
Chaos reigned in his mind.
His gaze darted between the shadowy figure and Su Miao, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The shadowy figure removed its mask, revealing Lin Chang's silent, resolute face.
You all heard that conversation just now, right?
With Sun Xiang voluntarily revealing his undercover identity and naming the mastermind, Lin Chong no longer needed to pretend to be an assassin.
Yes, this was Su Miao's plan.
Lin Chong would play the assassin, putting on a convincing performance before these five to expose the mole. The original plan hadn't been this straightforward, but Sun Xiang was simply too cowardly, too afraid of death. By confessing without prompting, he'd actually saved Lin Chong the trouble.
Of course we heard it.
Every word. Su Miao's stunning face was as cold as ice, her teeth clenched in a bitter sneer. I never imagined this guy was my second brother's mole. And I certainly never imagined my second brother would hire an assassin to kill me.
What a wonderful second brother I have. Miss, you still call Su Muyan your second brother? Luin seethed indignantly.
We should repay him tooth for tooth, eye for eye. Whatever he did to us, we should do back to him. Oof. Now that we know he's the mastermind behind this, we certainly won't let it rest. Su Miao shot a look of disgust at Sun Xiang, who lay collapsed on the ground.
This guy, let him live for now.
He'll be a useful pawn in our game against Su Muyang.
What about the others? Lin Chong asked.
Zhao Guangming and the others remained unconscious. Since they couldn't identify the traitor, Lin Chong had held back, using precise force to knock them out without causing lasting harm.
Wake them up, Su Miao ordered without hesitation. Let them see Sun Xiang's true colors. I have to admit, Su Muyang planted this mole deep. If it weren't for the repeated assassination attempts, I'd never believe there was a traitor right beside me. Her anger flared at this realization.
Her gaze fixed on Sun Xiang, sharp as a blade, she yearned to execute him on the spot.
Yet reason dictated Su Miao couldn't kill Sun Xiang just yet.
At the very least, he couldn't die until every secret he knew was extracted. Sun Xiang's body trembled uncontrollably, terror gripping his heart. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he stammered, "Miss, please spare me.
I'll tell you everything I know."
Su Miao's face remained as cold as ice, ignoring Sun Xiang's pleas as if she hadn't heard a word. Lin Chong had already slapped Zhao Guangming, Chen Lon, and the others awake from their unconsciousness. Upon seeing Lin Chong in his black bodysuit, the four men were both shocked and terrified. But before they could react further, their gaze fell upon Su Miao seated on the sofa and Sun Xiang sprawled on the floor. They froze in place.
Am I dreaming? Miss, you're not dead? What on earth is going on?
Surprise and confusion flashed across their faces as they stared wide-eyed, still struggling to believe what they saw. They wanted to rush over to Su Miao for answers, but upon seeing Lin Chong standing with his hands behind his back behind her, they hesitated to approach. It must be said that Lin Chang's lightning-fast attack had left a deep shadow in the minds of the four.
As you can see, I'm still alive. Su Miao stood up and walked before the four.
What you witnessed earlier was actually a staged scene my friend and I orchestrated to expose the mole hiding among us.
What? A mole? There's a traitor among us?
The four were stunned, exchanging glances before their eyes simultaneously fixed on Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang hung his head in shame, unable to meet the complex, furious gazes directed at him. Furthermore, I must apologize to you all. I shouldn't have dragged you into this, and I certainly shouldn't have tested your loyalty without warning.
I'm sorry. Su Miao bowed to the four.
Seeing Su Miao actually apologize to them, the four immediately felt flustered. To be honest, even though Su Miao's actions were meant to expose the mole, they couldn't help but feel resentment and a creeping sense of dread. This signaled that Su Miao no longer trusted them. For intelligence operatives, losing the trust of their superiors meant their careers were over. They could even face purging.
Yet Su Miao's sincere apology instantly shattered their resentment, leaving them overwhelmed with shame.
They had worked closely with Sun Xiang day in and day out, yet he had deceived them completely, leaving them utterly unaware of his true identity.
Moreover, Su Miao had survived 2 assassination attempts, undoubtedly linked to Sun Xiang.
This meant their negligence and failure to detect the threat had placed Su Miao in mortal danger. Yet Su Miao not only refrained from holding them accountable but proactively apologized to them.
How could this not fill them with overwhelming shame and gratitude?
Miss, it is we who should apologize. Zhao Guangming, the tall man, his eyes reddened, suddenly bowed deeply and remained that way for a long time. Because of our incompetence, we have put you in danger.
We are truly sorry.
The other 3 men followed Zhao Guangming's lead, bowing deeply to Su Miao in apology. Su Miao personally helped them up, her tone gentle.
This isn't your fault. I recruited Sun Xiang myself. If blame is to be placed, it rests solely on my poor judgment. You bear no responsibility.
As Su Miao spoke with her 4 subordinates, Lin Zhong observed coldly, inwardly admiring her mastery of leadership. After today's events, these 4 would surely become utterly devoted to her, never to betray her again. Now, I'm handing Sun Xiang over to you. Keep him alive, but make him spill everything he knows. After calming her men, Su Miao turned to the matter at hand. We must uncover how he connected with the assassin organization and Su Muyang. This is crucial. Rest assured, Mississippi. We won't let you down this time. Zhao Guangming's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked at Sun Xiang, his gaze as ruthless as a butcher eyeing livestock for slaughter. Sun Xiang was seized by terror. Crawling on all fours toward Su Miao, he attempted to cling to her leg and beg for mercy. But Lin Zhong met him with a swift karate chop to the neck. Sun Xiang let out a muffled groan and collapsed unconscious. You may leave now. Take the assassin's body with you. Noticing Su Miao's weary expression, Luin, who had remained silent, spoke up. Report any developments to me and the young lady immediately. Yes, ma'am. The 4 men bowed deeply to Su Miao once more, then departed the villa carrying Sun Xiang and the assassin's body. Chapter 64. The Northern Dipper breaks the army. Su Miao stretched lazily, the thin blanket she'd been wrapped in unfurling to reveal a patch of snow-white skin across her chest. But after Lin Zhong had taken advantage of her several times, Su Miao had begun to give up on trying to hide anything. She merely tugged her nightgown down to cover herself. Unmistakable fatigue lingered on her face. Glancing at the wall clock, she realized it was past 3 in the morning after all the commotion 4 hours before work. Yawning, Su Miao turned toward the upstairs bedroom. Midway, she halted abruptly. Manager Lu, what are you still doing here? Don't you need to sleep? Luing shot Lin Zhong a glance before replying insincerely, Miss, you go ahead and sleep. I'm not tired yet. Oomph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Come on, come to bed with me. Su Miao glared, grabbed Lu Yin's arm, and pulled her away. Lu Yin shot Lin Zhong a mournful glance before being dragged away against her will. After Su Miao and Lu Yin went upstairs, the empty living room left Lin Zhong alone. Yet instead of feeling lonely, he felt at ease. Lin Zhong stripped off his black bodysuit and tossed it into the trash can. Now clad only in shorts, he stretched his body before assuming a boxing stance and began cultivating the Dragon Tiger Force. Early morning. Lin Zhong awoke punctually from deep sleep, splashed cold water on his face, brushed his teeth, dressed, and stepped out of the villa. This was his first time seeing the full view of Jinyun residential complex. Compared to Hongsheng Alley, Jinyun community's environment was like heaven and earth. The complex was shaded by lush greenery everywhere, and in the central area, there was even a small lake. Several white geese swam leisurely in the lake, occasionally honking. Living within this community felt like being completely cut off from the outside world's clamor, naturally evoking a sense of tranquil ease and transcendent serenity. Lin Zhong walked to the lawn in front of the villa, basking in the sunlight as he emptied his mind and body. His legs were slightly apart, like a coiled dragon or crouching tiger, his head tilted back as if swallowing the sun and moon. He drew in deeply, then exhaled slowly, his chest and abdomen rising and falling with each breath. A low, rumbling sound gradually emanated from within him. At that moment, Lin Zhong resembled a tiger absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. His posture was somewhat peculiar, but fortunately, Jinyun residential community placed great emphasis on protecting residents' privacy. The villa was surrounded by fences and walls. Otherwise, if other residents had seen him, they might have thought Lin Zhong was mentally unstable. Half an hour later, Lin Zhong concluded his breathing exercises, feeling completely renewed from the inside out. Emerging from his state of complete absorption, he sensed a gaze fixed on his back. Turning, he saw Su Miao standing at the gate, her eyes fixed on him. Good morning, Lin Zhong nodded to Su Miao, his tone natural. What kind of martial arts were you practicing just now? Su Miao asked curiously. She wore a purple dress cinched at the waist with a white sash. Her delicate, flower-like features, snow-white skin, and graceful figure made her resemble an ethereal spirit walking among mortals. Though Su Miao had never studied martial arts herself, her background in the reclusive Su family gave her discerning eye. She could clearly see the extraordinary nature of the boxing stance Lin Zhong had just performed. Dragon Tiger Force, Lin Zhong uttered the 3 words without further explanation. Su Miao didn't mind. She wasn't truly interested in what martial arts Lin Zhong practiced, she merely wanted an excuse to speak with him. Lin Zhong, with all that happened yesterday, I forgot to ask, why did that assassin call you breaker of armies? Lin Chang's heart trembled slightly. For the first time, ripples disturbed the calm surface of his gaze as he fixed a deep look on Su Miao. Why do you ask? Because I want to know. Su Miao's beautiful eyes locked with Lin Chang's, unyielding. You're my personal bodyguard. I've entrusted my life to you. The least you can do is learn to trust me. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Whether it's beneficial or not is for me to decide. Su Miao stepped closer to Lin Zhong, standing face to face with him, barely a meter apart. Lin Zhong could even see his own reflection in the clear, luminous pupils of her eyes. You tell me about your past, and I'll tell you about mine. Isn't that the first step toward mutual trust? Su Miao's gaze was unwavering. After careful consideration, Lin Zhong finally nodded. You're right.
We need mutual trust. So I've decided to answer your question. Pajuan. That was my code name in the military.
Since he'd already spoken up, Lin Zhong decided to elaborate, preventing Su Miao from digging deeper.
My unit was called Big Dipper.
All members were named after the stars of the constellation.
I was one of them. Beidou. Pajuan. Su Miao murmured the 4 characters, finding them increasingly evocative with each repetition.
Her eyes slowly brightened.
It must have been a formidable unit, right? That's all I can tell you. The rest is classified.
You can investigate for yourself how formidable that unit truly was.
Lin Chang's expression remained impassive. Su Miao, now it's your turn to answer my question. What's your background?
This was the first time Lin Zhong had addressed Su Miao by name. Though his tone was stiff, Su Miao didn't feel anger, only a flicker of something unusual across her face. It was the first time she'd ever heard her own name spoken by another person. In Su Miao's memory, from childhood onward, people had either called her Miss, Princess, or Little Sister, never by her actual name. I come from the Su family and am one of their direct line heirs. Su Miao revealed her origins to Lin Zhong without reservation.
The Su family is a long-established, reclusive clan.
Among all the heirs, I rank 3rd, so those who know me call me 3rd Young Mississippi.
The Su family, indeed.
Though Lin Zhong had long suspected as much, hearing Su Miao confirm it now still felt unreal, as if a dazzling halo shrouded her.
And indeed, a dazzling aura did surround Su Miao.
She wasn't born with a silver spoon in her mouth, yet she possessed a nobility far surpassing that of silver spoons. For the Su family was one of the clans controlling the lifeblood of the Yanhuang Republic, their influence pervasive everywhere. No wonder she had become the president of Star River Pharmaceutical Group at such a young age. Though the company was worth hundreds of billions, it was insignificant compared to the Su family's wealth. As far as Lin Zhong knew, the Republic of Yanhuang's largest arms manufacturer, Galaxy Military Industries, was a Su family enterprise with a market value reaching hundreds of billions.
Should I address you as 3rd Young Miss then?
Lin Zhong suddenly quipped. Though Su Miao's background was extraordinary, Lin Zhong remained completely unfazed. While ordinary people might feel inadequate in her presence, Lin Zhong was different. He possessed the confidence to stand his ground. Su Miao shot Lin Zhong a playful glare, her charm radiant. Whatever you like, but I prefer you call me Su Miao.
Chapter 65, A Curious Feeling. Oh my, what are you two whispering about behind my back? Just then, Lu Yin's voice cut in. Miss, didn't you hate little brother Lin? You were ranting about him to me just yesterday. How come you're chatting with him now? Su Miao's expression stiffened.
The words she'd been about to say were swallowed back. 2 lovely blushes rose on her snow-white, jade-like face. She turned her head to glare at Lu Yin, who had just emerged from the villa, and snapped, "If you keep your mouth shut, no one will think you're mute." After speaking, Su Miao felt embarrassed in front of Lin Zhong. She turned away, her cheeks puffed out in anger, and stormed off. Last night before bed, Su Miao had indeed called Lu Yin and cursed Lin Zhong out in the most vile terms. At the time, Su Miao had been exposed by Lin Zhong, and a flood of emotions, shame, embarrassment, awkwardness, humiliation surged through her. With nowhere to vent her pent-up anger, she poured out all her grievances against Lin Zhong to Lu Yin. Yet, after a night's sleep and the dramatic turn of events involving the assassin's attack in the middle of the night, Su Miao's resentment toward Lin Zhong had largely dissipated, replaced by a peculiar new feeling. Under the influence of this new feeling, Su Miao's attitude toward Lin Zhong had subtly shifted. While she herself remained unaware, Lu Yin, who knew her well, noticed the change and couldn't resist teasing her about it. Lu Yin's words sent Su Miao storming off.
Sashaying over with a sway of her slender waist, she approached Lin Zhong with a playful smile, scrutinizing his face intently.
Lin Zhong had no idea what Su Miao had said to Lu Yin last night, nor did he care to know. Whatever it was, it certainly hadn't been pleasant. Moreover, recalling the scene his own eyes had witnessed last night still sent a rush of blood surging through his veins.
Su Miao's figure was simply too beautiful, too sensual, too captivating.
Lu Yin's unabashed gaze made Lin Zhong feel slightly uncomfortable. He touched his own face.
Sissine, is there something on my face? No, nothing.
Lu Yin reached out, as if to touch Lin Chang's face. Little brother Lin, let your sister touch your face. As Lu Yin reached out, Lin Zhong's body instinctively wanted to pull back, but he held himself steady, letting Lu Yin's hand rest on his face. Lin Zhong wasn't conventionally handsome. He was above average in looks, but his face possessed a peculiar charm that grew more intriguing the longer one looked at it. Like a cask of aged wine, it tasted bitter and harsh at first sip, hard to swallow, yet grew more fragrant and mellow with each subsequent taste. Upon closer inspection, one could discern certain features in Lin Zhong's appearance that seemed almost inhuman, an aberration born from his cultivation of the dragon tiger force. His teeth, for instance, were densely packed, perfectly aligned, and dazzlingly white, far exceeding what was natural. His skin was so smooth and flawless that pores were nearly invisible, like polished jade. His eyes held a calm, detached stillness at first glance. They seemed almost dull, but in truth, they concealed all emotion, deep and mysterious like the ocean. Lu Yin gazed at Lin Chang's face as if savoring a book of infinite mysteries or a cup of wine rich with profound flavor. Her jade-like hand rested on his cheek, her eyes fixed in a daze, almost lost in reverie. Seeing Luing drifting off, Lin Zhong couldn't help but clear his throat softly. The sound was faint, yet it was enough to snap her back to reality.
Sis-een, what's wrong?
Luing realized her lapse, yet her face remained unflushed. She gave his cheek a gentle pinch before speaking, her tone half affectionate, half envious. Little brother Lin, your skin is truly flawless.
Might you share your skincare secrets with this elder sister?
Hearing her words, Lin Zhong shifted his gaze to Lu Yin's face. Luing tilted her head back, her rosy lips parting slightly as a bright smile graced her lips. She allowed Lin Zhong to study her, revealing her most authentic self before him. Though she appeared bold, Luing was actually quite nervous inside. She felt like a young girl yearning for her lover's kiss. Her heart pounded uncontrollably, her long lashes trembled slightly, and her eyes held a hint of moist, seductive allure. But Lin Zhong remained oblivious to Lu Yin's inner turmoil. He simply admired her, studying her charming, alluring face with appreciation.
Having just woken up, Luing wore no makeup whatsoever.
Though faint dark circles lingered beneath her eyes, her skin was soft, firm, and radiant, a healthy glow emanating from within.
Sis-een, your skin is flawless.
You don't need me telling you how to take care of it, and frankly, I know nothing about skincare anyway, Lin Zhong remarked after studying her for half a minute. While Lin Zhong could easily handle enemies, he was utterly clueless when it came to women. He completely missed Lu Yin's subtle, teasing advances. You silly goose. My flirtatious glances are wasted on you, Luing said, both exasperated and amused. She gently scraped her fingernail against Lin Chang's chin.
Never mind. This cluelessness is part of your charm. If you were like those other men, I wouldn't care for you at all.
With that, she swayed her slender waist and turned to enter the villa, leaving Lin Zhong standing alone. Lin Zhong touched the spot where Lu Yin's finger had grazed him, feeling a vague sense that he'd missed out on something good. As 9 o'clock approached, Lin Zhong drove the Lamborghini, dropping off Su Miao and Lu Yin at the Galaxy Tower. He'd expected another day of shadowing Su Miao as her bodyguard, but unexpectedly, she'd given him the day off. The assassination attempt against me just failed, and I've exposed the mole.
Su Muyan's side must be in complete disarray.
We shouldn't face any more attacks in the coming days, Su Miao said calmly from the backseat of the Lamborghini, her long, slender legs pressed tightly together.
You can rest today. I'll call you if anything comes up. You can use this car.
For some reason, Su Miao's attitude toward Lin Zhong had grown lukewarm again. After speaking, she opened the door herself and walked toward the entrance of Galaxy Tower.
Luing, seated in the front passenger seat, beckoned Lin Zhong with a finger.
Thinking she wanted to speak, he leaned closer. Peck. A soft sound followed as Luing puckered her red lips and planted a kiss on Lin Chang's cheek, leaving a vivid red lip mark.
Lin Chang's body jolted.
This was Lu Yin's second kiss, and it felt more pronounced than the first. Though it hadn't landed on his lips, the soft, warm sensation still made his heart skip several beats.
Sis-een, what was that?
Lu Yin's eyes sparkled with mischief as she grinned.
This is your reward from your big sister.
After all, you're our hero. Not only did you save the young mistress's life, but you also exposed the mole hiding among us, putting us firmly in the driver's seat.
We can't very well let our hero feel neglected, can we?
Faced with Lu Yin's compelling reasoning, Lin Zhong was left speechless, conceding defeat.
I've got to head to work now. You go get some rest.
Bye. Luing blew him a kiss before stepping out of the car. She caught up with Su Miao, who hadn't gone far, and followed closely behind her as they entered the Galaxy Tower one after the other. Lin Zhong watched until they vanished from sight before starting the Lamborghini and driving toward Hongxing Alley.
Chapter 66, Minor Clash.
When the azure Lamborghini entered the narrow, dilapidated streets of Hongxing Alley, it caused an immediate stir. Such a luxury car, costing millions, was a rare sight even in the entire city of Xinghe, let alone in the remote and underdeveloped streets of Hongxing Alley. Many residents of Hongxing Alley had lived most of their lives without ever seeing such a high-end vehicle. People peered out from the buildings lining both sides of the street, staring at the Lamborghini with eyes filled with envy and resentment. Some even harbored darker thoughts, scheming about how they might steal the car.
Lin Zhong parked the car beneath Yang Ying's apartment building, went upstairs to change clothes, then drove to Xinghe City First People's Hospital. Just as he was about to drive into the hospital parking lot, he suddenly remembered something. He pulled over to the curb, walked into a nearby supermarket, and bought a large bag of fruits and nutritional supplements, carrying it heavily in his hands. As Lin Zhong emerged from the supermarket with his purchases, he suddenly noticed 3 figures gathered beside the Lamborghini. Their attire and demeanor immediately marked them as street thugs. They peered suspiciously into the car, and one of them even surreptitiously grasped the door handle, attempting to open it. Seeing this, Lin Zhong knew instantly they were eyeing the Lamborghini. Su Miao's Lamborghini was the latest model, the most luxurious version, and a limited edition to boot.
Even a single tire was worth a fortune. No wonder these guys were eyeing it greedily. The thugs also spotted Lin Zhong approaching with his belongings, but his plain clothes made him look anything but the owner of such a luxury vehicle. Naturally, they ignored him.
Damn, this car is insane.
I've stolen tons of vehicles, but none compare to this one. Hey guys, what if we just drive it off, whispered a thug with a buzz cut, an earring in his left ear, and tattoos on his arms. The leader, busy fiddling with the door handle, didn't even look up.
Duh. If we want to drive it away, we gotta get the door open first. Hurry up and help me out here. The owner might be back any minute.
Or we could just rip off all 4 wheels, another thug grinned wickedly. On a car like this, each wheel's worth over 100 grand. 4 wheels would fetch hundreds of thousands.
We won't sell them to anyone else, just the owner. What do you say? Damn, you're getting smart, aren't you? Coming up with such a shady scheme?
The thug with tattoos on his arms lit up.
Let's do it. But first, let's let the air out of the tires. That way, if the owner comes back, they won't be able to drive it away.
As the 3 thugs discussed their car stealing scheme, Lin Zhong had already approached them, overhearing every word. Lin Zhong stopped abruptly and kicked one of the thugs squarely in the rear.
Move it. Caught off guard, the thug stumbled forward, face planting onto the ground in an utterly humiliating position.
And it was the height of summer, scorching hot. The ground was so blistering it could fry an egg. The thug's face made intimate contact with the pavement, prompting an immediate, agonized yelp.
He sprang up with a sharp ow. What the hell are you doing?
The other 2 thugs, seeing their buddy get kicked, instantly lost their temper. They charged straight at Lin Zhong, glaring at him fiercely. However, Lin Zhong towered over them with a muscular build that made them hesitate to act.
That's a question I should be asking you. What are you doing near my car?
Lin Zhong countered calmly, 2 large bags in hand.
This is your car?
One thug eyed Lin Zhong up and down, snorting derisively.
Put. He spat. A guy like you driving $1 million luxury car? Cut the bull.
Looks like this guy's either broke or out of his mind, another thug sneered coldly. The thug Lin Zhong had kicked earlier was seething with rage. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, kneel down and apologize to me right now. Pay me a few thousand for medical expenses, or you're not leaving. Lin Zhong didn't want to waste breath on these 3 thugs. He flipped his wrist, revealing the Lamborghini keys, and said lazily, "You tried to steal my car. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Get the hell away from my car, or you'll face the consequences." The 3 thugs were stunned to see Lin Zhong actually had a Lamborghini key.
Damn, is this really his car? Could he be playing the fool to catch the tiger? Dressed like a migrant worker, yet driving a luxury car worth millions? Wait, could this car be stolen too?
A flurry of thoughts raced through the 3 punks' minds. They exchanged glances, not backing down but instead lighting up with greed. They'd already decided this Lamborghini was stolen too, and each harbored plans to beat Lin Zhong senseless and seize the car. Lin Zhong saw the malice in their eyes and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If these 3 dared to make a move, he'd make them understand what excruciating pain truly meant. "Kid, you stole this car too, right?" one thug growled in a low voice, his threat dripping with venom. "Hand over the keys if you know what's good for you, or we're calling the cops."
Call the cops?
Lin Zhong shot the thug, speaking the words a look reserved for fools. Unwilling to waste any more time on them, he stepped forward, his shoulders swaying slightly as he shoved one of the thugs blocking his path aside. Since he still needed to visit Mrs. Yang, Lin Zhong adopted a better safe than sorry attitude and didn't use much force in the shove. Even so, the thug staggered back several steps, plopping his ass onto the scorching pavement. He yelped and jumped up, rubbing his butt fiercely. You think we're pushovers?" The 3 thugs instantly lost their temper, unleashing street fighting moves as they charged at Lin Zhong with fists raised. But their fate was obvious.
Lin Zhong didn't even lift a finger.
With 1 kick each, he sent all 3 tumbling like rolling gourds. As Lin Zhong and the thugs began their fight, passers-by started gathering around, pointing and whispering.
No matter where you go, people love watching a fight.
When the thugs were knocked down by Lin Zhong, the crowd erupted in laughter, punctuated by scattered applause. Having been humiliated so publicly, the 3 thugs were mortified, wishing they could vanish into thin air. Supporting each other to their feet, they no longer had the courage to confront Lin Zhong.
One of them spat venomously, "You better wait for me. This isn't over." Lin Zhong frowned.
Being threatened like this left a sour taste in his mouth. Given his usual approach, if not for the crowd watching, he would have dealt them a severe beating first. But now, Lin Zhong could only watch as the 3 thugs squeezed through the crowd and walked away unscathed. Though Lin Zhong wasn't afraid of retaliation, not fearing it didn't mean he welcomed it. If possible, he'd rather nip all potential threats in the bud. Chapter 67, Waiting for the Rabbit. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Zhong got back into his Lamborghini, drove into the parking lot, parked the car, and then walked into the hospital carrying fruit and nutritional supplements. In the VIP ward, Mrs. Yang was hooked up to an 4 drip. Lying diagonally on the hospital bed, she watched television. "Auntie, I'm here." Lin Zhong pushed open the door to the private room. Upon seeing Lin Zhong, Aunt Yang's face lit up with a smile. "Zhong, you're here. You could have just come over, no need to bring gifts. Eat more fruits and supplements, they're good for your health." "You're still too weak." Lin Zhong placed the fruits on the bedside cabinet and asked with concern, "Auntie, how are you feeling?" "Much better. I can even get out of bed and walk around now." "All thanks to you," Aunt Yang replied with a smile. She seemed to have emerged from the shadow of Yang Hu's sacrifice, becoming much more optimistic, and her complexion improved day by day. Lin Zhong sat in the chair beside the hospital bed, feeling quite relaxed as he chatted casually with Aunt Yang.
Xiao Chong, it's Thursday today. How come you have time to visit me at the hospital? Didn't you go to work?
After chatting for a while, Aunt Yang suddenly remembered something and asked with a puzzled look. I worked the night shift last night, so I have the day off. Lin Zhong picked up an apple and began peeling it for Mrs. Yang.
Then you should go back soon. After a night shift, you should rest well during the day.
Don't waste your time here with me, Mrs. Yang frowned, worried about Lin Chang's lack of sleep.
It's fine. I'm young and healthy. I can go days without sleep. Lin Zhong wasn't lying.
During his time in the military, he often went days without sleep to complete missions. No, you must go back to rest immediately after peeling this apple.
Since you regard me as an elder, you should heed my advice. Mrs. Yang insisted. Alright, I'll listen to you.
Lin Zhong placed the peeled apple into Mrs. Yang's hand.
By the way, did Xiaoying come to the hospital yesterday? Yes, she came with a friend. I think the friend's name was Guan Wei.
She seemed like a very sweet girl.
Holding the apple, Aunt Yang waved him off. Alright, now go get some rest.
Lin Zhong had no choice but to leave the special care ward.
However, he didn't immediately depart the hospital. Instead, he made his way to the doctor's office. Dr. Dai, when can my aunt have her surgery? In about 2 weeks.
Dr. Dai adjusted his glasses and carefully flipped through the documents in his hand. At most 2 weeks, and I can perform the surgery. But before that, the surgery fees must be paid in full so I can schedule the procedure.
The surgery fee isn't a concern. I'll have it ready on time.
Lin Zhong nodded, his expression calm yet his heart heavy.
How much is the surgery fee approximately?
The surgery itself costs only 300,000 yuan, but follow-up treatment, nursing care, and medication will add up to another 100,000 yuan or so. So, young man, you're facing quite a burden. Dr. Dai said earnestly. Lin Zhong felt the weight of that pressure too. No longer in the mood for small talk with Dr. Dai, he left the hospital deep in thought and headed toward the parking lot. At that moment, a group of people surged into the parking lot of Xinghe First People's Hospital. They were all young men in their 20s, led by a sturdy youth wearing a black t-shirt, standing about 1.8 meters tall. His eyes were dark and fierce as he gripped a steel pipe in his hand. The pipe was about as thick as a baby's wrist and nearly 4 feet long, heavy in his hand, clearly a weapon meant for fighting. Moreover, the young man's arms bore several scars of varying depths, clearly indicating extensive experience in street fights. Trailing behind him were 7 or 8 others, including the 3 thugs who had recently been soundly beaten by Lin Zhong. They too were armed with steel pipes, wrenches, baseball bats, and other weapons. The 3 thugs wore expressions of arrogance and swagger, showing no sign of the humiliation they had suffered when fleeing from Lin Zhong earlier. The parking lot attendant spotted the group from afar and dared not intervene. Not only did he not dare to stop them, he didn't even dare to make a sound. He shut the office door and pretended not to see anything. Big brother, you gotta get us revenge later. Teach that little a lesson, growled the thug with the tattooed arm. The young man shot the thug a glance, his dark gaze making the man flinch. 3 of you got taken down by one guy, and you have the nerve to ask me to avenge you? The 3 thugs' faces instantly turned awkward, while the others looked at them with disdain. Boss, it's not that we're useless, that guy was just too strong. He's clearly trained. Whoosh, 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 a few kicks and we were down before we even saw it coming. The thug whose but Lin Zhong had kicked flushed red, feeling wronged by the boss's words. Getting beaten is one thing, but running away is another. The young man snorted coldly. Fine, I know you 3 cowards are scared of trouble. I won't press the issue. But that guy was driving a blue Lamborghini, is that true? Absolutely true. How could we dare lie to you, boss? Yeah, we saw him drive it into this parking lot ourselves before running back to report to you, boss, one thug declared, pounding his chest. Big brother, aren't you in need of a good car for the race? I think that one would be perfect. Besides, that guy doesn't look like he can afford a Lamborghini. Chances are, he stole it too. Even if we had to take it by force, I wouldn't be afraid. Another thug spoke excitedly, itching to get started. The young man chuckled, pleased with his underling's flattery, and nodded with a hint of restraint. Look, right there, one sharp-eyed thug suddenly pointed ahead and shouted. The group followed his finger and indeed spotted a sapphire blue Lamborghini parked quietly ahead. The young man's eyes suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, like a lecher spotting a stunning beauty or a starving giant catching sight of a mouth-watering feast. He practically leaped over the distance, his grim expression vanishing as he dropped the steel pipe from his hand. Circling the car several times, he exclaimed. Holy, he exclaimed 3 times, as if only that could express his shock. This is a Lamborghini Aventador. A luxury car with only 200 units produced worldwide, and here I am staring at one. Clearly a car enthusiast, the young man instantly recognized the model. The other thugs rushed over, their eyes gleaming with envy as they stared at the luxury car before them. Though they weren't as knowledgeable about cars as the young man, the Lamborghini's sleek and glamorous design instantly captivated them. Luxury cars and beautiful women, the ultimate desires of men.
What does limited to 200 units worldwide even mean? Though these thugs had no clue, one thing was certain: this car must be ridiculously expensive. "Boss, how much is this thing worth?" one thug asked, his voice trembling. Chapter 68, Meeting the Tiger. Put. The young man spat contemptuously on the ground. Money? You couldn't buy this kind of car even if you had the cash. There are plenty of people who want to buy it, but to get your hands on one, you need connections. Then how much is it? A conservative estimate: 10 million. The young man held up one finger. Whoa! Hearing the young man's answer, everyone sucked in a sharp breath, stunned by the price. Then, why can that guy drive such a high-end car? The thug who'd been scolded by Lin Zhong couldn't accept it. Is he really playing dumb to catch the wise? Boss, maybe we should just call it quits? Upon learning the car's price, fear instantly gripped them and they began to back out. They knew their limits. As low-level street punks, they'd never even seen 100,000 yuan in their lives. A 10 million yuan luxury car was far beyond their psychological tolerance. Someone who could afford such a vehicle was far beyond their league. A mere flick of his finger could likely reduce them to dust. The young man considered this too, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Finally, he gritted his teeth and resolved, "We'll wait right here. I'm going to talk to the owner. When I'm done, you all better be polite." After confirming the Lamborghini's value, the young man scrapped his original plan and opted for a different approach. His rise to leader of this gang wasn't just about his fighting skills, it was also due to his sharp mind and keen insight, knowing exactly who to provoke and who to avoid. Lin Zhong entered the parking lot and immediately spotted the thugs gathered around the Lamborghini. His eyes narrowed, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. He had clearly shown restraint, yet why were there so many ungrateful people in this world? Lin Chang's face was as still as water as he approached the Lamborghini. The thugs spotted him and scrambled to their feet. "What? Here to avenge your buddy?" Lin Zhong crossed his arms, asking indifferently. The young man's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of Lin Chang's cold, indifferent gaze, a chill shooting straight to the top of his head. Like a frog caught in a snake's gaze, or a rabbit facing a hawk. A sudden urge to turn and flee surged within him. Unlike the other thugs, the young man possessed extensive experience in street fights and a lifetime of hard living. This allowed him to vaguely sense the killing intent emanating from his opponent. Though Lin Zhong radiated no killing intent, appearing utterly calm, the young man saw in his eyes a lofty indifference that disregarded life and death. It was the gaze only those who had witnessed countless deaths and faced life and death situations could possess. In that instant, the youth knew the seemingly younger, plainly dressed, unremarkable young man before him was someone he absolutely could not afford to provoke. "No, no. We're here to apologize." The young man smacked a thug hard across the back of the head. "Apologize to this gentleman right now." The thug was stunned by the blow, still processing. "Boss? Big what? All three of you, apologize to this gentleman." The young man's eyes narrowed, his eyebrows arching menacingly. "You actually tried to steal someone's car? You're asking for trouble." A menacing glint flashed in the young man's eyes as he spoke, his threat unmistakable. The thugs, intimidated by his glare, hesitated no longer and obediently bowed to Lin Zhong in apology. Lin Zhong watched the scene unfold with keen interest. He wasn't blind, he could clearly see these men had deliberately ambushed him in the parking lot, and apologizing was the last thing on their minds. If they were genuinely sorry, why would they bring weapons like steel pipes and wrenches instead of gifts? What puzzled Lin Zhong, however, was why the burly young man who was clearly their leader had changed his mind upon seeing him. A sheepish grin spread across the youth's face. He knew his excuse sounded phony, but he couldn't think of anything better. "Forget it. I didn't lose anything anyway. Let's just let this slide." The young man was good at reading the room, so Lin Zhong decided to let them off the hook. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze swept around, only to find his henchman still glaring at Lin Zhong with hostility. He snapped, "What are you staring at? Put those things down." "Boss, this guy." One thug pointed a baseball bat at Lin Zhong, clearly wanting to speak up. Smack! The young man lunged forward in a single stride, landing a hard slap across the thug's face. "What do you mean this guy? Call him sir." Then he lowered his voice and hissed, "Shut the up. If you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense. This guy is no ordinary man. We're no match for him." The thug, his face now marked with 5 fingerprints, clutched his cheek and dared not utter another word. The other thugs tossed aside their steel pipes, wrenches, and other weapons, standing empty-handed and staring blankly at Lin Zhong and the young man. The young man rubbed his hands together, stepped before Lin Zhong, and bowed his hands in greeting. "My apologies, my men were out of line and caused you trouble. May I ask your name?" "My surname is Lin, given name Zhong Lin with 2 wood radicals, Zhong with 1,000-mile heavy." Lin Zhong didn't immediately drive away. The young man had piqued his curiosity, and he was eager to see what this fellow was really up to. "Brother Lin." The young man genuinely lowered his pride, despite being several years older than Lin Zhong. "My name is Knife. You can call me Little Knife." The single word Brother Lin instantly stunned Knife's crew. They stared wide-eyed, almost unable to believe their ears.
In their eyes, Knife was a man of unyielding integrity, someone who stood his ground even against wealthy, privileged second-generation tycoons. That was precisely why the thugs respected him so deeply, willingly calling him their big brother. But now, Knife revealed a side that left the thugs utterly dumbfounded. The man before them now wore a fawning smile, a stark contrast to his previous sullen, ruthless demeanor.
Alright, Knife. Between us straight shooters, let's cut to the chase. Your real goal here can't possibly be to make your little brother apologize to me, right?
Lin Chang's eyes flashed as he looked this young man straight in the eye for the first time. To be willing to swallow his pride, shed his arrogance, possess a thick skin and a dark heart, be bold yet meticulous, add ruthlessness to that mix, and this man named Knife was clearly destined for greatness. Among the rough and tumble, true dragons did exist. Though Knife was merely the leader of a gang of thugs, he already possessed a hint of the charisma of a great leader, worthy of Lin Chang's serious attention. You really can't hide anything from Brother Lin, Knife said, his expression slightly sheepish though Lin Zhong knew it was feigned.
I have some information that I'm sure will interest you.
Share it, Lin Zhong replied coolly.
Knife carefully chose his words before cautiously asking, Brother Lin, is this Lamborghini Aventador yours?
You could say that, Lin Zhong replied, momentarily unsure of what Daozi was getting at.
Daozi clapped his hands emphatically. Brother Lin truly is extraordinary, able to afford such a masterpiece.
It's leagues above ordinary modified cars. I've heard rumors of an underground race happening tonight.
With a vehicle like this at your disposal, why not enter?
First place is practically yours for the taking.
Chapter 69, Underground Racing. Underground race?
Lin Zhong repeated softly. So-called underground races were events held without legal permits or official organizers, run privately by racers themselves. Unlike legal races, underground racing carried extreme danger, with accidents happening frequently.
When they did occur, the consequences were often devastating, cars destroyed and lives lost.
Yet the prizes were staggering, often several times, even dozens of times, larger than those in legal races. Many drivers craving overnight riches or seeking thrills signed up for these underground events. Lin Zhong hadn't expected Knife to have this scheme in mind, trying to drag him into the quagmire of underground racing. Without a second thought, he prepared to refuse. Seeing the look in Lin Chang's eyes, Knife immediately realized he was about to refuse.
He quickly added, Brother Lin, don't rush to say no.
Even though it's underground racing, there won't be any trouble, and the prize money is incredibly generous.
How much? Lin Chang's heart leapt. 3 million. Knife held up 3 fingers in front of Lin Zhong.
Lin Chang's eyes flickered, his resolve wavering uncharacteristically.
Because right now, he was desperately short on cash, extremely short, desperately short.
The cost of Mrs. Yang's surgery weighed on him like a mountain, a heavy burden pressing down on his heart. Though his monthly salary was decent, and he had the side gig as the top instructor at Chen's martial arts academy, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the surgery costs, nowhere near enough.
3 million yuan would not only cover Mrs. Yang's surgery immediately but leave a surplus, greatly easing the pressure on him.
Seeing Lin Zhong remain silent for so long, Knife felt a surge of hope this might work.
After weighing his options, Lin Zhong finally made up his mind. When does it start? What are the conditions?
Knife replied promptly, the tournament starts tonight at 10 p.m. There are no conditions, anyone willing to participate can register on site.
Give me the address.
With his mind made up, Lin Zhong didn't beat around the bush.
Brother Lin, you're decisive. Knife gave him a thumbs up. Knife then gave him an address.
Lin Zhong remained impassive, silently committing it to memory.
If there's nothing else, I'll be going. After jotting down the address, Lin Zhong said coolly to Knife. Please, take your time, Brother Lin. Drive safely.
Lin Zhong nodded, opened the Lamborghini's door, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The Lamborghini's body shuddered as the engine roared with a deep growl, like a blue beast charging out of the parking lot, kicking up dust as it sped away. Daozi remained rooted to the spot, a respectful smile fixed on his face. Only after Lin Chang's car disappeared from sight did he finally exhale, his body instantly relaxing.
Boss, one of the underlings called impatiently.
Why were you so polite to that guy?
Yeah, what's there to fear with so many of us? This is embarrassing. If others find out, how can we keep our reputation?
The young thugs were in an uproar, each spewing fiery words, stopping just short of outright cursing.
Several even felt Knife was unfit to lead, their words dripping with resentment.
They accused him of being too soft on Lin Zhong, behaving nothing like a proper boss. The smile slowly faded from Knife Face's lips. Suddenly, he swung his leg up and delivered a kick straight to the gut of the loudest troublemaker.
Shut the up, all of you.
His voice boomed like thunder, making the thug's eardrums ring. The thug clutched his stomach, crouching in agony, unable to utter a word. Knife delivered another kick, sending the thug sprawling. He swept his gaze around the room, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, his expression twisted into a terrifying grimace. You short-sighted fools. I just saved your lives, got it? You blind fools couldn't tell how powerful that man was. Let me tell you, if it came to a fight, he could wipe us out with a single finger. Knife still trembled at the memory of the pressure he'd felt from Lin Zhong, his curses growing fiercer.
Don't think your street toughness means anything. Against a real master, you're nothing.
The thugs exchanged nervous glances, intimidated by Knife's fierce demeanor.
None dared speak. After a long pause, the thug closest to Knife finally plucked up the courage to ask, "Boss, is that guy really as good as you say? He just looks like an ordinary person, maybe a bit more muscular." "That's exactly why I say you lot are blind as bats." Knife berated his underlings, finally venting a bit of his pent-up anger.
After groveling before Lin Zhong, he couldn't possibly feel good about himself.
"From now on, keep your eyes peeled, you bastards. Do you know what matters most in this underworld?"
The thugs shook their heads in unison, unsure of the answer.
Knife pointed at his eyes, then at his head.
"The most important thing is sharp eyes and a quick mind. You can fight, but someone will always fight harder. You can be ruthless, but someone will always be more ruthless.
What good is just being tough?
Only the smart ones survive longer."
"Boss, if that guy's so dangerous, why did you tell him about the race? Why not just let him go?" I have my own plans."
Knife stroked his chin, a deep, enigmatic smile spreading across his face.
"Who knows? We might just make a killing this time. You'll see."
After returning home, Lin Zhong ate a light meal and collapsed onto his bed. He didn't know how long he'd slept when the sound of the door opening startled him awake. Opening his eyes and stepping out of his room, he saw Yang Ying entering from outside, carrying a plastic bag filled with vegetables like tomatoes, cucumbers, and radishes.
Spotting Lin Zhong emerge from his room, Yang Ying's bright eyes lit up with delight. "Big brother Lin, you're back," she chirped. "MHM."
Lin Zhong ruffled Yang Ying's hair and smiled.
"School going well?" Yang Ying nodded vigorously. "Very smooth. Big brother Lin, what about you? Finished work?" "Pretty much."
Lin Zhong took the plastic bag of vegetables from Yang Ying and placed it on the table.
"I'll change clothes first, then come chat with you, brother Lin," Yang Ying said with a sweet smile before darting into her bedroom.
A few minutes later, she emerged wearing comfortable home clothes. Her so-called loungewear consisted of nothing more than a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops.
Such simple attire only accentuated Yang Ying's pure and exquisite beauty.
Yang Ying approached Lin Zhong with a coy air, her snow-white teeth biting her cherry lips as she seemed hesitant to speak. "Just say what's on your mind," Lin Zhong urged, sensing she had something to share.
Yang Ying sat down in the chair opposite Lin Zhong and stammered, "Brother Lin, are you free this Saturday?" "I should be free. What's up?"
"Our class is holding a parent-teacher meeting, and every student's parent needs to attend." Yang Ying gathered her courage and said in a soft voice, "But my mom is in the hospital, so..."
Chapter 70, A Gentle Heart. "You want me to attend the parent-teacher meeting?"
Lin Zhong understood Yang Ying's meaning. Yang Ying placed her hands on her knees, pressed her legs together, and lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Chang's gaze. She looked like a young wife who had done something wrong.
"No problem, I'll go."
Seeing her like this, Lin Zhong couldn't help but smile.
"It's not like it's something embarrassing. You don't need to be so nervous." "Brother Lin, you agreed?"
Yang Ying suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise and delight.
"Of course I'm agreeing."
"It would be strange if I didn't," Lin Zhong replied, puzzled by what exactly Yang Ying was worried about. A radiant smile blossomed across Yang Ying's face, instantly filling her with vitality.
"That's wonderful. Thank you, brother Lin. It's just a small thing. Why are you so happy?"
Lin Zhong was a bit puzzled.
"Because I always went to parent-teacher conferences alone before."
Yang Ying pursed her lips.
"Mom's sick and can't go to school, so I always attended by myself."
It felt so lonely. Hearing her answer, Lin Zhong felt a pang in his heart. Gazing at her exquisite little face, a wave of tenderness washed over him.
"Come here."
Lin Zhong patted the spot beside him, gesturing to Yang Ying. Yang Ying looked puzzled but obediently stood up and walked over to sit beside Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close to his chest. He whispered softly, "Don't worry. From now on, I'll attend every single one of your parent-teacher conferences."
Lin Chang's gesture held no ulterior motives, it stemmed purely from his affection for Yang Ying.
He had detected a faint sadness in Yang Ying's words. This girl of breathtaking beauty, though appearing delicate and fragile on the outside, possessed an inner strength that was remarkably resilient. Lin Zhong couldn't imagine how Yang Ying must have felt during parent-teacher conferences, when all the other students were accompanied by their parents, yet she was alone. Yet despite this, she had persevered all these years. Suddenly embraced by Lin Zhong, Yang Ying's face flushed crimson in an instant, her heart pounding wildly.
Yet she didn't struggle against his embrace.
Instead, she let him hold her, nestling her delicate frame against his chest and resting her head on his shoulder. The faint, delicate fragrance of a maiden drifted to Lin Chang's nose. Her body was soft and slender, holding her felt like embracing a bundle of cotton. Neither spoke. Lin Zhong didn't know what to say, while Yang Ying, though filled with words, was too shy to utter a single one. A warm, tender atmosphere flowed between them. However, this warmth didn't last long. The phone in Lin Chang's pocket suddenly vibrated, startling them both awake. Yang Ying hurriedly slipped out of his embrace, muttering without looking up, "I'm going to cook." With that, she hurried into the kitchen, head bowed, not daring to glance back at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong couldn't figure out why Yang Ying had suddenly become so shy. He pulled out his phone and saw it was Guan Wei calling, so he pressed the answer button.
Brother Lin, I heard you're on vacation? Guan Wei's clear voice came through the phone.
Alongside her voice, the sound of splashing water echoed in the background. It had been several days since he'd seen Guan Wei, and he found himself missing this lively, adorable girl. Hearing her familiar voice, a smile crept onto his lips. Yeah, how have you been these past few days?
Same old, same old. Every day is so boring, Guan Wei sighed. Brother Lin, when can we meet again? I miss you. Any time. You know where I live, and no one's stopping you from coming over.
Oomph. I refuse to go back to Princess Taiping's place.
Every time I think about you actually living with her, it makes me so annoyed. Guan Wei declared, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. You should be living with me instead.
From Guan Wei's words, Lin Zhong could tell she was jealous again. Lin Zhong felt a headache coming on as he pressed his temples.
Can we drop this topic?
I have my reasons for staying at her place. You bring it up every single time we talk. I'm getting calluses on my ears from hearing it.
What reason? Guan Wei asked curiously. It's a long story.
I'll tell you later, Lin Zhong replied evasively.
Lin, you're brushing me off again.
Guan Wei protested immediately, her words rapid fire like a machine gun as she bombarded him with accusations.
Anyway, you have to come to my place. Otherwise, I'll never speak to you again. And I'll tell everyone about what you did.
Oomph.
What did I do?
Lin Zhong was baffled, picking up his cup to drink. On the other end, Guan Wei's face flushed red. Her rapid-fire words abruptly stopped.
After a long pause, she stammered, You saw my underwear, didn't you? Now you're trying to deny it? Put.
The water Lin Zhong had just swallowed sprayed out of his mouth.
He hadn't expected Guan Wei to still remember that incident. You fell down on your own, didn't you? What does that have to do with me? I don't care. You saw it.
You're the first man who's ever seen my underwear.
You have to take responsibility.
Guan Wei pouted, then pleaded, Please, Lin, come over to my place and keep me company.
I'm so scared being home alone. Lin Zhong couldn't help but roll his eyes, sighing helplessly, Fine, I'll do it. Yay. I knew you were the best, Lin. It's settled then.
Guan Wei cheered triumphantly, smacking her lips at the phone.
I'll call you when it's time. Mom's nagging me to hurry up and take a shower. Gotta go now. Love you.
Guan Wei reluctantly hung up, and Lin Zhong felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Yang Ying finished dinner quickly.
Since Lin Zhong had plans for the evening, he told her during the meal, Xiaowing, I need to step out for a bit. You should go to bed early tonight.
No need to wait up for me. What for?
Yang Ying paused her chopsticks. Lin Zhong recounted the day's events to Yang Ying, naturally omitting the earlier confrontation.
As she listened, Yang Ying's eyes widened.
So that gorgeous car downstairs, it was you who drove it here, Brother Lin?
Yeah.
I took a job as a bodyguard a few days ago.
That's why I asked you to help me pick out a suit. The Lamborghini downstairs belongs to my employer. He just entrusted me with driving it. Bodyguard? Brother Lin, isn't that a dangerous job?
Yang Ying furrowed her delicate brows, genuinely worried for him.
Have you forgotten what I used to do?
Lin Zhong grinned, playfully tapping Yang Ying's forehead. For me, being a bodyguard is a piece of cake, not dangerous at all. Even so, Brother Lin, you still need to be careful. Yang Ying said solemnly, her little face serious.
Got it.
Let's eat before the food gets cold, Lin Zhong replied with a chuckle. After dinner, Lin Zhong changed into a different outfit and headed out. He wore a white shirt, jeans, and a pair of faded sneakers, his figure appearing well-proportioned and clean-cut. Driving his Lamborghini, Lin Zhong headed toward the address Knife had given him.
Chapter 71, Gathering of Rich Kids. Over an hour later, Lin Zhong arrived at his destination.
The registration site for the underground races wasn't in the city center, but on a mountain in the outskirts. The mountain was called Juku Mountain. Located about 30 kilometers from the main urban area, Juku Mountain wasn't particularly high in elevation, but its terrain was rugged and steep. The winding mountain road, full of twists and turns, gave rise to its name. By day, Juku Mountain offered picturesque scenery with lush vegetation. The entire mountain was cloaked in green, the air fresh and cool, making it a popular summer retreat for many. Yet at night, Juku Mountain transforms into a completely different place. Dangerous, mysterious, eerie, terrifying. Due to its rugged terrain and winding roads, Nine Turns Mountain gradually became a notorious hotspot for illegal street racing, hosting numerous underground races along its mountain trails. Thrill-seeking drivers would arrive at Juku Mountain in the dead of night, racing their vehicles down the slopes from the summit in wild pursuits. Tonight, on Nine Turn Mountain, an underground race was about to begin. The registration point was located in front of a 3-story villa nestled among the mountains, painted entirely green to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. Lin Zhong pulled his Lamborghini to a stop along the road in front of the villa. He didn't park his Lambo alongside the other cars but tucked it away in an inconspicuous corner. Rolling up the windows and locking the doors, he sat in the driver's seat, eyes closed, gathering his thoughts.
He was here solely to race, wanting no interaction with anyone.
Once the race ended and he collected his winnings, he would leave immediately, never to return to the underground racing scene. By now, dozens of diverse vehicles were lined up along this stretch of road, with more arriving constantly. Among them were top-tier luxury cars worth millions: Ferraris, Bentleys, Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, alongside all manner of modified vehicles, their exteriors splashed with garish, colorful patterns. Beside the vehicles, people stood in small groups of 3 or 5, each clearly separated from the others, forming circles of varying sizes. The largest cluster gathered around a Bugatti Veyron, where over a dozen people surrounded a young man in his 20s like stars clustering around the moon. Flattery poured forth like a flood as they eagerly sought his favor. The young man was handsome and tall, dressed in tasteful casual wear. His expression remained impassive, not even a hint of a smile appearing despite the constant praise. Deep within his eyes lay a thick layer of disgust and disdain, though it remained hidden from outsiders. "Young Master Lu, will you be joining the game tonight?" someone inquired. The young man addressed as young Master Lu nodded with restrained grace, replying indifferently, "With so many guests present tonight, I'll just play casually." His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. This single remark immediately sparked a flurry of sycophantic praise, with young Master Lu taking the field himself. Tonight's championship is undoubtedly his. Facing so many opponents, young Master Lu remains so composed, clearly he's already got it all figured out. Exactly. Shouldn't we add God of the Twisting Mountain rights to young Master Lu's list of nicknames? Compared to young Master Lu, the rest are mere nobodies, not worth mentioning. The young man basked in the flattery inwardly, though outwardly he maintained an inscrutable expression. About 10 meters to the young man's left, beside an Aston Martin, stood a short, stocky youth. He kept shooting jealous glances at the young man, his eyes practically spitting fire. Surrounded by 7 or 8 men who appeared to be his hangers-on, one of them sneered, "That bastard Lu Ming's getting more and more cocky lately.
He's always showing off in his Bugatti Veyron. It's annoying." The stocky youth gave the speaker an approving look, then snorted through his nostrils. "So, what do you say? How do I take the spotlight away from that guy?" The question hung in the air as the entourage exchanged glances, none able to respond. "Sure, Lu Ming's a jerk, but he's got real skills. Not only is he loaded, his driving's top-notch, and he's tall and handsome. Besides your money, what else do you have to compete with him? More importantly, you're not even as rich as he is." Of course, the hangers-on dared not utter these thoughts aloud. Doing so would earn them a brutal beating from the stocky youth, skinned alive and torn limb from limb. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, one of the henchmen suddenly pointed. "Young Master Wang, look! Your dream girl, Miss Wang, is here." The words worked like a charm. The stocky youth perked up instantly, his tiny pea-shaped eyes flashing with excitement as he whipped his head around with surprising agility for his bulk. A burgundy Ferrari approached from the distance, executing a graceful drift before screeching to a halt amidst a cluster of luxury cars, kicking up a cloud of dust. The door swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure stepping out. At the sight of her, everyone nearby couldn't help but hold their breath, their hearts racing. The moment she arrived, she instantly captured everyone's attention. Wang Xiao was completely transfixed, drool practically dripping from his mouth, though he remained utterly oblivious. His eyes were fixed on her, his entire being lost in a daze. Even Lu Ming, who was surrounded by a crowd of admirers, noticed the beauty. His eyes flashed as he pushed through the crowd and walked toward her. "Hey, Yi Wu, long time no see." Lu Ming greeted the beauty with a smile so perfect it could outshine most women. The beauty halted, her mesmerizing eyes fixed on Lu Ming as a playful smile touched her lips. "Young Master Lu, you look quite the dapper fellow. What's got you so cocky? Got yourself a new ride?" Lu Ming felt a bit awkward, but in the presence of the beautiful woman, he displayed good manners and composure. "You're joking, Yi Wu. It's just a car, nothing special. If you want it, I can give it to you." "Fine, give it to me." The beauty extended her hand gracefully, palm open. Lu Ming suddenly lost his words, his expression turning intensely awkward, a flicker of veiled anger flashing in his eyes. "I hate phony men the most. If you can't deliver, don't make empty promises." Her red lips curled slightly as she snorted disdainfully. "And since we're not close, don't go calling me Night Dance from now on. My full name is Fang Yewu." Without waiting for Lu Ming's response, Fang Yewu turned decisively and strode toward the villa. Lu Ming watched her retreating figure, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. A voice raged within him, "You shameless! You're asking for it. One day, I'll conquer you completely and turn you into my plaything." Though his mind churned with venomous thoughts, his face remained calm and composed. He offered a self-deprecating smile to those around him. "Seems Yewu really dislikes me. I suppose I should stop making a fool of myself." The others nodded in agreement, several women even secretly sympathizing with Lu Ming. They cursed Fang Yewu inwardly, convinced she was utterly ungrateful, wishing they could take her place. Chapter 72, The Hidden Gamble. Lin Zhong was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard someone lightly tapping on the car window. Opening his eyes, he saw Knife's smiling face. Behind Knife stood several of his henchmen, including the thug who had once been taught a lesson by Lin Zhong. Having been schooled by Knife, they now knew better.
Facing Lin Zhong, they were equally plastered on smiles, showing no trace of the recent confrontation that had nearly escalated into a fight. Lin Zhong rolled down the window, his face expressionless. He raised an eyebrow slightly. "What's up? Brother Lin, have you signed up yet?" Knife inquired eagerly. "The competition's about to start. If you haven't registered, I can take you there. No rush. Let's get something straight first, so we don't end up with any unpleasantness later." Unwarranted kindness usually hides ulterior motives. Lin Zhong knew Daozi's sudden enthusiasm had a reason behind it. "Spit it out. What's your game?" Daozi had anticipated Lin Chang's suspicion and replied without hesitation, "Brother Lin, your insight is sharp. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Since you asked, I'll be straightforward. Tonight's underground race, the competition itself is one thing, but behind it lies an even bigger betting ring. Most of Xinghe City's spoiled rich kids are involved." Knife gestured toward the luxury cars surrounding them. "The owners of these vehicles aren't here for the race, they're here for the bets. And I plan to make a killing in this betting ring. I've decided to stake everything on you, Brother Lin. I'm betting you'll take first place." After hearing Knife's words, Lin Chang's eyes flashed. Finally, this whole thing started to feel interesting. He had been puzzled why a seemingly ordinary underground race offered a prize pool as high as 3 million, with no entry barriers anyone could sign up. Now, with Knife's explanation, everything made perfect sense. After all, compared to the underground betting ring behind this race, 3 million was mere pocket change. For those second-generation rich kids born with silver spoons in their mouths, whose families were prominent and wealthy, this amount wouldn't even cover a month's expenses. Any one of them could easily afford it. As Knife had said, they weren't here for the racing, they were here for the gambling. That mansion in the back was likely where the bets were being placed. The seemingly generous prize money was merely a sweetener dangled by the backers of the gambling operation to lure the racers into competing. "In that case, take me to register," Lin Zhong said, his eyes deepening as he opened the car door. "But are you really that confident I can win this race?" "Of course. Others might not recognize what kind of man Brother Lin is, but I, Knife, would never misjudge." Knife slipped in a subtle compliment. "I've been navigating this world since I was 15. I may not have mastered much else, but I'm confident in my ability to read people." Knife led Lin Zhong into the villa. Only upon entering did Lin Zhong realize that this seemingly ordinary building concealed a hidden world. The interior space was several times larger than its exterior suggested, lavishly decorated to rival any five-star hotel. Knife, clearly a regular here, led Lin Zhong with practiced ease to a desk where a heavily made-up, still alluring middle-aged woman sat. Knife slammed his hand on the desk and called out to the woman, "Sister Xian, I brought someone to sign up." Sister Xian lazily lifted her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Zhong, her heavily lined eyes suddenly lit up, darting glances at his arms, thighs, and chest. It must be said that although Lin Zhong was dressed plainly, his physique was well-proportioned and muscular, radiating strength. Especially his calm, detached demeanor, unruffled by any disturbance, gave him a unique charm. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. Sister Xian was precisely at that age, so it was no wonder she found Lin Zhong intriguing. Yet, facing Sister Xian's unrestrained gaze, Lin Chang's expression remained utterly unruffled. He stood as steady as a rock, neither flustered nor annoyed. "Is this the young man? He looks quite strong." Sister Xian flashed him a seductive glance. Yet her glance carried not a hint of allure, only a sickening repulsion. The henchman beside Lin Zhong, caught in its glare, paled visibly, nearly retching. Knife felt uneasy too, goosebumps rising on his arms, yet he forced himself to say, "Yes, this is my friend. He's here to participate in the underground race later. Sign this document. Since you're entering the underground race, you assume full responsibility for any consequences. Even if you lose your life in an accident, we won't be held liable." Sister Xian's flirtatious glance went unreciprocated by Lin Zhong, causing her demeanor to turn cold. She pulled a document from beneath her desk and tossed it onto the table. Lin Zhong glanced casually over the document, instantly grasping its contents. This paper was essentially a waiver of liability. Once signed, he would bear full responsibility for any outcome, life or death. Without hesitation, Lin Zhong signed his name. Xian then tossed him a tag bearing a single digit, number 7. This token served as Lin Chang's credential for participating in the underground race, with 7 denoting his starting position and number. After registration, Knife turned to Lin Zhong. "Brother Lin, I'm off to place my bets. Want to wager on yourself?" "No thanks," Lin Zhong declined with a shake of his head. It wasn't that Lin Zhong didn't want to bet on himself, he simply didn't have the money. Every penny he had was tied up in paying for Yang Mama's medical treatment and hospital bills. His bank account now held less than 1,000 yuan. That was precisely why he'd decided to enter the underground race. If he weren't so strapped for cash, why would he risk everything by getting involved in something like this? "We're placing our bets first, Lin." Knife waved goodbye, then led his crew upstairs toward the bungalow. Lin Zhong walked outside the villa and found a spot against the wall, waiting quietly for the race to begin. Even facing the extreme danger of an underground race, Lin Chang's heart remained calm and still, without a trace of nervousness. Not far from him, a middle-aged man in his 30s, seemingly preparing to join the race, paced restlessly like an ant on a hot pan. He muttered to himself, his words indistinct.
Lin Chang's hearing was exceptionally sharp. Even amidst the clamor, he clearly caught the man's mutterings and couldn't help but chuckle.
The man kept repeating 4 words over and over, "Buddha, please protect me."
So terrified, yet still daring to join the underground race, was this the allure of money? But then again, wasn't he doing the same?
For money, he had no choice but to do things he didn't want to do. Truly, a man in this world cannot go a single day without power or money. As Lin Zhong pondered this, his gaze grew deep and unfathomable. A thought he'd never entertained before slowly took root in his heart.
Chapter 73, Beauty Saves the Hero.
Move! Just as Lin Zhong was lost in thought, gazing at the night sky, a harsh voice suddenly erupted behind him. A thick arm shot out from behind, grabbing his shoulder and yanking him forcefully to the side. The force behind the tug was immense, easily hundreds of pounds. An ordinary person would have been flung away and crashed to the ground. But unfortunately, it was Lin Zhong. The tug left Lin Chang's body utterly unmoved. No matter how much more force the man behind him applied, Lin Chang's body remained rooted to the spot, standing as solid as an iron statue. Lin Zhong slowly turned around. First, he saw a flushed, chubby face, fierce and ugly. Behind that face, a fair-skinned, handsome, and sunny-looking face appeared, none other than Lu Ming, who had been mocked by Fang Yawu earlier. He glared at Lin Zhong with utter disgust. That look was like a prince gazing down from on high at a lowly commoner. Gripping Lin Chang's shoulders was a burly man nearing 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. His arms were nearly as thick as Lin Chang's thighs, and his weight easily exceeded 330 pounds. Standing there, he resembled a bloated giant bear, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The burly man's face twitched. His grip on Lin Chang's shoulder tightened relentlessly, muscles in his arms taut as steel, veins bulging as he tried to yank Lin Zhong away. Yet no matter how hard he strained, Lin Chang's body remained as steady as a rock. "Let go," Lin Zhong said coldly. The burly man let out a vicious snarl, ignoring Lin Chang's warning. A low growl erupted from his throat as he reached out with his other hand, grabbing Lin Chang's other shoulder. With both arms straining simultaneously, he prepared to hoist Lin Zhong off his feet.
This burly man was one of Lu Ming's bodyguards.
Though untrained in martial arts, he possessed immense strength, once having single-handedly brought down a full-grown bull with his bare hands. Now, as he exerted both arms, he was certain he could lift Lin Zhong effortlessly. Yet, to his shock, Lin Zhong's body felt as heavy as 1,000 tons. The force of his arms against Lin Zhong was like an ant shaking a tree. The burly man sucked in a sharp breath, his face contorting with disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Behind him, Lu Ming's expressionless face flickered with surprise.
"Overestimating your strength."
Lin Zhong spat out the 4 words coldly. With a flick of his wrists, he easily shook off the burly man's grasp. Then, extending his palm flat, he pressed it against the burly man's chest and gave a casual shove. Thud! 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 The burly man, built like a giant bear, stumbled backward under Lin Chang's push, unable to steady himself. Each step was painfully heavy. After retreating 5 or 6 steps, he accidentally stepped on a broken wine bottle lying on the ground. His foot slipped, and with a loud thud, he fell flat on his back. The bottle shattered under his weight, shards embedding into his flesh as he let out a piercing scream. The piercing scream drew everyone's attention, and Lu Ming's face instantly darkened. However, this grim expression lasted only a few seconds before his face quickly regained its composure, even curling into a faint smile. Before Lu Ming could utter a word, the others beside him surged forward with fierce momentum, surrounding Lin Zhong in the center. "You bastard, what the hell did you do?
Do you know who this gentleman is? How dare you block his path? Get out of the way. How dare you start a fight here? How did this scum even get in?"
This group clearly knew Lin Zhong was innocent, yet to curry favor with Lu Ming, they took turns smearing him with false accusations, twisting the truth to the extreme. Originally, Lin Zhong was the one provoked, yet through their twisted words, he became the instigator. The burly man lying on the ground, whimpering in pain, had supposedly accidentally fallen while protecting Lu Ming, injuring his backside in the process. The surrounding crowd, unaware of the truth, was stirred by their words and now glared angrily at Lin Zhong. Lu Ming stood behind the crowd, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. He watched Lin Zhong with a look of smug satisfaction, eager to see how Lin Zhong would handle the situation. Feeling the hostility around him, Lin Chang's fist slowly clenched. A cold gleam flashed in his pupils, his gaze instantly sharpening like a blade. He wasted no breath on explanations. A chorus of voices could drown out a single voice. Even if he poured every ounce of strength into defending himself, no one would listen, let alone believe him. There was only one thing he could do, or rather, wanted to do. That was, to beat someone up. With strength at his disposal, why bother with words? Lin Zhong stepped forward, ready to unleash his fists and send every accusing, ranting bastard flying. But just as Lin Zhong was about to act, the crowd suddenly parted. A stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure stepped forward. This beauty was none other than Fang Yawu, the very woman who had once mocked Lu Ming. Behind Fang Yewu followed a group of people, mostly young, beautiful girls dressed like street-smart chicks, their hair dyed in vibrant colors, skin adorned with tattoos.
Fang Yewu herself was no different.
Her shoulder-length hair had turned purple at some point, and a black skull emblem was tattooed on her arm, giving her an air of mystery and rebellion. She sashayed into the circle, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Instantly, the voices accusing Lin Zhong fell silent. Her red lips parted, her tone dripping with contempt and disdain. Lu Ming, you really are regressing with age. Turning the tables, framing the innocent, you're quite skilled at this sort of thing. Also, could you please leash your own dogs? Their barking is unbearably loud. Hearing Fang Yewu's words, both Lu Ming and the crowd surrounding Lin Zhong, who had been hurling accusations and curses, turned pale with anger.
Lu Ming's handsome features twisted in anger as he glared at Fang Yewu, his teeth grinding audibly. Fang Yewu's words weren't mere mockery, they were a blatant slap in the face. Had anyone else spoken to him like that, Lu Ming would have made sure they never saw the next day's sun. But his methods held no sway over Fang Yewu.
Or rather, he dared not use his methods on Fang Yewu.
Because Fang Yewu's family background was no less prestigious than his own, perhaps even more so. Fang Yewu's father, Fang Yuanshan, was the wealthiest man in Xinghe City.
As for himself, he was merely a distant branch of the Lu family. Though he had the Lu family as his backing, compared to a local powerhouse like the Fang family, he still fell far short.
Fang Yewu, what do you mean by that? Lu Ming's mouth twitched as he struggled to suppress his inner hatred and rage.
Explain yourself clearly. His gentle facade had shattered completely. His voice was icy, his eyes like a predatory wolf, ready to pounce.
Fang Yewu ignored Lu Ming's demand, leaving him standing aside. She strode up to Lin Zhong, adopting the air of a big sister.
Patting his shoulder with a generous gesture, she declared, not bad moves.
How about joining my crew? Big sis has got your back. Chapter 74, The Bet.
Lin Zhong couldn't help but laugh bitterly, shaking his head in refusal. Perhaps in Fang Yewu's eyes, she had saved Lin Chang's life. But from Lin Chang's perspective, her sudden appearance had actually saved Lu Ming and his lackeys. Had Fang Yewu not meddled, Lu Ming and his lackeys would likely be lying on the ground now, keeping the burly thug company. Seeing Fang Yewu persistently ignore him, Lu Ming could no longer contain himself.
He bellowed, Fang Yewu.
Young Master Lu was losing his temper. And the target of his rage was none other than Miss Fang herself. This thought flashed through everyone's minds, their moods turning strangely tense and expectant. This was a clash between the outsider and the local powerhouse. Lu Ming was an outsider from the capital, while Fang Yewu was a native of Xinghe. Both came from distinguished families. If they clashed, would the outsider defeat the local powerhouse, or would the local powerhouse prevail over the outsider? What's with all the yelling? Did your mother die? Fang Yewu frowned, snapping back impatiently. Veins bulged on Lu Ming's forehead as his fair face flushed crimson, clearly boiling with rage. Yet at the peak of his rage, he became unnaturally calm, his expression blank as he said, Fang Yewu, dare you take a bet with me? Spit it out already. Fang Yewu arched an eyebrow, completely unfazed by Lu Ming's outburst. What's the wager? A bet on who wins tonight's race. Seeing Fang Yewu take the bait, a smug, cold smile spread across Lu Ming's face. So, are you in or not? Only a coward wouldn't. Fang Yewu returned the cold smile, what's the stake? If you win, I'll never show my face to you again. But if I win... A hidden gleam flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, I want you to spend the night with me. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Especially the men who had idolized Fang Yewu as their dream lover found it utterly unbearable. Though Fang Yewu possessed a bold personality and daring fashion sense, she had always maintained her purity. To this day, she had never been linked to any man in scandal. Precisely because of this, she had become the goddess of many wealthy young men's dreams. With Lu Ming's declaration, he instantly became the enemy of everyone present. Even several wealthy young men who had previously been friendly toward him now glared at him with hostility. This outcome caught Lu Ming completely off guard. He never imagined that a single remark would thrust him into opposition with everyone present. Put. Dream on. Fang Yewu crossed her arms, sneering, you think a flippant remark like yours will get this lady to spend the night with you? Who do you think I am? Then what do you suggest? Let's make it fair. Whoever loses has to kneel and apologize to the winner, and never show their face to the winner again. Fang Yewu declared without hesitation. Deal. Fearing Fang Yewu might back out, Lu Ming held out his palm. A handshake seals the deal. Fang Yewu curled her lip in disdain. This lady has no interest in high-fiving you. Rest assured, this lady keeps her word. If you win, I'll kneel and apologize immediately. Then before the match even begins, you'd better start thinking about how you're going to kneel and apologize to me. Lu Ming withdrew his hand, a confident smile spreading across his face. With that, Lu Ming strode off with his entourage, his laughter echoing behind him. This whole incident had started because of Lin Zhong, yet now he seemed like an outsider. From start to finish, Lu Ming hadn't spared him a single glance. As for Fang Yewu, she too seemed to have forgotten Lin Chang's existence, furrowing her delicate brows in deep thought.
The crowd gradually dispersed, whispering among themselves about the wager between Lu Ming and Fang Yewu.
Hey, who do you think will win, young Master Lu or Miss Fang? Someone asked.
Definitely young Master Lu.
Don't forget he's got a whole team of racers,
Another replied without hesitation.
I agree. Sigh, looks like Miss Fang's gonna get the short end of the stick this time.
What do you think?
If she loses, would Miss Fang really kneel? Another inquired.
Hard to say.
But if Miss Fang breaks her word, she'll never hold her head high in this circle again.
Meanwhile, Fang Yewu was surrounded by her girlfriends. The chatter from the young girls was so loud it made Fang Yewu's head spin.
Big sis, why did you bet against Lu Ming?
Yeah, sis, you're being too impulsive.
Cut the useless chatter. What we should be doing now is helping sis win this bet.
Why don't we just drug them?
Knock out all of Lu Ming's racers, and victory will be in our sister's hands.
Great idea.
Fang Yewu frowned deeper with each suggestion, covering her ears and shouting, "Shut up, all of you."
The chatter among the young girls abruptly ceased as they all shut their mouths tight. Fang Yewu glared at them. So according to you, I'm already doomed to lose?
The girls nodded in unison.
I refuse to believe it.
Hand over all the racers' profiles, I'm picking a top contender. Fang Yewu stomped her foot hard, her ample bosom trembling slightly with the motion. Soon, someone approached carrying a stack of lists. Big sis, there are 7 racers in the underground race. 3 of them are connected to Lu Ming. He can make anyone win.
The other 4 are nobodies.
One of them, Lin Zhong, is even racing at Juku Mountain for the first time.
What a joke.
Standing nearby, Lin Zhong finally couldn't hold back upon hearing his name. Excuse me, that utterly ridiculous Lin Zhong you mentioned, that would be me.
Lin Chang's voice startled Fang Yewu and her sisters.
They hadn't realized he'd been standing there all along.
Fang Yewu looked Lin Zhong up and down a few times, saying with a hint of sympathy, "You actually signed up for the Juku Mountain race?"
Yes.
Lin Chang's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion.
Then I'd advise you to drop out.
Fang Yewu seemed intrigued by Lin Zhong.
Abandoning her girlfriends, she walked over to him, draped her arm over his shoulder, and slung her arm around his like a man might. First-time racer at Nine-Turn Mountain?
You've got zero chance.
If you're short on cash, just ask your big sis.
You can hang with me anytime.
Lin Zhong remained unmoved.
Miss Fang, I have only one question for you. Do you want to win this bet? Chapter 75, I will win. Of course I do. Fang Yewu snorted through her nose. What, you have a way?
Lin Zhong gently moved Fang Yewu's arm off his shoulder and took a step back without showing any emotion. If you want to win, then place your bet on me.
What?
Before Fang Yewu could respond, her gang of girlfriends erupted in protest. Hey, you gotta be kidding. We're racing at Juku Mountain for the first time. We're practically guaranteed to lose.
And you want our boss to bet on you winning?
Big sis, don't listen to him.
This guy's definitely up to no good.
Yeah, maybe he's secretly colluding with that Lu Ming guy to make our boss lose face. Facing their doubts, Lin Zhong kept his hands folded in front of him, his expression calm. He neither rushed to defend himself nor stormed off in anger.
Fang Yewu's expression flickered.
She suddenly whipped her head around and barked, "Quiet.
All of you, stop talking."
The young girls clamped their mouths shut, all glaring at Lin Zhong with hostile eyes.
Give me one reason to bet on your victory. Fang Yewu locked eyes with Lin Zhong and demanded bluntly.
Lin Chang's lips curved into a confident smile, though his tone remained unruffled. Because I will win. Where does that confidence come from? One of the girls couldn't help but retort. Fang Yewu shot the speaker a glare that made her flinch, though she refrained from scolding her. The question echoed her own thoughts.
I'm just offering a friendly reminder.
After all, Miss Fang stood up for me, and I don't want to see you lose, Lin Zhong said calmly. As for where my confidence comes from, you'll see when the race begins. Fang Yewu bit her lower lip, leaving several teeth marks on her rosy, full lips as indecision gnawed at her. Reason told her not to trust Lin Zhong. No one had ever won the Juku Mountain underground race on their first try. Yet his confident tone and composed expression inexplicably made her believe he would win.
Caught between reason and intuition, she chose the latter. Fine, I'll stake my bet on you.
A flicker of resolve flashed in Fang Yewu's eyes as she met Lin Chang's calm, deep gaze.
But how about we make a bet too? What's the wager?
Lin Zhong hadn't expected Fang Yewu to be so decisive, making her choice without much deliberation. He asked with genuine interest.
If you win, I'll grant you one request. But if you lose, you become my personal assistant. Fang Yewu said with a smile. Deal.
Lin Zhong raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement.
A promise is worthless without proof. Seal it with a handshake. Fang Yewu held out her palm.
Lin Zhong raised his hand and slapped hers with a crisp smack. Fang Yewu withdrew her hand and turned to a girl beside her.
Go place the bet. You heard what I said, put it all on him.
Big sis.
The girl looked reluctant, wanting to protest. Hurry up. I won't repeat myself. Fang Yewu asserted her boss lady authority, waving her hand to dismiss her.
The girl had no choice but to reluctantly enter the mansion. Lin Zhong could tell these girls didn't believe in him. They thought he had no chance of winning. It was only natural. After all, no one readily trusts a complete stranger, especially one who was unknown and participating in underground racing for the first time. But what surprised Lin Zhong was that Fang Yewu had chosen to believe in him, genuinely willing to stake her bet on him. When everyone else doubted him, this trust felt incredibly precious. For a moment, Lin Zhong found himself developing a slight fondness for this girl with her streetwise aura and thug-like demeanor.
Fang Yewu glanced at her wristwatch and said to Lin Zhong, "The race starts in a few minutes. Do you have a car? If not, I can lend you mine." "No need, I have my own car. I'll go prepare now."
Lin Zhong gave Fang Yewu a nod and turned to leave.
"Big sis, why'd you trust this guy?" As soon as Lin Zhong was out of earshot, one of the young gang girls eagerly asked Fang Yewu. "Instinct." A mysterious smile spread across Fang Yewu's face. "Gut feeling?"
The girls exchanged puzzled glances, unable to accept Fang Yewu's explanation. "Boss, please think this through carefully. Your bet with Lu Ming isn't trivial. What if you lose?" another urged.
"So what if I lose? I'm not the type to be sore loser. You win some, you lose some." Fang Yewu shrugged indifferently.
"Even though I despise that Lu Ming, I never plan to renege on our bet.
If I really lose, I'll kneel before him and apologize." "No way. You're our leader, how could you kneel before that stinking man?" The younger girls immediately grew frantic. Fang Yewu shot them a sidelong glance.
"I'm the one involved here, and I'm not afraid to lose face."
"What are you afraid of? Besides, who says we're bound to lose? Just wait and see.
This guy Lin Zhong is definitely going to surprise us." Lin Zhong remained unaware of Fang Yewu's conversation with the other girls after he left. He walked straight back to his Lamborghini, waiting for the signal to start the race. Minutes later, blinding lights suddenly flashed atop the mansion, rapidly blinking 3 times. This signaled the official start of the underground race. The scattered crowd instantly converged. A young woman in a bikini, her face concealed by a mask, stepped onto the road holding a flag. She stood firm in the center and raised the flag high. Simultaneously, a booming male voice boomed from the speakers atop the mansion, "Apologies for keeping you waiting.
The monthly 9-curve mountain circuit race officially commences now.
All 7 registered racers, prepare for entry immediately." Hearing the man's words, Lin Zhong realized he was the last-ranked racer. His number was 7, meaning he would start last. The later the start, the more cars would be blocking his path ahead, making victory all the more difficult. With this thought, Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly.
"Driver number 1, Lu Ming."
The familiar name echoed through the loudspeaker. The wealthy second-generation spectators watching the race erupted into applause and enthusiastic cheers, with Lu Ming's entourage shouting the loudest and clapping the hardest. A stunning Bugatti Veyron glided onto the highway, coming to a stop before the bikini-clad models. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Ming's handsome, dashing face. With an air of aloof arrogance, he extended his hand out the window and snapped his fingers, instantly amplifying the cheers. Seeing Lu Ming's showy display, Fang Yewu seethed with frustration in the crowd. "That bastard actually entered the race himself. That's beyond my expectations." 3 of the racers competing this time are Lu Ming's men, a girl beside her side helplessly. Getting himself entered was probably as easy as saying the word.
Looks like Lu Ming's the sure winner this time.
Chapter 76, the race begins.
This is cheating. Fang Yewu clenched her fists, itching to punch Lu Ming in the face. This isn't a legitimate race, it's an underground event. Changing the rules is too easy. All it takes is money. That's why we told you to think twice, big sister. But it's too late to say anything now. Fang Yewu gave an awkward smile. "It's not like I've never bet on a race before. But it's fine, I have faith in Lin Zhong." A girl curled her lip, delivering a blow. "Boss, that guy Lin Zhong is number 7. That means he starts last. With Lu Ming's men blocking the way ahead, do you really think he stands a chance?" Fang Yewu fell silent. Even with her thick skin, she sensed Lin Zhong was in a precarious position, his chances of victory looking slim. While Fang Yewu chatted with her sisters, the introductions of the other racers concluded, and it was finally Lin Chang's turn. Number 7, Lin Zhong. Hearing this unfamiliar name, the gathered rich kids exchanged bewildered glances. Not a single clap rang out, let alone cheers. The atmosphere instantly turned icy. "Who's that?" one asked in surprise. "Never heard of him." "I don't recognize him either." "Probably just a rookie." "A rookie daring to enter Juko Mountain's underground race? He must be out of his mind," someone remarked with schadenfreude. Lin Zhong drove his Lamborghini out from the corner and parked at the back of the lineup. Ahead of him, 6 luxury cars of various designs were lined up in a row. Is this kid playing dumb to catch the big fish? Fang Yewu's eyes widened again upon seeing Lin Zhong driving such a high-end luxury car. Lu Ming shared the same suspicion as Fang Yewu. Lu Ming already knew Fang Yewu had bet on Lin Zhong, but he hadn't given it a second thought. From start to finish, Lu Ming hadn't regarded Lin Zhong as a rival in his eyes. Lin Zhong simply didn't qualify as one. However, to ensure his victory and prevent any unexpected complications, Lu Ming decided to add an extra layer of security. He picked up the walkie-talkie beside him and coldly ordered, "No matter what happens next, you must block that Lin Zhong fellow."
Under no circumstances can he gain the lead.
Understand?
Rest assured, young Master Lu. We know exactly what to do, came a man's voice from the other end of the radio. Lu Ming tossed the walkie-talkie aside, his gaze icy cold, yet a fiery glint flickered deep within his eyes.
He was already prepared to humiliate Fang Yawu. If I can't have you, then I'll humiliate you mercilessly. I'll trample your pride and your body into dust. As for that Lin Zhong bastard, let him die in a car crash. A cold, triumphant smile spread across Lu Ming's face as he savored his scheme. With all competitors in position, I declare the 9-turn mountain circuit race officially underway. Start in sequence, 10-second intervals. Timing begins now. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown echoed, the bikini-clad model in the middle of the road raised her flag, the signal that the race was about to begin. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the various wicked thoughts swirling in his mind, and temporarily focused his attention on the match. Whoosh! The flag dropped. Lu Ming slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the Bugatti Veyron shot forward instantly, kicking up a cloud of dust. From start to full acceleration, the Bugatti Veyron took less than a few seconds, truly a top-tier luxury car. In the blink of an eye, the Bugatti Veyron vanished into the darkness. Despite Lu Ming's foul temper and questionable character, his driving skills were undeniably formidable. No wonder he had the confidence to compete personally. With Lu Ming leading the charge, the bikini-clad girl raised the flag once more. After a 10-second countdown, the second race car surged onto the mountain road, hurtling downhill. Soon, it was Lin Chang's turn. Yet when the bikini-clad girl waved the flag, Lin Chang's Lamborghini didn't budge an inch, showing no intention of starting. This scene instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. Fang Yawu and Knife, who had placed their bets on Lin Zhong, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Ha! What's going on? Why hasn't that guy started yet? Did that Lin Zhong guy give up? Or is there something wrong with his car? I don't think it's either of those. He's probably scared out of his wits and doesn't dare to start. Hearing the surrounding murmurs only made Fang Yawu more anxious. She wanted to rush over to the car and demand an explanation from Lin Zhong. Knife clenched his fists, his palms sweaty. He'd gone all in, betting everything he owned on Lin Chang's victory. If Lin Zhong lost, he'd be wiped out completely, with nowhere to turn for solace. Inside the Lamborghini, Lin Zhong sat in the driver's seat, his expression impassive. His hands rested lightly on the steering wheel, his eyes slightly closed. At that moment, his mind was utterly calm, devoid of any tension. The terrain and mountain roads of Juku Mountain unfolded vividly in his mind, every detail as clear as a movie reel. After several seconds, once he had recalled every route in detail of the 9-turn mountain road, Lin Zhong opened his eyes. A dazzling gleam flashed in his eyes. His hands tightened fiercely around the steering wheel, and he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Roar! The Lamborghini's engine roared to life, its deep rumble growing louder as it shot forward like an arrow. The rich kids standing by the roadside were stunned by Lin Zhong once more. Holy, that's fast. Is this guy out of his mind? Going this fast right from the start? Driving this fast on the winding mountain roads? Looks like he's planning to kill himself. The rich kids buzzed with discussion. Some impatient ones had already jumped into their cars, taking shortcuts to the mountain base. Fang Yawu and Knife were among them. Lin Zhong couldn't care less about what others thought. Only one thought occupied his mind: win the race and claim the prize money. All his focus was on the race car. His mind raced, his hands steady as he controlled the speeding Lamborghini, tearing through the treacherous mountain roads of Juku Mountain. In just over 10 seconds, Lin Zhong had overtaken the first car blocking his path. It was a modified Hummer, well suited for off-roading, and its speed wasn't exactly slow. But compared to Lin Chang's Lamborghini, it crawled along like a snail. Whoosh! Even while overtaking, Lin Zhong didn't slow down. He streaked past the Hummer like a blue shadow, while the two red taillights at the rear glowed like demonic eyes. Holy crap, how fast is that thing? The Hummer driver jolted in fright, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel, convinced he was hallucinating. Next, Lin Zhong overtook the second and third vehicles at terrifying speed, but encountered trouble when overtaking the fourth. The fourth car, starting second, was a modified Ferrari driven by one of Lu Ming's men. His sole mission was to block the cars behind him, ensuring Lu Ming took first place. Therefore, when Lin Zhong attempted to overtake from the side, the driver deliberately positioned his car across Lin Zhong's path. Lin Zhong tried several times but couldn't break through. Even so, Lin Zhong remained calm inside, staying close behind the Ferrari and waiting for his chance. The chance came quickly. Seconds later, the first treacherous section of Juku Mountain appeared ahead in near 90-degree hairpin turn. Navigating that curve, the Ferrari ahead of Lin Zhong had to slow down to avoid danger. Perfect. Lin Chang's eyes gleamed in the darkness. Instead of slowing down, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, surging forward with sudden acceleration. Chapter 77, Wild Charge. As he entered the curve, Lin Zhong yanked the steering wheel hard. The Lamborghini's front end cut into the inside line while the rear swung out in a perfect drift, instantly overtaking the Ferrari, blocking his path. Full-speed drift. The Ferrari driver's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his expression pure disbelief.
He wasn't unfamiliar with drifting. As a seasoned racer, he could perform it himself. But he never imagined Lin Zhong would be bold enough to execute the most dangerous maneuver, a full-speed drift, on a pitch-black mountain road where visibility was zero. Lin Zhong drove the Lamborghini, leaving the Ferrari in his wake like a hunter pursuing its prey, charging relentlessly toward the Bugatti Veyron at the very front. Damn it! The Ferrari driver snapped out of his shock. Unwilling to be overtaken by Lin Zhong, he cursed furiously, slammed the accelerator, and pursued relentlessly, gritting his teeth. Yet no matter how hard he accelerated, the gap between him and Lin Zhong only widened. Soon, the Lamborghini vanished from sight, leaving him in the dust.
Witnessing Lin Chang's terrifying speed, the Ferrari driver's confidence in Lu Ming began to waver.
At this rate, Lu Ming might get caught up or even overtaken. A chill ran down the Ferrari driver's spine. If Lu Ming lost this race, he couldn't bear to imagine the consequences awaiting him. After all, Lu Ming had ordered him to block Lin Zhong, yet he had utterly failed. No, I must inform young Master Lu. He grabbed the walkie-talkie. Lu Ming was leisurely cruising along the mountain road in his Bugatti Veyron, whistling casually. He turned up the music and swayed to the rhythm. Victory was already in the bag, he thought, so he felt no urgency whatsoever, not a shred of tension.
Just then, an anxious voice crackled over the radio. Young Master Lu. Young Master Lu. Recognizing the voice as one of his drivers, Lu Ming picked up the radio and asked impatiently, "What is it?" "Young Master Lu, I'm terribly sorry. I failed to complete your task. That guy Lin Zhong just passed me." "What did you say?" Lu Ming's voice shot up, his leisurely mood vanishing instantly. "You actually let Lin Zhong pass you?" "Young Master Lu, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The Ferrari driver sat in his car, drenched in sweat, apologizing profusely. "But that guy was driving way too fast. He just zoomed past me in a flash. I didn't even have time to react. Plus, his skills are no joke. He might even catch up to you." Before he could finish, Lu Ming had already lost patience. "Useless." Lu Ming spat out the curse, flinging the walkie-talkie aside. He gripped the steering wheel of his Bugatti Veyron, stomped on the accelerator, and the beast roared to life, its speed surging instantly. At this point, only 3 minutes had passed since the race began, yet Lin Zhong had already overtaken 4 cars, surging from 7th place at the back of the pack straight to 3rd. If he kept this pace, even if Lu Ming crossed the finish line first, Lin Zhong would still win. Because in racing, it wasn't about position, it was about time. Whoever reached the bottom of the mountain in the shortest time would claim the ultimate victory. Lu Ming understood this well. While accelerating himself, he issued a strict order to the driver behind him. Block Lin Zhong at all costs. Slow him down. The azure Lamborghini tore through the mountain road. Though it was a sleek and elegant sports car by design, Lin Zhong drove it with the sheer force of a charging tank. Yet its speed far surpassed that of a charging tank. At this breakneck pace, Lin Zhong quickly caught up to a modified car ahead. When he saw it, his pupils contracted slightly. The sheer manner of its driving revealed that the driver was a professionally trained racer. Inside sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face bore the marks of hardship, his skin darkened by the sun, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing, the unmistakable look of someone with years of experience. The middle-aged driver also noticed Lin Zhong closing in. He grinned. "You're quick. No wonder young Master Lu took notice. Let's see what you're made of." He slammed his foot on the accelerator, causing the modified car to decelerate abruptly before its rear end slammed into the front of the Lamborghini. At that moment, the Lamborghini was closing in at high speed. The distance between the two vehicles was no more than 20 meters, a mere blink of an eye for sports cars traveling at such velocity. Had Lin Zhong not slowed down, the Lamborghini would have slammed into the rear of the modified car. That rear end had been specially modified. A collision there would have been catastrophic. The middle-aged driver's deliberate deceleration was less an obstruction and more an act of murder. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Zhong's eyes as he was forced to slam on the brakes, reducing the Lamborghini's speed. The abrupt acceleration caused the Lamborghini's tires to screech violently against the asphalt, leaving 4 black skid marks in their wake. Lin Zhong's body lurched forward, the seatbelt tightening around him. The middle-aged driver of the modified car chuckled, then stomped on the gas pedal again. The modified car surged forward with a violent acceleration. Between that deceleration and acceleration, he had already pulled away from Lin Zhong. While driving, he even rolled down his window, extended an arm, and flashed a thumbs-down gesture toward Lin Zhong in a taunting gesture. Interesting. Seeing the other driver openly taunting him, the long-dormant passion within Lin Zhong finally began to boil. Racing had always been a man's sport, and the adrenaline rush of driving at breakneck speeds was particularly potent for male hormones. As a man, Lin Zhong was no exception. Feeling the Lamborghini's vibrations beneath him and listening to the engine's raucous roar, Lin Chang's eyes grew increasingly bright. His expressionless face now held a hint of wild, untamed spirit. That spark made his entire being come alive. "It's been too long since I last drove like this. Tonight, I'll let loose." Lin Zhong murmured softly, his foot slamming down on the accelerator pedal, flooring it to the max. The Lamborghini surged forward like a maddened rhino, its low growl echoing as it charged toward the modified car, blocking its path. Such a frenzied display startled the middle-aged driver behind the modified car, but he quickly regained his composure. "You think this will scare me? How naive." As Lin Zhong accelerated, the driver naturally refused to play along. He eased off the throttle, slammed on the brakes, and repeated his old trick. The driver's attention was entirely focused on Lin Zhong, leaving him no time to consider the route. Why was Juko Mountain chosen as the underground racing venue? Precisely because its winding roads offered ever-changing routes. Just then, the second challenge of Juko Mountain appeared ahead of the modified car and the Lamborghini, the S-curve. Lin Zhong accelerated not to provoke the modified car, but to outmaneuver it on this very curve. Chapter 78, Undisputed Victory. Every detail of the route, no matter how minor, was etched into Lin Chang's mind, his greatest asset in the race for victory. As the modified car slowed, Lin Zhong remained utterly composed. He turned the steering wheel all the way, and the full-speed Lamborghini darted into the inside line like lightning, brushing past the modified car. The narrowest gap between the two cars measured mere centimeters. Had Lin Chang's hands wavered even slightly, the two vehicles would have collided instantly, resulting in a catastrophic crash. But Lin Chang's grip on the wheel was rock solid. Under his control, the speeding Lamborghini executed a textbook-perfect corner overtake. After overtaking, the Lamborghini executed two breathtaking full-speed drifts in succession, instantly bursting out of the S-curve, widening the gap with the modified car, and speeding away. Such godlike driving skills left the middle-aged driver gape-mouthed, so stunned he forgot to control his own car, slamming it into a roadside tree. Fortunately, he had slowed down and was wearing his seatbelt, preventing him from being thrown from the vehicle. Even so, the impact left the middle-aged driver's face bloodied and bruised. Struggling to climb out of his modified car, the middle-aged driver stared blankly at the receding taillights of the Lamborghini, uttering a sound that resembled a groan. That guy, is he even human? Or some kind of monster? How could he pull off a move like that? Doesn't he have a shred of fear in his heart? The middle-aged driver was utterly stunned by Lin Zhong. Only professional drivers could truly grasp how incredibly difficult and audacious Lin Chang's maneuver had been. Even professional racers wouldn't dare attempt such maneuvers on a dedicated track. The difficulty was too high, the danger too great. One misstep meant wrecked car and broken man. Lin Zhong remained oblivious to the tidal wave of awe his dazzling driving skills had unleashed within the middle-aged driver. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared in the slightest. His sole objective was clear: catch up to Lu Ming and claim victory. Lu Ming, leading the pack, received the message from the middle-aged driver. His expression darkened to a terrifying degree. He never imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Lin Zhong would prove such a formidable opponent, breaking through layer upon layer of obstacles from last place to surge into second, even threatening his own position. "Even if you reach second place, you'll never overtake me." Lu Ming's face twisted in fury, his teeth clenched so hard his expression became savage. Yet, moments after Lu Ming uttered those words, the Lamborghini driven by Lin Zhong appeared in his rearview mirror like an unrelenting specter. Lu Ming slammed the steering wheel and stomped on the accelerator, the Bugatti Veyron surging forward as he tried to widen the gap between them. But he lacked Lin Chang's driving skills. Even with relentless acceleration, he couldn't unleash the Bugatti Veyron's full potential. Moreover, even if he could, Lu Ming dared not. Such recklessness would render the car uncontrollable, a sure path to disaster. Lin Zhong spotted the speeding Bugatti Veyron ahead. His eyes flashed with intensity as he slammed the accelerator to the floor once more. The Lamborghini transformed into a dark blue streak of lightning, closing in on the Bugatti Veyron head-on. "I will not let you overtake me." As the Lamborghini closed in inch by inch, Lu Ming's psychological pressure mounted, overwhelming his emotions until he let out a frenzied roar. His hands gripped the steering wheel with deathly force as he stomped the accelerator pedal. In that instant, Lu Ming cast aside all fear, driven solely by an obsession for victory. The Bugatti Veyron and Lamborghini raced down the mountain like two pursuing beasts, their speed electrifying. At the base of the mountain, dozens of colorful sports cars lined the roadside in a row. High-mounted floodlights illuminated the mountain path like a brightly lit stage. Everyone held their breath, gazing intently at the winding, serpentine mountain road stretching into the distance. The silence was so profound you could hear a pin drop. Everyone awaited the final outcome. Fang Yewu stood atop her Maserati, hands clenched tightly, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the mountain road, palms drenched in sweat. She knew nothing of the race's progress. Blind waiting was the most agonizing kind. "Lin Zhong, you have to win," she could only pray silently. Soon, two beams of light pierced the darkness, appearing in the sight of the crowd gathered at the mountain's base. "They're here!" The crowd erupted into commotion, everyone's spirits soaring as their attention sharpened. From their vantage point, they could see two vehicles hurtling down the mountain at terrifying speeds. The rear vehicle, with an unyielding, unstoppable momentum, steadily overtook the one ahead. As the vehicles drew nearer, revealing their full forms, the entire crowd was instantly stunned. "Holy crap! Am I seeing things? How could this possibly be happening? What on earth is happening?" For before their eyes, the car that had started last, the blue Lamborghini, was now running neck and neck with the Bugatti Veyron that had started first, and was steadily overtaking it. This development utterly shattered everyone's expectations.
Even the boldest spectators hadn't anticipated such a scene at the race's start.
What is a last-minute comeback? This. What is a perfect comeback? This is it. Unbelievable.
Fang Yewu, perched atop the car, pumped her fist wildly, jumping up and down in sheer ecstasy.
I knew I hadn't put my faith in the wrong person. Lin Zhong, go for it.
She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted at the top of her lungs. Even the young delinquents who had initially had zero faith in Lin Zhong and couldn't stand the sight of him were now thoroughly impressed by his performance. They joined in, cheering him on with all their might.
Lin Zhong, go for it. Lin Zhong, go for it.
On the other side, Lu Ming's entourage and friends weren't about to be outdone, bellowing.
Go, young Master Lu. Young Master Lu, take that guy down.
The scene instantly erupted into a chaotic din. Yet the chaos at the mountain's base did not affect Lin Zhong.
Unlike Lu Ming, who was flustered and gritting his teeth, Lin Zhong remained utterly composed.
Aside from his eyes, which gleamed with intensity, his face betrayed no emotion. Lin Zhong knew victory was already within his grasp. With about a kilometer left to the finish line, the Lamborghini, under Lin Chang's control, gradually overtook the Bugatti Veyron and pulled ahead decisively. The moment the Lamborghini passed, Lu Ming, slumped in the Bugatti Veyron, felt as if his entire body had been drained of strength. His eyes were vacant, unable to believe what was happening before him.
I lost? I actually lost? I lost to some nobody? Why? Why? How could I lose?
Lu Ming yanked at his hair, his rage boiling over with nowhere to vent. He slammed the Bugatti Veyron to a halt mid-road and pounded his fists against the door. Whoosh! The Lamborghini surged ahead, crossing the finish line first before executing a flawless drift to come to a smooth halt on the road. As the Lamborghini crossed the finish line, the crowd at the foot of the mountain fell into an eerie silence.
Chapter 79, The Dust Hasn't Settled. This silence wasn't born of doubt, but of utter shock.
Stunned by the record Lin Zhong had just set.
Before Lin Zhong, the best time on the 9-turn mountain racecourse was 4 minutes and 35 seconds.
Lin Chang's time, however, was 2 minutes and 11 seconds, cutting the previous record by more than half.
Holy, that's insane, someone finally exclaimed. Who the hell is this Lin Zhong guy? No way, I have to ask him to be my mentor. He's the real racing god of Juko Mountain.
No one questioned Lin Zhong anymore, the facts spoke for themselves. Under absolutely brutal conditions, Lin Zhong still won the race with an undeniable advantage.
Everyone was utterly captivated by Lin Chang's performance.
Even those who had looked down on him the most had nothing left to say.
Lin Chang's feat was legendary enough to etch itself into Juko Mountain's racing history.
Lin Zhong opened the door and stepped out of the Lamborghini. What greeted him was a thunderous applause. Lin Zhong hadn't expected such a reception and stood momentarily stunned.
While Lin Zhong stood there in a daze, Fang Yewu had already run over.
Her face lit up with a radiant smile as she opened her arms wide, giving Lin Zhong an incredibly warm embrace. Her fiery, slender form pressed against him, and Lin Zhong instinctively wrapped his arms around her. The two pressed tightly together, her full breasts pressing against Lin Chang's chest.
The position was highly suggestive, yet Fang Yewu showed not a hint of embarrassment.
She even went a step further, planting a forceful kiss on Lin Chang's face, leaving behind a vivid red lip mark.
Witnessing this scene, the surrounding rich kids were dumbfounded, consumed by envy and resentment toward Lin Zhong.
Their eyes burned with intensity, almost scorching Lin Zhong to a crisp.
Fang Yewu, stunningly beautiful, with a fiery figure and a wealthy background, had always been the dream lover in pursuit of most of Qingzhou City's rich second generation. Yet despite her seemingly sensual and uninhibited demeanor, Fang Yewu was actually extremely self-respecting.
She never gave any man the time of day, preferring instead to hang out exclusively with her girlfriends. Now, witnessing their dream girl throw herself at another man, offering him a kiss of her own accord, countless hearts shattered like glass, leaving them despondent and heartbroken.
Lin Zhong, you're amazing. I'm over the moon. Fang Yewu clung to Lin Zhong, shouting excitedly.
Is she really that thrilled?
Lin Zhong couldn't understand why Fang Yewu was acting so dramatically.
It was just another ordinary victory, nothing challenging or difficult for him. The outcome had been decided before the match even began.
Of course. More than happy.
Just thinking about you winning my bet against Lu Ming for me and how the jerk Lu Ming will have to kneel before me later makes me feel absolutely thrilled.
Fang Yewu laughed so hard she was shaking like a leaf. What about everyone else? Why are they clapping?
Lin Zhong scanned the surroundings. The applause was gradually fading, but the crowd hadn't dispersed. All eyes were fixed on Lin Zhong and Fang Yewu, their expressions oddly peculiar. It's the privilege of the victor.
Fang Yewu released Lin Zhong, her face still flushed with excitement. She playfully punched his chest. You won, so they're applauding you. Simple as that. Ahem, sis, mind your manners.
Everyone's watching, a girl whispered as a gentle reminder. Truthfully, she'd wanted to warn Fang Yewu the moment she embraced Lin Zhong, but Fang Yewu had moved too swiftly for her to speak. Pfft, who cares what they think? This lady couldn't care less.
Fang Yewu waved her hand dismissively, her expression disdainful. Bunch of clueless idiots.
They were the ones saying Lin Zhong had no chance of winning from the start. At this remark, the other girls around Fang Yewu exchanged awkward glances, several of them lowering their heads in embarrassment.
Fang Yewu's words had dragged them into the insult as well.
Undoubtedly, they were among those clueless idiots. Before the race began, they had unanimously opposed betting on Lin Zhong, convinced he had no chance of winning. Yet Lin Zhong had delivered a godlike performance, shattering everyone's expectations. Noticing her friend's unease, Fang Yawu quickly added, "You know I wasn't talking about you, but you should apologize to Lin Zhong." With the eldest sister speaking up, the younger girls reluctantly bowed to Lin Zhong. "We're sorry."
"It's fine."
Lin Zhong hadn't taken their earlier words to heart and had even forgotten what they'd said.
"So, what are you planning to do next?" Fang Yewu crossed her arms and nudged Lin Zhong with her shoulder. "Hey, seriously, how about you join me? I promise you won't regret it."
"Thank you for the offer, Miss Fang, but I'll pass." Lin Zhong declined decisively, not forgetting his original purpose. "Where do I collect the prize money?"
"What prize money?" Fang Yewu wasn't upset by the rejection.
"I didn't even know there was prize money for racing."
"Brother Lin, I'll take you."
Knife appeared out of nowhere, materializing before Lin Zhong. His face glowed with excitement, the joy impossible to hide clearly. He'd just made a killing. Behind Knife, his crew members were all beaming with joy, walking as if their bones had suddenly grown lighter. As the saying goes, when the tide rises, all boats float. With their boss Daozi striking it rich, he certainly wouldn't shortchange them. At this moment, they revered Lin Zhong like a god, utterly awed by their boss's foresight. "Looks like you made a killing," Lin Zhong remarked with a glance at Knife, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Heh, made a few million, nothing to write home about." Knife grinned widely, shedding all airs of superiority in Lin Zhong's presence.
"It's all thanks to Brother Lin. If it weren't for your incredible efforts, I wouldn't have made this much. Whatever you earned is yours. I had nothing to do with it." Lin Zhong refused to take credit. In truth, he owed Daozi a debt of gratitude. It was Daozi who had revealed this lucrative opportunity, allowing Lin Zhong to resolve his urgent financial crisis. "Since you know where to collect the bonus, lead the way." "Sure thing, Brother Lin. Follow me this way."
Knife led the way, heading toward a Western-style house by the roadside.
Lin Zhong gave Fang Yewu a polite nod before following Knife out. Fang Yewu, however, wasn't about to let Lin Zhong off so easily.
Narrowing her eyes, she followed close behind him, striking up conversation at every turn. Between the lines, her words were a subtle invitation for Lin Zhong to join her crew. With Fang Yewu and Knife by his side, Lin Zhong smoothly collected the 3 million yuan reward.
3 million yuan was no small sum. Naturally, it wasn't cash but an unnamed check, redeemable at any bank.
Lin Zhong casually tucked the check into his pocket, intending to return to his Lamborghini and drive away. However, as they emerged from the villa, they happened upon Lu Ming and his group, who were dejected and downcast.
Lu Ming's face was ashen and dejected, a far cry from his earlier vibrant self.
His eyes were vacant and unfocused, yet beneath their surface lay a deep, icy coldness. Lu Ming was certainly unwilling to accept defeat, but no matter how much he resented it, he was powerless to do anything about it. The moment Lin Zhong drove past him in the Lamborghini and crossed the finish line first, the outcome was sealed. In full view of everyone, refusing to accept the outcome would only make him look like a sore loser. He'd never be able to hold his head high among the rich second-generation crowd again. Boundless fury churned within Lu Ming. The moment he spotted Lin Zhong and Fang Yewu, his rage swelled to its peak. "Don't get too cocky, kid. This isn't over. We'll see about that later." Lu Ming approached Lin Zhong and threatened in a low voice. Chapter 80, Conflict Reignites. Lin Zhong replied coolly, "What? Can't take a loss? You just got lucky this time. Next time, your luck won't hold." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with malice. "And be careful on your way home. Watch the road, don't want you crashing into anything." "No need to worry about that." Facing Lu Ming's blatant insinuation, the smile vanished from Lin Chang's face, his gaze turning cold. "I'll offer you a piece of advice too, don't do anything foolish. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen." "Ha ha ha ha. Did you hear that? This guy actually dares to threaten me?" Hearing Lin Chang's words, Lu Ming froze for a moment before bursting into loud laughter. "Such a nobody actually dares to threaten me." After the laughter subsided, a vicious glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he glared at Lin Zhong like a venomous snake fixated on its prey. "You've humiliated me in front of everyone. Don't even think about staying in Xinghe. Pack your bags and get out of here immediately. Maybe I'll show mercy and let you live." Lu Ming's henchmen rolled up their sleeves, glaring at Lin Zhong with savage intent, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Seeing Lin Zhong actually provoke a dispute with Lu Ming, Knife standing nearby paled slightly. He quietly took a step back, distancing himself from Lin Zhong. He knew Lin Zhong was a capable man, but no matter how he looked at it, Lin Zhong still fell far short compared to a top-tier rich second generation like Lu Ming. To put it bluntly, the gap in connections and wealth alone was like heaven and earth. He couldn't afford to provoke Lin Zhong, and Lu Ming was even more untouchable. So Knife chose to back away, signaling he wasn't part of Lin Chang's crew and wouldn't take his side. Lin Zhong noticed Diosi's subtle maneuver, yet it didn't faze him in the slightest. Knife had simply made the choice most people would make, that was the survival strategy of small fry.
Fang Yawu, however, was far from pleased.
Placing her hands on her hips, she stepped forward.
Lu Ming, how very impressive and domineering of you. Do you think I don't exist?
Lu Ming's gaze turned cold.
Fang Yawu, this has nothing to do with you. Keep out of it. Who said it doesn't concern me? Fang Yawu snorted through her nose, a mocking smile suddenly spreading across her face. Have you forgotten something?
Seeing the smile on Fang Yawu's face, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Lu Ming.
He snapped, his voice laced with fury. Fang Yawu, are you really planning to take things to the extreme? You're right. I am going to take things to the extreme. I've had my eye on you for far too long.
Fang Yawu suddenly raised her voice, her words echoing throughout the hall.
Lu Ming, are you planning to renege on our wager?
In an instant, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward them.
Bet? What bet? Haven't you heard?
Young Master Lu and Ms. Fawn made a bet before the race started. The loser has to kowtow and apologize to the winner.
What? Who lost? Isn't it obvious?
Young Master Lu lost, which is why he looks so nervous.
So that means young Master Lu has to. Shoo, keep quiet. Don't say it out loud. Just watch. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Ming's back. He never imagined Fang Yawu would actually dare to turn against him.
Lu Ming glared viciously at Fang Yawu, panting heavily.
His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead and neck.
He was furious beyond measure and utterly humiliated.
Young Master Lu, say something. Why so silent? Fang Yawu, unlike the others, showed no fear toward Lu Ming.
Kneel down and apologize to me immediately.
Don't keep me waiting. Whoa!
A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. No one had expected Fang Yawu to speak so boldly. A flicker of light shot through Lin Chang's eyes as he regarded Fang Yawu with genuine attention for the first time.
It takes a villain to tame a villain.
To deal with a villain, you must be even more ruthless than them, or you'll be devoured until nothing remains.
Fang Yawu's style of operation was very much to Lin Chang's liking. Fang Yawu.
Lu Ming spat the 3 words through gritted teeth, each syllable dripping with seething hatred.
Don't push it too far. Too far? Fang Yawu's expression darkened. I didn't force you into this wager. Now that you've lost, suddenly I'm crossing the line? What about all those who lost to you before? What about those whose families you destroyed? What about those you bullied and humiliated at will? Were you not crossing the line with them? Fang Yao's 3 consecutive rhetorical questions cut like knives, his voice sharp and his presence commanding. The crowd watching surged with emotion, their blood boiling, nearly erupting into applause. Lu Ming's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. Faced with Fang Yao's relentless questioning, he had no words to defend himself. But to make him kneel before Fang Yao? Absolutely impossible. His mind raced. Realizing this situation could never be resolved peacefully, rage surged within him, fueling his wickedness. You filthy! I refuse to admit any wrongdoing. What are you going to do about it? Without warning, Lu Ming raised his hand and slapped Fang Yao across the face. Don't think having a little stinking money makes you special. You're nothing in my eyes. Fang Yao hadn't expected Lu Ming to actually strike out. She froze in place, unable to dodge in time. Just as Lu Ming's hand was about to strike Fang Yao's jade-like cheek, an arm suddenly shot out from the side, grabbing Lu Ming's wrist. Who else could it be but Lin Zhong? Only then did Fang Yao realize what had happened, her face flushing crimson with fury. How dare you hit this lady? Fang Yao suddenly swung her long leg, delivering a powerful kick straight to Lu Ming's stomach. You want to fight? This lady will oblige. With his wrist seized by Lin Zhong, Lu Ming couldn't dodge the blow. The solid kick sent a muffled groan escaping his lips as his eyes bulged. What the hell are you all standing around for? Get your asses out here. Lu Ming roared, clutching his stomach in agony from the kick. Only then did his henchmen and bodyguards snap out of their stupor, snarling as they lunged at Lin Zhong. Unlike Lu Ming, who'd completely lost his mind, they knew Fang Yao was untouchable. So they directed their fury at Lin Zhong instead. But Fang Yao stood in front of Lin Zhong, inevitably getting caught in the crossfire. Lin Zhong hadn't expected this farce to devolve into a brawl in the end. He shook his head with a hint of resignation. He truly didn't want to fight again, feeling utterly weary from the core. Yet if forced to act, he would show no mercy whatsoever. Lin Zhong seized Lu Ming's wrist, yanked him forward, then released his grip. Lu Ming's body flopped like a ragdoll, dancing along with Lin Chang's arm before crashing face first into the ground. But by then, Lu Ming's henchmen and bodyguards had already charged forward. Fang Yao was the first to face them. Even as she forced herself to remain composed, her beautiful face paled slightly. Lin Zhong swept his arm around, capturing Fang Yao's slender waist and pulling her into his embrace. With a swift spin, he used the momentum to deliver a horizontal kick with his left leg. Thud! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as the frontline attackers were swept aside by Lin Chang's leg, all flying backward. Chapter 81, The Rules. My leg. My stomach.
Those struck by Lin Zhong lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a long while. Clutching their wounded areas, they whimpered in agony. The others charging at Lin Zhong were startled, halting abruptly in disarray. They cowered, too afraid to advance further. They weren't street thugs who treated brawls like daily meals, nor were they ruthless killers who treated life and death as trivial matters. They were pampered rich kids. They had no problem beating others up, but when it came to taking a beating themselves, they politely declined.
At that moment, Fang Yewu's sisters and bodyguards finally snapped out of their shock.
They hurried over to Fang Yewu and Lin Zhong, positioning themselves in front of them and hurling furious insults at Lu Ming's henchmen. Lin Zhong imperceptibly loosened his grip, his hand sliding away from Fang Yewu's waist.
He knew this brief confrontation had ended before it even began. Fang Yewu's expression was slightly unusual.
Lin Chang's large hand seemed to carry a magical power, making her body tingle with a sensation she had never experienced before. But she understood this wasn't the time to dwell on such things. She had more important matters to attend to.
Fang Yewu pushed through the crowd to the front, her pretty face frozen in icy fury. Lu Ming, you've broken the circle's rules.
Lu Ming scrambled to his feet, spat contemptuously, and ignored Fang Yewu entirely, turning to walk away. But the crowd didn't part for him, still blocking his path. The rich second-generation kids present all stared at Lu Ming with cold indifference, even those who had once fawned over him. All conversation died down, the atmosphere growing unusually heavy and solemn. Lu Ming's entourage exchanged glances, quietly retreating to distance themselves from him. Just as Fang Yewu had said, Lu Ming had broken the circle's unwritten rules. Every circle had its rules, not formal regulations, but unspoken underground codes that everyone tacitly understood. These unspoken rules need not be voiced aloud, yet every member must adhere to them without exception.
Among the wealthy second generation, the rule was simple: a promise made must be kept. A wager made must be honored.
In the past, there had been cases where a rich kid refused to pay the stakes, but without exception, each one was ultimately forced to comply under the immense pressure of the entire circle. As one of the circle's top figures, Lu Ming never imagined this rule would one day apply to him personally. "Young Master Lu, you're free to leave if you wish, but first you must settle your wager with Miss Fang," a young heir said with a forced smile. Not all rich kids feared Lu Ming, nor did all of them feel obligated to give him face. In truth, while Lu Ming wielded considerable influence among the wealthy youth, he also had his fair share of detractors. Lu Ming clenched his fist so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together, and his body trembled with rage.
"Young Master Lu, rules are rules. You should understand that, right?"
Another voice poured fuel on the fire.
"Exactly. Without rules, there's no order. No one is exempt. Young Master Lu, admit defeat." Fang Yewu stood with arms crossed, cold eyes fixed on the scene, a faint sneer playing at the corners of her mouth.
Lu Ming suddenly drew a deep breath. At the peak of his rage, his entire being grew strangely calm, save for the venom deep within his eyes, which only intensified.
He turned and walked to Fang Yewu's side. With a thud, he dropped to his knees, expressionless. "Fang Yewu, you win this time. I concede."
The words were ground out through clenched teeth, each syllable a struggle. Without waiting for Fang Yewu's reaction, he rose, head bowed, and like a wounded beast, pushed through the crowd.
He climbed into his Bugatti Veyron and roared away. "Why didn't you just do this earlier? You had to make such a scene," Fang Yewu said with a beaming smile, turning to add, "Hey, I promised you one favor. What do you want?" But behind her, there was no one. Lin Zhong had slipped away unnoticed. Fang Yewu's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Knife standing beside her. "Where is he?" Daozi didn't possess Lin Chang's composure. Facing Fang Yewu's fierce glare, he felt immense pressure and quickly offered a sheepish smile. "Miss Fang, Brother Lin just left. Why didn't you tell me when he left?" Fang Yewu demanded angrily. Discovering Lin Zhong had left, Fang Yewu's excitement dissipated by half, replaced by irritation. Daozi's face twisted in distress as he stammered, "I'm sorry, Miss Fang. I didn't know when Brother Lin left. By the time I realized, he was already gone." Fang Yewu gritted her teeth, seething with frustration at Lin Chang's behavior. This was the first time she'd ever developed an interest in a man, only to have him vanish without a word. Knife glanced at Fang Yewu cautiously and ventured, "Miss Fang, if you're looking for Brother Lin, I can help you." Fang Yewu's eyes lit up. She tilted her chin toward Knife. "Spit it out already. No beating around the bush. If you help me find him, this lady will reward you handsomely." By a little past 2 in the morning, Lin Zhong finally returned to the Yang residence. Despite the tumultuous events of the night, Lin Zhong remained alert and energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. He stripped off his clothes, stepped into the bathroom, and took a thoroughly satisfying shower before climbing into bed. Lin Zhong had already pushed everything that happened at Juko Mountain to the back of his mind, never to dwell on it again. As for that 3 million yuan check, Lin Zhong certainly hadn't forgotten it. He tucked it under his pillow before sleeping. He slept soundly and woke up refreshed, only to find the sun already high in the sky. Opening his eyes, the first thing that met his gaze was a delicate, exquisitely beautiful face and a pair of bright, clear eyes.
At some point, Yang Ying had appeared at the edge of Lin Chang's bed. Her hands cradled her chin as she gazed at the sleeping Lin Chong, lost in thought.
Lin Chang's sudden awakening startled Yang Ying.
She jumped up from the bedside like a child caught doing something wrong, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Lin Chong was startled by Yang Ying's sudden presence, silently berating his own lack of awareness for not noticing her entering the room. This reaction stemmed partly from Yang Ying's obvious lack of hostility or threat toward him. But it also reflected Lin Zhong's adaptation to urban life. He no longer saw every shadow as an enemy or kept his nerves perpetually on edge. Sitting up on the bed, Lin Chong yawned lazily and asked, Xiaoying, why didn't you go to school today? He didn't ask what she'd been doing earlier. His gut told him it was best not to pry. Even if he asked, she probably wouldn't tell the truth. Seeing Lin Chong hadn't asked about her greatest concern, Yang Ying exhaled in relief, the flush on her cheeks fading slightly. Brother Lin, did you forget something? What? Lin Zhong furrowed his brow, thinking hard. Today is Saturday. Yang Ying reminded him. Lin Chong snapped to attention. Your parent-teacher conference is today. Bingo. Yang Ying snapped her fingers, her face beaming. I thought you might have forgotten, Brother Lin. Of course I didn't forget. It just took me a moment to register. Lin Chong hopped off the bed and stretched in front of Yang Ying, his entire body cracking and popping. What time is the parent-teacher conference? It starts at 10 in the morning. We still have an hour. Yang Ying stole glances at Lin Chang's physique, her face flushing and heart racing. Then we still have time for breakfast. Lin Chong pulled on his clothes. He usually slept in shorts, so he didn't worry about embarrassing himself in front of Yang Ying. Oh, and I have some good news to share with you. What kind of good news? Yang Ying asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Zhong pulled the check he'd won from last night's race from under his pillow, placed it in Yang Ying's hand, and smiled. Our tough times are over. Your mom's medical bills are covered now. Chapter 82, Off to School. Yang Ying examined the check from every angle, puzzled. What is this? There are so many zeros on it. Lin Zhong hadn't expected Yang Ying to have never seen a check before, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Besides students from well-off families, how many ordinary high schoolers had ever seen a check? So Lin Zhong explained, this is a check. We can take it to the bank to withdraw money. The string of numbers on it represents how much we can withdraw. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying began counting the zeros on the check. After finishing, her eyes widened in shock. 3 million? She seemed utterly stunned by the figure, her rosy lips parting slightly. Her expression was utterly adorable, utterly charming. Lin Chong couldn't resist pinching Yang Ying's cheek, his mood lightening. That's right, 3 million. It's more than enough for your mom's surgery and hospital fees. Plus, we can even improve our living standards going forward. Brother Lin, where did you get all this money? Yang Ying grabbed Lin Chang's hand and asked anxiously. Far from feeling happy about the extra 3 million, she grew increasingly anxious. Such a huge sum of money couldn't possibly be earned easily. She couldn't imagine what Brother Lin had done to get it. As these thoughts swirled, tears welled up in Yang Ying's eyes. Brother Lin, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. Our life now is already good. I'm perfectly content, Yang Ying said softly, wiping her eyes. Mom's illness is expensive, but Brother Lin, you must promise me don't do anything dangerous. Lin Chong hadn't expected Yang Ying's reaction. Instead of being happy, she was on the verge of tears. He quickly reassured her, this money is completely legitimate. I won it racing. There's no danger involved at all. Where did you get that idea? Really? Yang Ying lifted her tear-filled eyes to look at Lin Chong. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Chong was both exasperated and amused. This is clearly happy news, yet with you, it somehow ends up making you so upset. I was just worried about you, Yang Ying said, wiping her eyes and pouting. I thought you must have done something dangerous to come up with so much money all at once. Why didn't you explain anything to me? She pressed her lips together. Brother Lin, did you really win this money from racing? That's right. Last night, there was a race at Juko Mountain. I specifically entered it and won, so I got the 3 million prize. Lin Chong briefly recounted the events of the previous night, naturally omitting the argument with Lu Ming and the fact that the race was illegal. Did you think I robbed a bank or something? Yang Ying's cheeks flushed. I didn't think that at all. Though she said this, her expression clearly told Lin Chong exactly what she was thinking. Lin Chong gently tapped her forehead with his finger. If you have questions in the future, just ask me directly. Stop overthinking things. Don't you trust me? Hearing his words, Yang Ying felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Chang's waist, pressing her cheek against his chest. Big brother Lin, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Lin Chong ruffled her hair. It's fine, really. I know you were worried about me. Let's go grab breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Chong and Yang Ying set out together for Xinghe No. 3 Middle School. Xinghe No. 3 Middle School wasn't far from Hansheng Alley, close enough to walk, so Lin Chong didn't drive. He parked the Lamborghini outside Uncle Liao's noodle shop, asking Uncle Liao to keep an eye on it before setting off with Yang Ying. As they walked, Yang Ying naturally slipped her arm through Lin Chang's, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Upon arriving at the school, numerous luxury cars were already parked at the entrance. From a distance, Lin Zhong spotted Guan Wei standing at the school entrance. Beside Guan Wei stood an elegant, graceful woman whose features bore a striking resemblance to Guan Wei's. Lin Zhong surmised she was Guan Wei's mother. The elegant woman wore a modified cheongsam that accentuated her voluptuous and alluring figure, especially her high, full breasts, which appeared exceptionally plump and perky against the fabric. Her hair was gathered into a simple bun, revealing 2 snow-white arms and calves. Merely standing there, she radiated an aura of mature sensuality.
Guan Wei, meanwhile, wore jeans and a pink t-shirt embroidered with a cartoon design.
The jeans hugged her form tightly, and from a distance, she was clearly a youthful, adorable, and radiantly sunny young beauty. Guan Wei spotted Lin Zhong and Yang Ying, her face lighting up with a delighted smile as she raised her arms and waved vigorously. But when she saw Yang Ying arm in arm with Lin Zhong, her smile vanished instantly. She glared at Yang Ying, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. If looks could kill, Yang Ying would have been pierced with multiple holes by now.
Yang Ying felt uneasy under Guan Wei's glare, yet driven by some peculiar impulse, she didn't release Lin Chang's arm.
Instead, she drew closer to him and tightened her grip.
Guan Wei couldn't take it anymore.
She practically ran over to Lin Zhong, stepping between him and Yang Ying to pry their linked arms apart.
Then, with an innocent look, she turned to Lin Zhong. "Brother Lin, what brings you here today?"
"I'm here to help Yang Ying with the parent-teacher conference," Lin Zhong replied with a smile.
"Is that your mother?"
The middle-aged beauty was now walking toward them. As she drew nearer, Lin Zhong grew increasingly certain of his guess. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Guan Wei. Especially the 2 dimples on her cheeks, they were identical.
"Yep, she's my mom."
"Seems like this is your first time meeting her, Brother Lin," Guan Wei said cheerfully, linking her arm through Lin Chang's.
Yang Ying was pushed aside by Guan Wei's sudden intrusion and couldn't help but roll her eyes discreetly.
The middle-aged beauty noticed Guan Wei's unexpected closeness to Lin Zhong, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She stepped forward and extended her hand.
"You must be Lin Zhong?
Xiao Wei often speaks of you.
Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation."
Lin Zhong extended his hand to shake hers.
"Hello, Auntie. Why call me Auntie?"
"You're making me sound old for no reason," the woman shot Lin Zhong a playful glare.
"My name is Guan Yusin. You can call me Sister Yusin."
Lin Zhong momentarily didn't know how to respond. He noticed that every woman older than him seemed to prefer being called sister, like Luin, and now Guan Yusin.
"Mom, what are you saying?" Fortunately, Guan Wei spoke up at that moment.
She furrowed her beautiful dark brows and said indignantly, "Lin and I are the same generation.
Yet you want him to call you Sister Yusin? That would mess up our family hierarchy." "No way. Lin absolutely must call you Auntie." Guan Yusin dismissed her concern. "You do your thing, I'll do mine. What's the problem? Besides, am I that old? Do I look like an old auntie? It's not about looking like it, you are anti-material. You're over 30, yet you still try to act young?"
Guan Wei showed no mercy, even with her own mother.
Chapter 83, Mother-Daughter Spat. "How dare you talk to me like that, Guan Wei?
You can attend the parent-teacher conference by yourself.
I'm out of here."
Guan Yusin, stung by Guan Wei's sharp retort, turned to leave, her face flushed with embarrassment. "You're not a child anymore, yet you're still so petty."
"And did I say anything wrong? If you want to leave, go ahead. I've got Brother Lin now, I don't need you."
Guan Wei paid no heed to Guan Yusin's threat, her face beaming with happiness as she wrapped her arm around Lin Zhong's.
"Ah, grown daughters just won't stay put." Guan Yusin halted, letting out a long sigh. "Fine, I'll go to your parent-teacher conference after all. What can I say? I'm your mom."
Lin Zhong watched Guan Wei and her mother bicker with keen interest, finding this mother-daughter duo truly amusing. There was no doubt Guan Wei came from a well-off family, yet she lacked the arrogant, snobbish attitude common among rich kids, all thanks to her excellent upbringing. Guan Yusin didn't look down on Lin Zhong for his plain clothes, nor did she lash out at Guan Wei for being overly friendly toward him. From start to finish, Guan Yusin treated Lin Zhong with genuine equality. Lin Zhong could confidently say he felt comfortable around Guan Wei and her daughter, a rare feeling for him. What puzzled Lin Zhong, however, was how remarkably young Guan Yusin appeared for Guan Wei's mother.
Were it not for their striking resemblance, Lin Zhong might have doubted whether Guan Wei was even Guan Yusin's biological daughter.
Guan Wei, triumphant after winning her verbal spar with her mother, beamed with pride, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. She clung to Lin Zhong's arm, turning her head to Yang Ying and teasing, "Princess Taiping, why did you have Brother Lin come to your parent-teacher conference?"
"Why can't Brother Lin come to my parent-teacher conference?" Yang Ying's expression was slightly peculiar, her eyes darting toward Guan Wei's chest.
Guan Wei's chest was pressed against Lin Chang's arm, creating a subtle, almost imperceptible contact. Under normal circumstances, Lin Zhong wouldn't have paid it any mind after all, he wasn't at a disadvantage, but rather reaped the benefits. But Guan Yusin stood right before him. If this continued, she might feel uncomfortable after all, she was Guan Wei's mother.
So Lin Zhong shifted his arm, trying to pull it out of Guan Wei's embrace. Guan Yusen finally couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed Guan Wei's ear and yanked her away from Lin Zhong. Guan Wei, don't overdo it. This is the entrance to your school.
If you cause too much trouble and your teachers see this, what then?
The parent-teacher meeting is about to start.
Watch out, or the teachers will scold you.
Humph, I'm not scared. Mom, aren't you a school board member?
If they dare scold me, just fire them.
Guan Wei said nonchalantly.
If they dare scold you, I'd practically welcome it. Not only would I not fire them, I'd give them a bonus.
Guan Yusen pinched her forehead in exasperation.
But none of them have the guts to let you run wild at school.
You really disappoint me.
Whatever, I.
Seeing the mother and daughter about to start bickering again, Lin Zhong quickly interjected,
Are we okay just standing here?
The parent-teacher conference starts at 10. Aren't we going to be late?
Reminded by Lin Zhong, Guan Yusen glanced at her wristwatch, a Patek Philippe, a world-renowned timepiece.
It's 9:50 now. The meeting starts in 10 minutes. It's already this late. Let's hurry inside.
After speaking, she shot Guan Wei another glare and warned in a low voice, Guan Wei, I don't care how you act outside of school, but watch your behavior here.
Otherwise, I'll dock your allowance.
Got it, Guan Wei replied reluctantly, casting a pouty glance at Lin Zhong.
Lin, big brother, I. Your mom's right.
Lin Zhong cut her off bluntly, silencing the rest of her sentence.
Ha! Yang Ying beside them couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Seeing Guan Wei get put in her place lifted her spirits, dispelling some of her earlier gloom. Guan Yusen gave Lin Zhong an approving nod and smiled, two dimples appearing on her cheeks exactly like Guan Wei's.
Princess Peace, you dare laugh at me? Just you wait.
Guan Wei lunged at Yang Ying, clawing and yelling.
Of course, Yang Ying wasn't about to take this lying down. The two young beauties ran into the school, bickering all the way. It seemed that whenever she was with Guan Wei, Yang Ying's personality became more cheerful.
Normally, she would never get into arguments or roughhousing with others. Lin Zhong and Guan Yusen walked side by side, trailing behind Yang Ying and Guan Wei. Guan Yusen feigned nonchalance as she asked, Lin Zhong, could you tell me how you and Xiao Wei met?
My first meeting with Guan Wei was at a small noodle shop near Hongqing Alley. Lin Zhong didn't hide or conceal anything, simply recounting their initial encounter. Auntie, didn't Guan Wei tell you?
I told you not to call me auntie, Guan Yusen said, displeased.
Fine, call me Aunt Guan. That sounds better.
At least that little girl Xiao Wei can't accuse me of trying to act young anymore. Then she added thoughtfully, no wonder Xiao Wei looks at you differently. So you were the knight in shining armor who rescued her. Very good indeed. What are your thoughts on Guan Wei?
For some reason, Guan Yusen began nodding repeatedly, her gaze toward Lin Zhong shifting noticeably.
She's a kind and lovely girl, Lin Zhong replied honestly.
Yes, she's a good kid. Guan Yusen sighed wistfully. We've been inseparable since childhood.
Don't be fooled by her carefree demeanor, she's actually very sensitive, delicate, and fragile. I'm always busy with business and rarely get to spend time with her.
I'm constantly worried she might go astray. At this point, Guan Yusen waved her hand self-deprecatingly. Never mind. Why am I telling you all this? It's all ancient history now.
Lin Zhong hadn't realized Guan Wei came from a single-parent family. She'd never mentioned any of this to him. He'd always assumed her parents were simply too busy with their business to pay her enough attention, but now it seemed the situation wasn't so straightforward. Lin Zhong, there's something I need to ask of you.
Can you promise to help? Guan Yusen said earnestly. Aunt Guan, please speak.
I don't understand why, but Xiao Wei cares deeply about you and listens to you more than she does to me, her own mother. To her, your words carry more weight than mine. So I hope you can help me keep an eye on her and look after her more often.
Guan Yusen looked at Lin Zhong expectantly. Can you promise me that? Chapter 84, Unjust Misfortune.
Of course it's no problem, Lin Zhong agreed readily.
Even if Aunt Guan hadn't mentioned it, I'd know what to do. Then I can relax. Let's hurry, the parent-teacher conference is about to start. Guan Yusen seemed much lighter after saying those words. She patted Lin Chang's shoulder and quickened her pace. The two quickly caught up with Guan Wei and Yang Ying, who were walking ahead, and the four of them entered the classroom together. The classroom was already packed with students and parents. The moment Lin Zhong and the others appeared at the doorway, they instantly drew everyone's attention. Or rather, it was Guan Wei, Yang Ying, and Guan Yusen who drew all the attention. As for Lin Zhong, he was completely ignored. The students' eyes were fixed on Guan Wei and Yang Ying, while the parents' gazes were all focused on Guan Yusen. Compared to these three beauties, both big and small, Lin Zhong, dressed plainly and with an ordinary appearance, seemed even more lackluster. Parents swarmed around Guan Yusen in an instant, greeting her in a flurry of voices. Mrs. Guan, hello. Long time no see. How have you been? Mrs. Guan, do you remember me?
I spoke with you at the last parent-teacher meeting.
Mrs. Guan, my son is in the same class as your daughter, hee.
It was clear Guan Yusen was immensely popular among the parents. Both men and women were overly enthusiastic.
Their enthusiasm was well-founded.
Not only was Guan Yusin stunningly beautiful, she was also incredibly wealthy, a star entrepreneur in Xinghe City and a board member of Xinghe No. 3 Middle School.
Many parents present were businesspeople themselves. Connecting with Guan Yusin could multiply one's standing and bring financial fortune, not to mention the hidden, unsavory motives lurking in some male parents' minds.
Facing the crowd pressing around her, Guan Yusin remained composed. A dignified, elegant smile graced her face as she politely nodded in response to those greeting her.
Mr. Don, hello. Ms. Pan, it's been ages. You've grown even more beautiful. Mr. Xia, it's a pleasure to meet you.
She had experienced this scene countless times, developing a conditioned reflex where polite phrases flowed effortlessly without conscious thought. But Lin Zhong, standing beside her, could see the deep weariness hidden behind Guan Yusin's composed and elegant smile.
She had had enough of days like this.
The crowd surged closer. Beyond the parents, other students couldn't stay seated either, rushing over to Guan Wei and Yang Ying to shower them with warm greetings. If Guan Yusin was wildly popular among the parents, then Guan Wei and Yang Ying's popularity among the male students could only be described as feverish.
At Xinghe No. 3 High School, countless male students yearned for Guan Wei and Yang Ying's attention.
Many mustered their courage to confess their feelings to Yang Ying and Guan Wei, but without exception, they all returned empty-handed. Yet despite this, they persisted, one after another, seemingly never tiring of the pursuit. Guan Wei and Yang Ying felt nothing but disgust for these boys, yet they couldn't show it at the parent-teacher meeting. They had to bite their tongues and endure it.
The smile vanished from Guan Wei's face as she responded with lukewarm indifference.
Yang Ying, meanwhile, had completely stiffened her little face, her expression cold and distant, radiating an aura that kept people at arm's length.
Their eyes scanned the crowd, searching for Lin Zhong, but they couldn't spot him anywhere.
From the very start, Lin Zhong had been pushed aside by the crowd.
No one paid him any mind, not even a single glance.
They all assumed he was a relative of some student, never connecting him to Yang Ying and the others. But Lin Zhong was quite content with the quiet. He simply walked to a corner of the classroom, leaned against the wall, and watched the scene unfold with the detached curiosity of a spectator. He knew Yang Ying and Guan Wei were popular at school, but he hadn't imagined they were this popular. The young boys striking up conversations with Guan Wei and Yang Ying were flushed, cautious, and some even flustered beyond words.
Yet even so, they couldn't bear to leave.
It seemed as though lingering by their side for just a moment longer, exchanging a few more words, was an immense honor. Lin Zhong saw right through the boys' mindset, finding it both amusing and strangely poignant.
This must be what they call youth, right?
In truth, Lin Zhong was only a few years older than these high schoolers. Yet years spent navigating the razor's edge of life and death had forged an extraordinary maturity in his mind. If his physical age was 20, his mental age was 30. This maturity granted Lin Zhong a composure and calmness far beyond his years, yet it also robbed him of the youthful fervor and passion his peers could still embrace. Several minutes passed before order gradually returned to the classroom, with parents and students slowly returning to their seats. Only then did Guan Wei and Yang Ying notice Lin Zhong standing by the wall. They immediately pushed past several male students beside them and rushed over to him.
Brother Lin, why did you come here alone? Yang Ying asked reproachfully. Those boys are so annoying.
All they do is spout meaningless nonsense, yet they think they're hilarious, Guan Wei said more bluntly.
It's unbearable.
Though Guan Wei lowered her voice, several nearby boys still overheard. Their expressions instantly turned painfully awkward, as if they wished the ground would swallow them whole. After all, they had been the ones talking the most, and the ones who had been most attentive to Guan Wei. But more eyes were fixed on Lin Zhong, as if seeing him for the first time, their expressions filled with astonishment.
Who is this guy? How did he get both of Xinghe No. 3 High School's top two beauties to talk to him? In that moment, countless minds raced with the same question. Soon, well-connected students recognized Lin Zhong as the man who had once brought Yang Ying to school. Though Lin Zhong had only appeared once, he had left a deep impression on the boys of Xinghe No. 3 High School because it was the first time they had ever seen a man by Yang Ying's side. Whispers filled the classroom. Though the students thought they were speaking softly, Lin Chang's hearing was exceptionally sharp. Every word of their conversation reached his ears without a single misstep. Hey, do you know who that guy is? The one who brought Yang Ying to school the other day. Seriously? That guy? But he doesn't look like much. Aside from being a bit burly, there's nothing particularly attractive about him. What's his relationship with Yang Ying? I heard Yang Ying has an older brother. Could this guy be her brother? I don't think so.
Yang Ying's brother would definitely have the surname Yang, but she just called this guy Brother Lin.
Could this man really be Yang Ying's lover? No way, I absolutely refuse to believe it.
One boy lost his temper, glaring at Lin Zhong with eyes red with hatred. The other boys weren't much better, their gazes toward Lin Zhong brimming with jealousy and disgust. If looks could kill, Lin Zhong would have been torn to shreds by now. Feeling the intense hatred directed at him, Lin Zhong was suddenly overcome by a sense of absurdity as if he'd been struck by a bolt from the blue. He hadn't done anything, hadn't said anything, yet suddenly so many people resented him. The ancient saying that beauty brings disaster certainly wasn't without reason.
Chapter 85, Gunfire in the Schoolyard. At that moment, Guan Yusin finally broke free from the other parents' harassment and came to Guan Wei's side.
She wrapped her arm around Guan Wei's shoulder, leaning half her body against her.
I'm never coming to your parent-teacher conferences again. This is pure self-inflicted misery.
I didn't beg you to come, you insisted on it yourself. Guan Wei shot her mother a look.
Now you know how I feel?
You can't handle it after just one time, but I'm swarmed by a bunch of flies every single day. Those guys are so annoying.
Oh, and Lin, I'm not talking about you, you know.
Guan Wei suddenly remembered something and flashed Lin Zhong a toothy grin, her dimples especially charming.
In my heart, you're my hero. Got it.
But you didn't have to say it out loud, Lin Zhong replied, somewhat speechless. Because he noticed that after Guan Wei said that, the intensity of the stares directed at him had at least multiplied several times over, filled with even more disgust and hatred.
You gotta speak your mind. How else would you know? Guan Wei pouted. Seeing you and Princess typing together every day makes me so jealous. I want to be with you too. Cough 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 cough.
Lin Zhong hadn't expected Guan Wei to be so blunt.
He couldn't help but cough violently, cutting off her words.
Guan Yusin, who had been standing nearby ready to enjoy the show, was stunned. Her gaze darted between Lin Zhong, Yang Ying, and Guan Wei, her expression turning distinctly peculiar. Yang Ying's delicate, snow-white face flushed crimson in an instant, the color spreading all the way to her neck. Standing beside Lin Zhong, she fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, unable to lift her head. Fortunately, Guan Wei had lowered her voice when speaking, making her words audible only to those nearby. Otherwise, if the rest of the classroom had heard, it would likely have caused an instant uproar. Even Lin Zhong, with his heart of steel, broke out in a cold sweat at Guan Wei's boldness. He addressed her in a rare stern tone. Xiao Wei, you must be mindful of your words and the situation. Some things simply cannot be said carelessly, or they could lead to serious consequences.
Do you understand? He met Guan Wei's gaze directly. Though his eyes weren't particularly fierce, they carried a commanding presence that was deeply unsettling.
Yes, Xiao Wei, don't ever say things like that again, Guan Yusin added nervously in a hushed voice. You're still high school students preparing for the college entrance exams. If others had overheard you just now, how could Yang Ying and you possibly keep your heads held high at school?
Guan Wei was startled by Lin Chang's seriousness or perhaps conquered by the sudden display of his masculine presence. She nodded obediently. Brother Lin, I understand.
Good, Lin Chang's tone softened. You're a kind-hearted girl, but you don't yet understand how treacherous people can be.
Gossip spreads easily. 3 people can make a tiger out of nothing. An offhand remark might become a weapon used against you later.
So when you speak, always consider the situation and think carefully about what can and cannot be said. Despite being reprimanded by Lin Zhong, Guan Wei showed no sign of anger, instead appearing quite obedient. Her earnest expression revealed that she had truly taken his words to heart.
Guan Wei's reaction left her mother, Guan Yusin, utterly stunned and somewhat disheartened.
Usually, when she tried to teach Guan Wei a lesson, the girl would start arguing back after just a few sentences. When had she ever been this obedient in front of her?
Then, recalling Guan Wei's unfinished words, Guan Yusin's gaze toward Lin Zhong grew profoundly meaningful. Lin Zhong, after the parent-teacher conference, could we talk? Guan Yusin asked.
Lin Zhong didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Just then, a bespectacled, slender female teacher in her 40s entered the classroom. Her expression was stern, devoid of any smile. She walked to the podium, clapped her hands firmly, and instantly captured everyone's attention. Parents and students, who had been chatting among themselves, turned their gaze toward her in unison. Parents, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this meeting.
I'm Zhang Wenjing, homeroom teacher for the senior high honors class. Since most parents are present, let's begin.
Teacher Zhang Wenjing spoke clearly, showing no sign of nervousness.
Students, please go to the classroom next door. You don't need to attend this meeting. Brother Lin, I'll be heading over now, Yang Ying whispered to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong nodded slightly, watching Guan Wei and Yang Ying leave the classroom before taking Yang Ying's seat.
Guan Yusin sat right beside him. Once all the students had left the classroom, the parent-teacher meeting got down to business. Zhang Wenjing began speaking at length, focusing on the imminent college entrance exams. She urged parents to motivate their children and ensure they were fully prepared for the tests. Though Zhang Wenjing spoke with passion, Lin Zhong still felt drowsy, his eyes half closed as his mind wandered. After an unknown period, perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps half an hour, Lin Zhong suddenly heard a muffled thump-thump-thump sound, like distant firecrackers. The sound jolted Lin Zhong awake. His eyes snapped open, and he strained to listen. The boom-boom-boom-boom grew louder and more urgent, eventually reaching the point where even the other people in the classroom could hear it. One parent couldn't help but complain, how can someone be setting off firecrackers in the school? Didn't they say the school must remain quiet? Other parents nodded in agreement, clearly displeased with whoever was setting off the fireworks. Lin Zhong, however, leapt to his feet and barked, everyone get out immediately. Evacuate the school now. For by now, he could hear it clearly, it wasn't firecrackers at all, but gunfire. A relentless, intense barrage of gunfire. It was precisely because the gunfire was so dense that it created the illusion of firecrackers. But who was Lin Zhong? the top soldier of the Yanhuang Republic, utterly familiar with the sound of gunfire. He was certain he hadn't misheard. Everyone stared at Lin Zhong as if he were a fool. One parent sneered, "Friend, are you dreaming? Tell us what you dreamt that makes you want to evacuate the school." Ha 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 ha. The other parents couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's just someone setting off firecrackers on campus, no big deal. This guy's overreacting like crazy. How scared of a little noise is he? Another parent joined in the mockery. That wasn't firecrackers, Lin Zhong said coldly. It was gunfire. Lin Chang's words instantly silenced the laughing parents, but soon even louder laughter erupted. Did you hear what he just said? You've got some nerve saying that. Do you even know where we are? This is Xinghe number 3 middle school, right in the heart of Xinghe City. It was clearly firecrackers, and this guy actually mistook it for gunfire. What a character. Everyone, ignore him. Let's get back to the meeting. The firecrackers have quieted down now, haven't they? Everyone was mocking Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong's patience finally snapped. He lowered his gaze to Guan Yusin and said in a deep voice, "And Guan, do you believe me?" Deep down, Guan Yusin didn't believe him. But seeing Lin Chang's solemn expression and piercing gaze, she found herself nodding involuntarily. "Then come with me. Take Yang Ying and Guan Wei. We're leaving immediately." Lin Zhong pulled Guan Yusin up, kicked aside a desk blocking their path, and strode out of the classroom under the varied stares of the parents. Chapter 86, The Masked Bandit. The moment they stepped into the hallway outside the classroom, the thump-thump-thump sound abruptly ceased. Yet the unease in Lin Chang's heart not only failed to dissipate but grew heavier. After the gunfire, the entire school had fallen into an eerie, almost abnormal silence. Even though it was Saturday and most students and teachers were off, there should still have been some lingering on campus. This level of silence was simply unnatural. The playground and school paths were completely deserted. Lin Zhong distinctly remembered seeing people playing basketball on the playground when he first entered the school. This could only mean one thing: everyone had gone into hiding. Suddenly, a crystal-clear gunshot rang out from beneath the classroom building, shattering the silence. Guan Yusin flinched, startled by the sudden noise, and instinctively grabbed Lin Chang's arm. Lin Zhong raised a finger, signaling Guan Yusin to stay silent. He leaned closer to the railing, squinting down at the area beneath the classroom building. His gaze immediately locked onto 5 burly men clad in camouflage and black hoods, rapidly closing in on the building. Ahead of them stood 4 unarmed security guards and 7 or 8 students. Both the security guards and students stood with their hands raised high, fear etched on their faces. Each of the 5 men wielded a submachine gun, their necks adorned with gleaming yellow ammunition belts. Pistols and daggers were tucked at their waists. They were fully armed, no exaggeration. While the leader pointed his weapon at the hostages, the other 4 each dragged a waist-high black box bearing official bank seals. Lin Zhong instantly recognized these 5 as hardened criminals who had just robbed a bank. Only seasoned criminals would be this well-trained and fully equipped. Moreover, they had clearly engaged in at least one intense gunfight with the police. The sounds heard earlier were likely from that confrontation. Yet not a single drop of blood stained these 5 criminals, not one of them was injured. This indicated that the 5 criminals below possessed capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary robbers. No wonder they dared to brazenly rob a bank and engage in direct firefights with the police. Guan Yusin now witnessed the scene below, her body trembling slightly. Yet she forced herself to remain composed, whispering, "What should we do?" Lin Zhong said nothing, merely striding quickly toward the adjacent classroom. Ironically, despite the imminent danger, the other parents in the classroom remained completely oblivious. One parent opened a window and shouted at Guan Yusin, "Ms. Guan, do you really believe that kid's story? If you don't believe it, come out and see for yourself." Guan Yusin retorted without turning back, following closely behind Lin Zhong. With her wealth of experience, she knew instinctively that following Lin Zhong was the safer choice at this moment. Because Lin Zhong had sensed the danger long before anyone else had a clue. Those parents might be successful in society, but their minds had been dulled by comfortable lives. Their perception of danger was incredibly sluggish. Facing that group of heavily armed thugs, it looked like a hopeless situation. Even if they wanted to flee now, it was too late. Staying put in the classroom as hostages offered a better chance of survival. Bang! Lin Zhong kicked open the door to the adjacent classroom and barked, "Yang Ying, Guan Wei, follow me. Now!" The students inside the classroom were startled by Lin Chang's sudden intrusion, glaring at him angrily. "Brother Lin, what's going on? What happened?" Guan Wei stood up, her voice filled with confusion. "No time to explain. Hurry up. What the hell are you doing?" A male student slammed his fist on the desk, stood up, and pointed an accusing finger at Lin Zhong. "Out of nowhere. Why should they come with you?" Lin Zhong shot the speaker a cold, piercing glare, his eyes sharp as blades, causing the boy to flinch back. Guan Yusin stepped out from behind Lin Zhong. "Everyone, a group of troublemakers has entered the school. It's no longer safe here. If you're willing, you can leave with us." The students immediately began to stir. But most remained skeptical, refusing to believe Guan Yusin's words. They stayed seated, unmoved. "If there's real danger, why are only you guys here? Why aren't our parents here? One student voiced the doubt, quickly gaining agreement from others.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Don't listen to them. If it were truly dangerous, our parents would have come to take us away.
The students' reactions were exactly what Lin Zhong had anticipated. That's just how people are. Their first instinct is to question anything that defies common sense. But when danger strikes, excessive skepticism can cost you your chance to escape. Lin Zhong saw no point in wasting more words. He beckoned to Guanwei and Yang Ying, come quickly. I'll get you out of here. Guanwei and Yang Ying trusted Lin Zhong unconditionally. Without hesitation, they ran to his side. Lin Zhong took each of their hands and quickly led them out of the classroom. It wasn't that Lin Zhong didn't want to save others, but he had to race against time. He couldn't afford to waste it on pointless explanations. If others didn't believe him and refused to follow, what could he do? Those 5 heavily armed thugs would soon reach their floor. Before they arrived, Lin Zhong had to ensure the safety of Yang Ying and the others first. People had varying degrees of closeness and importance. For Lin Zhong, the safety of Yang Ying and the others came first. Everyone else had to take second place. If he couldn't even protect those closest to him, how could he possibly protect others? Once Yang Ying and the others were safe, Lin Zhong would certainly rescue the others if circumstances permitted. But for now, he could only temporarily lead the 3 of them away to avoid being wiped out by the intruders who would breach the school. Guan Yusen scanned the students, stamping her foot in frustration. Her eyes brimmed with anxiety and worry. Everyone, we're telling the truth. Why won't you believe us? Sigh. Seeing Guan Yusen like this, the students in the classroom exchanged uneasy glances, their anxiety finally rising. Hey, could there really be danger? Maybe we should ask the parents in the next classroom? Yeah, we should ask. Class monitor, you go represent us. Though they followed Lin Zhong out of the classroom, Yang Ying and Guanwei were still utterly confused. Brother Lin, what's really going on? Yang Ying whispered. Infected by the tense atmosphere, Yang Ying instinctively lowered her voice to a whisper. Lin Zhong didn't answer Yang Ying's question. He remained silent, his focus intense. His eyes darted warily around the area, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. If Lin Zhong had been alone, he wouldn't have been this tense. With his strength alone, he could have taken down that entire group of masked thugs. But the problem was, he wasn't alone. Beside him were 3 defenseless women. He had to ensure their safety at all costs. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to them. Therefore, Lin Zhong could not take risks, nor dare he. Chapter 87, Emergency Evasion. Guan Yusen answered the question on both girls' minds. For Lin Zhong, a gang of bank robbers broke into the school. Didn't you hear the gunshots earlier? We didn't hear anything. Yang Ying and Guanwei shook their heads together. Though startled by Guan Yusen's words, they still found it hard to believe. Mom, is this real? You and Uncle Lin aren't joking with us, are you? Guanwei asked suspiciously. Of course it's true. Would we joke about something like this? Guan Yusen snapped. Yang Ying and Guanwei exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. They had never experienced anything like this in their entire lives. Robbers had invaded their peaceful campus, something they thought only happened in the news. Never did they imagine they'd witness it firsthand. Yet perhaps because Lin Zhong was nearby, though fear gripped them, they didn't panic. What about the teachers, parents, and other students? What should we do? Brother Lin, should we take them with us? Yang Ying and Guanwei shuddered simultaneously, envisioning the potential horrors ahead and thinking of the teachers and classmates who insisted on staying behind in the classrooms. It's too late now. Once you're safe, I'll find a way to rescue them, Lin Zhong replied without turning back. Those masked robbers won't start slaughtering people immediately, otherwise, the school would already be a bloodbath. Their goal is likely to take hostages and bargain with the police. Where should we go now? Somewhere those bandits won't find us. Lin Zhong kept moving, pulling Yang Ying and Guanwei along the corridor at a brisk pace. Guanwei, in turn, held Guan Yusen's hand. You know the school well. Do you know any hidden spots? Yang Ying and Guanwei exchanged glances and answered in unison, the storage room. Alright, let's head to the storage room. Lin Zhong moved at breakneck speed. Guan Yusen struggled to keep up, but her high heels proved treacherous. As she hurried up the stairs, her foot suddenly missed a step, sending her tumbling helplessly to the floor. Hearing the sound, Lin Zhong turned to see Guan Yusen clutching her ankle, crouched on the floor with a pained expression. Mom, are you okay? Guanwei asked anxiously, rushing over to support her. I think I sprained my ankle. Guan Yusen's brows furrowed tightly. She tried to stand but collapsed back down the moment her ankle bore weight. There's no time. I'll carry you. Lin Zhong listened intently, his expression suddenly changing. He quickly crouched down, turning his back to Guan Yusen. Get on my back. The last 3 words slipped out in an unconsciously commanding tone. Because Lin Zhong could already hear the footsteps of the masked bandits ascending the stairs. They were only 2 floors away from their current location. Guan Yusen knew this was no time for sentimentality. She swiftly threw herself onto Lin Chang's back and clung tightly to his neck. The soft warmth pressed against his back stirred a fleeting, sensual thought in Lin Chang's mind. But he knew this was no time for daydreaming. He quickly suppressed the thought, refocusing his attention on the task at hand.
If Lin Zhong was struggling, Guan Yusen on his back was even worse off.
Her elegant, beautiful face grew increasingly flushed, her breathing becoming more and more rapid. "We're here. This is the place." The four of them climbed 3 flights of stairs in one breath, then traversed a corridor and rounded several corners before finally reaching the storage room. This inconspicuous corner of the entire teaching building housed a small storage room tucked away in its recesses. Its remote location and dust-covered surroundings made it clear that few ever ventured here. Despite carrying someone up several flights, Lin Zhong showed no sign of exertion, his expression calm and composed. He surveyed the surroundings, then nodded with satisfaction. "This is the place.
Let's go in."
The door's locked.
"We can't get in."
Guan Wei shook the lock on the storage room door with all her strength, panting heavily. Beside her, Yang Ying was gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently with each breath. Guan Yusen was also panting, her cheeks flushed. However, she had been carried the entire way by Lin Zhong and hadn't climbed a single step. Why she was panting so heavily was probably known only to her. Lin Zhong stepped forward, grabbed the large lock on the storage room door, and twisted it with all his might. With a loud clack, the entire lock, along with the nails holding it in place, came off. As Lin Zhong opened the door, a wave of musty, stale air hit them, kicking up a cloud of dust. After Guan Wei and Yang Ying entered the storage room, Lin Zhong, still carrying Guan Yusen on his back, followed them inside and closed the door behind him. The storage room wasn't large, true to its name, crammed full of all sorts of random junk. Dim light filtered through the dimly lit room. A thick layer of dust covered the floor, cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and cockroaches and insects were everywhere.
A cockroach sauntered past Yang Ying's feet.
Spotting it, Yang Ying shuddered violently, nearly screaming out loud. Though she managed to stifle the cry, she clung desperately to Lin Zhong's clothes, refusing to let go.
Guan Wei handled it slightly better than Yang Ying, though not by much.
Her expression was awkward, and she kept her hands and feet tucked in.
"Aunt Guan, can you come down?"
Lin Zhong turned his head to ask Guan Yusen.
"Ha?"
Guan Yusen, still clinging to Lin Chang's back with her arms wrapped around his neck, felt dazed and disoriented, momentarily unable to process the question.
"Mom, can you stand on your own?" Guan Wei prompted.
"Yes, yes."
Hearing Guan Wei's voice, Guan Yusen suddenly snapped back to clarity.
Her fair face flushed even redder as she hurriedly replied.
Lin Zhong crouched slightly and set Guan Yusen down.
Guan Yusen released her arms and stepped down from his back. A faint sense of loss flickered in her heart, but it was quickly replaced by embarrassment. She realized she had been reluctant to leave his back. Lin Chang's broad, sturdy shoulders and his steady, powerful spine had given her an immense sense of security.
Chapter 88, Temporary Safety. The unfamiliar sensation made Guan Yusen's body go limp.
Even after being set down, she remained soft and limp, leaning against Lin Zhong. It was worth noting that although Guan Yusen was already in her 30s, she maintained her figure and complexion remarkably well, appearing no older than her 20s. Standing beside Guan Wei, if she wore younger-looking clothes, she wouldn't resemble Guan Wei's mother at all, she'd look more like her sister.
Moreover, she possessed an extra touch of the unique charm and allure characteristic of a mature woman.
Lin Zhong cleared a small space in the storage room, then laid his jacket on the floor as a cushion. He addressed the 3 women, "Sit down and rest.
Be quiet. I need to step out for a moment."
The 3 beauties, young and old, instantly tensed.
Guan Wei grabbed Lin Chang's hand. "Brother Lin, what are you going out for?"
Sensing their anxiety, Lin Zhong soothed them gently. "I'm going to monitor those ruthless bandits.
We can't just sit here waiting for disaster.
You're safe now, they won't find this place anytime soon." As Lin Zhong spoke, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He gestured for the 3 to stay quiet, then pulled out his phone. The caller ID showed it was Luin.
"Little brother Lin, where are you now?"
Lin Zhong lowered his voice to a barely audible whisper. "At school."
"Which school?"
A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Luin on the other end.
"You're not at Xinghe No. 3 Middle School, are you?"
"Yes,
I'm at Xinghe No. 3 High School." "Why are you at Xinghe No. 3 High School?"
Lu Yin's voice instantly grew urgent, her tone thick with worry.
"Do you know what's going on?" "I have a rough idea.
A group of bank robbers broke into the school not long ago."
Lin Chang's voice remained calm and unruffled. His casual, utterly composed demeanor made Guan Yusen's eyes sparkle with admiration, while deepening Lu Yin's anxiety on the other end of the line.
Lu Yin's worry stemmed from one fear, that Lin Zhong, relying on his formidable skills, would confront the robbers alone. "Lin, listen carefully," Lu Yin said urgently.
"There are 7 robbers.
They robbed a bank near Xinghe No. 3 Middle School.
During their escape, 2 were killed in a shootout with police. The police suffered heavy casualties, several dead and over a dozen injured.
Every one of them is armed and highly trained.
So whatever you do, don't act rashly or risk yourself alone.
Police have already gathered outside the school and sealed off all entrances, but they dare not enter because the robbers are holding hostages and demanding negotiations."
"That's all I know."
Lu Yin rattled off the information she had in one breath.
Lin Zhong listened quietly until she finished, then spoke up, "Sissine, could you help me contact the police?" A brief silence followed on the other end. When the voice returned, it was Su Miao's cool, melodious tone. "What do you need us to do?"
"I need you to connect me with the on-site commander of the police outside," Lin Zhong said promptly.
"No problem. Give us 10 minutes, Su Miao replied crisply. "I'll call you back in 10 minutes.
After hanging up, Lin Chang's gaze shifted to me, three pairs of bright eyes, each holding a different meaning.
"Brother Lin, who is Sister Yin?" Guan Wei fired the first shot, her tone thick with jealousy.
Lin Zhong shook his head helplessly, surprised Guan Wei hadn't forgotten to be jealous even in such an urgent situation. "She's a colleague from work."
"Are you two really close?" Guan Wei pressed further, her voice sweet and cloying. "We're okay."
Lin Zhong found Guan Wei's behavior rather headache-inducing. What left Lin Zhong speechless was that Yang Ying's expression mirrored Guan Wei's exactly that same gossipy look, as if she found the matter quite intriguing. Guan Wei was about to ask more when Lin Zhong suddenly covered her mouth with his hand.
"Shoo! Be quiet."
Guan Wei thought something was wrong and quickly shut her mouth, not daring to utter another word. Seizing the moment, Lin Zhong flashed open the door and darted out. "I'm going to keep an eye on those robbers.
You two stay put." Guan Wei stared blankly at Lin Chang's disappearing figure before realizing she'd been tricked. "Put."
Yang Ying couldn't hold back her laughter, covering her mouth as she giggled.
"You can still laugh?" Guan Wei felt utterly frustrated, plopping down onto Lin Chang's clothes. "If Brother Lin finds a girlfriend out there, I bet you won't be laughing then." Yang Ying's laughter instantly died.
Her eyes flickered as she fell deep in thought.
Guan Yusin shook her head silently.
She never imagined her daughter would genuinely develop feelings for Lin Zhong, feelings so deep she was nearly unable to extricate herself. But she had no intention of stopping Guan Wei. If anything, she would support Guan Wei in pursuing her own happiness. On one hand, she herself was a victim of an unhappy marriage and didn't want Guan Wei to repeat her mistakes. On the other hand, she didn't dislike Lin Zhong at all, quite the opposite, she admired him greatly.
A capable and responsible young man like him, where could you find another?
After leaving the storage room, Lin Zhong refrained from rash actions, for his adversary this time was unlike any he'd faced before. The most significant difference was that the robbers held hostages. Lin Zhong couldn't be certain whether killing one robber would prompt the others to harm the hostages.
There was only one thing Lin Zhong could do now: wait. He waited like a predator stalking its prey. In the classroom.
After Lin Zhong pulled Guan Yusin away, the parent-teacher conference continued, but all the parents were restless.
What if what that person said is true? This thought churned in everyone's mind. Finally, one parent couldn't bear it any longer and stood up, heading for the door. "I'm going to check outside." But just as he reached for the door handle, it burst open with a loud bang. The parent couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely on the nose.
A pained cry escaped him as he clutched his nose and roared, "Which bastard?" But before he could finish, his voice trailed off abruptly. His throat constricted like a chicken's, emitting a gurgling sound. His face twisted into an odd expression, a mix of terror and rage that looked absurdly comical. A fully loaded submachine gun thrust into the classroom, its black muzzle pressed against the parent's forehead. The gun's grip was held in a rough, powerful hand belonging to a burly man over 6 feet tall, clad in camouflage and wearing a hood over his face. The giant stepped into the classroom, forcing the parent backward with the barrel until he plopped onto the floor. His face drained of color, his pants damp with urine, the pungent smell spreading. He had been scared into losing control. Chapter 89, Brutal by Nature. "Spit! Cowardly bastard!" The man snorted contemptuously, raised his submachine gun, and smashed the butt into the parent's head, knocking him unconscious. The classroom fell instantly silent. Everyone stared at the giant in terror. Those closest to him, their teeth chattering violently, their bodies shaking like sieves, were particularly petrified. Shock and terror twisted every face, and more than one person felt endless regret. If only they'd known this would happen, they should have followed those two out of the classroom earlier. The cold, ruthless eyes behind the mask swept across the room. Satisfied with the terror etched on every face, the man let out a series of hoarse, low chuckles. Perhaps it was the man's laughter that caused the parents in the classroom to misinterpret the situation. One of them, a middle-aged man in a suit with a center-parted hairstyle, plucked up his courage and stammered, this big guy, you're joking with us, right? Right?" The mask hid his expression, but his eyes clearly froze for a moment. His low chuckle erupted into a raucous, gasping laugh. The submachine gun in his hand swayed wildly, pointing haphazardly in all directions. Anyone caught in the barrel's line of sight scrambled to dodge. The middle-aged man hastily joined in the laughter, though he had no clue what the big guy was actually laughing about. The big man's laughter abruptly stopped. "Do I look like I'm joking?" he said coldly. No, of course not. But I think this might be a misunderstanding." The middle-aged man stammered, terrified. The burly man aimed the submachine gun's muzzle at the middle-aged man's thigh, his voice dripping with malice. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you'll find out soon enough." The middle-aged man nearly broke down, frantically waving his hands. No, please don't." Bang! Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, the big man pulled the trigger. A bullet tore through his thigh, exiting the other side and exploding into a spray of blood. Gazing at his wounded leg, the man suddenly let out a piercing scream. Clutching his thigh, tears and snot streamed down his face, whether from terror or agony. It was impossible to tell.
See? This isn't a misunderstanding.
The burly man chuckled lowly again, his tone unchanged despite having just fired a shot.
No one dared speak.
Everyone fell silent, holding their breath in terror, save for the wounded man whose agonized cries echoed through the room. "Shut up," the burly man suddenly bellowed at the middle-aged man.
"One more sound, and I'll finish you off."
The middle-aged man's body jerked violently. He clamped his mouth shut, his body shaking only from the pain. The burly man nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Gentlemen, from this moment on, you are my hostages. Whether you live or die depends neither on you nor on me, but on those police outside. So if you want to stay alive, pray the police agree to our demands. Now, drag this blind fool back. You can bandage him up. If he dies, it'll be a hassle for me." Though he spoke thus, the burly man showed not a shred of genuine concern. Two parents mustered their courage, helping the injured middle-aged man into a chair and hastily bandaging his wounds. The large man sat casually on the podium, rifle in hand.
Just then, another masked man entered the classroom.
This masked man was shorter and thinner than the first, but his body was covered in blood. "Boss, the classroom next door is taken care of," the newcomer reported to the man on the podium. "But one security guard disobeyed orders and tried to escape. I took him out. Dead is dead. We've got plenty of hostages, one less doesn't matter," the leader replied, fiddling with his submachine gun without looking up. "Third brother, what about the others?" "Second brother and fourth are guarding the first floor of the building to prevent any stragglers from escaping.
Sixth is in the next room watching those bastards.
As for fifth and seventh, they were taken out by the cops long ago."
Even when mentioning his fallen comrades, third brother's tone remained utterly flat, utterly indifferent.
These were true desperados, brutal bandits who wore their lives on their belts. They not only disregarded their enemies' lives but also cared little for their own. To them, killing an enemy or being killed by one was as natural as breathing.
The gang leader stroked his chin. "Did the cops enter the school?" "No. We scared them off. They won't dare enter the school."
"Ha! Good. As long as we hold the hostages, I'm sure they won't dare make any rash moves.
If they refuse our demands, we'll just go down fighting. Having a few dozen people die with us is a win."
The leader sneered.
"Tell number 2 and number 4 to keep their eyes peeled. Don't get caught in a sniper's crosshairs."
"Understood."
Number 3 turned and left.
The leader and third spoke without hiding their conversation from the others. After hearing their exchange, a wave of despair swept through the crowd.
Several people couldn't hold back their sobs.
"Sir, please could you let us stay with our children," pleaded one parent.
"Yes, please let us stay with our children. We're begging you."
But their pleas were met with nothing but a hail of bullets. The leader fired several shots into the ceiling, his eyes sweeping the crowd below, filled with murderous intent.
"Did I give you permission to speak? Shut the hell up.
If anyone dares to make another sound, bullets don't have eyes." At the very moment the teaching building fell under the hostage-takers' control, dozens of police vehicles were converging outside the school. Hundreds of SWAT officers leaped from their vehicles, completely surrounding Xinghe No. 3 Middle School. They sealed off every entrance and exit, ensuring the hostage-takers couldn't escape even if they had wings. From one of the police vehicles emerged a middle-aged man with dark skin and an imposing presence. Dressed in uniform, the insignia of a first-class police superintendent gleamed on his shoulder.
This man was none other than Meng Zhengwei, chief of the Xinghe City Police Bureau.
Meng Zhengwei never imagined that during his tenure, he would encounter the largest robbery case Xinghe City had seen in decades. Not only had the robbers stolen tens of millions in funds, but they had also stormed into the prestigious Xinghe No. 3 Middle School, taking teachers and students hostage in a desperate standoff. He couldn't imagine how he would explain to the citizens of Jiangsu if anything happened to the school staff and students. Financial loss was secondary, the paramount concern was preventing harm to the school's community. Meng Zhengwei raced through countermeasures, the weight on his shoulders crushing like a mountain. Upon arriving at the scene, he cut straight to the chase. "How many students and teachers are inside? What are our chances of rescuing them?" A police officer replied grimly. "Some teachers and students managed to escape when the incident occurred. Currently, there are still over 30 students inside, along with more than 20 parents and teachers."
"What? That many?"
Meng Zhengwei was startled, his eyebrows shooting up in alarm. "Tell me, are any students or parents injured?" "We haven't dared enter the school," another officer replied solemnly, fearing it might provoke the hostage-takers and lead to unforeseeable consequences. "So we currently have no information about the situation inside. Director Meng, what should we do next?" "We await your instructions." Chapter 90, at a loss. Meng Zhengwei's brow furrowed into a deep V shape. His already swarthy face darkened further. Even with his high rank and authority, matters involving human lives demanded utmost caution. He dared not make hasty judgments. A single misjudgment could have catastrophic consequences at best, the loss of his position at worst, imprisonment.
The other officers watched Meng Zhengwei, awaiting his decision. After weighing his options, Meng Zhengwei finally spoke slowly. Is the SWAT team in position?
The SWAT team has surrounded the school and secured the high ground. The hostage-takers inside can't escape even if they had wings, a police officer immediately replied.
But without sufficient certainty, the SWAT team won't act. After all, the hostage-takers hold dozens of hostages. Have Captain Ma come to see me. I have some questions for him.
In less than a minute, Captain Ma of the SWAT team arrived.
He snapped his heels together and saluted Meng Zhengwei. Captain Ma, I have only one question. Are you confident you can rescue the hostages? Meng Zhengwei asked bluntly.
Captain Ma was a tall man in his 30s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. Dressed in his SWAT uniform, he looked imposing and formidable. But at that moment, his expression was grave, even somber.
He gave a wry smile and replied, No, I don't. Meng Zhengwei's tone turned stern. Why not? Those robbers are highly experienced fighters.
They match our SWAT team members in combat skills and in some cases even surpass them.
Even in a direct confrontation, we would suffer heavy casualties.
Therefore, I truly cannot guarantee the safe rescue of the hostages.
Captain Ma emphasized the word safe rescue with deliberate emphasis.
Another officer added, During the robbers' escape, we exchanged fire with them. While 2 robbers were killed, we lost 3 officers and 2 SWAT members, with 12 more officers wounded.
The robbers' firepower is intense.
They're using foreign military-grade firearms, highly potent, accurate, and devastating. Now they hold advantageous terrain. A direct assault would result in catastrophic losses.
Meng Zhengwei listened with a frown, his expression grave.
Finally, he sighed helplessly, Then we have no choice but to wait.
Wait?
The hostage-takers stormed the school and took people hostage, but they didn't immediately start killing. They must be doing this to negotiate with us. Meng Zhengwei remained clear-headed, showing no signs of panic.
Since there's no other option, we wait.
We wait for them to present their demands, then we'll carefully consider our next steps based on their terms.
No sooner had Meng Zhengwei finished speaking than a police officer rushed over, holding a phone. Chief Meng, someone's calling you.
They say it's about the hostage situation at the school.
Meng Zhengwei perked up, snatching the phone. Hello, this is Meng Zhengwei, chief of the Xinghe City Police Bureau. What can I do for you?
A pleasant female voice came through the line. Director Meng, hello.
I'm Su Miao, president of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group. Meng Zhengwei had long heard of Su Miao's name.
After all, Star River Pharmaceutical Group was one of Xinghe City's foremost enterprises, and Su Miao's family ranked among the most prestigious aristocratic clans in the entire Yanhuang Republic. Miss Su, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point, Meng Zhengwei urged.
Time is critical. Do you have any information to share with us? My bodyguard is inside that school. He instructed me to call you.
Director Meng, you can speak directly with him.
Su Miao provided Lin Zhong's phone number to Meng Zhengwei before ending the call.
Meng Zhengwei felt as if he'd reached a dead end only to find a new path opening up. He hadn't expected that just moments ago, he'd been fretting over the lack of information from the school, and now someone with knowledge had come forward on their own. The other officers perked up as well. Though the path to rescuing the hostages remained long, at least they wouldn't be operating in complete darkness like blind and deaf people anymore.
Meng Zhengwei quickly dialed Lin Zhong's number.
At that very moment, Lin Zhong was crawling in a corner of the teaching building, watching a hostage-taker hiding behind the first-floor entrance.
The 4th floor was where Yang Ying's class was located.
In just these few minutes, Lin Zhong had already pinpointed the hostage-takers' positions. There were 5 hostage-takers in total, 3 on the 4th floor and 2 on the 1st floor. The 2 on the 1st floor guarded the left and right exits, while the 3 on the 3rd floor kept watch over the parents and students. Lin Zhong was confident he could take out the 2 on the 1st floor, but he hadn't yet figured out how to deal with the 3 on the 4th floor.
So he waited quietly. His phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Zhong picked it up and answered. Mr. Lin, a man's voice came through the phone. This is he.
Lin Zhong answered while keeping his eyes fixed on the robbers below. This is Meng Zhengwei, chief of the Xinghe City Police Department and on-site commander for this hostage situation. Police forces have assembled outside the school but are hesitant to enter, Meng Zhengwei said, his voice strained yet deliberately composed.
Can you describe the situation inside? Are the students and staff safe? Have the robbers killed anyone?
Despite speaking to the police chief, Lin Zhong showed no sign of nervousness, his tone as steady as ever. Most people are safe. However, 1 security guard is dead, and 1 parent is injured. There are 5 hostage takers, 3 on the 4th floor and 2 on the 1st. I don't think a forceful assault is feasible. Hearing that someone had died, Meng Zhengwei couldn't help but slam his fist hard against the police car beside him, his mood growing even heavier. He had been using speakerphone during his call with Lin Zhong, so the others had heard his words. Their eyes blazed with fury, yet they were powerless to act. The initiative now lay with the robbers. Though they yearned to storm in immediately, eliminate the robbers, and rescue the hostages, it remained nothing but a fantasy utterly impossible to execute.
Mr. Lin, I understand you're President Su's bodyguard? Is there any way to rescue the hostages?
Meng Jiangwei was grasping at straws, not truly believing Lin Zhong could offer a solution.
After all, Lin Zhong was alone and unarmed. How could he possibly stand a chance against 5 heavily armed, ruthless criminals? But at this point, hearing Lin Chang's opinion couldn't hurt. I can rescue the hostages, but I need your cooperation.
Lin Chang's words hit like a bomb, sending shockwaves through the police officers on the other end of the line. Meng Jiangwei froze, stunned by Lin Zhong's unexpected response.
Yet he recovered quickly. Mr. Lin, how do you plan to rescue the hostages? By taking out every last one of the robbers, of course. Once they're all dead, the hostages will be safe, won't they?
Lin Zhong replied calmly.
Arrogant. Ignorant.
That was the identical thought that flashed through everyone's minds upon hearing Lin Chang's words.
Chapter 91, Full Cooperation.
Even Meng Jiangwei, known for his deep composure and ability to hide his emotions, wore a peculiar expression, almost convinced Lin Zhong was joking. But clearly, this was no time for jokes.
You mean you can take down all the robbers by yourself? Before Meng Jiangwei could speak, a police officer couldn't help but interrupt.
That's correct. Sorry, but this isn't child's play, nor is it a place for you to play the hero. Dozens of lives are at stake here. How are we supposed to believe that you alone can take down all the robbers and successfully rescue the hostages? So you have a choice: either trust my ability, or surrender to the robbers. All the officers fell silent. Lin Chang's words were harsh, but they were the truth. What was even more critical was that they had little room for choice. Surrendering to the hostage-takers was absolutely not an option for the police. Those criminals had just moments ago murdered several officers and a hostage, revealing their utterly ruthless nature. After committing such unforgivable atrocities, if the police let them walk free regardless of the potential catastrophic consequences, the public outcry alone would drown them.
All eyes turned to Meng Jiangwei, awaiting the decision from the top law enforcement official in Xinghe City. Mr. Lin, how confident are you? Meng Jiangwei asked. If you cooperate well, 100%. 100%? Who did he think he was? Some kind of omnipotent superhero? As Lin Zhongyue's claims grew increasingly outlandish, the other officers finally lost their patience.
Chief Meng, I don't think we should continue this call with that arrogant fool over there. He clearly doesn't grasp the gravity of the situation. Talking to him is just a waste of time and won't help resolve anything. Captain Ma exclaimed angrily.
Yes, I agree.
I concur with Captain Ma's opinion.
Meng Jiangwei raised his hand, signaling everyone to calm down.
He too found Lin Chang's claims utterly preposterous, but he preferred to believe that Su Miao, as president of Star River Pharmaceutical Group, would never relay messages for such an arrogant fool. It must be said that Meng Jiangwei had climbed to his high position and remained as steady as a rock in his role as police chief thanks to his unique way of thinking. While others were questioning Lin Zhong, he instead felt a glimmer of confidence in him.
Mr. Lin, how exactly do you expect us to cooperate? Meng Jiangwei pressed again.
At these words, the police officers surrounding him grew visibly anxious.
Chief Meng, you can't possibly believe that lunatic on the other end of the line? Even though the situation is critical, we can't resort to desperate measures. Enough.
Meng Jiangwei swept his gaze around the room, his eyes blazing with anger, commanding respect without raising his voice. I'm the on-site commander and the highest authority here.
If anything goes wrong, I'll take the fall.
What are you afraid of? Instead of wasting time arguing here, focus on how to deal with the hostage-takers and rescue the hostages. Everyone caught in Meng Jiangwei's gaze hung their heads in shame, unable to meet his stare. Amid this stifling tension, Lin Chang's voice came through the phone. Whatever demands the hostage-takers make, you must agree to them. Lull them into complacency and lower their guard. That's how I'll get my chance to act.
All right, we'll consider it.
Though he wanted to trust Lin Zhong, the stakes were too high, and Meng Jiangwei remained undecided. I hope you decide quickly.
While I don't care either way, the hostage-takers won't give you much time. Lin Zhong hung up.
He watched as one of the hostage-takers dragged a captive out of the classroom. Holding a gun pressed against the hostage's neck in one hand and a megaphone in the other, the kidnapper strode out to the playground in front of the school building and came to a halt. Police outside the school observed the scene through binoculars, their hearts racing. Lin Zhong had already guessed what the robber intended to do, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This gang of robbers was even more ruthless than he had imagined. The third member, holding the parent hostage, raised the megaphone and bellowed, "Listen up, cops out there. Our boss says you have exactly 10 minutes to land a helicopter on the roof of this building. 1 minute past the deadline, and we kill one hostage.
We mean business. If you don't believe us, this man is our proof."
Without waiting for the hostage to beg for mercy, the third gunman aimed his weapon at the man's head. A cruel, excited grin spread across his face as he pulled the trigger, a bullet piercing the skull.
Bang!
The gunshot echoed as the hostage's body collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the surrounding floor a deep crimson.
The dark red blood glowed unnervingly bright under the sunlight.
Every officer who witnessed the scene felt their eyes bulge with rage, desperate to storm in and tear the robber limb from limb. They hadn't expected this gang of robbers to be so brutal, so ruthlessly efficient. They refused to negotiate with the police, instead making demands outright.
Worse still, they killed an innocent hostage just to demonstrate their resolve. The sniper concealed in the shadows shifted his scope, aligning it with the third robber's forehead and heart. His finger rested lightly on the trigger, ready to take the man down at the command of his superiors. But then old 3 spoke again. I know you want to kill me. Kill me if you must, I'm not afraid of death. But if I die, 10 hostages will die with me. So choose for yourselves. With that, old 3 strode confidently into the classroom building. Even after his figure vanished from sight, Meng Zhenghe did not issue the order to shoot him. Meng Zhenghe's face darkened to an extreme. Witnessing a hostage die before his very eyes had an impact infinitely more profound than any second-hand account. The other officers beside him were no better, each gritted their teeth, consumed by fury. Follow the hostage-taker's instructions. No delays. We must arrive at their designated time. Though furious, Meng Zhenghe remained composed, issuing orders swiftly. Also, I had you investigate that Lin Zhong. Are the results in yet? We have it. A sweating officer rushed over, placing a tablet into Meng Zhenghe's hands. Displayed on the screen were Lin Chang's personal details and records. Yet apart from his photo, name, and age, every other field in Lin Chang's file was blank. At the very bottom of the file, a line of small print read, "This file is top secret. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from accessing it." Seeing those words, Meng Zhenghe's pupils suddenly contracted, and he sucked in a sharp breath. How special could a file be if even the police department's internal network couldn't access it? But it undeniably proved one thing: Lin Zhong was absolutely not the arrogant, ignorant fool they had assumed him to be. He was someone with genuine, formidable abilities. Meng Zhenghe deleted Lin Chang's file without a trace, instantly making up his mind. Call Mr. Lin immediately. We accept his proposal and are willing to cooperate fully. Chapter 92. The killing intent was set. Lin Zhong received the police's affirmative response, but he didn't act immediately. Instead, he returned to the storage room. Inside the storage room, Yang Ying, Guan Wei, and Guan Yusen sat cross-legged on the floor. None spoke, the atmosphere thick with tension. Guan Wei had several urges to open the door and check, but Guan Yusen stopped her each time. With Lin Zhong absent, Guan Yusen shouldered the responsibility of protecting Yang Ying and Guan Wei. A heavy weight pressed on her heart, her palms drenched in sweat. She gripped a wooden stick she'd picked up off the floor, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the door, terrified the robbers might burst through at any moment. Compared to Guan Yusen's nervousness, Yang Ying and Guan Wei seemed much calmer. Both had witnessed Lin Chang's fighting prowess, especially Guan Wei, who understood just how formidable he truly was. They placed an almost blind trust in him, convinced that with Lin Zhong present, no trouble was insurmountable and no enemy could prevail. Even the most vicious robbers would stand no chance against Lin Zhong. Their optimistic attitude rubbed off on Guan Yusen, easing some of the pressure weighing on her heart, though she remained far from completely relaxed. Just then, steady, rhythmic footsteps echoed outside the door. Guan Yusen's heart lurched, and she raised the wooden stick in her hand. Yet Yang Ying and Guan Wei exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles simultaneously. Big brother Lin is back. The door swung open, revealing Lin Zhong standing there. Guan Wei and Yang Ying had already jumped to their feet, rushing to either side of Lin Zhong and wrapping their arms around his. Guan Yusen breathed a huge sigh of relief, dropping the wooden stick. It was even damp with sweat from her palms. Brother Lin, what's the situation outside? Guan Wei tilted her head up, asking in a sweet voice. The robbers probably won't come here. You're safe, Lin Zhong said, his arms occupied by the 2 girls. He used his heel to close the door. But 2 hostages were killed by the robbers. How could that be? Yang Ying covered her mouth, her stunning face etched with shock. Guan Wei and Guan Yusen wore similar expressions. Guan Yusen steadied herself against the wall as she rose from the floor, her dark brows furrowed, whether from pain or worry, it was unclear. What about the police? With something this big happening, they can't just ignore it, right? The hostage takers have taken dozens of people hostage. The police are afraid to enter the school, worried it might provoke the hostage takers and lead to even worse consequences. Lin Zhong explained what he knew. Did you hear that hostage taker shouting outside just now? We didn't hear anything. All 3 shook their heads. The storage room was secluded, its door tightly shut. With nerves on edge, it made sense they hadn't heard the hostage taker's demands. The hostage taker made a demand to the police: provide a helicopter within 10 minutes, or else he'll kill 1 hostage for every minute past the deadline. Lin Chang's expression remained impassive as he spoke. So, no one can help us now. We're on our own. A cold, icy glint flickered deep in Lin Chang's eyes as his resolve to kill hardened. Lin Zhong felt neither sympathy nor hatred toward the parents and students being held hostage. But the hostage taker's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents had crossed a line he could not ignore. Lin Zhong had killed before even countless times. Yet he could say with certainty that every soul who met his blade deserved it, not a single innocent among them. Lin Zhong killed to punish evil and uphold justice, to protect his homeland. The robbers, however, killed solely for money, greed, and to satisfy their own evil desires. Lin Zhong was fundamentally different from them. Yang Ying saw the hidden meaning in Lin Chang's eyes and clutched his hand tightly. Brother Lin, could it be that you intend to
Her words trailed off, but the panic in her voice was clear even to a fool. Yang Ying trusted Lin Zhong implicitly, but that didn't mean she was willing to let him risk his life against the bandits. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Zhong had already occupied an extremely important place in her heart. Lin Zhong smiled as he ruffled Yang Ying's hair.
Don't worry. They're just a few bandits.
They pose no threat to me. Guan Wei, too, had no time for jealousy toward Yang Ying now. She too tried to stop Lin Zhong, but those robbers have guns.
And there are several of them. Brother Lin, you're alone. Guan Yusin finally caught on, realizing what Lin Zhong intended to do. She gasped in horror. Lin Zhong, you're not seriously planning to take on those robbers alone? Have you lost your mind? But Lin Chang's mind was made up.
No amount of persuasion from the three women would change his decision. Aunt Guan, I'm leaving Xiaoying and Xiaowei in your care.
Lin Zhong pulled his hands free from the two beauties' arms. After I deal with the robbers, I'll come back here to pick you up.
Until I return, don't leave the house.
Alright, I understand.
Guan Yusin saw Lin Zhong wouldn't budge and stopped nagging.
Be careful, don't try to be a hero. Big brother Lin, please be careful.
Guan Wei gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her hands pressed to her chest. Yang Ying didn't cry, but her eyes were red-rimmed. Her lips pressed tightly together, and the look she gave Lin Zhong was pitiful, like an abandoned puppy.
You should have some faith in me. Have you forgotten what I do?
Lin Zhong felt uncomfortable under their intense stares.
I'll definitely come back safe. This isn't like we're parting forever. Somehow, Lin Chang's words struck Guan Wei's funny bone.
Though tears still glistened in her eyes, she burst out laughing. The previously somber atmosphere shattered instantly.
Big brother Lin, go ahead.
We'll wait here for you. Yang Ying pursed her lips, a stubborn streak flashing across her face. Lin Zhong gave Yang Ying a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over Guan Wei and Guan Yusin one last time before turning to leave the storage room. The moment he stepped out, Lin Chang's gaze instantly turned cold and fierce. His entire demeanor shifted abruptly, like a legendary sword drawn from its scabbard, radiating an intimidating brilliance. This was Lin Chang's true self, one he had always concealed beneath an ordinary mask, never revealing it to others.
Whoosh! Lin Zhong's body darted out silently, vanishing into the corridor in an instant.
4th floor, classroom.
The gang leader idly toyed with a dagger.
About 1.5 feet long, it gleamed coldly, its sharpness obvious at a glance. It spun deftly between his fingers, yet he didn't spare it a single glance. Just then, the third member of the gang entered the classroom. As soon as he stepped inside, he shouted, "Boss, will your plan really work? Won't the cops go all out and launch a reckless assault? If they dared, I'd give them credit. But they're too bound by their self-proclaimed righteousness and rigid rules to ever muster the courage for a full-scale assault," the leader replied, his expression unchanged, fingers still spinning the dagger. "You killed a hostage right before their eyes.
Isn't that proof it works?" Chapter 93, Operation Commence. True enough.
The third gang member ran a hand through his hair, a chilling chuckle escaping beneath his mask. His gaze swept over the parents in the classroom like a hungry wolf.
"Boss, how about I take out a few more? My hands are itching for action." Anyone caught in third brother's gaze couldn't help but tremble, overcome by terror. The hostage-taker leader finally stopped spinning the dagger. Without warning, he flicked his wrist, sending the sharp blade flying. It whizzed past third brother's cheek with a sharp whistle, then slammed into the classroom door with a thud, piercing through the thick wooden panel. That single flick revealed the leader was no ordinary criminal. He was a trained fighter with profound martial arts skills and astonishing hand strength. "If you want to kill, go ahead. There are plenty of cops outside for you to take out."
"I won't stop you," the leader said coldly, his gaze toward the third man now tinged with murderous intent.
"But third man, who gave you the nerve to disobey my orders? I clearly told you not to kill that hostage. Why didn't you listen?" "Big brother, it was an accident. My hand slipped and I accidentally took the guy out."
Third brother spread his palms, his tone light as if he'd slaughtered a chicken instead of a man.
"It's just one hostage. We've got dozens more here. If he's dead, he's dead. No need to blow up at me over it, right? I'm not angry because you killed someone, but because you disobeyed my orders."
The gang leader leapt down from the podium, strode up to third brother, and delivered a kick to his stomach that sent him staggering.
"This time I'll let you off. Next time you dare defy my orders, I'll kill you myself. Understand?"
Third man straightened up through the pain, grimacing.
"Got it. Now get the hell out there and keep an eye on the cops. Stop hanging around in front of me, you're pissing me off."
Old Three clutched his stomach and left, but within minutes, he returned with a strange look in his eyes.
"Boss, the cops are in the school."
The leader's pupils contracted sharply, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupting from his body. "The hostages are in our hands.
How dare they enter the school? Only 3 of them, none armed.
The leader looks like some kind of official.
They're downstairs wanting to talk."
Third brother raised his submachine gun and chuckled.
"Big brother, what do you say I take them out?"
The leader smacked third brother across the head.
"All you know is killing. What else can you do? Think for a second with that pig brain of yours. Do you really believe we can just kill these unarmed cops and expect the rest of the police to let us leave?
He shoved third brother aside and started toward the classroom exit but suddenly halted at the doorway. Turning back, he beckoned to Zhang Wenjing, who was crouched beside the lectern, with a flick of his finger.
Come here. Zhang Wenjing's face drained of color, her teeth chattering. What for? Get over here. The gang leader's eyes flashed with ferocity.
Keep stalling and I'll blow your brains out. Zhang Wenjing rose tremulously, her entire body shaking as she approached the leader. He grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the classroom. Below the teaching building, Captain Ma stood under the scorching sun with two officers. Unarmed and with hands raised high, they signaled their peaceful intentions. To ensure Lin Chang's operation succeeded, Captain Ma risked his own safety by personally confronting the situation. The gang leader appeared at the balcony railing with Zhang Wenjing in his arms. Leaning halfway out, he looked down and sneered, "Hey, comrades police officers, what are the three of you up to? Want to negotiate with us? Sorry, you don't have the right to bargain with us." Captain Ma took a deep breath, suppressing the rage surging within him, and called out, "What will it take for you to release the hostages? We've already stated our terms, send a helicopter within 10 minutes, or you'll be collecting their bodies." The leader pointed his pistol at Zhang Wenjing's head, his voice icy cold. "If the helicopter doesn't arrive by the deadline, I'll kill this woman first." Zhang Wenjing was already petrified with fear. Her usual composure and seriousness had vanished completely. Now, she was just an ordinary woman. "Don't be impulsive. The helicopter is already en route and will definitely arrive within 10 minutes. Captain Ma hadn't forgotten his objective. To lower the hostage-taker's guard as much as possible, he deliberately positioned himself in a very lowly manner. "Given our sincere efforts, shouldn't you show some consideration in return? How about releasing half the hostages?" Ha 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 ha. The leader of the hijackers let out a wild laugh, raising a single finger. "Deal. 1 million for one person. How much money do you have ready? That's how many hostages we'll release." While Captain Ma was playing along with the gang leader, Lin Zhong had already begun his operation. Lin Zhong had a clear plan: first take out the 2 robbers on the first floor, then deal with the 3 on the 4th floor. While these robbers might be formidable opponents for ordinary police officers, in Lin Chang's eyes, they were only slightly more challenging than the previous group of assassins. The appearance of Captain Ma and the other 2 officers drew the attention of the first-floor robbers. Consequently, when Lin Zhong crept up behind one of them, he went completely undetected. Hidden behind the left exit door on the first floor, the robber held his submachine gun, vigilantly scanning the outside, completely unaware of Lin Chang's approach. Lin Zhong struck without hesitation. He reached around with both hands, grabbed the robber's head from behind, and with a swift, decisive twist. Snap! The crisp snap of breaking bones echoed as the robber couldn't even utter a sound. His neck had been twisted a full 360 degrees by Lin Zhong, killing him instantly. After snapping the robber's neck, Lin Zhong gently laid him on the ground. Without pausing, he moved toward the other robber. Just like the first one, this robber was also silently dealt with by Lin Zhong. The entire operation took less than a minute. After taking out both robbers, Lin Zhong gestured toward the police sniper's position, holding up 2 fingers before bending them. This gesture signaled that both robbers had been taken care of. The sniper immediately relayed Lin Chang's signal to Xinghe, who was anxiously waiting. The relieved police chief, weighed down by immense pressure, finally exhaled. Although Xinghe had chosen to trust Lin Zhong and cooperate with his plan, truthfully, he had little confidence in its success. In fact, he had already prepared himself mentally to launch a full-scale assault regardless of the cost if Lin Zhong failed, even if it meant suffering heavy casualties or losing his position. Fortunately, Lin Zhong proved worthy of the trust, successfully neutralizing 2 hostage-takers and giving Xinghe a glimmer of hope for victory. The remaining 3 robbers, however, presented the real challenge. They held hostages, and all 3 were located on the same floor. Lin Zhong understood this well, but since he had made such a bold guarantee, he had naturally made preparations. He discovered that although the 3 robbers were on the same floor, they were not in the same classroom. One robber was alone in a classroom guarding the students, while the other 2 were in another classroom guarding the parents. This presented him with an opportunity to take them down one by one. Chapter 94: Killing Like Slaughtering Chickens. 4th floor. The gang leader was still negotiating with Captain Ma. Though called negotiations, both men harbored hidden agendas. Captain Ma sought to buy time, lulling the hostage-takers into a false sense of security to create an opening for Lin Zhong. Meanwhile, the gang leader relentlessly probed Captain Ma's psychological limits with his words, revealing his own determination to go down fighting. This tactic was meant to make the police hesitate, afraid to act for fear of unintended consequences. 10 minutes swiftly passed amid their back-and-forth verbal sparring. Amidst the buzzing sound of rotors, a civilian helicopter approached from the distance. A flicker of joy crossed the leader's eyes. No longer wasting words with Captain Ma, he strode into the classroom. He casually tossed Zhang Wenjing into the crowd and paced the classroom, barely able to contain his excitement. His third-in-command beside him was equally agitated, his eyes darting toward the cash-filled boxes, his greed utterly unmasked.
Third man, go check on sixth man in the next room. Then head downstairs and tell second and fourth man to stop guarding the first floor. Tell them to hurry up and come up here, we're preparing to retreat. The leader regained his composure and gave the order to third man. Got it, boss. Third nodded, crossed the hallway to the door of another classroom, and pushed his way inside. Dozens of students and several security guards crouched on the floor, hands clutching their heads. A man in security uniform lay motionless on the ground, a large pool of blood staining his chest. A masked man wielding an assault rifle stood with his foot on a black box, his fierce gaze sweeping relentlessly over the students. Under his stare, every student trembled in fear and unease. As third brother pushed open the door, the man inside immediately aimed his weapon at him. Recognizing the intruder, he relaxed. Third brother, what happened outside? I heard gunfire. Don't even ask. Got a little itchy trigger finger and took out a hostage. Big brother gave me an earful for it. Third brother sighed, his voice laced with frustration. Sixth brother, how's your end? These little brats are being pretty obedient, they're scared stiff after third brother's earlier show. Sixth chuckled, waving his submachine gun and casting lecherous glances at several young, attractive girls. There are a few cute little things in there. Too bad it's not the right time, otherwise I'd definitely have some fun with them. The girls turned pale with fear. You only think about women. After this job, we'll have all the money we need, any woman we want. Third brother scolded with a laugh. Since things are under control here, I'll go check on second brother and fourth brother. The helicopter will be here in minutes. Get ready, you can take some hostages with you. You decide who. Ha 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 ha, perfect. Take care, third brother. Old Six's eyes lit up with excitement, his gaze toward the girls growing unnervingly lecherous. Third brother waved goodbye, exited the adjacent classroom, and hurried downstairs. But the moment third brother rounded the staircase corner, an arm suddenly shot out from his blind spot. Fingers like hooks clamped around his throat. Old Third never expected someone lurking in the shadows to attack him. Before he could even react, he was caught completely off guard. The arm's strength was terrifying. Its fingers clamped down like iron pincers, lifting Old Three off his feet and completely stifling his voice. Faced with the threat of death, Old Three's body suddenly erupted with strength several times greater than usual. He struggled frantically, kicking wildly with his legs. Simultaneously, his hand darted toward the pistol holstered at his waist, desperate to draw and shoot the person choking his throat. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the third brother's arm snapped clean off, hanging limply at his side. Third brother's eyes bulged, his face flushed crimson beneath the mask, veins throbbing violently on his neck as his struggles grew more intense. But no matter how hard he strained, the massive hand gripping his throat remained utterly immovable, slowly tightening its hold. Gurgling sounds rose from third brother's throat. His eyes gradually rolled back, exhaling more than inhaling. His once violent struggles slowed into sluggish convulsions, twitching like a dying fish. Such a ruthless bandit, a killer without mercy, was being strangled to death in this brutal manner, a death filled with utter frustration. Thud! A low, muffled thud echoed as the lifeless body of Old Three crashed to the ground. A figure emerged from around the corner. Who else could it be but Lin Zhong? Despite having just killed a notorious bandit, Lin Zhong remained expressionless, his eyes as still as a well, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Lin Zhong tore off Old Three's mask, revealing a twisted, hideous face belonging to a man in his 30s. Perhaps because he'd been crushed to death, Old Three's expression looked especially terrifying, his wide-open eyes bloodshot. He who kills shall be killed. Lin Zhong gently closed the third brother's unblinking eyes. Dying by my hand is a fitting end for you. Then, Lin Zhong stripped the camouflage uniform from Old Three's body and donned it himself. He pulled on the mask, picked up the submachine gun and pistol, and his eyes instantly turned cold and ruthless. He drew a deep breath, his entire skeleton cracking and popping as his frame visibly bulked up, radiating a fierce, savage aura. Now, Lin Zhong looked more like a robber than the actual robbers. He strode confidently to the classroom where the students were being held, pushed open the door, and entered. Third brother, why are you back? Old Six, still caught up in the excitement, stared at Lin Zhong in astonishment, his voice filled with confusion. Lin Chang's disguise was so convincing that Old Six hadn't recognized him. Lin Zhong approached Old Six with perfect ease, saying, I suddenly remembered something I forgot to tell you. What is it? Old Six didn't suspect Lin Chang's identity at all, letting him come closer and closer. Those things are. Lin Zhong paused slightly, his voice turning cold. You can go die. Lao Lu's body jerked violently as he sensed danger. He lunged backward, simultaneously grabbing his submachine gun and aiming it at Lin Zhong. He was fast, but Lin Zhong was faster. The moment Lao Lu's hand touched the submachine gun, Lin Chang's arm shot out like lightning. His fingers curled, and in the blink of an eye, he seized Lao Lu's throat. Just as he had dealt with the previous robbers, he twisted without hesitation. Lin Chang's 5 fingers held terrifying strength. With that twist, even steel would bend. Without a hitch, Lao Lu's neck snapped instantly. Killing people was as easy as killing chickens. Lin Chang's actions perfectly embodied this saying. The students in the classroom stared wide-eyed at the scene, utterly baffled as to why these two robbers, clearly part of the same gang, would suddenly turn on each other.
But this did nothing to lessen the terror that instantly gripped them. Especially for the students standing close by, shrill screams pierced the air.
Ah! The screams echoed far and wide.
The piercing screams made Lin Zhong's eyebrows twitch slightly. He hadn't expected these students to be so timid, forcing him to alter his original plan. Casually tossing old Six Corpse aside, Lin Zhong moved like the wind, charging toward another classroom. The students' screams had surely reached the ears of the last robber in the adjacent classroom. Even if he didn't know what was happening, it would be enough to put him on high alert. And Lin Zhong intended to take him down before the robber could react. To save time and catch him off guard, Lin Zhong charged through the door without hesitation. Boom! The heavy classroom door shattered into pieces under Lin Chang's impact, sending fragments flying everywhere. Using the momentum of the collision, he lunged inside.
Chapter 95, One-Hit Kill. In the adjacent classroom, the gang leader was filled with shock and suspicion, unsure why screams were suddenly echoing through the room.
At that very moment, the classroom door burst open as Lin Zhong charged in. But the leader hadn't risen to command a band of lawless thugs by luck alone. Though Lin Chang's speed was astonishing, the entire sequence from smashing the door to bursting into the classroom took less than 2 seconds. The leader reacted the instant Lin Zhong entered. Before he could even catch a glimpse of Lin Zhong's figure, the gang leader decisively raised his gun and unleashed a furious barrage of fire at Lin Zhong.
Rat-a-tat-tat. The submachine gun's muzzle spat out blinding flames as a hail of bullets stormed toward Lin Zhong.
The moment the trigger pulled, the leader even saw Lin Chang's body riddled with holes. At such close range, unless he was Superman, there was absolutely no way he could dodge the bullets. But he miscalculated. The moment the gang leader raised his gun, Lin Zhong had already anticipated what was about to happen. His lunging body instinctively ducked downward without hesitation, then rolled forward before springing back up.
This seamless sequence of movements flowed like a river, its speed so swift it left after images in its wake. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The bullets fired at Lin Zhong all struck empty air, leaving dense clusters of bullet holes in the door and walls. By then, Lin Zhong had already charged to the leader's front, delivering a powerful punch from below, smashing straight into the leader's chest and abdomen.
Stunned by Lin Chang's blinding speed, the leader gasped in shock and stumbled backward.
In his haste, he lowered the submachine gun in his hands, attempting to block the incoming punch. Crack! A dull thud, like steel clashing, echoed as Lin Chang's punch shattered the submachine gun's barrel. Bullets and metal fragments flew everywhere, yet his fist, still carrying momentum, slammed into the leader's chest.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The gang leader staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing, his face contorting beneath the mask. However, despite taking the punch, he neither fell nor lost his ability to fight.
Ha! Lin Zhong was surprised that his punch hadn't knocked the robber down. Body armor?
The moment his fist made contact with the robber's body, he sensed something off. He hadn't expected the man to be wearing body armor. The vest significantly dampened the force of Lin Chang's punch. Otherwise, even a single blow would have been enough to knock the robber out. The gang leader gasped for breath, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his chest. His eyes locked onto Lin Zhong. "Who are you?" As he spoke, he drew his pistol and dagger, adopting a defensive stance as if facing a formidable enemy. Lin Zhong still wore the robber's clothes and mask, but the leader wasn't stupid. He'd already guessed his partner was likely dead, killed by the man standing before him. Yet more than anger, the leader was gripped by terror. Yes, sheer terror. He, who had always feared nothing under heaven, sensed an aura emanating from Lin Zhong that made him tremble. It was the terrifying aura of a killer who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, honed by slaying countless enemies. The leader himself carried a killing intent, but compared to Lin Chang's, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. "Who the hell are you?" the leader gritted out, his teeth clenched.
"You're definitely not a cop. There's absolutely no one like you in the police force." "I'm not a cop, but who I am isn't your concern."
Lin Chang's gaze swept across the room, landing on the parents who stood frozen, staring at the 2 men.
"What are you all standing around for? Get out of here!"
The parents snapped out of their daze. Without knowing who led the charge, they rushed toward the classroom door, shoving and pushing, even coming to blows, a scene of utter chaos. At this moment, the gang leader had no mind for the hostages. All his attention was focused on Lin Zhong, his nerves stretched to breaking point. He had a premonition: if he showed even the slightest weakness, he was as good as dead.
"Where are my men?"
The leader forced himself to stay calm while frantically plotting his next move.
"Your men are dead. You will die too."
Lin Zhong saw through the leader's thoughts.
"Before you die, do you have any last words? Your men died too quickly, they didn't get to say anything."
"Oomph." The leader snorted coldly, suddenly yanking off his hood to reveal a face scarred beyond recognition.
"I admit you're strong, but do you think you've got me cornered? It's not what I think, it's the truth. You stand no chance of survival against me."
Lin Zhong removed his own hood, his icy gaze devoid of emotion as he stated a simple fact.
"You shouldn't have come here. You shouldn't have slaughtered the innocent." "Killing innocents?"
The gang leader burst into laughter. "You, of all people, accuse me of killing innocents? I guarantee you've killed far more people than I ever have.
Every man I've killed deserved his fate like you. Lin Zhong crouched low, his back arched like a leopard poised to pounce. The police are on their way. Would you rather die by their bullets or by my hand? You're the one who's going to die. The gang leader suddenly bellowed, raising his pistol like lightning. Bang! 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 He fired several shots at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong swayed slightly, dodging the bullets aimed at him. Then, with a sharp thrust of his toes against the ground, his body shot forward. His 5 fingers curled slightly, seizing the robber leader's gun-wielding wrist. But just as his wrist was seized, the leader's other hand flashed a cold gleam as a dagger stabbed violently toward Lin Chang's waist. Madness and murderous intent flared in the leader's eyes as his face contorted into a savage grimace. He intended to trade injuries, willingly sacrificing his wrist to be wrenched off if necessary to stab Lin Zhong with his dagger and inflict severe wounds. But Lin Zhong wouldn't let that happen. A flash of scorn crossed Lin Chang's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he bent his left leg and lashed out like a whip, striking the robber leader's other hand and sending the dagger flying. A muffled groan of pain escaped the leader's throat. The hand struck by Lin Zhong bent unnaturally, broken clean off by the kick. But once Lin Chang's assault began, it would never stop. Closing in on the leader again, he unleashed a double punch, smashing into the leader's chest. Power erupted like thunder. The peak of overt force, even bulletproof vests couldn't withstand it. The gang leader's chest shattered under Lin Chang's double punch, emitting bone-chilling snaps as his body flew backward like it had been struck by a speeding car. Thud! The leader's body slammed into the wall, gouging a deep dent as dust rained down. Sliding down the wall, he was utterly incapacitated. Gushing blood poured from his mouth as his life force rapidly drained away. The savage glint in his eyes dimmed, yet his face still bore an expression of utter disbelief. What he couldn't believe was that he hadn't even been able to withstand a single punch from Lin Zhong. Incredible. The gang leader managed to utter the 2 words before his head lolled to the side, his life force extinguished. Chapter 96, Departing with a Flutter of Cloth. At the very moment the gang leader died, the police station outside the school finally sprang into action. Parents and students who had narrowly escaped the ordeal were still trembling with fear, huddling on the playground and weeping. Armed SWAT officers stormed into the school building. Meng Xinghe entered the school immediately. Seeing the parents and students unharmed on the playground, a huge weight lifted from his heart. Beside him, the other officers, those who had never trusted Lin Zhong, were rendered speechless, utterly stunned. Lin Zhong had delivered on every promise he had made, without compromise. Most hostages were rescued safely. Aside from the 2 unlucky souls killed by the hostage-takers at the outset, not a single other hostage had died. This outcome was a million times better than the police had initially anticipated. Though they found it hard to believe, everyone's faces broke into broad smiles. Meng Xinghe was equally moved. A rare smile graced his usually stern face. Such a monumental hostage crisis resolved with such perfection meant he bore no blame. Instead, he earned immense credit. This achievement would stand as the most brilliant chapter in his political career. With such an achievement under his belt, Meng Xinghe felt confident he could advance further and ascend to even greater heights. And all of this was thanks to Lin Zhong. Meng Xinghe hadn't forgotten who the true hero of this incident was. Rescuing the hostages from the hijackers this time was entirely thanks to Mr. Lin. I thought he was just bragging, but who knew he actually pulled it off? Indeed, the proof is right before our eyes. Even if I were skeptical, I couldn't deny it. These words came from Captain Ma, his face breaking into a relieved smile, his tone brimming with genuine admiration for Lin Zhong. Mr. Lin, what exactly is his background? Do you know, Chief? All eyes turned to Meng Xinghe. Meng Xinghe cleared his throat, neither confirming nor denying. Enough questions. Suffice it to say, Mr. Lin's background is extraordinary. It's best you don't pry. The group exchanged glances, their curiosity about Lin Chang's background growing even stronger. Abilities like that, skills like that, they're not something ordinary people possess. Lin Chang's background must be extraordinary, someone else remarked. Of course he's extraordinary, Meng Xinghe thought silently, his expression betraying nothing. As a leader, he naturally wouldn't share everything with his subordinates. Some matters were best kept to himself. Meng Xinghe recalled Lin Zhong's top-secret file once more. The suspicion that had lingered in his mind grew clearer. That young man named Lin Zhong must have come from the military, and specifically, one of those elite, secret units. Only someone from those units could possess such formidable individual combat prowess and tactical discipline. Lin Zhong paid no attention to the events unfolding outside. After taking down the gang leader, he shed his camouflage uniform, left the classroom, and returned to the storage room. He had no intention of revealing himself to the public. His identity was top secret and absolutely could not be exposed to the public. That was why he had covered his face with a mask during the hostage rescue. Inside the storage room, Yang Ying, Guan Wei, and Guan Yusin were both tense and worried. When Lin Zhong entered, Yang Ying and Guan Wei abandoned all restraint, throwing themselves into his arms and refusing to let go. "Brother Lin, you're finally back. Brother Lin, you had us worried sick. It's over now. Let's get out of here." Lin Zhong wrapped his arms around Yang Ying and Guan Wei's shoulders, patting them gently.
Neither of them spoke, only nodding firmly.
Aunt Guan, can you walk?
Lin Zhong extended his hand to Guan Yusen.
I can. Guan Yusen took Lin Chang's hand and stood up.
She was much more mature than Yang Ying and Guan Wei, and didn't forget to ask Lin Zhong about the details and outcome of the incident.
What happened to those robbers? Are all the hostages safe?
I took care of all 5 robbers.
The hostages are safe. The police have already entered the school. There shouldn't be anything left for me to do now, Lin Zhong said casually. Big brother Lin, you're so amazing. I knew you were the best.
Guan Wei lifted her head from Lin Chang's embrace, her big eyes sparkling with admiration. Hearing that Lin Zhong had actually taken down 5 armed robbers, Guan Yusen's heart skipped a beat.
Unlike the innocent Yang Ying and Guan Wei, she understood what it truly meant to take down 5 heavily armed, ruthless criminals. After all, these 5 had managed to break through a siege involving hundreds of police officers, storm into the school, and hold dozens of students and teachers hostage in a standoff with law enforcement. Even special forces soldiers wouldn't fare much better, right? Yet Lin Zhong, single-handedly and with no weapons whatsoever, had neutralized 5 thugs whose combat prowess rivaled that of special forces, all while the police stood helpless. As these thoughts swirled, Lin Chang's figure suddenly loomed larger in Guan Yusen's eyes. Supporting Guan Yusen, Lin Zhong descended the stairs with the other 3. By now, the entire teaching building was under police control. The bodies of the 5 hostage takers and 2 hostages had been collected and laid side by side on the playground, covered with white cloth. Lin Zhong had intended to slip away quietly with the 3, avoiding any attention. But fate had other plans. The moment he stepped out of the building, a swarm of police officers swarmed around him. These officers held no ill will, yet their gazes toward Lin Zhong were strangely complex, a mix of respect, awe, surprise, admiration, and suspicion that defied easy description. At the front of the group stood a middle-aged man with dark skin and an imposing presence even without anger. Yet now, his face was plastered with a broad smile, radiating warmth toward Lin Zhong. Mr. Lin?
Though Meng Zhengwei's attention was focused on Lin Zhong, the 3 strikingly different beauties accompanying him drew an extra glance. These 3 beauties were simply too striking. Moreover, the elegant woman being supported by Lin Zhong seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen her before. Seeing there was no avoiding it, Lin Zhong reluctantly halted his steps and nodded.
That's me.
Meng Zhengwei seized Lin Chang's hand, clasping it tightly with both of his own and shaking it vigorously.
Mr. Lin, I am Meng Zhengwei. This time, it's all thanks to you. On behalf of all the police officers in Xinghe City and every hostage you rescued, I thank you for your contribution. Thank you. If an ordinary person had been treated this way by the chief of police of Xinghe City, they would likely have been overwhelmed with gratitude. But Lin Zhong felt nothing special, for he had encountered far too many high-ranking officials in his life, each of whom held a position far superior to Meng Zhengwei's. Chief Meng, you're too kind. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Lin Zhong shook Meng Zhengwei's hand calmly. Meng Zhengwei paused slightly, but he quickly recalled Lin Chang's identity and nodded with a smile. Of course, no problem. Mr. Lin, you are our hero. If you wish to leave, you may do so anytime. Lin Zhong nodded to the surrounding police officers. Under their complex gazes, he led Yang Ying, Guan Wei, and Guan Yusen out of the school. From Director Meng's solemn demeanor, Lin Zhong sensed that Meng Zhengwei had picked up on something. Still, he trusted that someone who had risen to such a high position understood precisely what could and couldn't be said. After Lin Zhong and the others departed, a police officer asked doubtfully, Chief Meng, are we just letting him go like that? What else could we do? Shouldn't we have Mr. Lin stay for a formal commendation? The officer spoke purely out of goodwill, believing letting Lin leave like this showed disrespect to a hero. Mr. Lin just solved a huge problem for us. Ordinary people certainly deserve commendation, but Mr. Lin is no ordinary man. Do not measure him by the standards applied to ordinary people. Meng Zhengwei surveyed the room, his voice turning stern. Mr. Lin's file is top secret. Having worked in the police system for so long, you should know what a top-secret file signifies. Therefore, suppress your curiosity. Regarding everything about Mr. Lin, the less we know, the better. Chapter 97, the incident concludes. The incident at Xinghe No. 3 High School sent shockwaves throughout the entire city in a matter of moments. After the hostages were rescued, television stations and media outlets were finally permitted to enter the school. Cameras and microphones swarmed around Meng Zhengwei, the on-site commander, bombarding him with questions one after another. Commissioner Meng, Jianzhu has always maintained excellent public safety. Yet now we've witnessed such a heinous incident, the most sensational robbery case in decades. What's your perspective? Commissioner Meng, we've heard that 5 armed robbers stormed the school and took dozens of students and teachers hostage. Is this true? If so, now that everyone has been safely rescued, what specific actions did the police take during this operation? Commissioner Meng, regarding the true identities of these 5 robbers, does the police have any leads? Faced with a barrage of relentless questions from reporters, Meng Zhengwei was overwhelmed but forced to muster his composure to handle the media onslaught. Fortunately, Lin Zhong had the foresight to evacuate Yang Ying and the other 2 from the school before the media arrived. Parked at the school entrance was a discreetly luxurious Bentley Guan Yusin's personal vehicle.
With Guan Yusin's injured foot preventing her from driving, Lin Zhong had no choice but to take them home first.
We probably don't have to go to class tomorrow, right? Guan Wei suddenly exclaimed excitedly after getting into the car.
Not just tomorrow, you might all have the next few days off, Guan Yusin remarked from the passenger seat, gently massaging her ankle with a frown.
Such a major incident, it's truly a headache.
As a board member of Xinghe No. 3 High School, Guan Yusin typically didn't get involved in the school's operations. But with such a major incident occurring at her school, she couldn't remain uninvolved.
Great!
Guan Wei cheered, her face lighting up with a broad smile that carved two deep dimples into her cheeks. Yang Ying also wore a faint smile, though her more reserved nature meant she didn't express her joy as openly as Guan Wei. Judging by their demeanor alone, one would never guess they had just endured a harrowing hostage ordeal.
In truth, thanks to Lin Zhong's presence, Yang Ying and Guan Wei had never been in any real danger throughout the ordeal. They didn't even know what the hostage taker looked like. Precisely because of this, their perception of the hijacking remained vague and distant, leaving them far from the terror and anxiety felt by the other students. Lin Zhong focused on driving when his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Keeping one hand on the wheel, he pulled out his phone with the other. Hello? Little brother Lin, are you okay? Lu Yin's magnetic, sensual voice came through the line. Yeah, I'm fine.
That's good. Lu Yin seemed to exhale in relief, her tone lightening.
You're so capable, I knew you'd be fine.
Su Miao's voice suddenly cut in, stop lying. You were practically freaking out just now, pacing around the office like a cat on a hot tin roof.
You didn't even finish the work I assigned you. And you're one to talk, miss? You messed up the signature placement yourself. Lu Yin shot back.
Listening to Su Miao and Lu Yin's exchange, Lin Zhong felt a warm glow in his heart. Though neither had said it outright, he could tell they were deeply worried about him.
Lin, take it easy today. We'll talk about what happened when you come in tomorrow.
After confirming Lin Zhong was okay, Lu Yin hung up. Over 30 minutes later, Lin Zhong and his companions finally arrived at the residential complex where Guan Wei lived. Lin Zhong opened the car door and carefully helped Guan Yusin out. But the moment Guan Yusin's feet touched the ground, she let out a muffled groan and collapsed limply into Lin Zhong's arms. Only then did Lin Zhong notice Guan Yusin's forehead was covered in cold sweat, her face pale clearly in pain. Yang Ying and Guan Wei had also gotten out of the car by then. Seeing this, their hearts leapt into their throats.
Guan Wei rushed to Guan Yusin's side, supporting her body. Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Guan Yusin forced a faint smile. Nothing serious. Just a sudden twinge in my foot.
Xiao Wei, support Aunt Guan while I examine her foot, Lin Zhong suddenly instructed.
Yang Ying and Guan Wei supported Guan Yusin on either side.
Lin Zhong crouched down, gently lifting her injured foot.
His brow slowly furrowed. Her foot, never touched by any man before, was now held by Lin Zhong.
Guan Yusin's fair face flushed slightly, and she pulled back a little.
Don't move,
Lin Zhong said, looking up. Guan Yusin immediately froze, allowing Lin Zhong to hold her foot. Her foot was pale pink, with pores barely visible, as smooth as jade. However, the ankle joint was severely swollen, turning purplish red and looking rather alarming. Lin Zhong hadn't expected it to be this severe.
When he gently touched it, Guan Yusin's body instantly tensed.
She sucked in a sharp breath, pain causing cold sweat to break out.
You two go home. I'll take Aunt Guan to the hospital. Lin Zhong stood up and addressed Yang Ying and Guan Wei.
Aunt Guan's foot injury is quite serious, it's not just a simple sprain.
Treatment will take some time.
I'll call you.
Both girls nodded obediently.
Guan Wei, no longer bickering with Guan Yusin, now looked at her with tear-filled eyes, her expression filled with concern. Though her ankle throbbed painfully, Guan Yusin couldn't help but smile at Guan Wei's expression.
What's with the face? It's just a sprain, my foot isn't broken.
Guan Wei wiped her tears and muttered, I'll make the face I want.
It's none of your business.
Guan Yusin tried to say something more, but Lin Zhong had already scooped her up and gently placed her in the passenger seat. Lin Zhong waved to Yang Ying and Guan Wei, swiftly started the Bentley, and made a U-turn to drive out of the residential complex. Yang Ying clasped Guan Wei's hand as they stood side by side, watching Lin Zhong drive away. Yang Ying whispered softly, Don't worry.
With brother Lin here, your mom's leg will be fine. I'm not worried at all. She actually made fun of me.
Though she said this, the worry on Guan Wei's face didn't lessen.
Princess Peace, what if they have to amputate mom's leg? That's impossible. And stop calling me Princess Taiping, you little cow.
Meanwhile, Lin Zhong was driving toward the nearest hospital. To prevent Guan Yusin from bumping her injured ankle, Lin Zhong said while driving, Aunt Guan, you can rest your leg up here. He patted his own thigh. A flicker of surprise crossed Guan Yusin's beautiful eyes, but surprisingly, she didn't object. Silently, she did as Lin Zhong suggested.
She draped both legs over Lin Chang's knees, shifting her posture from sitting upright to reclining sideways.
For a man with less self-control, witnessing this scene might have been enough to lose his composure. But Lin Zhong harbored no ulterior motives. His gaze remained fixed straight ahead as he focused intently on driving.
After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the hospital. Lin Zhong parked at the hospital entrance, gently lowered Guan Yusen's legs, and asked softly, "And Guan, can you walk?"
Guan Yusen furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head.
"I don't know." "Then may I carry you inside?" Guan Yusen's jade-like face flushed slightly as she gave an almost imperceptible nod.
Lin Zhong received permission, gently lifted Guan Yusen into his arms, and strode purposefully toward the hospital.
Chapter 98, Calm.
As Lin Zhong entered the hospital lobby carrying Guan Yusen, he instantly captured everyone's attention. Most eyes were fixed on Guan Yusen. A woman like Guan Yusen possessing charm, beauty, figure, and wealth was the center of attention wherever she went, even in a hospital setting.
Several men couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes burning as they stared at Guan Yusen's figure. Seeing Lin Chang's ordinary appearance only fueled their resentment.
They cursed him silently, thinking he'd gotten incredibly lucky a flower planted in cow dung.
Under such intense scrutiny, Guan Yusen felt a surge of nervousness.
Her arms wrapped around Lin Chang's neck tightened unconsciously. In stark contrast to Guan Yusen's nervousness, Lin Zhong remained impassive, his expression calm and unruffled. "Hello, we're here to register," Lin Zhong stated calmly to the nurse seated behind the counter as he approached. The nurse stared straight at Guan Yusen, her eyes filled with astonishment.
Some women possessed a charm that attracted both men and women, and Guan Yusen was undoubtedly one of them.
Only when Lin Zhong spoke did the nurse snap out of her trance, flustered.
Yes, please wait a moment." This nurse was actually quite pretty, above average in looks for an ordinary person. She was usually proud of her appearance and never lacked admirers. But compared to Guan Yusen, she instantly seemed dull and unremarkable. To draw an analogy, if you placed a pearl and a glass bead of identical size side by side, most people would immediately notice the pearl. Few would bother to examine the glass bead. Guan Yusen was that radiant pearl, while this nurse was the glass bead whose luster was completely overshadowed. Perhaps because Guan Yusen's aura was so noble and elegant, the nurse couldn't even muster jealousy. Especially the clothes Guan Yusen wore, the shoes on her feet, and the handbag she carried. Every single item was an expensive luxury brand, beyond what the nurse could afford even with several months' salary. The phrase rich, beautiful, and privileged seemed tailor-made for Guan Yusen. The nurse secretly wondered why someone so wealthy and privileged would choose this unassuming little hospital over a more prestigious private clinic. In reality, as a star entrepreneur in Xinghe City and a wealthy socialite, Guan Yusen had her own private doctor. When she fell ill, her private doctor would typically come to her home for treatment. She rarely visited hospitals, and when she did, it was always at exclusive private clinics known for their attentive service. Had Lin Zhong not been accompanying her this time, Guan Yusen would never have come here alone. After registering, the process of examination, treatment, and medication purchase followed. By the time it concluded, several hours had passed. After treatment, the swelling in Guan Yusen's injured foot hadn't subsided, but the pain had significantly lessened, allowing her to walk a little. When Lin Zhong helped Guan Yusen back home, Yang Ying and Guan Wei, who had already been notified, were waiting at the door. Together, they guided Guan Yusen to sit on the sofa. Surveying the familiar furnishings in the room, Lin Zhong felt an inexplicable wave of emotion wash over him. To be honest, his very first night in Xinghe had been spent in this very room. "Lin Zhong, we really owe you today. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened to Wei and me," Guan Yusen said wearily from the sofa. "Auntie, you're too kind. These were just small things, nothing to mention. You saved our lives, how could that be trivial? Is there anything I can do for you?" Guan Yusen looked at Lin Zhong earnestly. "If you're facing any difficulties, just say the word. Whatever I can do to help, I will." Before Lin Zhong could respond, Guan Wei suddenly interjected, "Mom, why all the formalities? Brother Lin isn't an outsider. Can you please not treat him like you would someone in the business world?" Guan Yusen shot Guan Wei a look, though her eyes held no real anger. "Do you think I'm like you? Carefree and clueless about social etiquette? Lin Zhong saved our lives. Can't I show my gratitude? If you want to show your gratitude, just do it. Why ask Brother Lin?" Guan Wei muttered. "Xiao Wei's right, Auntie. No need to be so formal with me." Lin Zhong noticed the mother-daughter duo about to bicker again and quickly interjected, "If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a meal." Guan Yusen couldn't help but smile. When she smiled, she bore a striking resemblance to Guan Wei. "Well, you're in for a treat. My cooking is quite something, you know. Once my foot heals, I'll personally whip up a meal for you." "No problem." Guan Wei plopped down beside Lin Zhong, wrapping her arm around his and grinning. "Big brother Lin Ying and I cooked dinner for you guys today." Hearing Guan Wei's words, Yang Ying poked half her body out from the kitchen, her expression displeased. "It was clearly me who did the cooking. You were only in charge of washing the vegetables, okay?" Yang Ying wore a cartoon apron tied around her waist, holding a spoon in her hand, looking exceptionally cute and charming. "Could you have cooked without the veggies I washed?" Guan Wei pouted unhappily. "It wasn't all you're doing. So what if you can cook?" "Big deal." "Oof, it is a big deal. Try cooking yourself if you think you can. See if you dare feed it to Brother Lin." I won't."
Seemingly struck at her weak spot, Guan Wei appeared flustered and flustered. One of her biggest weaknesses was her inability to cook. She couldn't even manage the simplest fried rice. Whenever she tried cooking before, it ended up burnt, overly salty, or undercooked, basically inedible. Having bested Guan Wei, Yang Ying lifted her chin haughtily, letting out a soft snort through her nostrils like a victorious general before returning to the kitchen. Listening to Yang Ying and Guan Wei bicker, while inhaling the faint, lingering aroma, Lin Zhong's heart gradually settled. He found a long-lost sense of peace, and his expression softened. After dinner at Guan Wei's home, Lin Zhong and Yang Ying took their leave. Guan Wei desperately wanted Lin Zhong to stay, but Guan Yusen silenced her, leaving her to watch Lin Zhong and Yang Ying walk away together with a look of reluctance. Yang Ying took Lin Chang's hand, and the two walked slowly down the quiet, deserted street.
The dim streetlights cast two long shadows behind them.
A genuine smile graced Yang Ying's face, her bright expression a stark contrast to her usual quiet and reserved nature. Her small hand felt soft as if without bones. Lin Zhong held it loosely, afraid to apply any pressure, worried he might accidentally hurt her.
"Did you call your aunt?"
Lin Zhong suddenly remembered to ask as they neared home.
"MHM.
Yang Ying nodded, lifting her head to look at Lin Zhong.
Her bright eyes shone in the darkness. Mom was terrified after seeing the news.
I had to reassure her many times before she believed we were both safe. We'll visit her at the hospital tomorrow and have the doctor schedule the surgery, Lin Zhong said with a smile.
"Xiaoying, now that we have money, is there anything you want?" "Nothing. Well, if I had to say." Yang Ying paused, her voice soft. "Big brother Lin, will you always stay by my side?" Her heart pounded wildly as she asked, terrified of hearing a negative answer from Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong, oblivious to Yang Ying's girlish thoughts, looked up and ruffled her hair without hesitation. "Of course I'll always be by your side. Because I'm your brother." If only he hadn't added that last part.
Yang Ying thought silently, but she didn't voice the words in her heart.
Chapter 99, A Token of My Feelings. The next day, Lin Zhong rose early, splashed cold water on his face, dressed, and headed out. In the next room, Yang Ying was still fast asleep. Xinghe No. 3 Middle School had announced a 3-day break, and she could finally sleep into her heart's content. Lately, Yang Ying had been studying until midnight almost every day, only to rise again at 6 the next morning for school, leaving her severely sleep-deprived. Lin Zhong stepped out of the small building, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. It was still very early, just past 6 in the morning. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few hurried passers-by. Lin Zhong walked straight ahead, arriving at Old Man Liao's noodle shop. He had driven the Lamborghini away when he returned last night. His early arrival here was for another reason. The small noodle shop was already brightly lit. Old Man Liao had risen early and was bustling about inside, preparing for opening. "Young man, you're here." Spotting Lin Zhong, Old Man Liao's face lit up with a smile, though he added apologetically, "If you're here for noodles, you'll have to wait a bit longer. I haven't even prepped the ingredients yet." "Uncle, I'm not here for noodles. I'm here for something else."
"What is it?" Old Man Liao wiped his hands with a towel, looking puzzled. Lin Zhong pulled a thick stack of cash from his pocket, gently placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Liao Laobo. "Uncle, this money is all yours."
"What?"
Old Man Liao was startled, waving his hands vigorously.
"Young man, what do you mean by this?"
"Uncle, this money is just a token of my appreciation.
Please don't refuse it,"
Lin Zhong said earnestly. Over their casual conversations lately, Lin Zhong had learned about Old Man Liao's family situation, which had left him feeling deeply moved. Over 60 years old, his wife was bedridden and completely dependent on him for daily care, eating, drinking, and even using the bathroom. Meanwhile, Liao had to run his small noodle shop to earn money for both his wife and himself, leaving him constantly busy. As for their children, Liao Laobo never mentioned them during their conversations, and Lin Zhong didn't pry. But judging by his current plight, even if they did have children, it felt as though they didn't. "Young man, no more talk. This money is the fruit of your hard work. I can't accept it." Old Man Liao grabbed the cash from the table and shoved it into Lin Chang's chest. "Quickly put it away. Don't let others see such a large sum."
"Uncle, I have money now.
The sum is nothing to me, but it could ease your life." Lin Zhong took a step back, hands clasped behind his back, refusing to take the money.
"Please accept it. I mean it once given, I never take it back."
Old Man Liao cradled the money in both hands, his lips trembling slightly. Suddenly, he wiped his eyes with his sleeve.
"Can I really accept this?" "Of course you can."
Lin Zhong smiled gently, his eyes soft. "You won't have to work so hard anymore, old man.
But please keep this little noodle shop open. I really love the noodles you cook." "Then wait a moment. I'll make you some right now."
Old Man Liao wiped his eyes again, his hands trembling as he accepted the money. His gaze toward Lin Zhong brimmed with gratitude.
"If you ever want noodles in the future, just come by anytime. As long as I'm still alive, this little noodle shop will always be open." With that, Old Man Liao rose and entered the kitchen.
Moments later, he emerged carrying a large bowl of noodles, setting it before Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong was already famished. Ever since cultivating the dragon tiger energy, his appetite had grown enormous.
He wolfed down the noodles, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Old man, I'm full. I'm off. Alright then, come back again sometime.
Old man Liao waved at Lin Zhong.
Lin Zhong left old man Liao's noodle shop, went home to change clothes, left a note for Yang Ying, and drove his Lamborghini to Galaxy Tower. As he pulled up to Galaxy Tower, 2 security guards at the entrance eagerly rushed over. They opened the car door for Lin Zhong while respectfully greeting him, Brother Lin. Lin Zhongdi nodded and asked, have President Su and Manager Lu arrived at work yet?
Yes, both of them are already at work, the heavier security guard replied eagerly. Manager Lu specifically instructed us to have you go straight to the president's office as soon as you arrived.
Understood.
Lin Zhong gave a faint smile, walked past the 2 security guards, and stepped into the building. Behind him, the 2 security guards stood at attention, maintaining their posture even after he had departed. Their profound respect stemmed from the fact that, in a sense, Lin Zhong held their livelihoods in his hands. If Lin Zhong took a dislike to them, a single word could cost them their jobs. Lin Zhong served as Su Miao's personal bodyguard, earning the deep trust of both Su Miao and Lu Ying, 2 women absolutely untouchable within the Star River Pharmaceutical Group. The 2 security guards who had clashed with Lin Zhong were especially anxious, fearing he might hold a grudge and retaliate for their actions that day. They went out of their way to curry favor. In truth, they were misjudging him. Lin Zhong had long forgotten the incident and didn't even remember what the 2 of them looked like. Lin Zhong rode the elevator straight up to Su Miao's office and knocked on the door. Come in, came Su Miao's cool, melodious voice from inside. As Lin Zhong pushed open the door, he saw Su Miao seated behind her massive desk, surrounded by stacks of documents piled high. Lu Ying stood beside her, holding a folder, seemingly in the midst of a report. Spotting Lin Zhong, both women's eyes lit up with surprise. But Su Miao quickly realized her lapse, lowering her gaze without a flicker of emotion to compose herself. When she lifted her eyes again, her expression had returned to normal. Lu Ying, however, couldn't contain herself. She tossed the folder onto the desk, hurried over to Lin Zhong, circled him a few times, tugging at his arm and patting his thigh. Little brother Lin, let your big sister see. Do you have 3 heads and 6 arms? What? Lin Zhong was taken aback by Lu Yin's sudden attention the moment he entered, momentarily bewildered. Haven't you been watching TV or reading the papers? Lu Yin asked in surprise. Lin Zhong shook his head. No. What happened yesterday at Xinghe No. 3 Middle School has completely rocked the entire city of Xinghe and even drawn nationwide attention. Lu Ying picked up a stack of newspapers, spread them out before Lin Zhong, and said, look, every single front page is reporting on that gang of robbers. Oh. Lin Chang's gaze swept over the papers, his expression calm, his tone indifferent. Oh what? While others may not know, we're perfectly clear you were the main protagonist in yesterday's incident, Lu Ying said impatiently. Hurry up and tell your sister how you took down those robbers. They couldn't be subdued by hundreds of police officers, yet you handled them alone. You're not actually a monster, are you? If I were a monster, what would you do about it, Sister Yin? Chapter 100, The Enigma of a Daughter's Heart. What else could I do? Just deal with it. After all, you're my little brother Lin. Lu Yin chuckled. Seeing Lu Yin jumping from topic to topic without getting to the point, Su Miao finally grew impatient. Lin Zhong, we all know yesterday's success was entirely thanks to you. Yet the police report doesn't mention you at all. If this upsets you, I can help you file a formal appeal with the police. You deserve the recognition and honors you've earned. Exactly. That's precisely what Miss and I were discussing just now. Lu Ying suddenly remembered what she meant to say and added, Miss Su also spoke with Meng Zhengwei on the phone, but he wouldn't say anything over the line. He just told us to come ask you directly. So, little brother Lin, what exactly happened? Lin Zhong finally understood why Su Miao and Lu Yin had come to the company so early, not for work, but out of concern for him, fearing he might face unfair treatment. A wave of warmth washed over him. President, Sister Yin, this isn't something I can explain in a few words. It involves the unit I served in. The police concealed my identity for security reasons. If my identity were exposed, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Besides, I didn't save people for rewards or glory. Compared to fame, I prefer ordinary, unremarkable days like these. So, let's just leave it at that. It was rare for Lin Zhong to speak at such length. Though it didn't entirely dispel Su Miao and Lu Yin's lingering doubts, it was sufficient. Both Su Miao and Lu Yin were sharp-minded individuals. They understood Lin Zhong must have had compelling reasons for his actions. Exchanging a glance, Lu Yin spread her hands inside. Since you say so, little brother Lin, let's just drop this matter. Su Miao propped her jade-like arms on the desk, chin resting in her hands, and regarded Lin Zhong with a peculiar gaze. Speaking of which, was that unit you served in, was it the Beidou? Surprised Su Miao still remembered, Lin Zhong's eyes flashed with a gleam as he nodded. That's correct. Well, your unit sure is mysterious. I couldn't find a single thing about it. Su Miao's long, arched eyebrows lifted slightly as she pondered thoughtfully, Lin Zhong, what exactly is your background? Lin Zhong remained silent in response to Su Miao's question. In truth, Beidou was the most enigmatic special forces unit within the Yanhuang million-strong army.
It would have been strange if Su Miao's intelligence network could uncover anything about it. Su Miao hadn't expected an answer anyway. Knowing him well, she understood he wouldn't utter a single word about matters he shouldn't discuss. Lu Ying broke the silence, pulling Lin Zhong down onto the sofa. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Enough of this boring stuff. Little brother Lin, tell your big sister how you took down those bandits. I'm dying to hear the details." Lin Zhong didn't want to dwell on yesterday's events. No matter how thrilling the details might be, it all boiled down to killing people, nothing to boast about. But he couldn't resist Lu Yin's persistent pleading. Sighing, he began recounting the story in a calm tone. Lin Chang's voice was deep, steady, and magnetic, a distinctly masculine tone that seemed to possess an innate power to captivate listeners. Lu Yin was instantly drawn in. Su Miao, who had been pretending disinterest, unconsciously set down her pen. Lifting her gaze from a pile of documents, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Zhong as she listened intently. Though Lin Zhong lacked storytelling flair and his tone held little variation, yesterday's events were so gripping that even his straightforward narration kept Lu Yin and Su Miao utterly spellbound. When Lin Zhong finished, both women remained utterly absorbed in his narrative, their eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Su Miao, with her dignified and composed nature, managed to maintain her composure. Lu Yin, however, was utterly captivated by Lin Zhong, her gaze burning with intensity. Had Su Miao not been present, Lu Yin would surely have thrown herself at Lin Zhong, doing things she'd never dare attempt otherwise. But even though she hadn't thrown herself at him, she was practically there. As Lin Zhong spoke, Lu Yin had unconsciously drawn closer, her body pressed against his side as she slipped her arm around his. Su Miao found the scene rather jarring. She averted her gaze and said coolly, "Manager Lu, don't you have a lot of work to do? Then don't waste time lingering here." Lu Yin stiffened, reluctantly releasing Lin Chang's arm as she stood up. "Got it." She reluctantly headed toward the door. Halfway there, she suddenly turned back and flashed Lin Zhong a smile. "Little Lin, big sister's off to work now. I'll come find you later, okay? You won't need to come find him again today." Su Miao snorted lightly. "He's accompanying me out later." Got it. I'll give little brother Lin to you today. I won't compete with you." Lu Ying flashed Lin Zhong a flirtatious glance, her expression both charming and alluring. "Little brother Lin, you'd better take good care of our CEO. Don't lose her." "Got it." Lin Zhong sensed the peculiar atmosphere between Su Miao and Lu Ying, responding with a single, sparingly chosen word. Lu Ying giggled, blew him a kiss, then sashayed out of the office. Once outside the president's office, Lu Yin's soft, seductive smile vanished instantly. Her gaze sharpened and cooled, transforming her back into the decisive, sharp-witted administrative manager. She stood still for a moment, clearing the slight warmth from her head and adjusting her breathing before striding away. Inside the office, Lin Zhong was asking Su Miao, "President, where are we going?" Although Su Miao had once told Lin Zhong to call her by her first name, he still found President rolled off his tongue more easily. "You'll find out soon enough." Su Miao buried her head back in the documents, not looking up. "What? Are you unhappy about accompanying me?" Lin Zhong detected a hint of accusation in Su Miao's tone, along with a barely perceptible edge of anger. Lin Zhong couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, baffled by what had gotten into this demanding president again. Adhering to the principle that speaking more only invites trouble, Lin Zhong simply shut his mouth, leaning back on the sofa without uttering a word. "Why aren't you speaking?" Su Miao shot back coldly, her stunningly beautiful face betraying no emotion, certainly not happiness. "Is it really that hard for you to accompany me just once?" Had Lin Zhong understood women better, he would have immediately sweet-talked Su Miao to placate her, for her tone was that of a sulking little girl. Unfortunately, Lin Zhong was as thick as a plank, a complete blockhead when it came to understanding women's feelings, nothing. "Since I'm your personal bodyguard, wherever you go, I go." "Humph, so you're still unwilling after all." Su Miao didn't know why she'd blurted that out, but the image of Lu Ying draped over Lin Chang's arm kept haunting her mind, stirring an inexplicable irritation. "Then don't come. I'll go alone." Even Lin Zhong, as thick as a brick, could detect the unusual edge in Su Miao's tone. Was this usually cool, dignified, goddess-like CEO actually losing her temper with him? Women's hearts were like needles at the bottom of the sea, one moment perfectly fine, the next completely changed. Lin Zhong sighed helplessly. "Don't say things when you're upset. I'll go with you." Hearing his words, Su Miao's irritation eased slightly. Her autumn water eyes fixed on him. "Is that your true intention?" "I never speak falsely," Lin Zhong affirmed with a nod. Su Miao was quite satisfied with his answer. Stretching lazily, she stood up. "Then let's go now." Chapter 101, Shopping with Beauty. Lin Zhong and Su Miao climbed into the Lamborghini. Lin Zhong was still driving, but this time Su Miao didn't sit in the back seat. Instead, she took the passenger seat. Lin Zhong suddenly remembered Su Miao's other driver and asked, "President, what about Miss Song Yun?" "I sent her out on an assignment," Su Miao replied casually. "My intelligence team is understaffed right now. Song Yun has professional training and is perfectly capable of handling intelligence work. Using her as a driver would be a waste of her talents." From Su Miao's words, Lin Zhong sensed something had transpired recently.
But since she chose not to elaborate, he had no intention of prying. Lin Zhong understood his role clearly, he was merely Su Miao's bodyguard. Beyond protecting her physical safety, he didn't concern himself with anything else, nor did he wish to. Lin Zhong started the Lamborghini, hands on the steering wheel, and turned his head to look at Su Miao.
Where are we going?
Seated in the passenger seat, Su Miao was close enough that Lin Zhong could catch the faint, alluring scent emanating from her. He could clearly see her exquisitely flawless features. No matter how many times he saw her, every encounter with Su Miao left Lin Zhong feeling utterly captivated. This has nothing to do with the strength of one's will, it's simply a natural reaction to seeing something beautiful. Head to Manhwa department store, Su Miao stated the location, leaning back in her seat and closing her eyes.
Wake me up when we arrive. Understood.
Lin Zhong pressed the accelerator and the Lamborghini shot out of the parking lot like a streak of blue lightning. Though Lin Zhong knew little about Xinghe's geography, he had heard of the renowned Manhwa department store. Manhwa department store was the most upscale shopping destination in all of Xinghe City, situated in the city's most bustling central district. Its halls were filled with international brands, making it the preferred shopping spot for the wealthy and famous.
Given Su Miao's wealth and status, shopping at Manhwa department store was not only understandable but entirely fitting.
About an hour later, they arrived at their destination.
Lin Zhong pulled the Lamborghini over to the curb and tapped Su Miao's fragrant shoulder. President, we're here.
Su Miao slowly opened her eyes, covering her mouth with a yawn as if still half asleep. Her appearance held a unique beauty in her spring-like slumber, though unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate it, as Lin Zhong had already averted his gaze. Su Miao hadn't slept well these past 2 days, often waking in the middle of the night. Strangely enough, it seemed only when Lin Zhong was by her side did she feel at ease. Though she'd only slept for a little over half an hour, Su Miao slept deeply and soundly, making up for several hours of her usual sleep. Su Miao sat in her seat, lost in thought for a moment, before finally shaking off the drowsiness. She casually smoothed her clothes and hair, opened the car door, and stepped out. Lin Zhong naturally followed close behind her, silent and steadfast, faithfully fulfilling his duties as a bodyguard without overstepping his boundaries. The moment Su Miao stepped out of the car, she instantly drew the attention of everyone around her. Just a few steps away, a man approached her, phone in hand. The moment he saw Su Miao's face, he suddenly went speechless, utterly captivated by her beauty. His phone clattered to the ground.
Yet even after the phone landed, the man didn't pick it up.
He remained transfixed, staring at Su Miao, completely mesmerized, his steps growing slower and slower. Yet no one laughed at him, for the others were no better off. For a moment, all sound seemed to vanish. The instant Su Miao appeared, the entire world seemed to freeze.
Su Miao frowned.
Though she didn't feel nervous under all these eyes, she felt a deep, visceral aversion. Ever since childhood, every time she stepped outside, she was subjected to that same barrage of stares. Long accustomed to it, she kept her face cold as she walked through the crowd and straight into the Manhwa department store.
Only after Su Miao's figure vanished did the passers-by on the street snap back to reality. Holy crap, did you just see that? She's a goddess, one man couldn't contain his excitement, yelling to his friend. A goddess, truly a goddess, his friend echoed, equally thrilled. So much better than those self-proclaimed online celebrities, 100 times more stunning than those so-called stars. This is what a real goddess looks like. You're telling me?
I never imagined such beauty existed in this world.
A stranger nearby chimed in. Another man beat his chest in regret. Why did I forget to take a picture just now?
After entering the Manhwa department store, though the stares directed at Su Miao hadn't vanished, they were far fewer than on the street. Su Miao exhaled a barely perceptible breath and slowed her pace. Lin Zhong, trailing behind her, likewise slowed his pace.
His gaze swept across every corner of the department store, mentally mapping its layout within mere seconds.
Then, Su Miao embarked on her shopping spree. For anything that caught her eye, she didn't haggle, she simply swiped her card and paid. Soon, Lin Chang's hands were full of shopping bags. She spent over 1,000,000 yuan in one go without so much as a flicker of concern. Passing by a men's clothing store, Su Miao suddenly halted and turned to face Lin Zhong. By now, Lin Zhong was carrying at least a dozen shopping bags. Even with his boundless stamina, he felt utterly drained, not physically, but mentally. No wonder they say accompanying a woman shopping is the most exhausting thing in the world. Su Miao scrutinized Lin Zhong from head to toe before uttering her first words since they began shopping. Hey, come in with me.
What? Lin Zhong was taken aback.
I said come in, so come in.
Su Miao's eyes held a peculiar glint as she spoke impatiently.
Though Lin Zhong had no idea what Su Miao was up to, he followed her into the men's clothing store. A pretty sales clerk approached them, wearing a professional smile. But the moment she recognized Su Miao's face, her smile froze. Her expression turned tense, and her speech became stuttered. Miss, hello, welcome. This clerk's reaction mirrored those who'd seen Su Miao earlier, only more pronounced. Several male staff members had even fallen completely speechless upon seeing Su Miao's stunning beauty. Su Miao gave the clerk a slight nod and began browsing the clothing store on her own. Lin Zhong stood at the entrance, holding over a dozen shopping bags, waiting quietly. Other customers browsing inside unconsciously paused their movements, their eyes following Su Miao's every step. Yet they dared not stare openly, nor even approach her. For Su Miao carried an air of lofty, unapproachable dignity. "Miss, what might I assist you with?" The salesperson took several deep breaths before finally gathering the courage to address Su Miao. "Not me, him." Su Miao extended a slender finger, pointing toward Lin Zhong's position. "Do you have anything suitable for him to wear?" Following Su Miao's gesture, all eyes turned in unison toward Lin Zhong. Chapter 102, Public Enemy of Men. Lin Zhong stood there clutching the shopping bag, utterly bewildered. Damn it! In that instant, it felt like 10,000 wild horses galloped through every man's mind. A few more fragile souls felt their fragile egos shatter into 1,000 pieces, clutching their chests as they nearly lost their footing. They never imagined this goddess so high and mighty, so breathtakingly beautiful would enter a men's clothing store to buy clothes for a man. And not just any man, one who was plain and unremarkable. This wasn't just a flower planted in cow dung, it was a toad landing on a swan. That man must be the goddess's assistant. Yeah, that must be it. Her buying him clothes is just a reward for her assistant, another person comforted themselves inwardly. Lin Zhong remained oblivious to the crowd's inner turmoil, but he keenly sensed that the moment Su Miao pointed at him, every person in the store instantly turned hostile toward him. Especially those men, their eyes flashed with fury, their breathing quickened, as if he were their sworn enemy. "Miss, do you mean to buy it for that gentleman?" The shop assistant asked cautiously, worried she might have misunderstood Su Miao's intent. "That's exactly what I mean." Su Miao beckoned to Lin Zhong. "Lin Zhong, why are you standing there like a fool? Come over here." Su Miao's words dealt another blow to the men present. Lin Zhong set his shopping bag on the floor and walked over to Su Miao, his eyes filled with questions. "This outfit doesn't suit you. Let's buy a new one." Su Miao appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was racing. "Tell the clerk what kind of clothes you like." "No need. The clothes I'm wearing are just fine." Lin Zhong refused without hesitation. "Are you kidding me? The clothes in this store were so expensive that buying one outfit here could buy him over a dozen elsewhere." Though Lin Zhong wasn't short on cash now, he wasn't one to splurge. He still hadn't paid for Yang Mama's medical bills and surgery fees. Su Miao hadn't expected Lin Zhong to refuse her request and was momentarily taken aback. The other staff members, however, were already seething with indignation, cursing him silently. "Damn it, the goddess is buying you clothes, and you have the nerve to refuse?" Others sneered inwardly, a broke loser. Even if he hitched his wagon to the goddess, he'd never escape his loser roots. Others felt a secret thrill, he actually turned down the goddess's request? That guy's done for. Maybe I'll get a chance too. Some had already begun fantasizing. Su Miao clenched her jaw, staring at Lin Chang's expressionless face. An inexplicable sense of grievance welled up inside her. "This is my first time stepping into a men's clothing store to buy clothes for a guy, and you're actually ungrateful? It's not like you have to pay for it yourself, why refuse me?" That was Su Miao's inner monologue at that moment. "No, we have to buy it." Su Miao locked eyes with Lin Zhong, refusing to budge. "It's not like you have to pay for it yourself. I know you're broke, can't I just buy it for you?" Hearing Su Miao's words, Lin Zhong slowly furrowed his brow. For some reason, seeing his frown made Su Miao's heart skip a beat. She felt a sudden wave of nervousness wash over her. He's not angry, is he? Lin Zhong was indeed angry. Su Miao's words made him look like a freeloading pretty boy. He could even feel the disdainful stares from the surrounding crowd. While those glances meant nothing to him, Su Miao's words undoubtedly wounded his pride as a man. If it had been anyone else, Lin Zhong would have stormed off long ago. But he couldn't do that to Su Miao. She was his employer, and their relationship was strictly professional. He couldn't betray his own conscience. "If you want to buy it, then buy it." Lin Chang's voice was unusually cold. "You don't need to buy it for me. I'll pay for it myself." Lin Chang's icy tone made Su Miao's heart skip a beat. She now realized her words had been inappropriate, but they were already spoken too late to take back. This was supposed to be a joyful occasion, and her intentions had been entirely good. Why had it turned into this? Su Miao couldn't understand. Unconsciously, Su Miao's eyes began to redden, and crystal-clear tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't want to cry, didn't want to show weakness in front of so many people, but she couldn't control the hurt welling up inside her. It seemed that being with Lin Zhong made her unusually fragile. Though her eyes brimmed with tears, Su Miao stubbornly held her head high, glaring defiantly at Lin Zhong. Her pearly teeth bit down hard on her cherry lips, leaving a neat row of indentations. 2 streams of tears slid down her snow-white cheeks. Lin Zhong hadn't expected Su Miao to break down so suddenly. Her sudden tears were such a stark contrast to her usual demeanor that he momentarily froze, unable to react. The other men in the shop couldn't hold back any longer. Several of them rolled up their sleeves, ready to beat Lin Zhong senseless and avenge their goddess. But just then, Su Miao spoke up. "Lin Zhong, why are you so angry?" The moment Su Miao uttered those words, the indignant men were stunned. Her tone sounded like a lover's quarrel. There was no room for outsiders to intervene. Several men gritted their teeth in frustration, cursing Lin Zhong under their breath, cursing this winner who had the goddess by his side and was about to reach the pinnacle of success. Facing Su Miao's questioning gaze and the tear streaks still wet on her cheeks, Lin Zhong remained silent. He couldn't fathom why Su Miao had become this way. The inner workings of a woman's heart remained uncharted territory to him. In such moments, 1,000 words were no match for a single silence. Yet the anger in his heart slowly dissipated. A woman's tears truly were the most effective weapon to soften a man's heart. Su Miao wiped her tears, seemingly embarrassed by her own display, and reverted to her icy demeanor. I'll ask you one more time. Are you buying it? I'll buy it. Lin Zhong answered swiftly, without hesitation. You made me angry, so I won't buy it for you. Pay for it yourself. Su Miao shot Lin Zhong a withering glance, the frost on her face melting away. She turned to the shop assistant who had been watching the scene unfold and said, bring out the most expensive outfit in the store. Lin Chang's mouth twitched, but this time he'd learned his lesson and didn't protest. Over the past period, through constant observation, Lin Zhong had finally grasped one truth: never try to reason with a woman, because there simply is no logic to be found. The salesperson snapped out of their daze and hurried off. A few minutes later, they returned with a deep blue suit laid out before Lin Zhong. Lin Chang's eye twitched when he saw the price tag, 36,000. Perhaps to Su Miao, this suit wasn't expensive at all, but in Lin Chang's eyes, the price wasn't just steep, it was outrageously expensive. The clerk paid no heed to Lin Chang's inner thoughts, enthusiastically pitching the suit. Miss, sir, this is our store's top-tier collection. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. And if it doesn't fit perfectly, our tailors can alter it anytime. Chapter 103, Enemies Meet. Once Lin Zhong decided to buy, he showed no further hesitation. He swiped his card and purchased the designer suit priced at 36,000 yuan. The salesperson, thrilled to have closed such a big deal, beamed with delight and grew even more attentive toward Lin Zhong. Sir, would you like to try it on? Lin Zhong shook his head. No need. Just wrap it up for me. Just as the clerk was about to comply, Su Miao suddenly interjected. Lin Zhong, you should try it on. You spent a lot on this suit. If it doesn't fit, wouldn't that be a waste? Lin Zhong rolled his eyes inwardly, finding Su Miao's motives increasingly baffling. But then he reconsidered. Su Miao wasn't the type to make unreasonable demands. She had made him spend so much on such an expensive outfit for a reason. Fine, I'll try it on. Indifferent, Lin Zhong took the suit into the fitting room. When Lin Zhong emerged from the fitting room, everyone was stunned. A series of stifled gasps and sharp inhales filled the store. Holy! Is that really the same guy from before? He just changed clothes, but how does he look like a completely different person? He looks like a proper gentleman now, but it's all because of the clothes. Seeing Lin Chang's dramatically transformed appearance, the men who had looked down on him felt an unusual mix of bitterness, envy, and admiration. The deep blue tailored suit perfectly accentuated Lin Chang's strong, powerful, and slender physique. Broad shoulders, long legs, a narrow waist, and a straight back paired with his detached, composed demeanor and calm, deep gaze exuded a charm utterly different from before. So handsome. How come I never noticed he was this handsome before? Almost instantly, the women in the store were captivated by Lin Zhong. Especially the female staff standing beside him, their eyes sparkled like stars as they crossed their arms and gazed at him dreamily. They never imagined Lin Zhong could look this handsome in a suit. Su Miao's eyes sparkled as she circled Lin Zhong, nodding approvingly. Perfect. This suit suits you well. Standing together in his suit, Lin Zhong and Su Miao looked like a match made in heaven. Even Su Miao's stunning beauty couldn't overshadow Lin Chang's radiance. Though others found him dashing in the suit, Lin Zhong himself felt profoundly uncomfortable. He was far more accustomed to staying hidden in the shadows than becoming the center of attention. Lin Zhong awkwardly cracked his neck, about to slip the suit off again, only to be stopped by Su Miao. Don't take it off. You'll wear this outfit while we go shopping, Su Miao declared with a cold snort, displaying the authority of a CEO. Why? Lin Zhong couldn't help but frown again. This outfit is too conspicuous. It doesn't suit my role as your bodyguard. In case of an emergency, it would restrict my movements and prevent me from fully protecting your safety. No reason. I just like it. Su Miao shot Lin Zhong a sideways glance. I'm your employer. Shouldn't you listen to me? Of course, Su Miao wouldn't openly tell Lin Zhong that she simply didn't want others to keep looking at him like he was some lowly sidekick. Perhaps Lin Zhong himself didn't care at all, but she certainly did. Fine, as you wish. Lin Zhong spread his hands helplessly. With Su Miao insisting, he had no choice but to agree. Su Miao smiled with satisfaction, her face lighting up with a smile that could charm 1,000 men. Let's keep shopping. I still want to buy a few more handbags. At the same moment, in front of the Huanghua department store, a Bugatti Veyron approached from the distance, gliding past a Lamborghini parked by the roadside. Suddenly, without warning, it slowed down and came to an abrupt halt just over 10 meters away. The door opened, and a tall, handsome young man stepped out. Dressed entirely in white, a casual outfit and white sneakers, he stood like a graceful, elegant tree swaying in the breeze, radiating effortless charm and handsomeness. Standing beside the Bugatti Veyron, his aura of wealth and good looks radiated, drawing frequent glances and flirtatious looks from women passing by. Yet the young man paid them no mind whatsoever. His expression was so dark it seemed rain could drip from his face as he fixed his gaze intently on the sapphire blue Lamborghini parked not far away. This young man was none other than Lu Ming, who had lost to Lin Zhong in the 9-turn mountain race. It was this very Lamborghini, and Lin Zhong behind the wheel, that had delivered to Lu Ming the most crushing defeat he had ever known. It had also caused his status and reputation among the wealthy second generation to plummet, leaving him utterly humiliated. As for Lin Zhong, the instigator of it all, Lu Ming would never forget him, even if it cost him his life. Lu Ming had harbored a deep grudge against Lin Zhong. He had spent the past few days searching for him relentlessly, yet Lin Zhong seemed to have vanished into thin air, impossible to track down. Just as Lu Ming was about to give up, fate intervened. There he was, standing by the roadside, a stroke of incredible luck. Seeking in vain, yet finding it effortlessly. Rage burned fiercely within Lu Ming, but the thought of imminent revenge against Lin Zhong made him want to laugh out loud 3 times. Clenching his fists, he suppressed the urge to smash the Lamborghini to pieces. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Li Tao, round up your crew and head to Manhwa department store. I've found that bastard. Young Master Lu, you mean the guy who made you look like a fool at Juko Mountain? A rough, hoarse male voice came through the phone. Struck at his weak spot, Lu Ming's face darkened further. He gritted his teeth and snapped, cut the ing bull. I said come, so get your ass over here. Got it, young Master Lu. How many men should I bring? Bring as many as you can. Lu Ming gave a cold, sinister laugh. I'm going to make sure that bastard vanishes from Xinghe forever. When Lu Ming declared he would make Lin Zhong vanish from Xinghe, it wasn't an empty threat, he had the means to make it happen. As a top-tier rich kid, Lu Ming had money to burn. To take someone down, he didn't need to lift a finger. As long as he was willing to pay, there were plenty of people willing to risk their lives for him. Take Li Tao, the man on the phone just now. He was one of the gang leaders Lu Ming had hired to handle his troubles. After hanging up, Lu Ming returned to his car, his mood far from calm, his expression shifting constantly. A few minutes later, a van pulled up beside the Bugatti Veyron. A burly middle-aged man in a black t-shirt and a crew cut leaped out. His bare torso displayed colorful tattoos on his arms, while a diagonal scar ran from the corner of his eye to the side of his mouth, lending him a fierce and menacing appearance. He tapped on the car window. Young Master Lu, we're here. Lu Ming didn't roll down the window, only opening it a crack. Li Tao, how many men did you bring? 8 brothers, all battle-hardened warriors, Li Tao replied with a savage grin. Good. Stay in the car for now. Once that guy shows up, charge straight at him, take him down, then drag him into the car and bring him to our agreed location. I'll follow behind you. Lu Ming ordered coldly. Young Master Lu, rest assured. I know what to do. Li Tao patted his chest emphatically, then rubbed his thumb and index finger together. But, about the fee. Get this done for me, and you'll get whatever you want. With your word, young Master Lu, I'm at ease. Just sit back and watch how I take care of that guy. Chapter 104, Burning with Jealousy. Lin Zhong and Su Miao walked side by side out of Manhwa department store. Lin Zhong carried over a dozen large and small bags, all the spoils of Su Miao's shopping spree. Su Miao seemed to be venting her pent-up stress through this shopping spree. She'd spent millions in one go on a mountain of luxury goods, yet still felt unsatisfied. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy more, nor that she lacked the funds. It was Lin Zhong who stopped her from continuing. Lin Zhong couldn't fathom why Su Miao was buying so many luxury items. He'd never seen her use them before, and her villa in Jinyun residential area was already filled to the brim. To Lin Chang's puzzled question, Su Miao merely pursed her rosy lips, too lazy to explain. Su Miao glanced up at the sun-drenched sky, then at Lin Zhong beside her, drenched in sweat and laden with bags. Her gloomy mood lifted, and a faint smile touched her lips. But the smile didn't last long. Noticing the stares from passers-by, Su Miao's expression vanished, returning to its usual icy, impassive state. Not far away, Lu Ming sat inside a Bugatti Veyron, keeping a constant watch on the entrance of Manhwa department store. When Lin Zhong appeared, Lu Ming nearly jumped with excitement. But his gaze was instantly drawn to Su Miao beside Lin Zhong, and he couldn't tear his eyes away. Lu Ming wasn't unfamiliar with women, quite the opposite. Ever since he turned 16, beautiful women had never been in short supply around him. He'd slept with plenty of so-called celebrity idols, but compared to Su Miao, those women were like heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Could such a beautiful woman truly exist in this world? More importantly, Su Miao possessed an innate, noble grace that made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. The moment he laid eyes on Su Miao, Lu Ming scrapped his original plan. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, first win the beauty's heart, then thoroughly humiliate Lin Zhong. Lu Ming was brimming with confidence. Compared to Lin Zhong, he was far superior in both wealth and looks. As long as the beauty wasn't blind, she'd know exactly who to choose. Once he had won the heart of that peerless beauty, taking revenge on Lin Zhong could wait. After all, with his wealth and influence, wasn't Lin Zhong just a puppet in his hands? Adjusting his clothes in the rearview mirror, Lu Ming took a deep breath, opened the car door, and strode toward where Lin Zhong and Su Miao were seated. Lin Zhong, who was surveying his surroundings, spotted Lu Ming instantly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward without a word, positioning himself in front of Su Miao.
Lin Zhong recognized Lu Ming, and he was certain Lu Ming wouldn't have forgotten him either. Yet Lin Zhong remained silent, making no move as Lu Ming drew nearer. He wanted to see what Lu Ming was really up to.
Lu Ming completely ignored Lin Zhong. In his mind, revenge against Lin Zhong had been relegated to second place. His top priority now was to win the heart of this peerless beauty. His eyes blazing, he fixed his gaze on Su Miao behind Lin Zhong and said politely, "My dear lady, my name is Lu Ming. Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" After speaking, Lu Ming flashed what he considered an irresistibly charming smile. However, faced with Lu Ming's enthusiastic approach, Su Miao treated him as if he were invisible, not even bothering to glance his way. She'd encountered far too many men like this to count. "Lin Zhong, how are you supposed to be a bodyguard? You let this kind of riffraff bother me," Su Miao said coldly. "Unrelated person? She actually called me an unrelated person?" Lu Ming felt an intense surge of resentment, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He never imagined his confident approach would be dismissed as harassment. It felt like a blow to the head, leaving Lu Ming flushed with embarrassment, nearly too ashamed to show his face, his confidence severely dented. Since the boss had spoken, Lin Zhong couldn't stand idly by any longer. He fixed Lu Ming with an indifferent gaze, his tone utterly flat. "Mr. Lu, I'm afraid you'll have to move aside." With that, Lin Zhong stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Had his hands not been full of items, making physical action inconvenient, Lin Zhong wouldn't have bothered speaking at all. He would have shoved Lu Ming aside immediately. Lin Zhong wasn't stupid. He could clearly see that Lu Ming had come with ill intent, brimming with malice. He never showed courtesy to those brimming with malice. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Realizing he'd never get another word in with Su Miao, he shed his polite facade and sneered coldly, "Lin Zhong, remember me? I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a bodyguard." "And what exactly are you, young Master Lu, who lost to a bodyguard?" Lin Chang's tone remained calm, yet his counterattack was sharp and direct. Lu Ming was momentarily speechless, his words caught in his throat. His face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth. "Don't you dare gloat, you bastard. It was just luck. Do you know what happens when you piss me off?" Furious and flustered, Lu Ming abandoned all decorum, unleashing a torrent of profanity. Hearing the filth pour from Lu Ming's mouth, Su Miao wrinkled her nose in disgust, yet a spark of curiosity ignited within her. She wondered what Lin Zhong could possibly have done to enrage this obvious rich kid so thoroughly. Logically, Lin Zhong shouldn't have any connection to their world. Lin Chang's gaze slowly turned cold. "Are you threatening me?" Lu Ming took a few steps back, raising an arm as signal to attack. "You think this is just a threat? No. This is just telling you what's coming next. Don't beg me to spare your pathetic life later." At Lu Ming's signal, the van parked by the roadside suddenly opened its doors. A group of masked thugs leaped out, charging toward Lin Zhong with fierce intensity. These men were all shirtless, sporting crew cuts, and armed with weapons like steel pipes and bricks. Screams erupted instantly as pedestrians scattered like frightened birds and beasts, desperate to avoid becoming collateral damage. Lu Ming himself had already retreated several meters away, arms crossed over his chest. His eyes gleamed with malice, and a smug, savage grin stretched across his face. Seeing someone charging toward him, Lin Chang's first thought was to protect Su Miao at all costs. Su Miao stood right behind him. If a fight broke out with this group, no matter how powerful Lin Zhong was, he couldn't guarantee no accidents would happen. Lin Zhong hadn't forgotten his duty to protect Su Miao. In his mind, her safety came first. Without a second thought, Lin Zhong tossed the bags he was carrying to the ground, scooped Su Miao up in his arms, and sprinted away. Though startled, Su Miao remained composed. She let Lin Zhong lift her, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Feeling the strength of his embrace, her heart pounded wildly. Even she couldn't tell whether her racing heartbeat stemmed from tension or from a flutter of shyness. Whoosh! Despite carrying someone, Lin Chang's speed remained astonishingly fast. In an instant, he covered dozens of meters, reaching the Lamborghini parked by the roadside. Lin Zhong opened the door, placed Su Miao inside, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Only then did he turn to face the group of burly men chasing after him, his expression as cold as a blade. Seconds later, the thugs finally caught up, each face twisted in savage fury, eyes blazing with menace. Whoosh! The leader swung a steel pipe down toward Lin Chang's head. The thick-walled pipe, as thick as a baby's arm, weighed at least several pounds. If it connected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 105, Worthless Scum. Facing this fierce blow, Lin Zhong stood his ground, hands hanging low, neither dodging nor flinching. A savage grin spread across the man's face. Far from holding back, he increased his force, driving the already powerful steel pipe down with even greater speed and intensity. Thud! Just as the pipe was about to smash into Lin Chang's head, he raised his arm to block it overhead. The pipe slammed into his arm with a dull, thudding sound. Had this struck an ordinary person, broken bones and torn tendons would have been the inevitable outcome. But for Lin Zhong, it felt like a mere tickle, causing not a shred of harm. Yet this blow from the burly man seemed to jolt Lin Zhong from his calm state. A cold, piercing glint suddenly shot from his previously unruffled eyes. The thug's savage grin hadn't faded yet as he raised the pipe to strike again. But when his gaze met Lin Chang's eyes, his body froze solid, every hair on his body standing on end. What terrifying eyes! They seemed to belong to a demon risen from hell itself, utterly cold and merciless. A single glance felt like being plunged into a sea of corpses and blood, hearing the agonized cries of countless dying souls. A chill gripped the burly man's heart. Terrified by Lin Zhong's gaze, he scrambled to retreat. But Lin Chang's bloodlust had been ignited. How could he let the man retreat unchallenged? His arm swept upward, snatching the steel pipe from the man's grasp. Then, with a swift kick to the man's midsection, he sent him flying. Before the burly man could react, the pipe slipped from his grasp. A sharp pain shot through his midsection, and his massive frame flew backward, colliding with the others charging forward. Gah, gah! The man who'd been kicked flew backward, landing face down on the ground. He gasped for air, unable even to cry out. His face was deathly pale, devoid of color, as beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his face. Lin Chang's kick had nearly severed his intestines. The men the giant man collided with were knocked down as well, struggling to get back up. Lin Chang's ferocious counterattack stunned the rest of the thugs. Though each glared at him viciously, none dared attack him again for the moment. What the hell are you waiting for? Lu Ming's furious voice boomed from the distance. Charge the bastard. Kill him. Hearing Lu Ming's shout, the masked thug's gazes turned in unison to the man standing at the very center. This man was more heavily built than the others, sporting a crew cut and tattoos on his arms. He was none other than Li Tao, who had spoken with Lu Ming earlier. Li Tao's gaze toward Lin Zhong was equally fierce, yet beneath that ferocity lay a deep-seated apprehension. Though Lin Zhong had delivered only a single kick, Li Tao recognized from the movement that Lin Zhong was no pushover. He was a tough nut to crack. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a single casual kick to send a burly man weighing over 150 kg flying. But now, Li Tao had no way out. Even if he wanted to back down, Lu Ming would never allow it. Even though Li Tao considered himself a tough guy, he dared not provoke Lu Ming, a top-tier rich second generation. Precisely because he was part of the underworld, he truly understood the terrifying power of Lu Ming, or rather, the terrifying power of money. Li Tao clenched the steel pipe in his hand, suddenly bellowing as a fierce glint flashed in his triangular eyes. He swung with all his might, aiming for Lin Zhong's head. Seeing Li Tao strike first, the other masked thugs found their courage. They swarmed forward, surrounding Lin Zhong and unleashing a barrage of attacks with steel pipes, bricks, baseball bats, and other weapons. A colder glint flashed in Lin Zhong's eyes. He casually tossed aside the steel pipe, advancing instead of retreating, charging straight toward Li Tao. Swish! Lin Chang's body swayed only slightly as he circled behind Li Tao. Seizing the burly man's neck, he hoisted him into the air. Li Tao's seemingly towering, muscular frame felt no stronger than a scarecrow in Lin Chang's grasp. Li Tao saw only a blur as the steel pipe he swung with all his might struck nothing but air. Instantly, his neck tightened as a hand seized him, hoisting him high. That palm held an overwhelming, unstoppable force. Li Tao felt like a chicken being held by the neck. His eyes widened as terror washed over him. A guttural scream erupted from his throat as he flailed wildly with the pipe, lashing out at Lin Zhong with reckless abandon. But to Lin Zhong, his counterattack seemed utterly feeble. Gripping Li Tao's neck, Lin Zhong suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, violently slamming Li Tao's head down toward the ground. Thud! Another dull thud echoed, quiet yet profoundly unsettling. Li Tao's head slammed against the hard ground, leaving him bleeding profusely, his nose bone shattered, and his face a bloody mess. He let out a scream before passing out. Su Miao, hiding behind the Lamborghini, couldn't help covering her mouth, horrified by Lin Zhong's brutal methods. What is violence? This is what violence looks like. Lin Zhong had unleashed a truly savage, ferocious power. The other masked men couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. In their eyes, Lin Zhong was no longer a human being, but a monster in human skin. Everyone slowly backed away. Though Lin Zhong stood right before them, not a single soul dared take a step forward. Without warning, the masked men suddenly dropped their weapons and turned to flee. At that moment, their sole desire was to distance themselves as far as possible from this monstrous being. In an instant, the area around Lin Zhong became completely empty, not a single figure remained. Even the once bustling street seemed to fall silent, as if cowed by Lin Chang's presence. Lin Zhong walked slowly toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming involuntarily took a step back. He hadn't expected the situation to reverse so suddenly. Now, the one in danger was himself. These gangsters were useless. In his mind, Lu Ming cursed Li Tao's ancestors to the nth generation, yet his face remained stiffly composed. As Lin Zhong drew nearer, he barked out a hollow threat. Lin Zhong, I'm warning you. If you dare harm me, you're dead. Lin Zhong responded with a cold, mocking sneer, ignoring Lu Ming's threat entirely, not even bothering to reply. Lin Zhong, did you not hear me? If you let me go this time, all debts between us are settled. How about it? Lu Ming still tried to bargain. Lin Zhong didn't believe a word of Lu Ming's offer. For a spoiled rich kid like him, who'd never suffered a loss before, to swallow his pride after 2 major defeats would be the real oddity. If he let Lu Ming walk away unscathed this time, the next time would surely see even fiercer retaliation. Therefore, Lin Zhong resolved to give Lu Ming a lesson he'd never forget. That way, the next time he planned revenge, he'd think twice about whether he could bear the consequences of failing. From Lin Chang's cold expression, Lu Ming sensed he had no intention of letting him off. His heart sank, and he clenched his teeth before turning and running. Yet barely a few steps later, a sharp pain shot through his back. His body lurched forward involuntarily, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. As Lu Ming tried to scramble up, Lin Chang's foot slammed down on his back, pinning him back to the ground. Chapter 106, No Match. Lin Zhong grabbed Lu Ming by the collar, yanking him upright. His hand shot out, landing a resounding slap across Lu Ming's face. 5 distinct fingerprints were left behind. Lu Ming hadn't expected Lin Zhong to actually dare strike him. Stunned by the blow, the searing pain across his face made him realize what had just happened. He'd never been hit in his life, let alone struck across the face. You dare hit me! Lu Ming snapped back to his senses, erupting in a furious roar. You piece of trash dared strike me. You're dead. No one can save you. As he roared, Lu Ming struggled violently. His imposing stature made him appear even more muscular and towering than Lin Zhong. Yet Lin Zhong merely gave him a sharp shake, instantly dissipating all of Lu Ming's strength. Lin Zhong snorted coldly and delivered another slap, this time to Lu Ming's other cheek. The successive blows completely extinguished Lu Ming's towering arrogance. For the first time, he felt genuine fear. Especially Lin Chang's gaze, cold as a 1,000-year glacier, made Lu Ming feel as if Lin Zhong would stop at nothing to kill him. You can't hurt me. Lu Ming finally panicked, his air of a top-tier rich kid completely gone as he shouted, I'm from the Lu family. The entire Lu family stands behind me. Try touch a single hair on my head. Shut up. Lin Zhong spat out the 2 words coldly, each syllable seeming to emit a chill. Lu Ming immediately shut his mouth. He'd learned his lesson now, realizing the situation was stronger than him and had no choice but to submit. If he continued threatening Lin Zhong or defying him, there would be no good outcome. But if he could escape Lin Chang's clutches unscathed this time, he had 1,000 ways to make Lin Zhong wish he were dead. Lu Ming lowered his eyes, concealing the seething hatred in his gaze. Young Master Lu, Lin Zhong spoke slowly, his voice icy, those 2 slaps were my first and final warning. Do not test my patience, do not challenge my limits. In short, do not provoke me again. I understand, Lu Ming swallowed his anger and replied. Lin Zhong fixed Lu Ming with a piercing stare before releasing his grip. He didn't expect Lu Ming to truly heed his warning, but in broad daylight, he couldn't openly kill him. After all, this wasn't the chaos of a battlefield, it was a society governed by law. Lu Ming slipped free of Lin Chang's grasp and turned to leave without a word. The instant he turned, Lu Ming's face twisted in an instant. His eyes became savagely fierce, yet cold as a venomous snake. Lu Ming didn't want to linger here even a second longer. Every moment he stayed deepened the humiliation in his heart. Just as Lin Zhong and Lu Ming were about to depart, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, Stop! You cannot leave. The voice was crisp and pleasant, yet its tone carried an undeniable sternness. Lin Zhong turned toward the source of the voice and saw a female police officer pushing through the crowd, striding purposefully toward them. This suddenly appearing officer stood about 5 feet 7 inches, exceptionally beautiful, with long eyebrows sweeping to her temples, bright, expressive eyes, a straight, delicate nose beneath tightly pursed cherry lips, and a strong curve etched across her snow-white cheeks. Dressed in a crisp, professional uniform, she radiated a blend of martial spirit and distinct charm, making her appearance exceptionally captivating. May I ask what's going on? Lin Zhong inquired calmly. Meanwhile, Lu Ming halted his steps. The moment the officer appeared, he suddenly realized he'd nearly missed a golden opportunity to exact revenge on Lin Zhong. The officer glared at Lin Zhong with a stern expression, her almond-shaped eyes wide. Don't play dumb with me. Someone just called the police reporting a fight here. Wasn't it you? You hit someone and now you think you can just walk away? Li Ming felt a surge of secret delight. He walked up beside the officer and pointed at Lin Zhong, exaggerating his words, That's right, it's him. Arrest him immediately. Not only did he assault someone, he killed a person. The victim he murdered is lying over there. With that, Lu Ming pointed toward Li Tao, who lay motionless in a pool of blood several dozen feet away. Li Tao, in a deep coma, remained motionless on the ground, a large pool of blood beneath him. The policewoman followed Lu Ming's pointing finger. Her expression instantly changed. She swiftly drew her service pistol, pointing the muzzle at Lin Zhong as if facing a formidable enemy. Hands up! A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. The officer's stance was riddled with flaws in his eyes. There were at least dozens of ways he could disarm her. But Lin Zhong didn't do it. His intention in knocking Li Tao down had been self-defense. If he took the gun from the police, the nature of the act would change. Lin Zhong raised his hands as ordered, his voice calm. That man isn't dead. And I acted in self-defense. But Lin Chang's explanation fell flat. The officer didn't believe a word of it. Whether it was self-defense or not, I'll investigate that later. But right now, you're suspected of intentional assault, so you're under arrest.
The officer moved behind Lin Zhong and clicked the handcuffs shut.
From the distance, Su Miao inside the Lamborghini watched the scene unfold. Her expression shifted slightly, and she was about to get out of the car when Lin Zhong slowly but firmly shook his head at her.
Lin Zhong didn't want to drag Su Miao into this mess.
This incident had nothing to do with Su Miao from start to finish, it was solely between him and Lu Ming.
Su Miao took a deep breath, calming herself. She knew that even if she got out of the car now, it wouldn't change anything. Regardless, the fact remained that Lin Zhong had injured someone. Even if it was in self-defense, the police wouldn't simply let him go. Rather than wasting time here, she needed to figure out how to get Lin Zhong out of the police station as quickly as possible. And getting someone out of police custody was something Su Miao could handle with ease. Suddenly, Su Miao felt no urgency at all. Instead, she found herself eager to witness Lin Chang's humiliation at the hands of the police.
Meanwhile, Lu Ming, seeing Lin Zhong in handcuffs, let a deeply concealed smirk cross his face as countless schemes churned in his mind. With Lin Zhong locked up at the station, Lu Ming knew his influence could easily make Lin Zhong suffer, maybe even land him a prison sentence. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. He swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Just as Lu Ming was on the call, the female officer had already escorted Lin Zhong to the police van. Lin Zhong had offered no resistance from start to finish, causing the officer to hesitate again, her certainty wavering.
At that moment, the ambulance finally arrived, carrying away Li Tao, who was in a deep coma.
After finishing his call, Lu Ming climbed into the police car without waiting for the officer's invitation, a charming smile spreading across his face. Unfortunately, the red handprint from Lin Zhong still marred his cheek, making the smile look rather comical.
"Officer, I'll go with you to the station.
A vicious criminal like this must be locked up. He absolutely cannot be allowed to evade justice.
The truth of the matter isn't clear yet.
He's only a suspect, not a convicted criminal," the female officer shot back, clearly unimpressed by Lu Ming's act.
Glancing at Lin Zhong through the rearview mirror, she added, "Rest assured, we won't let a single criminal slip through our fingers, but we also won't wrongly accuse an innocent person." Chapter 107, The Black Steel Badge.
Lin Zhong sat in the back seat of the police car, nodding slightly to indicate he'd heard. His eyes were half closed, his posture steady as a mountain, showing not a trace of fear despite his arrest.
An inexplicable sense of defeat welled up in the female officer.
She shot Lin Zhong a peculiar glance, pressed her cherry lips tightly together, and fell silent. Meanwhile, Lu Ming in the front passenger seat continued his relentless chatter. He persistently tried to ingratiate himself with the officer, subtly probing her background while simultaneously hurling insults at Lin Zhong. He was thoroughly engrossed in his own busy little world. In Lu Ming's narrative, Lin Zhong became a villain of the worst kind, while he himself was the righteous youth who had stopped Lin Zhong from committing a crime. Listening to Lu Ming twist the truth, Lin Zhong felt no anger. Lu Ming gloated over his perceived success, unaware that in Lin Chang's eyes, he had become nothing more than a clown utterly unworthy of attention. Several minutes later, the police car came to a halt. Lin Zhong was escorted off the vehicle by a female officer and led into the police station's interrogation room. Upon entering, the officer unlocked his handcuffs and gestured toward a chair behind the desk. "Take a seat over there." Lin Zhong flexed his wrists, his gaze sweeping the corners of the interrogation room before complying. The officer sat across from him, pulled a form from under the desk, picked up a pen, and asked, "Name?" "Lin Zhong." "Gender?" Lin Zhong stared at the female officer in speechless disbelief. She, too, was staring back at him, waiting for his answer. They glared at each other, neither speaking. "Are you deaf?" "I asked you a question," the officer snapped impatiently. "Male." Lin Zhong replied helplessly. "Answer one question at a time. Don't make me wait, got it?" The female officer lectured Lin Zhong. Just as she was about to continue, the interrogation room door suddenly swung open. A tall, middle-aged male officer stepped inside. "Songyu, how's the interrogation going?" Seeing this officer, Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold gleam flashing through them. He sensed an intense malevolence emanating from this middle-aged officer. "Captain, I haven't gotten anything out of him yet," the female officer named Songyu stood up, her tone tense. "You're fresh out of the academy. You clearly don't have the experience to handle this kind of tough nut. Leave it to me. You can step out." The middle-aged officer glanced at Lin Zhong and ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. "All right." Songyu hesitated, glancing at Lin Zhong before stepping out of the interrogation room. The middle-aged officer closed the door, crossed his arms, and looked down at Lin Zhong with a cold smile. "Kid, are you going to confess voluntarily, or do I need to help you?" Lin Zhong sighed, lazily lifting his eyelids, yet his gaze was unusually sharp. "Spill it. How much did Lu Ming pay you to come after me?" The middle-aged officer's expression shifted, but he quickly sneered. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Stop pretending. I've done nothing to you. If someone hadn't ordered you to deal with me, why would you be radiating such intense hostility? Seems you're a smart one. Too bad, you picked a fight you shouldn't have." The middle-aged officer shifted his weight, admitting it bluntly. "Don't worry, I'm just teaching you a lesson.
I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, assaulting an officer at the station carries far heavier charges than a simple brawl. Is that so? Despite the officer's verbal threats, Lin Zhong remains seated with his legs spread wide, immovable as a mountain. Then let me offer you some advice too. Don't make a misstep. One wrong move and you'll be doomed forever. Who do you think you are? Just a prisoner, and you dare lecture me on how to live?
The middle-aged officer suddenly lost his temper, swinging a vicious kick straight at Lin Chang's chest.
Thud. A dull thud echoed through the interrogation room.
Song Yu, stationed outside the door, was startled by the sound. Rushing in, she pushed open the door and froze in shock. Her captain lay motionless on the floor, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Lin Zhong stood beside him, arms crossed, his eyes cold and his lips curled in a chilling smirk.
What just happened? Song Yu felt her mind go blank. Other officers, hearing the commotion, rushed in, crowding the interrogation room until no one could move.
As they took in the scene inside, several officers immediately drew their guns, aiming them at Lin Zhong.
How dare you attack a police officer inside the police station? Get down on your knees and raise your hands.
Sitting on the sofa outside, Lu Ming wore a smug, triumphant grin. In his mind's eye, he could already see Lin Zhong covered in blood, writhing in agony.
Money talks.
There's nothing in this world money can't fix. Lu Ming had known this for a long time. Just a few 100,000 yuan had bought him a corrupt cop and eliminated an enemy. What a bargain. Thinking this, Lu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. A large crowd had gathered around Lu Ming, his henchmen, who had rushed to the police station upon hearing the news. Seeing their boss so elated, his henchmen naturally showered him with flattery.
Lu Ming squinted his eyes, basking in their adulation, feeling supremely satisfied.
But soon, his laughter vanished. Not only did he stop laughing, but his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. For there, stepping unscathed from the police cordon, was Lin Zhong, not a scratch on him. Though a gun was pointed at him, he remained utterly composed. In Lin Chang's hand was a black steel plate, about half the size of a palm. He tossed it casually to Song Yu. This farce ends here today. Deliver the steel plate to your chief. He knows what to do. Song Yu's cherry lips twitched slightly, but she ultimately said nothing. She took the steel plate and walked out of the crowd. Minutes later, a dark-skinned man in his 40s strode over, Song Yu following behind him.
The man immediately bellowed, "What's the commotion? What's going on here?"
Director Tan, this man just attacked Captain Zhang in the interrogation room.
Captain Zhang is still lying in there. Is that so?
The man called Director Tan glanced at the officer lying on the ground, then turned his gaze to Lin Zhong. You can review the surveillance footage for the details, Lin Zhong stated flatly.
You all heard that. What are you standing around for? Go retrieve the surveillance footage immediately and see what really happened. At Director Tan's command, several officers immediately went to retrieve the surveillance footage. When they returned a few minutes later, their expressions were oddly unsettled. Their gazes toward Lin Zhong were filled with awkwardness and bewilderment. The footage captured by the cameras was entirely different from what they had imagined. The footage showed team leader Zhang delivering a powerful kick to Lin Zhong. Yet the instant his foot connected, Zhang's body began convulsing violently like he was having a seizure before collapsing to the ground. From start to finish, Lin Zhong hadn't moved a muscle, let alone struck a blow. What the hell is going on? Are you all dumb?
Director Tan frowned and demanded sharply.
Chapter 108, License to Kill. The officers stammered through their explanation of the surveillance footage. Upon learning the truth, Director Tan's expression turned icy. Carry Zhang Lingtao out. I'll deal with him when he wakes up. What are you all still standing around for? Think this is a vegetable market? Get out of here. Everyone back to your duties. The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly realizing something, and dispersed in a rush. Xiaosong, you should go handle your own duties too. I'll take care of things here, Director Tan instructed Song Yu. But Director Tan, this man. That's an order. Yes, sir. Song Yu saluted, gave Lin Zhong a lingering look, then turned and left. Director Tan approached Lin Zhong and whispered, Mr. Lin, this isn't the place for a conversation. Please come with me to my office. All right. Lin Zhong brushed imaginary dust off his clothes and nodded in agreement. Once inside the office, Director Tan locked the door behind them. He then presented a steel badge with both hands, offering it to Lin Zhong with profound respect. Mr. Lin, I deeply apologize for putting you through this. Are you all right? Had any other police officers witnessed this scene, their eyes would likely have popped out of their sockets. Director Tan, known throughout the bureau for his tough stance, had never shown such deference, not even to his superiors. Lin Zhong took the steel badge and casually stuffed it into his pocket. I'm fine. But that officer will probably be bedridden for a while. Lin Chang's tone was matter of fact, making no mention of Zhang Lingtao's assault. Yet he trusted that as long as Chief Tan wasn't an idiot, he'd know exactly what to do. Director Tan certainly wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, his sharp mind was precisely what had propelled him to this position. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I will give you a satisfactory resolution. If Zhang Lingtao truly broke the law, no one can protect him. Director Tan declared with unwavering certainty. After speaking, Director Tan hesitated briefly before cautiously asking, Mr. Lin, if you don't mind my prying, could you tell me why you were taken into police custody? But please don't misunderstand, if it involves confidential matters, you absolutely don't have to answer. It's nothing serious, really. I was just suddenly attacked on the street, Lin Zhong said flatly, briefly recounting the incident. However, he made no mention of his feud with Lu Ming. I see. Then you're completely blameless, Mr. Lin. It was purely self-defense. Director Tan finally exhaled, his tense body relaxing. Ever since learning of Lin Chang's identity, he'd been walking on eggshells. Joking aside, the young man before him was someone who held a license to kill. Not only could he beat someone up without consequence, but he could even kill someone and get away with it. Indeed, the black steel badge Lin Zhong had just instructed Songya to hand over to Director Tan was his military identification and also a license to kill. Anyone bearing this steel badge held immunity from arrest or prosecution by local judicial authorities or military courts, even if they committed murder on the spot. Only the Supreme Military Court possessed the authority to try such cases. On the front of the steel badge was engraved the national emblem of the Yanhuang Republic. Beneath it were two bold, powerful characters, Beidou. On the reverse side were engraved Lin Zhong's name, military rank, his designation and serial number within the Beidou unit, along with his authorized powers and obligations. Although Lin Zhong had retired from active duty due to the unique nature of the Big Dipper, his license to kill had not been revoked. Should the day ever come when the Big Dipper requires his return, no matter where Lin Zhong was or what he was doing, he must report back immediately. This was the pledge Lin Zhong made on his very first day joining the unit. Director Tan had only heard of the Big Dipper unit, he had never come into contact with it, as the unit operated at an extremely high level. Now, with a member of this legendary secret unit suddenly appearing before him, Director Tan felt no surprise, only sheer dread. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I can leave, correct? Of course, Director Tan replied with a warm smile. Mr. Lin is free to leave any time. Would you like me to arrange a car to escort you? No need to trouble yourself. I'll be on my way. Lin Zhong waved his hand and walked straight out of the bureau chief's office. Under the gaze of numerous officers, Lin Zhong walked toward the police station entrance. Passing through the lobby, Lin Zhong didn't even glance at Lu Ming, walking right past him with complete disregard. Seeing Lin Zhong walk out unscathed as if nothing had happened, Lu Ming's face twisted into an expression of utter disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. Lin Chang's deliberate disregard stung him deeply. In an instant, all the smug satisfaction in Lu Ming's heart vanished without a trace, replaced only by deep resentment. Why? Why didn't you arrest him? Lu Ming suddenly leaped up from the sofa, his handsome face twisted with grief and anger as he shouted, red-faced and neck bulging. Yeah. What the hell are you cops doing? That guy slapped young Master Lu twice, and you just let him walk away? There must be some shady dealings behind this. We demand a protest. Lu Ming's henchmen began clamoring in protest, voicing outrage on his behalf. What do you think this place is? Chief Chow emerged from his office, his expression icy. This is a police station. Get these people out of here. At the chief's command, the officers immediately sprang into action, herding Lu Ming and his entourage out of the station like a flock of ducks. Lu Ming seethed with frustration. Though a rich kid, he dared not cause trouble at the police station. With nowhere to vent his rage, he couldn't help but roar to the heavens, Lin Zhong, I'll never let you off the hook. Young Master Lu, what should we do next? Why don't we just go arrest that Lin Zhong guy ourselves, and then? One henchman, ruthless and cold-blooded, made a throat-slitting gesture. Are you an idiot? Lu Ming was furious, but he hadn't lost his mind. Even if we want to kill someone, we can't do it ourselves. Do I really need to teach you that? At this point, Lu Ming recalled how Lin Zhong had utterly crushed Li Tao's gang. Though he despised and loathed Lin Zhong, he had to admit the man was exceptionally powerful, far beyond his expectations. Relying on the underworld to deal with Lin Zhong was clearly no longer an option. He had to find another way. A dark shadow crossed Lu Ming's eyes as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Young Master Lu, something fishy is definitely going on here, one of his henchmen said calmly. Who exactly is this Lin Zhong? Not only did he beat Li Tao into the hospital, but after making young Master Lu do those things, he walked out of the police station unscathed. Could he be related to the chief? Lu Ming touched his stinging cheek, grinding his teeth. Who cares about his background? He dared treat me like this? He's dead meat. Since neither the underworld nor the police can handle him, we'll leverage our connections to find a true expert who can deal with him. Money is no object, but it must be a genuine master. Lu Ming seemed to have a plan forming, his eyes glinting with scheming. I'll make that bastard regret every single thing he's done. Chapter 109, Car Conversation. While Lu Ming and his henchmen plotted against Lin Zhong hadn't ventured far. Lu Ming's roar carried far, reaching Lin Chang's ears with crystal clarity. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. He abruptly halted, considering whether to turn back and teach Lu Ming a lesson in how to behave. But then, a familiar Lamborghini approached from the distance, catching Lin Chang's attention and dispelling his thoughts. The Lamborghini pulled up before Lin Zhong. The window rolled down, revealing Su Miao's exquisite face. Oh? You're already out of the police station? MHM. I was just about to come bail you out, but looks like it's not needed now. Su Miao looked slightly surprised. But I'm curious, how exactly did you get out of the police station? You didn't escape, did you? I merely leveraged my former status. Lin Zhong didn't want to elaborate further on the matter. He opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. President, would you like me to drive?
Lin Zhong feared Su Miao would press further, so he tried to change the subject. But this tactic, which usually worked flawlessly, failed this time.
Don't change the subject. And don't try to brush me off. I want the truth. Su Miao's clear eyes locked onto Lin Chang's, her expression stern. You're my personal bodyguard. I have no secrets from you, yet you remain a mystery to me. That's not fair. But Madam President, you should understand that there are things I simply cannot disclose.
Lin Zhong held Su Miao's gaze unwaveringly.
Why force someone beyond their limits? This is unreasonable?
Anger flared in Su Miao's heart as she bit her lower lip.
I just want to understand you better. Is that so wrong? Besides, I haven't even confronted you about that incident from the other day.
Hearing Su Miao bring up the past, Lin Zhong felt awkward, his resolve weakening.
President, that was just a misunderstanding. Didn't I already explain it? Besides, that incident has nothing to do with this, does it? Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, you saw it, didn't you? Su Miao grew even angrier, spilling out words she'd held back for too long. Who says it's unrelated? Not only is it related, it's deeply connected. You were so outrageous, yet I didn't even blame you. Now I just want to know a little about you, and suddenly that's unreasonable?
Su Miao's words were sharp and relentless. Lin Zhong, never one for eloquence, was now completely speechless.
Fine, President. What do you want to know?
Seeing Lin Zhong finally back down, Su Miao remained expressionless, though inside she was overjoyed. This was the first time she'd gained the upper hand in a clash with Lin Zhong, a truly memorable victory of great significance. Su Miao cleared her throat ostentatiously, her clear, autumn water eyes glancing sideways at Lin Zhong.
I have many questions. Let's start with the first one, how did you get out? This was Su Miao's greatest question.
To secure Lin Chang's release, she had gone to great lengths, not only personally calling Meng Xinghe but also sending someone to the hospital to record Li Tao's statement. After making thorough preparations, Su Miao had intended to venture into the lion's den alone, staging a dramatic rescue of her bodyguard by the beautiful CEO. But before she could make her grand entrance, Lin Zhong had already walked out on his own. It felt like a meticulously planned performance being cancelled before it even began. This left Su Miao feeling both helpless and frustrated, yet she couldn't even vent her anger. It was precisely this peculiar state of mind that drove Su Miao to act completely out of character. Not only did she utter words she would never normally say, but she also couldn't contain her curiosity about Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong had anticipated Su Miao would bring up this matter again. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled the black steel badge from his pocket and held it before her. This is my identity badge. With this, local police stations have no authority to detain or interrogate me. If possible, Lin Zhong would have preferred no one to see his ID badge. This wasn't about secrecy, it stemmed from his cautious nature. The ID badge itself wasn't classified, it was meant to be seen, serving to verify Lin Chang's identity and facilitate his missions. Su Miao took the badge from Lin Chang's hand with curiosity. It felt heavy and solid, its surface cold and smooth, conveying the distinctive texture of metal. After turning the badge over and over several times, Su Miao's curiosity about Lin Zhong grew even stronger. Wow, I never imagined there really was a beta squadron. And you're a second lieutenant? But why did you retire? Su Miao wasn't particularly intrigued by Lin Chang's rank itself. Second lieutenants in their early 20s were a dime a dozen. What she didn't know was that Beidu's military ranks differed from standard ones. Though Lin Zhong was merely a lowly second lieutenant within Beidu, outside the team, his rank would be equivalent to at least a major. As for why he retired, Su Miao had struck at his deepest wound. Lin Zhong's expression shifted slightly, his eyes dimming. The subtle shift in Lin Zhong's expression didn't escape Su Miao's notice. She suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing she might have asked a question she shouldn't have. My best friend died. He died on my back, trying to save me. After a long silence, Lin Zhong spoke slowly, his tone calm as if recounting a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Before he died, he asked me to take care of his mother and younger sister. That's why I left the military and came to Xinghe. Gazing at Lin Zhong's angular, chiseled profile and the sorrow and pain concealed behind that face, Su Miao's regret intensified, even tinged with a faint ache. Su Miao never imagined such a heavy burden lay hidden behind his back. She suddenly dared not ask any more questions, afraid of dredging up more painful memories for Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong, I'm sorry. For the first time ever, Su Miao took the initiative to apologize. It's nothing. Just reminiscing about the past and feeling a bit sentimental. Lin Zhong rubbed his face, emerging from his somber mood. Is there anything else the CEO would like to ask? No. Su Miao returned the steel badge to Lin Zhong with a sullen expression.
I won't ask again in the future either.
Lin Zhong tucked the steel plate away, offering Su Miao a faint smile before fixing his gaze ahead. Su Miao composed herself, hesitating to meet Lin Chang's gaze. She started the Lamborghini, turned the wheel, and drove off into the distance. For a long stretch afterward, neither of them spoke.
Amidst this silence, Lin Chang's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated.
Lin Zhong pulled it out to see it was Chen Yunsen calling.
He pressed the answer button. Uncle Chen, what's up? Lin Zhong, are you free tomorrow?
Chen Yunsheng cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the martial arts school's founding.
I need you to come to the school. No problem, Uncle Chen. I'll definitely be there tomorrow.
Lin Zhong took a deep breath, his voice steady. He had been anticipating this day for a long time.
Get yourself in the right state of mind. I won't hide it from you, tomorrow's anniversary won't be peaceful. When the time comes, you might need to step into the fray.
Chen Yunsheng's tone grew solemn.
I'll explain the specifics in person when you arrive at the academy tomorrow. Understood.
After hanging up, Lin Zhong felt an unusual surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. His eyes gleamed with a fierce, radiant light.
What opponents would tomorrow bring?
But no matter who they were, Lin Zhong feared none.
Chapter 110, Breaking Through the Bottleneck.
By the time Lin Zhong returned to the Yang residence, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening.
Yang Ying was preparing dinner in the kitchen.
Hearing the door open, she rushed out without even washing her hands. She wore a pink cartoon t-shirt on top and jeans below, her snow-white, delicate arms exposed, outlining her well-proportioned, beautiful figure. A cute little apron was tied around her waist, and she held a carrot in her hand.
Seeing Lin Zhong enter, a delighted smile instantly spread across her small face. Big brother Lin, you're back. How was your day?
Lin Zhong took off his coat and casually hung it on the coat rack. Not great, Yang Ying pouted, her little feet shuffling lightly on the floor as her big eyes blinked at Lin Zhong.
Big brother Lin, why did you come back so late? Something came up.
Lin Zhong didn't want to tell Yang Ying he'd been to the police station, lest it worry her again.
Did you go to the hospital today? How's Auntie feeling? What did Dr. Dai say? I did. Xiao Wei came with me. Mom's feeling much better, she even had some congee at lunch.
Yang Ying's face lit up with a sweet smile, clearly in high spirits. Dr. Dai said they'll schedule the surgery soon, probably within the next few days.
That's good.
Lin Zhong smiled faintly.
Once the surgery date is set, we'll go to the hospital together. You have 3 days off now, right? Make sure to visit Auntie often. Got it. Yang Ying chatted with Lin Zhong for a few more minutes before heading into the kitchen to continue cooking.
Lin Zhong slipped off his t-shirt, revealing a well-proportioned, muscular physique with defined muscles, and stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower. After the shower, Lin Zhong felt refreshed and rejuvenated, all traces of fatigue washed away. Simultaneously, he washed away everything that had happened today from his mind. From the inside out, he felt completely renewed.
By the time Lin Zhong emerged from the bathroom, Yang Ying had already prepared dinner. A few simple dishes were laid out on the table.
Though modest, the dishes emitted an enticing aroma that whetted Lin Chang's appetite, making his stomach rumble. Seeing Lin Zhong emerge from the bathroom bare-chested, Yang Ying flushed and covered her eyes with her hands.
Brother Lin, why aren't you wearing clothes? Why should I?
You're not a stranger, Lin Zhong shrugged off her reaction, though he still respected her wishes and pulled on a short-sleeved shirt. I may not be an outsider, but I'm still a girl. Yang Ying shot him a disapproving look before scooping a generous bowl of rice for him.
Brother Lin, you must be exhausted today. Why do you ask?
Lin Zhong shoveled a large mouthful of rice into his mouth.
Because when you came in just now, you didn't look well.
Yang Ying hadn't touched her chopsticks yet, her expressive eyes studying Lin Chang's face intently.
But you look much better now.
Lin Zhong looked up, his gaze meeting Yang Ying's by chance. Her face flushed instantly, and she flusteredly averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare.
Stop spacing out and eat your meal. Lin Zhong flicked Yang Ying's forehead lightly with his finger. You're so weak because you don't eat enough. You should learn from Guan Wei, she's got way more stamina than you.
Hearing Lin Zhong praise Guan Wei in front of her, Yang Ying felt a pang of displeasure. She glanced down at her own ample chest and retorted defiantly, so what if her chest is a bit bigger than mine? I'm 2 centimeters taller than her, humph. What does that have to do with anything? Lin Chang's eyes swept over Yang Ying's chest, leaving him speechless. Truthfully, Yang Ying's chest wasn't small at all. While not as impressive as Guan Wei's, it was still far above average for most girls. It just wasn't obvious because she always wore loose-fitting clothes. Brother Lin, do you prefer big or small? Yang Ying took a few bites of her meal before suddenly posing a question Lin Zhong had never considered. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Zhong began coughing violently, choking on the food he'd just swallowed. Yang Ying was startled. She hadn't expected such a strong reaction and hurriedly poured a glass of water for him. Lin Zhong gulped it down in one go before feeling somewhat better. Lin Zhong realized Yang Ying had been corrupted by Guan Wei. In the past, she would never have dared ask such a question. What the hell do you spend all day thinking about? Lin Zhong set down his chopsticks, his expression hardening as he adopted his big brother persona.
Is this really the kind of question you should be asking?
Yang Ying's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her snow-white chin nearly touching her chest.
I just wanted to know. Little cow keeps telling me that men all like big breasts. Lin Zhong couldn't help but shake his head. Don't ever ask me questions like that again. Even if you do, I won't answer. Got it, Yang Ying pouted, her face full of reluctance. She thought to herself, Brother Lin doesn't want to answer my question. Looks like little cow was right, after all, men really do prefer girls with big breasts. With that thought, Yang Ying couldn't help but glance down at her own chest again. Could it really be that small? After dinner, Lin Zhong taught Yang Ying some self-defense techniques for a while before they each returned to their rooms. Yang Ying tossed and turned in bed, finally drifting off around midnight. Only after Yang Ying had fallen into a deep sleep did Lin Zhong slowly push open the window. He leapt out silently and made his way to the small park near Hongqing Alley. It was now the dead of night. The park was deserted, dim lights filtering through the leaves to cast mottled shadows on the ground, creating an eerie, silent atmosphere. Lin Zhong found an inconspicuous corner in the park, assumed his stance, and began cultivating the dragon tiger force. As time passed, a continuous, low rumbling began to resonate within Lin Chang's body. His clothes fluttered without any wind. A closer look revealed it wasn't his clothes moving, but the muscles beneath them. Every muscle and bone in his entire body seemed to vibrate, the collective resonance coalescing into a thunderous hum. The thunderous hum grew increasingly rapid and louder. A swirling white mist began to rise from the top of Lin Zhong's head. After an unknown span of time, all the thunderous sounds twisted into a single, concentrated force. In the silent park, a sudden crack of thunder erupted like a startling explosion. Immediately after, a flash of lightning streaked across the darkness. It was Lin Zhong's eyes, snapping open. Whoosh! Lin Zhong exhaled a long breath. The expelled air transformed into a breath arrow, slicing through the air with a faint whistling sound. It shot straight out several meters before slowly dissipating. After years of relentless training, Lin Zhong had finally crossed the threshold of dark force. Outer force embodies raw, unyielding power. Inner force represents supreme, subtle softness. Outer strength represented the forging of the body through relentless discipline, while inner strength signified transcending the physical realm and venturing into the utilization of qi. This qi is internal energy. If manifest forces like stars hanging low over the vast plains, the moon surging over the great river, then latent forces like slipping in with the wind at night, nourishing all things silently. Chapter 111, Return to the Martial Arts Hall. Outer strength can slay a man 10 paces away, while inner strength can take lives as silently as grass being cut. Once one masters hidden force, combat techniques become more versatile. Strikes can be hard or soft, and the power of one's fists grows exponentially. Lin Zhong approached a large tree, extended his arm, and pressed his palm against its trunk. With a single thought, his hidden force erupted. Without any visible exertion, a distinct palm print several inches deep appeared on the tree trunk, perfectly matching Lin Chang's hand not an inch off. This was the dark force. Power unleashed without sound, injury inflicted without trace. Years of arduous training culminated in this moment. Even with Lin Chang's iron will and unyielding resolve, he couldn't help but feel his heart surge with excitement, his mind soaring. But he refrained from any reckless actions, no stripping naked to run wild, no howling like a madman. His sole outlet for this inner excitement was one thing: boxing. His fists cut through the air like thunder, his form darting and weaving. He trained non-stop for over half an hour, until steam rose from his entire body, before finally stopping. I've only just entered the realm of hidden power. Though my combat strength has greatly increased, the path to mastering hidden power remains a long one, Lin Zhong thought calmly. Lin Zhong reflected calmly, I must continue diligent practice without pause. But more crucially, I need to spar with masters. Only through constant combat with the elite can I unlock my potential, surpass my limits, absorb the strengths of all schools, and forge my own unique style. Tomorrow should be my golden opportunity to enter the world of Yanhuang martial arts. Lin Zhong possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He did not become arrogant or dismissive of other masters simply because he had crossed into the realm of hidden power. He understood profoundly that no matter how powerful he became, complacency and stagnation were forbidden. Pride and self-satisfaction were the true enemies on the path to greatness. Beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another heaven. With over 1 billion inhabitants in the Yanhuang Republic, countless martial artists of extraordinary strength lurked among the common folk. Xinghe City was merely an insignificant city on the vast map of the Yanhuang Republic. And within the martial arts world of Xinghe City, compared to the vast expanse of the entire Yanhuang martial arts realm, it was like the difference between an ocean and a stream. Lin Zhong returned to his room. Yang Ying in the next room was still fast asleep, completely unaware he had ever left. After rinsing himself with cold water, Lin Zhong lay down on the bed and soon drifted into sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Zhong bid farewell to Yang Ying and headed straight for the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Arriving at the gate of the Chen Martial Arts Academy, though it was only just past 7, the entrance was already crowded with people, all students of the academy. All the students wore black training uniforms.
Upon seeing Lin Zhong, they simultaneously stopped their activities and shouted in unison, "Good morning, coach." Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their voices brimming with respect, a stark contrast to their attitude when they first met Lin Zhong. Lin Chang's formidable strength, demonstrated in his battle against Chen Xing, had utterly subdued and stunned this group of proud young men, leaving them dare not show the slightest disrespect. To this day, the students couldn't fathom how Lin Zhong, who was clearly their age or even a few years younger, had cultivated such masterful martial arts skills that even the senior sister couldn't defeat him. Lin Zhong nodded to the trainees and stepped inside the Chan martial arts hall. The moment he crossed the threshold, before he could even take in the interior, a powerful gust of wind suddenly slammed into him.
The gust was fierce and relentless, striking directly at Lin Chang's chest, yet it carried no hint of lethal intent.
Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Zhong caught a glimpse of a white figure.
His tense palms instantly relaxed.
He made no move to block or dodge, allowing the gust to strike his chest. Yet the moment it touched Lin Chang's body, all its force dissipated. A figure flickered, and Chen Xing, clad in a white training uniform, appeared before him. That white shadow attacking Lin Zhong had been none other than her palm. Chen Xing placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Zhong with indignation.
"Why didn't you fight back just now?"
"Why should I fight back?
I attacked you. Aren't you afraid I might hit you?"
"There was no killing intent in your attack."
"Even if you hit me, it wouldn't hurt me."
Lin Zhong walked past Chen Xing. "But your form is much sharper now.
Looks like you've made significant progress recently."
Flattered by Lin Chang's praise, Chen Xing puffed out her chest with pride.
"Ever since I lost to you, I've been training relentlessly. I'm no longer that clumsy novice. Care to spar with me again?" "I'd rather not."
Lin Zhong hadn't expected Chen Xing to challenge him the moment he arrived at the martial arts hall. He declined without hesitation. "Instead of fighting me, you'd be better off saving your strength for those who come to challenge the hall."
"Isn't today the anniversary of its founding?"
"You should have plenty of opportunities to show your skills." Chen Xing snorted coldly, then suddenly lowered his voice.
"How about that matter I mentioned last time? Have you thought it over?" Lin Zhong froze. "What is it?" "About me asking you to be my master. Don't tell me you forgot."
Chen Xing couldn't help but grind her teeth, seething inwardly at Lin Chang's careless attitude. If she hadn't been certain she wasn't his match, she might have already lost her temper and taught him a lesson.
"That matter." Lin Chang's expression shifted slightly. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed."
"I can't accept your request because I've never intended to take disciples, nor do I know how to teach martial arts." Had Chen Chang not brought it up, Lin Zhong would have completely forgotten about her desire to become his disciple. "Fine, if you don't want to take me on as a disciple." Chen Xing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Zhong, revealing her true motive. "Just promise to spar with me regularly."
"Fighting you is way better than going up against those idiots. They can't even beat one of my hands, utterly useless."
After speaking, Chen Xing swept a contemptuous glance around the room. She hadn't lowered her voice, and the surrounding trainees heard her words loud and clear.
The trainees exchanged flushed, indignant glances.
"Senior sister, do you think everyone started training in martial arts as young as you did?" one student muttered.
"Yeah, senior sister, you're asking too much.
We've only been training for a few years, it's only natural we can't beat you."
"Coach Lin, why don't you spar with senior sister?"
"Like last time, show her what she's missing," another student suggested, his tone tinged with malice.
Yeah, Coach Lin. Just fight senior sister.
Give her a taste of her own medicine so she stops picking on us." The other trainees chimed in enthusiastically, voicing their strong agreement with the suggestion. Before Lin Zhong could respond, Chen Xing erupted. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she suddenly sneered, her gaze sweeping over the chattering trainees.
"I'm speaking with Coach Lin. How dare you interrupt? Looks like you're itching for a beating. Didn't you get enough last time? Want me to loosen your joints right now?"
The trainees shuddered, their bodies trembling as if recalling some painful memory. Their faces twisted in misery as they frantically waved their hands and fled the scene as if escaping. Chapter 112, The Red Challenge. The other trainees dared not linger either, scattering like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Zhong and Chen Xing completely alone.
A single sentence had scared off every last trainee.
Chen Xing shrugged it off, continuing his challenge to Lin Zhong. "It's still early anyway.
The Academy's anniversary celebration doesn't officially start until 9. Why don't we have a match?"
Lin Zhong could tell Chen Xing genuinely wanted to spar with him. While there might be a hint of defiance in it, there was no ill will. His eyes flickered as he prepared to accept Chen Xing's challenge. After all, he too wanted to see just how much stronger she had become. But at that moment, a voice tinged with anger cut through the air. "What nonsense are you up to, you little brat? Don't you know what day today is? If you really want to fight someone, there'll be plenty of chances later, but don't interfere with Lin Zhong."
Chen Xing's expression froze.
She reluctantly shut her mouth and fell silent. Lin Zhong turned to see Chen Yunqing striding toward them. Chen Yunqing wore a black traditional Chinese robe and a pair of cloth shoes. His towering frame moved with the grace of a dragon and the stride of a tiger. His eyes held a deep, penetrating light, and his entire presence radiated a weighty, mountain-like aura.
Beside him stood the equally imposing Chen Hong.
Like Chen Sheng, Chen Hong wore a white training uniform. Compared to their last meeting, Chen Hong's aura had grown more grounded and steady, shedding the previous frivolity. Uncle Chen, Lin Zhong nodded to Chen Yunsheng, then greeted Chen Hong standing beside him. Chen Yunsheng appraised Lin Zhong from head to toe with an admiring gaze, a smile spreading across his face. Lin Zhong, it seems your skills have advanced once more. I owe this entirely to Uncle Chen, Lin Zhong replied modestly. Had he not allowed me to study the characters in the martial arts hall, I wouldn't have achieved this breakthrough so swiftly. Lin Zhong was genuinely grateful to Chen Yunsheng. The two characters guard the heart in the Chen martial arts hall had played a pivotal role in helping him overcome his bottleneck so smoothly. It was precisely seeing those two characters that had solidified his resolve and clarified his path. No, it was all your own karmic connection. That calligraphy has hung there daily, seen by countless people. Why didn't others gain such insight? Chen Yunsheng slowly shook his head, unwilling to take credit. However, your breakthrough comes at a crucial time. I've received word that several old rivals will come looking for trouble today, intending to disrupt the Chen Martial Arts Hall's founding anniversary. Only then did Chen Qing snap back to reality. His eyes locked onto Lin Zhong as he abruptly interrupted, "You've broken through?" Lin Zhong nodded without a flicker of emotion. Chen Qing's mouth fell open in disbelief. "You've already reached the Dark Force stage?" "Just luck," Lin Zhong replied casually. But to Chen Cheng and Chen Hong, Lin Chang's nonchalant words felt like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through their minds. Chen Cheng and Chen Hong came from a family of martial arts masters. Their grandfather, Chen Changchun, and their father, Chen Yunsheng, were both Dark Force masters. Precisely because of this, they knew how incredibly difficult it was to reach the Dark Force level. If only 1 in 10,000 martial artists could reach the Manifest Force realm, then reaching the Hidden Force realm was so rare that not even 1 in 100,000 might achieve it. Chen Hong's expression darkened, his heart filled with crushing defeat. He had always been inferior to Lin Zhong, and now the gap between them had widened even further. He even began to feel that the gap was impossible to bridge. Chen Yunsheng saw the expression on Chen Hong's face, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his own eyes. Though his eldest son possessed an upright character, his temperament was too weak and his will too fragile. He simply wasn't cut out for martial arts. Precisely for this reason, Chen Yunsheng had pinned his hopes for inheriting the martial arts academy on Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng's reaction, however, was the complete opposite of Chen Hong's. Though she too was stunned by the news of Lin Zhong reaching the Dark Force realm, after the initial shock, a fierce fighting spirit surged within her. Chen Qing grabbed Lin Chang's arm. "Since you've broken through to the Dark Force realm, does that mean you're stronger now? How about we spar right now? I can hardly wait." By the end, Chen Qing even adopted a slightly coquettish tone. Lin Zhong was both amused and exasperated, letting Chen Qing hold his arm while his eyes shifted to Chen Yunsheng. Chen Yunsheng cleared his throat, interrupting Chen Qing. "Young lady, even if you wish to spar with Lin Zhong, must it be today? He's the top instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Now, please step aside. I need to speak with Lin Zhong." "Dad, what can't you say in front of us? We're not outsiders," Chen Cheng protested. Chen Yunsheng snapped irritably, "At least you remember I'm your father. When I tell you to leave, just leave. Why all the nonsense?" Before Chen Cheng could protest further, Chen Hong grabbed her arm and dragged her away. Only after Chen Cheng was gone did Lin Zhong and Chen Yunsheng both breathe a simultaneous sigh of relief. Chen Yunsheng sighed helplessly. "That girl's been spoiled rotten since childhood. Lin Zhong, if she's caused you any trouble, I apologize on her behalf." "Uncle Chen, you're overreacting. It's no big deal. Actually, I rather admire Chen Qing. She possesses a pure, childlike heart. In this materialistic, hedonistic society, people like her clear-minded and resolute are few and far between." Lin Zhong shook his head. "I'm glad you're not taking it to heart. She truly means you no harm." Chen Yunsheng patted Lin Zhong on the shoulder and stepped toward the interior. "Come with me for a moment. I'll explain what's happening today." Lin Zhong followed Chen Yunsheng into the living room of the Chen Martial Arts Academy, where they took their seats according to their respective statuses. Lin Zhong glanced around but saw no sign of Chen Changchun. His heart sank. "Uncle Chen, where is the old master?" "Don't worry. The old master is in good health and resting indoors." Chen Yunsheng personally poured Lin Zhong a cup of tea, his expression turning solemn. "Lin Zhong, what unfolds today concerns the very survival of the Chen Martial Arts Hall. I implore you to help us." Lin Zhong was taken aback by the gravity of Chen Yunsheng's opening words. Yet despite his surprise, his face remained utterly serene, as if nothing in the world could unsettle him, revealing an unshakable composure. "Uncle Chen, isn't today the anniversary of the Chen Martial Arts Academy's founding? How could such a significant day be tied to the Academy's survival?" Lin Zhong asked, puzzled. Chen Yunsheng gave a bitter smile, as if anticipating this question. He reached under the table and pulled out a red envelope, placing it before Lin Zhong. Lin Chang's gaze fell upon the envelope, and his pupils contracted.
On the envelope's surface, two bold, commanding characters were written in ink that seemed to drip with intensity. Challenge.
What is this? A challenge letter sent by those who came to challenge our dojo, Chen Yunxing said, taking a deep breath before continuing in a solemn tone.
It explicitly states they will come to challenge us today.
And if we lose, they intend to take down the sign of the Chen Martial Arts Dojo.
Chapter 113, The Hidden Reasons. In that case, Uncle Chen, you could step in yourself?
Lin Zhong still couldn't grasp what exactly Chen Yunxing was worried about.
With your strength, dealing with a challenger shouldn't be difficult. Dealing with one or two challengers wouldn't be hard for me. But this time, they're not coming alone, it's a group. And among them are several masters whose strength rivals my own. Chen Yunxing's brow furrowed deeply. Do you remember when the old master fought someone in his youth and ended up killing him?
Lin Zhong nodded firmly.
Of course he remembered.
Old Master Chen Shangchun had fought someone, killing the opponent but sustaining severe injuries himself.
That battle had left him with an incurable ailment, causing his health to steadily decline.
The challengers who came to our door this time are the descendants of the man my father killed, Chen Yunxing exhaled, his brow heavy with fury.
Seeking vengeance for their father is only natural.
If he wanted to take revenge on us personally, I wouldn't have a word to say. But instead, he's united several martial arts schools to attack the Chen Martial Arts School together, declaring they intend to wipe us out completely. Lin Zhong listened quietly, not interrupting.
Lin Zhong, I know this has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to get involved, I won't force you. After all, this is truly dangerous.
Chen Yunxing said earnestly.
Uncle Chen, no need to say more.
Since I accepted the position of top instructor at the Chen Martial Arts Academy and receive its salary, it's only right that I act on its behalf, Lin Zhong interrupted.
Besides, the chance to spar with a master? I couldn't ask for more. Good. Good. Good.
Chen Yunxing exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement.
I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Uncle Chen, do the others at the academy know about this challenge?
Lin Zhong inquired. I haven't told anyone besides Chen Xing. It wouldn't do any good to spread it around, it would only cause unnecessary panic, Chen Yunxing replied, his brow furrowed. But I have enlisted a few longtime friends to assist. I'll introduce them to you when they arrive. Let's hope we get through today safely. After speaking, Chen Yunxing sighed deeply, clearly not optimistic. Lin Zhong, however, didn't share Chen Yunxing's deep worry. After all, he was an outsider. Though he'd agreed to fight for the Chen Martial Arts School, he couldn't truly feel their pain. While Lin Zhong and Chen Yunxing spoke, the martial arts hall had been transformed beyond recognition. A bright red carpet stretched from the entrance all the way to the reception area inside. Two large red lanterns hung high, and the Chen Martial Arts Academy signboard was draped in red silk. Every student's face radiated joy, completely unaware that the academy was on the brink of disaster. Lin Zhong finished his conversation with Chen Yunxing and stepped out of the reception area, immediately spotting Chen Sheng. Chen Xing seemed to have been waiting for him. Her eyes lit up when she saw him emerge, and she hurried over.
Hey, my dad told you everything, right?
He did, Lin Zhong replied, his gaze sweeping over Chen Xing's face.
But you don't seem worried at all. What good does worrying do? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow.
Besides, if they want to snatch the Chen Martial Arts Academy signboard, they'll have to get past me first.
Chen Chang's tone brimmed with unwavering self-assurance.
And she certainly had reason to be confident. Though she couldn't hold a candle to that freak Lin Zhong, before encountering him, she had been unmatched throughout Xinghe. Confidence is good, but don't let it turn into blind arrogance. Lin Zhong calmly poured a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm.
And what about you?
What are your thoughts? Chen Shang stood beside Lin Zhong, shoulder to shoulder, nudging him gently with her elbow.
What do you mean, what do I think? Facing a powerful opponent soon, you must be excited, right? Chen Sheng studied Lin Chang's face intently before nodding firmly. That's it. You can't fool me.
There is a little bit of that.
Lin Zhong didn't deny it.
In a way, Lin Zhong and Chen Shang were cut from the same cloth. Both craved battles with the strongest, both yearned to become stronger. The difference was that Lin Zhong concealed his desires beneath a calm exterior, while Chen Sheng wore hers on her sleeve. Pfft, not exactly straightforward. Chen Sheng's red lips curled slightly. Suddenly remembering something, she grabbed Lin Chang's hand and pulled him along. I'll take you to change clothes. Since you're the top instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, you should at least wear the academy's uniform.
Lin Zhong was dragged away against his will.
This scene caught the attention of the surrounding students, instantly stirring up another commotion.
Many eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Hey, did you see that? Am I seeing things? Senior Sister Chen is actually holding Coach Chen's hand? I always thought the senior sister didn't like men. Shoo! Keep your mouth shut.
If senior sister hears you, she'll skin you alive. Contrary to the trainee's speculation, neither Lin Zhong nor Chen Xing, the two involved, felt anything out of the ordinary. Chen Sheng pulled Lin Zhong into a room, rummaged through a chest, and tossed him a black training uniform. Here, put this on. The outfit was identical to those worn by the ordinary trainees outside. Though Lin Zhong felt something was off, he didn't dwell on it. He simply shed his jacket and slipped into the uniform. While Lin Zhong changed, Chen Chang stood beside him without any hint of modesty. When she saw the steel-like muscles beneath his clothes, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but let out a series of admiring oohs and ahs. Who knew? You've got quite the physique. Chen Xing couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Lin Chang's arm. This outfit suits you perfectly. Not bad, not bad. She circled Lin Zhong a few times, mimicking a man's manner as she stroked her chin and nodded approvingly. The black training uniform, paired with Lin Chang's composed and detached demeanor, looked incredibly fitting on him, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Lin Zhong glanced at his reflection and felt quite satisfied, though a lingering doubt remained. Isn't this black training uniform the student uniform? It is, Chen Chang replied with a sly grin, batting her eyelashes. But no one says you can't wear it. Is there a problem? Hearing Chen Chang's response, Lin Zhong found himself at a loss for words, unable to fathom what she was really up to. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, it was just a set of clothes that wouldn't affect him. Lin Zhong pushed the matter to the back of his mind. Just then, the bell rang. Chen Chang's expression changed instantly. The anniversary celebration has officially started. We need to hurry out. With that, she bolted for the exit, while Lin Zhong trailed leisurely behind her. The moment they entered the living room, they collided head-on with Chen Hong. Spotting the outfit Lin Zhong wore, a strange look flashed in Chen Hong's eyes. His lips twitched as if he wanted to say something. Chen Xing suddenly swayed and bumped into Chen Hong, knocking him off balance. Brother, stop dawdling. Let's go. Chen Hong swallowed the words on his lips and hurried out. Chapter 114, Masters Gather. Outside the gates of the Chen Martial Arts Academy, the street was now packed with all manner of cars. People continuously stepped out and made their way toward the academy. These individuals included men and women, young and old, yet without exception, they all walked with steady steps and sharp gazes. Chen Changchun and Chen Yunsung stood side by side at the main entrance, with Tang Taizhan and Li Jiyun positioned behind them. Flanking the gate were 2 rows of students standing tall and alert, radiating energy. Chen Hong hurried over to stand beside Tang Taizhan and Li Jiyun. Chen Xing, however, seemed to be up to something, dragging Lin Zhong to hide behind the crowd instead of joining them. Brother Chen, congratulations! You have a worthy successor. Now you can wash your hands of the martial world and retire. An elderly man with snow-white hair and a vigorous demeanor bowed respectfully to Chen Changchun. Master Du, thank you for traveling so far. Please come in. Chen Changchun's gaunt face broke into a smile as he returned the bow. Chen Chang leaned close to Lin Changzir and muttered, "That man is Du Guangzong, the former headmaster of the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy. He's from the same generation as my grandfather, though he retired from the martial arts world a few years ago." The middle-aged man behind him is Du Tianhe, Du Guangzong's son and the current headmaster of the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy. Following Du Guangzong, a steady stream of people approached to greet Chen Changchun and Chen Yunsheng before entering the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Chen Cheng's breath was as fragrant as orchids as she recounted details to Lin Changzir, speaking of those individuals' backgrounds with remarkable familiarity. Lin Chong listened intently, his respect for Chen Xing growing with each word. Remembering all their names and knowing their backgrounds inside out was no easy feat. It showed Chen Xing had prepared thoroughly, unlike her seemingly carefree demeanor. Through Chen Cheng's introduction, Lin Chong learned that among them, 3 possessed the greatest strength: Du Tianhe, headmaster of the Xinghe Martial Arts Hall; Luo Changming, headmaster of the Black Dragon Martial Arts Hall; and Shi Jinwei, headmaster of the Jinwei Martial Arts Hall. The 4 C's Martial Arts Hall, Black Dragon Martial Arts Hall, Jinwei Martial Arts Hall, and Chen's Martial Arts Hall were the 4 most prestigious martial arts halls in Xingzhou City, standing at the pinnacle of all martial arts halls. This was because the masters of these 4 halls were all grandmasters who had broken through to the Dark Force realm. While other martial arts schools also had skilled practitioners, none had reached the level of Dark Force. Du Tianhe was a middle-aged man in his 40s, lean and unremarkable in appearance, yet possessing an unusually sharp gaze. Seeming to sense Lin Chong and Chen Xing's scrutinizing glances, he turned his head to look their way. Lin Chong wore the standard training uniform of an ordinary student. His eyes were calm and deep, radiating an inner light, while his aura remained deeply concealed. Du Tianhe failed to discern his true capabilities, dismissing him as just another ordinary student. His gaze swept past Lin Chong and landed on Chen Xing. A flicker of understanding crossed Du Tianhe's eyes. He gave Chen Xing a slight nod before shifting his gaze and striding into the martial arts hall. Chen Xing stuck out her tongue, ducking behind Lin Chong to use his body as a shield. She dared not gawk openly anymore. At the martial arts hall entrance, a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe, fair-skinned and appearing refined, was conversing with Chen Yunsheng. "Brother Chen, where's that mischievous little girl, Chen Xing? I don't see her." This middle-aged man was Luo Changming. He was on good terms with Chen Yunsung and quite familiar with his 2 children. "Don't even mention her. She was here just a moment ago, but now she's vanished without a trace." Chen Yunsheng shook his head in frustration before adopting a serious tone. "Brother Luo, today's matter. I'm afraid I'll need your help." "No need to mention it. The Chen Martial Arts Academy and the Black Dragon Martial Arts Academy have always stood together through thick and thin.
With you facing trouble today, how could I stand idly by? Luo Changming smiled faintly, lowering his voice. However, Xinghe actually showing up is quite unexpected. Haven't you two always been at odds?
Probably came to watch me make a fool of myself.
Chen Yunqing's expression remained calm, though a shadow lingered deep in his eyes. Never mind him for now. If he has no ulterior motives, fine. But if he does, I'm no pushover.
As they spoke, over 20 individuals had already entered the Chen Martial Arts Hall.
These individuals were all well-known figures in Xinghe City's martial arts circles, renowned names in their own right. After greeting several groups of guests, Old Master Chen retired to rest.
Chen Yunqing and Chen Hong remained standing at the entrance.
Chen Hong kept glancing around, searching for Chen Cheng's figure.
However, Chen Cheng and Lin Zhong were positioned precisely in Chen Hong's blind spot. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't spot them.
Did you see that disgusting guy?
Chen Cheng suddenly tugged at Lin Chang's sleeve, peering over his shoulder and pointing at a man who had just walked past. The man appeared to be around 30, with a coarse, rugged appearance and a face full of fleshy features.
Though not tall, he was exceptionally stocky.
His bare arms were covered in bulging muscles, radiating terrifying strength at first glance. He was strutting in, swinging his arms as he strode through the Martial Arts Academy's entrance. As he brushed past Chen Hong, he gave the man a hard slap on the shoulder, sending Chen Hong stumbling backward several steps. Unfazed, he let out a few loud, booming laughs.
Lin Zhong followed Chen Cheng's pointing finger and nodded. I see him. What about him?
That guy's called Xinghe. He's the senior disciple at Xinghe Martial Arts Hall and one of the people I despise the most. Chen Cheng pressed her entire body against Lin Chang's back, her chest pressed firmly against his, though she remained completely unaware of it.
I can't believe he actually dared to show up. It makes me so furious.
Lin Zhong detected genuine fury in Chen Xing's voice, which struck him as odd. He wondered what this Xinghe fellow had done to provoke such intense anger in her. At the same time, Lin Zhong felt a peculiar sensation. Chen Xing's soft chest pressed against his back, rising and falling with her breath. Though not particularly ample, it felt remarkably supple. Their posture was decidedly suggestive. From a distance, it looked as if Chen Cheng were embracing Lin Zhong from behind, drawing frequent sidelong glances from the surrounding trainees.
What did he do to make you so angry?
Lin Zhong pushed aside his wandering thoughts and asked, following Chen Cheng's lead.
That jerk gives me dirty looks every time he sees me and spouts disgusting remarks. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Though Xinghe was no longer in sight, Chen Cheng's anger hadn't subsided.
She clenched her teeth tightly.
I see.
Lin Zhong wasn't surprised by Chen Cheng's response. Though Chen Cheng carried herself like a tomboy, there was no doubt she was exceptionally beautiful. She possessed a bold, spirited charm uncommon in ordinary girls, making it only natural that men were drawn to her. Even at the Chen Martial Arts Academy, many male students harbored feelings for her, though they were too intimidated by her fierce demeanor to show it.
How about you teach me a few moves? I could give him a taste of his own medicine.
As she spoke, Chen Cheng stood on tiptoe, her lips nearly brushing Lin Chang's ear as she whispered close to his ear.
Chapter 115, The Troublesome Guest.
Chen Cheng seemed to relish speaking to Lin Zhong this way, her eyes brimming with amusement. Lin Zhong felt a tingle in his ear and sensed the stares of the surrounding students nearly melting him. He took a step forward without showing it, creating some distance between himself and Chen Cheng.
You can't beat him? Lin Zhong asked. Xinghe and I are evenly matched. Neither of us can get the upper hand.
Chen Cheng was completely oblivious to the stares around them, or perhaps she noticed but simply didn't care.
You're so skilled, even stronger than my father. Please teach me a few moves.
I'll call you master.
Didn't I already tell you? I won't take you as my disciple.
Lin Zhong felt somewhat helpless at Chen Cheng's persistence.
Besides, we're practically the same age. Wouldn't you feel embarrassed to call me master? What's embarrassing about that?
Learning knows no age. The capable become teachers.
Since you're so strong, you're qualified to be my master. Chen Cheng looked utterly unconvinced.
If it were anyone else, even if they were in their 70s or 80s, they wouldn't stand a chance of me becoming their disciple if they weren't strong enough. Since you're so eager to learn, I suppose I could teach you a few things.
Lin Zhong was finally swayed by Chen Cheng's persistence. But not today. Let's talk about it once everything's settled. Yay, awesome.
Chen Cheng let out a low cheer, nearly jumping up and down. While Lin Zhong was speaking with Chen Cheng, all the guests attending the Chen Martial Arts Academy's founding anniversary had already entered the academy. The banquet tables had long been set in the inner courtyard, and guests were taking their seats. Chen Yunseng spotted Chen Cheng and Lin Zhong hiding in a corner. He opened his mouth, but in the end, 1,000 words dissolved into a long sigh. He pointed at Chen Cheng, shook his head, and walked inside. Chen Hong shot Chen Cheng a reproachful glare and urged, "You two, hurry over here.
Where did you run off to just now? None of your business, master."
"Let's go inside," Chen Cheng retorted to Chen Hong before turning to Lin Zhong with eager courtesy. I never agreed to be your master. Lin Zhong flatly refused Chen Xing's attempt to seize the moment.
It doesn't matter. Just think of it as a nickname. Can't I call you master if I want to?
Chen Xing rolled his eyes, forcibly dragging Lin Zhong into the martial arts hall and seating him at a table near the entrance. Chen Hong immediately protested, Chen Xing, you and Lin Zhong can't sit here. You should go to the first table and sit with grandfather and father.
Go. You go ahead. Don't mind us. Sitting with a bunch of old men? I'd lose my appetite. Chen Chang looked thoroughly annoyed. Chen Hong was utterly helpless against Chen Chang's stubborn, willful, and reckless behavior. Truth be told, he was quite afraid of his younger sister, who was 2 years his junior. He couldn't beat her, couldn't scold her, and normally wouldn't dare interfere with her affairs unless Chen Yunqing ordered it. So Chen Hong could only turn to Lin Zhong with a pleading look, hoping he would speak up for him. But Lin Zhong just shrugged, signaling he was powerless to help. Lin Zhong knew that if he spoke up, Chen Chang would certainly listen. But he also didn't want to sit with old Master Chen and the others, not because he disliked them, but because it would be too conspicuous and likely attract unnecessary trouble. Chen Hong had no choice but to go alone. Though he was deeply reluctant, he was powerless to refuse. After all, he was Chen Yunxing's eldest son. Once everyone was seated, Chen Changchun rose and spoke. His voice was not loud, yet every ear in the room heard him. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence today. This marks the 82nd anniversary of the founding of the Chen Martial Arts Academy. 82 years ago, my Chen ancestors journeyed from the north to Xinghe and established this academy. Since then, we have taken root here. Thanks to the support and assistance of fellow practitioners, our academy has prospered and endured to this day. In my youth, I, Chen Changchun, relied on my skills to seek out challenges and provoke fights, offending many and creating numerous grudges. Now that I'm older, I've gained nothing but a body riddled with ailments. Today marks not only the anniversary of our school's founding but also my retirement. After this day, I shall withdraw completely from the world. I hereby pass the position of headmaster to Yunqing. I ask all fellow practitioners to bear witness. Chen Yunqing rose to his feet, his expression serene. Bowing to the assembled guests, he addressed them, fellow practitioners, I humbly ask for your continued support. I am eager to collaborate with all of you to elevate the martial arts community of Xinghe. Most of the guests dared not remain seated and rose to return the bow. After all, Chen Yunqing now held a different status. He was the new head of the Chen Martial Arts Academy and a formidable master at the level of hidden force. Even those who weren't particularly fond of him had to show him some respect. Yet a few tables remained unmoved, their occupants sitting calmly and composed. Among them was Shi Zhenwei of the Xinghe Martial Arts Hall. Shi Zhenwei, appearing to be in his 40s, was stocky with a ruddy complexion. Sitting with his legs spread wide, he sneered sarcastically, Headmaster Chen, your ceremonial words are quite eloquent. But after today, it's uncertain whether the Chen Martial Arts Hall will even still exist. You'd do better to focus on the immediate situation. The remark sent shockwaves through the entire hall. All eyes instantly turned to Shi Zhenwei, then shifted to Chen Yunqing, whose expression was darkening by the second. For Shi Zhenwei to speak thus to Chen Yunqing, the newly appointed headmaster, at the Chen Martial Arts Academy's founding anniversary celebration was tantamount to completely severing ties with the academy. Eyes darted between guests as the atmosphere turned strangely tense. Those present were all shrewd individuals. They keenly sensed from Shi Zhenwei's words that something significant seemed poised to happen today. But whatever it was, it had nothing to do with them. Most chose to watch and wait, refraining from interjecting. The vast courtyard fell silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Chen Yunqing's face was as still as water as he spoke coldly, Master Shi, what exactly do you mean by that? Chen Yunqing, drop the pretense. My meaning is crystal clear. After today, the Chen Martial Arts Academy will cease to exist. Shi Zhenwei laughed heartily. You, the academy's last master, have held the title for mere hours before being forced out. How ironic. Ha ha ha. As Shi Zhenwei's words grew increasingly outrageous, before Chen Yunqing could respond, the surrounding Chen Martial Arts Academy students erupted in fury. What the hell are you talking about? Shut your filthy mouth and get out. Get out. Get out now. The students were seething with rage, pointing at Shi Zhenwei and hurling curses at him. Chen Yunqing's eyes turned icy. Suddenly raising his hand, he bellowed, shut up. His command boomed with such force it thundered like an explosion, completely drowning out the trainees' angry shouts and showcasing Chen Yunqing's formidable internal energy cultivation. With the dojo master speaking, the trainees dared not curse further. Instead, they glared at Shi Zhenwei through gritted teeth, their expression so fierce it seemed they wanted to tear a chunk of flesh from him. Just a bunch of useless trash, Shi Zhenwei sneered, picking his nose and flicking the booger onto the table, a crude gesture that made everyone cringe. I'm not leaving. If you've got the guts, come beat me up. Think I'm scared of you lot at Xinghe Martial Arts Hall? Chapter 116, Unrelenting Provocation. Enough. Luo Guangming, seated beside Chen Yunqing, slammed his hand on the table. Master Shi, speaking like this at the Chen Martial Arts Academy's founding anniversary celebration is a bit much, don't you think?
Du Tianhe, observing nearby, opened his eyes and remarked meaningfully, "We're all fellow practitioners in Xinghe's martial arts community.
We cross paths daily. Whatever the issue, let's sit down and discuss it properly." Nothing to discuss. Fellow practitioners, you've come at the perfect time. A spectacle is about to unfold here. Just watch closely.
Shi Zhenwei showed no restraint, growing increasingly brazen.
Chen Yunsheng, if you've got the guts, try fighting me. I just fear you won't have the strength to handle the trouble coming your way. Chen Yunsheng's expression shifted.
His fist, hidden within his sleeve, tightened with each passing moment. Several times, he nearly lunged forward to exchange blows with Shi Zhenwei, but ultimately restrained himself.
But just because Chen Yunsheng could hold back didn't mean others could. You old turtle, have you finished spouting your nonsense? How dare you talk big in the Chen Martial Arts Hall? Let this lady teach you a lesson. A furious shriek erupted as a white figure leapt from the crowd. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to Shi Zhenwei, her palm striking out directly at his face. The one who suddenly charged forward was none other than Chen Xing. Oh no!
Seeing Chen Xing actually strike at Shi Zhenwei, Chen Yunqing's face paled drastically, his heart leaping into his throat.
Chen Sheng's move was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg.
No matter how crude Shi Zhenwei appeared, he was a master who had broken through to the dark force realm far beyond Chen Xing's capabilities. Facing Chen Sheng's furious attack, Shi Zhenwei remained unflustered. A flash of ferocity flickered in his pea-sized eyes as he raised his palm, meeting Chen Xing's strike head-on. This palm strike appeared light and weightless, silent and unassuming, yet it contained hidden force. If it connected, there was no other outcome for Chen Xing's palm but to shatter. As Chen Sheng's palm neared Shi Zhenwei's massive hand, everyone braced for a bloody spectacle. Several faint-hearted individuals even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight.
At that very moment, a violent gust of wind swept across the arena. Amidst the whirlwind, a dark figure darted behind Chen Xing like lightning. Seizing his belt, the figure yanked him backward, halting Chen Xing's forward momentum with brutal force. At that moment, Chen Sheng's palm was less than half a foot away from Shi Zhenwei's palm, which was charged with hidden force. Shi Zhenwei's carefully laid plans had been thwarted. A flash of savagery crossed his face, and his forward striking palm showed no sign of stopping. It continued hurtling toward Chen Xing, its speed suddenly increasing several-fold. Yet his strike met only empty air. The sudden figure had seized Chen Sheng's slender waist, shifted his stance, and instantly retreated 2 meters, creating distance from Shi Zhenwei. Only then did the crowd recognize the rescuer, an ordinary-looking young man clad in a student training uniform. Ha! Who is this young man? Judging by his uniform, he must be a student from the Chen Martial Arts Academy? Could the Chen Academy actually have such a skilled student? His footwork was too fast. Could he be a student specializing in footwork? If so, that would explain it. That girl Chen Sheng got lucky. If that student had been even a fraction slower, her hand would have been ruined.
Amidst the murmurs, Lin Zhong withdrew his hand from Chen Xing's waist, his expression unchanged. "Chen Xing," he said calmly, "you're too impulsive." Chen Xing, oblivious to the danger she'd narrowly avoided, lunged forward again.
"Don't hold me back. I'll teach that old turtle a lesson." Smack!
Chen Yunqing strode over, his face as hard as iron. He slapped Chen Xing across the face with a sharp crack.
5 finger marks appeared on Chen Xing's pale cheek.
Stunned by the blow, she clutched her face and stared at Chen Yunqing in disbelief.
"Father, why did you hit me? This slap is to teach you not to be so reckless,"
Chen Yunsung said with a tone of disappointment.
"Do you know that if it weren't for Lin Zhong just now, your hand would have been crippled? But that old turtle."
Chen Xing's voice brimmed with grievance, tears welling in her eyes though she stubbornly held them back.
"I'll handle him myself. You two, stand down."
Chen Yunqing turned, fixing Shi Zhenwei with a gaze as heavy as a mountain.
"Master Shi, rather than fighting with juniors, why not spar with me instead? What do you say?"
Shi Zhenwei felt the anger radiating from Chen Yunsung, his eye twitching violently.
He suddenly took a step back. "Enough. We are men of standing. How could we resort to violence so easily? Let the youngsters handle this."
Fearing Chen Yunqing might refuse, he waved to Xinghe seated on the other side. "Xinghe, you step up and spar with them."
Shi Zhenwei's retreat instantly drew contempt from the crowd, who responded with boos.
The students from the Chen Martial Arts Academy, in particular, mocked him loudly. But Shi Zhenwei, with skin as thick as a city wall, remained completely unfazed. Xinghe cracked his neck, rose from his seat, and ripped off his shirt with a loud tear. His chest, thick with hair, resembled that of a gorilla. He looked around defiantly. "You good-for-nothings from Chen's Martial Arts Academy, who among you dares to step up and fight me?" Faced with Xinghe's insolence, the Chen Martial Arts school students could no longer hold back.
"I'll take you on."
A student nearly 6 feet tall stepped forward from the crowd, striding decisively to stand before Xinghe.
Towering 2 heads above Xinghe, the student possessed a heroic appearance and a robust physique.
Standing side by side, Xinghe looked all the more shabby and insignificant.
"Third senior brother, go for it.
Take down this annoying jerk.
Don't hold back.
Show him what the Chen Martial Arts Academy is made of." The surrounding trainees shouted in unison, cheering on the tall trainee. This tall student was among the strongest in the Chun Martial Arts Academy, second only to Chen Cheng and even slightly stronger than Chen Hong. That was precisely why he dared step forward. Xiong Hui's reputation for ferocity was well known. He was no pushover. Ordinary students stood no chance against him, and entering the fray would only lead to humiliation. A flash of resentment flickered in Xiong Hui's eyes. He despised anyone taller and more handsome than himself. He had already resolved to humiliate this guy thoroughly. Go ahead, Xiong Hui said, arms crossed over his chest, beckoning with a finger toward third senior brother. Let's see what you're made of. Third senior brother's gaze grew solemn. Far from being angered by Xiong Hui's contempt, he instead became exceptionally cautious, shifting his stance slightly as he slowly approached Xiong Hui. He had no choice but to be cautious. Though Xiong Hui spoke with vulgar insolence, his martial prowess was formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to become the senior disciple of Xinghe Martial Arts Academy, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Qing. Witnessing this, Lin Zhong couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Though the two hadn't yet exchanged blows, this third senior brother had already lost. His hesitation before the fight had already placed him at a disadvantage, his movements constrained and timid, unlike Xiong Hui's composed and unflappable demeanor. Chapter 117, I'll let you have one hand. Had the third senior brother student unleashed his full potential upon entering the fray, channeling his inner rage to forge an unstoppable momentum and launching a fierce assault on Xiong Hui, victory might still have been possible. But now, his odds of winning were practically non-existent. Thinking this, Lin Zhong glanced sideways at Chen Cheng again. Ever since being slapped by Chen Yunsheng, Chen Qing had become unusually quiet. He hadn't spoken a word in all this time, clutching his cheek with a distracted look. Had it not been for this, when Xiong Hui issued his challenge, Chen Cheng would have been the first to charge forward. There would have been no need for anyone else. Lin Chang's gaze shifted away from Chen Qing, settling once more on Xiong Hui and the trainee known as third senior brother. Third senior brother had now close to within 2 meters of Xiong Hui, seemingly ready to strike. He lunged forward, his right fist clenched tightly, aiming a punch straight for Xiong Hui's chest. Thud! Xiong Hui stood rooted to the spot, not even flinching. His arms remained crossed over his chest, utterly motionless, as third senior brother's fist struck his body. The powerful blow merely sent a slight tremor through Xiong Hui's body. The recoil was so strong it made third senior brother's wrist go numb, forcing him to stumble back a step. Unable to believe his full power strike had no effect whatsoever, third senior brother stood dumbfounded, utterly stunned. The trainees cheering for third senior brother stared in disbelief at the scene before them, the boiling atmosphere instantly freezing to zero. Ha 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 ha. Xiong Hui suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, spitting on the ground with contempt. Did you forget to eat breakfast or something? Is this feeble punch meant to tickle this old man? Shi Zhenwei on the other side also burst into laughter, clapping as he laughed. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Master Chen, your disciple seems rather lacking. With such a large frame, I expected him to be formidable. Turns out he's all show and no substance, a pretty pillow, useless in a fight. Chen Yunqing's face darkened. His fists clenched unconsciously, his teeth grinding audibly. Had he not retained his composure, he might have already lost control and attacked Xiong Hui himself. His disciple had been humiliated in public, right on the grounds of the Chun Martial Arts Academy. No matter how well-mannered Chen Yunqing was, he couldn't endure such a disgrace. His skin wasn't as thick as Shi Zhenwei's, allowing him to ignore others' gazes. In contrast, bold Master Chen remained utterly unmoved by the repeated provocations from the Xinghe Martial Arts Hall. He sat there, serene and composed, eyes slightly closed, as steady as a rock. Old Master Chen's life had been one of epic grandeur, having weathered countless life and death crises. Compared to those trials, today's minor incident was utterly insignificant. Third brother's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, overcome with shame. His cheeks burned fiercely. Suddenly, he roared and charged at Xiong Hui, swinging a punch. Useless. Go back to bed. Xiong Hui sneered, ducking low to evade the attack before delivering a vicious punch straight to the third senior brother's chest. Clang! 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 The third senior brother staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing. His face drained of color, utterly bloodless. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. With just one punch, Xiong Hui had inflicted internal injuries, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Ha! Who else is there? In this vast Chen martial arts hall, is there not a single worthy opponent? Xiong Hui, having defeated third senior brother with a single blow, grew even more arrogant and boastful. Where is that little brat Chen Cheng? Come out and fight this old man. Stop hiding like a coward. Hearing Xiong Hui call her name directly, Chen Qing finally snapped out of her daze. She blinked, just in time to see third senior brother bleeding from his injuries as students helped him up. Her sword-like eyebrows shot upward in fury, her hair standing on end with rage. She was about to charge out and take revenge on Xiong Hui. Let me handle this. You're not in the best state. Fighting Xiong Hui now wouldn't give you much of a chance. Lin Zhong grabbed Chen Chang's wrist firmly and said calmly. Had anyone else dared utter such words, Chen Shang would have slapped them across the face. But coming from Lin Zhong, it carried a different weight.
Master, I'm counting on you. Make sure you teach that guy a lesson.
Chen Sheng grabbed Lin Chang's arm and shook it firmly. Lin Zhong gave a slight nod, released Chen Sheng's wrist, and strode out, approaching Xiong Hui at a leisurely pace. I'll play along with you. So it's you, Xiong Hui narrowed his eyes. The scene of Lin Zhong rescuing Chen Xing earlier had left a deep impression. You've got decent speed, but it's a pity you ran into me. What I fear least are opponents with quick footwork. Xiong Hui wasn't exaggerating. He genuinely held no fear for agile fighters. Typically, those with swift footwork lacked significant strength. Xiong Hui, however, had cultivated his external hardening techniques to an exceptionally high level.
He could endure even powerful strikes from iron rods without flinching.
Thus, attacks lacking force were utterly negligible to him. Take that third brother from earlier, his strength wasn't weak, yet he couldn't scratch Xiong Hui. He simply couldn't breach Xiong Hui's physical defenses. That was the true power of external hardening techniques. Is that so? Lin Zhong stood with his legs slightly apart, neither rigidly upright nor slouching, showing no intention of initiating an attack. Then let me see just how formidable you truly are.
I'll stand right here. If you make me move even a single step, I'll concede defeat.
Facing Xiong Hui, Lin Zhong uttered the exact same words he had spoken when first clashing with Chen Shang. Chen Xing, watching from the crowd, covered his face with both hands, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Lin Zhong. What did you say?
Xiong Hui couldn't believe his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Seems you don't believe me. Fine, I'll give you an advantage.
Lin Zhong tucked his left hand behind his back and extended his right, beckoning to Xiong Hui. Seeing Lin Zhong treat Xiong Hui with such utter contempt, as if he were nothing, everyone present was stunned.
An ordinary student from Chen's martial arts academy dared to claim he could fight the senior master of Xinghe Martial Arts Academy with just one hand?
If this was a joke, it was an absurd one indeed.
What gives him such confidence? The question echoed in everyone's mind.
Chen Yunsan, who had been on the verge of boiling over with rage, suddenly calmed down. His expression returned to normal as he sat back down at his seat. His attitude left the spectators even more baffled.
Xiong Hui, however, didn't dwell on it.
Lin Chang's contemptuous attitude had infuriated him beyond measure. Kid, if you're trying to provoke me, you've succeeded.
You've truly enraged me. So I've decided I'll break every bone in your body. Only then will I vent my fury. Lin Zhong remained silent, nearly curling his finger with utter disdain.
Xiong Hui let out a furious growl. Planting his feet firmly, he charged forward like a raging bull, aiming straight for Lin Zhong. Driven by fury, Xiong Hui abandoned all technique, intending to use sheer brute force to knock Lin Zhong flying.
Chapter 118, An Ant Shaking a Tree.
Xiong Hui was certain that even a steel plate would warp and deform under his impact, let alone a mere human body. He could almost hear the sound of Lin Chang's ribs shattering. But Xiong Hui had miscalculated his advantage and chosen the wrong opponent. Had he chosen a different approach, defeating Xiong Hui might have taken Lin Zhong some time. But this crude, brute force method played right into Lin Chang's hands. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. He stood perfectly still, even placing his right hand behind his back, allowing Xiong Hui to collide with him. Thud! Xiong Hui's massive frame slammed into Lin Zhong with a thunderous thud that reverberated through the air, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. You bastard, you dared to look down on me. Now you're dead. Xiong Hui thought viciously. He was certain he could knock Lin Zhong flying with a single blow, but something felt off almost immediately. The sensation in his shoulder felt nothing like colliding with a person, more like crashing into a wall of steel. Or perhaps an insurmountable, towering mountain. Hard, thick, solid, unbreakable. A sudden wave of fear washed over Xiong Hui, though he couldn't fathom why he felt it or what exactly he feared. Before Xiong Hui could react, excruciating pain surged through his mind, forcing an involuntary groan from his lips. Immediately after, an overwhelming, unstoppable force surged from Lin Zhong, a force several times greater than the impact of his own collision. As if struck by a speeding car, Xiong Hui was sent flying backwards several meters, crashing to the ground with a thud. What happened to me? Xiong Hui felt dizzy, with stars flashing before his eyes. Every inch of his body ached, half his body was numb, and he couldn't muster a single ounce of strength. He couldn't help but cry out in terror. Yet no one answered Xiong Hui's question. Everyone was stunned into silence by Lin Zhong. Even the four masters, renowned for their mastery of hidden strength, were speechless. No one had anticipated Lin Zhong would defeat Xiong Hui head-on in such an utterly direct, decisive, brutal, and explosive manner. No technique, no form, only simple, pure, and utterly overwhelming power. Those invited to the Chen Martial Arts Hall's founding anniversary celebration were no nobodies. While their skill levels varied, their discernment far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yet none of them could discern how Lin Zhong had withstood Xiong Hui's ferocious impact and then sent him flying in return. All they knew was that Lin Zhong had displayed terrifying power that utterly crushed Xiong Hui. For from start to finish, Lin Chang's feet remained firmly planted in the ground. Though sunk deep into the earth, he hadn't moved a single step. Xiong Hui, on the other hand, was stunned by the rebound force, plunged into utter disarray. Sitting on the ground, he screamed wildly, his expression filled with terror, all traces of his former arrogance and bravado vanished. This single exchange had decided the outcome, revealing the clear superiority of one over the other. The scene of Lin Zhong flinging Xiong Hui away was so breathtaking that even the students of the Chen Martial Arts Academy forgot to cheer. They stared at Lin Zhong in a daze, as if looking at an alien. Impressive skill. Du Tianhe finally broke the silence, his tone solemn. His words snapped everyone out of their shock. I truly misjudged you. I never realized you were such a master. Du Tianhe had seen Lin Zhong at the entrance, but had mistaken him for an ordinary student, hence his admission of misjudgment. What immense power, exclaimed a towering man among the guests, his face etched with astonishment. His voice still carried disbelief. Even Xiong Hui, with his external hard chi training, was sent flying. Could that young man have already mastered hidden force? Impossible, retorted another man in his 30s, unremarkable in appearance but with piercing eyes. If dark force were so easy to master, why would so many remain stuck at the peak of light force, unable to advance? If he hasn't mastered hidden force, then how else could he so easily defeat Xiong Hui, who's at the peak of manifest force? You ask me, but who should I ask? He absolutely couldn't have mastered the dark force technique, he's far too young. That Xiong Hui sure is unlucky. After this fight, his reputation will probably be ruined, someone bloated. If you ask me, he got what he deserved. What that Xinghe Martial Arts Hall crowd did today was way out of line. Another voiced indignation on behalf of the Chen Martial Arts Hall. Causing trouble on someone else's anniversary celebration? Utterly disrespectful. Master Chen let it slide out of martial brotherhood. If it were me. The murmurs reached Shi Jinwei's ears, his expression darkening by the second. He suddenly whipped around and barked at the other Xinghe Martial Arts Hall disciples, what are you standing around for? Help Xiong Hui up. Several disciples from the contending position Martial Arts Hall snapped out of their daze, scrambling frantically to Xiong Hui's side. Daring not to glance at Lin Zhong, they helped Xiong Hui up and hurried back to stand behind Shi Jinwei. Shi Jinwei's move was tantamount to admitting defeat on the spot. Chen Yunqing finally felt a surge of satisfaction, his mood exceptionally light. Had Lin Zhong not intervened, he wouldn't have known how to resolve the situation. Lin Zhong bowed respectfully to Chen Yunsun without uttering a word, then returned to Chen Qing's side. Chen Cheng was beside herself with excitement, even more thrilled than Lin Zhong himself. She grabbed his arm and shook it wildly. Master, you're incredible. You defeated Xiong Hui so effortlessly. I knew I hadn't chosen the wrong person. Quiet. Stop shaking me. Lin Zhong felt dizzy from Chen Qing's vigorous shaking and couldn't help but frown deeply. Chen Cheng obediently let go, her demeanor suddenly submissive. Master, you truly proved that silence speaks volumes. You stunned everyone, even that old turtle. Shi Jinwei turned green with envy. Haha. Don't call me master. Yes, master. Forget it. Do as you please. I'm not taking you on as a disciple anyway. Lin Zhong shook his head, deciding to leave Chen Cheng be. Though Lin Zhong maintained an extremely low profile, no one could underestimate him now. No one regarded him as an ordinary student anymore. Curious glances kept flitting his way. The commotion had thus dissipated without a trace, yet the matter was far from concluded. The guests at Chen's Martial Arts Hall returned to their seats, the atmosphere growing convivial once more. Everyone chatted and laughed, clinking glasses and passing dishes. Only Shi Jinwei's table remained sour-faced, including Shi himself. Yet they stubbornly refused to leave, their intentions unknown. Master Chen, where did you find such a master? Having him pose as a student is downright underhanded. Luo Changming exclaimed in shock to Chen Yunqing from the first table. Ha! His name is Lin Zhong, top instructor at Chen's Martial Arts Academy. I'd meant to introduce him to you, Master Luo, but never found the chance, Chen Yunqing chuckled. I didn't ask him to pose as a student, that was probably Chen Xing's doing. Chapter 119, the main event begins. Just who is this young man named Lin Zhong? Such remarkable skill at such a young age, Du Guangzong remarked slowly. If my old eyes don't deceive me, he's already mastered the dark force, hasn't he? What? Though Du Guangzong's voice wasn't loud, everyone at the first table heard him clearly. Du Tianhe and Luo Changming were immediately stunned. They were indeed grandmasters at the dark force level themselves, but compared to veterans like Chen Changchun and Du Guangzong who had weathered countless storms and honed their discerning eyes, their perceptive abilities still fell short. Chen Yunsheng shot Du Guangzong an admiring glance before nodding. Old Master Du was correct. He has indeed mastered the dark force. Du Tianhe and Luo Changming exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. A dark force master in his 20s? Such talent was likely only found within secluded aristocratic families or major martial clans. Just as the two were about to press further, a thunderous explosion erupted outside the Chen Martial Arts Hall. Boom! The tightly shut door was kicked open with a single blow. The several-inch-thick, iron-plated door shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying in all directions. Customers seated near the entrance had no time to dodge. Several were struck by flying door fragments, instantly bleeding from head wounds. In an instant, a cacophony erupted: angry curses, startled screams, and the clatter of overturned tables and chairs as people scrambled for cover. Lin Zhong and Chen Chang were also seated near the door. The instant the noise erupted, Lin Zhong had already yanked Chen Chang aside, completely avoiding the flying debris. But Lin Zhong remained alert, his eyes narrowed as he watched the doorway. 5 figures stepped over the scattered debris and entered the Chen martial arts hall. The leader, clad in black robes, black trousers, and black cloth shoes, appeared to be around 40. His square face was framed by short, spiky hair. His gaze was domineering and fierce, his brow radiating a thick aura of menace. Behind him followed 4 others, tall and short, dressed differently, yet each moved with steady, deliberate steps. Their breaths were deep and sustained, their temples visibly bulging. These 5 men needed no introduction, they were clearly masters of their craft. The leader swept his gaze around the room. Everyone his eyes touched felt a chill run down their spine. His gaze finally settled on Chen Yunsung. His mouth twisted into a grimace, and a raspy, grating sound, like steel scraping, emerged from his throat. Well, quite the crowd.
Chen Yunsung, are you counting on numbers to win?
Chen Yunxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he rose from his seat, his voice cold.
Yuan Changfeng? That's right, it's me.
Yuan Changfeng strode straight through the crowd of guests, walking right up to Chen Yunxing as if no one else existed.
The enmity between our 2 families runs as deep as the sea.
I came here today for one reason only, to seek justice for the Chen Martial Arts Academy and avenge my father. He then turned his gaze to old Master Chen, seated motionless in his armchair, and sneered coldly. Chen Shangchun, when you killed my father, did you ever imagine this day would come? I'm determined to destroy the Chen Martial Arts Academy's reputation today. No one can stop me. Old Master Chen lifted his eyelids. A flicker of light finally shone in his cloudy, lifeless eyes. Justice? Your father and I were engaged in a fair duel. But he suddenly struck me from behind, inflicting severe injuries and attempting to cripple my martial arts. I fought back and killed him. What justice are you seeking for him? Say what you will. You're old now. I, Yuan Changfeng, wouldn't even bother fighting you. Victory over such an opponent would be dishonorable, and it would only tarnish my reputation for nothing.
Yuan Changfeng's brow darkened with a murderous aura as he spat out each word.
I will destroy your martial arts school, sever your lineage, and make you taste agony worse than death. What a boastful mouth. Chen Yunsung, seeing Yuan Changfeng treat him as nothing, laughed bitterly in rage.
Anyone can talk big. If you truly have the ability to do it, go ahead and try. Don't worry, you'll see soon enough.
Yuan Changfeng spread his hands, revealing 4 fingers of identical length, each with sharp, bluish-black nails.
But inviting so many people, are you planning a gang up?
Rest assured, I'm not that shameless. You have 5 men, our Chen Martial Arts Hall will field 5 as well. A fair contest, win or lose, no hard feelings.
Chen Yunxing's gaze swept over Yuan Changfeng's hands, his pupils contracting.
If you win, the Chen Martial Arts Hall signboard is yours. But what if you lose?
Lose? Ha ha ha. Yuan Changfeng erupted in a shrill, maniacal laugh, turning to the other 4. He actually thinks we'll lose?
That's laughable.
The other 4 joined in the roaring laughter, filling the entire Chen Martial Arts Hall with their arrogant cackling. Seeing these 5 display such utter contempt, the surrounding patrons couldn't help but feel anger welling up.
Especially those seated near the entrance clenched their fists, their eyes fixed fiercely on the group. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. A short man, barely 5 feet tall, suddenly turned with a vicious glare. But everyone present was a martial artist, none of them cowards.
Immediately, someone retorted, I'll look if I want to. Who are you to tell me what to do?
A flash of malice crossed the short man's face. His body shot forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance to the speaker in an instant.
A single slap sent the man flying.
Without pausing, the short man swiftly retreated.
The entire exchange unfolded within seconds.
The onlookers saw only a blur before their eyes, utterly unable to discern how he had struck. They were instantly struck with terror.
Anyone else dare watch?
The short man's eyes were fierce as he scanned each of them in turn. The others lowered their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze.
In the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. No principle, no matter how grand, could ever outweigh a fist. Master Jean, let's not complicate matters.
The main business is more important, Yuan Changfeng, standing at the front, said calmly. The short man withdrew his gaze, clasped his hands behind his back, and nodded with restraint. Seeing how formidable this group was, the onlookers began whispering again, exchanging information in hushed tones.
Hey, do you know who these guys are? No clue. These names aren't registered in Xinghe.
You guys are so out of the loop. These 5, including Yuan Changfeng, are renowned combat experts from the neighboring city of Rongdu.
Brother Wang, you know them? Please enlighten us with the details. Yuan Changfeng needs no introduction.
The other 4, from left to right, are Cheng Zhilong, Jing Ming, Fan Yon, and Ouyang Bai. They're all well known in Rongdu City's martial arts circles, each leading their own martial arts school. But for some reason, they've come together to cause trouble for the Chen Martial Arts School.
Masters of their own schools? Are you saying all 5 are Dark Force level experts? Someone sucked in a sharp breath, visibly shaken. I couldn't say. After all, Dark Force masters don't wear badges on their foreheads. How would you know unless they fight? Chapter 120, The First Match. Lin Zhong remained impassive, absorbing every word of the surrounding chatter without missing a beat. After witnessing the short man named Jin Ming strike, Lin Zhong was almost certain all 5 challengers had reached the Dark Force realm. The sense of threat they projected far surpassed that of Chen Chang and Xinghe. 5 Dark Force masters. This was a force powerful enough to reshape the martial arts landscape of Xinghe City. No wonder they dared to come alone, without bringing a single disciple. No wonder Xinghe believed the Chen martial arts school was doomed to lose. After all, within the Chen martial arts hall, only Chen Yunsung had reached the Dark Force realm. The others were simply no match for these 5. Lin Zhong knew a fierce battle was about to erupt. This battle would determine the very survival of the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Lin Zhong closed his eyes, banishing all distractions until his mind became still as a pond. Let him be strong, yet the breeze still caresses the hills. Let him be fierce, yet the moon still illuminates the river. Yet beneath this serene surface, the battle intent burned like a raging flame, growing ever more intense. On the other side, Yuan Changfeng continued speaking. If we lose, we swear never to set foot in Xinghe City again. All grievances between us will be wiped clean, and we will never trouble the Chen Martial Arts Academy again. How about that? No, that's unfair, Luo Changming interjected, rising to his feet. If you lose, each of you must pay an additional 5 million in compensation. No problem. Yuan Changfeng agreed immediately. Without a hint of negotiation, they were certain of victory anyway. But we need to change the rules. One-on-one is too easy. Let's do a round-robin tournament. Whoever stands last wins. Chen Yunsung and Luo Changming exchanged glances. Yuan Changfeng's proposal actually worked in their favor, so they immediately nodded in agreement. Excellent. Since we've settled this, let's begin without delay. A cold smile played on Yuan Changfeng's lips. With so many martial arts peers present, let them witness how the Chen Martial Arts Academy meets its end. Chen Yunqing's face remained impassive. Ignoring Yuan Changfeng, he instructed the students to clear away the tables and chairs, creating a large open space. The crowd automatically formed a circle. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the whispers ceased. Everyone waited for the battle to begin. Xinghe had already approached Yuan Changfeng, a smile on his face as he whispered something to the older man. Chen Chang approached Chen Yuncheng with a worried expression. The slap mark still lingered on her face, but she had no heart left for quarreling with her father. Father, we'll get through this safely today, won't we? Even with her thick nerves and extraordinary courage, witnessing the formidable presence of Yuan Changfeng's group had unsettled her. Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll protect the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yuncheng smiled kindly, ruffling Chen Cheng's hair. I'm sorry I hit you earlier. Does your face still hurt? It doesn't hurt. I know you were worried about me, Chen Xing replied, her eyes reddening as she gritted her teeth. Father, why don't I fight instead? I should have a better chance than Master Tang or Master Li. Tang Taishan and Li Jiyun, standing beside Chen Yunsung, exchanged wry smiles at the suggestion. They knew their own limitations well. They were no match for any of Yuan Changfeng's 5 men. Their participation was merely to make up the numbers. The true outcome would hinge on Chen Yunsheng, Luo Changming, and Lin Zhong. Masters Tang and Li won't fight. Master Luo takes the first match, I take the second, and Lin Zhong takes the third, Chen Yunsheng declared firmly. If Lin Zhong loses, we concede defeat immediately. Master Chen, though our martial arts skills are inferior to yours, we can still wear down the opponents, Tang Taishan declared, pounding his chest. If you don't let us fight now, aren't you just slapping us in the face? That's right, Master Chen. Let us two take the lead. As long as we don't die, there's nothing to fear, Li Jiyan added. Masters Tang and Li, there's no need to argue further. This situation is different from before. Our opponents come with malicious intent. I cannot risk your lives. Chen Yunqing's tone was solemn. Then, Chen Yunqing cast a deep, lingering look at Lin Zhong, who stood motionless. Lin Zhong, I'm saving you for the finale. Is that all right? Lin Zhong kept his eyes lowered, his expression calm as he uttered 4 words, I couldn't ask for more. He truly couldn't have asked for more. He was even eager to begin. Chen Yunqing nodded, then turned and solemnly bowed to Luo Changming. Master Luo, I entrust the first battle to you. A solemn expression flickered across Luo Changming's face. He understood the immense weight of his responsibility. If he, the first to enter the fray, were to lose, it would mean half the battle was already lost. Whether they could establish momentum and seize the initiative hinged entirely on his victory in this opening bout. I will give my all and will not disappoint your trust. Luo Changming declared resolutely. Master Luo's word is enough. Chen Yunqing didn't want to place too much pressure on Luo Changming. After all, Luo had agreed to step in out of loyalty to their deep friendship. What more could he demand? Chen Yunqing glanced toward Yuan Changfeng and the other 4 standing nearby. Yuan Changfeng happened to look over at the same moment. Their gazes met mid-air, clashing like sparks flying.
Among the four behind Yuan Changfeng, the short-statured Jin Ming stepped forward. He crouched low and leaped like an agile ape, landing steadily in the center of the arena. Arms crossed over his chest, chin slightly raised, his gaze cold and arrogant, he demanded, "Which one of you will fight?" "I will." Luo Changming uttered a single word, stepping forward at a measured pace. He halted 2 meters before Jin Ming, hands hanging naturally at his sides. "Begin. Let me witness your mastery." A strange gleam flashed in Jin Ming's eyes. He lunged forward suddenly, his hand shooting out to grab. His movement resembled a monkey snatching food, unbelievably swift. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Luo Changming, his 5 slightly curved fingers reaching directly for Luo's face. Hidden force surged through his palm, emitting a piercing whistling sound as it struck. If connected, Luo Changming's face would be torn to shreds, his eyes potentially gouged out. Luo Changming hadn't expected Jin Ming to be so treacherous, striking without warning, not even a word of warning. Yet, true to his status as a master who had mastered the hidden force, he remained composed despite the shock. He took a slight step backward to evade the initial strike, then twisted his body like a fish darting through water, agile and swift. With a whoosh, he shifted to Jin Ming's side and delivered a silent horizontal palm strike aimed squarely at Jin Ming's waist. The strike missed. Jin Ming remained utterly composed, executing a swift side roll that landed him at Luo Changming's feet in an instant. Not only did he evade Luo's counterattack, but his palm swept directly toward Luo's groin. Monkey steals peach. The most treacherous and vicious killing move in monkey kung fu. When masters clash, it's never like street thugs brawling. Life, death, victory, defeat, it all hangs in the balance for a mere instant. Spectators' hearts leapt into their throats. Jin Ming's move was nearly impossible to defend against. No one expected Jin Ming to unleash a lethal strike so early in the exchange. Recent updates may be a bit irregular. Dear readers, please bear with me, things should stabilize in a couple of days, and I'll make up for it with extra chapters. If you're craving more, feel free to save this for later. Chapter 121, Clash of Titans. Facing the crisis, Luo Changming suddenly hunched his chest and sucked in a breath. At the last possible moment, his body shifted backward several inches. Simultaneously, his other hand, which had remained hidden until now, clenched into a fist and slammed down toward Jin Ming's head. Luo Changming knew evasion was impossible. Better to exchange blows than dodge. Even if Jin Ming could claw open his groin, Jin Ming's head would be smashed into a pulpy mess. Swish! Jin Ming dared not exchange blows with Luo Changming. His body suddenly shrank like a startled monkey, springing back like lightning to land 2 meters away. Seizing the advantage, Luo Changming dug his toes into the ground and pursued like a whirlwind, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon Jin Ming. Jin Ming's body was equally agile. Though temporarily overwhelmed by Luo Changming, he wasn't entirely without counterattack. He quickly turned the tide. Exchanging blows relentlessly, they clashed dozens of times within mere seconds. Several times, it seemed they might both perish, leaving spectators gripped with tension. Lin Zhong watched with burning eyes, utterly absorbed and focused. Both Luo Changming and Jin Ming were masters who had cultivated hidden force. As they fought with all their might, a succession of brilliant techniques unfolded, providing Lin Zhong with immense inspiration. He absorbed everything he witnessed like a sponge, greedily soaking up every detail. Jin Ming practiced monkey fist, while Luo Changming wielded bagua palm. Both had mastered the essence of their respective styles, and as masters of hidden force, Lin Zhong found himself unable to predict who would emerge victorious. Boom! A thunderous clap of clashing palms erupted on the field. Luo Changming and Jin Ming, locked in combat, abruptly separated, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Huff! 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 Both men panted heavily, clearly drained of energy. In their previous exchange, Luo Changming had taken a claw strike from Jin Ming. The blow ripped through his clothing, leaving 5 deep, bloody gashes across his chest, from which blood steadily seeped. Jin Ming wasn't unscathed either. Luo Changming's palm strike had connected with his shoulder. Fortunately, Jin Ming had cultivated his internal energy, preventing the bone from snapping on impact. Even so, his mobility was severely hampered, significantly affecting his ability to strike. "Gentlemen," Chen Yunqing suddenly called out, "your martial arts are evenly matched. Continuing this fight will likely yield no clear winner. How about calling the first round a draw?" Jin Ming glanced back at Yuan Changfeng and rasped, "I have no objection." Luo Changming felt a twinge of reluctance. He had already gained the upper hand. Jin Ming had lost the use of one arm, and continuing would surely lead to victory. But a cornered beast fights fiercely, and an injured predator is the most dangerous. Even if he ultimately prevailed, the cost would be immense. Weighing the risks, he nodded. "I agree." After all, though their fight had been fierce, it wasn't a true life or death struggle. Neither harbored deep-seated grudges against the other. Sacrificing themselves for someone else's feud? Neither Luo Changming nor Jin Ming was that selfless. Both men returned to their respective camps. The spectators, having just witnessed an extraordinary battle, buzzed with discussion, all feeling their eyes had been opened and the trip well worth it. Is this what masters of hidden force look like? I couldn't even see how they fought just now, it was way too fast. Who could?
Who knew humans could move that fast?
I thought that young man earlier was fast enough, but compared to these two dark force masters, he's still far behind.
Of course. They've mastered the dark force. Do you think they're just any Tom, Dick, or Harry?
True. Luo Changming paid no heed to the murmurs around him. With a hint of shame, he addressed Chen Yunsung.
Master Chen, I apologize. I didn't win the first match.
Chen Yunqing smiled faintly and reassured him, Master Luo, though you didn't win, you didn't lose either. You held the upper hand and suppressed their arrogance.
That's sufficient. That opponent is truly formidable. I gave it my all, yet only gained a slight edge.
Had we continued, the outcome would have remained uncertain?
Even if I'd won, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. Luo Changming shook his head. That's precisely why I stopped you.
Since victory couldn't be decided immediately, there was no point in continuing.
Chen Yunqing's gaze grew deep. Today's matter is solely between the Chen Martial Arts Academy and Yuan Chanfeng. Ultimately, it must be resolved between us and him.
Master Luo, please go get bandaged up and rest for a while.
A student brought over a medical kit. Luo Changming nodded to Chen Yunqing before being assisted away for treatment. Next is my turn.
Chen Yunqing glanced at Lin Zhong, noticing his vacant, unfocused eyes and detached demeanor. He chose not to disturb him further. At that moment, within Lin Chang's mind, the movements of Luo Changming and Jin Ming's exchange played like a movie, looping repeatedly. He slowed them down, broke them apart, and dissected them, deducing the pathways of internal energy flow from each movement. The exchange between Luo Changming and Jin Ming lasted barely minutes, yet it was breathtakingly perilous, with dazzling techniques unfolding one after another. Luo Changming's martial arts techniques, in particular, proved immensely beneficial to Lin Zhong. Luo Changming practiced Baguizhang, while Lin Zhong cultivated the Dragon Tiger Force, which incorporated the essence of both Xinghe Quan and Baguizhang.
Consequently, he was equally proficient in both Baguizhang and Xinghe Quan.
However, Lin Chang's combat style leaned more toward Xinghe, leaving his understanding of Baguizhang somewhat lacking. By comparing Luo Changming's Baguizhang with his own, Lin Zhong identified certain weaknesses in his own practice and worked to refine and improve them.
He lost track of time.
When Lin Zhong snapped out of his deep contemplation, he saw Chen Yunsung had already entered the arena, locked in combat with Chang Zhilong and clearly dominating the fight.
Chen Yunqing's Bajiquan had reached a state of consummate mastery.
His movements were simple and unadorned, yet his power delivery was fierce and overwhelming. Every strike and technique contained hidden force and explosive impact, driving Chang Zhilong back step by step.
Chang Zhilong practiced the Taizu Changquan style.
Though his skills were profound, he still fell short of Chen Yunqing.
Struggling to hold on until the very end, he finally collapsed, landing squarely on his backside. You've been too kind. Chen Yunqing did not press his advantage.
Standing where he was, he bowed with a clasped hand, his masterly demeanor radiating effortlessly.
I've lost, Chang Zhilong declared, rising from the ground with a flushed face. Master Chen's martial prowess is truly profound. I concede defeat wholeheartedly.
With that, Chang Zhilong returned to stand behind Yuan Chanfeng. Chen Yunqing remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on Yuan Chanfeng. Throughout Chen Yunqing's exchange with Chang Zhilong, Yuan Chanfeng's eyes had never left Chen. Now, meeting his gaze, Yuan cracked a smile dripping with lethal intent. He cracked his neck and strode forward. Seeing Yuan Chanfeng preparing to enter the fray, everyone's attention instantly focused like never before. They dared not blink, afraid of missing the thrilling spectacle. Without a doubt, Chen Yunqing and Yuan Chanfeng were the two most formidable martial artists among all the masters present. Their impending clash was destined to be a fierce battle between titans.
Amidst the crowd, Lin Zhong focused intently as well. Yet for some reason, he sensed a deeply concealed sense of discord and eeriness emanating from Yuan Chanfeng. Chapter 122, Vile Ambush.
Chen Yunqing stood tall and imposing like a mountain, his gaze icy as he watched Yuan Chanfeng draw nearer. Rage burned within him, unleashing a powerful aura that surged from his body. Everything that had transpired today stemmed from Yuan Chanfeng. If not for Yuan Chanfeng, how could the founding anniversary celebration of the Chen Martial Arts Academy have descended into such utter chaos and ruin? Moreover, though Yuan Chanfeng claimed it was to avenge his father, Chen Yunsung wasn't a fool. He saw clearly that Yuan Chanfeng had come for the Chen Martial Arts Academy itself. Yuan Chanfeng intended to destroy the Chen Martial Arts School's reputation, seize control of the school, establish a foothold in Xinghe City, and build his own fame by challenging the Chen Martial Arts School. Faced with all this, even someone as composed as Chen Yunqing couldn't help but feel an overwhelming surge of anger. Chen Yunqing was known for his magnanimity and tolerance. Had Yuan Chanfeng not overstepped so blatantly, he would never have been this enraged. Yet Yuan Chanfeng seemed oblivious to Chen Yunqing's fury, his face still twisted in a cold, contemptuous sneer. He stopped 3 meters before Chen Yunqing, crossed his arms before him, and tapped his fingernails lightly. Clink, clink, clink. Despite being a burly man, Yuan Chanfeng's nails stretched several inches long, dark and bluish-black. As they scraped against each other, they emitted a shrill, metallic clang. Hearing this sound, Chen Yunqing's expression grew slightly grave. Powerful eagle claw? You know your stuff.
Yuan Changfeng flexed his body, crackling like popping corn all over.
Chen Yunsheng, your bagwazang is impressive, but it's a pity you met me.
Let's get started.
Chen Yunsheng couldn't be bothered with Yuan Changfeng's nonsense.
Yuan Changfeng's brow pulsed, his aura brimming with menace. His gaze fixed on Chen Yunsheng like an eagle eyeing its prey.
Since you wish to meet your end sooner, I'll grant your wish. Swish. The words barely left his mouth when Yuan Changfeng's left hand curved into a claw. 5 protruding nails, like 5 razor-sharp blades, lunged toward Chen Yunsheng's chest. As his hand shot forward, it sliced through the air, producing a distinct whistling sound.
The speed was so blindingly fast it was nearly impossible to follow.
With just this single move, Yuan Changfeng demonstrated combat prowess far surpassing that of the previous opponents. Though all were masters of hidden strength, Yuan Changfeng's martial arts were undeniably far superior to those of Jin Ming, Cheng Jilong, and the others. Facing Yuan Changfeng's lightning-fast strike, Chen Yunsheng's eyes flashed with intensity. He stomped his foot violently, his right hand transforming into a battering ram, palm flattened like a blade, driving straight toward Yuan Changfeng's palm. Boom! As Chen Yunsheng's foot struck the ground, the earth itself seemed to tremble. The stone slab beneath his stomp shattered instantly. Harnessing the force of that stomp, his hand blade followed with astonishing speed and immense power. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted as Yuan Changfeng's eagle claw collided with Chen Yunsheng's blade hand, both men's sleeves exploding outward simultaneously. Yuan Changfeng flipped his palm, transforming his claw into a grab, seizing Chen Yunsheng's wrist and twisting it with force. Each of Yuan Changfeng's 5 fingers possessed the strength to pierce through wood. Combined with his hidden force, the power was multiplied. Even a steel pipe would snap under such a twist. But Chen Yunsheng's body suddenly convulsed. The seized arm erupted with tremendous vibrational force, violently shaking Yuan Changfeng's hand loose. Then, his other hand clenched into a fist and slammed toward Yuan Changfeng's chest. His movement was as swift as a drawn bow, his strike as thunderous as an explosion. Even before the fist made contact with Yuan Changfeng's body, the fierce wind pressure it generated made Yuan Changfeng feel as though he couldn't breathe.
Come on! Yuan Changfeng suddenly roared, twisting his body backward.
He braced himself with both hands on the ground, his right leg curling upward like a scorpion's tail as he aimed a kick straight for Chen Yunsheng's solar plexus. Chen Yunsheng didn't alter his strike nor had time to when his punching fist veered abruptly, meeting Yuan Changfeng's right leg head-on. Thud! Chen Yunsheng's fist collided once more with Yuan Changfeng's leg. The immense force sent Yuan flying backward, his cloth shoes shattering into countless fragments. Though his body was sent flying, a fierce glint flashed in Yuan Changfeng's eyes. His right hand, which had been hanging at his side, suddenly shot upward. With a flick of his fingers, a tiny steel needle, nearly invisible to the naked eye, shot from beneath his fingernail, streaking toward Chen Yunsheng's heart.
Yuan Changfeng's motion was subtle and concealed. Chen Yunsheng hadn't seen it at all.
The very moment Yuan Changfeng fired the needle, Lin Zhong, who had been watching the fight intently, sprang to his feet. While ordinary people might have missed Yuan Changfeng's subtle movement, Lin Zhong, whose eyes had been honed sharp on the battlefield, could not fail to notice. Yet it was too late to intervene. He could only shout a warning. Watch out! Though Chen Yunsheng hadn't seen the steel needles hurtling toward him, Lin Chang's voice reached his ears. His extensive combat experience kicked in instantly, and his body darted sideways. Shoo! Despite his best effort to evade, Chen Yunsheng couldn't completely dodge the steel needle, which pierced his chest. The needle pierced his flesh, leaving only a tiny, bleeding hole. A sharp pain shot through his chest. Tearing open his shirt, he looked down and instantly realized he'd been ambushed by Yuan Changfeng. Rage and shock surged through him. Old Master Chen had suffered a severe setback in his martial prowess precisely because he'd been ambushed by Yuan Changfeng's father during combat, a wound whose aftereffects lingered to this day. And now, Yuan Changfeng had resorted to the same treacherous tactic, and Chen Yunsheng himself was following in Old Master Chen's footsteps. You despicable coward! Chen Yunsheng roared with fury, lunging fiercely toward Yuan Changfeng. But a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his chest, forcing his momentum to falter. Yuan Changfeng, who had schemed meticulously, would never let such an opportunity slip. With a savage grin, he pressed forward instead of retreating. His body flickered, closing the distance to Chen Yunsheng in an instant. A single palm strike sent Chen Yunsheng flying. Chen Yunsheng's towering frame was sent flying several meters by the blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound, his face turning deathly pale as his vital energy rapidly weakened. Father! Seeing Chen Yunsheng struck until he coughed up blood, Chen Xing rushed recklessly through the crowd to his side, desperate to help him up. Don't touch him! Lin Zhong, who had followed closely behind Chen Xing, grabbed her shoulders, stopping her in time. The sudden turn of events stunned the onlookers. Old Master Chen's eyes widened, his face flushed crimson as he began coughing violently. What's happening? What's wrong with Master Chen? Why did he suddenly stop moving? And what did he mean by shameless coward? The crowd had no idea what had transpired, their minds churning with questions. Lying on the ground, Chen Yunsheng stretched out a hand, pointing at Yuan Changfeng, who stood arrogantly. After gasping for breath, he gritted his teeth and spat, You coward! How dare you ambush me? The crowd erupted in shock upon hearing that Chen Yunsheng had been ambushed by Yuan Changfeng. But most remained skeptical, as no one had actually seen how Yuan Changfeng had struck.
This made Chen Yunxing's accusation seem unconvincing. Don't try to slander me. Yuan Changfeng's expression darkened as he roared angrily, Chen Yunsheng, we fought fairly in front of everyone. You lost because you were outmatched. How dare you accuse me of ambushing you?
Chen Yunsheng, overcome by fury and agitation, coughed up another mouthful of blood.
Seeing Chen Yunsheng spitting blood and rage, Yuan Changfeng felt immense satisfaction and grew even more smug, taunting him relentlessly, you say I ambushed you? Got any proof? Bring it on.
Chen Sheng could no longer contain himself. His teeth clenched, fists balled tightly, and eyes blazing with fury, he lunged forward, ready to fight Yuan Changfeng to the death. Lin Zhong grabbed Chen Sheng's arm.
Calm down. Have the trainees carry Uncle Chen away first. Lift him gently and carefully, don't move his body carelessly.
Call the doctor immediately and tell him to hurry over. A steel needle is lodged in Uncle Chen's chest.
It must be removed right away.
But that bastard.
Chen Sheng's eyes burned red with fury.
Lin Zhong gave a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with an icy glint.
Don't worry about him. Leave him to me.
I'll make him pay for everything he's done.
Chapter 123, Lin Chang's entrance. Then, be careful.
Chen Xing gave Lin Zhong a long, meaningful look. Lin Zhong gave a slight nod, then turned without hesitation and strode directly toward Yuan Changfeng, who stood arms folded. Behind Lin Zhong, the trainees swarmed forward, carrying Chen Yunsheng away. Yuan Changfeng saw Lin Zhong wearing the trainee uniform and couldn't help but sneer with contempt.
Is the Chen martial arts hall out of options? They actually send a trainee to fight me.
His voice boomed loudly, carrying clearly to every ear present.
The onlookers also wore expressions of surprise.
None had anticipated that after Chen Yunsheng's defeat, the third challenger would be this young man. Although Lin Zhong had easily defeated Xinghe in the previous match, Xinghe was merely at the peak of the external force realm. Compared to Yuan Changfeng, who had long since entered the internal force realm, their strength was worlds apart. Lin Zhong might have defeated Xinghe, but he stood no chance against Yuan Changfeng.
For between the realm of manifest strength and hidden strength lay an unbridgeable chasm.
Even Chen Yunsheng, representing the Chen Martial Arts Academy, had fallen to Yuan Changfeng.
How many blows could this young man in his student uniform possibly withstand against Yuan Changfeng?
Almost no one held out hope for Lin Zhong. Their gazes toward him brimmed with pity and sympathy.
Some couldn't help but wonder, has the Chen Martial Arts Academy truly reached its end?
After Chen Yunsheng's defeat, the Chen Martial Arts Academy would have no one left capable of standing against Yuan Changfeng's group. Though Chen Changchun was nominally a master of hidden strength, his current state made him seem worse than an ordinary person. Seeing Lin Zhong actually challenge Yuan Changfeng to a fight, Xinghe, who had once been humiliated by Lin Zhong, shot a venomous glare at him. He fixed his eyes on Lin Chang's retreating figure, cursing him relentlessly in his mind. This very man had made him lose face in front of everyone. His hatred for Lin Zhong ran deep to the bone, wishing with all his heart that Yuan Changfeng would beat Lin Zhong to death. Lin Zhong stopped 3 meters from Yuan Changfeng, his hands hanging naturally at his sides. He looked like the most ordinary young man imaginable, the sort who'd blend into a crowd and be impossible to pick out, showing not a shred of the aura of a skilled fighter.
Yuan Changfeng, Lin Zhong asked calmly, are you prepared? Prepared? Prepared for what? Yuan Changfeng froze, then his face twisted into a vicious sneer. Kid, who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Since we agreed to a fair fight, underhanded tactics are unacceptable. Lin Chang's voice remained low and steady, devoid of emotion. You used hidden weapons to injure Master Chen. You might think you could pull the wool over everyone's eyes, but you couldn't fool mine. Yuan Changfeng's mouth twitched, his eyes darkening instantly. Kid, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw me use hidden weapons? Poof. Whether you used hidden weapons or not, you'll find out soon enough.
Lin Zhong began rolling out the sleeves of his training robe, his movements deliberate and measured.
You will pay for your actions. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Changfeng erupted into maniacal laughter.
Amidst the roar, he pointed a single finger at Lin Zhong.
By you?
You're but an ant I could crush with one hand.
Demanding I pay a price? That's the most laughable joke in the world.
Then Yuan Changfeng's laughter abruptly halted.
His mouth split wide, revealing gleaming white teeth.
He transformed into a predatory beast, fixating on Lin Zhong with savage intensity. Kid, fists and feet have no eyes. If you insist on fighting me, don't blame me if I beat you to death.
No need to trouble yourself.
Lin Zhong finally rolled up both sleeves, revealing his bronze-toned, muscular arms. A cold smile touched his lips.
Enough talk. Let's get started. Yuan Changfeng flicked his fingernail dismissively, then brought it to his mouth to blow away non-existent dust. Kid, I'll give you a chance. You strike first. That way, when I crush you later, you won't have a word to say. As you wish.
Lin Zhong spat out the 4 words coldly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Chang's left foot suddenly surged with power.
His back arched like a bow, his body shot forward like an arrow, charging straight at Yuan Changfeng. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the stone slab beneath Lin Chang's foot shattered violently. The explosive force from his left foot tore a hole over a foot in diameter in the ground. Shattered stone mixed with dirt flew in all directions, a testament to the sheer ferocity of Lin Chang's charge. 3 meters covered in the blink of an eye. Before Yuan Changfeng could react, Lin Zhong was already upon him. His left fist, clenched like steel, gleaming with a metallic sheen on the surface of his arm, slammed straight toward Yuan's chest. This punch was brutally fierce and overwhelming. As the fist sliced through the air, it emitted a piercing, shrill whistling sound, like a long, wailing train whistle. The gust of wind it generated felt like a sudden gale, whipping Yuan Changfeng's black coat backward and even distorting his face under its force. Crash! A series of clattering sounds filled the air as tables and chairs toppled over. The onlookers surrounding the fight leapt to their feet the instant Lin Zhong struck. Every face wore an expression of profound shock and utter disbelief. No one had expected that Lin Zhong, who appeared unassuming and ordinary, would display the prowess of an unparalleled master the very moment he acted. He hadn't moved until now, but when he did, it was earth-shattering. Faced with Lin Chang's thunderous strike, Yuan Changfeng didn't even have time to feel regret. Just as Lin Chang's fist was about to connect, his body leaned back slightly and he retreated violently. Whoosh! Lin Chang's fist whizzed past Yuan Changfeng's chest, the force of the wind stinging his chest, but he had dodged the blow. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, however, Lin Chang's second fist slammed toward him with even greater ferocity. Yuan Changfeng had no choice but to retreat once more. Boom! 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 Lin Zhong pressed his advantage relentlessly, giving Yuan Changfeng no chance to catch his breath. He charged forward in 3 swift strides, each step accompanied by a punch, closing in on Yuan Changfeng's heels. With each step he took, the ground exploded into a shallow crater. Yuan Changfeng never imagined that a moment of carelessness would land him in such a dire predicament. Unable to mount any counterattack, he was relentlessly overwhelmed by Lin Chang's assault, his frustration mounting to unbearable levels. At this moment, even a blind man could see that Lin Zhong was no ordinary student, he was a master of hidden force. Only a dark force master could unleash such ferocious power with every strike. Yuan Changfeng didn't want to retreat, but he had no choice. Lin Zhong's fists were simply too powerful for his body to withstand. Those steel-like fists channeled terrifying force, a single strike could leave him gravely injured. At the same time, Yuan Changfeng couldn't fathom why this seemingly young, unremarkable-looking guy had suddenly become so formidable. Chapter 124, Complete Defeat. Yuan Changfeng retreated 7 or 8 meters in one breath, finally rolling on the ground without regard for his dignity to escape Lin Chang's attack. Lin Zhong slowly withdrew his fist, exhaling a long breath as wisps of steam rose from his body. That barrage of attacks had taken a considerable toll on him. Yet even so, the fighting spirit within Lin Zhong had surged to its peak. A lightning-bright gleam flared in his calm, deep eyes. From the moment he first struck to this instant had passed in mere seconds. Yet to Yuan Changfeng, those few seconds felt like an eternity. Yuan Changfeng sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping out of water, his face dark and grim, the murderous aura between his brows thickening. Any trace of his earlier underestimation of Lin Zhong had vanished, replaced by terrifying killing intent. Without a word, Yuan Changfeng spread his fingers wide. Instantly, both palms turned a deep, dark blue, adorned with 10 claws several inches long. They resembled the sharp talons of a demon. This was the hallmark of mastering the great strength eagle claw technique to its highest level. Yuan Changfeng routinely trained on live cattle. With his eagle claw technique, a single grab could pierce a water buffalo's body, and a twist of his hands could snap its neck. After witnessing Lin Zhong's formidable prowess, Yuan Changfeng finally abandoned his contempt and unleashed his ultimate technique. Whoosh! Yuan Changfeng launched his attack, leaping several meters through the air as he lunged viciously toward Lin Zhong. Mid-air, he unleashed both arms simultaneously, one hand curved into a claw, aiming for Lin Zhong's crown, while the other palm blade slashed toward his brow. A predatory eagle pouncing on its prey. In that moment, Yuan Changfeng's diving posture was the very image of a ferocious eagle, while Lin Zhong was the prey locked in its sights. Yuan Changfeng's hands were charged with hidden force. If he landed the grab, even if Lin Chang's skull were made of steel, he was confident he could punch 5 holes through it. Facing Yuan Changfeng's murderous attack, Lin Zhong showed neither fear nor panic. He neither dodged nor flinched. His legs crouched slightly, poised like a rider straddling a steed. His fingers curved like tiger claws as he unleashed a thunderous strike upward from below. Roar! As Lin Chang's fists erupted, the crowd felt as though they heard the deafening roar of a mighty tiger, as if the king of beasts had leaped forth from his very body. Xinghe, tiger form, cannon force. When Lin Zhong struck again, he stunned the entire crowd once more. Within Xinghe, there exist 2 distinct styles, the 12 animal forms and the 5 elements fist. The 12 animal forms, derived from 12 creatures: dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, alligator, rooster, hawk, swallow, snake, deer, eagle, and bear, represent combat techniques. The 5 elements fist, however, consists of the cleaving fist, collapsing fist, cannon fist, drilling fist, and horizontal fist techniques focused on generating explosive power.
When practicing Xinghe, Lin Zhong favored the tiger-shaped fist most. Its fierce, dominant power perfectly suited his combat style. He integrated the 12 animal forms with the 5 elements fist, forging his own unique Xinghe. The tiger cannon strike fused the tiger fist with the cannon fist, unleashing cannon force through the tiger's form, a combination of ferocity upon ferocity, reaching the pinnacle of brutality. Of course, such ferocious techniques demand formidable physical conditioning to execute. Otherwise, rather than harming the enemy, they would inflict severe damage on the practitioner. Only Lin Zhong, with his formidable physique forged by the dragon tiger power, could execute it with ease. Yuan Changfeng, suspended mid-air, felt this power acutely. As Lin Chang's fists thundered upward, Yuan Changfeng felt as if Lin Chang's body were an erupting volcano. The colossal force surging upward from below threatened to blow him away. His face drained of color, and for the first time, fear gripped his heart. Yet there was nowhere left to flee, no escape possible. A piercing shriek erupted from his throat as he channeled every ounce of strength into his hands, determined to meet Lin Chang's blow head-on. Boom! Lin Zhong's steel fist collided with Yuan Changfeng's eagle claw, erupting with a thunderous roar like a tire exploding. A violent blast of wind swept out in all directions. Snap! The stone slab beneath Lin Chang's feet shattered once more, his feet sinking deep into the ground. His fists bore several deep gashes from Yuan Changfeng's claws, blood splattering outward with the recoil of the collision. Yet Yuan Changfeng fared worse than Lin Zhong. His famed eagle claw technique, the very foundation of his reputation, was shattered in a single blow against Lin Chang's tiger-shaped cannon force. At least half of his 10 fingers were shattered by Lin Chang's steel hard fists in the collision. His fingers were now bare and mangled, flesh-torn and bloodied, their nails gone who knows where. Yuan Changfeng's body was sent flying backward. Even after landing, he remained unsteady on his feet, staggering back 5 or 6 steps. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. The agony of broken fingers was excruciating, piercing his very soul. Under the intense pain, Yuan Changfeng's face contorted into a hideously grotesque expression. His martial prowess was centered in his hands. With both hands now crippled, at least half his combat power was gone. Even if his fingers were reattached later, he could never return to his former peak. This realization caused Yuan Changfeng's eyes to suddenly turn blood red. A frenzied murderous intent toward Lin Zhong surged within him, a desire to tear Lin Zhong limb from limb. Lin Zhong clearly sensed Yuan Changfeng's hatred, but he paid it no mind. From the very beginning, Lin Zhong had resolved to cripple Yuan Changfeng completely. The battle was far from over, and Lin Zhong had no intention of stopping. Boom! Lin Zhong stomped hard on the ground, propelling his body forward once more as he charged toward Yuan Changfeng. Even after their fierce clash, Lin Chang's speed showed no sign of slowing, nor did his expression betray any emotion. Though his hands were injured, Yuan Changfeng hadn't completely lost his fighting ability. He flipped his wrist, pinching 2 steel needles between his remaining intact fingers, and flung them with all his might. Whoosh! 2 steel needles, several inches long, shot toward Lin Chang's eyes at an astonishing speed. But Lin Zhong was already prepared. There was no way he would let Yuan Changfeng succeed. His charging body ducked downward, twisting like a dragon in motion. In an instant, he dodged the 2 needles, and his bloodied fist slammed into Yuan Changfeng's chest. The force of the blow sent Yuan Changfeng flying through the air, tumbling and rolling for 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground. Yet Yuan Changfeng proved himself a master of hidden force. As Lin Chang's fist struck, he had already shielded his vital organs with his hidden energy. Though several bones were shattered, his life remained unthreatened. Even now, Yuan Changfeng refused to concede defeat. As ruthless to others as he was to himself, he gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet. His hands flashed in rapid succession, unleashing dozens of steel needles at Lin Zhong in a single breath. Dishonorable! Shameful! Witnessing this, the spectators erupted in furious shouts. Now, no one doubted Chen Yunxing's words, the truth was staring them in the face. No one could have imagined that Yuan Changfeng, a master who had cultivated hidden force, would stoop so low, resorting to sneak attacks with hidden weapons when outmatched, utterly lacking the dignity expected of a skilled fighter. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. His body swayed left and right, dodging most of the steel needles. A few struck his body, but his resilient muscles caught them, preventing them from penetrating. He walked slowly toward Yuan Changfeng, his voice calm as he spoke. "What else have you got? Bring it on." Yuan Changfeng's bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Zhong, flickering with inner conflict before suddenly lowering his head. "I concede." Chapter 125, 1 against 2. Though conceding defeat, Yuan Changfeng's tone brimmed with resentment and venom. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from rage and hatred. Yet Lin Zhong did not halt his advance, steadily closing the distance between them. Lin Chang's expression remained calm and detached, his eyes reflecting a faint mockery. Seeing that expression, a deep chill suddenly rose from Yuan Changfeng's heart. "I've already conceded defeat. Do you still intend to attack me?" Yuan Changfeng took a step back, his voice a hollow roar of bravado. "I said you'd pay for your actions, and you will pay." Lin Zhong flexed his hands, crimson blood still dripping from both.
Whether you admit defeat is your business. Whether I stop is mine. Do you think a mere I surrender will make me let you off? Oomph. With everyone watching, dare you break the rules?
Yuan Changfeng threw back his head and sneered coldly.
Rules? Did you follow any rules when you ambushed Master Chun? Did you follow any rules when you shot me with steel needles? Now that you've lost, you suddenly invoke rules? Utterly ridiculous. Lin Zhong suddenly laughed, yet his gaze remained as cold as ice, devoid of any trace of amusement. Now, let me teach you what rules truly mean. Fists are the rules.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Chang's blood-stained fist slammed into Yuan Changfeng's face with thunderous force.
Thud. Yuan Changfeng was sent flying high into the air, his body spinning wildly mid-flight.
Shattered teeth mixed with blood sprayed everywhere before he crashed to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. The blow knocked the color from his eyes. Before he could even groan, he passed out. After sending Yuan Changfeng flying with a single punch, Lin Zhong exhaled deeply, his body relaxing. Chen Xing, watching from the sidelines, cheered wildly, her palms clapping until they turned crimson. The students of the Chen Martial Arts Academy shed their earlier gloom, their spirits soaring as they stood tall with chests puffed out. In their hearts, they all held Lin Zhong in the utmost admiration and respect.
You've gone too far, kid. But at that very moment, a furious shout erupted from behind Lin Zhong.
Simultaneously, 2 powerful gusts of wind struck his back with lightning speed. Lin Zhong spun around abruptly, only to see Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai charging at him from left and right, their momentum fierce. These two showed no intention of holding back, unleashing their most lethal techniques in a coordinated ambush against Lin Zhong.
This scene sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. Are these really Dark Force Masters? They look more like 2 thugs to me. 2 Dark Force Masters teaming up to ambush a young man? Utterly shameless.
The members of the Chen Martial Arts Academy were particularly outraged. Chen Xing couldn't contain himself, rolling up his sleeves and lunging forward, only to be grabbed by Qing Yunsheng.
Father, why are you holding me back? Chen Xing's face flushed crimson with fury and urgency. Those scoundrels are ganging up on Lin Zhong. I must go help him. What good would you do?
Chen Yunqing's complexion had improved considerably. He had forced the steel needles out of his body using his internal energy and was now seated in a chair. Rest assured. If Lin Zhong could defeat Yuan Changfeng, then even those 2 working together won't stand a chance against him. Chen Yunqing's tone brimmed with unwavering trust in Lin Zhong. Lin Chang's previous performance had completely surpassed Chen Yunqing's expectations. Chen Yunsheng had assumed that even if Lin Zhong had broken through to the hidden force realm, he still wouldn't be a match for Yuan Changfeng. After all, Yuan Changfeng had been cultivating at that level for years, while Lin Zhong had only just achieved his breakthrough. But the outcome of Lin Chang's battle with Yuan Changfeng delivered a tremendous surprise to Chen Yunseng. Too strong. That was the first thought that struck Chen Yunsheng after witnessing Lin Zhong in action. Most of the people present shared Chen Yunsheng's sentiment, even the few Dark Force Masters present were no exception. Xiong Hui, who had previously fought Lin Zhong, turned pale, cold sweat breaking out all over his body as fear gripped his heart. That monster, how could he be so strong? Xiong Hui screamed in disbelief within his mind. How laughable that he had once sought revenge against Lin Zhong. Now, it seemed as absurd as an ant attempting to retaliate against an elephant utterly presumptuous. Shi Zhenwei's face was equally grim. His fists clenched beneath his sleeves as he watched Lin Zhong engage Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai without expression. He had assumed the Chen Martial Arts School was doomed to lose today, yet Lin Zhong had emerged from nowhere. The sheer brutality of that punch, which sent a man flying, sent a chill down his spine even as a mere spectator. He had no courage to face such power head-on. Where did that bastard Chen Yunsheng find such a freak? So young, yet already this monstrous. Shi Zhenwei cursed inwardly while rapidly formulating a countermeasure. He had already severed ties with the Chen Martial Arts Academy today. If they emerged unscathed after this, it would be the Xinghe Martial Arts Academy that suffered in the future. Under no circumstances could the Chen Martial Arts Academy be allowed to win. Shi Zhenwei gritted his teeth, ready to rise and join the assault on Lin Zhong, but 2 hands suddenly slammed down on his shoulders, forcing his body back into the chair. The grip was so powerful that Shi Zhenwei, caught off guard, plopped right back into his chair. Master Shi, calm down, Luo Changming's mocking voice sounded behind him. Just sit back and watch the show. Master Shi, I also think it's best for you to remain seated, came Du Tian's calm, unruffled voice from the other side. You, both of you. Shi Zhenwei stammered, unable to form coherent words. Lin Zhong remained utterly oblivious to the commotion outside the ring. His entire focus was fixed on Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai. Though their conduct was nothing short of despicable, their prowess was undeniable. They were genuine masters of the Dark Force. Perhaps neither alone could match Lin Zhong, but their combined efforts placed immense pressure on him. Especially since Lin Zhong had just fought a fierce battle with Yuan Changfeng, depleting his stamina and leaving both hands injured, severely limiting his combat effectiveness. All these factors combined placed Lin Zhong at a distinct disadvantage, which was precisely why Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai dared to attack so brazenly. Otherwise, given the overwhelming force with which Lin Zhong had crushed Yuan Changfeng, they wouldn't have dared to attack even if given 10 times their courage.
Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai circled Lin Zhong like a revolving lantern, grinding their teeth as they launched relentless assaults.
Having already abandoned all pretense of honor in their coordinated attack, they showed no mercy. Every strike and technique surged with hidden force, whipping up powerful gusts of wind.
Thud! Lin Zhong couldn't dodge in time. Fan Yong's palm slammed into his back, the hidden force instantly penetrating his body. Even with his formidable physique, he couldn't help but taste sweetness in his throat, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. A purplish-red palm print bloomed on his back. "Kid, just admit defeat already," Ouyang Bai urged while continuing his assault. "If you surrender, we'll stop immediately. You stand no chance against both of us. What are you holding out for?" Hashtag starting today, updates will resume twice daily, with the update time adjusted to noon. Chapter 126, Overwhelming Killing Intent. Give up?
Lin Zhong clenched his teeth, the words snapping through his gritted jaw.
Which eye of yours saw me losing? Oh ho, still talking tough when death is at your doorstep? Fan Yong sneered coldly.
Since you refuse to admit defeat, we'll cripple you. After all, we came here to challenge your dojo, not for a friendly sparring match. With that, Fan Yong's strike suddenly accelerated, palm after palm covering every inch of Lin Chang's body. Ouyang Bai sighed, his gaze turning cold as he synchronized with Fan Yong, accelerating his own strikes.
The pressure on Lin Zhong instantly doubled. Yet the greater the pressure, the brighter Lin Zhong's eyes grew. In this moment, he finally rediscovered that familiar sensation.
That sensation of teetering on the edge of life and death, the one that made his blood boil.
Seems.
I've grown too complacent, Lin Zhong murmured under his breath, his words audible only to himself. A torrent of murderous intent surged skyward. The moment this killing intent erupted from Lin Chang's body, Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai, who were surrounding him, sensed it instantly. Whoosh! Both men leapt backward, fleeing from Lin Zhong, their eyes darting with shock and suspicion.
In that very instant, they all experienced a terrifying illusion as if Lin Zhong had transformed into a monstrous beast cloaked in human skin.
Had they hesitated even a moment longer, they would have been swallowed whole, flesh and bone alike. Lin Zhong's gaze, once calm and indifferent, had now transformed into an indescribably icy, bone-chilling cold. Like ice frozen for 10,000 years, a single glance seemed to freeze the very soul. Lin Zhong's sudden transformation startled not only Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai, but also stunned the entire crowd watching the fight. Such overwhelming killing intent.
Du Tianhe murmured, his expression grave. What exactly is this young man named Lin Zhong up to? How can he possess such terrifying killing intent? Luo Changming, equally bewildered, whispered to Chen Yunsung beside him. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Chen Yunqing's expression was complex as he gave a wry smile. He found himself increasingly unable to fathom Lin Zhong. Compared to them, Chen Qing's thoughts were much simpler. She simply found Lin Zhong utterly commanding right now. Her hands clenched tightly together, her eyes gleaming with excitement. If she hadn't feared disturbing Lin Zhong, she would have been cheering and shouting already. Lin Zhong advanced step by step toward Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai. With each stride, the aura radiating from his body grew more formidable. His black training uniform fluttered without wind, while a low, rumbling thunder echoed from within his body. The short hair on his head stood on end, every strand bristling as if electrified. At this moment, facing two masters of hidden strength, Lin Zhong finally shed all restraint, unleashing his peak state. His best state was the state he entered on the battlefield, the state he entered when prepared to kill. In this instant, Lin Zhong cast aside all reservations. His heart held no trace of mercy, pity, hesitation, or doubt. His eyes focused solely on the two opponents standing before him. Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai exchanged glances, seeing deep wariness in each other's eyes. Don't let him intimidate you. He's all bark and no bite. Fan Yong whispered. But before his words had fully faded, Lin Chang's body flickered like a blur, vanishing abruptly from their sight. He hadn't truly vanished, it was simply that Lin Chang's speed was so blindingly fast, leaving them utterly unable to react. Fan Yong and Ouyang Bai felt their scalps tingle, every hair on their bodies standing on end as a chill shot up their spines. Almost the moment Lin Zhong vanished, both men instinctively assumed defensive stances. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhong materialized beside Fan Yong. His left hand formed a blade-like palm strike, slashing toward Fan Yong's chest. This strike made Lin Chang's palm seem like a genuine blade, a razor-sharp machete. Accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, it aimed to cleave Fan Yong in two. Well played. True to his reputation as a master of hidden strength, Fan Yong crouched low to meet Lin Chang's ferocious strike. He crossed his arms and thrust them upward, forcibly intercepting Lin Chang's descending left hand. Thud! Fan Yong's body felt as if struck by lightning. His arms went numb and tingling, nearly causing him to lose his footing. He felt as though he hadn't blocked an arm, but a 1,000-pound iron bar. Lin Chang's immense strength was something only those who experienced it could truly comprehend. But regardless, Fan Yong had blocked it. On the other side, Ouyang Bai seized the moment.
A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes as he lunged forward, instantly appearing behind Lin Zhong. His hands clenched like giant hammers, crashing down with thunderous force onto Lin Chang's back. Ouyang believed that even a massive boulder would shatter into dust beneath his fists. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Zhong's eyes. Without looking back, his right hand shot out in a backward grab. As his hand shot out, Lin Chang's right arm curved like an eagle's talon. The tips of his 5 fingers instantly turned a dark blue, resembling the claws of a hawk. But this wasn't the eagle claw technique, it was the eagle form from Xinghe Quan. Eagle form explosive force. Ouyang Bai's hands collided instantly with Lin Chang's claw-like grasp. Both men channeled hidden force through their palms. The collision of these two distinct hidden forces erupted with a thunderous boom. Lin Chang's palm swept forward, seizing Ouyang Bai's wrist. Ouyang Bai was horrified, letting out a low growl as he strained with all his might to break free from Lin Chang's grip. But Lin Zhong wouldn't let him succeed. His 5 fingers clamped down like the sharp teeth of an alligator, biting into Ouyang Bai's wrist. Then, like an alligator snapping at its prey, he twisted with all his might. Snap! Ouyang Bai's arm was twisted into a twisted knot by Lin Zhong, countless bones snapping. A piercing scream erupted from Ouyang Bai's throat. Clutching his mangled arm, he staggered backward and collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing this, Fan Yong felt a chill run through his heart. Especially when Lin Zhong turned to look at him, his fear reached its peak, accompanied by endless regret. If he'd known this would happen, he'd never have dared to attack. Lin Zhong saw that Fan Yong had lost all his courage and no longer had the guts to face him head-on. Yet Lin Zhong felt no emotion, nor did he feel any pity. When dealing with enemies, even the slightest mercy could mean your own death in the end. Countless bitter lessons had taught Lin Zhong this truth. Therefore, after disposing of Ouyang Bai, Lin Zhong raised his palm without hesitation and brought it crashing down toward Fan Yong's head. Panic seized Fan Yong's soul. His body remained pinned under Lin Chang's left hand. Though he desperately tried to dodge, his movements were sluggish and utterly unable to evade Lin Chang's thunderous strike. Stop! Just as Fan Yong was about to be struck down, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted beside Lin Zhong. The voice belonged to Chen Yunsung. Seeing Lin Zhong about to kill Fan Yong on the spot, Chen Yunsung disregarded his own injuries and summoned his inner strength to unleash a lion's roar. Chapter 127, The entire arena erupts. Hearing Chen Yunsung's roar, Lin Zhong snapped out of his killing frenzy. He suddenly realized he wasn't on a battlefield, and the man he was fighting wasn't his enemy. Lin Chang's palm abruptly shifted direction, slamming into Fan Yong's shoulder. With a sharp crack, it shattered the shoulder bone. Fan Yong had already closed his eyes, resigned to death, never expecting to escape death's grasp. Though the excruciating pain from his shattered shoulder was agonizing, it was undoubtedly far preferable to death. Gritting his teeth, he rolled away from Lin Zhong with a sudden somersault. Clutching his injured arm, he stared at Lin Zhong, still trembling with fear. "We surrender!" Fan Yong cried out urgently, terrified Lin Zhong would attack again. Lin Zhong stood motionless, slowly closing his eyes. With Ouyang Bai incapacitated and Fan Yong's surrender, the battle that had determined the survival of the Chen martial arts hall finally drew to a close. Of the 5 Dark Force masters who had come to challenge the dojo, only Jin Ming and Chang Jilong remained unscathed. The other 3 were either crippled or severely injured. As for the mastermind, Yuan Changfeng, he lay unconscious, his fate unknown. At the start of the battle, even the most imaginative person could never have foreseen such an outcome. Lin Zhong, without a doubt, was the greatest hero of the Chen Martial Arts Academy. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Zhong, who stood with his eyes closed. Fear, admiration, reverence, disgust, hatred. Amidst the myriad gazes, there was no trace of contempt left. The vast courtyard fell silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Beneath the silence, an invisible current surged beneath the surface. Chen Yunsheng exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Hong beside him. Chen Hong understood immediately, leading a group of students to block the Martial Arts Academy's entrance, preventing Jin Ming, Chang Jilong, and the others from escaping. Yuan Changfeng remained motionless on the ground. No one spoke, not even breathing loudly, for fear of disturbing Lin Zhong, who sat eyes closed, regulating his breath. Lin Chang's performance had been nothing short of astonishing. He had been silent until now, but when he spoke, it stunned everyone. After this battle, if anyone claimed Lin Zhong was the top martial artist in Xinghe City, no one would dare to disagree. For Lin Zhong had proven himself through combat. A Dark Force master barely in his 20s, possessing such formidable combat prowess even the heirs of martial arts clans couldn't match that. Du Tianhe and the others, fellow Dark Force masters, replayed Lin Chang's exchanges with Yuan Changfeng and his group in their minds, growing increasingly alarmed with each thought. Facing Lin Zhong themselves, they knew they couldn't have performed any better. What Lin Zhong displayed was overwhelming power. Especially that tiger-shaped cannon strike had made Du Tianhe and the others' scalps tingle and their breath catch in their throats. They couldn't fathom how a human body could unleash such terrifying force like a volcanic eruption, a surging river, utterly unstoppable. Several minutes later, Lin Zhong finally opened his eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a calm, profound stillness. His aura returned to ordinary, as if the earth-shattering explosion moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. Yet the craters scattered across the entire courtyard proved it was no illusion, it had truly happened. Lin Chang's gaze swept over Ouyang Bai and Fan Yong, who stood with their arms crossed. Both men flinched, lowering their eyes, unable to meet Lin Chang's gaze. Their courage had been shattered by Lin Zhong, leaving them utterly devoid of the will to face him in combat again. Lin Zhong then turned his gaze to Yuan Changfeng, who lay motionless in the distance. Though he'd suffered repeated heavy blows, the vitality of a master of hidden force was remarkably resilient. Yuan Changfeng looked pitifully battered, but his life was not in danger. Had this been another place or another time, Lin Zhong would have killed Yuan Changfeng without hesitation to eliminate the threat. But now, he could not. Since he couldn't kill Yuan Changfeng, Lin Zhong ceased to concern himself with the man. After all, should Yuan ever seek to harm him in the future, Lin Zhong possessed ample means to ensure he'd have no place to bury his remains. Huff! Lin Zhong exhaled a breath laced with the taste of blood before stumbling over to a nearby chair and collapsing into it. Are you okay? Chen Xing rushed over carrying a medical kit, her face etched with concern. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Lin Zhong leaned back in the chair, his voice calm. You say you're fine, but look at the injuries on both your hands. Chen Sheng pulled up a chair beside him, carefully placing Lin Chang's hands on her lap as she spoke. Several deep gashes ran across the backs of Lin Chang's hands, blood streaming freely, the marks left by Yuan Changfeng's powerful eagle claw technique. Beyond the claw marks on his hands, Lin Zhong had also taken Fan Yong's full-force palm strike to his back. Fan Yong's strike had caused the most damage, leaving Lin Zhong with a tightness in his chest, labored breathing, and a numbness in the struck area. Yet despite such severe injuries, Lin Zhong didn't even flinch, as if the wounds weren't his own. Lin Zhong flexed his hands, causing the blood to flow faster. No broken bones or tendons, and it doesn't affect my fingers' dexterity. Just a minor injury. I told you to stop moving. Chen Sheng pressed down firmly on Lin Chang's hand and snapped at the other trainees. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and fetch a basin of clean water. The trainees, who had been staring at Lin Zhong with adoring, almost fanatical eyes, snapped out of their trance at his words. They turned and hurried toward the kitchen. At that moment, Chen Yunsing approached. Lin Zhong, today's incident, we owe it all to you. Chen Yunsing's tone brimmed with gratitude, tinged with guilt. Had you not turned the tide and defeated Yuan Changfeng's group, the Chen Martial Arts Academy's reputation would have been ruined. Yet you suffered injury because of it. I truly feel terrible about that. Uncle Chen, you're too kind. I was merely doing my duty, Lin Zhong replied with a faint smile. Battling skilled opponents and honing my skills is a pleasure I relish. A few minor injuries are nothing to worry about. Please don't dwell on it, Uncle Chen. Exactly, father. Why all the formalities? Master isn't an outsider, Chen Qing chimed in from the side. In any case, the Chen Martial Arts Hall survived this crisis today entirely because of you. Uncle Chen won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Chen Yunqing frowned upon seeing the blood still trickling from Lin Chang's hands. We'll discuss that later. For now, go tend to your injuries. Leave the rest to me. Lin Zhong nodded silently in response. Young lady, help Lin Zhong inside and tend to his wounds. Apply that regenerative ointment I keep at the bottom of the chest, just be careful not to use too much, Chen Yunqing instructed Chen Xing. Got it, leave it to me. Chen Xing grabbed Lin Chang's arm, draping it over her shoulder, and wrapped one arm around his waist, preparing to help him up. No need to help me. I can walk on my own, Lin Zhong quickly protested. Chapter 128, The Curtain Falls. Lin Chang's injuries weren't as severe as they appeared on the surface. Though they looked frightening, they didn't actually hinder his movement. But Chen Xing insisted, lifting him up in a half-hug, half-carry position. Chen Shang was only half a head shorter than Lin Zhong, standing well over 5 feet 7 inches. Years of martial arts training had sculpted her into a lean, athletic figure with no excess fat. Her strength was remarkable, even bearing Lin Chang's weight felt effortless to her. Chen Xing guided Lin Zhong indoors. Only after his figure disappeared from view did the courtyard erupt with a sudden roar of discussion. Everyone was whispering and discussing the battle that had just unfolded. Impressive. Truly impressive. Unbelievable. 1 against 3, and all opponents were Dark Force masters, yet he still won. When did Xinghe produce such a formidable young master? Why has such a formidable young master remained completely unknown? Where on earth did Master Chen find him? Hey, guys, did you catch what martial arts he was practicing? The crowd buzzed with chatter, each voicing their own questions. The once quiet courtyard now echoed with noise as loud as a bustling market. The 5 challengers who had come to test the dojo stood forlornly in place, seemingly forgotten, ignored by everyone. Others might have forgotten, but Chen Yunqing hadn't. Chen Yunqing's face was as still as water as he walked toward where Yuan Changfeng lay. Jin Ming and the other 4 exchanged glances but made no move to stop him. Truthfully, they didn't have the nerve to interfere. 5 masters of hidden strength had stormed in, brimming with arrogance, expecting an easy victory. Instead, they were utterly defeated by an obscure master, suffering a humiliating loss with no fight left in them. Now, the 4 men were consumed by bitter regret. They cursed their own greed and blindness, having been lured by Yuan Changfeng's offer, only to see their lifelong reputations shattered.
If not for Yuan Changfeng, why would they abandon their secure positions as dojo masters to provoke trouble with the Chen martial arts dojo? Yuan Changfeng had not only ruined himself but dragged them all into disgrace.
Facing the mocking stares of the surrounding crowd, Jin Ming and the others wished they could sink into the ground.
Yuan Changfeng, stop pretending.
I know you're awake, Chen Yunsung said coldly as he approached Yuan Changfeng.
Things have come to this. Do you have anything left to say?
Yuan Changfeng, lying on the ground, shifted slightly. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he sat up. His face was pale and sullen, his cheeks swollen high, all traces of a martial master's bearing gone.
A loss is a loss.
I have nothing to say, Yuan Changfeng replied, his expression blank. The grudge between me and the Chun Martial Arts Academy is hereby settled.
I'm willing to pay the compensation.
The situation was beyond his control. Yuan Changfeng knew that stubbornly clinging to pride would only harm him further.
Better to admit defeat and end this humiliating farce sooner. Yet deep within Yuan Changfeng's heart, hatred burned like a poisonous fire.
Since you're willing to concede, let everyone here bear witness, Chen Yunsung raised his voice, drowning out the murmurs on the field. Words alone are worthless.
Put it in writing.
From this day forward, you are forbidden to set foot in the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Lin Zhong knew nothing of what was happening outside, nor did he care. He had done what he needed to do.
Whatever happened next was none of his concern. Lin Zhong was supported by Chen Qing into the reception room and seated on the sofa.
Students entered carrying water and towels, but Chen Qing instructed them to set the items down before dismissing them with a wave. Senior sister, Coach Lin is injured.
Shouldn't we stay and help? One student asked, reluctant to leave.
He clearly wanted to stay and exchange a few words with Lin Zhong.
After witnessing Lin Chang's formidable strength, he had become an idol-like figure in the trainees' hearts. Another student chimed in from the side, yeah, senior sister, let us stay. We can help. What help could you possibly be? Staying here will only make things worse.
Chen Qing glared at them, her face brimming with impatience.
Get out. Get out now. Or else, watch out, I'll beat you up. Fearing Chen Cheng might actually strike them, the two trainees slunk away, heads bowed in dejection.
Good riddance, Chen Qing muttered under her breath as she watched their retreating backs. Suddenly, an excited smile spread across her face.
Master, tell me. How did you get so powerful? Even Dark Force masters can't beat you. Did you eat some kind of magic pill or something? Didn't you say you were going to treat my injuries?
Lin Zhong was rather speechless at Chen Qing's behavior.
So you chased them away just to ask me this? Of course not. I just thought having them standing around would make it awkward to talk to you, master.
Reminded by Lin Zhong, Chen Qing finally remembered the main task at hand. He quickly picked up the basin of clear water and placed it on the table, then took Lin Chang's hands and immersed them in the water. The clear water instantly turned crimson. A piercing pain shot through his palms, the kind that would make an ordinary person scream in agony. Yet Lin Zhong didn't even flinch. Chen Chang worked with great care, washing Lin Chang's hands thoroughly before drying them with a towel. She then turned and hurried into another room. Minutes later, she reappeared holding two items, a box of ointment and a bottle of medicinal wine. This is our Chan Martial Arts Academy's secret ointment, the tissue regeneration ointment, Chen Qing said as she sat beside Lin Zhong. She unscrewed the lid, releasing an intensely potent medicinal scent.
The ointment inside was as black as ink, resembling poison more than medicine.
Don't let its dark color fool you, it works wonders.
Far better than any hospital ointment.
Though Lin Zhong didn't know the ingredients of the flesh-regenerating ointment, the potent medicinal scent alone suggested it was undoubtedly potent stuff. As for the other bottle of medicinal wine, Lin Zhong recognized it immediately. It was identical to the one Chen Yun had given him not long ago. It'll sting a bit, bear with it, Chen Qing murmured softly. She carefully scooped out a nail-sized amount of the black ointment from the box and gently applied it to the wound on Lin Chang's palm.
Ugh! Even with Lin Chang's iron will and formidable spirit, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Pain, indescribable pain.
The moment the ointment touched the wound, it felt like 1,000 needles piercing deep into the flesh, or a tiny knife relentlessly slicing at the wound.
Veins bulged on Lin Chang's forehead as his brows knitted tightly.
Though he uttered not a sound, the muscles in his arms tensed like steel, and cold sweat broke out in large patches on his back. After about 10 seconds, the stabbing pain finally began to subside, replaced by a bone-chilling coolness that felt like his hands were submerged in ice water.
Chapter 129, Healing with Pure Hands.
Lin Zhong exhaled deeply, his body finally relaxing. Chen Qing's hands, smeared with ointment, gently applied it to Lin Chang's large palms. For some reason, 2 patches of blush slowly spread across her snow-white cheeks. This was the first time in her life she had been so intimate with a man. Lin Chang's hands were warm and strong, his fingers long and slender, without a single callus. They seemed even more delicate than her own. A tingling sensation spread from his palms, making Chen Qing feel as if an electric current had passed through her. Had she not witnessed it herself, Chen Chang would never have believed that such hands could unleash such ferocious, overwhelming punches. An indescribable emotion welled up inside Chen Xing, making her reluctant to release Lin Chang's hand. Though Lin Zhong didn't experience the same delicate sensations as Chen Xing, his feelings were no less extraordinary. Any man would feel something strange when his palm was repeatedly caressed by a beautiful girl. Lin Zhong glanced briefly before turning his head away, shifting his gaze. He might not be a paragon of virtue, but he wouldn't stoop to something as vulgar as peeping. Besides, Chen Xing was treating his injuries. Hadn't the accidental exposure happened because she was so focused? After about 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Xing finished applying the ointment to Lin Chang's hands. She straightened up, stretched lazily, then looked down at her loosened training robe. Her face flushed instantly. Any ordinary girl would have pretended not to notice the accidental exposure and brushed it off. But Chen Chang was no ordinary girl. She clutched her chest and glared fiercely at Lin Zhong. "Did you see that?" "No." Lin Zhong flatly denied it. He'd only caught a glimpse by accident. It didn't even count as looking. "I don't believe you. You definitely looked." Chen Xing's eyebrows shot up in anger, her almond-shaped eyes widening. "I was treating your injury, and you had the nerve to sneak a peek at my chest." Lin Zhong rolled his eyes. If Chen Xing hadn't been treating his wounds, he would have gotten up and left long ago. "I said I didn't look, and I didn't." "Are you even a man?" "Of course I am," Lin Zhong retorted, baffled by Chen Xing's accusation. "If you're a man, then you definitely looked," Chen Xing declared with righteous indignation. "Don't all men love to sneak peeks at girls' chests?" Lin Zhong was momentarily speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. "Oomph, caught red-handed, huh? Got nothing to say now?" Chen Xing's face lit up with a smug grin. "Fine, I've got nothing to say. You win." Lin Zhong slumped back on the sofa, speaking lazily. "If I did see it, what were you going to do about it?" "Nothing. You're my master anyway. If you saw it, you saw it." Chen Chang's tone suddenly softened, her face flushing with girlish bashfulness. Her usual tomboyish demeanor made this unexpected expression quite jarring to Lin Zhong. "Master, since your disciple is being so obedient and sensible, how about teaching me a few moves?" "So that was your goal all along?" Lin Zhong couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He simply closed his eyes and ignored her. "What do you mean that was my goal? It's only because it's you that I'm letting it slide. If anyone else dared peek at me, I'd gouge their eyes right out." Chen Xing spat venomously, then grabbed Lin Chang's arm and adopted a pitiful expression. "Please? You're so skilled, what's the harm in teaching me a few moves?" To get Lin Zhong to teach her martial arts, Chen Xing was going to great lengths, even resorting to pouting tactics. She tugged hard on Lin Chang's arm as she spoke. "All right." Exhausted by her persistence, Lin Zhong opened his eyes. "I'll teach you, but not now. As long as you agree, master, I'm not in a rush." Chen Xing beamed, releasing his arm. She retrieved a roll of gauze from the medical kit and meticulously bandaged both of Lin Chang's hands. Once Chen Xing finished bandaging him, Lin Zhong flexed his hands. The regenerative ointment's effects were truly miraculous. Despite the short time elapsed, the wounds on his hands no longer hurt at all. However, they still felt somewhat stiff and unresponsive. If he were to fight again, it would definitely hinder him. "Master, please refrain from fighting anyone over the next few days," Chen Xing cautioned sternly. "Otherwise, if the wounds reopen, it'll be troublesome." She called him master so naturally that Lin Zhong, hearing it repeatedly, gradually grew accustomed to it. "I know that already," Lin Zhong said, straightening his back as he prepared to rise from the sofa. "Since the treatment is done, let's head out." "Who said your injuries are healed?" Chen Chang pressed down on Lin Chang's shoulders, forcing him back down. "The wounds on your back still need attention. Let me help you undress." Lin Zhong had no choice but to let Chen Xing undress him. As his shirt came off, revealing a physique strong enough to make any woman scream. Chen Shang wanted to scream too, but she forced herself to hold it back. Still, the gleam in her eyes was impossible to conceal. After undressing Lin Zhong, Chen Xing had him lie face down on the sofa. Lin Chang's back was defined by sharp lines, solid muscles, and distinct contours, forming a perfect inverted triangle, though not as exaggerated as a bodybuilder's. Yet a purplish-red handprint marred this beauty. Embedded squarely at the center of his back, it looked as if stamped there, the surrounding muscles already swollen high. Chen Chang stared at the purplish-red handprint on Lin Chang's back. Suddenly, her nose stung, her eyes reddened, and she nearly shed tears. She hadn't realized the injury on Lin Chang's back was so severe. The blow Fan Yong had delivered with full force had channeled hidden force through Lin Chang's back, tearing muscle tissue and rupturing tiny blood vessels. This had caused the muscles to swell and the imprint to become deeply embedded. Only Lin Chang's extraordinary physique, muscles like iron, bones like steel, could withstand such a ferocious strike. An ordinary person would likely have their spine shattered. Because Lin Chong had shown no outward signs of pain, maintaining his usual composure as if nothing had happened, Chen Xing had been misled into thinking the injury wasn't particularly severe. But the imprint on his back reminded Chen Xing of the perilous battle Lin Chong had just endured and the formidable opponent he had faced. Seeing Chen Chang remain silent and motionless for a long while, Lin Chong grew curious and turned his head to ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chen Xing wiped his eyes.
Master, bear with me a little longer. I'm about to begin treating your injuries. MHM.
Lin Zhong responded faintly.
Chapter 130, Generous Reward.
Chen Xing poured some medicinal wine into his palms, rubbing his hands together vigorously until a faint white mist rose from his skin. Chen Xing took a deep breath, rubbed his palms together forcefully once more, then pressed them firmly against Lin Chang's back. Lin Zhong grunted softly, clenching his fists tightly before releasing them. Chen Xing's pale, delicate hands pressed against the imprint on Lin Chang's back, applying slow yet firm pressure. Within a minute, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. Only after pressing all the medicinal wine into Lin Zhong's back did Chen Xing pour more into her palms and repeat the process. After repeating this 7 or 8 times, the imprint on Lin Chang's back gradually faded until it vanished, replaced by a patch of red swelling. By then, Chen Xing was drenched in sweat, as if she'd been pulled from water. To ensure the medicinal properties of the wine fully permeated Lin Chang's body and to dispel any lingering hidden force, Chen Xing had nearly exhausted all her strength. She felt more drained than after a fierce battle. Finally, she lacked the strength to even stand. Panting heavily, she gasped out, "Master, let me rest a moment. I'm utterly exhausted." But it wasn't just Chen Chang who was exhausted. Lin Zhong was utterly drained too. The healing process was an unbearable ordeal for most people. Someone with weaker willpower would likely have been writhing in agony long ago. Though Lin Zhong had steeled himself with extraordinary willpower to endure the agony without fainting, the sofa beneath him was now soaked through with sweat. After resting for several minutes, Chen Xing finally straightened up and climbed off Lin Chang's back. "Thank you for your hard work. I'm grateful." Lin Zhong sat up on the sofa, looking at Chen Chang with sincere gratitude. "I'm the one who should be thanking you." Chen Xing lifted her eyes to meet Lin Chang's, biting her red lips lightly. "Master, thank you for saving the Chen Martial Arts Academy." Next, Chen Chang began treating Lin Chang's other injuries. By the time all wounds were tended to, over an hour had passed. During this time, Old Master Chen and Chen Hong had tried to enter several times, but Chen Xing had sent them away each time, insisting that the treatment process could not be disturbed by outsiders. Finally finished, Chen Chang exhaled, vigorously shaking out her hands before thoughtfully wiping the sweat from Lin Chang's forehead. Rising from the sofa, she asked, "Master, how do you feel now?" Lin Chang's eyes swept over Chen Xing's face. Chen Chang's snow-white cheeks were now flushed crimson, the result of overexertion during the treatment as she worked to clear the injured meridians and blood vessels within his body. But Lin Zhong was not one for words, nor was he accustomed to showing his emotions. Though he felt immense gratitude toward Chen Xing, his face betrayed none of it. Not bad. The injured areas aren't hurting much anymore. That means your treatment is working." Lin Zhong also stood up, flexing his body. His entire frame cracked and popped with the movement. "Of course. I've studied healing techniques specifically. I always treated my own injuries before." Chen Xing lifted her chin proudly, circling Lin Zhong a few times, clearly pleased with her skill. "Master, considering how hard your apprentice worked to heal you, you'd better treat me well from now on and teach me more martial arts moves." Chen Xing truly was a martial arts fanatic. Even while treating Lin Chang's injuries, she didn't forget to remind him to teach her fighting skills. Just as Lin Zhong was about to speak, Chen Yunqing's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway, "Lin Zhong, how is your condition?" With that, Chen Yunqing strode in, accompanied by Du Tianhe and Luo Changming. All three regarded Lin Zhong with admiring expressions. "I'm fine now," Lin Zhong replied with a slight smile, nodding to the three. "Uncle Chen, what about that bet with Yuan Changfeng?" "Thanks to you, it's all settled," Chen Yunqing chuckled, his mood noticeably lighter, almost like a different person compared to before. That Yuan Changfeng swore never to bother the Chen Martial Arts Hall again and paid a hefty sum. He just slunk off in disgrace. As for Shi Zhenwei, he was scared stiff and had me apologize to you on his behalf. Ha ha ha. Now that it's settled, I can rest easy." Lin Chang's tone was calm, as if the matter had nothing to do with him, though in reality, he'd contributed the most and deserved the greatest credit. Lin Zhong wasn't quite as optimistic as Chen Yunqing. Yuan Changfeng was clearly the type to hold a grudge. After suffering such a heavy loss today, it would be strange if he could swallow his pride. He would surely seek revenge at the first opportunity. Still, a resolution was welcome. With the Chen Martial Arts Academy out of crisis, Chen Yunqing's elation was understandable. Lin Zhong didn't want to dampen his spirits. "Lin Zhong, I won't beat around the bush. If you ever need anything from the Chen Martial Arts Academy, just ask. Whatever we can do, we'll do without hesitation," Chen Yunqing said solemnly. He then pulled out a black bank card from his pocket. "This is part of the compensation paid by Yuan Changfeng, 10 million yuan. Take it all." With that, Chen Yunqing tried to press the card into Lin Chang's hand. Lin Zhong took a step back, refusing to accept it. "Uncle Chen, this is compensation Yuan Changfeng paid to the Martial Arts Academy. How could I possibly accept it? Why can't you?" Chen Yunqing grabbed Lin Chang's hand and pressed the card firmly into his palm. "If not for you, the Chen Martial Arts Academy would have been lost. It's precisely because you defeated Yuan Changfeng and his men that we preserved the academy and secured this compensation. No one else but you has the right to accept this money." That's right, master, please take it, Chen Xing chimed in from the side.
If you don't accept it, I doubt my father will sleep well tonight. You've done so much for us, at least let us do something for you in return? Lin Zhong couldn't refuse any longer and accepted the bank card.
Most people would have been overjoyed to suddenly receive such a large sum, but Lin Zhong remained perfectly composed, his expression not even flinching. His composure only deepened the respect Chen Yunsheng and the others felt for him.
Chapter 131, Reunion with Night Dance.
Chen Yunsheng exhaled in relief, his smile broadening. He gestured to the two men beside him and introduced them to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Du Tianhe, and this is Master Luo Changming. Lin Zhong was already aware of Du Tianhe and Luo Changming's identities, but since Chen Yunsheng was formally introducing them, he couldn't be disrespectful. He bowed his hands and said, Master Du, Master Luo, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Not at all, Master Lin, you're too kind. Du Tianhe and Luo Changming hastily returned the bow. While Chen Yunsheng could address Lin Zhong by his first name, they could not.
For the martial prowess Lin Zhong had displayed far surpassed their own.
In the martial arts world, strength commanded respect. Even though Lin Zhong was considerably younger than them, they had to address him politely as Master Lin. Master Lin. Witnessing your mastery of Xinghe and Bagua today was nothing short of divine. We were utterly astonished. Should the opportunity arise, we humbly request you grace our humble abode for guidance. Luo Changming lowered his stance considerably as he extended the invitation.
No problem, Lin Zhong replied indifferently. He had little interest in such social niceties. After half an hour of small talk, he excused himself from Chen Yunsung. Chen Yunxing tried to persuade him to stay, but seeing Lin Zhong was determined to leave, he had Chen Xing escort him out. Walking side by side with Chen Xing through the courtyard, every student who saw them bowed respectfully without exception. Good day, Coach Lin. Apart from the students, no one else remained in the Chun Martial Arts Academy. The guests who had come to celebrate the academy's anniversary had departed one after another following the conclusion of the sparring matches. But everything that happened today was destined to become a topic of conversation for years to come.
Master, give me your phone number.
Chen Xing escorted Lin Zhong to the door, then suddenly remembered something and grabbed Lin Chang's arm as he was about to leave.
And don't forget our agreement, okay? Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook later.
With that, Chen Xing flexed her fist triumphantly, her face breaking into a bright smile.
Don't worry, I won't forget.
Lin Zhong smiled, pulled out his phone to exchange numbers with Chen Shang, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. Chen Shang stood at the doorway, watching Lin Zhong grow smaller and smaller until his figure vanished completely from sight. Only then did she step back inside the Chun Martial Arts Academy. Lin Zhong took the bus back to Hongxing Alley. As soon as he stepped off, he spotted a burgundy Ferrari parked outside Old Man Liao's small noodle shop. The Ferrari looked familiar to Lin Zhong. After a moment's thought, he remembered why.
Because this car was clearly Fang Yewu's ride. Back at Juko Mountain, Fang Yewu had driven this very Ferrari to the race site. Could it really be that young lady?
A strange look flashed across Lin Chang's face, but he didn't stop walking and continued toward Old Man Liao's small noodle shop. The moment he reached the entrance, a lively figure burst out, carrying a trail of perfume as she rushed toward him.
Lin Zhong, I finally caught you. Miss Fang, it's been a while.
Recognizing the person who had rushed out, Lin Zhong sighed.
He didn't know why he sighed.
The figure who had rushed out had long hair cascading down her shoulders and was exceptionally beautiful. Her eyebrows curved like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like autumn water, truly a rare beauty among 10,000. Unfortunately, the unlit lady's cigarette dangling from her rosy lips gave her a carefree, almost roguish air, thick with the aura of the underworld.
Who else could it be but Miss Fang Yewu?
Miss Fang was dressed exceptionally seductively today, wearing a white cropped shirt with the collar slightly open. Her lower half was clad in black leather pants, tightly hugging her long, straight legs, while her full, rounded buttocks looked incredibly supple. As Fang Yewu burst out of the small noodle shop onto the street, she instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Such a stunningly sexy beauty was practically extinct in Hongxing Alley.
Especially the men, they stared dumbstruck, swallowing repeatedly.
One man, his eyes glued to Fang Yewu, failed to watch where he was going. Forgetting to stop, he slammed headfirst into a utility pole, let out a yelp, and collapsed to the ground. Fang Yewu was long accustomed to such stares, ignoring them completely as her eyes remained fixed solely on Lin Zhong. She flicked the cigarette from her mouth, wrapped her arms around Lin Chang's neck, and snarled, "You have the nerve to say, long time no see? Do you have any idea how hard I've been searching for you?" Even for two men, the act of wrapping an arm around the neck was overly intimate, let alone when it came from a young woman. Perhaps she herself didn't find the gesture objectionable, but passers-by who witnessed it nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets, filled with both envy and jealousy toward Lin Zhong. Even Lin Zhong himself felt a bit uncomfortable. Because with Fang Yewu's action, Lin Chang's head inevitably lowered. His nose could even catch the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Fang Yewu's body. Lin Zhong tried his best to avoid letting his gaze linger on Fang Yewu's chest. He grabbed her jade-like arm, attempting to pull away. "Miss Fang, let's talk this out properly. No need for physical contact. What exactly do you need from me?"
Instead of loosening her grip, Fang Yewu tightened her embrace, as if only this could express her displeasure. You bastard. You had the nerve to stand me up. It infuriates me. And you have the gall to ask why I sought you out. No way. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. With that, she leapt onto his back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck while her long legs clamped around his waist. She began shaking him violently. Lin Chang's heart skipped a beat as Fang Yewu's full weight crushed down on him, making him suck in a sharp breath. That gasp wasn't from excitement, it was from pain. His back had just taken Fan Yang's palm strike. Though Chun Xing had treated it, the pain hadn't faded easily. Now, with Fang Yewu pressing down on him, the agony was excruciating. In this agony, Lin Zhong had no mind to appreciate the exquisite sensation of Fang Yewu's slender body or their intimate position. He growled, "Let go." Beads of sweat rolled down Lin Chang's cheeks. "I won't let go." Fang Yewu clung to Lin Chang's back like a koala bear. "I've been searching for you for days, practically turning the entire Xinghe upside down to find you. You want me to let go? No way." Chapter 132, Punishment. The pain in Lin Chang's back intensified. If it had been a man, he would have flung him off long ago. But Fang Yewu was a delicate beauty, he simply couldn't do that. Besides, Fang Yewu held no ill will toward him, she had no idea about his injured back. With everyone watching, Lin Zhong couldn't let Fang Yewu go too far. Gritting his teeth, he opened the Ferrari door, climbed in with Fang Yewu on his back, and closed the door behind him. Once inside, Lin Zhong rolled over onto his back, grabbed both of Fang Yewu's arms, and pulled them apart forcefully. Ouch! Fang Yewu let out a pained groan, clinging tightly to Lin Zhong. "You're hurting me." Their posture was incredibly suggestive. Fortunately, the Ferrari's tinted windows blocked outside view. Otherwise, if anyone outside witnessed this scene, Lin Zhong would undoubtedly become the public enemy #1, no exceptions. "Let go." Lin Zhong gritted his teeth, whispering low in Fang Yewu's ear. Miss Fang's cheeks flushed crimson, whether from the heat, embarrassment, or both. She couldn't say fine, I'll let go. But first, you apologize. She too sensed the awkwardness of their position, yet refused to concede defeat. Lin Zhong cracked his neck, feeling a stinging pain in his back. "I haven't done anything wrong," he snapped irritably. "Why should I apologize to you? You left Juku Mountain without a word, standing this lady up. Isn't that wrong?" Fang Yewu suppressed her embarrassment and retorted indignantly. "I don't recall making any promises to you." Lin Zhong took a deep breath, calming himself. "If there was no agreement, then it certainly wasn't standing you up." Hearing Lin Zhong speak so boldly only fueled Fang Yewu's rage. She suddenly lunged forward, clawing at his face. "This is infuriating. You're too much, how dare you talk back to me?" Lin Zhong ducked his head, dodging Fang Yewu's grasp, leaving her hands empty. But a surge of anger welled up inside Lin Zhong too. He decided to teach the spoiled, unreasonable little brat a lesson. Acting on impulse, Lin Zhong suddenly exerted force, easily suppressing Fang Yewu's counterattack. He flipped her body over, raised his hand, and delivered a hard slap to a certain part of Fang Yewu. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Fang Yewu froze in shock. She never expected Lin Zhong to be so bold as to actually strike her. "Did you just hit me?" Fang Yewu looked up in disbelief, staring blankly at Lin Zhong, still unable to process what had happened. "Have you calmed down yet?" Lin Zhong asked indifferently. "Calm down my ass." Fang Yewu erupted suddenly, her pretty face flushing crimson. "Lin Zhong, you're dead meat. How dare you hit this lady? I'll fight you to the death." She screamed and struggled, causing the entire Ferrari to shake violently. Passers-by witnessed the Ferrari's sudden violent motion. Recalling the earlier scene of Lin Zhong carrying Fang Yewu into the car, everyone was instantly overcome with envy, jealousy, and resentment toward him. But the scene inside the car was the opposite of what people imagined. Fang Yewu's hands clawed wildly at Lin Chang's face while her body twisted violently, trying to scramble up and fight him. Lin Zhong pinned Fang Yewu down with just one hand. Though injured and his arm bandaged, subduing a girl untrained in martial arts proved effortless. Seeing Fang Yewu's relentless struggle, Lin Zhong frowned and raised his hand once more. Smack! 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 Several consecutive slaps followed, not delivered with full force, but certainly not gentle either. After enduring the blows, Fang Yewu finally ceased struggling. She realized no amount of struggle would help. Lin Chang's hands were like a mountain, firmly pinning her down. "Calm down yet?" Lin Zhong asked again. Same question, same tone. Fang Yewu gritted her teeth and huffed angrily. Who in their right mind could calm down? "I'm not going to fight you, just let me go already." Lin Zhong withdrew his hand. Fang Yewu shot upright, glaring at him with murderous intent. However, her sitting posture was odd, her body twisting unnaturally. "Sorry, I don't know any other way to stop you besides this." Lin Zhong held his hands out in front of him, and only then did Fang Yewu notice the bandages wrapped around his wrists. So this guy was injured, Fang Yewu thought silently. But she remained deeply annoyed, a certain part of her body throbbing with pain. Unable to restrain herself, she delivered a hard kick to Lin Chang's calf. "You jerk! I came looking for you out of kindness, and you go and hit my butt. And what was with your overreaction just now? It was just me climbing on your back. You're a grown man, you can't even carry a woman? My back is injured.
Lin Zhong uttered the words flatly, saying no more. At that moment, Lin Chang's face was covered in cold sweat, all from the pain.
You've got a wound on your back? Fang Yewu eyed Lin Zhong suspiciously. Let me see.
Before Lin Zhong could respond, she yanked up his shirt and immediately sucked in a sharp breath.
Chapter 133, Crescent Bay. The wounds on Lin Chang's back startled Fang Yewu.
Seeing the wounds on his body and recalling her own actions moments ago, Fang Yewu's anger vanished instantly, replaced by deep guilt and regret.
Lin Zhong, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were injured.
Fang Yewu reached for his hand, but remembering his own injuries, she settled for grasping his arm instead.
Does it hurt? It hurt a bit just now, but it's much better now.
Wiping the cold sweat from his face, Lin Zhong felt the last remnants of his anger dissipate at Fang Yewu's apology.
I never blamed you.
And I'm sorry too for raising my hand against you just now.
Oomph. Fang Yewu shifted uncomfortably. Whatever. Any other guy who dared touch me? I'd have him skinned alive. But what can I do? I can't beat you, so I had to let you off. Oh, and, nice feel, huh? With that, she flashed a peculiar smile. Lin Zhong hadn't expected Fang Yewu's question to be so abrupt.
After a moment of stunned silence, he replied, sorry, I didn't feel anything.
He waved his bandaged hand in front of Fang Yewu's face. Ugh, boring. Fang Yewu pursed her red lips, sizing him up. How did you get such severe injuries? Especially your back. It really scared me.
Not long ago, I sparred with several martial arts masters and accidentally took a palm strike to the back. Lin Zhong answered casually, then posed a question of his own to Fang Yewu. Miss Fang, you mentioned searching for me for quite some time.
What exactly is going on? Because I'm quite interested in you. I plan to recruit you as my underling. Fang Yewu scrambled toward the driver's seat on all fours, asking as she climbed, so, what do you say? Given how generous I'm being, how about joining my crew?
I believe I made my position quite clear last time.
I'll take you somewhere. Maybe you'll change your mind.
Fang Yewu settled into the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and turned to flash Lin Zhong a meaningful smile.
Joining me comes with plenty of perks, you know.
Without waiting for Lin Chang's consent, she started the Ferrari and slammed the accelerator. The Ferrari roared to life and shot forward. Lin Zhong had no idea where Fang Yewu was taking him, but since they were already on the move, he decided against further discussion.
Even if he spoke, Fang Yewu wouldn't listen, it would just be a waste of breath. Heard you ran into that guy Lu Ming again recently? Fang Yewu asked, glancing at Lin Zhong through the rearview mirror as she drove, her tone brimming with curiosity. That's right. Not only did I run into him, but we also had a little run-in.
Lin Zhong closed his eyes slightly, flexing his hands.
How did you hear about that, Miss Fang? It's a small world. When something happens to someone, word spreads fast. But you should be careful. I hear Lu Ming is hunting for skilled fighters to take you on again. Fang Yewu warned. I'll meet force with force.
Lin Chang's calm voice carried a hint of coldness. The road is wide enough for two to pass. If he insists on coming head-on, then if he ends up shattered to pieces, he'll have no one to blame but himself.
Nanshi District, Crescent Bay Private Wellness Club.
A burgundy Ferrari approached from the distance and pulled up at the club's entrance. The doors opened, and out stepped a man and a woman, Lin Zhong and Fang Yewu. Lin Zhong hadn't expected Fang Yewu to bring him here, and a peculiar feeling stirred within him. Could this young lady have ulterior motives?
Fang Yewu tossed the keys to the rushing doorman, then beckoned Lin Zhong with a flick of her finger. Come on, let's go inside. Where is this?
Lin Zhong stood still.
Isn't it written up there? Crescent Bay Wellness Retreat. Fang Yewu stretched unabashedly, giving her neck a vigorous shake.
The long drive had left her aching all over.
I know what kind of place this is, but what I'm asking is, why did you bring me here? Why all the questions? Afraid I'll do something bad to you? You'll find out soon enough. Fang Yewu snapped impatiently, grabbing Lin Zhong's wrist and dragging him inside.
If you weren't injured, this lady wouldn't have bothered bringing you here. As they entered the club, a woman in her 30s immediately approached them. Dressed in a professional suit, she had a decent figure and a pretty face, though she paled in comparison to Miss Fang. Her face was plastered with a smile, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Miss Fang, you're here.
MHM. Fang Yewu treated others with a completely different attitude than she did Lin Zhong, her expression cool and detached. Manager Kai, is everything ready? Of course. We've had everything ready for your arrival.
Manager Kai bowed her head submissively, long accustomed to Fang Yewu's manner. She then turned to Lin Zhong standing beside her, and who might this gentleman be? Manager Kai was intensely curious about Lin Chang's identity. This was the first time she'd ever seen Miss Fang bring a man here. It was well known in wealthy social circles that Miss Fang was notoriously cold-hearted. Seeing her holding this man's hand had left Manager Kai utterly astonished and incredulous. None of your business. Fang Yewu released Lin Chang's wrist without a flicker of emotion. Lead us there. Certainly. Manager Kai dared not ask further. She glanced at Lin Zhong once more before turning to lead the way. The Crescent Bay Private Wellness Club catered to the high-end market. Though its reputation was low-key and its location rather remote, it occupied a vast area. Its interior blended opulence with elegance, earning it an excellent reputation among the wealthy in Xinghe City. After entering the club, Lin Zhong remained silent throughout, saying nothing and letting Fang Yewu take charge. He wanted to see what exactly Miss Fang had up her sleeve. Manager Kai led Lin Zhong and Fang Yewu to a room deep within the club. Pushing open the door, he gestured invitingly, "Miss Fang, this is the place."
Fang Yewu stepped inside first, surveyed the space, and nodded approvingly. "This room is splendid.
It's clear you've put considerable thought into it.
Miss Fang is our esteemed guest. Whatever you require, we will certainly fulfill."
Manager Kai kept his hands clasped in front of him, maintaining a humble posture.
"Would you like us to bring the other items you requested now? No rush. I'll let you know when I need them."
After circling the room, Fang Yewu noticed Lin Zhong still standing outside the door and pulled him inside.
"What are you doing out there? Are you satisfied with this room? If not, I'll have them change it." Lin Zhong couldn't fathom what Fang Yewu was up to. "What does this room have to do with me?" Chapter 134, Hidden Motives. "Of course it matters. I booked this room specifically for you. What do you think?" Fang Yewu shot Lin Zhong a disdainful look. "Forget it. I know you wouldn't understand even if I explained."
Manager Kai, take him to soak properly.
"Come back later."
As she spoke, Fang Yewu shot a meaningful glance at Manager Kai. This subtle signal did not escape Lin Chang's notice, deepening his confusion. Manager Kai understood the signal, turned to Lin Zhong, and smiled. "Sir, please follow me."
"No need. I'm perfectly fine right now."
Lin Zhong shook his head in refusal.
"Just go when I tell you to.
With all those injuries, soaking in a medicinal bath will do your body good."
"I'm not trying to harm you." Fang Yewu pushed firmly against Lin Chang's back, guiding him out of the room, her hands deliberately avoiding his injured areas.
Lin Zhong detected genuine concern in Fang Yewu's words, and a faint warmth spread through his heart. Miss Fang was the type with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Though she didn't say it outright, her actions clearly showed her care for Lin Zhong. Her primary reason for bringing Lin Zhong to this wellness center was to help him properly restore his health.
Since Fang Yewu meant well, Lin Zhong relented.
He followed Manager Kai to another room, roughly 10 square meters in size. The floor was covered in smooth black tiles, and at the room's center stood a circular pool 2 meters in diameter. The pool was filled with an amber-colored liquid, emitting wispy wisps of steam. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs. After escorting Lin Zhong inside, Manager Kai withdrew and closed the door behind him. Lin Zhong shed his coat, stepped into the pool, submerged his entire body in the medicinal water, and closed his eyes. It must be said that the medicinal bath proved remarkably effective. After only a short soak, Lin Zhong felt much of his physical fatigue dissipate, his entire body relaxing. After about 10 minutes, the door quietly opened. A slender figure tiptoed into the room, moving stealthily. She approached cautiously from behind, glancing at Lin Chang's closed eyes before reaching out to grab the clothes he'd left nearby.
"Miss Fang, what are you doing?"
Lin Zhong suddenly spoke up, his eyes still closed.
Fang Yewu froze, her voice tinged with defiance. "How did you know it was me? The scent on you."
Lin Zhong opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise passing through them. In truth, even when Fang Yewu was still at the doorway, he had already sensed her presence. With Lin Chang's keen senses, it was no exaggeration to say he could sense even a mosquito flying past him.
Fang Yewu lowered her head and sniffed herself, detecting nothing.
Though she'd been spotted by Lin Zhong, she didn't pause. She grabbed his clothes firmly in her hand. The moment the fabric touched her hands, Fang Yewu's demeanor shifted abruptly. She stood up, hands on her hips, and declared, "Lin Zhong, I'll ask you one more time, do you want to join me?" Lin Zhong hadn't expected Fang Yewu's obsession to run this deep. Even with his usually unruffled composure, he couldn't help but look stunned. "You did all this just for this?" "Of course. You were the first to reject me and the first to stand me up. Don't think I'll forget these things easily."
Fang Yewu snorted coldly. "If your answer doesn't satisfy me, then get ready to strip naked."
"If I refuse, what exactly do you plan to do?" Lin Zhong asked calmly, his face showing no sign of tension. Fang Yewu flicked the clothes in her hand, her lips curling up in a smug smile.
"Didn't I tell you? If you refuse, you're not getting your clothes back. Get ready to run home naked, ha 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 ha."
As she spoke, she placed her hands on her hips and burst into laughter. Lin Zhong was utterly speechless. He hadn't expected Fang Yewu to have this up her sleeve. But he had to admit, given Miss Fang's temperament, she was entirely capable of pulling it off. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Of course. This lady keeps her word. So, are you in or out?" "I'm not willing." Lin Chang's reply was crisp and decisive, without a moment's hesitation.
TSK, quite the backbone you have there. Well then, you can go running around naked." Fang Yewu hadn't expected Lin Zhong to actually refuse her.
After a moment of stunned silence, she snorted coldly.
Is that so?
Lin Zhong suddenly leaped out of the water, landing right in front of Fang Yewu.
Sorry, I don't have a habit of streaking. As he spoke, Lin Chang's hand shot out like lightning, snatching his clothes back. Fang Yewu hadn't anticipated Lin Zhong leaping out of the water.
Before she could react, the water he'd splashed up drenched her completely. Her white shirt, now soaked, instantly became semi-transparent. Several seconds passed before Fang Yewu snapped back to her senses. Her first instinct was to cover her chest with her hands before turning to glare at Lin Zhong. It must be said, Miss Fang's character was indeed different from ordinary girls. Most girls would either scream or cover their eyes at the sight of a man's body, yet she neither screamed nor shielded her eyes, remaining remarkably composed. Lin Chang's strong, well-built physique made Fang Yewu's face flush and her heart race, yet her eyes involuntarily drifted downward, drawn to the area below his waist. Fortunately, Lin Zhong wore black shorts below, so she saw nothing. Fang Yewu pursed her lips, though it was unclear whether it was disappointment or relief. Boring. So you were wearing pants after all. I thought you were naked. Lin Zhong hadn't expected Fang Yewu to be so brazen she could rival any man in that regard. A strange feeling welled up inside him. You look kind of disappointed? A little, Fang Yewu admitted without hesitation. Since I've never seen it before, I'm just curious. Why don't you show me? Lin Zhong was utterly speechless at Fang Yewu's boldness. He shook his head with a sigh and began dressing. Even though he was being watched by a delicate beauty, Lin Zhong wasn't just anyone. He dressed with deliberate, unhurried movements, showing no sign of awkwardness. However, with both hands wrapped in bandages, dressing inevitably took longer, granting Fang Yewu more time to admire his physique. And Miss Fang certainly didn't waste this opportunity. As Lin Zhong dressed, her eyes never left his body. Her cheeks grew increasingly flushed, and a strange light danced in her beautiful eyes, as if lost in some private fantasy. Only after Lin Zhong had finished dressing did Fang Yewu draw out her words. Lin Zhong, has anyone ever told you you have an amazing physique? Lin Chang's mouth twitched slightly, but he remained silent. Don't be so shy. You're a man, what's the harm in me seeing you? Fang Yewu covered her chest with one hand while playfully slapping Lin Chang's shoulder with the other, her voice full of laughter. Chapter 135, Surprise, but no delight. I'm not shy. I just have nothing to say, Lin Zhong replied flatly. Fine, I'll shut up then. Fang Yewu turned toward the door, but paused midway and called back, other guys stripping for me? I couldn't care less. So you should consider it your good fortune that I'm looking at you, got it? Lin Zhong followed behind Fang Yewu, his gaze calm and unmoving, silent as a stone. The more silent he remained, the more intrigued Fang Yewu became. Fang Yewu had seen far too many men who were loud and boastful. Almost every man in front of her was like a male peacock spreading its tail feathers, eager to show off their best side. Yet beneath their dazzling facades, Fang Yewu saw their ugly truths. Lin Zhong, however, was different. Clearly talented and full of stories, he remained low-key and silent, concealing his brilliance and sharp edges, only occasionally revealing his true mettle when necessary. It was precisely that occasional glimpse of brilliance that Fang Yewu admired most. Walking one behind the other, they arrived outside the pre-book room. A mysterious smile touched Fang Yewu's lips as she stepped aside. Lin Zhong, you open the door. Lin Zhong glanced at Fang Yewu before reaching out to push open the door. But the scene behind the door left Lin Zhong stunned. Behind the door was a room filled to capacity. A room packed with young girls, all as beautiful as flowers, dressed uniformly in black and white maid uniforms. They stood in 2 rows behind the door, hands clasped behind their backs. As Lin Zhong pushed the door open, all the maids spoke in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. Welcome, master. They seemed to find it amusing themselves, covering their mouths and giggling softly after uttering the word master. Lin Zhong stood frozen for a long moment before regaining his senses. This scene was utterly beyond his expectations. Even with his vivid imagination, he could never have imagined that in just over half an hour, Fang Yewu had managed to find an entire room full of maids. What's going on? Lin Zhong turned to look at Fang Yewu, seeking an explanation. This is the surprise I prepared for you, Fang Yewu murmured seductively into Lin Chang's ear. How about it? Not a bad surprise, right? With that, she gave him a shove from behind, intending to push him into the room. But Lin Chang's body didn't budge an inch. Who are they? Lin Zhong frowned. Seeing the expression on Lin Chang's face, Fang Yewu's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she felt something was terribly wrong. Because that wasn't the expression of someone seeing a surprise. You don't like this surprise? Fang Yewu raised her hand, and instantly, the girl's laughter vanished. I only feel shock, not delight. Lin Chang's gaze swept over the girls, his frown deepening. Why would you assume I'd like this? Don't all men like this sort of thing? Harems, maids, that sort of thing, Fang Yewu said matter-of-factly. Every guy I know is into this kind of setup. Sorry, I don't like it at all. Lin Zhong said this with a blank expression. Fang Yewu studied Lin Chang's face intently, satisfied he wasn't lying. She sighed in defeat. Fine, this lady just isn't cut out for this sort of thing. I give up, okay? Lin Chang's expression softened slightly.
He knew Fang Yawu meant well, though she'd gone a bit overboard. He extended a hand to Fang Yawu. "Miss Fang, I'd be happy to be your friend. But I'm only here for friendship, not to be your lackey."
Fang Yawu glanced down at Lin Chang's heavily bandaged hand, her expression shifting strangely. Finally, she reached out and clasped his hand.
"Then let's just be friends."
As Lin Zhong and Fang Yawu shook hands, the girls in maid outfits exchanged glances, their expressions varied. They never imagined their boss, who despised men the most, would show such indulgence toward Lin Zhong.
Yes, indulgent. Fang Yawu's aversion to men was legendary among the rich second generation, as famous as her beauty. For any other man, forget a handshake, Fang Yawu wouldn't even give them a decent look. Countless men who tried to curry favor with her had been cursed out mercilessly, ridiculed until they had nowhere to hide. Just like Lu Ming had been. And now, Fang Yawu was actually willing to shake hands with Lin Zhong. To the girls who had followed Fang Yawu for so long, it was as unbelievable as seeing the sun rise in the west. They glanced back and forth between Lin Zhong and Fang Yawu, some even wiping their eyes, convinced they were seeing things. After shaking hands with Lin Zhong, Fang Yawu herself felt slightly uneasy and swiftly withdrew her hand. When she saw the stunned expressions on the girls' faces, her temper flared instantly. Her eyebrows shot up, her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she snapped, "What's with the looks on your faces? Hurry up and change your clothes. What are you all standing around here for?" She was clearly taking out the frustration she'd felt from Lin Zhong on her own sisters. However, the girls were long accustomed to Fang Yawu's temperament. They knew that even though she was yelling at them, she wasn't actually angry. "Big sis, you're the one who made us wear these clothes in the first place, and now you want us to change?" One girl muttered. "When I tell you to change, you change. Stop talking back." Fang Yawu walked over and gave the girl who had spoken a sharp slap on the butt. "Why did you have to hit me?" the girl pouted, looking aggrieved. "You're the one who talks too much. Now go, go. Once you've changed, each of you go home to your own mothers. No need to stay and keep me company." Fang Yawu waved them off impatiently. Got it, got it. We're leaving now. We won't bother the boss on her date. Have a great time today." Who knew the big boss was like this? Once she got a man, she forgot all about her sisters. The girls exchanged knowing glances, muttering idle chatter as they swarmed out of the room. Hearing their words, Fang Yawu's fair face flushed slightly as she stole a glance at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong remained utterly composed, seemingly oblivious to everything. While this relieved Fang Yawu, it also left her feeling slightly annoyed. That guy, he's just too despicable. Fang Yawu thought bitterly to herself. In the blink of an eye, the girls who had filled the entire room vanished without a trace, leaving only Lin Zhong, Fang Yawu, and the three girls who insisted on staying. These three girls, though not as dazzlingly sexy as Fang Yawu, were still exceptionally beautiful. Lin Zhong had seen them before in Juko Mountain, but he didn't know their names. "Didn't I tell you all to leave?" Fang Yawu rolled her eyes, shooting a sidelong glance at the three girls. Her tone dripped with reproach. "You're ignoring the boss's orders, huh?" Chapter 136, The Disrespectful Villain. "How could we dare disobey the boss?" one girl said pitifully, hands pressed together in front of her chest. "But we haven't seen you in so long, we just wanted to spend a little more time with you." The other girl nodded vigorously in unison, her wide eyes fixed on Fang Yawu with innocent innocence. "Alright, you can stay then." Fang Yawu relented, her heart softening despite her firm words. After agreeing to let the three remain, she turned her gaze to Lin Zhong. "Lin Zhong, let me introduce you to them." Through Fang Yawu's introduction, Lin Zhong finally learned the girls' names. The tall, elegant girl was Xin Yuan. The petite, delicate one with big eyes was Han Feier. And the last, curvaceous girl was Su Lin. "Lin Zhong, how would you like them to address you?" Fang Yawu asked after the introductions. "Anything is fine. I don't mind." Lin Zhong stepped into the room and sat down on the sofa. The room was spacious, at least 40 square meters. One side featured a massive round dining table, while the other held a row of brown sofas and karaoke equipment. In short, this room was a hybrid of a restaurant, private dining room, and a KTV booth. Lin Zhong hadn't expected such a room to exist within this wellness center. It was clear this wasn't merely a health retreat but also served social and entertainment functions. "Then they can call you Brother Lin from now on." Fang Yawu suddenly felt a chill. Her clothes were soaked from the water and she hadn't had time to change. "I'll go change and be right back." After Fang Yawu left, the three girls immediately gathered around Lin Zhong, bombarding him with questions one after another. "Brother Lin, how old are you? Brother Lin, who do you like best among the three of us? Brother Lin, what's your relationship with the boss lady?" The three girls seemed quite interested in Lin Zhong, constantly striking up conversations with him, subtly probing for details about his background. Yet he brushed off each inquiry with casual nonchalance. A little while later, when Fang Yawu returned, the three girls had resumed their well-behaved demeanor, sitting upright with their eyes fixed straight ahead. Fang Yawu had changed into a new outfit, a black t-shirt paired with a matching black miniskirt. Her long, slender legs stretched out beneath the skirt, making her look incredibly sexy. "Let's play." Fang Yawu licked her rosy lips and snapped her fingers.
The lights dimmed in response. When the lights came back on, they were now a kaleidoscope of colors. Music immediately filled the air, making Lin Zhong momentarily think he'd stepped into a bar.
However, the four girls, including Fang Yewu, seemed utterly unfazed.
They rose to their feet, their bodies swaying and dancing to the rhythm, their movements sensual and alluring. A sense of unease washed over Lin Zhong, making him feel utterly out of place in this environment. He sat stiffly on the sofa, momentarily unsure of what to do. But his unease vanished quickly when Fang Yewu grabbed him by the arm, draped her hand over his shoulder, and began dancing around him with bold, suggestive movements.
After dancing for a while, Fang Yewu opened a bottle of wine.
The four girls passed it around, taking turns sipping, singing, and dancing, the air thick with an ambiguous sweetness.
Lin Zhong neither drank nor danced, instead closing his eyes.
Amidst the boisterous atmosphere, his mood gradually relaxed and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. The so-called Tenjiang soft red dust of worldly life the scene before him seemed to embody it perfectly. Yet even amidst this world of red dust, Lin Chang's heart remained as unshakable as a rock, not wavering in the slightest.
Fang Yewu wasn't much of a drinker.
After a few cups of wine, she drifted into a state of light intoxication. Alcohol bolsters courage, especially for someone as bold as her. Suddenly, she twisted her slender waist and sat on Lin Chang's lap, belching as she asked, "Lin Chong, tell me honestly, do you dislike me?" Lin Chong was about to speak when his ears twitched and he shut his mouth. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. Bang! The front door was kicked open. The sudden noise startled the four girls who had been having fun.
Fang Yewu trembled slightly, still perched on Lin Chang's lap, her eyes darting toward the doorway.
The other three girls also froze. Their tolerance for alcohol was clearly better than Fang Yewu's. Though their cheeks were flushed, they showed no signs of drunkenness.
Damn it! Didn't I reserve this room? Why the hell is someone already inside?
A furious male voice erupted from outside the door. I'm sorry, Mr. Pang.
You can't go in, this isn't the room you booked.
Manager Kai's anxious voice echoed from outside.
Smack!
Manager Kai seemed to have been slapped across the face.
Then the furious male voice roared again, I say this is the room, so this is the room. What business is it of yours?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than several figures staggered into view at the doorway. Leading the group was a burly man with a face full of fleshy features and a fierce glare. He wore a plaid shirt left open at the chest, revealing a chest thick with hair, and sported a gold chain as thick as a finger around his neck. Behind him trailed two other burly men, each nearly 6 feet tall. Standing at the doorway, they resembled two door gods. The leader glanced inside the room, his eyes instantly bulging like a toad spotting a swan.
His gaze immediately locked onto the beautiful women in the room, especially Fang Yewu perched on Lin Chang's lap.
He swallowed hard, his eyes glued to her.
Whoa!
The man whistled, his lecherous gaze sweeping over Xin Yuan and the other two before settling on Fang Yewu. As for Lin Zhong, perhaps because he was too inconspicuous, he was completely ignored.
Looks like I'm in for a treat, huh? A bunch of pretty girls waiting for me? Ha ha ha. Mr. Pang, you can't go in.
Manager Kai rushed out from the side, spreading her arms to block the doorway. A vivid handprint stood out on her cheek.
This room really wasn't booked by you. Get lost. I've no use for you now.
The burly man called Peng tilted his head. One of his henchmen grabbed Manager Kai's arm and dragged her away, roughly tossing her to the ground without a shred of mercy. Seeing this, Lin Zhong's eyes turned cold.
Fang Yewu, however, was seething with rage.
In all her years, she'd always been the one kicking down doors. This was the first time anyone had ever kicked hers.
Where did this scum crawl out from? How dare you ruin this lady's fun? Don't you want to live anymore?
Fang Yewu sprang to her feet, pointing at Peng Yi and cursing furiously.
Chapter 137, Brutal Violence.
Even when cursing, Fang Yewu's voice remained exceptionally melodious. Peng Yi was momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for such fiery temperament. But he quickly chuckled, interesting.
A little firecracker, huh? I like it, the hotter, the better. The fiercer, the more challenging. How could Fang Yewu tolerate being taunted? Rage boiled within her.
Her heaving chest rose and fell violently, her eyes blazing with fury as she lunged forward, ready to slap that bastard across the face. But the moment she moved, her wrist was seized by Lin Zhong.
Let go. Fang Yewu snapped, turning to glare at Lin Zhong.
Leave these guys to me. You just watch. Lin Zhong released her wrist and stood up, walking toward Uncle Pang by the door.
Only then did Peng Yi notice Lin Chang's presence.
It wasn't his fault. Lin Chang's aura was deeply concealed, his presence almost non-existent. Unless he stepped forward, it was hard to spot him.
Put. Peng Yi spat at Lin Chang's feet. Kid, if you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Thinking you're some hero stepping in for others? You're not even close. Is that so?
Despite Peng Yi's insolence, Lin Chong showed no sign of anger. To him, this burly man was nothing more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed with a flick of the wrist.
Before you make your move, may I say one thing? Fine.
I'll show you mercy and let you have your last words. Peng crossed his arms, looking down on Lin Chong with contempt.
Spit it out.
If you're willing to kneel and kowtow 3 times to that young lady, I'll let you walk out of here today. Lin Zhong said calmly. What did you say? Pang Yi thought his ears were deceiving him.
3 bows won't do. At least 300. Fang Yewu added coldly. Ha 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 ha. Pang suddenly burst into maniacal laughter.
Turning to the 2 burly men behind him, he cackled, another fool who doesn't know when to quit.
Dares to make me kneel and kowtow? What do you say we do with him?
The thug on the left sneered, don't worry, boss Pang.
Leave this one to me.
I'll make him understand what it means to be in agony, to wish he were dead. With that, he strode toward Lin Zhong, extending a hand as large as a palm fan to grab at the young man's throat. Lin Zhong lifted his left leg and delivered a lightning-fast kick. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the crowd saw stars. The giant's body suddenly flew backward, grazing Master Peng's side before crashing heavily onto the open ground outside the room. Beads of sweat poured from the man's face as his complexion instantly drained to a deathly pallor. Clutching his stomach with both hands, he gritted his teeth so hard he couldn't utter a sound. In that single instant, Lin Chang's kick had not only dislocated the man's internal organs but also severed his intestines. Peng Yi froze, arms still crossed over his chest. His gaze darted between Lin Zhong and the fallen giant, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. Just as he tried to speak, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. Instantly, excruciating pain shot through his knees as an overwhelming force slammed his head down onto the ground. Thud! Peng Yi's face slammed into the pavement, his nose completely crushed, blood smearing across his face. Seeing this, the other thug's pupils suddenly contracted. He quietly took a few steps back, then turned and fled at full speed, abandoning the fight without a fight. Lin Zhong grabbed Peng Yi by the hair and hoisted him up until his eyes met Lin Chang's. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to that young lady, and I'll let you walk away. The words were identical to before, yet to Peng Yi, they now carried a completely different weight. I already said 3 isn't enough, at least 300, Fang Yewu retorted indignantly. Seeing Peng Yi's face a bloody mess, she felt not the slightest fear, only immense satisfaction that Lin Zhong had finally avenged her. Were it not for her 3 sisters watching nearby, she might have clapped in delight. Held effortlessly in Lin Chang's hand, Peng Yi understood he'd finally met his match. The excruciating pain from his shattered nose made tears stream down his face, obscuring Lin Chang's features. Yet the hatred burning in his chest overwhelmed the agony. He forced his eyes wide open, his voice muffled and venomous, "You bastard is dead. No one can save you. Do you know who I am? Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire family and these women. I'll have my way with them." Thud! Another dull thud echoed. Before Peng Yi could finish his sentence, Lin Zhong's knee slammed into his mouth, shattering every tooth inside. Blood and foam sprayed everywhere. Decisive and ruthless. Brutal and violent. That was the first thought that flashed through everyone's mind upon witnessing Lin Zhong's actions. Yet on Lin Zhong's face, there was no anger, no disgust, no killing intent, not even a trace of emotion. Only utter indifference remained. This near-serene indifference, contrasted against the convulsing figure of old man Peng dangling limply in Lin Chang's grasp, radiated a chilling, heartless cruelty. Lin Zhong faithfully adhered to his own code of conduct. To friends, he was as warm as spring breezes, to enemies, as harsh as winter's chill. And the man before him, Master Peng, was undoubtedly no friend. A stifled cry of agony erupted from Peng Yi's throat. His hands desperately clawed at Lin Chang's arms, his eyes reflecting boundless terror. In that instant, he felt the shadow of death looming over him. But Lin Zhong's arms felt like steel. No matter how fiercely Peng struggled, he couldn't budge him an inch. Since you don't know how to speak properly, there's no need for words anymore. Lin Zhong tossed Peng Yi aside with a casual flick of his wrist. Lowering his gaze to look down at him, he spoke coldly, I don't know who you are, nor do I care. Everyone has only one life. I hope you'll cherish it. Peng lay sprawled on the ground, his consciousness fading. His trembling hands fumbled toward his face, utterly oblivious to Lin Chang's words. Lin Zhong's earlier slam and headbutt had utterly shattered his courage. Under Lin Zhong's hands, his once proudly robust body felt as limp as a scarecrow. That was so satisfying. Fang Yewo walked over to Lin Zhong, not even glancing at the fallen Peng Yi. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Lin Zhong. Who knew you could be even more ruthless than this old lady? Harsh? Lin Zhong replied noncommittally. At least he's still alive. The other 3 girls finally snapped out of their shock, each wearing a different expression. Xin Yuan strode over to old man Peng and delivered a hard kick to his stomach. You blind bastard. Didn't you know who we are? How dare you mess with us? Chapter 138, Blind as a Bat. Big sis, should we call some people over and drag this guy out to feed to the dogs? Han Feier asked innocently, yet the words that came out of her mouth were exceptionally vicious. Though they appeared demure and refined, each was a little devil in disguise. Relying on their wealthy and powerful families, they ran rampant, committing countless lawless acts. Since tagging along with Fang Yewu, his stern presence had tempered them slightly, but only slightly. Lin Zhong hadn't expected these 3 seemingly well-behaved girls to have such a side to them. He couldn't help but glance at Fang Yewu, thinking to himself, birds of a feather flock together.
Hold on. Let's get this guy's background straight first before deciding anything.
As the leader of a gang of young delinquents, Fang Yewu had plenty of experience with such situations.
Manager Kai, are you still there?
Manager Kai appeared at the doorway, trembling violently. Pale-faced, she forced a smile uglier than crying. Miss Fang,
I'm still here. Tell me, Fang Yewu said, draping an arm over Lin Chang's shoulder and nudging old Pang with her toe, where does this guy belong?
Manager Kai paled further. She shot Lin Zhong a complex look before stammering in terror. Sir, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble.
Oh?
Lin Zhong raised an eyebrow indifferently.
Manager Kai, I'm asking you a question. Fang Yewu frowned, slightly annoyed. Speak clearly. What trouble has he caused? Is there anything in Xinghe City I can't handle?
Manager Kai swallowed hard, glancing cautiously at old man Pang. She opened her mouth, hesitating as if she wanted to speak but couldn't. Lin Zhong saw her fear of Mr. Pang. Though Mr. Pang was no more than an ant in his eyes, to Manager Kai, he remained a formidable figure she dared not provoke. Her dread of him ran deep, almost ingrained in her bones. Thud! Lin Zhong delivered a kick to the back of Pang Ye's head. His eyes rolled back and he fell straight to the ground, knocked unconscious by the blow. Lin then walked to the doorway and repeated the action, knocking out the other burly man.
Now you can talk.
Lin Zhong shoved his hands into his pockets and strode back into the room.
What's the real story behind this so-called Mr. Pang?
Lin Chang's ruthless actions and the utterly placid expression on his face quietly stirred a thread of fear within Manager Kai's heart. Only then did she recall that this unassuming young man before her was no ordinary person. He was ruthless, a man who didn't even hold Master Pang in high regard. More importantly, he shared a significant connection with Miss Fang. Mr. Pang certainly had considerable clout, but Miss Fang's influence was clearly even greater. True to her role as a high-end club's front desk manager, Kai was adept at reading the wind and steering her course. Her mind raced and she instantly made her choice to firmly latch onto Fang Yewu's coattails. This man is Peng Shun, the second in command of the Blue Wolf Gang, a criminal organization in Nanxi district with at least several hundred members. Manager Kai rattled off the information he possessed at breakneck speed. He came here today to collect protection money but unexpectedly ran into you, Miss Fang. If the Blue Wolf Gang finds out he met his end here, they'll definitely come looking for revenge. The Blue Wolf Gang? A peculiar expression crossed Fang Yewu's face as she glanced sideways at Lin Zhong. Noticing her peculiar expression, Lin Zhong asked calmly, what's wrong? The Blue Wolf Gang colludes with that scoundrel Lu Ming, doing plenty of dirty work for him. Calling them Pang Lu Ming's lackeys wouldn't be an exaggeration. Who'd have thought the gang's second in command ran into you today? Are you some kind of nemesis for Lu Ming? Fang Yewu chuckled. Even knowing Peng Shun was the gang's second in command, she showed no sign of nervousness. Now that you know his identity, what's your plan? What's this Peng Shun fellow like in everyday life? Lin Zhong sidestepped Fang Yewu's question and turned to Manager Kai instead. A flash of hatred crossed Manager Kai's face as if recalling some painful memory. He gritted his teeth and spat, he's nothing but a beast. Scum. He's done every vile thing imaginable. Who knows how many families he's destroyed? Well then, this makes things straightforward. Lin Zhong walked over to the unconscious Peng Shun, raised one foot and aimed it squarely at Peng Shun's arm, preparing to stomp down. He intended to break every one of Peng Shun's limbs, ensuring he could never harm another soul again. Stop! A furious shout suddenly erupted outside the room. Yet Lin Chang's motion didn't falter. Without hesitation, he crushed down on Peng Shun's arm. With a sharp crack, he shattered the limb completely. Peng Shun let out a piercing scream of agony, his eyes snapping open as the pain jolted him awake. His mouth opened, spewing a string of indistinct curses. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, looked ferocious enough to devour Lin Zhong whole. But Lin Chang's attention had already shifted away from Peng Shun. With one foot still crushing Peng Shun's arm, his eyes fell upon the new arrivals outside the room. Leading the group was a pot-bellied, middle-aged man dressed in a suit. Behind him followed a squad of burly men clad in security uniforms. Each man gripped a baton several feet long. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Zhong had actually crushed Peng Shun's arm under his foot, anger flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand, and the security guards behind him surged forward, surrounding Lin Zhong. The man himself, moving with surprising agility for his bulk, rushed to Peng Shun's side. His voice was urgent and panicked as he asked, Mr. Peng, are you all right? Peng Shun's eyes bulged wide. Raising his unbroken arm, he pointed at Lin Zhong, his face contorted in hysteria as he bellowed, beat the out of him. Though his speech was slurred and his words muffled, the middle-aged man heard him clearly. Kid, you've gone too far. The middle-aged man stood up, his cold eyes fixed on Lin Zhong, his expression hostile. How dare you treat Master Peng like this? Who gave you the nerve? Don't you know fighting is prohibited here? Get down on your knees and apologize to Master Peng right now. His blatant, obvious favoritism toward Peng Shun was so transparent that Lin Zhong couldn't be bothered to respond. Tian Dafu, have you gone blind? Fang Yewu stepped out from behind Lin Zhong, a cold smile playing on her lips. This bastard was beaten by this lady.
What are you going to do about it?
The middle-aged man named Tian Dafu paled instantly upon seeing Fang Yewu, inwardly cursing his luck. He'd rushed over after hearing the news from Peng Shun's men, completely unaware of the situation's background or that Fang Yewu was present.
Peng Shun was the second in command of the Blue Wolf Gang and a confidant of Lu Ming. Regardless of which role he played, Tian Dafu couldn't afford to cross him. Chapter 139, You Reap What You Sow. But Miss Fang Yewu? Tian Dafu feared her even more.
At that moment, Tian Dafu mentally cursed the messenger to high heaven. Had he known Miss Fang was present, he would have rather been beaten to death than show his face.
Miss Fang, please don't joke about this.
This matter has absolutely nothing to do with you, Tian Dafu forced a smile, his voice trembling.
It's just a misunderstanding. A damn misunderstanding.
Miss Fang cut him off harshly, her eyebrows furrowed in fury. That bastard dared to set his sights on this lady.
Do you think I'd just let him off?
In truth, even after being beaten senseless by Lin Zhong, Peng Shun still had no clue about Fang Yewu's true identity. Otherwise, even if you gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare flirt with Fang Yewu. But now, Peng Shun was blinded by hatred and rage. His eyes were fixed solely on Lin Zhong, his ears deaf to any other words. He kept pointing at Lin Zhong, roaring furiously and urging Tian Dafu to act. Tian Dafu glanced between Peng Shun and Fang Yewu, caught between a rock and a hard place, his mind a tangled mess. In that moment of indecision, his gaze fell upon Lin Zhong and a sudden flash of insight struck him.
Lin Zhong wore ordinary clothes, had an unremarkable appearance, and carried no distinctive aura. He seemed utterly unremarkable, hardly someone with any notable background.
Rather than risk offending Peng Shun and Fang Yewu, it's better to make an example of this kid.
After all, Fang Yewu wouldn't sever ties over one man, right?
After all, Fang Yewu's aversion to men was legendary in their circles. This kid was likely just some lackey of hers their relationship couldn't possibly run deep. With this thought, Tian Dafu's eyes darkened with malice as he feigned righteous indignation. Miss Fang, I, Tian Dafu, wouldn't dare meddle in your feud with Master Peng, nor do I have the right to. But this punk injured my guest in my club. As the owner, I absolutely cannot stand idly by. I must give Master Peng an explanation.
Peng Shun, a gangster collecting protection money, was now being referred to as Tian Dafu's guest. Truly, shameless people are invincible. Fang Yewu seethed with rage, about to speak, but Tian Dafu cut her off, pointing at Lin Zhong and bellowing, "Arrest him!" As he spoke, Tian Dafu signaled to several security guards. Receiving their boss's order, the surrounding security guards raised their batons and advanced menacingly toward Lin Zhong. "Kid, I advise you not to resist. Our batons aren't for show," one guard sneered coldly. Lin Zhong remained expressionless. Even surrounded by a group of security guards, his hands stayed tucked in his pockets, appearing remarkably composed. Behind Lin Zhong, a security guard suddenly spread his arms wide and wrapped them around the young man's body. This security guard was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his arms thick and powerful. He now used every ounce of strength to clamp down on Lin Zhong, confident that even an ox couldn't break free.
Seeing Lin Zhong restrained, the other guards' eyes lit up with vicious intent. They suddenly raised their batons and swung them down toward Lin Chang's head. Having received Tian Dafu's nod of approval, these guards struck with brutal speed and ferocity, showing no regard for Lin Chang's life or injuries. They were determined to beat him bloody.
But their movements were still too slow for Lin Chang's eyes.
Only when the batons were about to strike his head did Lin Zhong gently flex his arms. With minimal effort, he wrenched free from the security guard behind him. Then, with lightning speed, he kicked one of the guards in front of him squarely in the stomach. Thud! Lin Zhong never showed mercy to those who threatened him. The kick was powerful and precise. The security guard let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying 3 meters away. Then, with a quick sidestep, Lin Zhong instantly dodged the attacks of the other guards. He unleashed a flurry of kicks, and every single person he struck was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, unable to get up. In the blink of an eye, the security guards surrounding Lin Zhong lay sprawled on the ground. Only Tian Dafu remained standing, his legs trembling violently, teeth chattering, staring at Lin Zhong in sheer terror. He never imagined this seemingly ordinary young man could be so formidable. From start to finish, Lin Zhong kept his hands tucked in his pockets, relying solely on his legs to kick down a group of professionally trained security guards. Peng Shun, sprawled on the ground, dared not utter another word. Like a chicken with its tongue cut out, he clamped his mouth shut, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Though crude and lecherous, Peng Shun wasn't stupid. Witnessing Lin Zhong's skills and regaining his composure, he instantly realized he'd kicked a steel plate. Cold sweat soaked his back without him even noticing. Lin Chang's gaze was cold as he strode toward Tian Dafu. Seeing Lin Zhong approaching, Tian Dafu's body shook even more violently, sweat pouring like water. Don't come any closer. I'm calling the police." But Lin Zhong ignored his words completely, his feet unstoppable as he drew nearer and nearer. Tian Dafu retreated step by step, then suddenly spun around and bolted toward the door. But he stopped after only a few strides. The room's door had been closed at some point. Xing Yuan and Han Feier stood flanking the doorway, their eyes dripping with scorn as they watched Tian Dafu. Shutting the door on the dog, there was no more fitting description.
Miss Fong, I was wrong. Tian Dafu turned, pleading eyes fixed on Fong Yewu, a smile twisted on his face that looked worse than crying. Please, for the sake of our long acquaintance, let me off. Fong Yewu wrinkled her nose in disgust and looked away. You reap what you sow. Lin Zhong stepped before Tian Dafu. Before the man could utter a word of supplication, Lin delivered a kick straight to his bulging belly, sending him crashing face first to the ground. Accustomed to a life of luxury, Tian Dafu had never endured such agony. He lay sprawled on the ground like a giant toad, his body convulsing as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Zhong found his screams unbearable. Another kick to Tian Dafu's forehead silenced the wails abruptly. You killed him? Fong Yewu, who had been watching the entire scene, felt a twitch in her eye and couldn't help but ask. Having witnessed Lin Chang's strength, she feared he might have lost control and accidentally killed Tian Dafu. No, just knocked him unconscious. Lin Zhong slowly withdrew his leg and walked past the group of security guards sprawled on the ground. Even after all this time, every single security guard remained sprawled on the ground, none able to rise. Their moans, however, had grown significantly fainter. An invisible, icy aura seemed to emanate from Lin Zhong, causing the guards to involuntarily hold their breath, not daring to make a sound. Big sis, brother Lin, what should we do with this blind fool? Xin Yuan crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe, and gave Peng Shan a pointed look. Her posture bore no resemblance to a lady. She looked every bit the delinquent street urchin. Chapter 140, The Blue Wolf Strikes. Peng Shan lay sprawled on the floor, blood streaming down his face, one arm severed. His pitiful state elicited not a shred of sympathy from the crowd. Everyone knew what kind of people the Blue Wolf gang were, and they knew exactly what sort of scum Peng Shan was. No matter how pitiful he looked now, it couldn't change his inherently wicked nature. His current plight was entirely his own doing. Even if they spared him today, he wouldn't show gratitude, only intensified vengeance. How could one repay kindness with kindness? Lin Zhong understood this well, which is why he never showed mercy when dealing with villains and enemies. Showing mercy to enemies was cruelty to oneself. He didn't need his enemies' gratitude, he only needed their fear and reverence. Fong Yewu understood this equally well. Lin Zhong, you needn't lift a finger. Leave this to me. A cold gleam flashed in Fong Yewu's eyes. She found a vase in the room and, under Peng Shan's horrified gaze, smashed it hard onto his head. Thud! The vase shattered into pieces, and Peng Shan collapsed into unconsciousness. After knocking Peng Shan out, Fong Yewu brushed it off as if nothing had happened. She clapped her hands, linked her arm through Lin Chang's, and said, Let's go. I was planning to treat you to some fun, but to run into this mess? What a bummer. Lin Zhong let Fong Yewu link her arm through his as they walked side by side out of the room. After Lin Zhong and Fong Yewu departed, Xin Yuan, Han Feier, and Su Lin exchanged glances. Not a single word of what happened here today is to be mentioned to anyone, Xin Yuan declared, her beautiful face icy as she surveyed the security guards sprawled on the floor. You may not know who we are, but that's fine. When your boss wakes up, you can ask him. And tell him this, if he wants to keep doing business in Xinghe, he'd better keep his mouth shut. The guards nodded through the pain, not daring to utter another word. After issuing their warning, the trio resumed following Lin Zhong and Fong Yewu. Fong Yewu was engaged in a casual, disjointed conversation with Lin Zhong, seemingly unaffected by the recent events. Though called a conversation, it was mostly her talking and Lin Zhong listening. Manager Kai, his face ashen, trailed behind Fong Yewu. Several times he mustered the courage to speak, yet never found the right moment. Big sis, they've been warned. Those security guards wouldn't dare breathe a word about today, Han Feier said with a smirk. Utterly unnecessary. Even if they did, so what? This lady couldn't care less. Fong Yewu shrugged indifferently, her gaze shifting to Manager Kai. Manager Kai, is there something else you need? Miss Fong, please let me follow you. Manager Kai finally found his chance to speak, pleading. Why? The Blue Wolf gang won't let me off. Manager Kai stammered timidly. Got it. No need to say more. You'll be with me from now on. Fong Yewu cut him off, her agreement sharp and decisive. She then turned to Lin Zhong. You took down the Green Wolf gang's second in command today. They'll definitely come after you. Need me to handle it? After all, this whole thing started because of me. Do you think I need it? Lin Zhong countered instead of answering. I don't think you do. You took down that bastard Lu Ming, his lackeys are nothing. Fong Yewu laughed heartily, slapping Lin Zhong hard on the back. She'd forgotten Lin Chang's back was injured. Only when he grimaced did she realize her mistake, immediately apologizing. Sorry. I didn't mean to, my hand just slipped. It's fine. Lin Zhong was long accustomed to Fong Yewu's carelessness. Even though I'm injured, I can still handle a slap like that. Perhaps because he was growing more familiar with Fong Yewu, Lin Zhong made a rare joke. Hearing this, Fong Yewu's smile broadened. She gave Lin Chang's shoulder a light pat, the gesture intimately affectionate. Just then, a waiter rushed over in a panic, terror evident in his eyes. Manager, it's bad. What happened? Manager Kai's heart leapt back into his throat at the waiter's expression. There are so many people outside. They look like demons, attacking anyone they see. The waiter was on the verge of tears. They blocked the club's entrance, not letting anyone in or out. Several guests tried to leave and got beaten down. Hearing the waitress's words, Lin Zhong's mind cleared instantly. The Blue Wolf Gang had come looking for trouble. What surprised him was how quickly the Blue Wolf Gang had arrived. Fang Yawu grasped the situation instantly. Her eyebrows shot up in fury, and she let out a cold laugh. If you don't roar, they'll mistake you for a sick cat. Xin Yuan, call our people. Tell them to get here immediately. We're preparing to fight the Blue Wolf Gang. Got it, big sister. Xin Yuan immediately pulled out her phone, ready to dial a number. Leave this to me, Lin Zhong suddenly interjected, his voice firm and decisive, carrying an underlying chill that sent a shiver down one's spine. Can you handle it? Fang Yawu glanced at Lin Chang's bandaged hands, hesitating. No problem. But you're injured. Fang Yawu remained uneasy. Even injured, a bunch of gangsters? I can handle them with ease. Lin Zhong met Fang Yawu's bright eyes and, unusually, offered a brief explanation. It's best your people don't get involved. The Blue Wolf Gang is organized crime. They operate without any rules, nothing like fights between rich kids. If someone gets killed, you'll be implicated, right? After hearing Lin Chang's words, Fang Yawu fell silent. Though she felt resentful, she couldn't deny that Lin Zhong had a point. Though she had formed cliques and acted recklessly, she had never been involved with organized crime. So, leave this matter to me. You just handle the aftermath. Lin Zhong shifted his gaze to the waiter standing nearby. How many of them are there? Lin Chang's tone was calm and detached, yet to the waiter's ears, it carried an undeniable force that demanded obedience. At least 20 men, all armed, the waiter swallowed hard. Before Lin Zhong could ask more, chaotic, rapid footsteps echoed in his ears. The footsteps were rapidly approaching their location, causing his expression to darken slightly. Fang Yawu and the others also heard the footsteps and immediately tensed. You all hide first, Lin Zhong said calmly before turning and standing firm in the direction of the sound. Lin Zhong, be careful. I believe in you, give those bastards a good lesson for me. Fang Yawu gave him a meaningful look, her cherry lips pressed tightly together before retreating with Xin Yuan and the others. They slipped into an adjacent room, leaving the door ajar to observe the commotion outside through the crack. Chapter 141, Trapped in an Ambush. Once Fang Yawu and the other girls had hidden, Lin Zhong surveyed his surroundings, quickly grasping the situation. He found himself in a corridor. The corridor was about 2 meters wide and over 10 meters long, its floor laid with dark red wooden planks, flanked by marble walls on both sides. This was undoubtedly a very narrow space, particularly disadvantageous for him. The narrower the space, the less room he had to evade attacks when surrounded, making him an easier target. However, Lin Zhong had no intention of seeking another location. A mere gang of thugs? He didn't take them seriously. He stood in the center of the corridor, hands hanging at his sides, eyes lowered, his posture as steady as a pine tree. Seconds later, accompanied by a clatter of footsteps, a group of bare-chested men appeared around the corridor corner. Each bore a blue wolf head tattoo on their arms, wielding a variety of weapons: boning knives, cleavers, steel pipes, baseball bats, and more. The man at the front spotted Lin Zhong, his eyes widening instantly. He bellowed, "It's him." Lin Zhong lifted his eyelids and glanced at the speaker. This burly man was none other than the one who had escaped from Peng Shun's grasp not long ago. Lin Zhong had assumed he'd fled in panic, but now it seemed he'd actually gone to call for reinforcements. Brothers, surround this guy. Don't let him get away. At the command, the Qinglang gang members swarmed around Lin Zhong, their faces twisted into vicious grimaces, eyes gleaming with ferocity like wolves fixated on their prey. From the crowd stepped a particularly massive, burly figure. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he was as massive as a grizzly bear, every inch of his body a mass of coiled muscle. His arms were as thick as an average man's thighs. He wore a floral shirt identical to Peng Shun's, a thick gold chain around his neck, and his 10 fingers, as thick as radishes, were covered in calluses, clear evidence of rigorous training. Where's my brother? The bear-like giant approached Lin Zhong, his voice deep and low. Tell me, what have you done to my brother? Your brother is Peng Shun? That's right. The giant's eyes swept over Lin Chang's hands, his pupils narrowing slightly. If you've harmed my brother, you're dead today. The bandage on Lin Chang's palm bore specks of blood. It was precisely the sight of that blood that made the burly man speak so fiercely. Facing the burly man's threat, Lin Zhong remained unflinching, his tone indifferent. If you're looking for Peng Shun, he's inside. You can go see for yourself. The burly man's expression changed upon hearing this, and he waved his hand. Several men immediately broke away from the group and ran into the clubhouse. A minute later, they emerged carrying a man covered in blood. The man was barely clinging to life, not quite dead, but close. Seeing Peng Shun in such a pitiful state, the burly man erupted in fury, his voice booming like thunder. You bastard! How dare you treat my brother like this? I'll kill you! He glared at Lin Zhong with such ferocity it seemed he wanted to tear him apart. He brought this upon himself, Lin Zhong said, tilting his head slightly. A flicker of emotion finally touched his face, a cold, mocking smile curling his lips.
For a fool who doesn't know his own limits, breaking just one of his arms was already an act of mercy. The burly man panted heavily, like an enraged bear, his eyes bloodshot.
You're the fool who doesn't know when to quit.
If I let you walk out of here alive today, I'll write my name backwards.
Attack!
Slash him to death. The burly man named Pang Xiong took a step back, pointing at Lin Zhong as he barked the order.
Cut him into mincemeat for me.
Hidden in the adjacent room, Fang Yewu watched the scene unfold, her heart clenching in her chest. Her hands clenched so tightly her nails dug into her flesh. Had Xin Yuan and Su Lin not held her back, she would have lost control and rushed out long ago. Anyone could see Lin Zhong was in grave danger. Unarmed and with both hands injured, he was surrounded by a group of men wielding weapons. It looked like he was in serious trouble.
Even Fang Yewu, who had unwavering faith in Lin Zhong, was now tense to the extreme.
At Pang Xiong's command, the men surrounding Lin Zhong sprang into action. Their expressions were savage, filled with murderous intent as they closed in step by step, tightening the circle. They moved cautiously, avoiding a sudden rush, instead sealing off every possible escape route and evasion path, demonstrating their seasoned expertise in combat. These Qinglang gang members were in a completely different league from the security guards at Crescent Bay. While the guards were also physically strong, they lacked such intense killing intent and seasoned expertise. After all, the guards were like domesticated dogs, while these men were wild wolves. The men at the forefront gripped bone-carving knives over a foot long and cleavers over 2 feet long. The blades gleamed with a cold, menacing glint. Swish! One of the men suddenly swung his cleaver, bringing it down toward Lin Chang's head. Simultaneously, 2 others, eyes gleaming with malice, thrust their boning knives toward Lin Chang's midsection. Treacherous. Vicious. If Lin Chang's attention was drawn to the cleaver, he wouldn't be able to dodge the boning knives aimed at his waist and vice versa. This showed these men were no first-time attackers, their coordination was too polished for beginners.
Pang Xiong, standing at the edge of the crowd, didn't even glance at Lin Chang's encirclement.
Instead, he knelt beside Pang Shun, his face twisted with anguish as he examined the injuries covering his brother's body. In his mind, being surrounded and hacked by so many men, even if Lin Zhong were a superhero, he was as good as dead. Little did Pang Xiong know that the Qinglang gang thugs surrounding Lin Zhong were thinking the exact same thing. But they were all wrong. Lin Chang's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the cleaver before it could come down. The man wielding the blade felt excruciating pain in his palm, as if his fingers were being crushed. In the next instant, his vision blurred as Lin Zhong snatched the machete from his grasp. Without a moment's pause, Lin Zhong swung the blade downward with deadly precision. Slashing. A brilliant flash of steel streaked through the air. At the very moment the blade's glow vanished, 2 bursts of blood suddenly spattered upward. Lin Chang's fluid strike was nothing short of masterful. Just as the boning knife was about to pierce his body, he severed both hands holding it. The 2 men whose wrists had been severed by Lin Chang's blade let out piercing screams. Clutching their severed wrists, they rolled on the ground as crimson blood spurted from the stumps. No one had anticipated Lin Chang's movements to be so swift. The others who had been poised to attack paused in their tracks. They hesitated, but Lin Zhong did not. With blade in hand, a murderous aura erupted from Lin Chang's body like a beast awakening from slumber, finally baring its savage, ferocious fangs. Chapter 142, The Cold Glint of a Blade. Lin Chang's face remained expressionless, his eyes flickering with a cold, piercing light. With a casual swing of his blade, he cut down the burly man before him. Instead of advancing, his body surged backward, charging toward the surrounding men. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 thugs lay slain at his feet, while Lin Zhong remained unscathed. The remaining thugs finally snapped into action, roaring as they lunged at Lin Zhong. Cleavers, daggers, baseball bats, and steel pipes rained down upon him, enveloping his body in a storm of blows. But Lin Zhong moved with ghostly speed. Every swing of his blade brought down another man, never missing its mark. Screams echoed in rapid succession as severed limbs flew everywhere. Within moments, over a dozen bodies lay sprawled around Lin Zhong. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Walls and floors were drenched in crimson, while the fallen men lay with severed arms or legs. Not a single one remained unscathed. Every victim felled by Lin Zhong let out piercing screams, writhing in pools of their own blood. Hidden in the adjacent room, Fang Yewu and the others were horrified by the bloody scene. While Fang Yewu managed to hold her ground, the other girls couldn't bear to watch any longer. The group of men attacking Lin Zhong were equally horrified. Though notoriously brutal, they weren't exactly fearless. Seeing over a dozen of their own felled in one breath by Lin Zhong, it would be a lie to say they weren't terrified. Each stood frozen in place, trapped between advance and retreat, hearts pounding with dread. At some point, the men surrounding Lin Zhong had scattered far away, no longer daring to approach him. From the start of the ambush to this moment, barely 2 minutes had passed. Lin Zhong stood in a pool of blood, his entire body drenched in it. His bandaged hands were soaked through, and the cleaver hung at his side, droplets of blood falling from it. The blade remained as sharp and gleaming as ever. At that moment, Lin Zhong radiated an indescribable, terrifying aura of menace. His eyes, particularly, glowed with an eerie light, making him appear like a demon risen from hell. Lin Zhong took a step forward. The burly men around them instinctively took a step back. Pang Xiong had slipped into the crowd unnoticed, now glaring at Lin Zhong with palpable dread, his expression grim.
Lin Chang's terrifying prowess had completely stunned Pang Xiong.
He'd seen tough guys before, but never anyone like Lin Zhong. Had he known Lin Zhong was this formidable from the start, he would never have chosen to confront him head-on. But it was too late for regrets now. If he backed down now, his authority within the Green Wolf Gang would plummet, and he could forget about ever being the boss again.
Brothers, this guy's spent. We've got numbers on him, what's there to fear?
Pang Xiong snatched a cleaver from the ground, swung it menacingly a few times, and joined the assault on Lin Zhong. Once this is over, every brother here gets 500,000 in medical expenses. My word is my bond. Pang Xiong's words worked. The remaining thugs found their courage and pressed forward toward Lin Zhong once more. Lin Zhong uttered no words. He merely raised the blade in his hand, his figure flickering as he instantly closed in on one of the men. Before the terrified man could react, the blade came down once more. In that moment, Lin Zhong unleashed his peerless, masterful killing skills without reservation.
His movements were lightning fast, fluid as flowing clouds in water.
He struck and retreated without pause. Compared to him, the seasoned Green Wolf Gang members seemed as stiff as puppets. Amidst the sea of blood, Lin Chang's figure radiated a cruel elegance that left Fang Ye mesmerized, almost forgetting where she was.
Minutes later, not a single soul remained standing around Lin Zhong except Pang Xiong. Pang Xiong's face was frozen in utter horror.
His hand gripping the machete trembled uncontrollably, and he no longer possessed the courage to fight Lin Zhong.
Over 20 men felled in mere minutes.
Even a flock of 20 chickens wouldn't have been dispatched so swiftly. In truth, by the end, the men who had surrounded Lin Zhong had lost all will to fight and chose to flee. Yet without exception, each one was caught by Lin Zhong and mercilessly cut down. Lin Zhong ran his fingers along the blade's edge, then shifted his gaze to Pang Xiong. His face was smeared with blood, and paired with his cold, impassive gaze, he radiated a chilling ruthlessness and an authority over life and death that sent shivers down the spine. Under Lin Chang's gaze, Pang Xiong could muster not a shred of courage to resist. Lin Chang's unremarkable stature loomed in his eyes like the terrifying figure of death itself, and that machete which had felled dozens was death's scythe. Thud! Pang Xiong, a burly, muscular man, suddenly buckled at the knees and knelt before Lin Zhong. With a clang, the machete slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Please spare us.
Pang Xiong's voice trembled. Still wish to avenge your brothers?
Lin Zhong approached Pang Xiong, his tone as calm as still water, devoid of any fluctuation.
No. Pang Xiong bowed his head deeply. Absolutely not. Empty words carry no weight. Why should I believe you? Pang Xiong gritted his teeth and said bitterly, please lend me your machete. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes as he flipped the cleaver and handed it to Pang Xiong. Pang Xiong took the blade, drew a deep breath, and with a look of resolute determination in his eyes, plunged it into his own stomach. Blood gushed forth, turning Pang Xiong's face deathly pale in an instant. Yet he stubbornly held himself upright, refusing to collapse. Very well. I'll let you off today. But if I ever catch you committing crimes again, I'll take your life myself. Lin Chang's gaze was deep and piercing, cutting straight to Pang Xiong's core. Stop working for Lu Ming. This is a reminder and a warning. Pang Xiong nodded repeatedly, grinding out each movement through excruciating pain. I didn't hear your answer, Lin Zhong said coldly. If I ever dare oppose you again, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Pang Xiong shuddered in terror, blurting out the oath in panic. I couldn't care less whether you oppose me or not, for in my eyes, you are nothing. Lin Chang's gaze swept over the Xinghe gang thugs sprawled on the ground. Everyone his eyes touched felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave. I'm telling you to stop committing crimes and to cease working for Lu Ming. Is that clear? Understood, perfectly understood. Pang Xiong nodded like a bobblehead, sweat pouring off him like rain, soaking through his flowery shirt whether from pain or fear, no one could tell. Lu Ming may have paid you handsomely, but between money and your life, I trust you know which to choose. Lin Zhong turned away, delivering his final words. You may leave now. Pang Xiong clutched his wounded abdomen, struggling to rise from the ground. He leaned against the wall, moving slowly toward the exit. The other members of the Blue Wolf Gang helped each other up and left. Though Lin Zhong had cut them all down, he'd wielded his blade with precise restraint, deliberately avoiding vital areas. He'd neutralized their combat effectiveness without endangering their lives. Otherwise, not a single one of these dozens would have survived. Chapter 143, Secret Collusion. Even as a top-tier soldier with a license to kill, Lin Zhong had to consider the potential repercussions when taking lives. He couldn't simply indulge in the momentary thrill of killing. Eliminating them all might have been satisfying, but it would have created endless trouble. After careful deliberation, Lin Zhong chose to spare them. If the Blue Wolf Gang failed to learn their lesson and dared to oppose him again, Lin Zhong wouldn't hesitate to show them what utter annihilation truly meant. Lin Zhong stood in the middle of the corridor, watching the Xinghe gang members walk away. From start to finish, not a single one dared to meet his gaze. His overwhelming power had shattered their courage. For these thugs who thrived on violence, they feared nothing but those more ruthless and vicious than themselves.
Only after every last member of the Blue Wolf gang had departed did Lin Chang's body slowly relax, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Though brief, the battle had been exceptionally perilous. With his injuries demanding his full concentration, Lin Zhong had expended an enormous amount of energy. The door beside them swung open. Fang Yawu, her face pale, forced back a wave of nausea as she hurried across the blood-soaked floor to reach Lin Chang's side. As for the other three girls, they were all too horrified by the bloody scene to even peek out.
Lin Zhong, are you hurt?
Fang Yawu gasped, her heart skipping a beat at the sight of blood covering his face. She immediately reached out to steady his arm.
I'm fine, just a bit tired. You say you're fine? Your face and body are covered in blood. That blood isn't mine.
Lin Zhong casually pulled over a chair and plopped down.
Miss Fang, I'll leave the cleanup to you. Cleanup? Fang Yawu hadn't fully processed the situation. Didn't you already chase away all the Blue Wolf gang members?
Lin Zhong felt utterly drained, every muscle in his body aching, yet he forced himself to explain, you must silence all witnesses to prevent them from revealing today's events.
I see. I know what to do. Fang Yawu blinked, her mind finally sharpening. Don't worry about that now. Come with me to change your clothes first.
Lin Zhong glanced down at his clothes. Though the thugs' attacks hadn't hit him directly during the fight, they'd torn his clothes to shreds.
All right.
Lin Zhong stood up and started walking toward the exit. But after just a few steps, his body staggered, nearly causing him to fall. His physical exertion had been immense, nearly draining his body dry. This immense strain wasn't due to the Green Wolf Gang, but rather the fierce battle he'd fought against Yuan Changfeng, Jin Ming, and others at the Chen Martial Arts Hall.
Fang Yawu reacted swiftly, grabbing Lin Chang's body to steady him.
Without a second thought for the blood-covering Lin Zhong, she slung his arm over her shoulder and supported him out of the Crescent Bay clubhouse, guiding him into the car. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Zhong closed his eyes slightly, regulating his breathing to recover his strength.
Fang Yawu wiped the blood from her hands with a tissue, then gently cleaned Lin Chang's face before starting the Ferrari and driving off into the distance.
While driving, she pulled out her phone and dialed Xin Yuan's number.
Big sis, where have you been?
Xin Yuan's voice trembled slightly on the other end.
Even after all this time, she still seemed shaken.
I took Lin Zhong and left first.
Fang Yawu glanced at Lin Zhong, who was still resting with his eyes closed. The rest of the cleanup is up to the three of you.
I don't care if you use threats or bribes, you must resolve this matter completely.
What happened today must not leak out. Can you handle it? We'll handle it immediately. Xin Yuan nodded firmly and hung up. Xinghe District, a villa. Smash. A phone slammed onto the floor, shattering into pieces as fragments scattered everywhere. Damn it. A furious roar echoed through the opulent living room. Lu Ming's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Smashing the phone wasn't enough to vent his rage.
He kicked over the coffee table, flinging everything within reach onto the floor, his entire being consumed by hysteria.
Young Master Lu, what happened? Boss, what's wrong?
The others in the room were startled by Lu Ming's sudden rage and stood up simultaneously. That bastard Pang Xiong just called me, Lu Ming gritted out, said he's washing his hands of this business, leaving Xinghe, and will never work for me again.
What? Lu Ming's henchmen were stunned by the news. We just had dinner with Pang Xiong a few days ago. Didn't he swear up and down he'd help you take down that Lin Zhong guy?
Why the sudden change of heart? One henchman asked in confusion.
Boss, he wasn't joking, was he? Another henchman still couldn't quite believe it. We poured so much money into the Blue Wolf Gang, and now he just walks away? ING joke my ass. Lu Ming paced the room in irritation, his mood completely ruined. He hung up after saying that. Who does he think he is, hanging up on me? The more Lu Ming thought about it, the angrier he became. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together. He stomped on the phone lying on the floor, crushing it into smithereens. His henchmen exchanged glances. Though they found the situation highly puzzling, Lu Ming was in a rage, and they dared not cross him. They all echoed his words. That ungrateful bastard, one henchman fumed. Boss, what should we do? We're all with you. Yeah, I always knew the mob couldn't be trusted. Now they betrayed us, just as I thought. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, Lu Ming gradually regained his composure, his eyes flashing with a cold, sinister light. They took my money but refused to work for me. What use are they alive? Lu Ming's icy tone sent a chill through everyone present. Boss, what are you planning to do? I have my own plans. You needn't know. Lu Ming took several deep breaths before speaking again, his tone now calm as if the fury minutes prior had been an illusion. You can all leave. I'm not in the mood to talk right now. His henchmen exchanged glances, sensing their boss's foul mood. Daring not to linger, they took their leave one by one. Once everyone had departed, Lu Ming sank back into the sofa, his fingers tracing his chin as his gaze flickered uncertainly. More than 10 minutes passed before he seemed to make up his mind. He picked up the phone beside the sofa and dialed a number. Young Master Lu, you're calling me now, have you decided to cooperate with us? A rough, hoarse male voice answered from the other end. Though the man used a respectful title, his tone held no deference toward Lu Ming. I agree to cooperate with you, but I have one condition. Lu Ming said coldly. Chapter 144, Commissioned Investigation. Young Master Lu, I advise you not to push your luck. We approached you because you're useful to us and we share a common goal. The man on the other end was equally cold, his voice tinged with contempt. Without our help, trying to take down that person is nothing but a pipe dream. Lu Ming's face twisted in frustration. In the past, he would have hung up immediately. But after suffering 2 major setbacks at Lin Chang's hands, he had learned to endure. You said it yourself, I'm useful to you. So doing one insignificant favor for me shouldn't be too difficult, right? The man on the other end fell silent for several seconds before snorting derisively. Go ahead. What do you want us to do for you? Simple. I want you to take out a few people. Hatred flared in Lu Ming's eyes. Just a couple of gangsters. For an assassin organization like yours, it should be a piece of cake, right? Fine, we accept your terms, but this is a one-time deal. The man on the line agreed readily, then lowered his voice with a warning. Young Master Lu, the targets we're dealing with this time are no ordinary folk. I advise you not to act rashly and alert them. If you disrupt our plan. He didn't spell out the consequences of sabotage, but the murderous intent in his voice was clear enough for a fool to understand. Lu Ming's expression shifted. He drew a deep breath and replied coldly, I know exactly what to do. But I also hope you won't disappoint me. After all, partnering with you carries significant risks for me. Of course. As long as you follow our instructions, young Master Lu, achieving your goals won't be difficult. You might even win the beauty's heart. The man on the other end chuckled softly before hanging up. Lu Ming dropped the phone and slumped onto the sofa. Within mere minutes, his back was drenched in cold sweat, a testament to the immense pressure he'd just endured. His gaze shifted between icy coldness and burning intensity, his features contorting with each change. Suddenly, a savage grin spread across his face as he muttered under his breath, You're all going to die. Meanwhile, by the time Lin Zhong returned to the Yang residence, it was already late at night. His original clothes had been burned by Fang Yewu, replaced by a fresh set of casual wear. The bandages on his hands had been reapplied. Though he looked somewhat listless, there was no trace of blood on him whatsoever. Hearing Lin Zhong enter, Yang Ying scampered out of the bedroom in her slippers, her footsteps pattering across the floor. She wore a black t-shirt and denim shorts, her jet black hair pulled into a ponytail. Her delicate, exquisite face, paired with a slender waist and 2 pairs of fair, jade-like legs, made her resemble an ethereal spirit who had descended to the mortal world. Lin Zhong had been out all day without a word, leaving Yang Ying frantic with worry. When she saw Lin Chang's hands wrapped in bandages, her eyes instantly reddened, and she nearly shed tears. She rushed to his side, fighting back tears as she asked softly, Brother Lin, what happened to your hands? Lin Zhong smiled, ruffling Yang Ying's hair as he casually replied, I sparred with a few masters at the martial arts hall today and got a little hurt. Don't worry about it. You always tell me not to worry, but how could I not? Yang Ying muttered, her head bowed in sulkiness. You didn't call me all day. I didn't even know what you were doing. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lin Zhong took Yang Ying's small hand and squeezed it tightly. Next time I go out, I'll tell you beforehand, okay? Yang Ying clasped his large hand in hers, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her eyes were dark and bright, clear and pure, as she softly murmured her agreement. They sat side by side on the sofa. Lin Zhong was actually exhausted, but he forced himself to stay alert and keep talking with Yang Ying. After chatting for a while, Yang Ying noticed Lin Chang's exhaustion. Though she still had much to say, she obediently suggested, Big brother Lin, you should rest first. We can talk tomorrow. With a faint smile, she stood up, waved to Lin Zhong, and walked lightly into her room. Lin Zhong shed his coat, rinsed himself with cold water, and then returned to his own bedroom. He didn't sleep immediately. First, he practiced the dragon tiger energy for an hour, activating the qi and blood throughout his body. Then, sitting by the bed, he took out the medicinal wine and applied it to all his injured areas. Only after completing all this did Lin Zhong lie down and close his eyes. The events of the day flashed before his eyes like scenes from a movie. As he recalled the conflict with the Blue Wolf gang members, a sudden thought struck Lin Zhong. He realized he seemed to have overlooked something. The Blue Wolf gang worked for Lu Ming, and Lu Ming harbored deep malice toward him. So, was everything that happened today part of Lu Ming's scheme, or was it pure coincidence? Though neither scenario had caused him any harm, their underlying implications were entirely different. If it was Lu Ming's scheme, it meant he hadn't abandoned his quest for revenge. If that were the case, Lin Zhong would have to reassess Lu Ming's threat level and take preventive measures. The so-called precautionary measures essentially meant eliminating Lu Ming, nipping the crisis in the bud. After some deliberation, Lin Zhong decided to send someone to investigate. As for who would handle it, he already had someone in mind. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Bao's number. The phone rang only a few times before being answered. Chen Bao's obsequious voice came through the receiver. Boss Lin, what can I do for you? Chen Bao wasn't stupid. He knew Lin Zhong wouldn't call him in the middle of the night without reason. Lately, he'd been doing exceptionally well.
Not only had he taken over most of Qianhao's businesses, but he'd also snatched several of Lu Ai's nightclubs. His rise to prominence was undeniable, a far cry from his previous struggles. All of this was thanks to Lin Zhong.
Chen Bao wasn't ungrateful, and Lin Chang's formidable power inspired immense respect in him. Do you know the Blue Wolf Gang? Lin Zhong asked. The Blue Wolf Gang? Those wild wolves from Nanxi district? Chen Bao's tone held surprise. Of course I know them. Is Boss Lin planning to cause trouble for them?
It's not that I'm looking for trouble with them, Lin Zhong said, flexing his wrists with a calm, deep gaze.
They just came looking for trouble with me. I need you to do me a favor. Just give the orders, Boss Lin.
Chen Bao pounded his chest emphatically.
Find out where the Blue Wolf Gang is and if anything unusual is happening.
Notify me immediately if you get any information.
No problem. I'll have my men investigate immediately.
Chen Bao declared decisively.
I'll leave it to you then.
With that, Lin Zhong ended the call.
Trust those you employ and employ those you trust. Lin Zhong was confident Chen Bao would serve him with utmost dedication.
Chapter 145, Greatly Enhanced Power. Xinghe District, Purple Rose Nightclub, a luxury suite. After receiving Lin Chang's call, Chen Bao immediately threw off the covers, leaping from the bed and hastily pulling on his clothes. Beside him lay a woman of striking beauty, her sleep disturbed by his sudden movement.
Blinking groggily, she asked, Brother Bao, where are you going? Chen Bao waved his hand impatiently, not even turning his head. Don't ask questions. Just go back to sleep.
The woman pouted in displeasure, wriggling her body as if to protest further, but Chen Bao had already dressed and stepped out the door. Two burly men in black t-shirts and crew cuts stood guard at the door.
Spotting Chen Bao, they saluted in unison, Boss. Chen Bao nodded with satisfaction. Thanks for your hard work. Gather everyone immediately. I need to hold a meeting. One of the men glanced at the wall clock and hesitated. Boss, do we really need to meet now? It's midnight. Everyone else might be asleep. Bull. If it weren't urgent, do you think I'd choose this time? Chen Bao glared and kicked out with his foot. Get moving. No dawdling. If you delay my important business, you'll be the one to answer for it.
Seeing how serious Chen Bao sounded, the two men assumed something major had happened. They dared not ask further and hurried away. Soon after, a disheveled group of men stumbled into Chen Bao's presence. Some were shirtless, others clad only in shorts. They looked utterly chaotic, like a mob of demons in disarray. Boss, what's going on? Someone shouted from a distance. Boss Lin just called me, Chen Bao said, clearing his throat once everyone had gathered.
Boss Lin wants us to handle something for him. He emphasized the words Boss Lin with deliberate emphasis.
In truth, Lin Zhong's formidable reputation had played a crucial role in Chen Bao's rise to dominance over other rivals in Xinghe District. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Fame itself held immense power. Lin Zhong had eliminated Qianhao in plain sight, then taken down Lu Ai, and finally disposed of Wu Meng, a figure notorious throughout the underworld. These actions sent shockwaves through Xinghe District's criminal circles. Although Lin Zhong himself had no interest whatsoever in the underworld and wanted nothing to do with them, Chen Bao used Lin Chang's reputation as a banner and a shield to successfully rise to power. This was precisely why Chen Bao was so obsequiously attentive to Lin Zhong. The moment they heard Lin Zhong had a task for them, everyone's attention snapped to focus. Do you know the Blue Wolf Gang? Chen Bao asked the same question Lin Zhong had posed. Yeah, they operate in Nanxi District. Usually, we don't cross paths. What? Boss Lin wants to take on the Blue Wolf Gang? If Boss Lin wants to take on the Blue Wolf Gang, we'll need to rally the brothers again. Just our numbers aren't enough. With Boss Lin's skills, he doesn't need our help at all. He could handle the whole thing single-handedly. The group buzzed with speculation about Lin Zhong's intentions. Chen Bao, feeling sidelined, grew irritated. Raising his voice, he commanded, "Shut up. Listen to me." Having led for years, he'd earned his authority. His command instantly silenced the murmurs. What Boss Lin means is, we need to find out where the Blue Wolf Gang's hideout is and what they've been up to lately. We have to get on this immediately. We can't keep Boss Lin waiting too long. Chen Bao crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes sweeping across the faces of those present. Who among you knows who the leader of the Blue Wolf Gang is? I know. A youth with dyed blonde hair raised his hand. Pang Xiong, right? A pretty tough fighter, though nowhere near as formidable as Boss Lin. Pang Xiong has a younger brother named Peng Shun. They're the top two leaders of the Blue Wolf Gang. Oh, and I heard the gang has deep ties to some top-tier rich kid. Top-tier rich kid? Chen Bao was now extremely sensitive to that term. He hadn't forgotten that Du Hai was also a wealthy young master. Seems like his name is Lu Ming. He often pays the Blue Wolf Gang to handle troubles. Boss, you know how common that sort of thing is in our line of work. The young man grinned. I also heard that Lu Ming's taken some major losses lately. He's been hunting for skilled fighters to get his revenge. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Though Chen Bao appeared rough and tough, he was sharp as a tack. He sensed keenly that this Lu Ming fellow must be connected to Boss Lin. But he wouldn't voice his suspicions. Stroking his chin, he said, "Since you know about it, this will be easy. Order our men to immediately investigate the Xinghe gang's operations thoroughly. And while you're at it, look into this looming fellow too. We might just stumble upon something unexpected. This is the first task Boss Lin entrusted to us. Everyone, get your act together and don't screw this up. Got it?" "Got it." At 5 in the morning, Lin Zhong woke up on schedule. He silently dressed and slipped out of bed, opened the window, and leaped out, landing in a small park near Hongqing Alley. Finding a secluded spot, he began practicing the dragon tiger energy. After a night's rest, Lin Chang's injuries had healed by 70 to 80%. Apart from his hands and back, all other areas had returned to normal. Even the most severe back injury had significantly reduced swelling, while the wounds on his hands had long since scabbed over and begun healing. This recovery speed was at least 10 times faster than that of an ordinary person. It had to be said that Lin Chang's physical constitution was as formidable as that of a monster. But this physical prowess had been earned through countless hardships and rivers of sweat. As Lin Zhong deepened his cultivation, a low rumble of thunder began to echo through this corner of the park. Amidst the thunder, the sound of a beast's breath mingled. That thunder was both the sound of every bone and muscle in Lin Zhong's body vibrating and the roar of blood surging through his veins. When the tremors of flesh and bone merged with the roar of rushing blood, it formed a continuous, unending thunder. This was the tiger-leopard thunder sound. With each breath, Lin Zhong drew in air with profound, drawn-out depth. His inhalation was like a whale drawing in water, his exhalation swept through the air like a fierce wind. Since stepping into the realm of hidden force, Lin Chang's strength grew daily, becoming more formidable with each passing day. His battles against hidden force masters like Yuan Changfeng proved especially invaluable. The longer he fought, the greater the benefits he reaped. Huff! Lin Zhong exhaled a long breath, concluding his daily dragon tiger force training, and opened his eyes. He stretched his body slightly, then abruptly raised his left hand. His fingers curved like an eagle's talons as he lunged forward with a grab. Swish! His bandaged fingers plunged deep into the nearby tree trunk. With a swift tear, a large chunk of tough bark came away with a ripping sound. Xinghe, eagle-shaped drilling power. Chapter 146, Unexpected News. After witnessing Yuan Changfeng's powerful eagle claw technique, Lin Zhong integrated its explosive force generation into the Xinghe eagle form, amplifying the eagle drill power's potency. Had this claw strike landed on a human, it would have torn 5 holes through the flesh. Next, Lin Zhong stepped in the bagua stance, unleashed Xinghe techniques, and systematically reorganized his entire martial arts repertoire, refining the essence, discarding the superfluous, and synthesizing the best from diverse schools. Lin Zhong cultivated the dragon tiger power, where the dragon represented bagua and the tiger represented Xinghe. Thus, he mastered both bagua and Xinghe styles. At the pinnacle of dragon tiger power cultivation, the tiger enters the dragon's palace and the dragon enters the tiger's lair. Within the body, dragon and tiger converge, rendering the internal organs, bones, tendons, and muscles exceptionally robust. Externally, this manifested as extraordinary stamina recovery and astonishing strength, though it also demanded immense energy expenditure. In combat, Lin Zhong preferred to face opponents using Xinghe. He had mastered the 5 Xinghe techniques: collapse, split, cannon, drill, and horizontal. Among the 12 animal forms, he had perfected only the tiger, dragon, eagle, and bear forms. The remaining 8 forms remained only at the threshold of his understanding. Had Lin Zhong mastered the integration of the 5 forces with the 12 animal forms, advancing to the realm of transformative force would have been effortless. Yet for him, that stage remained premature. After completing a full set of boxing, Lin Chang's body radiated heat, his spirit surged, and his eyes shone brightly like morning stars. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lin Zhong wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. "Boss Lin, we've got results on the investigation into the Blue Wolf Gang you requested." Chen Bao's tone on the other end sounded peculiar. Chen Bao's peculiar tone didn't escape Lin Chang's ears. "Go ahead, I'm listening." The Green Wolf Gang's boss, Peng Xiong, and his brother Peng Shan were both killed early this morning. They died in a villa in Nanxi district, along with over a dozen other gang members. Every single one had their throats slit, not a single survivor. Chen Bao didn't beat around the bush, laying out the information he'd gathered directly. Deep down, he even suspected that the person who killed those members of the Blue Wolf Gang was Lin Zhong himself. If not Lin Zhong himself, who else could have acted with such ruthless precision, leaving not a single trace behind? All dead? Lin Zhong raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the news. "Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Over a dozen bodies were carried out of the Green Wolf Gang's villa. Ugh, it was a gruesome sight." Chen Bao clicked his tongue. "Boss Lin, is there anything else you need us to handle? Since they're dead, let it rest. Cease further investigation to avoid drawing unnecessary heat." Though Peng Xiang's death had momentarily startled Lin Zhong, his tone remained composed. The demise of a few gangsters scarcely warranted his concern. "Understood. But during our investigation, we uncovered some rather interesting information." Chen Bao lowered his voice, speaking in a mysterious tone.
What is it? Just yesterday afternoon, the Blue Wolf gang went to the Crescent Bay Wellness Center to take out some people.
Not only did they fail to win, but they ended up losing dozens of their own. Rarely did Lin Zhong deign to speak with him, so Chen Bao was unusually excited, talking with great enthusiasm. Who knows what kind of ruthless force they were up against? They were that formidable.
Boss Lin, do you think the Blue Wolf gang members were taken out by that ruthless force?
Lin Chang's mouth twitched. Your imagination runs wild.
But if they wanted to take out the Blue Wolf gang, why not finish them off at Crescent Bay? Why wait until nightfall? That'd be redundant.
Lin Zhong wouldn't tell Chen Bao that he was the one who had clashed with the Blue Wolf gang at Crescent Bay.
My brain's just too slow. Boss Lin really is the sharpest, Chen Bao flattered him without a trace of insincerity. Besides this news, I've got another piece of information. Can you just spit it out already? Lin Zhong finally grew impatient.
Only now did he realize how painfully long-winded Chen Bao could be. Lin Chang's impatient tone startled Chen Bao, who immediately dropped the suspense and reported honestly, "We've learned that the Qinglang gang's backer is Lu Ming.
He's a distant branch of the Lu family and quite famous among the rich second generation in Qingzhou City.
Just yesterday afternoon, Peng Xiong had a falling out with Lu Ming and planned to abscond with the money. So I suspect the deaths of Peng Xiong and the others might be connected to Lu Ming."
Anything else?
Lin Zhong asked, his expression unchanged.
Nothing else.
That's all we've uncovered for now, Chen Bao replied cautiously.
Boss Lin, should we continue investigating Lu Ming? If you want, I can even dig up what color underwear he wears. No need. Let's leave it at that. No further investigation required. Lin Chang's eyes flickered briefly before he declined Chen Bao's offer. Thank you for your efforts. No. It's no trouble at all. Serving you, Boss Lin, is an honor. How could it be trouble?
Chen Bao was flattered beyond measure.
That's all then. We'll be in touch.
Lin Zhong spoke casually, intending to end the conversation.
Boss Lin, if you have time, would you do us the honor of joining us for a meal? Chen Bao asked cautiously.
We'll see, Lin Zhong replied, cutting the call short.
Lin Zhong paid no mind to the deaths of Qinglang gang's Peng Xiong and the others.
Even if every last one of them had perished, he wouldn't have felt the slightest pity. What did intrigue him, however, was the identity of the killer. Chen Bao's speculation had at least one point correct. Peng Xiong and the others' deaths were undoubtedly connected to Lu Ming. With this thought, Lin Chang's gaze grew deep as he buried the matter in his mind. Returning to the Yang residence, Lin Zhong had breakfast with Yang Ying before changing into formal attire and heading to the Galaxy Medical Building. As he entered the lobby, he spotted Lu Yin. Though it had only been 2 days since they last met, seeing Lu Yin again still made Lin Chang's heart skip a beat. Today, Lu Yin wasn't wearing her usual mature and sophisticated office lady outfit. Instead, she was dressed in a more casual ensemble, radiating an air of elegant languor. Lu Yin was conversing with several company employees when she spotted Lin Zhong entering through the doorway. A hint of amusement flashed in her beautiful eyes as she gave him a knowing glance. Lin Zhong understood the meaning behind her glance. He walked to a corner of the lobby, hands tucked into his pockets, and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Lu Yin approached Lin Zhong, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Little Lin, where did you go yesterday? Why are you injured again? Her tone was filled with concern and gentle reproach. Lin Zhong smiled faintly and changed the subject. Sissine, I'll tell you about it later. I think we should hurry to the president's office now. We don't want to keep him waiting too long. Lu Yin glanced around to ensure no one noticed them. Suddenly, she grabbed Lin Chang's wrist and hurried toward an empty corner on the left side of the lobby. Chapter 147, The Ferry. Though Lin Zhong didn't know what Lu Yin intended, he trusted she wouldn't do anything to harm him. He let her lead him along without protest. Once they reached the corner, Lu Yin released his wrist, placed her hands on her hips, and fixed him with an inscrutable smile, her beautiful eyes staring intently at him. Sissine, what's up? Uncomfortable under her bold gaze, Lin Zhong broke the silence first. Did something happen between you and the young lady? Lu Yin stood before Lin Zhong, her chin lifted slightly as she demanded in a threatening tone, spill the beans, or I'll have to resort to harsh methods to get the truth out of you. Why do you ask? Nothing happened between me and the president. Lin Chang's eyes remained calm and composed. Looks like I'll have to use some tactics to get the truth out of you. Lu Yin sighed, then suddenly threw herself into Lin Chang's arms. Her arms wrapped around his neck as she hung onto him completely. Lu Yin's abrupt action caught Lin Zhong completely off guard. Instinctively, he raised his hands and wrapped them around her slender waist. Little brother Lin, if you don't tell the truth, I'm calling for help right now. Lu Yin's face flushed crimson, a faint smile playing on her lips. If anyone sees this, you'll be ruined. Lin Zhong was speechless, nearly rolling his eyes. Go ahead and call, Sister Yin. I've got nothing to hide. I'm not afraid of gossip. Having known Lu Yin for so long, Lin Zhong had long mastered the art of turning her own words against her. But what about your reputation, Yin? Poof. What's wrong with my reputation? If you don't care, I don't either. Lu Yin's eyes glistened with emotion as her voice turned sweet and syrupy, pulling Lin Zhong closer. This little vixen. Lin Zhong felt a flicker of awkwardness, gently tensing his arms to try and move her away. Lu Ying giggled softly, refusing to let go. If you tell sister the truth, I'll let you. She leaned close to Lin Chang's ear, whispering the final words. Hearing those words from Lu Yin's lips, Lin Chang's heart skipped a beat, his breathing becoming ragged. After whispering those words, Lu Ying herself felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks flushing hot. She realized that whenever she was with Lin Zhong, she inevitably became naughty, always unable to resist making intimate gestures to draw them closer. So, biting her lower lip, Lu Ying tilted her head slightly, glancing at Lin Zhong with a seductive gaze. Sissine, I'm telling you the truth. Lin Zhong averted his gaze, refusing to meet Lu Yin's eyes. Poof. The young lady has been distracted these past 2 days. This has never happened before, it must be because of you. Lu Ying wasn't about to let Lin Zhong off so easily. It's fine if you don't tell me now. I'll deal with you later. With that, she kept one arm wrapped around Lin Chang's shoulder while pulling out her phone with the other. Click. She snapped a photo of their intimate pose. She waved the phone in front of Lin Zhong, grinning. I'll let you off this time, but don't forget I've got something on you. What kind of dirt is this? Even if it is dirt, shouldn't it be dirt on you? Lin Zhong suppressed the urge to retort and nodded. What else could he do but nod? Lu Ying released her arms, hopped off Lin Zhong, and regained her composure with some effort. Alright. Big sis won't tease you anymore. Lin Zhong adjusted his breathing without showing it, calming the surging energy within him. Within a dozen seconds, he had regained his composure. The two took the executive elevator straight up to Su Miao's office. Lu Ying didn't knock, she simply pushed open the office door and walked in. Lin Zhong followed behind Lu Ying and saw Su Miao standing by the window. Her arms crossed over her chest, Su Miao gazed out the window, lost in thought. Unlike her usual self, she was dressed in formal attire today, just like Lin Zhong. Hearing the door open, Su Miao didn't turn around, still lost in thought as she gazed out the window. Lu Ying pressed a finger to her lips, tiptoeing up behind Su Miao before beckoning Lin Zhong with a subtle finger motion, signaling him to follow. Lin Zhong remained rooted to the spot. Manager Lu, what are you planning to do? Though Su Miao hadn't turned around, she seemed to have eyes in the back of her head, aware of Lu Yin's every move. Her voice was calm and measured. Her voice remained as cool and melodious as ever, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Lu Ying stood up straight awkwardly. Nothing much. Just saying hello to you, Mississippi. Truthfully, she'd intended to startle Su Miao, but hadn't expected her to notice. Are you that idle? If you have nothing to do, get back to work. Su Miao's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Understood. I won't disturb you and Lin Chang's private time. Lu Ying stuck her tongue out at Lin Zhong and winked. I'll get back to work now. You two enjoy your time together. With that, Lu Ying turned and left the CEO's office. As she brushed past Lin Zhong, she suddenly reached out and pinched his cheek, giggling. Only after Lu Ying had departed did Su Miao turn around, her stunningly beautiful face now veiled in a frosty expression. Lin Zhong, it seems you've forgotten your place. I don't understand what you mean, Lin Zhong frowned. Where did you go yesterday? Su Miao's gaze swept over Lin Chang's bandaged hand. Don't forget you're my personal bodyguard. Without my permission, you cannot take unauthorized time off. Not only did you skip work, but you also got injured again just days after your last injury. Beneath Su Miao's seemingly cold words, a faint concern shone through. Lin Zhong felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't stupid, he could tell Su Miao genuinely cared. I'm sorry. Next time, I'll ask for your permission. There won't be a next time. Su Miao snorted coldly, walking back to her desk and sitting down. Did you forget about that dress we bought together the day before yesterday? Chapter 148, Charity Gala. Lin Zhong froze. If Su Miao hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered for the life of him. Truthfully, he hadn't forgotten. The shopping bag holding the dress had been tossed aside during his altercation with Lu Ming and the others. After the incident, Lin Zhong was taken to the police station by Officer Song Yu. A series of events followed, leaving him no opportunity to retrieve the dress. Though the garment was expensive, Lin Zhong never placed much value on material possessions. Losing it didn't bother him. I didn't forget it, but I lost it, Lin Zhong said, spreading his hands and shrugging. It's not lost. I brought it back for you. Su Miao's tone was matter-of-fact as she extended a finger toward the corner of the office. It's hanging right there. After work today, you'll wear that suit and accompany me to a banquet. Lin Zhong followed Su Miao's gesture and indeed saw a dark blue suit hanging on a rack in the corner. A transparent plastic cover shielded the suit, its surface flawlessly smooth and dust-free, evidently meticulously cared for, otherwise it wouldn't be this pristine. Don't get the wrong idea, I didn't wash the suit for you, Su Miao said with a slight pout. If you want to thank anyone, thank your sisterine. Lin Zhong tore his gaze away from the suit and walked over to sit on the sofa. What kind of banquet do you want me to accompany you to? A charity dinner. Su Miao picked up the documents from the desk and flipped through them casually. It's a great opportunity to integrate into Xingzhou's high society. As the president of Star River Pharmaceutical Group, networking is part of my job. I thought you weren't interested in this sort of thing.
I'm not interested, but for me, it's not about personal preference, it's just work. Su Miao looked up at Lin Zhong, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. Just like you. I don't believe you enjoy being a bodyguard, but you took the job anyway, didn't you? Lin Zhong had to admit Su Miao had a point. You're right. Work and personal preferences are separate. People inevitably have to do things they don't want to do. From the sound of it, you seem to have gained some insight.
Su Miao picked up a pen and signed her name on a document, her voice calm.
You still haven't answered me. What were you doing yesterday? Countless thoughts raced through Lin Zhong's mind, but he ultimately decided to be honest with Su Miao. After carefully choosing his words, he replied slowly, besides being your bodyguard, I took on another job. Oh? Su Miao paused mid-signature. I'm listening. Go on.
In the past, hearing that Lin Zhong was juggling 2 jobs would have sent her into a rage. But after being saved by Lin Zhong several times in a row, her tolerance for him had greatly increased. Of course, there were other reasons for this, but at least she no longer flew off the handle at the slightest provocation. I'm coaching at a martial arts academy. Having decided to be completely open, Lin Zhong felt no further hesitation. Yesterday, someone challenged the academy. I fought the challenger, which is why I have these injuries.
I see, Su Miao nodded. Are you short on cash right now? Why do you ask? If you weren't short on cash, why take on a second job?
Su Miao lifted her eyes, her clear, autumn water-like gaze sweeping over Lin Chang's face before lowering again.
A monthly salary of 50,000 should be considered high pay for most people. Besides needing money, I can't think of any other reason for you to do this.
I was a bit short before, but that's all sorted now. Lin Zhong kept his eyes lowered, his voice steady and calm.
Taking that other job wasn't about money. It's personal preference. I thrive on challenges, pushing my limits in combat. It's exactly what I crave.
Su Miao set down her pen, head bowed as if deep in thought. Several minutes passed before she lifted her gaze again, her clear eyes meeting Lin Chang's directly.
I understand. I won't stop you. But if you have other commitments in the future, I hope you'll tell me. After all, I am your employer. You're not angry?
Lin Zhong had braced himself for Su Miao's fury, but her unexpected calm left him baffled.
Why would I be angry? Su Miao shot him a look. You said it's your personal preference. What right do I have to stop you from pursuing your own interests?
Thank you, Lin Zhong said sincerely.
A faint smile touched Su Miao's lips.
It flickered and vanished like a fleeting moment, a brief burst of radiance that made the entire world lose its color.
Unfortunately, Lin Zhong didn't see it.
After that smile, Su Miao said nothing more to Lin Zhong, returning to her documents with renewed focus. Lin Zhong sat on the sofa with his eyes slightly closed, his back straight, hands resting flat on his knees. His gaze focused inward, eyes on his nose on his mouth on his heart, his entire being as still as an old monk in deep meditation. The entire room fell silent, broken only by the sound of Su Miao flipping through documents. Time passed, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Let's head out, Su Miao said, glancing at her watch and addressing Lin Zhong, who had remained by her side. They were currently in the lobby of Galaxy Tower. Though she'd spent the entire day immersed in work, reviewing documents in the morning and convening executive meetings in the afternoon, not a trace of fatigue showed on Su Miao's face. All right. Lin Zhong nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the lobby. He didn't see Lu Yin anywhere. He had assumed Lu Yin would accompany them, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Manager Lu has other commitments. It's just you and me today, Su Miao said, seemingly reading Lin Chang's thoughts as she passed by him, leaving a trail of captivating fragrance in her wake. Go change into that suit first. I'll wait for you in the car. When Lin Zhong reappeared in the lobby after changing into the suit, he instantly captured everyone's attention. Though the employees of Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group were already quite familiar with Lin Zhong, they now stared at him as if seeing him for the first time, their mouths slightly agape. Holy crap, is that really Brother Lin I know? A security guard muttered under his breath. How come I never noticed before? He's actually so handsome, a female employee exclaimed, cupping her face with both hands as she stared intently at Lin Zhong, her eyes turning into heart-shaped stars. All style and no substance, a guy widely considered handsome muttered sourly. The suit-clad Lin Zhong was a completely different person from his usual self. Especially this tailored suit, which perfectly accentuated his tall, athletic frame, completely transforming his aura. From this perspective, the suit was definitely worth every penny. Ignoring the stares, Lin Zhong strode straight into the parking lot, opened the Lamborghini's door, and slid inside. Su Miao had been waiting in the back seat. When she saw Lin Zhong, a peculiar gleam flashed in her eyes. Where to, President? Lin Zhong asked, turning back after starting the Lamborghini. Somewhere you've been before, the Imperial View Hotel. Chapter 149, Gathering of the Elite. As the city lights began to twinkle, the Imperial View Hotel glowed brightly within. Every employee, from the general manager down to the doorman and security guards, was impeccably dressed, alert and attentive, wearing the warmest smiles as they welcomed arriving guests. Tonight, Mr. Fang Yuanshan, the wealthiest man in Xinghe City, was hosting a charity dinner at the Imperial View Hotel. This charity dinner was a grand event for Qingzhou's high society, held only once a year. Those qualified to attend were either prominent figures or billionaires. In short, none were ordinary people. Moreover, mere status was insufficient for entry, and invitation was mandatory. Without one, not even the king himself could gain entry. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the Imperial View Hotel had stationed over a dozen security guards at the entrance. Inside the hotel, security was even tighter, with the renowned Flying Dragon Security Company handling the safety of all VIPs. Security personnel in black suits, dark sunglasses, and holstered handguns were ubiquitous in the corridors, the grand halls, and even the kitchens. These guards were all tall and imposing, stern-faced, exuding a fierce aura that rivaled that of Special Forces soldiers. Indeed, this was precisely the case. Fylong Security's personnel were all former Special Forces soldiers. Additionally, beyond the security personnel, many VIPs attending the charity dinner had brought their own bodyguards. Thus, the Imperial View Hotel tonight was arguably the safest place imaginable. Anyone attempting to cause trouble here would be courting death. Outside the Imperial View Hotel, Lin Zhong drove his Lamborghini to a smooth stop at the hotel entrance. Immediately, a doorman rushed over, eagerly opening the car door for Lin Zhong, a treatment worlds apart from his last visit. Through daily interactions with guests, these doormen had developed keen eyes. From a distance, they recognized the exorbitant value of Lin Chang's attire paired with his limited edition Lamborghini, a clear sign of a top-tier wealthy young heir. After stepping out, Lin Zhong first scanned his surroundings to ensure safety before opening the door for Su Miao. As Su Miao stepped out wearing a black women's suit, the valet standing nearby was instantly mesmerized. But he quickly bowed his head in awe, unable to meet the gaze of Su Miao's breathtakingly beautiful, world-shattering face. The doorman could swear to heaven he'd never seen such a stunning beauty in his entire life. Dressed in formal attire, Su Miao exuded an elegant yet cool demeanor. Her cherry lips were pressed together slightly, her face devoid of any expression. Lin Zhong took a step back, gesturing for Su Miao to proceed first. Instead, Su Miao slipped her arm through his, her delicate hand lightly patting the back of his. She murmured, "Tonight, your job isn't to be my bodyguard. It's to be my escort. Understand?" Lin Zhong froze, suppressing the strange stirrings in his heart as he nodded silently. The pair walked side by side toward the entrance of the Imperial View Hotel, drawing countless stares along the way. Both Su Miao and Lin Zhong were unfamiliar faces to Qingzhou's high society. Everyone who saw them secretly speculated about their identities. Look! Who are those two? What a beautiful girl. I wonder which family's young lady she is. The man beside her is quite dashing too. Why can't I place either of them? If there's a chance at the banquet later, we should try to get to know them. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Zhong and Su Miao had already arrived at the entrance of the Imperial View Hotel. "Excuse me, may we see your invitation?" The doorman bowed respectfully. Su Miao opened her handbag, pulled out a dark gold invitation, and handed it to the doorman. After verifying it, the doorman promptly opened the hotel doors, his tone growing even more deferential. "Miss Su, Mr. Lin, please come in." Lin Chang's gaze was sharp. Though he only glanced casually, he still caught the contents of the invitation. To his surprise, he spotted his own name on the invitation. Once inside the hotel, Lin Zhong couldn't help asking, "Why is my name on the invitation?" Su Miao shot him a dismissive glance, too lazy to answer such a stupid question. "Fine, let me rephrase. Why did you add my name?" "Because I felt like it." "Is that a problem?" Su Miao retorted irritably. "You're the boss. You decide." Lin Zhong fell silent. "Because I didn't want to attend this gala alone. If I came by myself, I'd be swarmed by annoying men trying to butter me up. It's such a pain. After much thought, having you as my escort seemed the most sensible solution." After a moment's silence, Su Miao finally explained. "Got it." Lin Zhong nodded expressionlessly. "What kind of attitude is that?" Su Miao gritted her teeth and gave Lin Chang's arm a subtle pinch. "Is there a problem?" "Of course there is. Being my date is something many would kill for, yet you look so reluctant." Su Miao's voice was low, audible only to Lin Zhong and herself. "Poof. Whether you like it or not, you'll be my date tonight. Otherwise, I'll dock your pay. I'm not unwilling. I just think it's unnecessary." Lin Chang's eyes scanned every corner of the hotel. Even while talking to Su Miao, he never stopped observing his surroundings. "Forget it. You're as stubborn as a block of wood," Su Miao said irritably. After that, she pressed her cherry lips tightly together and said nothing more. Su Miao's silence was music to Lin Chang's ears. He narrowed his eyes slightly, appearing to stare straight ahead while his gaze darted left and right. Within a minute, he had a clear grasp of the hotel's security layout. The hotel's security was undeniably tight, yet Lin Zhong couldn't fathom why most guards were stationed in conspicuous spots while hidden corners remained unguarded. If an attack were to occur, the seemingly impenetrable security would prove utterly vulnerable. As he pondered these issues, Lin Zhong overlooked one crucial point. Not everyone possessed his keen observational skills, nor had everyone undergone the same comprehensive training he had received. To accomplish the most challenging missions, Lin Zhong had undergone the most grueling and comprehensive training.
Led by a female attendant, Lin Zhong and Su Miao took the elevator to the banquet hall on the hotel's third floor.
The banquet hall covered an area of about 200 square meters, not enormous, but certainly not small. The interior was lavishly appointed, thick wool carpets covered the floor, massive crystal chandeliers hung overhead, and 7 or 8 round tables stood neatly arranged, each set with silver cutlery. Numerous guests already stood within the hall, conversing in small groups. Each was dressed in opulent attire, their speech and demeanor exuding distinction. As Lin Zhong and Su Miao entered the banquet hall, they instantly drew the attention of most present. However, those qualified to attend this charity gala were all individuals of considerable standing in society. Though stunned by Su Miao's beauty, none dared to approach her rashly.
Chapter 150, Disdainful Glance.
Amidst the crowd, a slender, middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant demeanor noticed Su Miao.
His eyes lit up.
After exchanging a few words with someone beside him, he approached. "Miss Su, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend this charity dinner I've organized."
"I'm Fong Yuanshan. Pleased to meet you."
The man stopped a meter away, extending his hand with impeccable manners. Lin Zhong discreetly sized up this wealthiest man in Xinghe City, inwardly surprised that such a refined, scholarly gentleman could have produced a daughter as unconventional as Fong Yewu. Su Miao, however, did not shake Fong Yuanshan's hand. Instead, she offered an elegant, composed smile and nodded politely.
"Mr. Fong, I'm Su Miao, president of Star River Pharmaceutical Group." Though Su Miao had not shaken his hand, Fong Yuanshan did not feel particularly embarrassed. Even as the wealthiest man in Xinghe City, with a fortune exceeding 10 billion, he still fell far short when compared to a colossus like the Su family. Su Miao's acceptance of the invitation to attend the banquet was already a tremendous show of favor. Moreover, Su Miao's aloof demeanor was as renowned as her beauty. She never gave men the slightest encouragement, keeping them at arm's length. He had never heard of her showing any special regard for any man. But now, it seemed the situation had changed. And who might this gentleman be? Fong Yuanshan shifted his gaze to Lin Zhong, asking at just the right moment.
He had noticed Lin Zhong long ago. To his knowledge, this was the first time a man had arrived with Su Miao and been seen holding her arm. If word of this scene reached the capital today, who knew what kind of storm it would unleash?
"Hello, Mr. Fong. My name is Lin Zhong."
Lin Zhong extended his hand to shake Fong Yuanshan's, his words sparse. His hand was wrapped in bandages, something that might startle ordinary people.
Yet Fong Yuanshan remained utterly composed, seemingly oblivious, continuing his conversation with his usual ease.
"Mr. Lin, I must say, you are a fortunate man." Lin Zhong was puzzled. He glanced sideways at Su Miao, who was looking right at him. Their eyes met briefly before both looked away.
"Mr. Fong, might you introduce these two handsome gentlemen and beautiful lady to me?"
A booming male voice suddenly sounded from nearby. The speaker was a tall, broad-faced man with a commanding presence that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. He approached Fong Yuanshan, his eyes fixed on Su Miao with obvious admiration.
Fong Yuanshan frowned imperceptibly, displeased that someone had interrupted his conversation with Su Miao.
Yet, recognizing the speaker's stature, he couldn't afford to ignore him. "Mr. Dong, this is Miss Su Miao, president of Star River Pharmaceutical Group," Fong Yuanshan said, stepping aside to make the introduction.
"Miss Su, this is Mr. Dong Baifeng, chairman of Baifeng Group."
Baifeng Group was a major trading conglomerate in Xinghe City, owning numerous supermarkets, department stores, and shopping plazas.
Manhwa Department Store, for instance, was one of its subsidiaries.
Dong Baifeng's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Su Miao's face, extending a hand with eager courtesy.
"Good day, Miss Su. I've long heard of the esteemed Star River Pharmaceutical Group. I'm certain we'll have many opportunities to collaborate in the future." Su Miao remained impassive.
Her clear, autumn-water eyes glanced at Dong Baifeng before shifting away expressionlessly, leaving his hand suspended in mid-air.
Dong Baifeng's face flushed with embarrassment.
He sheepishly withdrew his hand, his expression darkening.
"Miss Su, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on me, Dong Baifeng?" Fong Yuanshan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Mr. Dong, please don't be upset. Miss Su is just that kind of person. She didn't shake my hand either just now.
Please bear with her."
Hearing Fong Yuanshan's words, Dong Baifeng's expression softened slightly, but Su Miao's grew even colder. What was her status? One of the direct heirs of the Su family. And what was Dong Baifeng? Nothing more than a money-grubbing businessman.
Yet Fong Yuanshan had placed her on equal footing with Dong Baifeng. It was nothing short of an insult. Her attendance at this charity dinner was primarily out of respect for Fong Yuanshan, Xingzhou's wealthiest man, who had called to discuss important business. Now, however, Su Miao was beginning to regret her decision, questioning whether attending this charity dinner had been wise.
Neither Fong Yuanshan nor Dong Baifeng had any clue about Su Miao's inner turmoil.
Only Lin Zhong sensed her unease, as her body tensed slightly. Though Su Miao had snubbed him, Dong Baifeng had no intention of leaving. The girl before him was simply too beautiful enough to make any man throw caution to the wind.
"Miss Su, if you're unwilling to shake hands, that's perfectly fine. Let's take a seat over there and discuss our collaboration, shall we?"
Dong Baifeng's eyes were fixed solely on Su Miao, while Lin Zhong beside her had become nothing more than background noise.
Seeing Dong Baifeng persistently pestering her, Su Miao finally grew impatient. His lecherous gaze, in particular, filled her with utter disgust. Su Miao leaned close to Lin Chang's ear and whispered softly, "Tell him to get lost." Her disgust and contempt for Dong Baifeng were so evident she wouldn't even speak to him directly. Lin Zhong gave a slight nod, signaling he'd heard, then stepped forward to block Su Miao from Dong Baifeng's view. "Mr. Dong, my companion asked me to relay a message." "What is it?" Dong Baifeng seemed to only now notice Lin Chang's presence, asking instinctively. "Get lost."
Lin Zhong uttered the two words clearly, enunciating each syllable distinctly.
Hearing these two intensely insulting words, not only Dong Baifeng but also Fan Yuanshan's expression changed. Fan Yuanshan quietly took a step back. Only then did he recall Su Miao's identity, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Su Miao wasn't just some ordinary businessman like them.
She was the eldest daughter of the Su family, possessing both immense family prestige and noble status.
For Dong Baifeng to even consider making a move on Su Miao was sheer recklessness.
If he wanted to court death, that was his own business, but Fan Yuanshan had no intention of being caught in the crossfire.
"What did you say?" Rage surged within Dong Baifeng.
Unable to see Su Miao, he vented his fury on Lin Zhong instead.
"Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" "Of course I know who you are. But do you know who we are?"
Lin Zhong replied calmly.
"Who knows where you scrub knob came from?" Dong Baifeng snorted contemptuously through his nostrils, then turned to Su Miao.
"Miss Su, take my advice, this world isn't as simple as you imagine. Watch your step, or you won't last long in Xinghe." With that, Dong Baifeng shot Lin Zhong a fierce glare before turning to leave.
Su Miao tugged at Lin Chang's sleeve and whispered something. "Stop."
Lin Chang's eyes flashed as he barked the command.
"You have something else to say?" Dong Baifeng turned back, his smile icy.
"Kid, save your apologies. I, Dong Baifeng, am no pushover to be pushed around." Chapter 151, She Comes from the Su Family. Before Dong Baifeng could finish speaking, Lin Chang's hand shot up, landing a sharp slap across his face. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the banquet hall.
Dong Baifeng froze. Fan Yuanshan froze.
Every other guest in the banquet hall froze. The turn of events had surpassed everyone's expectations. No one had imagined that this young man, who looked barely in his 20s, would dare to slap Dong Baifeng in the face in front of everyone.
Who was Dong Baifeng? Chairman of Baifeng Group, a man who could call the shots in Xinghe City.
A mere stomp of his foot would send tremors through the entire city.
His influence in the economic sphere was second only to Fan Yuanshan.
Yet this very powerful figure had just moments ago received a slap across the face. 5 vivid, crimson fingerprints stood out starkly on his left cheek.
After a brief silence, the banquet hall erupted into chaos. What's going on? Mr. Dong was struck? Has that kid grown tired of living or something?
How dare he treat Mr. Dong like that? A man with close ties to Dong Baifeng exclaimed angrily.
Interesting, very interesting. That young man is indeed audacious.
I'm eager to see how Dong Baifeng plans to resolve this.
On the other side, a guest who disliked Dong Baifeng gloated with schadenfreude. In a corner of the hall, a beautiful, elegant lady in her 40s, dressed in a black gown, whispered to someone beside her, "Look, isn't that the third young miss?" Indeed, it is the third young Mississippi. After all these years, she's grown so tall. Beside her stood a man with graying temples, appearing in his 60s. His voice trembled with emotion. That fool Dong Baifeng, how dare he provoke the third young miss? The man clearly held no regard for Dong Baifeng, his words dripping with contempt. The third young miss grows more beautiful by the day, a heavenly beauty. Calling Dong Baifeng utterly foolish doesn't quite capture it, he's more blinded by lust. The noblewoman studied Su Miao's exquisite features intently, murmuring her admiration. That young man beside her, do you know him? Not the slightest, the man shook his head. If she's willing to walk with that young man, it means she at least doesn't dislike him. What do you think? Should we go meet third young miss? No. If the third young miss wishes to contact us, she will reach out. Until then, we must avoid revealing our identities. Don't forget, these are turbulent times. Amidst the murmurs of the others, Dong Baifeng's face slowly flushed crimson. Not the crimson of shame, but the fiery red of rage. His rage was about to boil over. For someone of his standing to be publicly slapped by a young upstart at such a high-profile banquet was nothing short of utter humiliation. If he couldn't salvage his dignity now, he would become a laughingstock forever, never able to hold his head high again. Bloodshot eyes glared viciously at Lin Zhong. Covering his face with one hand, Dong Baifeng took a step back, creating distance to prevent another strike. Words were useless now. Only blood could wash away the shame etched into Dong Baifeng's heart. Dong Baifeng swung his arm forcefully, gritting his teeth as he barked, "Attack him!" His 2 bodyguards charged forward, lunging at Lin Zhong. As a billionaire, Dong Baifeng's hired bodyguards were no ordinary men. Each had survived rigorous selection processes, rising above countless competitors to possess exceptionally solid combat skills. Whoosh!
One bodyguard leapt into the air, aiming a kick directly at Lin Chang's head. The other bodyguard crouched low, thrusting his legs off the ground like an arrow. His hands shot forward in a swift, powerful thrust, aiming straight for Lin Chang's chest and abdomen. From their very first moves, these two bodyguards displayed formidable strength. Their actions were lightning fast, their techniques concise and efficient, no flashy tricks, just pure, practical combat. Facing their dual assault from above and below, Lin Zhong stood his ground, his legs slightly apart, immovable as a mountain. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. Su Miao, shielded behind Lin Zhong, remained equally expressionless. The moment Dong Baifeng's bodyguards attacked, she took half a step back, creating distance from Lin Zhong to avoid interfering with his movements. Lin Zhong raised his heavily bandaged left hand and grabbed at the air. Swish! Lin Chang's strike was more than twice as fast as the two bodyguards. The bodyguard aiming a kick at Lin Chang's head only saw a dark shadow flash before his eyes. Before he could even discern Lin Chang's movement, his calf was seized. Only when excruciating pain shot up from his calf did the guard snap back to reality. Startled, he twisted mid-air and launched another kick with his free leg. Lin Zhong let out a cold snort. His fingers tightened, unleashing an immense surge of power from his palm. With a sharp crack, the bodyguard's shin bone snapped under Lin Chang's grip. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Zhong flung the man's 100-plus-pound frame flying through the air. Thud! The bodyguard flew 4 or 5 meters through the air, crashing into a table and sending it tumbling over. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Only after Lin Zhong had flung the first bodyguard away did the second one lunge at him. Lin Zhong casually pressed down with his other hand, pinning the second bodyguard's arms. He then swung his leg up, delivering a kick straight to the man's midsection. The second bodyguard flew backward as well, sliding 7 or 8 meters across the floor before coming to a halt. In an instant, 2 highly skilled bodyguards had been effortlessly disposed of by Lin Zhong. The overwhelming force Lin Zhong displayed captured everyone's attention, especially the bodyguards and security personnel. Their gazes toward Lin Zhong were filled with deep apprehension. This was a true master. After witnessing Lin Chang's move, this thought arose in everyone's mind. Mr. Dong, that slap was a warning to you. Lin Zhong withdrew his hands, his gaze fixed on Dong Baifeng. Despite the recent confrontation, his breathing remained steady. My companion's surname is Su. I hope you'll keep that in mind. Dong Baifeng, still reeling from the blow and seething with anger, sneered coldly, I couldn't care less whether she's a Su or a Wen. We've settled our scores. Kid, you'd better hope for the best from now on. Standing nearby, Fang Yuanshan could no longer tolerate Dong Baifeng's utter lack of tact. He strode quickly to Dong Baifeng's side and warned in a low voice, Dong Baifeng, that young lady comes from the Su family. The Su family. Those 2 words seemed to possess a strange magic, instantly clearing the fog of rage from Dong Baifeng's mind. The Su family? Which Su family? Dong Baifeng's body trembled as he asked instinctively. Which Su family do you think it is? Fang Yuanshan shot Dong Baifeng a meaningful look. Could it be the Su family from the capital? Dong Baifeng's voice trembled slightly. Exactly, the Su family from the capital. Fang Yuanshan sighed. Not only does that young lady come from the Su family, but she's also a direct descendant of the main branch. That's all I can say. The rest is up to you. After speaking, Fang Yuanshan cast a glance towards Su Miao before stepping back to the side. While Fang Yuanshan and Dong Baifeng spoke, all eyes were fixed on them. They only saw Dong Baifeng's expression change abruptly after Fang Yuanshan spoke. The anger that had clouded his face vanished like smoke, replaced by deep regret and unease. Chapter 152, Apologizing and Backing Down. No one present was a fool. From Dong Baifeng's expression alone, they could tell these 2 young people were no ordinary individuals. Otherwise, Dong Baifeng wouldn't have lost his composure like this. Dong Baifeng swallowed hard, suddenly feeling his throat go dry. He never imagined that the people he had inadvertently provoked would have such powerful connections. The Su family, capital city. When these 4 characters were combined, they represented wealth, power, and influence. Compared to the Su family, he was nothing but an insignificant minnow. Yet Dong Baifeng couldn't fathom why a young lady of such noble standing from the Su family would appear in a place like this. Truth be told, if he'd been more sharp-witted, he should have guessed Su Miao's background the moment Fang Yuanshan mentioned her name. After all, the Galaxy Pharmaceutical Group was a Su family enterprise, and the 2 were closely intertwined. Yet Dong Baifeng had been utterly blinded by Su Miao's beauty, failing to engage his brain. He dismissed her as just another wealthy heiress, setting off the chain of events that followed. At this very moment, Dong Baifeng mentally cursed himself mercilessly. How could he have been so foolish as to threaten the Su family? Could anything be more absurd and laughable? Miss Su, I'm so sorry. Dong Baifeng lowered his eyes, unable to meet Su Miao's gaze again. His voice trailed off as he stammered, I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. Please. His voice trailed off, growing fainter until he could barely speak. If there had been a hole in the ground, he would have crawled into it without hesitation. But he had no choice but to apologize. The Su family was a colossus he could never hope to provoke.
Without exaggeration, if Su Miao truly intended to deal with him, it would require no effort at all. Dong Baifeng was actually apologizing and backing down. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a sense of utter disbelief.
When they turned their gaze back to Lin Zhong and Su Miao, their eyes had subtly shifted.
It was as if a dazzling halo now shone around the two of them. Su Miao stepped out from behind Lin Zhong, not even glancing at Dong Baifeng.
She hooked her arm through Lin Chang's and walked right past him. From start to finish, Dong Baifeng had been completely ignored by Su Miao. The lofty arrogance of the wealthy elite was displayed to perfection by Su Miao. "Mr. Dong, let's call it even. Surely you won't hold it against me for slapping you?" Lin Zhong walked a few steps, halting beside Dong Baifeng, his tone cool.
Dong Baifeng exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his face as he offered a fawning smile. "Not at all, not at all. I went too far. That slap was well deserved. How could I possibly blame you?"
Even when addressing Lin Zhong, Dong Baifeng used respectful titles.
Though Dong Baifeng didn't know Lin Chang's identity or name, anyone who could walk alongside the Su family's eldest daughter and speak to her with such casual ease couldn't possibly be ordinary.
Not to mention the terrifying combat prowess Lin Zhong had just displayed. "Get your 2 bodyguards treated immediately," Lin Zhong said, glancing at the 2 men lying on the ground.
"I hit them hard.
If they don't get proper care soon, they might suffer lasting damage."
These 2 bodyguards were tough men.
One had his leg bones crushed by Lin Zhong, the other suffered internal injuries from a kick. Both gritted their teeth, not uttering a sound.
Understood, understood, Dong Baifeng nodded repeatedly.
All his anger had vanished, replaced by sheer relief. Compared to losing his fortune or his life, a mere slap was nothing. Soon, waitstaff entered, carried the 2 bodyguards out, and swiftly cleared the shattered tables, chairs, and broken dishes. Within minutes, the mess was tidied up. Why waste words on such lowly people? Su Miao draped her jade-like arm over Lin Chang's shoulder, her fragrant shoulder leaning against his. In a voice only the two could hear, she murmured, "Those blind fools deserve a lesson."
"I already taught him a lesson. Besides, he didn't really do anything that outrageous, did he? Why did you make me slap him?"
His gaze made me uncomfortable. Back in the capital, if anyone dared look at me like that, I'd have their eyes gouged out myself. Su Miao's voice carried undisguised disgust. After hearing Su Miao's words, Lin Zhong fell silent, unsure how to respond.
After the incident with Dong Baifeng, everyone in the banquet hall was discreetly inquiring about Su Miao's background.
Yet only a handful knew her true identity, most remained utterly clueless. People kept approaching Su Miao to greet her, their words polite but their eyes fixed straight ahead. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they would take their leave. Fang Yuanshan accompanied Su Miao and Lin Zhong, introducing them to other guests. Fang Yuanshan had built his fortune from scratch to become Xinghe City's wealthiest man not through luck but through his exceptional shrewdness, meticulous thinking, adeptness in handling affairs, and keen sense of when to advance and when to retreat.
Upon learning Su Miao's identity, Fang Yuanshan keenly sensed this was an opportunity to ascend into the upper echelons. This upper echelon wasn't limited to Xinghe City but encompassed the entire Yanhuan Republic.
Fang Yuanshan had heard vague rumors about the succession struggle within the Su family and knew that such internal battles among wealthy clans were the most ruthless and merciless. If he could offer timely aid to Su Miao now, when she needed it most, and help her secure her position, then when she eventually became the Su family's primary heir, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards.
Fang Yuanshan was indeed a businessman, but his ambitions extended far beyond mere commerce. "Miss Su, would you mind stepping into the side hall?
I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Fang Yuanshan seized an opportunity to whisper to Su Miao.
"Certainly." Su Miao's expression shifted slightly as she nodded in agreement. "Please follow me." Fang Yuanshan led the way, with Su Miao and Lin Zhong following behind.
The trio made their way to the side hall adjacent to the banquet room.
2 bodyguards stood at the side room's entrance.
Dressed in black suits, they were tall and imposing, their expressions cold, radiating a fierce, battle-hardened aura. Such an aura could only be possessed by those who had fought bloody battles on the battlefield.
As Lin Zhong approached, the 2 bodyguards shifted slightly, muscles tensing. They too sensed the same aura emanating from him. The difference was that the iron-blooded aura emanating from Lin Zhong was far more intense than theirs. A flicker of light passed through Lin Chang's eyes before vanishing instantly. Fang Yuanshan ordered, "Li Tai, Zheng Fei, guard the entrance. Without my permission, no one is to enter the side hall."
"Yes, sir." The 2 bodyguards stepped aside and pushed open the side hall doors. Once Su Miao, Lin Zhong, and Fang Yuanshan had entered the side hall, the doors closed once more.
Fang Yuanshan gestured invitingly. "Miss Su, Mr. Lin, please sit."
Su Miao sat down on the sofa, motioning for Lin Zhong to take the seat beside her.
She then addressed Fang Yuanshan. "Mr. Fang, your extreme caution suggests this isn't just a brief conversation, is it?"
"Miss Su, both our time is precious.
I won't beat around the bush." Fang Yuanshan took a deep breath and got straight to the point. "May I ask, what are your chances of winning in this succession battle?" Chapter 153, A Deal. "Mr. Fang, it seems you know quite a lot. Though Fang Yuanshan's question caught her off guard, Su Miao remained composed, her bright eyes reflecting thought. Then perhaps you should tell me what are my odds of winning. Caught off guard by Su Miao's unflappable counter, Fang Yuanshan laughed heartily, spread his hands, and leaned back into the sofa. Rest assured, Miss Su, I mean no offense. If you're willing, I'd like to propose a deal. What kind of deal? Let's hear it. I'm willing to lend you my strength in the succession battle. A sharp gleam flashed behind Fang Yuanshan's glasses. I know you faced several assassination attempts since arriving in Xinghe. Were it not for Mr. Lin by your side, Miss Su, you might have met your end long ago. Su Miao's expression darkened, her tone turning cold. No need to trouble yourself. But I am curious, how did you come to know these details? Lin Zhong lifted his eyes for the first time, meeting Fang Yuanshan's gaze. The man before them, Xinghe's wealthiest citizen, seemed to wield influence far beyond what Lin Zhong had imagined. Miss Su, don't forget I'm the local kingpin of Xinghe. To boast a bit, whatever happens here escapes my notice, Fang Yuanshan declared confidently, hands folded over his lower abdomen. That's precisely why I'm willing to strike a deal with you. Then how do you plan to help me? I have some extremely important news to share with you. Fang Yuanshan emphasized the phrase extremely important twice. As long as Mr. Lin is with you, I believe there's no need to worry about your personal safety. But this information will be invaluable. It could turn the tide in your favor and put you back in control. Su Miao's eyebrows arched slightly as she suddenly asked, is it news about Su Muyang? Fang Yuanshan froze, surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Su Miao's reaction to be so swift, her insight so sharp. Seems I guessed right, it is news about Su Muyang. Su Miao's face grew as cold as frost. Though she was a delicate beauty, her aura now weighed heavily on Fang Yuanshan. Tell me, has Su Muyang also come to Xinghe? Fang Yuanshan, however, remained silent in the face of Su Miao's questioning. Since you know about the assassination attempt on me, you should understand how furious I am right now. Su Miao's tone was icy cold, filled with a bone-chilling chill. Mr. Fang, if you know Su Muyang's whereabouts and refuse to tell me, don't blame me for treating you as an enemy. Miss Su, if I were your enemy, we wouldn't be sitting here now. Fang Yuanshan's body trembled slightly as he lifted his eyes and spoke solemnly. But as I just said, I'm a businessman. I cannot provide this information for free. I require a corresponding reward. A transaction? Exactly. A smile touched Fang Yuanshan's eyes and face. You could also consider it an investment. I give you the information, and you repay me at an appropriate time. What do you want? A promise not yours, but the Su family's. A gleam flashed in Fang Yuanshan's eyes, one both Lin Zhong and Su Miao recognized well, the light of ambition. Miss Su, what do you say? Not enough. Su Miao uttered the two words without hesitation. Not enough? Fang Yuanshan repeated, puzzled. Your bargaining chips aren't sufficient. After Fang Yuanshan laid out his terms, Su Miao remained unhurried. Whether intentionally or not, she leaned slightly against Lin Chang's shoulder. The Su family's commitment cannot be bought with mere information. I understand your meaning. Fang Yuanshan was no fool, he grasped the implication instantly. Allow me to decline. A merchant like myself dares not meddle in the internal strife of a colossal family like the Sus. Failure would mean utter ruin. The tale of Lu Buwei is surely familiar to you, Mr. Fang, Su Miao remarked with a faint, ambiguous smile. Risk and reward have always been proportional. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow, there are no free lunches in this world. The moment Su Miao uttered those words, Fang Yuanshan knew their discussion had reached an impasse. Closing his eyes, he pressed his fingers hard against his temples. Miss Su, I will consider your proposal. But I ask that you also consider mine. I must step out for a moment. Excuse me. With that, Fang Yuanshan rose, gave both a polite nod, and exited the room. What do you think he'll decide? Su Miao turned to ask Lin Zhong after Fang Yuanshan left. Throughout Su Miao and Fang Yuanshan's conversation, Lin Zhong had remained steadfastly silent, fulfilling his duty as a bodyguard without uttering a single word or making a sound, as still as a statue. Now, prompted by Su Miao's question, Lin Zhong finally spoke. He'll agree. I agree. Su Miao's icy expression melted, revealing a dazzling smile. Though Fang Yuanshan calls himself a businessman, he's actually quite ambitious. His willingness to trade information about Su Muyang with me proves it. A man like him can't resist the lure of power and status. Ambition itself isn't frightening. What's terrifying is the inability to control one's ambition, Lin Zhong remarked with a touch of philosophy. Lin Zhong, what are your ambitions? Su Miao's eyes sparkled as she tilted her head slightly, glancing at him sideways. In that instant, her radiance was utterly captivating. I have no ambition, Lin Zhong replied calmly. Every human has ambition. Su Miao clearly didn't believe his answer. Go ahead, tell me. I won't laugh at you. As she spoke, a rare, girlish expression flickered across Su Miao's exquisitely beautiful face. Seeing the expression on Su Miao's face, Lin Zhong felt a sudden stir within. Ripples of emotion stirred in his calm heart, and an inexplicable urge to tease her arose. Alright, I do have a small ambition. Su Miao expressed her curiosity with a nasal tone.
My ambition is to marry a girl who becomes a CEO, Lin Zhong murmured deliberately in a hushed tone.
What kind of ambition is that? Su Miao looked at him with disdain, clearly unimpressed.
As a man, you should at least say something like hold the world's power in your hands when awake and rest your head on a beauty's lap when drunk. Lin Zhong smiled without responding. Seeing the teasing smile on Lin Chang's face, Su Miao suddenly realized what was happening. 2 patches of crimson flushed across her jade-like, fair complexion.
Lin Zhong, are you making fun of me?
You caught me, Lin Zhong shrugged. It must be said, when someone like Lin Zhong who never joked around did crack a joke, the impact was devastating. At any rate, Su Miao felt her heart racing, her face burning like fire, yet strangely, she didn't dislike it.
The feeling was utterly contradictory. How dare you joke with me? Don't you want your salary this month? Su Miao gritted her teeth.
When she feigned slight anger, her entire being came alive, transforming from an ice queen into a goddess of the mortal world. Lin Zhong also realized his joke had been inappropriate. He dropped his smile and said earnestly, I'm sorry. I was just trying to lighten the mood. If I offended you, I apologize.
Chapter 154, Agreement Reached.
Su Miao's ample chest rose and fell as she bit her cherry lips with her pearly teeth, staring at Lin Zhong for a long moment without speaking.
She wasn't actually angry at Lin Zhong, she was furious at herself.
Because she realized that her once calm and unruffled heart had been stirred by Lin Chang's single jest.
This was something completely unimaginable for the old her.
Only after several minutes passed did the flush on Su Miao's cheeks gradually fade. She gave a soft snort and said, let's drop this topic.
Lin Zhong, I have a question for you. What is it? Do you think what Fang Yuanshan said is credible?
Su Miao sat up straight, her expression serious.
Did Su Moyang really come to Xinghe?
I detected no signs of deception in his words, Lin Zhong replied, avoiding her direct question. Therefore, I estimate his credibility to be over 80%.
If Su Moyang has truly come to Xinghe, he undoubtedly came for me.
A cold glint flashed in Su Miao's beautiful eyes.
I've never retaliated, so he thinks he's already defeated me. Fine. I'll show him who's truly fit to be the master of the Su family. It's good you know what you're doing.
Lin Zhong stood up and extended his hand to Su Miao.
The gala is about to begin. Let's go. Su Miao glanced up at Lin Zhong.
His gaze was serene and pure, devoid of any impurity. She placed her hand in his.
With a gentle tug, Lin Zhong lifted her from the sofa.
Su Miao hooked her arm through his as they walked out of the side hall together.
Fang Yuanshan's 2 bodyguards, Li Tai and Zhang Fei, remained stationed at the doorway.
They gave Lin Zhong a slight nod upon seeing him, but did not spare a single glance at Su Miao at his side. Inside the banquet hall, guests had already taken their seats. Exquisite dishes, a feast for the senses, were being served by waitstaff.
The aroma alone, wafting through the air, was enough to whet anyone's appetite.
Su Miao and Lin Chang's seats were in the front row of the banquet hall, sharing the same table as Fang Yuanshan. Also seated there were several well-dressed, distinguished-looking middle-aged men and women. When they spotted Lin Zhong and Su Miao, friendly smiles appeared on their faces without exception. Undoubtedly, both Su Miao and Lin Zhong had left a profound impression on them. Miss Su, Mr. Lin, please join us. A beautiful woman in a black evening gown rose from her seat and beckoned to them. This noblewoman appeared to be in her 30s, with fair skin and an elegant demeanor. Though she paled in comparison to Su Miao, she was still a rare beauty. Lin Zhong's gaze swept over her face. The familiar shape of her eyebrows and eyes made him realize this woman was Fang You's mother. Though she appeared youthful, her actual age was likely over 40.
Thank you, Su Miao replied with a polite nod.
Lin Zhong pulled out a chair for Su Miao and gestured for her to sit first. Just then, an icy stare shot from the corner of the banquet hall, landing squarely on Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong turned his head toward the source of the gaze and caught sight of a familiar face. The owner of that face, caught off guard by Lin Chang's keen perception, flinched and quickly averted their gaze, not daring to look at Lin Zhong again. A thoughtful expression flickered in Lin Zhong's eyes. He withdrew his gaze and sat down in the chair beside Su Miao.
What's wrong? Su Miao asked softly.
Quick-witted and sharp as a tack, Su Miao hadn't missed the subtle shift in Lin Chang's expression.
I saw someone I know.
Who?
Lu Ming. Who is Lu Ming? Su Miao had no recollection of the name.
In truth, she had met Lu Ming before and dealt a crushing blow to his fragile self-esteem.
Just another rich kid. No need to know him.
Lin Zhong sat upright in his chair, hands folded before him. But what puzzles me is why he's here. By all accounts, he shouldn't even qualify for a dinner of this caliber. Though Lu Ming wielded considerable influence among the wealthy second generation, he was ultimately just another heir sheltered by his parents and family fortune. He had no business of his own and limited real social clout. Those attending this charity dinner were all individuals with considerable social clout.
You think something's off? Su Miao blinked.
Perhaps. Or maybe I'm just being overly sensitive, Lin Zhong replied with a faint smile. I hope he learns to be smarter and stops bothering me. Otherwise, this time I won't have any reason to show mercy. Though his face held a smile, his eyes betrayed no warmth, only utter indifference.
Su Miao fell silent.
Her greatest wisdom lay in never micromanaging Lin Chang's work, despite being his employer. A few minutes later, a stunningly beautiful female auctioneer in a red cheapao stepped onto the banquet hall stage, kicking off the evening's main event, the charity auction.
However, neither Lin Zhong nor Su Miao showed any interest in the auction.
In the end, Su Miao bid 3 million for a blue and white porcelain vase, merely as a token gesture.
Miss Su, I've made up my mind. Amidst the auction's fervor, Fang Yuanshan quietly approached Lin Zhong and Su Miao.
He picked up a wine glass, feigning a sip, and used it to shield his mouth, ensuring his words remained private.
I'm willing to raise the stakes, but there's one condition. What condition?
I'll only work behind the scenes.
I won't step into the spotlight.
After all, this venture carries too much risk.
I need to consider my family's safety. No problem. Su Miao didn't press further, agreeing decisively.
Mr. Fawn, looking forward to a fruitful collaboration.
Pleasure to do business. Fang Yuanshan drained his cup in one gulp.
The third young miss of the Su family and the wealthiest man in Xinghe City reached an agreement in this almost childish manner, with Lin Zhong as the sole witness to the pact. Mr. Fawn, we'll discuss the specifics of our collaboration later, Su Miao stated as she rose, casting a glance at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong understood the meaning behind her gaze and followed behind her as they exited the banquet hall one after the other.
Is Fang Yuanshan trustworthy?
Su Miao asked Lin Zhong in a low voice as she walked toward the restroom. This was the second time she'd asked him this question. Ever since experiencing betrayal once, Su Miao found it difficult to trust others again. Unconsciously, Lin Zhong had become more than just a bodyguard in Su Miao's eyes. He was a man worthy of trust and reliance. That was why she sought his opinion on such a significant matter. Yet Su Miao herself seemed unaware of this shift. He has no reason to deceive you, Lin Zhong replied calmly. No, he does. Su Miao narrowed her eyes, a sharp gleam in them.
If Su Moyan has already arrived in Xinghe, what if he struck a deal with Fang Yuanshan before I did? What if this whole thing is a conspiracy targeting me from the start? I don't believe he would be so unwise. What benefit would he gain from that?
Lin Chang's tone remained consistent, calm and steady, possessing a soothing power. I'd rather believe he chose to cooperate with you because he recognizes your capabilities. Su Miao halted, glancing back at Lin Zhong with shifting eyes.
Very well.
Since you say so, I'll trust him.
Chapter 155, Trouble Breeds Close to Home. In the banquet hall.
Only after Lin Zhong and Su Miao had departed did Lu Ming lift his head. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were dark and ominous. He glanced in the direction they had departed, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
I've confirmed it.
They are indeed here tonight.
Did Lin Zhong spot you?
A rough, gravelly male voice came from the other end.
No, he didn't see me at all.
Lu Ming dared not tell the truth.
Good. Now I need you to find Lin Zhong.
Use every means possible to lower his guard and create an opportunity for our people.
What?
Lu Ming's expression changed. He glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before snapping. This isn't what we agreed on. You only told me to get your people into the hotel. You never said I had to meet that bastard.
Don't you want revenge on Lin Zhong? Don't you want that woman?
The man's voice on the phone was seductive.
This is a golden opportunity.
Of course I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be helping you with this. Lu Ming's expression flickered, shifting between anger and resolve.
But I value my own life more.
Too bad you don't have a choice now, the man on the phone said coldly. The moment you asked us to take out the Green Wolf Gang, there was no turning back.
We're an assassin organization. We never work for free. So now, either do as I say or we take you out.
Your call. Dark clouds gathered over Lu Ming's face as his fist clenched tightly beneath the table.
What do you want me to do? Simple. Apologize to Lin Zhong. Admit defeat. Even kneel. Do whatever it takes to lower his guard.
The more convincing your act, the higher our chances of success.
Fine. I'll do as you say.
Lu Ming gritted his teeth and sprang to his feet. Don't forget what you promised me. I want to see him die with my own eyes. Rest assured. As long as you follow my instructions, everything you desire will come to pass. The man on the phone sounded utterly confident.
In a corner of the hallway,
Lin Zhong was talking to Su Miao when his gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw Lu Ming striding directly toward them. 4 bodyguards followed behind him.
All 4 wore black suits and dark sunglasses, their faces hidden from view.
Lin Zhong took a step forward without showing any emotion, shielding Su Miao behind him. He kept his hands in his pockets, watching Lu Ming approach with an indifferent gaze. Lu Ming wore a fawning smile as he halted 2 meters away from Lin Zhong, raising his hands.
Lin Zhong, don't look at me like that. I've come to make peace. Do you really think I'd believe you? Lin Zhong replied coolly.
I know you don't trust me, but I come with sincerity, Lu Ming said earnestly.
Everything before was my fault.
I sincerely apologize to you.
I'm sorry.
His hands fell to his sides as he bowed deeply to Lin Zhong. Both his facial expression and physical movements were flawless.
However, Su Miao, standing behind Lin Zhong, snorted disdainfully.
She tugged at Lin Chang's sleeve discreetly and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Don't believe him. He's lying." "I understand," Lin Chong replied without flinching.
"And I already know what he's up to."
Lu Ming straightened up and looked at Lin Chong earnestly.
"Lin Chong, will you accept my apology?"
"No," Lin Chong raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the 4 bodyguards behind Lu Ming.
"Has anyone ever told you that you have absolutely no talent for acting? What are you talking about?"
"I don't understand," Lu Ming replied, his expression confused, though his feet shifted back slightly. "You're nothing but a pitiable pawn. Your death was predetermined from the start, yet you remain utterly unaware." Lin Chong suddenly smiled, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
"Blood Blade members, am I correct? Clap. 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 Clap."
One of the 4 bodyguards behind Lu Ming suddenly began clapping. As expected of the destroyer.
"I knew you wouldn't be fooled."
The clapper removed his sunglasses, revealing a face radiating murderous intent. "This worthless piece of trash is our gift to you. Do with him as you please, kill him, torture him, whatever.
But once you've finished him off, we'll claim your life in return."
His voice was rough and grating, like 2 pieces of sandpaper being rubbed together forcefully, unbearably unpleasant. It was identical to the man's voice Lu Ming had heard on the phone. Upon hearing this familiar voice and the words it uttered, Lu Ming's face instantly drained of color, and his body began to tremble.
What is going on?"
But no one paid him any mind. Both Lin Chong and the 4 bodyguards treated Lu Ming as if he were invisible. "Blood hand. Never expected you'd still be alive," Lin Chong remarked, his expression shifting strangely, part nostalgia, part cold detachment.
"But it seems you haven't improved a bit."
"Thanks to you,
I'm not only alive, I'm thriving."
The man called Blood Hand laughed harshly, his eyes flashing with savagery.
"When you slit my throat, I thought I was done for. But luckily, I didn't die. So now, you're going to die.
I'll kill you first, then deal with this woman, the 3rd young miss of the Su family."
I've never played with a woman of her status before."
Bloodhand licked his lips, grinning savagely. Hearing Bloodhand's words, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Chang's eyes as he shielded Su Miao and slowly backed away. Even in this dire situation, Su Miao remained calm. She pulled her phone from her handbag, preparing to make a call.
"Don't waste your breath. Do you really think we'd expose ourselves without considering this?"
Bloodhand grinned, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. "All signals in this area are jammed.
Unwanted parties have been cleared out. No one will disturb us until this is over."
Finishing his threat, Bloodhand slapped Lu Ming's shoulder with mocking contempt. "All thanks to this useless piece of trash.
Money really does make things easier, doesn't it?" Lu Ming's body shook even harder, his teeth chattering so violently he couldn't speak.
"Looks like you've prepared thoroughly," Lin Chong remarked flatly, expressionless.
"But do you really think 4 top-tier assassins like you can take me down? I admit I'm no match for you one-on-one. But with the 4 of us attacking simultaneously, and you having to protect that woman, how long do you think you can hold out?"
Bloodhand signaled to the other 3 assassins behind him.
They instantly fanned out, surrounding Lin Chong and Su Miao.
The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and murderous, like a storm about to break. Lu Ming was the first to crack under the pressure.
He let out a sudden shriek and bolted for the exit. Swish! A killer flicked his wrist, sending a jet of black light streaking toward Lu Ming's neck.
It pierced clean through his throat, a dagger, entirely black, gleaming coldly.
Chapter 156, Deadly Intent.
Lu Ming opened his mouth as if to speak, but blood gushed forth, silencing him completely. His body swayed, collapsing limply to the ground as the last glimmer of life vanished from his eyes. The assassin strode over, planted his foot on Lu Ming's back, and pulled the dagger free. He licked the blood from its blade, his eyes blazing with bloodthirsty ferocity.
"The nuisance is dealt with. Now let's get down to business."
Bloodhand cracked his neck with a satisfying crunch.
"Blood thorns, blood tongues, blood fangs, move."
At Bloodhand's command, the other 3 assassins simultaneously reached into their robes, drew silenced pistols, and aimed them at Lin Zhong, pulling the triggers.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
For 3 seasoned assassins who had killed countless victims, firing at such close range should have been an impossible miss. Yet, their bullets still missed their mark. For even before they drew their weapons, Lin Zhong had already spun around, clutching Su Miao in his arms. With a swift knee thrust, he launched forward. The bullet struck the floor, leaving 7 or 8 craters of varying depths and spattering sparks. Holding Su Miao, Lin Chong accelerated to full speed, moving like lightning. In an instant, he covered over 10 meters and burst into the bathroom tucked in the corner.
Bang!
Lin Zhong slammed the bathroom door shut, set Su Miao down, gave her a deep look, then without hesitation, kicked the closed door with all his might. Boom! The solid wood bathroom door flew off its hinges under Lin Chang's immense force. Shards of wood splattered outward, flying toward the 4 assassins closing in.
Charge into the bathroom, slam the door shut, then kick it open.
This seamless sequence of action showcased Lin Chang's extensive combat experience and unparalleled adaptability. Bloodhand and the other 3 never expected Lin Chong to counterattack in such a manner. Caught off guard, they could only shield their faces with their hands, momentarily halting their forward momentum. And Lin Zhong had been waiting for this very pause. The word escape didn't exist in his vocabulary, only fight. Seizing the assassin's split-second hesitation, Lin Zhong shifted his body and lunged forward in a single stride. He appeared before the assassin known as Blood Fong, his bandaged hand curling like a claw as he lunged for the man's throat. Eagle-shaped hidden force. Were the bandages removed, one would see that all 5 of Lin Chang's fingers had turned an iron-gray color. Propelled by the hidden force, Lin Zhong was confident he could crush even a piece of steel flat. But Bloodtooth truly lived up to his reputation as the Bloodblade organization's top assassin, possessing equally vast combat experience. In the blink of an eye, he retracted his neck like a startled turtle, dodging Lin Chang's thunderous grab. Lin Chang's strike missed its mark, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. In a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could have taken down this assassin with his next move. But the problem now was that 3 other assassins were lurking nearby, eyes fixed on him. Without hesitation, Lin Zhong withdrew. The very next second, several bullets struck the spot where he had been standing. Whoosh! Lin Chang's toes flicked off the ground. His body darted like a dragon seen only in glimpses, instantly appearing behind another assassin, Bloodthorn. Another punch slammed out. His movements were blindingly fast. At such close range, pistols became utterly useless. Not only did they pose no threat to Lin Zhong, but they actually hindered the 4 assassins, turning them into burdens. Though Bloodthorn was Bloodblade's top-tier assassin, this was his first encounter with Lin Zhong. He'd heard of Lin Chang's prowess, that he was regarded as a thorn in the side by the organization, but he'd never truly grasped the extent of his skill. Now, he knew. When Lin Chang's fist slammed out, the sensation Bloodblade felt was not a fist hurtling toward him, but a cannonball tearing from the barrel. Fierce. Unbelievably ferocious. Bloodthorn let out a strange cry, lunging forward with all his might. He narrowly, perilously evaded Lin Chang's fist, not daring to meet him head-on. In that instant, facing 4 opponents alone, Lin Zhong had gained the upper hand. Watching this unfold, Bloodhand felt a sudden wave of dread wash over him. This monster has grown stronger again. Indeed, Lin Zhong had grown stronger. Since stepping into the realm of hidden force, his power had more than doubled compared to before. This was Bloodhand's greatest miscalculation. He had underestimated Lin Chang's power and now faced the consequences of his error. After dodging 2 consecutive attacks, Lin Zhong couldn't help but feel a surge of rage. His body trembled as energy surged through his veins, causing crackling explosions to erupt from every part of his being. After that tremor, Lin Chang's body seemed to grow larger, his eyes blazing like arrows as he instantly unleashed his full power. Hold him off. I'm going for that woman. Bloodhand barked, charging toward the restroom door. He knew their only chance of victory now lay with that woman named Su Miao. With her in their grasp, even the mightiest of powers would be rendered useless. Bloodhand's reasoning was sound, but would Lin Zhong let him succeed? Without a word, Lin Chang's gaze sharpened like a blade as he lunged fiercely toward Bloodhand. The other 3 assassins, following Bloodhand's command, threw themselves recklessly in front of Lin Zhong. 3 pitch-black daggers, their blades glinting blue, stabbed toward Lin Chang's chest, abdomen, and back. Get out of the way! Lin Zhong roared, planting his foot hard against the floor. With a thunderous crash, the solid tiles shattered beneath his weight. Propelled by the force of his stomp, his speed surged. Bloodhand's body was already inches from the bathroom door. Just as he was about to enter, Lin Zhong had already charged behind him, slamming a palm down from midair. Xinghe, bear form splitting force. Lin Chang's palm struck like a colossal bear's paw, lightning fast and carrying the force of 1,000 pounds. I refuse to believe you can kill me with a single strike. Bloodhand gritted his teeth, refusing to dodge or block Lin Chang's palm strike. He intended to brace the blow and force his way into the restroom. If he could just make it inside and grab Su Miao, victory would be theirs. Boom! Lin Chang's palm slammed into Bloodhand's back. The Bloodhand's massive frame was sent flying backward, his entire back collapsing, his bone spine included shattered into pieces, emitting a spine-chilling crackling sound. Thud! Bloodhand's body slammed into the bathroom wall. A torrent of blood gushed from his throat. His eyes bulged wide, blood streaming from every orifice as he slid slowly down the wall. He had actually been killed by a single strike from Lin Zhong. Without pausing or showing the slightest emotion, Lin Zhong twisted his body and lunged directly at the remaining 3 assassins. Seeing Lin Chang's strength far surpass the intelligence their organization had provided, the remaining Bloodsting and his 2 companions were filled with bitter regret. But there was no such thing as a regret pill in this world. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing the resolve to die in the other's eyes. Bloodthorn clenched his dagger and charged headlong at Lin Zhong, his voice sharp and fierce. Bloodfawn, flee now. Tell the Blood Chief what happened today. Let the Blood Chief avenge us. Chapter 157, Prelude to the Storm. The Bloodblade organization truly knew how to train assassins. Even now, they did not choose to flee. Bloodfawn, called upon, turned without a word and sprinted down the corridor, vanishing swiftly. Lin Zhong radiated murderous intent. He truly didn't want to let anyone escape. His experiences had taught him a lesson, to uproot the problem completely, or else face endless trouble later. But Bloodthorn and Bloodtongue desperately blocked his path. Unable to abandon Su Miao to pursue the fleeing assassin, he could only watch helplessly as Bloodfang escaped. Lin Zhong vented his fury on the remaining two assassins, dispatching them with his palms in mere moments. He glanced in the direction Bloodfang had vanished, hesitating whether to pursue. With his tracking skills, he was utterly confident he could catch and eliminate the assassin. But the thought of Su Miao made him abandon the idea of pursuit. He exhaled a long breath, his muscles relaxing completely. The intensity in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he reverted to his usual unruffled demeanor. It's over. Everything's fine now, Lin Zhong murmured softly to Su Miao as he stepped into the restroom, where she stood in the corner. Su Miao's expression remained unusually calm. Despite having just survived another assassination attempt, her face showed no trace of panic or distress. You're not hurt, are you? Su Miao scrutinized Lin Chang's body. An assassin like that isn't worthy of hurting me. Lin Zhong adjusted his clothes. His suit had been torn apart by his own force during the fight. The pant legs were shredded into strips, and the cuffs were completely gone. But you don't seem scared at all? With you here, what is there to fear? Su Miao shot back, glancing at Lin Zhong. Fine. Lin Zhong shrugged, conceding defeat. Su Miao didn't leave immediately, nor did she call the police. Instead, she paused beside Bloodhand's corpse, frowning at his unclosed eyes. These assassins all belong to the Bloodblade organization? That's right. This guy was called Bloodhand. His biggest hobby was collecting human palms, hence the name. Lin Zhong nodded. Bloodblade's top assassins all have names starting with blood. Now they've lost 3 more of their elite killers. They probably won't dare come after you again. Su Miao crossed her arms over her chest, a gesture that accentuated her firm, full curves. I can't help but feel their target this time was you. This Bloodhand fellow seems to harbor a deep, seething hatred for you. Her expression was a half smile, half smirk as she spoke. He certainly has reason to hate me. I killed him once before, Lin Zhong remarked casually, as if it were a trivial matter. But he's incredibly lucky to have survived. Honestly, it surprised me. I promised I wouldn't ask about your past again. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Su Miao surveyed the 3 dead assassins one by one. Lin Zhong, what do you think I should do next? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Lin Chang's reply came without hesitation. All right. Let's go talk to Fang Yuanshan right now and see what information he can provide. Su Miao hooked her arm through Lin Chang's, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. I've suddenly realized that ever since I met you, my luck has been remarkably good. When Lin Zhong and Su Miao reappeared before Fang Yuanshan, Lin Chang's appearance startled the wealthiest man in Xinghe. Miss Su, Mr. Lin, what happened? Fang Yuanshan asked anxiously. Su Miao turned her head to look at Lin Zhong, gesturing for him to speak. Just encountered a few bothersome flies. Disposed of them casually, Lin Zhong replied calmly. There are several bodies in the left corner of the corridor. Please have your people handle them, Mr. Fang. A flash of understanding crossed Fang Yuanshan's eyes behind his glasses. He nodded. I'll have it taken care of. Who were these people, exactly? 3 assassins and a rich kid. The rich kid was in cahoots with the assassins, but they ended up killing him. Talk about irony. Oh, and his name was Lu Ming, Su Miao interjected. Coming from her, the information carried far more weight and credibility than if Lin Zhong had said it. Lu Ming? Are you certain, Miss Su? Fang Yuanshan's face betrayed his astonishment. He didn't doubt Su Miao's words, but if that were the case, things would get complicated. Absolutely. If that's the case, then this matter becomes rather complicated. Lu Ming is the son of Lu Zonglong, who belongs to a collateral branch of the Lu family. In a sense, Lu Ming can also be considered part of the Lu family. Fang Yuanshan stroked his chin. Regarding the Lu family, I imagine you, Miss Su, are no stranger to them. They are a reclusive family that rivals the Su family in stature. In that case, Mr. Fang, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. I'll handle it myself. Seeing Fang Yuanshan's hesitation, Su Miao cut straight to the point. Right now, I only want to know one thing, where is Su Muyang? Fang Yuanshan's eyes flickered as he pulled a note from his breast pocket and handed it to Su Miao. The address is written on this note. Su Miao glanced at the note before passing it to Lin Zhong. A chill flashed in her beautiful eyes. Thank you for your information, Mr. Fang. We'll take our leave now. Miss Su, do not forget our agreement. The Su family keeps its promises. With those words, Su Miao turned and walked away. Lin Zhong nodded to Fang Yuanshan and followed Su Miao out. A storm is brewing, Fang Yuanshan murmured to himself as he watched their receding figures. Was my choice truly the right one? Stepping out of the Imperial View Hotel, Su Miao pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Miss Su, hello. A man's voice answered from the other end. The voice was familiar to Lin Zhong. After a moment's recollection, he recognized it as that of Meng Zhengwei, the chief of police in Qingzhou City. Chief Meng, I was targeted again today at the Imperial View Hotel. Su Miao cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. Meng Zhengwei's voice abruptly grew louder on the other end. What? Are you unharmed, Miss Su? I'm fine. Lin Zhong took care of all 3 assassins.
That's good, that's good. Meng Xinghe exhaled in relief.
I'll send officers to the scene immediately.
Miss Su, could you hold on for a moment?
Director Meng, I called you specifically about this matter. I've tracked down the killer organization's trail, so I need some time to investigate.
Su Miao stated her request. Not too long, just 1 day. Afterward, I'll personally explain everything to you.
Meng Xinghe hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to Su Miao's request. After hanging up, Su Miao turned to Lin Zhong.
Let's go. It's time to meet my dear second brother. Chapter 158, Thunder Squad.
As she spoke, a cold smile played on Su Miao's lips. Lin Zhong studied Su Miao intently. Her expression was cold and resolute, a look that made Lin Zhong understand her decision was final, unshakable. Lin Zhong nodded silently, saying nothing as he maneuvered the Lamborghini out of the parking lot.
He drove Su Miao toward the address written on the note.
Seated in the passenger seat, Su Miao made several phone calls in quick succession, issuing a string of orders. At her command, her hidden forces in Xinghe finally activated, rumbling into motion. They coalesced into an invisible net, converging toward the location Su Miao had specified. Xinghe District, a certain warehouse. This warehouse had been abandoned for years, overgrown with weeds and rarely visited by people.
Not long ago, an unknown owner had purchased the derelict building.
No one knew who the buyer was or why they'd acquired it, nor did anyone care about such a trivial matter. Residents nearby had casually noticed that barbed wire fencing and surveillance cameras had appeared around the warehouse at some point, though the structure itself remained as dilapidated as ever. Late every night, several black SUVs would emerge from the warehouse, not returning until the early hours of the morning. Unbeknownst to anyone, this unassuming warehouse concealed an elite squad under Su Miao's command. Following her first assassination attempt, Su Miao had specifically transferred them from the capital to Xinghe. The 8-member unit had undergone specialized military training and was equipped with advanced weaponry manufactured by the Galaxy Military Industry Group, armed to the teeth. The Republic of Yanhuang enforced exceptionally strict gun control regulations, yet it did not prohibit private citizens from owning firearms. However, the Republic of Yanhuang explicitly forbids and absolutely does not tolerate the practice of aristocratic families maintaining private armies. Any such activity discovered is swiftly and decisively eradicated. Though the clans wielded considerable power, how could they possibly compare to the might of the state apparatus? Over the decades, countless aristocratic families have been crushed into oblivion by the state for crossing this red line. To avoid repeating this fate, these clans devised a solution, establishing bodyguard or security companies. Under the guise of legitimate businesses, they recruit personnel and train military-grade operatives. This approach not only cloaks their activities in legality but also grants them a degree of self-defense capability. The government generally turns a blind eye to these activities. As long as they don't overstep too far or cause excessive trouble, the authorities rarely intervene. This was a compromise between the government and the clans. The clans needed security, while the government needed national stability. As one of the direct heirs of the Su family, it was unsurprising that Su Miao possessed such a combat squad. Overseas, the Su family even maintained its own private army. Su Miao's tactical squad was similarly registered under a security company, though that firm served merely as a front-to-shell entity designed to conceal the squad's true purpose. The squad's captain, a man in his 30s, stood tall with thick brows and piercing eyes, radiating an aura of iron discipline. Upon receiving Su Miao's call, he immediately assembled his team and issued orders. We've just received a call from the 3rd Young Mississippi. She commands us to mobilize immediately and rendezvous with her. You have 3 minutes to prepare. We depart in 5 minutes. Yes, ma'am. All members of the tactical squad stood tall and responded in unison. On the outskirts of Xinghe City, a deep blue Lamborghini approached from the distance, pulling up silently by the roadside. Su Miao rolled down the window, resting an arm on the frame as she propped her chin and gazed out. From their vantage point, the lights of Jiangju's main city shimmered in the distance, a sea of cars flowing like a river. Bathed in the car's interior light, Su Miao's snow-white face radiated a breathtaking beauty. Lin Zhong, don't you have anything to say to me? Su Miao murmured softly, her eyes fixed on the window. Lin Zhong leaned back in the driver's seat, his eyes half closed, breathing faintly. What do you want to hear? He asked indifferently. Anything. I want to hear your thoughts. Alone together with no one else around, Su Miao's tone carried a rare hint of vulnerability. Was my decision too impulsive? It was a bit impulsive, but that makes it all the more unexpected. I doubt Su Muyang ever imagined you'd track him down so quickly. Lin Zhong replied calmly. Su Miao fell silent for a moment, pulling her gaze from the window and fixing it on Lin Chang's face. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. The conflict between Su Muyang and me has nothing to do with you. But now, I can't even tell you to stay out of it, because I need you so badly. I'm sorry. When those 5 words "I need you" came from Su Miao's lips, almost no one could refuse her request. A man with weaker resolve might have already flushed crimson with excitement, his blood boiling, willing to work himself to the bone or even sacrifice his life for her. Yet Lin Zhong remained utterly expressionless, his eyes still closed. It's fine.
Protecting you is my duty. No matter what you do or where you go, I'll always be by your side.
Su Miao gave a soft and watched Lin Zhong without speaking, only the captivating glimmer in her bright eyes gradually deepening.
Several minutes later,
the powerful roar of a car engine echoed from the distance. Hearing it, Lin Zhong abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light darting across his gaze. Su Miao also heard the sound and turned her gaze toward its source.
Two SUVs pulled up beside the Lamborghini. Doors swung open and 8 fully armed soldiers leaped out.
Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes, scanning the group.
These 8 soldiers were agile and efficient in their movements.
Their equipment was on par with that of special forces soldiers in the military, and the weapons in their hands were top-notch. It was clear that Su Miao had invested heavily in them. In any military unit, any one of these 8 would be considered elite. And elite soldiers naturally carried pride. When they saw Lin Zhong sitting in the car alongside Su Miao, anger flared in their eyes simultaneously. In their eyes, Su Miao wasn't just their boss, she was a goddess. Lin Chang's careless demeanor, his shabby clothes, and his slouching posture only fueled their displeasure. A mere driver and bodyguard dared to treat them this way. Third Miss, Thunder Squad is fully assembled. Please issue your orders. The tactical squad leader stood with legs together, back straight, and a solemn expression as he looked at Su Miao. The man beside me is Lin Chong Lin with double wood radicals, Chong with 1,000 miles.
Su Miao wasted no time, getting straight to the point. My order is simple, tonight, you must follow his commands. Chapter 159, a bunch of good-for-nothings.
The 7 Thunder Squad members, excluding the captain, exchanged glances. Shock and confusion flashed in each other's eyes, leaving them speechless for a moment.
Had they been soldiers, such reactions would never have surfaced.
For soldiers, obedience to orders is their sacred duty. They are not permitted to question superior commands, they must accept them without hesitation. However, while the 8 members of Thunder Squad had undergone rigorous military training, they were not soldiers at their core. They lacked the military mindset of absolute obedience to orders. Therefore, they were merely warriors.
When Su Miao's orders conflicted with their inner convictions, they instinctively felt resistance, not a matter of loyalty, but a primal reaction. What? Didn't you hear me?
Su Miao frowned, her voice turning cold.
Yes.
Under Su Miao's piercing gaze, the 7 warriors lowered their heads and responded listlessly. Though their equipment and combat skills rivaled those of special forces, their spirit of obedience fell far short. In the blink of an eye, their true colors were revealed. A surge of anger welled up in Su Miao's heart. She hadn't noticed it before, but now, compared to Lin Zhong, these 8 warriors whom she'd invested so much time, effort, and money to train were utterly useless.
Could these men possibly handle Su Muyang?
As this thought crossed her mind, Su Miao's gaze grew colder. She made up her mind, if this squad's performance tonight failed to satisfy her, there would be no need for them to continue existing.
Zhuan Yan, these are the men you brought?
Su Miao's expression remained impassive as her gaze shifted to the captain standing nearby. Under the intense gaze of Su Miao's clear, autumn water-like eyes, the captain named Zhuan Yan felt immense pressure. Especially the complete lack of emotion in her stare sent a chill down his spine. My apologies, 3rd Young Mississippi. This is entirely my fault for failing to discipline them properly, Zhuan Yan said, steeled for the confrontation. But you assigned an outsider to lead us, it's no wonder the members feel confused. Are you questioning my orders? Su Miao's voice grew colder. Not at all, Zhuan Yan shuddered, snapping to attention with a sharp crack. He turned and barked at the other 7, hold your heads up. Chest out.
Starving or something? Keep this up and I'll make you regret it. Under the captain's intimidating glare, the 7 Thunder Squad warriors finally perked up. They lifted their chins, squared their shoulders, and fixed their gazes straight ahead. Yet deep in their eyes, the skepticism and disdain toward Lin Zhong only deepened. Lin Zhong watched coldly, his conviction solidifying. Aside from the captain, none of these Thunder Squad members had ever seen real combat. Even the captain, a former soldier, had been dulled by a life of peace and comfort, learning to play mind games instead. Had he not deliberately indulged them, how could these Thunder Squad members have dared to defy Su Miao's orders? Su Miao was no fool. If Lin Zhong could see through them, she certainly could too. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes as her resolve hardened. She turned to Lin Zhong and said, these people are yours to handle. Do with them as you see fit. Don't concern yourself with my opinion. Fine. Lin Zhong was sparing with his words, uttering a single, flat syllable before opening the door and stepping out of the Lamborghini. His suit had once been exquisitely luxurious, but the earlier fight with the assassin had left it torn and tattered. The cuffs were ripped open, and both sleeves were completely gone, exposing his bronze-toned arms. Seeing Lin Chang's disheveled appearance, the disdain in the Thunder Squad members' eyes grew more pronounced. Even their captain, Zhuan Yan, wore a peculiar expression. Lin Zhong walked up to them, his gaze sweeping over each face before suddenly declaring, bunch of losers. What did you say? The member who disliked Lin Zhong the most immediately bristled, and the others glared at him angrily. I said, you are all good-for-nothings. Lin Zhong enunciated each syllable deliberately. What gives you the right to talk about us? Another member couldn't hold back his anger. Don't believe me? Come try it. Lin Zhong beckoned with a finger. You don't like me? I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Hurry up, don't waste time. I'll take you on.
The first speaker handed his gun to a teammate, flexing his muscles as he stepped forward. Tall and powerfully built, with broad shoulders and a thick waist, he radiated raw strength.
My name is Zhu Tai. Remember it, because I'm going to beat you. Anyone can talk big.
The real question is whether you've got the skills to back it up.
A faint sneer touched Lin Zhong's lips, an expression the others found infuriating. Go ahead. Show me your best moves. Let's see just how good you really are. Rage surged within Zhu Tai.
With a low growl, his two massive hands lunged toward Lin Zhong's shoulders. But just as his hands were about to touch Lin Zhong's body, he suddenly felt the world spinning wildly. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he crashed to the ground with a thud. Not only was Zhu Tai himself unaware of what had transpired, but even the members of the Thunder Squad watching from the sidelines couldn't make out exactly what had happened.
Is that all you've got?
Lin Chang's voice rang out, dripping with scorn.
Zhu Tai, enraged by humiliation, sprang up like a carp leaping from the water and lunged at Lin Zhong once more.
Thud. Another dull thud echoed as Zhu Tai crashed back to the ground, landing in the exact same position as before.
Again! Lin Zhong raised his chin toward the fallen Zhu Tai.
Gritting his teeth, an overwhelming sense of humiliation welling up inside him, Zhu Tai scrambled to his feet. This time he'd learned his lesson. Unlike the previous two attempts, he approached Lin Zhong steadily and cautiously. But the outcome remained unchanged from the previous two attempts. Thud. 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 Zhu Tai had lost count of how many times he'd gotten back up. All he knew was that each time he rose, this demonic man would knock him back down.
No mercy. No mercy.
Only now did Zhu Tai realize that the strength he had always prided himself on meant nothing against this man. His body felt as fragile as a scarecrow under this man's hands. With each brutal throw, Zhu Tai's strength drained away, vanishing alongside his dignity and confidence. Every member of Thunder Squad stood utterly silent, teeth clenched, eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhong's figure. No matter how many times he threw Zhu Tai to the ground, Lin Zhong's face remained utterly expressionless, consistently cold, consistently calm. This devil. Watching Zhu Tai get thrown down again and again, they dared not underestimate Lin Zhong in the slightest anymore. They were proud, but not foolish. They could clearly see that Lin Zhong's strength far surpassed their own. Otherwise, how could he toy with Zhu Tai, the strongest among them, with such effortless ease? They weren't unwilling to intervene, but a single glance from Lin Zhong froze them in their tracks, paralyzing them so completely they couldn't even take a single step forward. Chapter 160, The Good Cop, Bad Cop. Enough! When Lin Zhong threw Zhu Tai to the ground once more, Zhuang Yan finally lost his patience. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "If Zhu Tai is no match for you, why must you humiliate him so? He is still a warrior." Zhu Tai gasped for breath, covered in mud, struggling to rise from the ground. But his limbs refused to obey him, and he collapsed again halfway up. "He should have anticipated this outcome before stepping forward to challenge me," Lin Zhong remarked, turning his head toward Zhuang Yan and raising an eyebrow. "Captain Zhuang, have you suddenly remembered that you're a warrior now?" Zhuang Yan's expression darkened. He lowered his eyes, unable to meet Lin Chang's gaze. "Since you know your soldiers, don't forget whose soldiers you are." Lin Chang's tone grew colder, his gaze sharper. "Where did your equipment come from? Where did your food, clothing, and supplies come from? Who trained you to be soldiers? Whose orders should you follow?" At Lin Chang's words, shame washed over the faces of every member of Thunder Squad. "You are Su Miao's blades. The only thing you should do, the only thing you can do, is obey Su Miao's commands. Never question, never hesitate. Clear every enemy blocking her path." Lin Chang's blade-like gaze swept across each face, piercing deep into their hearts. In the darkness, Lin Chang's voice continued, sharp as a blade, showing no mercy. "You have utterly failed in your duty as warriors. As you stand now, you are utterly useless to Su Miao. Where were you when she faced danger? Where were you when she was targeted for assassination? When she needed you most, you resisted her orders. I call you all useless trash. Is there a problem with that?" No one dared to contradict Lin Zhong. All heads hung low, not a word uttered. Their faces burned with stinging pain, as if they'd been slapped dozens of times. Zhu Tai, lying motionless on the ground, ceased struggling. His eyes closed, fists clenched, his expression twisted with profound regret. Sitting in the car, Su Miao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This was the first time she'd seen Lin Zhong like this. She'd never imagined the usually taciturn Lin Zhong possessed such eloquence. Time and again, Lin Zhong shattered Su Miao's expectations, forcing her to see him in a new light. His words voiced everything she herself had wanted to say. "Third young miss, we apologize. We were wrong." Zhuang Yan took a deep breath, turned to face Su Miao, and knelt on one knee, his head bowed low. "Please grant us a chance to atone for our mistakes." The others knelt on one knee as well, pleading for Su Miao's forgiveness. "I've already stated your fate rests in Lin Chang's hands. How he chooses to handle you is beyond my interference," Su Miao declared. Her gaze shifted toward Lin Zhong, meeting his deeply meaningful stare. Understanding the implication in his eyes, she changed her tone.
However, I am willing to grant you a chance. Tonight, prove yourselves. Let me witness the results of your training.
Lin Zhong had played the stern enforcer, now it was her turn to be the benevolent one. This was precisely Lin Chang's plan. He would play the villain, then Su Miao would play the savior. First the stick, then the carrot, a strategy designed to completely win over the Thunder Squad.
True to form, the Thunder team was deeply moved by Su Miao's magnanimity, each vowing their loyalty to her. Shu Tai finally scrambled to his feet.
Though Lin Zhong had thrown him to the ground over a dozen times, he'd always controlled his strength precisely, using skillful force that never truly harmed him.
Shu Tai harbored no resentment whatsoever.
On the contrary, he felt genuine awe toward Lin Zhong. Only those who had actually fought Lin Zhong knew just how terrifying he truly was.
After calming the crowd, Su Miao handed the floor to Lin Zhong.
Lin Zhong crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping across the group.
Now, are you willing to obey my commands?
Yes. The 8 members of the Thunder Squad stood ramrod straight, their chests puffed out, their voices ringing with resolve, displaying a completely different spirit. Your mission tonight is to accompany us to Su Muyang's hideout and drag him out.
Lin Chang's eyes gleamed in the darkness. We don't know how many men are with Su Muyang, so our operation must be swift, ruthless, and precise.
Strike when they least expect it, catch them off guard, and end the fight before they can react. Several kilometers outside the main urban area of Xinghe City lay an unnamed, low-lying hill. Scattered across its slopes were a cluster of villas. According to intelligence provided by Fang Yuanshan, Su Muyang was hiding within one of them.
Yet even with Fang Yuanshan's capabilities, this was the limit of his intelligence. He had no clue which specific villa Su Muyang occupied. A Lamborghini and 2 SUVs pulled up at the base of the hill.
8 Thunder Squad operatives leaped out first, spreading around the Lamborghini with guns drawn, maintaining vigilant watch.
Lin Zhong emerged from the Lamborghini, squinting up at the dark-shrouded hill with an expressionless face.
Several minutes later, he returned to the vehicle and noticed that Su Miao now held a pistol in her hand.
Are you really coming with us? Lin Zhong frowned.
I didn't come here to stand by and watch, Su Miao replied calmly, deftly releasing the safety, removing the magazine, and reloading.
Don't mistake me for a helpless damsel. While I can't match your skill, I've trained in marksmanship.
Learning to shoot is different from killing, Lin Zhong said flatly. Besides, we need to adjust our plan.
Go ahead. Thunder Squad will handle your security.
I'll locate Su Muyang's hideout and extract him. This isn't what we originally agreed upon, Su Miao paused, furrowing her elegant brows as she glanced sideways at Lin Zhong.
Why change the plan? Because my gut tells me this is a trap that's been set long ago.
Lin Zhong took the pistol from Su Miao's hand, examined it briefly, then tucked it into his coat.
My top priority is protecting your safety. I can't risk your life. Why do you think it's a trap? Could Fang Yuanshan be deceiving us? Su Miao's expression shifted slightly. Fang Yuanshan isn't deceiving us. But what if this information was deliberately leaked by Su Muyang?
Lin Zhong sat up straight, his expression serious. I don't believe someone capable of planting a mole right beside you would carelessly reveal their own whereabouts unless it was intentional. And this mountain, far from the city, is the perfect place to set a trap. Su Miao fell silent, lowering her eyelids. Her cherry lips pressed tightly together, and her thick lashes trembled slightly, clearly engaged in an intense internal struggle.
I trust your judgment.
Then, tonight's operation is cancelled.
Several minutes later, Su Miao managed to say with difficulty. No need to cancel. Just wait at the mountain's base for my signal.
Lin Zhong shed his jacket, revealing only a black t-shirt. He tore off the frayed hem of his pants to avoid hindering his movements. If Su Muyang is truly here, I'll bring him right to you.
Chapter 161, Birds of a Feather. No!
Su Miao seized Lin Chang's arm, her bright eyes locked on his as she shook her head slowly yet firmly.
I can't let you take this risk. To me, you matter far more than Su Muyang.
After speaking, Su Miao seemed to realize the ambiguity in her words. Her snow-white cheeks flushed slightly, yet her delicate hand remained clasped around Lin Chang's arm. A warmth spread through Lin Chang's heart, and his usually flat voice softened slightly. President, you should have faith in me. It's simply not possible, Su Miao insisted stubbornly, biting her lower lip.
Very well. I'll go investigate. If it's a trap, I'll return immediately.
Lin Zhong settled for the next best option.
After all, this is a prime opportunity to capture Su Muyang, isn't it? Su Miao hesitated, then released her grip. Remember what you said. If there's danger, come back immediately. You won't let me risk my life, and I expect the same from you.
Lin Zhong nodded solemnly, waved to Su Miao, and stepped out of the Lamborghini. Su Miao remained seated in the car, her gaze unfocused as she watched Lin Chang's figure gradually recede into the distance, lost in her own thoughts. Lin Zhong chose to go alone to Su Muyang's hideout not to play the hero, but for himself. The attack by Bloodblade's 4 elite assassins had made one thing crystal clear to Lin Zhong: Su Muyang and Bloodblade's targets weren't just Su Miao, they included him as well. Though he didn't know how Bloodblade had uncovered his true identity, none of that mattered now. What mattered was that Bloodblade would never abandon its quest for revenge against him. Therefore, if he wanted peace and security, and to protect those close to him, he had to uproot Bloodblade completely, eradicate them utterly, and eliminate the threat forever.
Su Muyang and the Bloodblade organization were partners. Finding Su Muyang would undoubtedly lead to the Bloodblade organization. This was Lin Chang's true objective. Protect the third young Mrs. Safety. At the first sign of trouble, leave this place immediately. Don't wait for me to return. Lin Zhong summoned Zhuan Yan and instructed him in a low voice. Zhuan Yan nodded firmly. Rest assured, we've made that mistake once and that's enough. We won't make the same mistake twice. Lin Zhong patted Zhuan Yan on the shoulder, then turned and walked resolutely into the darkness. It was the dead of night, pitch black in the mountain forest. To maintain secrecy, Lin Zhong carried no light source. What would be treacherous terrain for ordinary people felt like second nature to him. His figure moved through the woods like a ghost in the night. Within a mere 10 minutes, he reached the villa closest to the mountain's base. After a quick scan of its surroundings, he stealthily moved toward another villa. After scouting 7 or 8 villas, Lin Zhong finally stopped. It was an ordinary 3-story villa, outwardly indistinguishable from the others. Yet, before its front door, Lin Zhong noticed a dense cluster of footprints. His eyes, specially trained for night vision, allowed him to see clearly in the darkness. Even without artificial light, the faint starlight and the dim glow from the villa enabled him to observe the surroundings with perfect clarity. The dense footprints all led toward the interior of the villa, not a single pair pointed outward. In other words, all the footprints belonged to people who had entered the villa, not a single one led out. What this meant was self-evident. This is the place. Lin Zhong glanced up at the sky. The night was pitch black with a fierce wind, the moon bright and the stars sparse, perfect weather for murder. His body shot forward like a leopard, swift and agile as a cat, vanishing instantly from his hiding spot into the shadows beside the villa. Then, using both hands and feet, he scrambled up the villa's wall with a series of soft, muffled sounds. Not a single sound escaped him throughout the entire maneuver. As a member of the Beidou unit specializing in sabotage, assassination, raids, and reconnaissance, the Breaking Army, this sort of operation was second nature to Lin Zhong, executed with effortless ease. Inside the villa, the spacious living room contained only a few sofas, nothing else. Seated on one of them was a strikingly handsome young man. Dressed in a burgundy suit, he sat with one leg crossed over the other, leaning back against the sofa. One hand held a glass brimming with red wine, while the other tapped lightly on his thigh as he rested his eyes. Resting in his embrace was a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting black bodysuit. Her figure was voluptuous, her long hair gathered in a bun. As her beautiful eyes darted about, they radiated a captivating allure. Behind the young man stood a man in his 40s, hands clasped behind his back. Dressed in a butler-like tailcoat, one hand hanging at his side, the other holding a silver tray bearing a wine bottle, he stood as rigid as a pine tree, a lifeless statue frozen in place. Across from the young man on the sofa sat another man. Dressed in a white suit with a blood-red tie, he wore a white mask over his face. Behind the mask, his eyes were as cold and venomous as a snake's. "Blood Chief," the handsome youth murmured, eyes closed, "I hear you've sent men to trouble Su Miao again? I warned you not to act rashly recently. Did you take my words as wind passing by your ears?" The man behind the white mask, Blood Chief, leader of the Bloodblade organization, felt a cold gleam flash in his eyes. "Second Master Su, I hope you understand this, ours is a partnership. I am neither your subordinate nor your servant. Do not speak to me as if I were. I'd be happy to treat you with courtesy, but who's to blame for your incompetence? 2 consecutive assassination failures have only served to make Su Miao distrust me for no reason, costing me a significant portion of my influence in Xinghe." Su Muyang's hand, which had been slapping his thigh, froze. His eyes snapped open, radiating an air of supreme authority. "After 2 consecutive failures, I'm afraid I have absolutely no confidence in you anymore. That leaves me no choice but to handle this personally. Second Master Su, rest assured this time." A smug, cold chuckle emerged from behind the Blood Chief mask, sounding slightly unnatural due to the obstruction. "I've dispatched 4 elite assassins. Failure is impossible this time. The previous setbacks were caused by unexpected variables appearing around Su Miao." "Variable? What variable?" "A retired Special Forces soldier. I don't know his real name, but his code name is Break Army. He's Su Miao's bodyguard now. Both previous assassination attempts were thwarted by him." Even after all this time, Blood Chief still gritted his teeth with hatred whenever he uttered the words Break Army. "Pujuan? I've heard that name. Wasn't it under this man that Bloodblade suffered a major setback, leaving you severely weakened?" Su Muyang's lips curved into an ambiguous smile as his fingers traced the back of the woman nestled against his chest, causing her slender frame to shiver and twist. "For such a troublesome opponent, do you really think sending 4 elite assassins will be enough?" Chapter 162, Hidden Agendas. If he were still in the military, we'd be powerless against him. But times have changed. How much trouble could one man stir up now? The Blood Chief spoke with absolute confidence. 4 gold medal assassins? Even a Dark Force master could handle them easily. So, Second Master Su, please be patient. We'll just wait for the good news. Su Muyan lifted his crystal wineglass, sipping lightly with an air of regal composure and elegant poise. Since you put it that way, I'll wait and see. However, if you fail again this time, our agreement ends here. You'll have to fend for yourselves from now on. A flicker of suppressed anger crossed the Blood Chief's eyes. He was deeply irritated by Su Muyan's dismissive attitude. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Though he was the leader of an assassin organization and a master of the dark force himself, he still had to keep his tail between his legs in front of Su Muyang. For the youth before him was no ordinary rich kid, he was the legitimate heir of the Su family, wielding immense power and backed by the full might of his clan. He had invested immense effort to establish this connection with Su Muyang. With Su's backing and the support of his family's resources, the Bloodblade organization's resurgence would be effortless. Even greater ambitions were within reach. For his ambitions, the Blood Chief was willing to temporarily lower his stature and play the subordinate. But once Bloodblade returned to its former glory, if Su Muyang dared to treat him with such an attitude, then he wouldn't mind letting Su Muyang know what the wrath of Bloodblade truly meant. The shift in the Blood Chief's gaze did not escape Su Muyang's notice, but he paid it no mind whatsoever. A mere leader of an assassin organization, thinking he was someone important? Once he became the head of the Su family, eliminating him would be as easy as crushing an ant. But for now, Bloodblade still held some utility. Dealing with Su Miao required their assistance, so Su Muyang forced himself to suppress his inner loathing and engage the Blood Chief in polite pretense. Just as Su Muyang and the Blood Chief each harbored their own hidden agendas, a large man in a black suit, his expression grim, hurried into the living room from outside. He leaned close to the Blood Chief's ear and whispered a few words. Snap! Whatever the man said proved too much for the Blood Chief, whose deep composure shattered. He crushed the glass in his hand to shards, sending glass fragments flying and spilling crimson wine across the floor. The face behind the mask turned ashen in an instant. Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, his previously languid gaze slowly turning cold. Seems like more bad news. Speak. What happened? Blood Chief seemed on the verge of exploding, but under Su Muyang's icy glare, he forced himself to hold back. After several ragged breaths, he finally spoke. The assassination attempt failed again. His voice was hoarse and dry, each word a struggle to utter. Just as I expected. A waste of space is a waste of space, Su Muyang said expressionlessly, downing the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Tell me the details. Blood Chief clenched his fists so tightly his nails nearly dug into his flesh. Though Su Muyang had branded him a failure, he had no time to dwell on such trivialities now. For elite assassins sent to take out the target, only to have 3 of them killed and the remaining one scared out of his wits. For the Bloodblade organization, this was an unbearable loss. Now, the Bloodblade organization had only 3 gold-rank assassins left alive. A mere handful, pitifully few. I dispatched Bloodhand, Bloodfawn, Bloodtongue, and Bloodthistle to assassinate Pajun. Yet somehow the operation was compromised. Only Bloodfawn escaped, the other 3 were killed. Blood Chief steadied himself, suppressing his inner turmoil. Even now, he couldn't resist spinning the failure as a leak, forcing calmness into his voice as he said, our intelligence was flawed. Pei-jun's strength far exceeded our estimates. Second Master, what should we do next? Even Blood Chief himself didn't notice how his tone had unconsciously grown deferential while speaking to Su Muyang. Second Master Su and Second Master, though differing by only one character, the significance was entirely distinct. Rest assured, I never pinned my hopes on you lot. Su Muyang gave the woman nestled in his arms a light pat on her firm buttocks. She let out a playful pout and straightened up from his embrace. I originally intended to give you a chance to prove your worth, but who can blame you for being hopeless? Blood Chief, I'll be blunt, if you obediently handle matters for me from now on, I'm still willing to support you. Otherwise, we'll part ways. What do you say? The news of Bloodblade's demise was actually welcome news to Su Muyang, as it presented him with a golden opportunity to subdue the Bloodblade organization. Given his status, once he'd made up his mind, there was no need for pretense. He laid his cards on the table, utterly unconcerned with the Blood Chief's feelings. The face beneath the Blood Chief's mask flushed alternately pale and crimson, seething with humiliation. Yet he possessed no leverage to bargain with Su Muyang now. Refusing Su Muyang's demands would likely mean never leaving this villa alive. The Second Master is correct. I shall rely on you henceforth. Faced with overwhelming circumstances, Blood Chief accepted his fate with stoicism. Rising from the sofa, he bowed deeply to Su Muyang. Please look after me. Haha, very well. Su Muyang nodded with satisfaction, pinching the cheek of the woman in his arms. Chiang, fetch Blood Chief a fresh cup. I wish to drink with him. Just then, another man strode in from outside, clad in camouflage and his face painted with war paint. Tall and muscular, he moved with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger. His eyes were cold, radiating a murderous aura. Wearing a bulletproof vest, he carried an assault rifle on his back and grenades strapped to his waist, fully armed, no exaggeration. Young Master Air, the fish has taken the bait. The moment he entered the living room, the man spoke bluntly, paying no heed to Blood Chief's presence. We just received word, 3 vehicles are parked at the mountain's base.
One is a Lamborghini, the other 2 are military off-roaders. That Lamborghini matches 3rd Miss's vehicle exactly.
We've determined 3rd Miss is inside.
Su Muyang's eyes lit up, a smug, cold smile spreading across his face as he drained his glass of red wine. I knew she wouldn't be able to resist once she got my message.
Move now. Bring her to me.
After speaking, Su Muyang added, if anyone tries to stop you, kill them on sight.
Those final 4 words were laced with murderous intent. Understood. The camouflage-clad man turned and walked away without hesitation, demonstrating decisive efficiency.
Bloodchief stared in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before him.
After a long moment, he cautiously asked, Second Master, what is this? Chapter 163, Dark Raid. Nothing. Just bait I cast out.
Finally, a fish took the hook. Su Muyang had no intention of explaining to the Blood Chief. Your assassination attempt finally served some purpose, at least it enraged my dear sister enough that she'd willingly put herself in danger to seek revenge against me. Now I'll see just how she plans to escape my grasp. Su Muyang's hand clenched abruptly, his voice brimming with absolute confidence. Lin Zhong clung to the villa wall like a giant gecko, moving slowly and silently as he scaled toward the roof. Through the walls, he could still clearly hear footsteps inside the villa. The footsteps were steady and powerful, without a hint of superficiality, revealing a physical prowess that was clearly above average. Lin Zhong held his breath, his breathing barely perceptible, his heartbeat slowed to a minimum. Yet his body climbed relentlessly upward, reaching the villa's top floor in moments. He dug his hands deep into the villa's wall, simultaneously exerting force from his waist, abdomen, and legs. With a mid-air somersault against the wall, his feet landed firmly on the villa's roof. Crouching low, Lin Zhong scanned the surroundings with a single glance, taking in the entire villa's perimeter. This really is a trap, the thought flashed through his mind. Not far away, 2 men clad in camouflage and fully armed stood in the shadows of the rooftop terrace. Submachine guns slung across their backs, one hand clutching cigarettes, they puffed smoke into the air. Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the 2 men. His gaze was intense, like a predator lurking in the shadows, studying its prey. Through observation, Lin Zhong could confirm that these 2 men were not soldiers from the military, but mercenaries of the sort. If they were soldiers, their discipline would never be this lax, nor their attitude this careless. Only mercenaries would smoke while on guard duty. This made perfect sense. The military was the nation's sharpest weapon, how could it possibly serve as Su Muyang's personal bodyguards? Since they were mercenaries, that made things straightforward. The 2 mercenaries had no idea that death had already crept silently above their heads. Lin Zhong leapt lightly, like a giant cat pouncing from the rooftop. He landed silently behind them, both hands darting out without hesitation to seize their necks. Snap! Before one man could even utter a sound, Lin Zhong snapped his neck in an instant. The other man, though his neck wasn't snapped, couldn't utter a sound either. Lin Chang's gaze was cold as ice as he tightened his grip, lifting the man effortlessly with one hand. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't budge an inch. After several minutes, the man's eyes rolled back, his struggles grew slower and slower, until he finally fell unconscious. Lin Zhong released his grip, setting the man on the ground, and listened intently. Only after confirming no one was approaching did he tear off a piece of cloth to gag the man. He then dislocated all 4 of his limbs before punching him hard in the chest, jolting him awake. I ask, you answer. No tricks, or you die. Lin Zhong wasted no words, placing his hand on the man's neck, his voice cold as ice. A look of utter resignation flashed in the man's eyes. He closed them, refusing to acknowledge Lin Zhong, his expression one of acceptance of death. As a veteran soldier specializing in sabotage and assassination, Lin Zhong knew exactly how to interrogate an enemy. His expression remained impassive as he raised his left hand, palm like a blade, and thrust forcefully into the man's ribs, channeling hidden force from his fingertips. Gah! The man lying on the ground pretending to be dead suddenly snapped his eyes open. Bloodshot and wildly dilated, his eyes bulged as his face contorted into a grotesque mask of agony. His body convulsed violently like a dying fish, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Within mere seconds, his camouflage uniform was soaked through. Only when the man was nearly unconscious from agony did Lin Zhong slap him again, dispelling the pain. Are you willing to talk now? The man nodded vigorously, his eyes seemingly filled with terror. He never wanted to experience that excruciating agony again. Lin Zhong pulled the cloth from the man's mouth. The moment it was removed, a startling light flared in the man's eyes, and he opened his mouth to scream. Snap! A crisp snap echoed. Before the first syllable could escape his lips, Lin Zhong snapped his neck cleanly. A tough bastard, but we're sworn enemies. Since you won't play nice, I'll just have to send you on your way. Lin Zhong closed the man's eyes, which remained wide open in death, murmuring to himself. His ears twitched. His body flickered, and he darted to the edge of the rooftop, gazing down below. The villa's gates swung open abruptly as several Humvees roared out, speeding down the mountain. Each vehicle was packed with heavily armed mercenaries. Lin Zhong even spotted heavy weapons like rocket launchers in their hands. Watching them disappear into the distance, Lin Chang's expression darkened slightly. He pulled out his phone and dialed Su Miao's number.
Hello, Lin.
A few seconds later, Su Miao's melodious voice came through the phone.
Get out of there immediately. Return to the main city as fast as you can.
Lin Zhong cut her off, his voice urgent and rapid.
Su Muyang has spotted you. A team of mercenaries is heading your way. Got it, I'm leaving immediately. Su Miao was no ordinary girl. Upon receiving Lin Chang's warning, she made a decisive decision.
Lin Zhong, you be extra careful. Seconds later, the 3 vehicles at the mountain's base turned around and headed toward the main city. Lin Zhong hung up the call and stood still, deep in thought. Slowly, 2 points of cold light began to gleam in his calm, indifferent eyes. Though this sudden turn of events was unexpected, it presented him with a prime opportunity to capture Su Muyang. Most of the mercenaries at the villa had gone after Su Miao, leaving the defenses significantly weakened. Su Muyang might have elite bodyguards, but when it came to one-on-one combat, Lin Zhong never feared anyone.
Lin Zhong took a deep breath. Once he made up his mind, there would be no wavering. Bang!
Lin Zhong kicked open the iron gate leading from the rooftop into the villa's interior, barging in with utter audacity.
The gate couldn't withstand Lin Chang's terrifying force.
It twisted and deformed, flying entirely into the villa interior before slamming hard against the wall. The deafening crash sent a cloud of dust flying. The sudden flying gate startled the 2 assassins guarding the villa. Su Muyang's mercenary squad had already gone after Su Miao, so the villa's defense was now handled by assassins from the Bloodied organization. When these 2 assassins saw Lin Zhong, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In sheer shock, they instinctively raised their pistols, aiming at Lin Zhong. But before they could pull the trigger, Lin Zhong had already charged forward, grabbed them by the collars, and flung them aside. Both assassins, each over 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing over 260 pounds, were tossed aside by Lin Zhong as if they were ragdolls. They tumbled down the stairs, landing with their heads split open and blood streaming.
Chapter 164, Settling the Score. The tremendous commotion upstairs instantly alerted everyone in the living room below.
Su Muyang remained lazily reclined on the sofa, unmoving. Behind him, a middle-aged man in a tailcoat lifted his head and looked upward. The man tilted his head slightly, his ears twitching. For the first time, he spoke. Second young master, intruders have breached the upper floor and are currently engaged in combat with Bloodblade operatives.
Uncle Yen, how many are there?
Only one. Seems quite skilled. He's closing in on us rapidly. The man called Uncle Yen by Su Muyang remained utterly composed, his voice level and unruffled.
Shall I take care of him?
Steward Yen, remain here to protect the second young master.
I'll handle this intruder.
Blood Chief rose from the sofa, stretching his limbs. Behind his mask, his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. Whoever he is, I'll tear him limb from limb. Blood Chief was already seething with pent-up rage. He made up his mind to torture this intruder mercilessly, venting his pent-up fury.
Then it's yours.
Su Muyang swirled his wineglass and waved his hand casually.
Take all your men with you. Since Uncle Yen said the intruder is skilled, I doubt you can handle him alone.
Blood Chief gritted his teeth inwardly.
Su Muyang's nonchalant attitude made him feel intensely humiliated.
He was, after all, the leader of the Bloodblade organization and a master of hidden strength. Yet here he was, reduced to playing the enforcer, unable to show even a hint of discontent. Only Blood Chief himself knew the true nature of his inner turmoil.
Follow me. Blood Chief didn't want to linger another second in Su Muyang's presence.
With a vicious wave of his hand, he led a group of assassins charging up the villa's second-floor stairs. The moment Blood Chief stepped onto the second-floor staircase, a massive dark shadow hurtled toward him. Without hesitation, Blood Chief unleashed a punch, sending the figure flying. The moment his fist made contact, he sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late to pull back. The figure was sent flying several meters by the blow, landing with a thud. Its body twitched a few times before life left it. It was a Bloodblade assassin. His eyes were wide with terror, blood streaming from his nose, eyes, and ears. He had been killed by a single punch from the Blood Chief. Blood Chief's cheek twitched, his brow pulsed, and the expression behind his mask darkened to its deepest shade. His gaze swept across the second floor, instantly taking in the situation, and his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. A youth with an ordinary face and indifferent eyes stood at the staircase entrance, looking directly at him. Both of the youth's hands were wrapped in bandages. The originally white bandages were now stained crimson with blood, whether his own or someone else's, it was impossible to tell. At the young man's feet lay the assassins in black suits, sprawled across the floor. Some had severed arms, others severed legs. Screams and moans rose and fell in waves. Blood Chief felt a sense of familiarity toward the young man, yet he couldn't immediately place where he had seen him before. "Who are you?" After uttering these words, the Blood Chief gave a signal. Instantly, the assassins behind him drew their pistols, aiming them at the youth standing at the stairwell entrance. Lin Zhong hooked a corpse with his toe, flipping it over to shield himself with one hand.
Didn't you send 4 men to kill me? Now that I'm standing before you, you don't even recognize me?
Lin Chang's words exploded like thunder in the Blood Chief's ears. Behind the mask, the Blood Chief's eyes suddenly turned blood red. His teeth clenched with a grinding sound as his voice dripped with endless venom. "You're the destroyer." The assassins behind the blood chief stirred, glaring at Lin Zhong with teeth clenched, their expressions screaming a desire to devour him alive.
"That's right. It's me."
Facing the murderous glare of this horde of assassins, Lin Chang's gaze was as cold as ice, his chill piercing to the bone. "I came here to settle things with you once and for all.
This day next year will be your death anniversary. Those words should be mine to say to you. You chose hell over heaven."
Blood Chief suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, yanking off his mask to reveal a pallid, bloodless face.
"I hadn't even sought you out, yet you've come to throw yourself into the abyss. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. To thank you for walking into this trap, I won't kill you immediately."
At this point, the Blood Chief's expression abruptly shifted, becoming savagely cruel. "I'll start by flaying your skin, then slice you into 1,000 pieces bit by bit. Only then will my hatred be sated.
I stand right here. If you've got the guts, come get me."
No matter how savage the Blood Chief appeared, Lin Chang's expression remained unchanged. The only shift was in his gaze, growing ever more icy.
"Shoot him."
The Blood Chief pointed at Lin Zhong and bellowed the order. The assassins beside him, already beyond restraint, pulled the triggers without hesitation upon receiving their leader's command.
The rapid succession of gunfire, bang, 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 dense as firecrackers sent bullets flying like locusts, riddling the corpse, shielding Lin Zhong with countless holes.
As the shots rang out, Lin Zhong flung the corpse aside. Planting one hand on the ground, he executed a backflip midair, diving into a nearby corner. Mid-flip, he drew a pistol from his waistband and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. 3 bullets pierced the foreheads of 3 assassins, exiting through the back of their skulls, exploding into a spray of red and white blood. Lin Zhong was not merely a martial artist, he was also a warrior. The training he had undergone was ultimately designed for killing, and his primary concern was how to make the process as efficient as possible. If these assassins had tossed their pistols and charged at Lin Zhong for hand-to-hand combat, he might have had a real headache.
But they chose to engage him in a gunfight instead, utterly reckless.
Lin Zhong casually snatched a pistol from a corpse on the ground. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he kicked a body aside, his body darting forward immediately after it. Most of the firepower was drawn to the corpse, bullets pouring down upon it. Not a single shot aimed at Lin Zhong hit their mark, each one easily dodged by him.
Bang! 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 Both pistols in Lin Chang's hands fired simultaneously. The cramped space left the assassins no room to dodge.
At such close range, misses were nearly impossible. With every shot Lin Zhong fired, another assassin fell, each bullet striking precisely between the eyebrows. Within moments, 7 or 8 more assassin corpses littered the floor. Had Blood Chief not reacted swiftly, pulling 2 assassins in front of him before Lin Zhong fired, he himself would have been shot in the head from the start. Even so, the Blood Chief was drenched in cold sweat. As for the remaining assassins, they were utterly terrified by Lin Zhong. They weren't strangers to taking lives, but they had never witnessed anyone reaping death with such effortless ease. The twin pistols in Lin Chang's hands were like the Grim Reaper's scythe. When the bullets flew, there was nowhere to hide, no escape, death was the only outcome.
"He's not human, he's a demon."
The assassins stared at Lin Zhong with terror-filled eyes.
Suddenly, someone let out a piercing scream and turned to flee. Chapter 165, Eliminating the Threat. The assassins' confidence had been utterly shattered by Lin Zhong. Even with their leader, Blood Chief, present, he could not halt their rout. In an instant, most of the surviving assassins fled, leaving only Blood Chief and a handful of others behind. The power Lin Zhong had displayed utterly dwarfed their own, they were simply not on the same level. Despite firing their guns in unison, they hadn't managed to leave a single scratch on Lin Zhong. Blood Chief's heart plummeted. A chill rose from his core. The corpses strewn across the ground finally snapped his hatred-clouded mind back to clarity. He discarded the assassin's corpse shielding him, darting into a corner. Glancing back, he saw that aside from a handful of loyalists, the rest had vanished without a trace. His heart bled. It's over. Completely over. I hate him. All my hard work over the past decade, destroyed by this bastard. Blood Chief gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. His hatred for Lin Zhong was so deep that even the combined waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas couldn't wash it away. Lin Zhong couldn't care less about what Blood Chief was thinking. Even after killing so many, he didn't bat an eyelid. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, taking down the last 4 assassins surrounding Blood Chief. Since entering the realm of hidden force, Lin Chang's vision, stamina, and reflexes had all surged dramatically. These assassins had never been his match before now, dispatching them was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Only you remain. Lin Zhong tossed aside his pistol and approached the Blood Chief with measured steps. Are you prepared to die? The bodies of the assassins littered the second floor of the villa, the floor drenched in blood. Wherever Lin Zhong walked, a trail of bloody footprints followed. Blood Chief clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhong, yet his body slowly retreated. Though he refused to admit it, he knew he was no match for Lin Zhong alone. He was an assassin, not a reckless fighter. Charging headlong into a hopeless battle wasn't his style.
His sole desire now was to retreat to the living room, rally the others, eliminate Lin Zhong, and then grind this despicable man to dust. I admit I underestimated you, Blood Chief sneered coldly, retreating step by step down the staircase. His voice dripped with venom. But do you think this will kill me? No. Today, you die. After I kill you, I will tear every one of your loved ones limb from limb. You will burn in hell, forever regretting your actions. Hearing the Blood Chief's venomous words, Lin Chang's eyes remained utterly still, devoid of even a flicker of killing intent. For all his killing intent had settled deep within his heart, transforming into an indifference that ignored everything. Nothing could stop him from killing the Blood Chief. If a god dared to stand in his way, he would slay the god. If a Buddha dared to block his path, he would slay the Buddha. Under Lin Chang's impassive gaze, the pressure on the Blood Chief grew heavier. His entire body was taut as a bowstring, his vigilance heightened to the extreme, fearing Lin Zhong might suddenly strike. Yet Lin Chang's pace remained steady and measured. Aside from steadily closing the distance, he made no other move, leaving the Blood Chief somewhat perplexed. After several seconds, the Blood Chief finally retreated to the staircase entrance of the living room. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Muyang rise from the sofa. The middle-aged man who had been standing behind Su Muyang now stepped in front of him, his expression as still as water as he watched the scene unfold. They weren't blind or deaf. With such a commotion upstairs, how could they possibly remain unaware? Upon seeing the assassins who had escaped downstairs, Su Muyang realized a formidable figure had infiltrated his villa. But Su Muyang didn't flee. No matter how formidable the opponent, he trusted Uncle Yen behind him to handle it. For Uncle Yen was not merely his butler, but a true master who had mastered the dark force. What did it mean to have mastered the dark force? It meant he could unleash dark energy from every single part of his body. With such a formidable expert protecting him, what did Su Muyang have to fear? Finally retreating unscathed to the living room, the Blood Chief exhaled in relief. Malicious thoughts churned in his mind as his gaze shifted toward Lin Zhong, ready to hurl a few taunts. But the spot was empty. Immediately, an overwhelming sense of danger made his hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. For in that very instant when the Blood Chief lowered his guard and turned his head towards Su Muyang, Lin Zhong moved. Like a patient beast finally pouncing when its prey let down its guard, he delivered a deadly strike without hesitation. Swish! Lin Chang's body lunged like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, moving so fast it was impossible to follow. The violent gust of wind he generated even blew his hair straight up. By the time the Blood Chief regained his senses, Lin Zhong had already lunged forward. A fist of unparalleled ferocity slammed upward, smashing into the Blood Chief's midsection. The force nearly split the Blood Chief in two. The brutal, overwhelming power of the punch tore through his body, instantly shredding his abdominal organs and sending his body flying high into the air. Put! Blood Chief's mouth gushed blood as his body, utterly defenseless, was sent tumbling through the air, rolling and spinning until he reached a height of 4 or 5 meters. But Lin Chang's assault didn't end there. He crouched slightly, using his forward momentum to leap upward. Soaring above the Blood Chief's body, he landed on its back. With a cold, ruthless glint in his eyes, he stomped down. Boom! The Blood Chief's body crashed down at terrifying speed. As if plunging from dozens of meters, the solid floor cracked beneath the impact. The creature's spine and sternum shattered completely. Blood gushed from its ears, nose, and mouth like water from a broken faucet. It hit the ground and died instantly, unable even to utter a word. From the moment Lin Zhong launched his attack to the moment he killed the Blood Chief, not even 3 seconds had passed. Still as a mountain, swift as thunder. Lin Chang's actions embodied this saying perfectly. Both Su Muyang and Uncle Yen only reacted when Lin Zhong hurled the Blood Chief away. By then, it was too late to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Zhong finished him off. Uncle Yen shifted his stance imperceptibly, positioning himself between Su Muyang and Lin Zhong. He feared Lin Zhong might employ the same tactic against Su Muyang. Frankly, even Uncle Yen was startled by the speed of Lin Chang's strike. Yet Uncle Yen's concern proved unfounded. After dispatching the Blood Chief, Lin Zhong did not immediately strike. He withdrew his feet from the corpse, his gaze sweeping across the living room before finally settling on Su Muyang. Lin Zhong could sense that beneath the living room's deceptive calm, deadly intent lurked everywhere. At least 3 guns were aimed at his body from different angles, not to mention the unreadable expert standing in the room and the woman who gave him a vague sense of danger. As for Su Muyang, with his beauty rivaling that of a woman, the threat he posed was negligible. Lin Zhong dismissed him outright. Clap! 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 Su Muyang suddenly began clapping. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Su Muyang clapped while uttering admiring exclamations. I never expected to find a master like you in a small place like Xinghe. Truly beyond my expectations. Chapter 166, You Are Not Worthy. The death of the Blood Chief did not move Su Muyang in the slightest. In his eyes, the Blood Chief had always been a disposable pawn. His demise held no sorrow. The corpse lay nearby, eyes wide and face contorted in a death mask of unresolved fury, yet Su Muyang ignored it entirely. His gaze fixed on Lin Zhong, conveying an inexplicable meaning. You are Su Muyang? A faint gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes as he asked calmly.
Indeed, I am Su Muyang.
Stepping out from behind Uncle Yen, Su Muyang beckoned to Qiying, who stood nearby.
She promptly approached and poured wine into his goblet. If I'm not mistaken, you're Su Miao's bodyguard? So what if I am? Lin Zhong raised his eyebrows slightly, acknowledging his identity. Then I understand why you're here.
Su Muyang held his wine glass in one hand while keeping the other in his pocket. He began circling Lin Zhong, with Uncle Yen following closely behind, never straying more than an inch.
You seem intelligent and capable. I'm willing to offer you a chance to live provided you pledge your loyalty to me from this day forward and eliminate Su Miao. What do you say? Swear allegiance to you?
Lin Chang's lips curved into a faint, cold smile. Su Muyang, oblivious to Lin Chang's expression, continued uninterrupted. You should know my standing second in line to inherit the Su family, even above Su Miao.
If you can pledge your loyalty to her, why not to me? It's the same commitment either way. What if I refuse? If you refuse, you die.
Su Muyang abruptly halted, his gaze turning ruthlessly cold. Not only will you die, but everyone close to you will die.
That is the price you pay for crossing me. Is that so?
Lin Zhong raised both hands, slowly unwinding the bandages wrapped around them, his voice calm.
I think you've got one thing wrong.
Oh? Su Muyang arched an eyebrow, turning his head to look at Lin Zhong with a tone dripping with contempt.
Interesting. I'd love to hear your brilliant insights. Lin Chang's hands moved steadily as layer after layer of bandage fell away. He kept his eyes lowered, hiding the icy glint in their depths from Su Muyang's view. First, I never pledged my life to Su Miao. Second, you are unworthy of my loyalty. And finally, you have no right to threaten me.
Su Muyang took a sip of red wine from his glass, letting out a disdainful snort through his nostrils.
So what if I threatened you? Do you really think you have any bargaining power with me here and now?
Whether I do or not, you'll find out soon enough. With those final words, Lin Zhong fell silent. The bandages on his hands had been completely unwound, revealing a pair of hands as hard as steel. Several vivid scars crisscrossed the backs of his hands, traces left by Yuan Changfeng's powerful eagle claw technique. Barely 2 days had passed, yet the wounds had already scabbed over, a testament to Lin Chang's astonishing recovery. A dangerous aura suddenly surged from Lin Chang's body. Uncle Yan's pupils contracted as he stepped forward, shielding Su Muyang firmly behind him. Second young master, please stand down. Leave him to me. Su Muyang also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Lin Zhong. He gave a cold, sudden laugh. Uncle Yan, hold your hand for now. Let the others test this fellow's mettle first. With that, Su Muyang raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At his signal, 3 fully armed mercenaries burst from the corner of the living room. Each wore a savage grin, their hands gripping submachine guns trained directly at Lin Zhong. Bang! 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 In an instant, gunfire erupted. Blinding flashes erupted from the muzzles as a hail of bullets transformed into a steel storm, sweeping toward Lin Zhong. However, the moment he unwrapped the bandages, Lin Zhong had already prepared for the attack. The sudden appearance of 3 mercenaries was entirely within Lin Chang's expectations. The moment they fired, Lin Zhong planted his foot hard against the floor, leaving a deep imprint as his body propelled sideways with astonishing speed. Every bullet landed behind him, not a single one striking his body. Lin Zhong did not rush towards Su Muyang. With that middle-aged man in the tailcoat present, capturing Su Muyang would not be easy. Lin Chang's target was the 3 mercenaries. Only by eliminating these troublesome minions could he focus on battling the middle-aged man and settle the score once and for all. Whoosh! Within mere breaths, Lin Zhong closed in on one of the mercenaries. A ruthless glint flashed in the mercenary's eyes as he drew a dagger from his waist and lunged for Lin Chang's heart. Lin Zhong seized the mercenary's wrist, then slammed a fist into his chest, unleashing a surge of hidden force. Thud! The mercenary was sent flying by Lin Chang's punch. Even his bulletproof vest proved useless against the terrifying penetrating force of the hidden power, which shattered his heartstrings. Lin Zhong snatched the dagger from the mercenary's hand. Without pausing, he sidestepped the bullets fired at him and charged toward the other 2 mercenaries. These mercenaries were indeed elite. Realizing they couldn't take on Lin Zhong alone, 2 of them immediately closed ranks. Their submachine guns opened fire in a crossfire, blocking Lin Chang's path forward. Swish! Lin Zhong flicked his wrist, hurling the dagger 7 or 8 meters away. It plunged into the forehead of one mercenary. The last remaining mercenary finally showed panic on his face. Gritting his teeth, he fired wildly, bullets flying chaotically through the living room, punching holes in the floor and ceiling. But all his actions were futile, mere death throes. Lin Zhong dispatched the last mercenary with minimal effort. Casually discarding the body, he turned his head to look at Su Muyang, his eyes holding an indescribable coldness. Seeing 3 battle-hardened mercenaries dispatched so effortlessly by Lin Zhong, Su Muyang's expression finally shifted. Only now did he realize he had underestimated Lin Zhong. He had believed that even with Lin Chang's exceptional skills, he couldn't possibly defeat 3 mercenaries while unarmed. But the truth proved him wrong, utterly wrong.
Those who hadn't witnessed Lin Zhong in action could never truly grasp the extent of his prowess. Lin Chang's martial arts were a perfect fusion of raw power and technical skill. Under Lin Chang's indifferent gaze, Su Muyang felt a rare pang of fear stir within him. But that fear was quickly swept away by humiliation and rage. What was his status? The second young master of the Su family, born to be above others. People had always feared him. When had he ever feared anyone? Uncle Yen, this one is yours. Take care of him. Su Muyang growled, his voice low and vicious. Chapter 167, Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound. Uncle Yen nodded calmly. Second young master, please step back. This young man is no easy opponent. I'll need to give it my all. Su Muyang had complete faith in Uncle Yen. Hearing this, he immediately retreated behind the sofa without uttering another word. He had complete faith in Uncle Yen. No matter how formidable Lin Zhong appeared, he couldn't possibly defeat Uncle Yen. Uncle Yen's real name was Yen Jun. Though dressed as a butler, he wasn't Su Muyang's household steward. He was a master assassin dispatched by Su Muyang's father to protect him. Even in the martial arts-rich capital, Yen Jun was renowned for his combat prowess, vastly superior to those martial arts masters who only knew how to train relentlessly without understanding how to fight. Protect the second young master, Yen Jun instructed Xinghe standing beside him. Then, with steady, powerful strides, he walked to a spot 3 meters in front of Lin Zhong and came to a halt. Young man, your skills are impressive, but it's a pity. He shook his head as he spoke, his regret plain for all to see. What's a pity? With the minor threats dealt with, Lin Zhong didn't mind exchanging a few words with Yen Jun. It was a good chance to recover some of his spent energy. It's a pity you're about to be killed by my hands, Yen Jun said slowly, his eyes scanning Lin Zhong up and down. His tone seemed calm, yet it carried a thick, palpable killing intent. It's not my desire to personally strangle a young genius, but you provoked someone you shouldn't have. So, all I can say is it's a pity. Despite harboring a murderous intent toward Lin Zhong, he deliberately adopted a condescending, pitying facade. That phony, sanctimonious tone nearly made Lin Zhong retch. So you're so sure you can kill me? Lin Zhong asked indifferently. You may have mastered the dark force, but you still aren't my match. Yen Jun crossed his arms over his chest, chin slightly raised, eyeing Lin Zhong with a sideways glance. Before every fight, he enjoyed using words to shake his opponent's resolve, gaining the upper hand in battle. This time was no exception. The dark force has its levels. Your skills might suffice against ordinary people, but they're utterly useless against a true master. Is that so? A faint, indifferent smile touched Lin Chang's lips, a mix of mockery and disdain. Anyone can talk big, but how many can back it up? Come on then. Let's see how you plan to kill me. Yen Jun's cheek twitched. Lin Chang's expression provoked him, his eyes instantly turning icy. I was willing to let you live a little longer, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yen Jun lunged forward in a sudden burst of speed, launching an attack on Lin Zhong without warning. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Yen Jun covered 3 meters, closing in on Lin Zhong. His hands curved like tiger claws, thrusting violently toward Lin Chang's chest. Black tiger heart-piercing. Yen Jun truly lived up to his reputation as a master of the dark force. Though his attack bordered on ambush, its power was in no way diminished. Not only was it not weak, it was shockingly powerful. His clawed hands were taut with muscle, nails protruding, veins bulging on his knuckles as if they had truly transformed into tiger paws. A savage, blood-curdling wind surged from his attack, aiming to rip out Lin Chang's heart. Lin Zhong hadn't expected Yen Jun to be so shameless. As a master of the dark force, he attacked without so much as a warning, catching Lin Zhong slightly off guard. Yet he remained composed. His feet shifted, his body darting sideways several feet. In the blink of an eye, he evaded Yen Jun's claws. Simultaneously, his left hand clenched into a fist, smashing down toward Yen Jun's head. With Lin Chang's strength, if that fist connected, even if Yen Jun's skull were made of stone, it would be smashed to pieces. Oomph! Yen Jun let out a cold snort through his nostrils, transforming his claw into a fist to meet Lin Zhong's punch head-on. Boom! The two fists collided violently, like two giant hammers clashing, producing a thunderous roar. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, as if a fierce storm had swept past. Clang! 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 Lin Zhong staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing. The wound on the back of his hand split open, blood trickling down his fingertips. Yet Lin Zhong's face remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to the pain. His eyes locked onto Yen Jun, piercing like blades, radiating an intimidating, fierce glare. After just one exchange, Lin Zhong knew this middle-aged man before him was a master of a caliber he had rarely encountered in his life. Compared to Yuan Changfeng and others he had fought before, this middle-aged man possessed strength several levels above them. His control over the hidden force was far more refined, reaching a level where he could unleash and withdraw it at will. Yen Jun also retreated 3 steps, his expression turning grave as his earlier underestimation of Lin Zhong vanished without a trace. He placed the hand that had clashed with Lin Zhong behind his back, moving it constantly until, several seconds later, the numbness and pain finally began to subside. During that collision, Yen Jun had almost felt as if he'd struck a solid iron plate.
Lin Chang's power was immense, his fist incredibly hard, surpassing any opponent Yen Jun had ever faced before.
Looks like I'll have to go all out. Otherwise, I might just slip up where I least expect it. With that thought, Yen Jun drew a deep breath.
A series of sharp, crisp sounds suddenly echoed within his body, the sound of his hidden force coursing through his entire being, activating his muscles and bones. Having reached the pinnacle of hidden force mastery, every part of his body could now channel this power as effortless as moving his own limbs, unleashed at will.
This was the true might of a hidden force grandmaster.
I admit I underestimated you before, but now, you have no chance whatsoever. Yen Jun stared coldly at Lin Zhong, his eyes blazing with intense killing intent.
I'll show you what true power and terror truly mean.
A colossal aura surged from Yen Jun's body, making him appear several inches taller under its imposing presence.
Thud!
Yen Jun's left foot slammed into the floor with such force that the tiles shattered and fragments flew everywhere. Using the momentum from that stomp, his body charged toward Lin Zhong with unbridled fury. Mid-air, he delivered a kick aimed squarely at Lin Chang's head. The kick was lightning fast. But that wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point was the immense hidden force channel through Yen Jun's foot. Yen Jun was certain that if this kick connected, no matter how powerful Lin Zhong was, he would have no chance of survival. Just as Yen Jun drew in a breath, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. He too took a deep breath. The breath was incredibly long, as if he were sucking in all the air in the room before exhaling it slowly.
Between the inhale and exhale, thunder roared from within his body. Hum, hum, hum. A deep rumble of thunder echoed, audible even to Su Moyan and Qieying, who stood watching the fight. Su Moyan, lacking deep knowledge of martial arts, didn't grasp its significance, but Qieying's expression changed instantly. Bones and tendons resonating in unison, tiger leopard thunder sound. How is this possible? Qieying bit her lower lip hard, her eyes filled with utter shock. He's only just stepped into the realm of hidden force, how could he have mastered the tiger leopard thunder sound? Chapter 168, Taking a Risk. No wonder Qieying was so shocked. Lin Zhong's display completely defied martial arts conventions. Typically, only masters who had fully mastered the dark force were qualified to approach such profound realms as the tiger leopard thunder sound. The resonance of tendons and bones and the tiger leopard thunder sound represent two distinct tiers within physical cultivation. One must first cultivate the resonance of tendons and bones before advancing to the tiger leopard thunder sound. Take Yen Jun, for instance. Though he had mastered the dark force, with its energy coursing through his entire body, he had not yet attained the tiger leopard thunder sound. He had only reached the level of joint and bone resonance. Even so, Yen Jun was considered a rare master among those at the hidden force level. Otherwise, Su Muyan wouldn't have such confidence in him. The thunderous resonance emanating from Lin Chang's body was likewise heard by Yen Jun.
Yet he was already committed to his attack, with no room to retreat. Moreover, he refused to believe Lin Zhong had truly mastered the tiger leopard thunder sound. Thus, he did not alter his technique, instead increasing his speed and power by several fold. Lin Zhong lowered his center of gravity, shoulders dropped, feet planted firmly in a horse stance. His right fist shot forward like lightning, meeting Yen Jun's incoming right kick. Boom! Lin Chang's right fist collided with Yen Jun's right leg, producing a deafening, muffled thud.
The two vastly different internal forces clashed violently, shattering Yen Jun's leather shoe into fragments that flew wildly in all directions. Yen Jun's expression changed instantly. He felt an immense force surge from Lin Chang's fist, a power far exceeding his expectations. Not only did it halt his forward momentum completely, but it also sent his body flying backward. Impossible! Yen Jun finally couldn't contain his shock, the words bursting from his lips. How could you be this strong? Nothing is impossible. Lin Zhong didn't retreat a single step. His eyes blazed with intensity as he planted his foot firmly on the ground. His body surged forward like a tiger streaking through the grass, lunging toward Yen Jun mid-air. As he lunged forward, Lin Chang's hands curled like eagle talons, snapping toward Yen Jun's legs with such blinding speed it produced a distinct whistling sound. Eagle-shaped drilling force. If those hands connected, Lin Zhong was confident he could tear 5 holes through Yen Jun's legs even if they were made of iron. Yen Jun understood this well. In this perilous moment, he finally displayed the true prowess of a master who had perfected the hidden force technique. Instead of evading Lin Zhong's attack, he chose to meet force with force. Whoosh! Yen Jun's legs suddenly blurred into streaks of afterimages, unleashing over a dozen kicks in one breath. Like a violent storm, they engulfed Lin Chang's upper body. Thud! 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 3 kicks instantly struck Lin Chang's chest. Even with his formidable physical constitution, Lin Zhong couldn't help but feel a stifling pressure in his chest, a shortness of breath, and an urge to spit blood. He nearly couldn't catch his breath. But Lin Chang's left hand finally seized Yen Jun's right leg. Without hesitation, Lin Zhong clenched his fingers, his entire body tensing like steel. Channeling all his strength into his left arm, he slammed it downward with brutal force. The moment Yen Jun felt his right leg seized, he knew he was in trouble. He channeled his inner strength into his leg at all costs, trying to shake off Lin Chang's grip. Yet Lin Chang's palm felt like steel. No matter how hard Yen Jun strained, he couldn't break free. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Yin Jun's body slammed into the floor, shattering a large section of it. Right at the center of the shattered floorboards, two deep home prints appeared. In that critical moment, Yin Jun had slammed both palms into the floor, averting a head-splitting injury. Though he hadn't collided directly with the ground, Lin Chang's immense force still shattered the hidden energy Yin Jun had dispersed throughout his body. Like a turtle whose shell had been smashed, Yin Jun's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Sure enough, Lin Chong seized the opportunity. His left leg shot up like a blurred shadow, delivering a vicious kick straight to Yin Jun's chest. Yin Jun's body was sent flying, tumbling 7 or 8 meters before crashing into the sofa. Only then did he brace himself with one hand to halt his momentum, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The clash between Lin Chong and Yin Jun unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Muyang and Xinghe, who had been watching from the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded. What was even more unbelievable was that Yin Jun was actually losing to Lin Chong. How could this be possible? Yin Jun was a master who had mastered the dark force, while Lin Chong was merely a young man who had just entered the realm of the dark force. Yin Jun should have had the upper hand, so why had the script been reversed? After the initial shock, the astonishment on Su Muyang's face gradually faded, replaced by a deep, dark pallor. His eyes flickered, his expression shifting unsteadily. He glanced at Lin Chong, standing defiantly in the center, then at Yin Jun, who was scrambling to his feet. Suddenly, he leaned close to Qi Ying's ear and whispered a few orders. A cold gleam flashed in Qi Ying's eyes as she nodded imperceptibly. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yin Jun's face grew pale. He fixed a deathly stare on Lin Chong and rasped, "I don't understand. Why did you take 3 kicks from me and not even flinch?" Indeed, this was Yin Jun's greatest puzzle. Each of his kicks could shatter a wooden stake as thick as a rice bowl, yet when delivered to Lin Chang's chest, they had no effect whatsoever, as if striking a steel plate. Such an outcome could only leave Yin Jun utterly horrified and completely thrown off balance. It was precisely this loss of composure that exposed Yin Jun's opening, allowing Lin Chong to seize his leg. "I owe you no explanation," Lin Chong said calmly after taking several deep breaths to steady the surging energy within him. "The fight isn't over. Watch out, I'm about to strike." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Chong charged forward at Yin Jun. In the blink of an eye, he was before him, his fingers drawn together like a blade as he slashed down toward Yin Jun's chest. The strike was ruthlessly fierce, as if not a hand but a sharp greatsword was descending. Having just suffered a setback at Lin Chang's hands, Yin Jun dared not meet the strike head-on. His body swayed, and he flashed to the side. Lin Chong pressed his advantage relentlessly, closing in step by step with relentless, powerful attacks. He showcased the swiftness, decisiveness, ferocity, and raw power of Xinghe Quan to the fullest. Yet Yin Jun possessed equally formidable combat experience. Though at a disadvantage, his defenses remained impenetrable, parrying every one of Lin Chang's attacks with ease, even finding energy to counterattack. This isn't looking good. While locked in combat with Yin Jun, Lin Chong remained acutely aware of his surroundings. The peculiar expression on Su Muyang's face and the murderous intent in that woman's eyes were both clearly registered by him. Lin Zhong knew that the longer this stalemate lasted, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. For he wasn't merely fighting Yin Jun alone. Su Muyang and that woman were lurking nearby, eyes fixed on him like predatory beasts. If he exhausted himself battling Yin Jun, even if he emerged victorious, he'd have no strength left to deal with the other two. Moreover, their reinforcements could return at any moment. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through Lin Chang's mind. He made an instant decision, gritted his teeth, and resolved to take a desperate gamble. Chapter 169, Dragon and Tiger Dual Form. Boom! Both arms collided once more. Under Lin Chang's overwhelming strength, Yin Jun involuntarily stumbled back a step. Though forced back by Lin Chong, Yin Jun felt not anger but delight. He noticed Lin Chang's strength was steadily waning, his strikes growing slower. In the past, he wouldn't have retreated just one step, at least 3 or 4 would have been necessary. Just as I expected. That little bastard may be strong, but he can't sustain it. If I just keep dragging this out until he's completely exhausted, victory will be mine. A scheming gleam flashed in Yin Jun's eyes. His extensive combat experience made him supremely confident in his assessment, convinced he had uncovered Lin Chang's weakness. Spectators Su Muyang and Qiying beside them also noticed Lin Chang's unusual state. Originally, Lin Chang's footwork and hand speed were lightning fast, making him impossible to track. But now, though his strikes remained swift, they were perfectly visible. Su Muyang clenched his fists tightly, excitement lighting up his face. I knew it. That kid might be skilled, but he's no match for Uncle Yen. Qiying, get ready to coordinate with Uncle Yen. Let's finish this kid off in one go. Qiying, standing beside Su Muyang, nodded and removed a hairpin from her hair. The hairpin was about half a foot long and a finger's width wide, forged entirely from high-grade steel. It looked less like a hairpin and more like a dart. And indeed, Qiying's hairpin was nothing less than a genuine, lethal dart. Qiying pinched the dart between her index finger and thumb. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a fierce light as she stared intently at Lin Zhong's back, constantly searching for his weak spot, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment.
Though she hadn't yet made her move, the pressure she exerted on Lin Zhong was no less intense than that of Yen Jun. No one could remain unfazed with a dart aimed at their back. Once Xinghe revealed such blatant hostility, Lin Chang's composure shattered. His attacks became erratic and disjointed. Though still fierce and swift, they were now riddled with openings. Whoosh! Lin Chang's punch missed its mark, grazing Yen Jun's chest. The force of the strike seemed to throw him off balance. His feet faltered, sending him stumbling backward, nearly crashing to the ground. Perfect opportunity. Yen Jun's eyes flashed with cold intent. His arms shot out from his sides like two long dormant venomous snakes, striking toward Lin Chang's chest with lightning speed. His thumbs, index fingers, and middle fingers curved inward like venomous fangs, slicing through the air with a hissing sound, the very sound of a snake striking its prey. The lethal strike of the snake fist, snake-shaped nail fist. Yen Jun had held back for far too long, determined to unleash the snake-shaped spike fist at all costs. Just as Yen Jun unleashed his killing move, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Xinghe's eyes. She raised her hand and flicked a dart toward Lin Zhong's back. Whoosh! Forged from steel, the dart moved with astonishing speed, reaching Lin Zhong's back in the blink of an eye. With Yen Jun's serpentine nail punch from the front and Xinghe's dart ambush from behind, Lin Zhong found himself instantly cornered. Yet, within Lin Chang's calm, deep eyes, a dazzling gleam suddenly ignited. All of this had been precisely calculated by Lin Zhong. To achieve a swift victory, Lin Zhong deliberately exposed a weakness, lowering Yen Jun's guard by making him believe Lin Zhong was running out of stamina. If Yen Jun had continued to defend passively, Lin Zhong would indeed have been unable to break through. But the moment Yen Jun abandoned defense and launched an attack, Lin Zhong was confident he could crush him head-on, deciding the outcome with a single move. As for Xinghe's sneak attack from behind, while it might seem dangerous to ordinary people, it posed no real threat to Lin Zhong as long as her speed didn't exceed that of a bullet. Of course, Yen Jun and the others had no way of knowing these thoughts running through Lin Chang's mind. All three believed Lin Zhong was doomed. Su Muyang's face even twisted into a smug sneer, as if he'd already witnessed Lin Chang's brutal demise. At that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the living room. Amidst the roar, the sound of a dragon's cry echoed endlessly. Dragon's roar, tiger's howl. Su Muyang could scarcely believe his ears, thinking he was hallucinating. But it was no illusion, it was the sound of Lin Chang's fist striking. Facing such peril, Lin Chang's frame, never particularly imposing, seemed to swell in an instant. Combined with the fierce light blazing in his eyes, he transformed into a demonic god. He raised his left hand, fingers slightly curved, muscles taut as steel. Hidden force surged into his palm, his entire arm gleaming with a metallic sheen as he brought it crashing down toward Yen Jun's arms. Xinghe Quan, tiger form splitting strike. Simultaneously, Lin Zhong extended his right arm. Every muscle seemed to twist and writhe, visibly containing terrifying power as he struck backward. Xinghe Quan, dragon form explosive strike. Both fists unleashed simultaneously the dragon and tiger dual forms. This was Lin Chang's ultimate secret technique, never before unleashed before anyone. To master this dragon-tiger dual form, Lin Zhong had poured countless hours of grueling practice and sweat into his training. But diligence pays off. After advancing to the realm of hidden force, he finally mastered this dragon-tiger dual form. The tiger form cleaving force struck downward, while the dragon form bursting force recoiled backward. The dart fired by Red Cherry was repelled by Lin Chang's steel-like palm, sending it hurtling back at a speed several times faster than its original trajectory. It pierced her body, spattering a vivid spray of blood, then flew out the other side, its momentum unabated, embedding itself deep into the wall. A similar bloom of blood blossomed on Lin Chang's palm, revealing a deep gash in his palm. Though his physique was formidable steel hard, one might say he was not invulnerable. Facing a sharp dart, he could not emerge unscathed. After repelling the dart fired by Qi Yu with a single palm strike, Lin Chang's tiger-shaped cleaving force collided instantly with Yen Jun's serpentine nail fist. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the living room, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The floor beneath their feet couldn't withstand the force of the collision, collapsing downward and blasting open 4 shallow craters. Both men's feet sank deep into the ground. The wound on Lin Zhong's hand reopened, blood spurting out, yet he didn't even flinch. Terrifying power erupted once more as he pressed down with all his might. A flash of terror crossed Yen Jun's eyes. The excruciating pain surging through his hand made his face pale. Without hesitation, he snapped his wrist and retreated violently. But it was too late. With a sharp crack, Yen Jun's left arm snapped clean off at the elbow, twisted into a grotesque angle. A muffled groan of agony escaped Yen Jun's throat. His body couldn't withstand Lin Chang's sudden burst of power. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. As Yen Jun's body crashed to the ground, Xinghe finally snapped out of her daze on the other side. Glancing down, she let out a shrill, piercing scream. Her body swayed several times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 170, Life and Death. Xinghe's beautiful face was etched with terror. Her hands reached for the wound on her chest, but her body twitched a few times. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and she slowly lost her life force. Even in death, Qi Yu never understood what had happened, why she had died.
Though it seemed complex, everything had unfolded in the blink of an eye.
Su Muyang stared blankly at the scene before him, his smile frozen on his face, looking rather comical.
Yan Jun's face was deathly pale, drained of all color.
He braced himself on the ground, attempting to rise, but collapsed again before he could fully lift himself. Lin Zhong's tiger-shaped splitting force had not only deflected his snake-shaped nail fist but also shattered his protective inner force, causing his internal organs to suffer immense shock. His strength had been depleted to the extreme. Had it not been for this, his pride as a master of hidden force would never have allowed him to suffer such humiliation plopping down onto the ground like that. Yan Jun gritted his teeth, staring at Lin Chang's towering figure. Hatred boiled within him, mingled with deep regret. Had he known Lin Zhong was this formidable, he would never have stood by and let the Blood Chief be killed. Had the Blood Chief survived, the combined might of two Dark Force Masters, bolstered by others, would have ensured Lin Chang's defeat no matter how formidable he was. But now, it was too late for regrets. There was no remedy for regret in this world. What had been done could never be undone. Yan Jun seethed with hatred and regret, his blood boiling within him. A crimson thread of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth.
Compared to Yan Jun's remorse, Su Muyang's first reaction was utter disbelief.
Su Muyang refused to believe Yan Jun could lose, refused to believe Lin Zhong could be so powerful, and most of all, refused to believe Xinghe was dead.
He refused to believe any of this was real.
Su Muyang's gaze fixed on Xinghe, his eyes suddenly flashing with a savage, blood-red light as rage consumed him.
You killed her! How dare you kill her? Su Muyang roared, his voice bordering on madness.
He glared at Lin Zhong, his teeth grinding so hard they rattled. If looks could kill, Lin Zhong would be nothing but bones by now.
Lin Zhong showed no reaction to Su Muyang's fury and hatred.
He first looked down at his own hands, then raised his eyes to glance at Su Muyang.
Su Muyang's roar abruptly ceased. That single glance plunged Su Muyang into an icy abyss.
His body shuddered, overcome by bone-chilling cold. Under Lin Chang's icy stare, Su Muyang suddenly grew calm. He realized his situation was dire. Without Yan Jun and Xinghe to protect him, what could he possibly do against Lin Zhong? As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat unconsciously beaded on Su Muyang's back.
Second young master, you must leave.
Yan Jun, seated on the ground, coughed up several clots of congealed blood from his throat before managing to speak with great effort. Su Muyang said nothing, his lips pressed tightly together. His eyes fixed on Lin Zhong with intense vigilance as he slowly backed away. If I were you, I wouldn't even think about running, Lin Zhong said calmly, standing immovable as a mountain. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to break your legs. Lin Chang's tone was as flat as water, devoid of any threatening undertone. Yet Su Muyang knew that if Lin Zhong said it, he meant it. The blood-soaked head lying nearby and the recently deceased Xinghe were the starkest proof. A shadow of gloom flashed across Su Muyang's handsome, jade-like face as he halted his retreat. Speak. What must I do for you to spare me? Impossible. But rest assured, I never intended to kill you. Regardless, you are Su Miao's second elder brother. How she handles you is her decision. My job is simply to bring you to her. Lin Zhong began walking towards Su Muyang. As he passed Yan Jun reached out to block him, only to be kicked unconscious by Lin Zhong. How much did Su Miao pay you? I'll pay double, just let me go. Though Lin Zhong drew nearer, Su Muyang had regained his composure entirely. His face showed no trace of fear as he began bargaining. We have no past grievances, no recent enmity. What do you gain by offending me? You said yourself you won't kill me, so why not just let me leave? Save your useless words. They're just a waste of breath. Lin Zhong halted 2 meters before Su Muyang. No grudge, no enmity. Do you even believe that yourself? You killed Xinghe, and that certainly angered me. But you've got one thing wrong, she wasn't my woman. She was merely my plaything. Su Muyang spread his palms, his expression calm, his tone dripping with superiority. For someone of my standing, a woman's death is insignificant. With a flick of my finger, I can have as many as I desire. So, if you agree to my request, I swear on my family's name I will never seek revenge. True to his upbringing as a scion of a wealthy family, Su Muyang spoke with silver-tongued eloquence. His words were laced with temptation, subtly emphasizing his status, which struck fear into Lin Zhong's heart. A person with weaker willpower might indeed be swayed by Su Muyang's words and agree to his terms. But unfortunately for Su Muyang, he had met Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong's will was as unyielding as steel, his resolve as hard as iron. Once he set his sights on a goal, nothing external could sway him. What about the others? Lin Zhong asked, his expression unreadable. The others? Are you referring to the Blood Blade crew or that mercenary group? Su Muyang, believing he had swayed Lin Zhong, felt a surge of secret delight. They're not truly my men. To me, they're merely pawns. And don't forget, you killed their leader, Blood Capital. Without a leader, an assassin organization is nothing but scattered sand. A powerhouse like you, would you really fear their retaliation? By the end, Su Muyang resorted to goading him. Su Muyang was certain that after all he'd said, even if Lin Zhong didn't immediately agree to his terms, he would at least give them serious consideration. That would buy him more time. Long before Lin Chang's battle with Yin Jun, Su Muyang had already pressed the alarm hidden in his pocket.
Within minutes of receiving the alert, the mercenaries sent to pursue Su Miao would return.
By then, even if Lin Zhong had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't stand a chance of escaping Su Muyang's grasp. Though his mind churned with malicious intent, Su Muyang wore a gentle smile, his eyes fixed on Lin Zhong with eager anticipation, as if awaiting his response. However, Lin Chang's next words sent a chill through Su Muyang's heart. "Sorry, no matter what you say, I can't trust you.
Please lend me your phone."
Lin Zhong extended his hand toward Su Muyang, palm open, meeting Su Muyang's gaze directly. Su Muyang's body trembled slightly, an indescribable sense of defeat welling up inside him. He snapped, "Think carefully about the consequences of crossing me.
What good will handing me over to Su Miao do you? A man of honor keeps his word."
"That's all," Lin Zhong replied, his expression unreadable, his voice low and firm.
"I know someone like you will never understand. Now hand over your phone. Don't make me repeat myself." Chapter 171, A Word of Thanks. Su Muyang's eyes flickered several times before he finally relented.
Reluctantly, he pulled his phone from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Zhong.
Lin Zhong caught Su Muyang's phone, clenched it tightly, and crushed it with a sharp crack.
Su Muyang's eye twitched slightly, but he made no sound to stop him. Lin Zhong then pulled out his own phone and dialed Su Miao's number.
Within seconds of the call connecting, Su Miao's cool, melodious voice came through. "Lin Zhong, are you okay?" Even through the phone, the concern in Su Miao's tone was unmistakable. "I'm fine.
Also, I've accomplished my mission. I've captured Su Muyang," Lin Zhong replied calmly.
"You captured Su Muyang?"
Su Miao's voice shot up several octaves, her tone brimming with immense shock, a rare moment of composure slipping. It was no wonder Su Miao was shocked.
She had never imagined Lin Zhong could actually accomplish such a feat. As the second-in-line heir to the Su family, Su Muyang was notoriously cowardly and clung desperately to his life. He was surrounded by at least a large contingent of bodyguards. No matter how skilled Lin Zhong was, he was alone. How could he possibly break through such heavy protection and capture Su Muyang? From the very beginning, Su Miao hadn't harbored much hope for this mission. Her primary concern wasn't capturing Su Muyang, but rather Lin Chang's safety. But now, something that seemed utterly impossible had been accomplished by Lin Zhong. How could Su Miao not be astonished? After the shock came immense joy. Su Miao didn't doubt the truth of Lin Chang's words. She understood his character. He absolutely despised lying or deceiving others. "Are you certain it's Su Muyang himself?" Su Miao bit her delicate cherry lips, a wave of anxious uncertainty washing over her. Could it be a double? Lin Zhong lifted his eyes, scrutinizing Su Muyang's handsome features. He was certain he wouldn't mistake him. "I'm positive. Su Muyang is right here in front of me. Would you like to speak with him, President?" While Lin Zhong spoke with Su Miao, Su Muyang's eyes darkened. His fists clenched so tightly his fingernails dug into his flesh, yet he remained utterly silent. "No need. I trust you." Su Miao placed her pale palm over her heaving chest, trying to steady her racing heart. "What do you need me to do?" "Meet us at the mountain base. I'll bring Su Muyang to join you." "All right." Su Miao replied with a crisp, single word, then added, "Lin Zhong, you must be careful." "I know." Lin Zhong ended the call. Turning to Su Muyang, he said, "Second Master Su, you heard our conversation. Please come with me." Su Muyang refused to give up. He knew that if he fell into Su Miao's hands, he wouldn't end well. If he didn't die, he'd be skinned alive. "Name your price. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll pay it." Lin Zhong said nothing. He walked behind Su Muyang, his left hand rising like lightning to strike the back of Su Muyang's neck. Su Muyang didn't even have time to groan before his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Lin Zhong hoisted Su Muyang's body onto his shoulder and strode out of the villa without looking back. Shortly after Lin Chang's departure, several Humvees sped up and stopped at the villa entrance. A group of fully armed mercenaries leaped out of the vehicles, guns drawn, and stormed into the villa. Yet within the entire villa, aside from the unconscious Yin Jun, there was not a single living soul. What a ruthless move! The mercenary leader, a tall, muscular man in camouflage, narrowed his eyes. Review the surveillance footage immediately to determine what happened. Also, track the second young master's phone signal to pinpoint his current location. Understood. The other mercenaries saluted and departed. After issuing the orders, the mercenary leader began examining the corpse lying in the living room. His scrutiny grew increasingly meticulous, his shock deepening with each detail. Unconsciously, his palms grew clammy with cold sweat. Whether it was Blood Chief, Crimson Cherry, or the other 3 mercenaries, all had been killed with a single strike. The attacker was ruthless and decisive, showing no mercy. Their skill was terrifying. These men had been killed without any chance to fight back. Who could it be? The mercenary leader's expression grew grim as his right hand instinctively tightened around the pistol at his waist. When did such a terrifying expert emerge in Xinghe? Combat skills this refined can only be honed through countless lives. Boss. Mr. Yen isn't dead. He's still alive. Just then, a mercenary ran over to report. What? Excellent. The mercenary leader's eyes lit up as he strode toward where Yin Jun lay. Wake Mr. Yen immediately. I need to find out exactly what happened. At the mountain's base.
Lin Zhong, carrying Su Muyan on his back, emerged from the darkness like a ghost and stood by the roadside, waiting.
Soon, a sapphire blue Lamborghini approached from the distance, followed by 2 SUVs.
The Lambo screeched to a halt beside Lin Zhong.
The window rolled down, revealing Su Miao's breathtakingly beautiful face.
Bathed in the bright headlights, the contours of her cheeks were breathtakingly beautiful.
Su Miao didn't get out of the car.
She had regained her composure, her bright eyes casually glancing at Su Muyan on Lin Chang's shoulder before sweeping over Lin Chang's body. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly.
Lin Zhong, hand Su Muyang over to someone else. You get in the car.
Lin Zhong nodded slightly, handing Su Muyang over to Zhuang Yan, who had stepped out of the SUV.
He then opened the Lamborghini's door and slid into the passenger seat. Su Miao instructed Zhuang Yan, take Su Muyang back first. Avoid detection at all costs. Without my orders, do not do anything to him. Everything will be handled once I arrive. Upon receiving Su Miao's orders, the 2 SUVs swiftly turned around and sped back toward the direction they had come.
Su Miao started the Lamborghini and drove toward the main urban area of Xinghe with Lin Zhong aboard.
Are you really okay? Su Miao asked, pretending nonchalance as she drove.
Her eyes kept darting toward Lin Chang's hand. Though she didn't voice it, this gesture unmistakably conveyed her concern.
Just superficial wounds.
Nothing serious, Lin Zhong replied lazily, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed. During the earlier battle, Lin Zhong had been on high alert, draining his physical reserves. Now that he relaxed, his entire being sank into weary lethargy. In the past, if Lin Zhong had spoken to her with such an attitude, Su Miao would have been annoyed. But now, she felt no resentment. What Lin Zhong had done for her far exceeded the duties of a bodyguard. Lin Zhong, thank you, Su Miao murmured softly after a long pause.
You're welcome. What do you think I should do about Su Muyang?
Su Miao pursed her lips and asked in a low voice. Perhaps even Su Miao herself hadn't realized it, but after everything she'd been through, she found herself relying on Lin Zhong more and more. She even began seeking his opinion on matters like this.
Chapter 172, Meeting Luin.
Lin Zhong opened his eyes, glanced at Su Miao's pretty face, then closed them again.
How you handle him is your business. I don't want to give my opinion.
I want to hear it, Su Miao insisted stubbornly. Fine, Lin Zhong said indifferently. If it were me, I'd probably kill him. Since he disregards your family ties and repeatedly sends assassins after you, why should you care whether he lives or dies? A dead enemy is the best enemy. Kill him? Su Miao furrowed her delicate brows, seriously considering Lin Chang's suggestion.
No, I can't do it.
I know you can't, which is why I didn't want to offer my opinion, Lin Zhong sighed.
Follow your heart. That way, you won't regret it later.
Though I cannot kill him, I won't let him off easily, Su Miao clenched her teeth, her lovely face hardening with cold resolve. He must pay for his actions. Lin Zhong hummed in acknowledgement, saying nothing more.
Silence settled over the car once more, but it didn't last long. Lin Chang's phone suddenly rang.
Lin Zhong pulled out his phone and pressed the answer button. Little brother Lin, your big sister misses you. What are you up to? Lu Yin's sweet, syrupy voice came through the phone.
Receiving Lu Yin's call didn't surprise Lin Zhong.
Lately, she'd been calling him at least once every night, pestering him for 10 or more minutes. If Lu Yin hadn't called, that would have been the strange part. Lu Yin's voice was loud, and the car was quiet, so Su Miao, who was driving, heard it too.
Su Miao's pretty face darkened, her good mood significantly dampened. Lu Yin actually speaks to Lin Zhong in such an intimate tone? What exactly is her relationship with him? The question arose in Su Miao's mind.
Unconsciously, she slowed down the Lamborghini and turned her ear to listen to Lin Zhong and Lu Yin's conversation. I'm with the president right now, Lin Zhong replied in his usual concise manner.
With the boss?
Lu Yin raised her voice, sounding slightly puzzled. But then she let out a few wicked chuckles.
It's so late. What are the two of you doing together? Are you up to no good behind my back? Su Miao, eavesdropping nearby, flushed instantly.
Her skin was naturally sensitive, and Lu Yin's blunt words made her face feel like it was on fire, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. No, we just finished work and are heading back to the main city. Lin Zhong remained unfazed by Lu Yin's teasing, his expression unchanging.
What kind of work keeps you out this late? Lu Yin asked curiously.
Lin Zhong opened his eyes and glanced at Su Miao.
Their gazes met mid-air.
Su Miao's heart skipped a beat and she quickly looked away, her eyes darting nervously. I'll have her tell you herself. Lin Zhong handed his phone to Su Miao. Su Miao shot Lin Zhong a glare, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while taking the phone with the other. Manager Lu, I was just about to reach out to you.
There's something I need to tell you.
On the other end, Lu Yin lay lazily sprawled across a large bed, her dark hair cascading like a cloud. She wore only a black silk nightgown, revealing 2 slender white arms and thighs, her alluring figure fully exposed.
Miss, what is it? Lu Yin chirped cheerfully.
But if you want me to teach you how to seduce little brother Lin, forget it, I won't help you with that. Su Miao fought the urge to roll her eyes, snapping back, who would ever ask you to do that?
Manager Lu, you seem to be quite at leisure. Did you know Su Moyang has come to Qingzhou?
Lu Yin, who had been dozing off, instantly shot upright from the bed as Su Miao's words jolted him awake.
What? Su Moyang's in Qingzhou? Really?
Of course it's true.
What would I gain by lying to you?
Lu Yin leapt off the bed, pacing the room anxiously.
That bastard Su Moyang is definitely coming for us.
Miss, we need to be fully prepared so he doesn't catch us off guard.
He's already sent people to assassinate you, what wouldn't he dare do?
Seems your head's still screwed on straight, unlike yours, who's been brainwashed by your little Lin boy. Su Miao said sourly, shooting Lin Zhong another glare that left him utterly baffled.
But what I want to tell you is, Su Moyang's been captured. Su Moyang captured? Lu Yin abruptly halted, murmuring the words before adding skeptically, Miss, you're not joking, are you? This isn't funny at all. I'm not joking. Su Moyang was captured by Lin Zhong. He's currently being escorted to the secret base by the Thunder Squad.
Su Miao pursed her lips. Lu Yin jumped up excitedly, waving her arms like a little girl, as if only this could express her inner joy. Great!
That bastard Su Moyang is finally in our hands.
Hold your excitement, for now your little brother Lin's hurt. Grab the first aid kit and hurry over.
Su Miao's smile vanished in an instant as she deliberately adopted a stern expression. Lu Yin's heart leapt to her throat, halting her dance movements abruptly. Little brother Lin's injured? How serious is it? Should we go to the hospital? Why didn't he tell me earlier?
She fired off a barrage of questions, her concern for Lin Zhong evident in every word. Probably, maybe, a bit serious, Su Miao drawled deliberately, her tone deliberately slow. Lin Zhong, seated nearby, had already realized Su Miao was teasing Lu Yin. He couldn't help but shake his head silently, continuing to feign sleep with his eyes closed, unwilling to get involved. But Lu Yin was unaware of this. As the saying goes, worry clouds the mind. She had completely fallen into Su Miao's trap, her voice even changing. Miss, where exactly is Lin Zhong injured? How serious is it? If it's bad, I'll contact the hospital immediately. Seeing Lu Yin so flustered, Su Miao felt awkward continuing the joke. Clearing her throat lightly, she said, actually, it's not too serious. He just has a minor injury on his hand. Just bring the first aid kit over. We'll meet at the company parking lot. That's good. I'll head out right away. Lu Yin exhaled deeply, patting her chest before setting down her phone and beginning to get dressed. Halfway through dressing, Lu Yin suddenly caught on, realizing Su Miao had deliberately teased her about Lin Zhong. Well, if you won't play fair, don't blame me for playing dirty. We'll see about that. Lu Yin flashed a sly grin, her smile as cunning as a fox's. About half an hour later, Su Miao drove her Lamborghini into the underground parking garage of Galaxy Tower. Lu Yin had arrived earlier, standing anxiously beside her Ferrari with a medical kit in hand. Perhaps because she'd left in haste, Lu Yin hadn't had time to primp. Her disheveled hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and her snow-white face bore no trace of makeup. She seemed less alluring, yet more refreshingly pure. The moment Lin Zhong stepped out of the car, Lu Yin dashed over and threw herself into his arms, wrapping her slender arms tightly around his waist. Little brother Lin, are you alright? She asked, tilting her head up. Chapter 173, Sibling Reunion. Meichem, I'm fine. With her soft, warm body pressed against him, Lin Zhong found himself in an awkward position. Neither embracing her nor pushing her away felt right. With Su Miao watching him like a hawk nearby, he could only stand frozen in place like a piece of wood. Lu Yin turned her head from Lin Chang's embrace, winked at Su Miao sitting in the car, and made a playful face. Seeing this, Su Miao felt an indescribable sensation well up inside her. It was sour and bitter, an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This unfamiliar emotion was a first for Su Miao, and it left her feeling quite unsettled. Su Miao knew perfectly well that Lu Yin was doing this deliberately, seeking revenge for her earlier teasing. Yet even knowing this, she couldn't shake the gloom that settled over her. Bang! Su Miao slammed the car door shut, walked expressionlessly over to the two of them, and addressed Lu Yin in a sharp tone. Manager Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yin released her arms and stepped out of Lin Chang's embrace, wearing a faint, ambiguous smile. Miss, are you upset? Su Miao's heart skipped a beat. She snorted, what's there to be angry about? You can hug him as long as you want normally. But right now, the most important thing is treating Lin Chang's injuries. Her words sounded suspiciously like a classic case of denying something you know is true. I know. I just haven't seen little brother Lin all day, so I couldn't help myself. Lu Yin knew his young miss had a thin skin. If he pressed further, she'd likely fly into a jealous rage. Wisely changing the subject, he asked, little brother Lin, how are you feeling now? Nothing serious, just a bit tired. Lin Zhong didn't want to worry the two girls, so he didn't tell the whole truth. He wasn't Superman. After battling a master of Yan Jun's caliber, how could he possibly emerge unscathed? Su Miao and Lu Yin, unfamiliar with martial arts, couldn't tell without Lin Zhong saying so. They simply assumed he was unharmed and instantly relaxed. Su Miao glanced from Lin Zhong to Lu Yin, her gaze flickering. Her keen senses detected a subtle difference in Lin Chang's attitude toward her compared to Lu Yin. He seemed closer to Lu Yin. And indeed, that was the case. In Lin Chang's eyes, Luin was like a warm, caring older sister, making him feel deeply comfortable and at ease. Su Miao, however, was like a goddess on a pedestal possessing breathtaking beauty, dignified and noble bearing, and an exceptionally distinguished background. An indescribable barrier always existed between her and Lin Zhong. Noticing this only deepened Su Miao's frustration, but her elite upbringing had long taught her to conceal her emotions.
Lin Zhong will tend to your wounds first before interrogating Su Muyang.
With Luin present, Su Miao deliberately adopted a cool tone, unwilling to appear overly gentle toward Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong nodded and sat down on the hood of the Lamborghini. Luin opened the medical kit, took out a bottle of alcohol, and began cleaning the wounds on his hands. Luin moved with remarkable gentleness, each action performed with meticulous care. Her expression was focused and earnest, radiating a soft, feminine grace. Su Miao stood nearby, watching Luin tend to Lin Chang's wounds. She wanted to help, but born with a silver spoon in her mouth, accustomed to having her every need catered to, she had no idea how to handle such matters. So, she could only watch. Any attempt to help would likely cause more trouble than good, and Su Miao was well aware of her limitations. After more than 10 minutes, the wound on Lin Chang's hand was finally treated and rebandaged.
Luin tied a bow on the bandage, then exhaled a long breath.
Straightening up, she stretched lazily, her ample bosom rising high with the motion, nearly bursting through the fabric.
She patted Lin Chang's shoulder and said smugly, "So, how was that? Pretty good skills, huh? Felt nice, didn't it?"
Lin Zhong caught the double meaning in her words, his lips twitching slightly as he remained silent. Su Miao's pretty face remained stern as she snorted, "Now that it's taken care of, let's get going."
"Manager Lu, are you coming with us?"
"Of course. I can't wait to see the look on Su Muyang's face when he spots us."
Luin replied with a mischievous grin. Xinghe District, secret warehouse.
Su Muyang slowly regained consciousness from his stupor, feeling excruciating pain at the back of his neck. He opened his eyes but saw nothing. Complete darkness enveloped him, his eyes bound by a black cloth. He opened his mouth to speak, only to discover it was stuffed shut, preventing even the faintest sound. Not only were his eyes covered and his mouth gagged, but his body was also tightly bound to a chair, leaving him completely immobilized. The fog in his mind gradually lifted, and Su Muyang quickly recalled what had happened, a powerful wave of fear surging within him. He began struggling violently, but the ropes binding him were exceptionally sturdy, tied in tight knots. No matter how hard he strained, they showed no sign of loosening. After several minutes of exhausting struggle, Su Muyang was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. He finally realized his efforts were futile and fell silent once more, though the fear in his heart only intensified. He could tell there were several people nearby. Footsteps echoed constantly, moving back and forth around him, yet no one spoke.
The oppressive silence nearly suffocated Su Muyang. "Where am I? What place is this? Am I going to die today? Impossible. Su Miao couldn't be this heartless. After all, I'm her second brother. But if she doesn't want to kill me, why is she treating me like this?" Countless chaotic thoughts swirled through Su Muyang's mind.
He felt like a criminal awaiting judgment, every second an unbearable torment. After an unknown period of time, the black cloth over Su Muyang's eyes was finally torn away, and the cloth ball stuffed in his mouth was removed. The harsh white light pierced his eyes, forcing him to squint. It took several seconds for his vision to adjust. Then Su Muyang saw a girl of breathtaking beauty standing not far before him, her face fairer than snow, her gaze icy cold. Beside her stood another figure, an ordinary-looking young man with a calm gaze. He was the very person responsible for Su Muyang's predicament. "Third sister, it's been a long time." Su Muyang took a deep breath, suppressing the surging resentment and fear within him. He forced his face to remain calm and spoke with a smile. "You have no right to call me third sister," Su Miao replied, her expression utterly cold. She looked at Su Muyang as though he were a stranger.
"Su Muyang, you never imagined you'd end up in my hands, did you?"
"Third sister, it was second brother's fault. I was blinded by greed when I used those methods against you." Su Muyang's eyes reddened, his words sincere, his regret palpable.
"Now I know I was wrong, terribly wrong. But no matter what, we share the Su surname. We're family. Can you forgive second brother?" Chapter 174, Viewing Each Other as Enemies. It must be said, Su Muyang's talent for acting surpassed Lu Ming's by at least 100-fold. Regardless of his true inner thoughts, judging solely by his expression, demeanor, gaze, and tone, these words seemed utterly heartfelt and without pretense. To someone unfamiliar with Su Muyang, he might well have been fooled. Su Miao's icy gaze flickered. Her pale, delicate hand clenched tightly before relaxing. "Su Muyang, stop acting. Do you really think I'd believe you now? I'm not acting."
"This regret comes from the depths of my heart," Su Muyang pleaded humbly.
"I apologize for everything I've done. I beg you to forgive me."
"Whether you're sincere or putting on a show, don't expect my forgiveness," Su Miao said coldly.
"You repeatedly sent assassins after me, and now you expect me to let you off? Does the world work that easily? Miss, stop wasting your breath on him. Just stuff him in a sack and bury him. No one will ever know it was us." An impatient voice suddenly rang out behind Su Muyang. The speaker was Luin.
Her loathing for Su Muyang ran deep and her words dripped with venom. Standing behind Su Muyang, Luyin remained unseen. At the sound of her voice, Su Muyang's body instinctively shuddered. Third sister, please hear me out. No matter what grievances we've had in the past, we're family at the end of the day. How could we possibly turn against each other? Su Muyang nearly wept as he leaned forward toward Su Miao, his eyes pleading. I know you're a kind-hearted girl. You've never taken a life since childhood. You're incapable of murder. Besides, if you kill me, how will you explain it to the old master? His words were both emotional and reasoned, nearly moving even Su Muyang himself. Yet Su Miao's expression remained utterly unchanged, cold as ice. You still remember we're family? Then why didn't you think of that when you sent assassins to kill me? Faced with Su Miao's accusation, Su Muyang opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Our family rules dictate we compete for the position of primary heir. The victor becomes the first successor. The sole restriction is that we must not endanger each other's lives. Your actions have broken that family rule. Su Miao stared directly at Su Muyang, her eyes flashing with coldness. If grandfather knew this, even if I didn't act, he would personally expel you from the family, leaving you to fend for yourself, wouldn't he? Speak. What do you want from me? Seeing his words fail to sway Su Miao, Su Muyang abandoned pretense, revealing his blunt nature. If you intended to kill me, you would have done it long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. You've finally seen sense. My demand is simple, withdraw from the succession battle and hand over all your forces to me. I'll spare you. Su Miao cut straight to the chase, laying out her terms. Impossible. Su Muyang refused without hesitation. Though bound, he had calmed down once he realized Su Miao wouldn't kill him, his mind regaining its sharp, cunning edge. I'll agree to all your other demands, but this one absolutely not. Nothing is impossible. You will agree whether you like it or not. Su Miao's cold smile revealed a face of breathtaking beauty, yet her aura now radiated the overwhelming power of a queen. I'm not bargaining with you, I'm offering you a chance at redemption. Then just kill me. Su Muyang closed his eyes, adopting a defiant, what's the worst you can do, attitude. I won't kill you, but I will escort you back to the family estate and report your actions to grandfather. Su Miao walked a few steps and sat down on the sofa opposite Su Muyang. If grandfather learns you sent assassins after me, I needn't spell out the consequences, do I? You have no proof. Su Muyang snapped his eyes open, gritting his teeth. The person beside me is your evidence. Su Miao pointed at Lin Zhong. The blood chief may be dead, but the blood blade operatives are still alive. Did you really think your scheme was flawless enough to fool everyone? Fine. I promise not to contest your position as first heir. But my power base is the foundation of my standing within the family. Handing over all my influence to you would be no different from killing me. Veins bulged on Su Muyang's forehead as his face contorted. Su Miao, don't push this too far. If someone hadn't helped you, how could you possibly have captured me? In his fury, Su Muyang even forgot his predicament, blurting out Su Miao's name. In that case, there's nothing left to discuss. You'd better figure out how to explain this to the family elders. Su Miao dropped the words, rose from the sofa, and turned to leave. Stop. He had barely taken a few steps when Su Muyang's gritted voice snapped from behind him. I'm willing to hand over half my assets to you. That's the maximum price I can pay. If you still refuse, then we'll part ways. Take this to the elders, I'll face consequences, but you'll gain nothing either. Deal. Su Miao halted, turned back around, and spat out the two words with ruthless precision. Su Miao could certainly kill Su Muyang. Doing so might bring momentary satisfaction, but it would violate the family's rules and leave endless consequences. Her goal was to become the Su family's primary heir. Such a reckless act was simply not an option. Since killing Su Muyang was out of the question, she had no choice but to negotiate terms with him. Moreover, Su Miao held leverage over Su Muyang. Once terms were agreed upon, she needn't worry about him reneging. Securing half of Su Muyang's assets and forcing him to withdraw from the succession race represented the best possible outcome Su Miao could achieve. Su Muyang gasped for breath, his eyes darkening with venom. He never imagined that his impulsive trip to Xinghe would end in such a humiliating defeat. Had he known this would happen, he would never have come to Xinghe. Even if he had, he would have prepared thoroughly. One misstep, and the entire game was lost. Su Muyang's gaze shifted from Su Miao to Lin Zhong, his eyes blazing with hatred like raging fire. He now despised Lin Zhong to his very core. All of this, every single bit of it, was because of this bastard. If not for this bastard, Su Miao would have died long ago. If not for this bastard, he would never have paid such a terrible price. The more Su Muyang thought about it, the more his hatred boiled, his teeth grinding audibly. Lin Zhong, who had stood motionless all along, sensed Su Muyang's hatred directed at him. He lifted his eyelids and gave Su Muyang a faint, dismissive glance. Su Muyang immediately lowered his eyes, refusing to meet Lin Chang's gaze and hiding the hatred in his own. Su Muyang, I hope you've learned your lesson. Stop scheming and plotting. You brought this upon yourself. If you ever dare threaten me or anyone close to me again, don't blame me for tearing ties with you completely. Su Miao clapped her hands, and the 8 members of Thunder Squad immediately approached.
Untie him and escort him out with me. Chapter 175, Temporary Farewell. After Thunder Squad escorted Su Muyang to the vehicle, Su Miao turned to Lin Zhong and murmured softly, I need to return to the capital for a few days to finalize the agreement with Su Muyang. I won't be back for a while. Would you like to come with me?
As she spoke, Su Miao lowered her gaze, somehow unable to meet Lin Chang's eyes directly. This was the first time she had ever extended an invitation to a man, and an indescribable feeling welled up inside her.
It was both anticipation and nervousness.
Deep down, perhaps even unconsciously, Su Miao secretly hoped Lin Zhong would accompany her to the capital.
Unaware of her thoughts, Lin Zhong paused before asking, will you be in danger? I don't think so.
After all, Su Muyang is in my custody, and the Thunder Squad will be accompanying me. Su Miao let her hands fall to her sides, her fingers absent-mindedly twisting the hem of her dress.
The reason I asked you to come with me to the capital is to introduce you to some people. If you don't want to go, I won't force you.
Though she said this, a hint of anticipation still lingered in her tone. Lin Zhong, however, failed to detect the hope in her voice. After listening to her words, he shook his head calmly. Since you're not in danger, I'll still decline.
Alright, I respect your decision. Su Miao lowered her eyelids slightly, a faint disappointment flickering in her heart. You've really worked hard these past few days. Just rest well at home.
I'll have the company advance your salary to you. Lin Zhong smiled faintly and nodded, signaling his understanding.
Miss, what about me?
Lu Yin, who had remained silent throughout their conversation, suddenly spoke up.
Am I going to Beijing with you? Su Miao glanced at Lu Yin. You'll stay in Xinghe. Handle communications with Meng Xinghe and manage the aftermath. Keep an eye on the company for me. Report any issues immediately, I'll be back soon anyway. Miss, rest assured. I'll handle everything you've asked of me.
Lu Yin nodded vigorously, unable to suppress a smile. Lu Yin was genuinely delighted. With Su Miao gone, no one would stop her from flirting with Lin Zhong. She had even planned to launch an all-out offensive on Brother Lin during Su Miao's absence, determined to make him fall completely under her spell. As these thoughts swirled, Lu Yin's alluring eyes narrowed into a sly smile, like a fox plotting to steal a chicken. Seeing the smile on Lu Yin's face, Su Miao felt an inexplicable irritation well up inside her. She walked over, extending her slender jade-like finger to beckon Lu Yin. Manager Lu, come here for a moment.
Miss, is there anything else?
Lu Yin inwardly groaned at the timing, quickly suppressing her smile and adopting a serious tone.
While I'm away, you'd better work hard and not slack off. Otherwise, I'll transfer you back to the capital. Su Miao gave a dismissive snort and warned in a lowered voice.
Lu Yin jumped in fright, clasping her hands over her chest and deliberately adopting a pitiful expression. I've always worked very hard, Mississippi. I've never slacked off. You know that. That may have been true before, but it won't necessarily hold true in the future. Su Miao's tone was deeply meaningful, her eyes seeming to pierce straight into Lu Yin's soul. Lu Yin shifted her gaze nervously, avoiding Su Miao's stare.
After issuing her warning, Su Miao made no further delay.
She waved farewell to Lin Zhong and Lu Yin, then climbed into the Lamborghini. Starting the engine, she sped toward the airport.
Su Miao always acted with lightning speed.
To prevent complications and unexpected variables, she intended to rush back to the capital that very night.
She planned to resolve everything with lightning speed before Su Muyang's faction could react. The Thunder Squad followed in their SUVs, trailing Su Miao's Lamborghini.
3 vehicles streamed out of the warehouse in succession, soon vanishing into the darkness. Lin Zhong and Lu Yin stood rooted to the spot, watching the 3 vehicles depart. A night breeze swept by, sending a shiver through Lu Yin's body.
Little Lin, let's go too. Sister will take you out for a late-night snack.
Lu Yin pulled her coat tighter, then carefully smoothed Lin Chang's collar, which had been ruffled by the wind. She wrapped her arm around his, pressing her slender frame close to him. It's so cold. I'll borrow your arm for a bit. Lin Zhong remained silent, letting Lu Yin cling to his arm. Shoulder to shoulder, they walked toward the Ferrari parked in the distance, looking every bit like an intimate couple. Soon, the Ferrari roared out of the warehouse and sped away. Xinghe district, inside a hotel suite. Yan Jun, his arms wrapped in bandages, held a phone to his ear. The person on the other end seemed to be of immense importance. Though the other party wasn't physically present, Yan Jun still stood slightly bent over, head bowed, maintaining a respectful posture as he repeatedly responded with yes. Yan Jun's face was unusually pale, devoid of color, his forehead covered in cold sweat, whether from pain or fear was unclear.
Yan Jun, you have disappointed me.
The voice on the other end belonged to a man. His tone was low and steady, commanding authority without anger, radiating the aura of someone long entrenched in power and high position.
You actually let Mu Yang get captured? What use are you to me? I'm sorry, Master Su. It's all my fault. I failed to protect the second young master. Yan Jun's body trembled violently, nearly dropping the phone. Though he was a master of hidden strength, he was utterly terrified of the man on the other end. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. Let me rescue the second young master. Too late.
I just received word that Su Miao has already taken Mu Yang back to the capital and requested arbitration from the family.
Mu Yang's defeat is certain.
The man's voice remained steady, betraying no emotion. Tell me the entire sequence of events from start to finish. Not a single detail may be withheld.
Yes, sir.
Yan Jun's forehead glistened with sweat as his back bent lower and lower. He recounted every detail of Su Muyang's actions, not even concealing the fact that Su Muyang had colluded with an assassin organization to send someone to kill Su Miao. After listening to Yan Jun's account, the man on the other end fell silent for a moment. His heavy breathing, however, betrayed his intense fury. After a long pause, he coldly demanded, "Who else knows about these matters?"
Yan Jun stammered, there should be quite a few.
Anyone who knows about this must not be allowed to live.
This is your final chance, the man on the other end said flatly. I'll have Black Spear assist you, but don't provoke Su Miao. Understand?
Black Spear was the nickname of the mercenary squad leader.
Yan Jun exhaled in relief, hope reigniting in his eyes. Understood. If you understand, then get moving.
Until I give you another order, don't come back to the capital. With that, the man on the other end hung up. Yan Jun set down his phone, only then realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. Yet his heart was filled with relief, as if he'd narrowly escaped death. Yan Jun knew full well how formidable the man on the other end of the line was, and how vast his influence stretched.
Chapter 176, Pitiful Even to Me.
Even though Yan Jun was a master of hidden strength, towering above ordinary people in their eyes, before this man, he was no stronger than an ant. If the man wanted him dead, he wouldn't need to lift a finger, a single command would suffice.
For that man was Su Muyang's father Su Changkong, the true power behind the Su family.
After receiving Su Changkong's call, Yan Jun dared not hesitate a moment longer. Despite his severe injuries and the deep hours of the night, he led a group of mercenaries to hunt down and purge the remaining blood-blade assassins.
How much bloodshed and sin lay concealed within the darkness?
Lin Zhong returned to the Yang residence in the early hours of the morning. As he unlocked the security door, he saw Yang Ying sitting cross-legged on a wicker chair, her snow-white chin resting on her knees, eyes fixed blankly ahead. She wore adorable pink pajamas, her delicate little feet pressed together. Her silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, partially obscuring her cheek, making her appear like an ethereal spirit not of this world. I'm home, Lin Zhong cleared his throat softly. Yang Ying didn't turn around, her body remaining perfectly still, seemingly oblivious to Lin Chang's words. Yet her rosy lips pressed tightly together, her breathing quickened, her full chest rose and fell sharply, and her thick, dense lashes fluttered incessantly.
What's wrong?
Lin Zhong hung his coat on the rack, walked over to Yang Ying, and reached out to touch her hair. Yang Ying turned her head away, evading his hand, her tone stiff.
Nothing. Are you upset?
Lin Zhong sensed something off in her tone.
No. Though she said so, Yang Ying's lips were already pouting. Both her facial expression and tone made it crystal clear to Lin Zhong that she was indeed angry, very, very angry.
I'm sorry I came back late, Lin Zhong murmured. Yang Ying's pout deepened, her eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to meet Lin Chang's gaze. In all the time they'd known each other, this was the first time Lin Zhong had seen Yang Ying angry. The more he watched her, the more adorable she seemed, and he couldn't resist reaching out again to stroke her hair. This time, Yang Ying didn't pull away. Instead, her eyes suddenly reddened, and crystal-clear tears began to fall like pearls from a broken string, plopping down one after another. Her quiet, gentle nature rarely showed anger, but when it did, it meant she was truly hurt. Lin Zhong sat beside Yang Ying and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. What's wrong? He was completely baffled, utterly clueless as to why Yang Ying was upset or why she was crying. Yang Ying pressed her lips together, shook her head firmly, and said nothing. Tears streamed down her snow-white face like rain on pear blossoms, making her look utterly pitiable. She hadn't cried in a long time, not even when her mother was ill, but now that the tears started, they flowed like a burst dam, impossible to stem.
Did someone bully you?
Lin Zhong's brows furrowed sharply, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Yang Ying wiped her tears and stammered, no one bullied me.
I was just worried about you.
Hearing her words, Lin Zhong's heart lurched. An orphan since the age of 6, he had never known the warmth of family. His life experiences had forged a silent, stubborn character and made him accustomed to the taste of loneliness. Though he had come to the Yang family, replacing Yang, who was a relative to Yang Ying and her mother, in his heart, he still saw himself as that orphan without parents or kin. In this world, he had always been alone. Yet at this very moment, Yang Ying's tears made Lin Zhong understand what it felt like to be cared for. It also made him realize he was no longer an orphan, he had new family. Lin Zhong opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched and hoarse, unable to utter a single word.
Brother Lin, I was so worried about you.
Worried something had happened.
I couldn't sleep when you didn't come back.
Yang Ying whispered softly through her tears. Lin Zhong said nothing, only tightened his embrace around Yang Ying's fragrant shoulders, letting her rest her head against his. Her arms wrapped around his waist as silent tears streamed down her face, quickly soaking a large patch on his shoulder. Only after 10 minutes did Yang Ying finally stop crying, though she remained buried in Lin Chang's embrace, still too afraid to lift her head. I'll try to come back earlier from now on, Lin Zhong promised, stroking her hair. Yang Ying gave a soft sniffle, rubbing her small face hard against Lin Chang's shirt several times to wipe away her tears before finally leaving his embrace. Seeing Yang Ying finally return to normal, Lin Zhong silently breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and took off his clothes. You go to sleep first. I'm going to take a shower. No, I don't want to sleep yet. I want to talk to you. Yang Ying lifted her small face. Perhaps because she had just been crying, her voice was hoarse. Brother Lin, did you get into another fight? She had noticed the bruises covering his body, clear marks left by the fight. I'm a bodyguard. Fighting is part of the job, Lin Zhong replied with a faint smile. Don't worry. I'll rub some medicinal alcohol on them later. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Go take a shower first, Brother Lin. Yang Ying took the clothes from Lin Chang's hands and held them close. After you shower, I'll help you apply the medicine, and I'll wash your clothes too. Her tone was soft, but her expression was resolute. Lin Zhong knew Yang Ying was gentle on the outside but strong-willed on the inside. Once she made up her mind, it was hard to change it. Besides, this wasn't a big deal. He nodded. All right. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. With that, Lin Zhong entered the bathroom, shedding his clothes to reveal a body covered in wounds. Some wounds were inflicted by assassins, others by Yan Jun. Though not severe, improper care might lead to lingering internal injuries. With bandages wrapped around his hands, what usually took 5 minutes to shower now took 10. When he emerged from the bathroom, he found Yang Ying still waiting in the living room. On the table before her lay bandages, cotton, alcohol, tissue regenerating ointment, medicinal wine, scissors, and other supplies. Wearing only shorts to apply the medicated alcohol, Lin Chang's well-proportioned, muscular physique made Yang Ying's face flush crimson and her heart pound like a drum. Brother Lin, come sit here, Yang Ying managed to say, suppressing her inner shyness as she gestured toward the stool in front of her. Lin Zhong complied, sitting upright and waiting for Yang Ying to tend to his wound. Yang Ying first used scissors to cut open the bandage on Lin Chang's hand. When the wound on his hand was revealed before her eyes, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes reddening again. It's fine, doesn't hurt at all, Lin Zhong reassured her. Brother Lin, you have to promise me you won't get into fights with people so easily anymore, Yang Ying said, her head bowed as she applied the healing ointment to his hand, her voice muffled with sadness. I promise. And even if you do fight, don't get hurt. Alright. Chapter 177, Rainy Night. Time flew by in their ordinary, back-and-forth conversation. Yang Ying finally finished bandaging Lin Chang's hand wounds and rubbed medicinal alcohol over all his injured areas. After finishing all this, both Lin Zhong and Yang Ying felt a great weight lifted. Now go back to your room and get some sleep. Lin Zhong stood up and stretched his body. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he said to Yang Ying, it's almost 1 o'clock. You have class tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. We have the day off. Yang Ying smiled slightly. Perfect. Then you can accompany me somewhere tomorrow. Where? The 4S car dealership. I plan to buy a car, it's just too inconvenient otherwise. Lin Zhong pulled on a t-shirt. We have money now. No need to deprive ourselves. If we need something, we should buy it. Okay. Yang Ying nodded happily. Hearing Lin Zhong was buying a car, Yang Ying felt as giddy as any young girl. Well, I'm off to bed then. Good night, Brother Lin. Yang Ying waved to Lin Zhong and walked back to her room. Lin Zhong practiced the Dragon Tiger Force in the living room for a while. Once his entire body felt warm and the hidden force circulated throughout, he also returned to his bedroom. He flopped onto the bed and closed his eyes. Rumble. About half an hour later, a series of thunderclaps suddenly erupted outside the window, followed immediately by a torrential downpour. Shortly after the thunder roared, the door to Lin Chang's bedroom opened silently. A petite, graceful figure tiptoed inside. Brother Lin, are you asleep? Yang Ying asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Just then, another thunderclap boomed outside the window. Yang Ying flinched, a look of fear flitting across her small face. Lin Chang's ears twitched, but he didn't open his eyes or respond to Yang Ying. He had actually woken up the moment Yang Ying opened the door, but decided it was better to pretend to be asleep. Yang Ying stood with her hands clasped in front of her, her 10 fingers intertwined. Her eyes darted nervously, and her exquisite little face shifted between fear and embarrassment as she hesitated. Boom! Another thunderclap boomed. Yang Ying's body trembled again. Covering her ears with both hands, she hesitated no longer. She tiptoed to the bedside, carefully scrutinized Lin Zhong for a few moments to confirm he hadn't woken, then cautiously climbed onto the large bed and lay down close to his body. Once beside him, she felt the warmth radiating from his body. Yang Ying's trembling finally ceased. She exhaled a long breath, her nerves instantly relaxing. Sleepiness washed over her, and she soon drifted into slumber. Yang Ying had fallen asleep, but now Lin Zhong was the one suffering from insomnia. Because Yang Ying was lying too close. Lin Zhong slept in a very upright posture, his body straight with his hands at his sides, a habit cultivated during his military service. Yang Ying, however, lay on her side, pressed tightly against him. Even motionless, he could smell the faint, sweet fragrance emanating from the young girl. Lin Zhong took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within him.
He banished all distracting thoughts from his mind, struggling to resist the devil's temptation.
Slowly regaining his composure, he forced himself into sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Zhong, who had barely drifted off, was suddenly jolted awake by a heavy weight pressing against his chest. He opened his eyes, unable to suppress a wry smile. At some point, Xinghe had shifted from sleeping beside him to lying on top of him. Her exquisite face was mere inches away, close enough to touch, even her thick lashes clearly visible. Lin Zhong shifted slightly, cupping her slender waist barely a handful with both hands, intending to gently move her off him. After all, this position was far too suggestive. If Xinghe woke up to the scene, she'd likely be so embarrassed she'd want to crawl into a hole. But the moment his hands touched her waist, the girl's body trembled. A soft, muffled sound escaped her lips as she slowly opened her eyes, still half asleep.
Seconds later, her eyes widened in shock, locking with Lin Zhong's.
They stared at each other, neither speaking. The silence lingered for several minutes before Xinghe finally realized what had happened. Her small face flushed crimson, the color spreading all the way to her neck and even turning her ears bright red. Without a word, she scrambled off Lin Zhong, leaped off the bed, and dashed out without even putting on her slippers, covering her face as she fled. She didn't forget to close the door behind her.
Watching Yang Ying's flustered retreat, Lin Zhong couldn't help but smile.
After Yang Ying's commotion, he couldn't sleep anymore, though he hadn't really been sleeping much anyway. He got up, did a chest expansion stretch, followed by a back stretch, and his entire skeleton responded with a series of crisp cracking sounds. To ensure Yang Ying slept soundly, he hadn't moved all night, leaving his muscles and bones nearly stiff. Now finally able to move his body, the feeling of relief was indescribable. For the next several hours, Yang Ying avoided Lin Zhong, refusing to meet him. Even breakfast was brought into her bedroom. Lin Zhong had assumed she'd avoid him all day. Just as he was considering going car shopping alone, Yang Ying finally emerged from the bedroom. She had changed into a white t-shirt and jeans, radiating a fresh, captivating aura. She walked over to Lin Zhong with her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Even after all this time, the flush hadn't faded from her cheeks, proof of how thin-skinned she was and how deeply embarrassed she felt. To avoid upsetting her, Lin Zhong acted as if nothing had happened.
Xiaowing, if you're ready, let's head out now.
Yang Ying hummed in response, lifting her eyes to glance at Lin Zhong.
Their gazes met for just an instant before hers darted back down. The two walked out the door one after the other, Lin Zhong leading and Yang Ying following. She followed closely behind him, step by step, like a wronged little wife. They had barely stepped outside when Lin Chang's phone suddenly rang. Hey, Lin, what are you up to today? We're off work. The moment he answered, Guan Wei's energetic voice filled the line. Yang Ying and I are planning to go car shopping today. Want to join us? Lin Zhong hadn't seen Guan Wei in several days. Though they spoke every night, he genuinely missed this lively, adorable girl. Of course I'll come. Where are you guys now? On the other end, Guan Wei shot up from her bed and scrambled to put on her shoes. Meet us at the entrance of Old Man Liao's noodle shop. Okay, Lin, wait for me. I'll be right there. Guan Wei hurriedly dropped the line after that. Chapter 178, Reunion with Mother and Daughter. Yang Ying, who was behind them, lifted her head and glanced at Lin Zhong's retreating figure. She had overheard his conversation with Guan Wei, and her little mouth puckered in displeasure. She was almost certain that once little Cao arrived, she'd drag Brother Lin into all sorts of chatter, leaving her out in the cold. No way. Brother Lin is mine, I won't let that little Cao steal him away. A sense of crisis quickly took hold in Yang Ying's heart. She stopped dwelling on the embarrassing incident from that morning, hurried to catch up, and walked side by side with Lin Zhong, taking his large hand in hers. Lin Zhong, of course, had no idea what was going on inside Yang Ying's mind. He simply thought she had stopped being shy and gently clasped her small hand in return. Her hand felt soft as if it had no bones, like holding a ball of cotton. Lin Zhong dared not apply any pressure, afraid he might accidentally crush it. Hand in hand, they soon arrived at the entrance of Uncle Liao's noodle shop. After waiting about 10 minutes, they saw a Bentley pull up to the curb. The door opened, and a charming young girl hopped out. Dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, she had large eyes and a delicate oval face. Her chest, disproportionately full for her age, pushed the fabric high. Her waist was slender, and her legs were straight and long. Who else could it be but Guan Wei? Upon spotting Lin Zhong, Guan Wei's face lit up with a radiant smile. Her dimples deepened as she waved energetically at him, then skipped and hopped her way over. Lin Zhong smiled faintly and raised his hand in return. Behind Guan Wei, another beautiful figure emerged from the Bentley. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Guan Wei, yet possessed an added touch of allure and maturity. She wore a white blouse, a knee-length skirt, and a pair of deep red high heels, radiating a sensual and captivating aura. It was Guan Wei's mother, Guan Yusen. Guan Yusen also approached Lin Zhong. Hongsheng Lane was an old street, its surface long neglected and thus quite uneven. Wearing high heels and with her sprained ankle not yet fully healed, she took each step with great care.
A luxury car worth millions, a vibrant young beauty, and a mature, alluring woman, all of this seemed utterly out of place on Hongqing Alley. Thus, the appearance of Guan Wei and Guan Yusen instantly drew the attention of everyone on the street. And Lin Zhong, who greeted them, became the focal point of everyone's gaze. Everyone speculated about their identities and their relationship to Lin Zhong. After all, Lin Zhong didn't look like a wealthy man, nor was he particularly striking in appearance at most. He seemed physically strong. What gives him the right? What kind of dog luck did this guy get? When will I ever get that kind of luck? Seeing Lin Zhong surrounded by three beauties, countless hearts turned sour with envy. Guan Wei rushed over to Lin Zhong, only to spot Yang Ying standing hand in hand with him. Her smile instantly vanished. She stood 2 meters away, her lips pursed in a pout, eyes fixed on their clasped hands. Lin Zhong felt awkward and tried to pull away, but Yang Ying held onto his hand tightly. She even raised her eyebrows at Guan Wei in a show of defiance. Guan Wei couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed her way between Lin Zhong and Yang Ying, prying their hands apart. She glared at Yang Ying first, then hooked her arm through Lin Chang's and tilted her little face up, asking, "Brother Lin, did you miss me?" "Big brother Lin didn't miss you at all," Yang Ying retorted, her own mood souring. She cut in before Lin Zhong could respond. "Princess Peace, shut your mouth. I didn't ask you." Guan Wei shot a glance at Yang Ying's chest and snorted disdainfully, "People with small chests have no right to speak." Yang Ying's cheeks flushed crimson. When it came to verbal sparring, she was no match for the sharp-tongued Guan Wei. Wanting to retort, she couldn't find the words to counter. She could only bite her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her chest heaving with anger. Defeating Yang Ying with a single remark, Guan Wei basked in triumph, nuzzling her cheek against Lin Zhong's arm. She looked like a little girl who'd finally gotten the toy she'd been longing for. Lin Zhong couldn't intervene in the banter between Yang Ying and Guan Wei, so he pretended not to hear. At the same time, Lin Zhong could see that despite their constant bickering, the two were actually very close. It was only in Guan Wei's presence that the introverted Yang Ying could truly let her guard down. "Big brother Lin, did you miss me?" Guan Wei tugged at Lin Chang's arm and asked again. Lin Zhong met her expectant gaze and felt an urge to pinch her cheek, but he restrained himself after all. Her mother was standing right there. "MHM. Hee, I missed you too so much." Guan Wei beamed, her big eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Princess Taiping said you didn't miss me, but I don't believe a word of it." Yang Ying snorted in agreement and walked over to Lin Chang's other side. Just then, Guan Yusen approached Lin Zhong, extending her hand. "Lin Zhong, it's good to see you again." Lin Zhong withdrew his arm from Guan Wei's embrace and offered a light handshake to Guan Yusen. Guan Yusen's hand was smooth and delicate, like a piece of fine jade, feeling incredibly comfortable in his grasp. Yet Lin Zhong released it immediately, showing no intention of taking advantage. Guan Yusen then greeted Yang Ying with a warm, beaming smile even more affectionate than the one she'd given Guan Wei. It was clear her fondness for Yang Ying was genuine. Yang Ying, unaccustomed to such warmth, flushed shyly and drew back slightly. "Aunt Guan, is your foot better?" Lin Zhong looked down at Guan Yusen's ankle. "Almost. It still hurts a bit, but I can walk fine." Guan Yusen's fair face flushed slightly as she recalled what had happened when she was with Lin Zhong, a strange feeling stirring within her. She quickly changed the subject, though. "Did you hurt your hand?" Hearing her mother's question, Guan Wei finally noticed the bandage on Lin Chang's hand. It wasn't surprising she'd overlooked it. Her heart had been so filled with joy at seeing him that she'd had no room to notice anything else. "Brother Lin, what happened to your hand?" Guan Wei grabbed Lin Chang's arm anxiously. "Just a minor injury, nothing serious now." Lin Zhong flexed his fingers in front of them, signaling he was fine. "Aunt Guan, why did you come with Wei Wei?" "I was heading to work anyway, so it was convenient." Guan Yusen glanced at her wristwatch before turning to Lin Zhong. "Wei Wei mentioned you were buying a car today? Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" "Thanks, Aunt Guan, but I'd rather handle it myself." Lin Zhong shook his head. Seeing Lin Zhong decline, Guan Yusen didn't press the issue. She could tell he was a very decisive person. "Alright, after you buy the car, you and Wei Wei come over to my place. I'll cook for you." "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Lin Zhong hesitated. "Didn't we agree last time? You saved us. I should at least express my gratitude." Guan Yusen shot Lin Zhong a playful glare, the gesture making her appear graceful and charming. "No refusing. It's settled." Chapter 179, Car Dispute. Seeing there was no way out, Lin Zhong simply agreed, "Fine. I'll head to work first and finish everything early. We'll meet up this afternoon." Guan Yusen waved goodbye to the three of them. Before leaving, she turned to Guan Wei and added, "Be good and listen to Lin Zhong. No mischief, understand?" Guan Wei clearly hadn't taken Guan Yusen's warning to heart. Distracted, she replied, Yeah, I know. Mom, just go already. I'm not a little kid. You little brat." Guan Yusen sighed helplessly, gave Lin Zhong a nod, turned toward the Bentley, and soon drove away. "Let's go too." Lin Zhong glanced up at the sky. Thanks to last night's thunderstorm, today's weather was perfect, neither cold nor hot, with a clear blue sky stretching endlessly without a single cloud. Lin Zhong led the way.
Yang Ying and Guan Wei had already made up, acting as if they'd never quarreled. Hand in hand, they followed behind him, constantly whispering and exchanging secret giggles, the kind of private chatter only girls understood. The trio arrived at the bus stop. Soon, a bus approached from the distance. The waiting crowd immediately jostled and pushed, swarming toward the doors in a rush. Caught in the throng, Lin Zhong and his companions were inevitably swept along. To prevent Yang Ying and Guan Wei from stumbling, Lin Zhong wrapped his arms around their shoulders, shielding them as he moved forward slowly but steadily. Yang Ying and Guan Wei were exceptionally beautiful, radiating youthful charm, and had immediately drawn the attention of many. During the boarding process, several men deliberately pressed against them, attempting to take advantage. But without exception, every one of them was knocked aside by Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong showed no mercy toward these unscrupulous individuals. Anyone he collided with lost their footing, stumbling backward. A punk with his hair dyed a reddish-brown, wearing a plaid shirt, pushed his way through the crowd with particular force. His leering eyes fixed on Yang Ying and Guan Wei's faces, and he even sneakily reached out a hand, groping toward Guan Wei's body. He'd assumed his actions would go unnoticed in the crowd, but halfway through the motion, a sharp pain shot through his wrist as someone grabbed his hand. A powerful force then sent him tumbling backward, crashing onto the ground. Lin Zhong shot the punk a cold glance, considering whether to kick him while he was down. But the bus was about to depart, and Yang Ying and Guan Wei were waiting for him on board. Reluctantly abandoning the urge to teach him a lesson, he turned and boarded the bus. Damn it! The thug scrambled to his feet, glaring furiously at Lin Chang's retreating back. Rain had fallen the night before, leaving the ground muddy and slick. Knocked down by Lin Zhong, the thug's pants were now caked in filthy mud, making him look utterly ridiculous. The punk hadn't even considered why he'd been knocked down. All he felt was the humiliation of being humiliated in public by Lin Zhong, and he was determined to get his revenge. Besides, those two girls were breathtakingly beautiful. They had stirred something deep within him, nearly stealing his very soul. There was no way he could just walk away. The thug shoved aside several people trying to board the bus, storming onto the vehicle with a fierce expression. His eyes scanned the interior, searching for Lin Chang's figure. The bus jolted to life and resumed its journey. The thug quickly spotted Lin Zhong, and the sight instantly ignited the flames of jealousy and resentment within him. For there, nestled like little birds in the man's embrace, were the very girls he'd lusted after. "Get out of my way," the thug bellowed brutally, charging through the bus, shoving passengers aside as he made his way toward Lin Zhong's location. Everyone in his path glared at him angrily, yet none dared to speak up. Lin Zhong had exceptionally keen hearing. Despite the chaotic clamor inside the bus, he clearly caught the thug's voice. His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing within. Soon, the thug stood before Lin Zhong, glaring furiously and pointing an accusing finger at his nose. "Damn it! Why the hell did you bump into me just now?" Lin Chang's gaze remained icy as he looked down on the thug from above, not even bothering to respond. "I'm talking to you, dumbass. Got a problem?" Seeing Lin Chang's silence, the punk thought he was scared. His courage surged, his tone turning even more vicious as his finger nearly jabbed Lin Chang's face. Lin Chang's gaze grew even colder. He uttered 5 words, "Shut up. Then get lost." With Yang Ying and Guan Wei by his side, Lin Zhong had no desire to provoke another confrontation unless absolutely necessary. He had promised Yang Ying just last night that he wouldn't resort to violence lightly. He didn't want to give her the impression he was a man of his word. But if the other party didn't know when to back down, Lin Zhong wouldn't mind giving him a lesson he'd never forget. "Oh, so you can talk after all. Thought you were dumb." If the punk had any sense, he'd have done as Lin Zhong said. But clearly, he lacked that kind of awareness and kept digging his own grave. "Who the hell do you think you are, telling me to shut up? If it weren't for these two beauties, I wouldn't even bother wasting my breath on you. I'm giving you a chance to get down on your knees and apologize." After speaking, the thug's eyes shifted from Lin Zhong to Yang Ying and Guan Wei. His throat slid as he swallowed hard. Holy crap, these two beauties were absolutely irresistible. The thug's brazen, rude attitude drew disapproval from the others in the car, but everyone remained silent, afraid to speak up lest they get burned. Among the crowd, a few sharper individuals had already realized Lin Zhong wasn't someone to mess with. He remained utterly composed, showing not a hint of panic or fear in the face of the thug's provocation. "Kneeling apologies again? Can't you come up with something new?" Lin Zhong couldn't help but shake his head, uttering a remark that left the thug utterly baffled. "You want something new? Fine. How about we take these two little beauties?" The thug grinned, finally spilling the words he'd been holding back for so long. But before he could finish, his vision blurred. A sharp crack echoed as a palm slammed across his face. Lin Chang's blow was swift and vicious. The thug couldn't react in time. The slap knocked out several teeth and left half his face swollen and puffed up. Stunned by the blow, the thug stood frozen, his fingers still pointed accusingly at Lin Zhong. "You dare hit me?" Smack! His response was another resounding slap. Lin Zhong swung his hand back, landing a blow on the other side of the thug's face. This time the thug braced himself, yet he couldn't dodge. Lin Chang's strike was simply too swift.
5 finger marks appeared symmetrically on both sides of his face, leaving his cheeks red and swollen, making him look like a pig's head.
Put. Guanwei couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thug's comical face. Chapter 180, terrified out of his wits. Guanwei's clear laughter snapped the thug out of his dazed shock. He clutched his face, feeling a burning sensation whether from pain, humiliation, or both, he couldn't tell. You bastard. The thug's eyes instantly turned red as he spat out the curse, simultaneously raising his fist and swinging it recklessly toward Lin Chang's head with a surprisingly fierce momentum. In that moment, his hatred for Lin Zhong reached its peak. But before the thug's fist could touch Lin Chang's body, Lin Chang's palm landed on his face once more. Smack! This slap carried even more force than the previous two, sending the thug reeling off balance. He spun halfway around in place before crashing but first onto the ground. A trickle of blood flowed from the thug's mouth, mingled with several teeth. The thug made muffled sounds, struggling to rise from the ground. After several failed attempts, he simply sat there, gazing up at Lin Zhong with eyes filled with terror. Lin Chang's merciless 3 slaps had completely shattered the punk's courage. He finally understood he'd kicked a hornet's nest this time, provoking someone he shouldn't have. Lin Zhong remained expressionless, shielding Yang Ying and Guanwei with one arm. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, standing as steady as a mountain amidst the swaying bus. He shot the thug a cold glance. The utter detachment in his eyes sent a chill through the young man, who began trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, an immense, icy aura seemed to emanate from Lin Zhong. It not only intimidated the thug but also instantly chilled the atmosphere on the bus to freezing point. No one spoke, and no one dared look at Lin Zhong again. Heads were either bowed or fixed on the windows. The entire bus fell silent, broken only by the hum of the engine. Several people who had been standing near Lin Zhong quietly shifted their feet, moving further away from him. Yang Ying and Guanwei both tilted their heads back, gazing at Lin Chang's sharply defined profile, their eyes brimming with undisguised admiration and adoration. Guanwei clung tightly to Lin Chang's waist, her ample bosom pressed against his body, her cheek nestled against his chest, her face radiating blissful ecstasy. This girl was hopelessly infatuated with Lin Zhong. Do you still want me to apologize? Lin Zhong asked coldly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached the thug's ears with crystal clarity. The thug shook his head violently, as if afraid Lin Zhong wouldn't see him, nearly wringing his neck in the process. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but his face was already swollen beyond recognition, several teeth missing, rendering his words muffled and indistinct. Seeing the thug's terrified and uneasy expression, Lin Zhong looked away, never once glancing back at him. He was merely a low-level thug from the underworld. Had he not provoked Lin Zhong, the latter wouldn't have wasted a single ounce of energy on him. As Lin Chang's gaze shifted away from the thug, the icy aura that had enveloped the entire bus compartment vanished without a trace. When the bus stopped again, the thug felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve. Cradling his face in his hands, he scrambled off the bus, not daring to utter a single threatening word. Guanwei watched the thug's disheveled retreat, covering her mouth with a giggle. Brother Lin, you're amazing. You scared the wits out of that guy. Lin Zhong smiled faintly, ruffling Guanwei's hair without a word. The rest of the journey passed without incident, and no further trouble arose. When the bus reached Xinghe district, Lin Zhong pulled Yang Ying and Guanwei off the bus. Before leaving, Lin Zhong had checked the map and knew the largest forest dealership in Xinghe City was nearby. Without hesitation, he led the two girls straight toward their destination. The two vibrant, youthful beauties drew countless stares along the way. After walking down the street for about 10 minutes, a large forest dealership came into view. Upon entering the dealership, a female salesperson dressed in a black business suit and possessing pleasant looks immediately approached them. She inquired attentively, "Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Though Lin Zhong was dressed plainly and wasn't particularly striking in appearance, he carried an air of calm composure that made the saleswoman hesitate to underestimate him. Especially since the two women accompanying him, Yang Ying and Guanwei, were both exceptionally beautiful, one ethereal and refined, the other lively and charming, which subtly added to his appeal. "I'm here to buy a car," Lin Zhong said, his eyes scanning the showroom. Not seeing the type of vehicle he wanted, his brow furrowed slightly. "What kind of vehicle are you looking for?" "An SUV. Lin Chang's words were, as always, concise and to the point. The saleswoman listed brands like they were old friends. "We carry BMW, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, Bentley, all kinds of SUV brands. Which one would you prefer?" The brands she listed covered nearly all major SUV manufacturers on the market, yet the specific model Lin Zhong sought was absent. Lin Zhong thought for a moment. "Porsche." The saleswoman froze, clearly surprised by his choice. Porsche? In her mind, Porsche was a sports car brand. The Porsche Cayenne. "I'm sorry," the saleswoman snapped out of her daze, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Please hold on a moment while I check if we have any Cayenne models in stock." With that, she hurried away. Guanwei, standing beside Lin Zhong, looked puzzled, unable to understand why he would buy such an expensive car. As for Yang Ying, she had no concept of the Porsche Cayenne at all, so she didn't find it strange. But whether it was Guanwei or Yang Ying, they both unconditionally supported Lin Chang's decision. So even though Guan Wei was quite puzzled, she didn't voice her questions. Brother Lin, what kind of car is the Porsche Cayenne?
Yang Ying tugged at Lin Chang's sleeve and asked in a low voice.
It's the fastest SUV in the world.
Before Lin Zhong could answer, a man's voice suddenly rang out behind the three of them.
Sir, are you interested in purchasing a Porsche Cayenne?
The trio spun around to find a middle-aged man in a suit standing nearby. The man appeared to be in his 40s, his hair neatly combed, his face radiating shrewd competence. The name tag on his chest identified him as the manager of this forest dealership. Lin Zhong showed no surprise at the man's appearance.
He nodded.
That's correct. We do have a Porsche Cayenne Luxury Limited Edition in stock, but it comes at a hefty price.
Are you certain you wish to proceed, sir? The man inquired cautiously. Concerned Lin Zhong might misunderstand, he added, this is an upgraded model. Its specifications far surpass those of the standard Cayenne, with performance rivaling that of a sports car.
Consequently, its price is several times higher than the regular version.
I just wanted to confirm your commitment. Chapter 181, The Wealthy Playboy.
Lin Zhong replied calmly, if it's truly worth the price, I'll buy it no matter the cost.
Your word is enough. I'll have someone bring the car out immediately. The middle-aged man's heart leapt with joy.
He could tell Lin Zhong was sincere, and a smile spread across his face.
Please wait a moment.
The middle-aged man led Lin Zhong and his two companions to sit on the showroom sofas, instructed staff to bring refreshments, then excused himself with a nod before hurrying away. This forest dealership occupied a vast area. Considering customer needs, besides displaying various car brands, it featured sofas and seating for customers to rest, along with complimentary beverages. After sitting on the sofa for a while, sipping their drinks and chatting casually, Guan Wei suddenly turned to Lin Zhong with a coy expression.
Brother Lin, Xinghe and I need to step out for a moment. Please wait here for us, okay?
Lin Zhong paused, about to ask where they were going, but seeing the embarrassed look on Guan Wei's face, he swallowed his words.
Alright, hurry back.
Okay, got it. Guan Wei stood up, waved to Lin Zhong, and pulled Yang Ying toward a certain area inside the store. As they walked, they whispered to each other. Whatever Guan Wei said must have struck a chord, because Yang Ying suddenly raised her hand and playfully tapped Guan Wei on the shoulder. Lin Zhong watched the charming, graceful backs of the two girls, his heart filled with a sense of calm. Such days were truly peaceful.
But Lin Chang's inner peace didn't last long. About 5 minutes later, Yang Ying and Guan Wei reappeared in his line of sight.
Their expressions, however, had turned grim, a stark contrast to the cheerful mood they'd left with.
Yang Ying walked silently with a cold expression, while Guan Wei's face was flushed with anger. Both hurried along.
Beside the girls, 3 young men in their 20s had appeared at some point. They wore carefree grins and chattered incessantly to the girls. All 3 were dressed in designer labels. One sported several gold chains around his neck, another wore sparkling rings on his fingers, and the third had diamond studs in his ears, obviously the spoiled sons of wealthy families.
Hey, ladies, don't be so cold.
How about we make friends? The gold chain playboy grinned, his eyes darting between Yang Ying and Guan Wei.
Both his expression and gaze were downright obnoxious.
The other playboy subtly flaunted the rings on his fingers, looking utterly sleazy.
Hey, ladies, don't walk so fast. Let's get to know each other. We're not bad guys. Yang Ying and Guan Wei couldn't be bothered to respond to these 3 rich kids, treating them like bothersome flies. As for their words, nothing but the buzzing of insects.
Seeing this, Lin Chang's expression darkened slightly as he rose from the sofa.
He didn't know what was happening, but he knew it couldn't be good. Just then, the 2 girls noticed Lin Zhong.
Simultaneously, their faces lit up with smiles as radiant as blooming flowers, leaving the 3 wealthy young men trailing behind them utterly transfixed, unable to tear their eyes away.
Feeling their burning stares, Yang Ying and Guan Wei both scowled in disgust and quickened their pace. They practically jogged over to Lin Zhong.
Guan Wei pointed angrily at the 3 wealthy young men and complained to Lin Zhong, Brother Lin, these 3 guys have been harassing us. Yang Ying also reached out her snow-white hand to grab Lin Chang's arm, nodding vigorously in agreement with Guan Wei's words. Seeing these 2 rare beauties display such closeness to Lin Zhong, a shadow of displeasure flashed simultaneously in the eyes of the 3 wealthy young men. They halted their advance 2 meters away. They sized Lin Zhong up from head to toe, their faces breaking into expressions of contempt. So he was just a penniless loser. Lin Chang's clothes were mass-produced, worth only a few hundred yuan total. Though clean and neat, they were clearly several tiers below the outfits worn by the 3 rich kids.
Realizing Lin Zhong was simply not in their league, the 3 rich kids immediately dismissed him.
Hey, don't be so harsh, beautiful. We just wanted to get to know you, one of the rich kids said with a smug grin. Just give me your number, and I'll be on my way.
Dream on.
With Lin Zhong standing by to back her up, Guan Wei showed no fear. With the likes of you, even in 800 lifetimes, you'd never get our numbers. Guan Wei's words were blunt, her contempt evident in every syllable. Hearing her retort, the rich kid's face turned crimson with fury. We're doing you a favor by asking for your number. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Put. Who needs your respect? Go home and suck your mother's tits. When it came to verbal sparring, Guan Wei was second to none.
Her retort left the rich kid flushed red, fuming with rage. You. The rich kid was so enraged he couldn't form a coherent sentence. He hadn't expected the sweet-looking Guan Wei to be so vicious when she cursed. Seeing his friend humiliated, the other rich kid with the ring quickly interjected, "Miss, that's a bit harsh. We never meant any harm, we just wanted your phone numbers. If you don't want to give them, fine, but why the insults?" Guan Wei shot him a sideways glance. "You've been pestering us the whole way, and now suddenly it's our fault?" "Not exactly. It all boils down to a misunderstanding. My buddy here just got a little too eager and overstepped. Why don't we sit down, have a drink, and chat?" The other rich kid plastered on a smile he thought was irresistibly charming, his gaze burning into Guan Wei. "If you become our friends, you won't regret it. It'll be 100 times better than sticking with this loser." Finishing, the playboy gave Lin Zhong a smug nod, his expression brimming with pride. Guan Wei froze, taking several seconds to process. Suddenly, she spun around and threw herself into Lin Zhong's arms, clinging to his waist and laughing breathlessly, her chest heaving against his body. "Brother Lin. This guy actually looked down on you, saying he is 100 times better than you." Yang Ying, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke coldly, "He's not even worth a single finger of Brother Lin's." Yang Ying hadn't intended to speak, but the audacity of that man to insult Brother Lin filled her with fury. Her disgust for these three pretentious fools reached its peak in an instant. Lin Zhong was also somewhat speechless. He gently patted Guan Wei's back to stop her from laughing herself silly, then grabbed her arm and pushed her away from his embrace, positioning her beside Yang Ying. Only after doing this did Lin Zhong step forward. Meeting the jealous stares of the three rich kids, he said expressionlessly, "Are you going to get lost on your own, or do I need to help you?" Chapter 182, Provocation Revisited. "What did you say?" The three rich kids exchanged stunned glances, barely believing their ears. This guy who looked poor and unremarkable, wearing nothing but generic clothes, actually dared to speak to them in that tone? "I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me?" Lin Zhong frowned impatiently. His temper had never been known for its patience. He had zero tolerance for these good-for-nothings who contributed nothing to society, flaunting their family's stinking money everywhere, convinced the world revolved around them. The three rich kids instantly bristled. Their eyes turned hostile as they took a few steps closer. The one with the gold chain around his neck snarled, "Do you know who we are? Say that again if you dare." Lin Zhong raised his eyebrows slightly, arms crossed over his chest, chin lifted. He looked down on the trio with a condescending gaze and spat out two words, "Get lost." Crisp. Clear. The three rich kids hadn't expected Lin Zhong to actually say it, not a hint of fear in him. They froze in place, caught between advancing and retreating. They hadn't been averse to teaching Lin Zhong a lesson, but his physique was clearly far more robust than theirs. If it came to blows, even the three of them combined might not stand a chance against him. More crucially, Lin Zhong radiated an indescribable oppressive aura that sent shivers down their spines and chilled their hearts, sapping any courage to confront him. Unconsciously, the three found themselves at a disadvantage. Under Lin Chang's indifferent gaze, they felt unable to lift their heads. "This isn't your house. What gives you the right to tell us to get lost?" The ring-wearing playboy's expression flickered several times before he forced out, "We're standing here because we want to. What business is it of yours? As long as you don't provoke us, you can stand here as long as you like." Lin Zhong saw that these three had no courage to fight, and he felt a bit bored. For someone of his stature to actually bother with these three useless men would be beneath him. "Let's go. Ignore them." The last remark was directed at Yang Ying and Guan Wei. The two girls obediently nodded and followed Lin Zhong toward the other side of the car dealership. From start to finish, they didn't glance back at the three rich kids once, treating them as if they were invisible. The three rich kids were filled with frustration. They were always the center of attention wherever they went. When had they ever experienced something like this? "Just some poor schmuck, what's he so full of himself for?" one of the rich kids muttered sourly, staring at Lin Chang's retreating back after he'd walked away with Yang Ying and Guan Wei. Another rich kid grumbled resentfully, "Does a guy like that even deserve to shop here? Can he afford it?" This remark sparked an idea in the companion of the young man wearing the gold chain. His eyes lit up as he said with a sinister glint, "Guys, I just thought of a plan. We can make that guy lose face big time." "What plan?" "Spit it out. Since he wants to buy a car, we'll follow them. Whatever car they set their sights on, we'll buy it for double the price," the gold chain wearing playboy sneered. "Then we'll smash it right in front of him, so he knows just how far he falls short of us." "Brilliant plan. Let's do it." The other two rich kids couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically, their faces lighting up with excitement as their earlier gloom lifted. Lin Zhong strolled leisurely through the showroom with the two girls. Yang Ying and Guan Wei walked hand in hand beside him, chatting incessantly in crisp, pleasant voices that drew frequent glances from other customers. "Brother Lin, those three guys are still following us." Yang Ying suddenly tugged at Lin Chang's sleeve and whispered. "Yeah, I see them." Guan Wei rolled up her sleeves, eager to act. "Should I go chase them away?" "Forget it, ignore them." Lin Zhong knew exactly why those three rich kids were following them, nothing more than a desire to save face and redeem themselves. "If they have other intentions, I'll handle it." Alright then.
Just then, the middle-aged man who had spoken with Lin Zhong earlier reappeared, striding quickly toward them. From their earlier conversation, Lin Zhong knew the man's surname was Gong, and he held the position of sales manager at this forest dealership. Mr. Lin, the car you requested has been brought out from the garage, Manager Gong said, wiping sweat from his face.
Please follow me.
Alright. Lin Zhong and his two companions walked toward a corner of the showroom with Manager Gong. The three wealthy young men trailing behind exchanged glances and followed suit. A silver-black Porsche Cayenne sat quietly parked in the corner. The Cayenne boasted a sleek, high-end design with flowing body lines, thick tires, and a mid-height chassis resembling a predator lurking in the shadows.
Compared to ordinary SUVs, this Cayenne had a lower chassis and wider tires.
Even in these details, its distinct sports car characteristics were evident, exuding a more commanding presence than typical SUVs. In essence, this limited edition Cayenne was a fusion of sports car and off-roader, combining the agility and raw power of a sports car with the all-terrain capability of an off-roader.
Among the sea of ordinary SUVs, it stood out as uniquely different.
Lin Zhong extended his hand, running it over the cool metal of the Cayenne's body. The emotions welling up inside him were complex and hard to put into words.
Countless memories swirled through his mind.
His choice of the Cayenne wasn't driven by its flashy design or superior performance, but because it was the car of Yang Hu's dreams. Back in the military, Yang Hu had told him more than once that once he had the money, he would definitely buy a Cayenne. Lin Zhong knew he carried two lives within him, one his own, and one belonging to Yang Hu. Thus, Yang Hu's unfulfilled dream now rested on his shoulders. Now, Lin Zhong had finally realized Yang Hu's cherished dream, yet Yang Hu would never see it.
Yang Ying, with her keen intuition, noticed Lin Chang's unease and gently placed her hand on his wrist. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Nothing. Just reminiscing about the past. Yang Ying's sweet, soft voice snapped Lin Zhong out of his reverie. So? Do you like it? We love it. It looks perfect for you, Brother Lin.
Guan Wei circled the Cayenne, adopting a grown-up air as she stroked her chin and nodded repeatedly.
Yang Ying knew nothing about the Porsche Cayenne.
She smiled faintly and murmured, if Brother Lin likes it, then I like it.
In that case, I'll just...
Lin Chang's words were cut short as another voice abruptly interrupted.
Hey, Manager Gong. We're interested in this ride. Give us a quote. Unbeknownst to them, the three wealthy young men who had been trailing behind had quietly approached the Cayenne. The speaker was one of them.
Each wore a cold smirk, arms crossed, standing shoulder to shoulder without so much as a glance at Lin Zhong.
Chapter 183, Bringing Shame Upon Oneself.
The three young men's provocative intent was blatant and deliberate. Anyone could see they were picking a fight with Lin Zhong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abruptly interrupted him mid-sentence. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. His words cut off mid-sentence stirred a surge of anger within him, despite his usual calm and steady temperament. He had clearly intended to let the matter drop and spare them, yet not only did they fail to appreciate his restraint, they insisted on following him and picking a fight. These fools were utterly beyond stupid. Lin Zhong mentally labeled them idiots, but he held back from reacting immediately, wanting to see what these fellows were really up to. Manager Gong seemed quite familiar with these three wealthy young men, his face creasing with difficulty. Young Master Ding, Young Master Zhu, Young Master Lu, this car has already been reserved by this customer. Perhaps you'd like to look at something else? The young master wearing the gold chain, the very one Manager Gong referred to as Young Master Ding, replied arrogantly, no need to look further.
We like this one. We're not like some cheapskates. Just give us the price. Guan Wei, standing beside Lin Zhong, couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyebrows shot up in anger as she snapped, hey, what do you think you're doing?
Young lady, are you talking to us? The other rich kid, Zhu, sneered sarcastically.
Aren't you the one who didn't want to deal with us earlier? Now you're willing to talk?
This car is clearly the one we've set our sights on.
What you're doing is deliberately antagonizing us, isn't it?
Guan Wei was seething with rage, her ample chest heaving violently.
Now that's not quite right, sweetheart.
You like this car, and we like this car.
Since you haven't signed a contract, it doesn't really belong to you, does it?
Lu Xiaoyang, with his long, horse-like face, chuckled lecherously, his eyes darting suggestively over Guan Wei.
Since we both want it, the highest bidder wins, right, Manager Gong?
Manager Gong glanced at Guan Wei, then at Lu Xiao. From his perspective, having multiple buyers was certainly advantageous, but he couldn't show it too obviously. He could only respond vaguely, you do have a point. Perhaps the two of you should discuss it first and see how to proceed. No need for negotiations. We're taking this car. Young Master Ding, who had spoken first, held up one finger.
Whatever the price, we'll pay double.
Manager Gong's heart skipped a beat at young Master Ding's offer.
He turned to Lin Zhong and asked, Mr. Lin, what do you think?
Lin Chang's gaze swept over the three wealthy young men before he replied calmly, if they're willing to pay double the price, I'm willing to give up this car.
Ha 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 ha.
Hearing Lin Chang's words, the three wealthy young men burst into laughter simultaneously. They thought Lin Zhong had backed down, feeling utterly gleeful. The last shred of caution they had toward him vanished, and one by one, they became arrogant and overbearing again. Their arrogant laughter drew the attention of others in the store, who turned to look their way. Noticing this, the trio not only failed to lower their voices but instead laughed even louder. They couldn't care less if everyone knew what was happening. In their minds, the more people who witnessed this, the more humiliating it would be for Lin Zhong. At least you know your place, you can't fake being something you're not. Ding Xiao raised his chin, his nostrils flared, eyes glaring sideways at Lin Zhong. You'd better go buy yourself a tricycle to drive. Leave the sports cars to us. Xu Xiao sneered with contempt, I thought you were loaded, but turns out you're just a broke country bumpkin. Put. Watching their insults escalate, Guan Wei nearly exploded with rage. Even the usually mild-mannered Yang Ying clenched her delicate fists, glaring at the trio. Lin Zhong, however, remained unusually calm, his expression utterly unruffled, as if he hadn't heard a word they said. Unnoticed, the crowd around the Kaiyan grew larger. Most were uninformed onlookers drawn by curiosity, while a few harbored ill will toward Lin Zhong, eager to see him humiliated. After all, Lin Zhong appeared ordinary in looks and attire, yet he was accompanied by Yang Ying and Guan Wei, two exceptionally beautiful girls. This inevitably made him a target of envy and resentment among some men. They dismissed him as a lucky bastard, seething with envy and resentment while secretly hoping he'd humiliate himself in public. Under the collective gaze, Lin Zhong spoke again, his voice as calm as ever. We'll soon see who the real penniless bumpkin is. Manager Gong, tell them the price of this car. Pfft, still talking tough. Ding Xiao snorted disdainfully through his nose. Lu Xiao was even more blunt, waving his hand dismissively. No need to tell us the price. We've seen Porsche Cayennes before. Top of the line, maybe 1.5 million? We'll give you 3 million. Keep the change. Mr. Lu, what a generous offer. Someone in the crowd who recognized the three wealthy young men gave him a thumbs up. In my opinion, this car is worth $1 million tops. You're offering 3 million? You're truly men who treat money like dirt. And this guy? Can't even afford such a cheap car? Why's he even here? Doesn't he know this is Jianzhu's biggest dealership? Thought it was some street side shop? Another voice mocked Lin Zhong. Ha 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 ha. The three rich kids, basking in the praise and reveling in Lin Chang's humiliation, burst into laughter once more. While Ding Xiao and the others were talking, Manager Gong, standing nearby, wore an awkward expression as uncomfortable as if suffering from constipation. Clearing his throat, he said, Gentlemen, I'm afraid 3 million won't suffice. This Porsche Cayenne is priced at 8 million. The laughter of the three rich kids abruptly stopped. What? Ding thought he'd misheard. Say that again. Manager Gong plastered on a formulaic smile and replied politely, This Cayenne is the latest luxury limited edition. It's been on the market less than half a year and is priced at 8 million. Genuine quality, no deception. Hearing Manager Gong's words, the expressions on the three rich young men's faces became quite something to behold. The onlookers gasped in unison, murmuring among themselves. What kind of SUV is this? Worth 8 million? That's more expensive than a sports car. Let me look it up online. If this Cayenne really costs 8 million, young Master Lu and his friends are going to bleed dry. The murmurs reached the ears of the three wealthy young men. This car is worth 8 million? Young Master Lu's face flushed crimson as he glared at Manager Gong. Manager Gong, you must be joking. Manager Gong offered a forced smile. Young Master Lu, every product in this store is clearly priced. I would never gamble with the company's reputation. Chapter 184, Dare to Bet? The three wealthy young men exchanged glances, each seeing panic in the other's eyes. 8 million yuan. This price far exceeded their expectations and stretched their financial limits. True, they were second-generation rich kids, but their monthly allowances barely reached $1 million each. Accustomed to lavish spending, the combined cash on all three of them probably didn't even hit 5 million. But the crowd around them cared little for their thoughts, and another voice delivered the final blow. I checked, this Cayenne is indeed Porsche's latest model. It boasts all-terrain capability and performance rivaling sports cars. The price is genuinely 8 million, and in some places, it's even been inflated to 10 million. Manager Gong's quote is perfectly fair. Hearing this, the three young tycoons' faces darkened further, as if they'd lost their mothers. Guan Wei, sharp as ice, read their expressions and realized they couldn't afford the car. She sneered, You just said you'd pay double whatever the price. You three rich young masters aren't going back on your word, are you? 16 million, mind you. The onlookers fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly still as they waited to see how the three young masters would respond. Ding Xiao, the one with the gold chain around his neck, gritted his teeth, swallowing his embarrassment. This piece of junk is worth 8 million at best. Think we're suckers? I'm not buying it. Young Master Ding, that's a bit harsh, don't you think? Manager Gong immediately frowned, his smile vanishing. This dealership is the largest in Xinghe, with a solid reputation and a stellar track record. We'd never intentionally rip off a customer. And you accuse us of treating you like a sucker? Since the three wealthy young men were customers, Manager Gong remained polite. But Guan Wei held no such reservations. What won't buy? Clearly you can't afford it. Just moments ago you were so arrogant, calling everyone else cheapskates.
I thought you were loaded, but turns out you can't even afford a car worth millions? Looks like you're the ones who are cheap. Take back your own words. Does your face hurt now? Her sharp tongue and crisp voice delivered a barrage of stinging remarks, leaving the three wealthy young men looking ashen-faced and utterly humiliated. So we can't afford it, does that mean you can? Zhu, enraged by Guan Wei's words, couldn't resist the sarcastic retort. Lin Zhong, who had been observing coldly, suddenly spoke up. Want to make a bet with me? What's the wager? Zhu's eyes flashed with wariness. Whether I can afford this car, Lin Zhong replied, raising his eyebrows slightly with a faint, mocking smile. You all look down on me so much, dare you take me up on this bet? The crowd murmured as they heard Lin Zhong challenge the three wealthy young men to a wager. The three wealthy young men exchanged glances, cautiously sizing up Lin Zhong. Ding Xiao murmured, I think he's just bluffing. There's no way he can afford this car. I agree. This guy doesn't look like he's got a penny to his name. The other two nodded in agreement. So should we take him on? Ding Xiao posed the crucial question. Lu Xiao, more level-headed, raised his hand in a calming gesture. Hold on. Let me test him out first. Meanwhile, Guan Wei had long since grown impatient. She couldn't wait to see these three annoying guys make fools of themselves. What are you still discussing? Are you going to bet with us or not? If you don't dare, get the hell out of here and don't bother us again. Lu Xiao's gaze swept over Guan Wei. Her impeccable attire, head-to-toe and designer labels, marked her as the daughter of a wealthy family, a stark contrast to Lin Zhong standing beside her. His eyes suddenly lit up. He extended a finger, pointing straight at Lin Zhong. We'll take the bet, but only with you. In that moment, Lu Xiao believed he had seen through Lin Chang's scheme. Just some pretty boy living off a sugar mama, probably hoping this little beauty here will foot the bill for your car, huh? You think I can't see through that? Realizing this, Lu Xiao grew excited, whispering his discovery to his two companions. Zhu Xiao and Ding Xiao both nodded vigorously in sudden understanding. Of course I'll be the one to wager with you, Lin Zhong replied with a cold smile. The loser crawls out of here all the way to the door. How about it? Lin Chang's composed expression only made the three rich kids more uncertain. Among the onlookers, those who recognized the three rich kids started clamoring. Ding, what are you hesitating for? This guy clearly isn't loaded, he's just trying to bluff you. Mr. Zhu, don't let him intimidate you, take the bet. The crowd's urging finally pushed the three rich kids to decide. Young Master Ding took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Fine, we'll take your bet. But let's be clear, you must pay the full 8 million. Not a penny less, and no down payment either. Rest assured, I'm not like you lot. I don't make empty promises. After the wager was settled, Lin Zhong didn't spare the three young masters another glance. He turned to Manager Gong. This Cayenne costs 8 million, correct? Manager Gong's face lit up again as he nodded repeatedly. That's correct. Exactly 8 million. I'll take it. Lin Zhong pulled out a black bank card from his pocket, held it upright between two fingers, and handed it lightly to Manager Gong. Swipe it. Manager Gong accepted the card with both hands. Under everyone's gaze, he carefully swiped it through the POS machine before handing the device back to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong entered his PIN without hesitation. Throughout the entire process, the three wealthy young men kept their eyes fixed on Lin Chang's hands, fearing he might try to cheat them. But even after the transaction completed, they detected no signs of deception. Manager Gong returned the card with both hands, his tone unconsciously tinged with respect. Mr. Lin, the payment has been successfully processed. The full 8 million yuan has been transferred. This car is yours. Manager Gong's words landed like a bombshell. The faces of the three wealthy young men instantly drained of color, as if all their strength had been sucked out of them. The onlookers fell completely silent. They never imagined Lin Zhong could actually afford this 8 million yuan super SUV. What stunned them wasn't Lin Chang's wealth, but the stark contrast between his appearance and his true status. It was as if they had been mocking a pig, only for that pig to suddenly transform into a tiger. They couldn't fathom why, if Lin Zhong was so wealthy, he dressed so plainly. Was it really that hard to spend money on a decent outfit? Even playing dumb had its limits, didn't it? Of course, these people couldn't possibly understand that money was merely a number to Lin Zhong. He hadn't bought the car to show off, but to fulfill Yang Hu's dream. It wasn't just the onlookers who were stunned, even Yang Ying and Guan Wei were taken aback by Lin Chang's extravagance. Chapter 185, Crawling Out. Guan Wei had already prepared to pay for Lin Zhong, as her wallet held a gold credit card with a credit line exceeding 10 million. Where did brother Lin get all this money? The same question flashed through both Yang Ying and Guan Wei's minds. But this clearly wasn't the right moment to ask Lin Zhong. They had to suppress their curiosity for now and wait to question him privately later. Guan Wei watched the three wealthy young men and the stunned expressions of those around them, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction like devouring a tub of ice cream on a scorching summer day. I don't believe it. How could this guy be so rich? Young Master Ding stared fixedly at the bank card in Lin Chang's hand, his eyes turning red without him noticing as he muttered to himself. The other two weren't faring much better, their eyes wide and vacant, utterly flustered. The man they had always looked down upon had ultimately proven wealthier than them.
This reality was hard to swallow, dealing a severe blow to their pride. It turned out the ones who'd been overestimating themselves weren't Lin Zhong at all, it was them. Especially when they thought about how foolishly they'd bet against Lin Zhong, they wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it.
How utterly humiliating. I've fulfilled my end of the bet by purchasing this car. Now it's your turn.
Lin Zhong tucked away his bank card, his cold gaze sweeping over the three rich kids.
Get out. Don't push it too far. Ding clenched his fists and roared, summoning his courage.
You started this. You picked the fight. You're the ones making unreasonable demands.
And now you dare accuse me of being unreasonable?
Lin Chang's expression remained impassive, yet his voice carried a chill. If you bet, you must accept the outcome. Don't be such sore losers.
What bet? We were just joking around.
Yeah, what a drag.
Can't even take a little joke.
The three rich kids exchanged glances as they spoke, then stepped back in unison, determined to deny everything.
As if
they crawled out in front of everyone, they'd never be able to hold their heads up again.
Their cowardly retreat instantly drew a chorus of boos. Everyone present despised their behavior. I advise you not to run.
The consequences could be dire, Lin Zhong said calmly.
I'll run if I want to. Come and get me if you can. Ding Xiao flipped him the bird before suddenly turning and sprinting away. Zhu and Lu were quicker than Ding.
By the time he turned, they'd already taken 2 or 3 steps. But before they could get far, the crowd saw a blur as Lin Zhong charged forward. Instantly closing the gap, he delivered a kick to each of their backs. Thud! 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 3 dull thuds echoed as the 3 rich kids were sent flying into the air against their will. They landed face first on the floor, sliding 3 or 4 meters without even scraping their faces. I told you not to run, Lin Zhong declared, hands tucked into his pockets as he towered over the 3 young men. His gaze was unmistakably cold. Either crawl out yourselves, or I'll help you. Your choice. Facing Lin Chang's icy stare, the 3 young men shivered simultaneously for some reason, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Yet they refused to submit. Unable to confront Lin Zhong directly, they vented their fury on Manager Gong instead. Young Master Ding roared at him, "We're your guests. You just stand by and watch your guests get beaten?" Manager Gong had no desire to intervene. In his view, these 3 rich kids had brought this upon themselves. But as the manager, he had no choice but to step in. "Mr. Lin, perhaps we should just let it go." Manager Gong approached Lin Zhong and whispered, "They've already learned their lesson. You haven't suffered any real loss. Why not give them a break? If the tables were turned, do you think they would have spared me?" Lin Zhong countered. Manager Gong fell silent. Judging by these 3 rich kids' past actions, they only ever pushed things to the extreme. They'd never once shown mercy. Ignoring Manager Gong, Lin Zhong coldly ordered the 3 rich kids, "I'll say this one last time, crawl out." The 3 rich kids scrambled to their feet, but before they could steady themselves, Lin Zhong kicked them back down. The atmosphere in the 4S store turned deathly silent as everyone watched the scene unfold. Among the crowd were several who knew the 3 young men well, yet no one dared intervene. Everyone was cowed by the overwhelming, icy aura emanating from Lin Zhong. After being kicked down repeatedly, the 3 young men finally accepted reality. They knew they were no match for Lin Zhong, and that he felt no pity for them. They gave up struggling, crawling on all fours toward the exit in utter humiliation. As they crawled, their faces flushed crimson, tears streaming from their eyes. They swore silently that even if it killed them, they would never set foot in this dealership again. Lin Zhong stood his ground, watching the 3 young men crawl farther and farther away until they vanished at the doorway. Only then did he turn to Manager Gong and say, "Everything's settled. Let's go sign the contract now." Manager Gong's attitude toward Lin Zhong had shifted once more. If it had been respect before, now it was reverence. Yes, please wait a moment," Manager Gong replied in rapid succession, bowing and scraping incessantly before hurrying away. The rest of the staff scattered as well, leaving Lin Zhong alone in an instant, with only Yang Ying and Guan Wei remaining.
"That's too easy on them."
Guan Wei wrinkled her cute little nose, displeased that Lin Zhong had let those 3 rich brats off so lightly. "Brother Lin, they were so rude. You should have at least broken their legs or their arms, for that matter." Hearing Guan Wei's words, Lin Zhong couldn't help but glance at her, then flicked her snow-white forehead lightly with his finger. "Why did you flick me?" Guan Wei shielded her forehead with both hands, looking at Lin Zhong with hurt eyes.
"When did you become so violent?" Lin Zhong asked. "I'm not. I just think they're disgusting for talking about you like that." Guan Wei huffed defiantly. "If it were me, I wouldn't let them off so easily." Yang Ying murmured from the side, "I think Brother Lin handled it perfectly. With so many people watching, breaking their legs would have been hard to explain. Now that he's taught them a lesson, they won't dare mess with us again." Lin Zhong ruffled Yang Ying's hair, offering no comment on their remarks. From their words alone, it was clear Guan Wei and Yang Ying had completely different personalities. Guan Wei was fiercely righteous, intolerant of evil, while Yang Ying was more introverted, soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Lin Zhong sometimes found it curious how these 2 girls, so different in personality and background, had become such close friends. Manager Gong soon arrived with the contract.
After signing the purchase agreement, Lin Zhong led the two girls toward the Cayenne parked in the corner.
Chapter 186, The Two Girls Bickering. Lin Zhong settled into the driver's seat while Yang Ying and Guan Wei took the back.
As he revved the Cayenne, the sleek steel beast let out a deep growl and shot forward like the wind. Though it was his first time driving a Cayenne, the internal layout of all cars was largely similar. Lin Zhong felt no unfamiliarity and quickly became acquainted with most of the Cayenne's functions. Yang Ying had never ridden in such an expensive car before, and her curiosity was impossible to hide.
Her bright eyes darted around, taking everything in.
Yet she sat with remarkable composure, hands flat on her knees, her long legs pressed tightly together, appearing rather stiff. Guan Wei, sitting beside her, covered her mouth and giggled a few times.
She reached out and gave Yang Ying's soft waist a pinch.
"Princess Peace, why are you so nervous? This is Brother Lin's car.
Aren't you going to be riding in it every day from now on?"
"I'm not nervous at all," Yang Ying retorted, shooting Guan Wei a glare. "But this car cost Brother Lin so much money, what if I get it dirty?" She added sternly, "Put your feet down and stop touching everything." It turned out that while talking to Yang Ying, Guan Wei had kicked off her shoes. Her two delicate, pale little feet were now resting on the dark gray seat. She was leaning sideways, her toes wiggling.
"Oomph, my feet aren't dirty at all.
Besides, even if they did get dirty, Brother Lin wouldn't blame me."
Guan Wei lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Zhong from behind over the seat. She blew a breath of warm air into his ear and giggled, "See? I was right.
Mei Chem, you're right." Lin Zhong's lips curved into a faint smile. "Xiaoying, no need to be so formal. It's just a car." With Lin Zhong saying that, Yang Ying gave a shy smile and relaxed her body. Yet a question lingered in her mind. "Brother Lin, where did you get the money to buy a car?" This was precisely what Guan Wei wanted to ask too. She turned her head to look at Lin Chang's profile, her eyes sparkling as she waited alongside Yang Ying for his answer. In truth, the money for the car came from the payment Chen Yunsheng had given him recently. The card held 10 million yuan.
He'd spent 8 million on the car, leaving 2 million remaining.
After carefully choosing his words, Lin Zhong explained how he had become a top instructor at the Chen Martial Arts Academy and resolved a major issue for them.
After hearing his explanation, the two girls finally understood.
Yang Ying couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, not for the money spent, but for how hard Lin Zhong had worked to earn it.
"Brother Lin, this car is a bit too expensive. We could have gotten something cheaper."
Lin Zhong didn't know how to respond to Yang Ying's words. He couldn't exactly tell her that buying this car was to commemorate her brother, Yang Hu. He put on a nonchalant front, "Money's meant to be spent.
Now that I have it, I should do things I enjoy, right?"
Before Yang Ying could reply, Guan Wei chimed in, "Brother Lin's right. You should do what you love in life. Princess Peace, stop worrying so much. With Brother Lin's skills, he'll definitely earn even more money later. Besides, this car is only 8 million, it's not that expensive."
"Little cow, you wouldn't understand.
You have no idea how hard Brother Lin worked for that money," Yang Ying pouted, her rosy lips curling in slight annoyance at Guan Wei's tone.
"Do you think every family is as rich as yours?"
Guan Wei narrowed her eyes, releasing her arms from around Lin Chang's neck. She turned to face Yang Ying directly.
"I told you not to call me little cow. And what do you mean by that?"
"Well, you can't call me Princess Peace either," Yang Ying retorted, refusing to back down.
"As for what I mean, you can figure that out yourself. I'm not going to explain it all to you."
Seeing the two girls about to clash again, Lin Zhong cleared his throat to interrupt. "Both of you, just stay put.
No more talking. We're going to the hospital to visit Auntie now."
Lin Chang's words proved effective. Yang Ying and Guan Wei exchanged a glance, both snorting in unison before turning their heads to stare out the window, refusing to look at each other. Though the two girls were sulking, Lin Zhong wasn't the least bit worried. He'd grown accustomed to it over time. No matter how fiercely they argued now, they'd be back to being best friends before long. Lin Zhong sped along in the Cayenne, quickly arriving at Xinghe First People's Hospital. Pushing open the door to the special care ward, he immediately spotted Yang's mother watching television. Seeing the three approach, a smile instantly spread across her face. After a period of treatment and recuperation, Mrs. Yang's health had improved significantly. She no longer looked as frail as before, and her cheeks had regained a noticeable glow. Since Yang Ying and Lin Zhong were family, they merely exchanged greetings before entering with their basket of fruit and nutritional supplements. "Hello, Auntie," Guan Wei said, her hands folded politely in front of her as she greeted Mrs. Yang with impeccable manners. "Wei Wei, you're here. Come sit down," Aunt Yang said cheerfully, gesturing toward the sofa beside the hospital bed.
Guan Wei obediently walked over and joined Yang Ying in chatting with Aunt Yang, showing no trace of their earlier spat.
Lin Zhong stood in the hospital room for a moment before quietly exiting and heading to Dr. Dai's office.
"Dr. Dai, when can my aunt have her surgery?" Lin Zhong asked directly after exchanging pleasantries upon entering.
Dr. Dai adjusted his glasses. "Mr. Lin, there's no need to worry. The surgery is already scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I know I've asked several times already, but I must ask again, is the surgery truly risk-free? With any surgery, no one can guarantee there are absolutely no risks. However, I will personally perform the operation and do everything in my power to prevent any complications, Dr. Dai said with a serious expression.
Mr. Lin, I hope you can trust my professional expertise. Then I'm counting on you.
Lin Zhong stood and bowed deeply to Dr. Dai. After speaking with Dr. Dai, Lin Zhong returned to the VIP ward.
Yang Ying and Guan Wei were chatting happily with Yang's mother, completely unaware he had left. The three had lunch with Mrs. Yang and didn't leave the hospital until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The moment they stepped out of the hospital gates, Guan Wei's phone rang. Wei, where are you guys now? The caller was none other than Guan Yusen. Guan Wei, one arm draped around Lin Chang's, stretched lazily. We were at the hospital visiting Aunt Yang. We're out now. Mom, did you get off work? MHM. Guan Yusen sounded like she was driving, with the hum of the car engine in the background. I got off work 2 hours early today. Head straight home. I'll be there soon. Got it. Guan Wei hung up and turned to Lin Zhong and Yang Ying. Brother Lin, Ying, Mom wants us to go straight home. Chapter 187, A Mature Woman's Worries. A silver-black Porsche Cayenne pulled into Guan Wei's residential complex and stopped in front of an apartment building. The doors opened, and a man and 2 women stepped out. Brother Lin, come quick. Guan Wei tugged Yang Ying toward the building, then suddenly turned back to wave at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong quickened his pace, following the 2 girls. They took the elevator to Guan Wei's door. Though there was a doorbell, Guan Wei enthusiastically pounded on the door instead, her face beaming with excitement. The security door swung open, revealing Guan Yusen's stunningly beautiful face. How did you get here so fast? Because Brother Lin drives fast, of course. Guan Wei stepped inside first, kicking off her shoes and slipping into a pair of adorable cartoon slippers. She found a matching pair for Yang Ying too. Mom, did you know? Brother Lin bought a really nice car. What kind of car? Guan Yusen crouched down, rummaging through the shoe cabinet for a pair of men's slippers. Lin Zhong, you can wear these. I bought them especially for you today. As she spoke, Guan Yusen felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. This was the first time in a long while that something belonging to a man had appeared in their home. Alright, thank you, Aunt Guan, Lin Zhong replied politely, slipping on the slippers Guan Yusen had prepared. Unaware of Guan Yusen's complex thoughts, he simply found her gesture deeply thoughtful. Standing directly in front of Lin Zhong, Guan Yusen was less than 2 feet away. He could smell the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her body. If he lowered his head, he could even see the expanse of snow-white skin at her chest. Lin Zhong shifted his gaze uncomfortably, but Guan Yusen seemed oblivious, her jade-like face brimming with curiosity. Lin Zhong, what kind of car did you buy? A Porsche Cayenne, Lin Zhong replied calmly, without a trace of boastfulness. Besides, in front of Guan Yusen, he had little to boast about. The price tag on her Bentley alone was no less than that of his Cayenne. In Cayenne, huh? Not bad, Guan Yusen nodded, leading Lin Zhong into the living room. How much did it cost? 8 million. That much? Guan Yusen abruptly stopped, turning to stare at Lin Zhong, her eyes brimming with confusion. Do you realize that's several times the price of a standard Cayenne? Of course we know, Guan Wei interjected. But the Cayenne Brother Lin bought has top-of-the-line specs. I think it's comparable to your Bentley, Mom. As long as we didn't get ripped off. Guan Yusen gave Lin Zhong a meaningful look before suddenly breaking into a smile, her cheeks dimpling deeply. Enough about boring topics. Sit down quickly. I'll let you sample Aunt Guan's cooking later. Lin Zhong returned Guan Yusen's smile and sat down on the sofa, with Yang Ying sitting obediently beside him. Though not her first visit to Guan Wei's home, Yang Ying still seemed somewhat reserved, not out of nervousness, but simply due to her introverted nature. Yang Ying plopped down on the other side of Lin Zhong, leaned back, and sighed contentedly. Her entire body seemed to have had the bones pulled out, even her tone growing languid. Big Brother Lin, don't get your hopes up too high about my mom's cooking. She hasn't cooked herself in ages. Maybe I should go help Auntie then. Yang Ying rose and headed toward the kitchen. Just then, Guan Yusen poked her head out from the kitchen, a slightly awkward expression on her face. Wei, Xiaoying, could you run to the market and grab some vegetables? As a celebrity entrepreneur and CEO of a major corporation, Guan Yusen hadn't set foot in the kitchen in ages. She just opened the fridge to discover it was completely empty. Guan Wei rolled her eyes, seemingly expecting this, and replied without hesitation, no way. I just got back and I'm exhausted. Auntie, I'll go. Just tell me the market's address. Children from poor families grow up fast. Compared to Guan Wei, Yang Ying was far more sensible. Forget it, I'll go myself. Guan Yusen untied her apron, slipped on her high heels, and prepared to leave. You two rest at home. I'll be back soon. Aunt Guan, I'll go with you. Lin Zhong rose from the sofa and walked over to Guan Yusen. Guan Yusen hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't refuse Lin Chang's offer. Together, they stepped out the door. The two walked side by side out of the apartment building. Guan Yusen's foot injury hadn't fully healed yet, so she moved slowly. As she walked, her full, pert behind swayed with the curve of her waist, looking exceptionally alluring.
As a celebrity entrepreneur and exceptionally beautiful woman, Guan Yusen was recognized by many in the neighborhood. People they passed along the way greeted her warmly. Guan Yusen responded to each greeting with a smile, her demeanor impeccable. After greeting Guan Yusen, those people would cast curious glances at Lin Zhong beside her, secretly speculating about his identity and his relationship with Guan Yusen.
Did you see that young man beside Ms. Guan? My eyesight's perfectly fine, of course I saw him. What do you think their relationship is? What else could it be?
A woman as wonderful as Ms. Guan should find a man.
She can't stay single forever, right?
That guy's looks are a bit ordinary, but he's got a good build.
I bet he's quite strong in that department. What are you implying? Ahem, I didn't say anything. Why are you being so nosy?
It's none of your business what other people do in their private lives. A few people walked away, whispering among themselves. Guan Yusen remained unaware of the gossip swirling behind her back, but Lin Zhong, sharp-eyed and quick-eared, caught every word. Though his expression remained impassive, his mood grew strangely unsettled. He and Guan Yusen clearly had nothing going on, yet after hearing those people talk, it almost seemed as if something truly was happening between them. After walking for a while, Guan Yusen grew tired and naturally slipped her arm through Lin Chang's, leaning half her weight against him. In Guan Yusen's mind, since Lin Zhong had carried her on his back, held her in his arms, and even saved her life, showing a little closeness was perfectly natural.
But others didn't see it that way.
People came and went in the neighborhood, but most eyes were fixed on Guan Yusen and Lin Zhong.
Slowly, Guan Yusen sensed something was off.
Her jade-like face flushed slightly as she quietly released Lin Chang's arm and stood up straight. Only after they stepped out of the complex onto the main street did Guan Yusen breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the look of relief wash over her face, Lin Zhong couldn't help but smile.
He spoke up first, "Aunt Guan, you seem pretty tense?" Guan Yusen shot Lin Zhong a disapproving glance, inadvertently revealing a captivating charm. "Are you playing dumb? Don't tell me you didn't hear those people talking."
"I heard them, but what do other people's opinions and stares matter to me? If only I could be as carefree as you." Guan Yusen sighed softly, a wistful expression flickering across her beautiful jade-like face. "I wish I could ignore others' opinions too, but often I have no choice.
Reputation is a heavy burden." Chapter 188, Lingering Resentment. Noticing Guan Yusen's low spirits, Lin Zhong subtly changed the subject. "Aunt Guan, where shall we go?"
Guan Yusen perked up, as if she'd come to some realization. Her face regained its elegant, captivating smile as she linked her arm through Lin Zhong's.
"Let's go.
I'll take you to a department store nearby. That's where we'll head." From a distance, Guan Yusen arm in arm with Lin Zhong looked like an intimate couple. Their posture was so intimate that physical contact was inevitable.
As they walked, Lin Chang's arm would occasionally brush against Guan Yusen's ample bosom. The astonishing elasticity and texture were palpable even through her clothes.
Suppressing the strange sensation in his chest, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Chang's mind. Aunt Guan truly lived up to being Guan Wei's mother. Not only did she resemble her daughter, but their figures were strikingly similar too. It was now past 6 in the evening. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving only a faint glow on the horizon. A cool evening breeze swept through, stirring fallen leaves and ruffling Guan Yusen's hair. The day's heat gradually dissipated, replaced by the distinctive crispness of a summer dusk. The two walked slowly along the street, savoring the indescribable tranquility. "Lin Zhong, what do you do for a living?" Guan Yusen broke the silence first. Lin Zhong didn't hide anything. "I have 2 jobs. One is as a bodyguard, and the other is as a martial arts instructor." "Bodyguard and instructor, those jobs suit you well," Guan Yusen giggled, covering her mouth with her hand.
She glanced sideways at Lin Zhong before looking away.
"But both are dangerous, aren't they?
What if something happened to you? What would become of Yang Ying?"
Lin Zhong fell silent. "I need to apologize," Guan Yusen suddenly murmured softly, lowering her head slightly to avoid Lin Chang's suddenly sharp gaze. "I had someone investigate you a while back. After all, Guan Wei is my daughter. She adores you, and you saved us. I couldn't have someone of unknown background around her." The sharpness in Lin Chang's eyes slowly faded, returning to a calm, deep stillness.
"So, what did Aunt Guan find out?"
"Well, what should be known, I know. What shouldn't be known, I didn't pursue further." Guan Yusen stepped before Lin Zhong, lifted her head to meet his gaze directly, her tone utterly sincere.
"Lin Zhong, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?"
"There's no need for forgiveness. I never intended to hide anything from the start. If you truly wanted to know, Aunt Guan, you could have asked me directly." Lin Zhong replied calmly.
Guan Yusen smiled softly. "I understand.
Because you're a good kid." With that, she reached out and ruffled Lin Chang's hair, her gesture effortless and her gaze tender. Lin Zhong felt slightly uncomfortable with such intimacy and instinctively tried to pull away, but ultimately held back. "I know both you and Yang Ying's brothers served in the military and that you both joined the special forces.
But my investigation ends here." Guan Yusen pulled Lin Zhong forward as she continued speaking. "If I'm not mistaken, you and Yang Ying's brother were comrades in arms, right?
That's why you suddenly appeared in Xinghe to care for Yang Ying and her mother at her brother's request?"
"Yes. Yang Ying's brother was Yang Hu, my best brother. He died saving me during a mission.
Pain flickered in Lin Chang's eyes as his fists clenched unconsciously.
Lin Zhong didn't know why he was sharing this with Guan Yusen.
There was something about her that felt reassuring, making him lower his guard without realizing it. Guan Yusen placed her hand on the back of his, her gaze softening further.
Some things shouldn't be bottled up inside. Talking about them can ease the burden. People can't live in the past forever. We must lift our heads and look forward, don't you agree?
Lin Zhong nodded, but the weight in his heart wasn't something that could be lifted with a few words. Guan Yusen felt a twinge of regret, wondering if she should have brought this up with Lin Zhong. Yet she understood even more clearly that his future held boundless possibilities. He couldn't remain forever shackled by guilt over his comrade's sacrifice.
Yang Ying and Guan Wei were close to Lin Zhong, but their innocence and naivety meant they couldn't see the weight on his shoulders. Guan Yusen was different.
Years of experience had honed her into someone who could see straight into people's hearts.
Without even trying, she had glimpsed Lin Zhong's vulnerability.
Everyone has weaknesses, and Lin Zhong's weakness was the death of Yang Hu. Perhaps even Lin Zhong himself hadn't realized it, but he blamed himself for Yang Hu's death, convinced that it was all his fault that Yang Hu had sacrificed his life. To fulfill his promise to Yang Hu and ease his guilt, Lin Zhong willingly gave up a promising career, left the military, and came to this unfamiliar city to shoulder the responsibility of supporting Yang Hu's family.
In Lin Zhong's heart, hesitation and confusion certainly existed, though they remained unseen by others.
Enough of that, Guan Yusen said, her eyes darting as she sensed Lin Chang's low spirits.
Suddenly mimicking Guan Wei's tone, she shook his arm playfully. Big brother Lin, come on, give me a smile. Lin Zhong was stunned. He never expected the usually dignified and elegant Guan Yusen to act this way.
He stared at her blankly, his mind momentarily unable to process it.
What was Aunt Guan doing? Why was she mimicking Guan Wei's speech?
Under Lin Chang's gaze, a lovely blush spread across Guan Yusen's snow-white jade-like face.
Why are you staring at me like that? Is it strange? No.
Lin Zhong snapped back to reality, shifting his gaze away expressionlessly. Yet, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward.
Aunt Guan, you're quite convincing.
That girl never stops mentioning you whenever she gets the chance. She cares more about you than she does about her own mother.
Guan Yusen pursed her lips, a gesture that mirrored Guan Wei's mannerisms.
If you get the chance, you should give her a piece of my mind. She never listens to a word I say at home.
Got it. I will.
Lin Zhong nodded in agreement, then recalled a question that had long troubled him.
Aunt Guan, may I ask you something?
Of course.
Go ahead. Are you and Guan Wei really biological mother and daughter? Lin Zhong asked solemnly.
Guan Yusen's body suddenly stiffened, her steps faltering. Had Lin Zhong not been there to steady her, she would have stumbled to the ground. Even so, she was still shaken. She raised her hand to gently pat her ample chest.
Isn't it obvious? If we weren't mother and daughter, how could I look so much like that girl?
Though Guan Yusen said this, Lin Zhong had already gleaned the answer from her momentary lapse.
Lin Zhong chose not to press the issue, steadying her body once more. I understand. I won't ask again. You shouldn't have asked in the first place. Guan Yusen shot Lin Zhong a glare. Sorry. Guan Yusen snorted impatiently, releasing Lin Chang's arm and striding ahead alone. From Lin Chang's perspective, Guan Yusen's exquisite silhouette unfolded completely before his eyes. Chapter 189, Snatching the Bag from a Speeding Car.
Guan Yusen possessed a figure that could be called perfect curves in all the right places. Her waist was soft and slender, her hips rounded and firm, swaying with every step to create captivating curves. Countless admiring glances followed Guan Yusen along the way. A woman who embodied status, wealth, and beauty like her held an irresistible allure for men. Even Lin Zhong had to admit that among his acquaintances, only Su Miao could surpass Guan Yusen. Even Luin, though matching Guan Yusen in figure and beauty, still fell slightly short in presence. After walking several meters, Guan Yusen noticed Lin Zhong still trailing behind her. Growing impatient, she stopped abruptly and turned back. Lin Zhong, couldn't you walk any faster? We still have a ways to go to the supermarket. Just as Lin Zhong was about to respond, his eyes suddenly changed, blazing with an alarming intensity as he lunged toward Guan Yusen. For Lin Zhong had spotted a black motorcycle emerging from the corner behind Guan Yusen. Moving at breakneck speed, it charged straight toward her without hesitation. Two figures sat atop the motorcycle. As it passed Guan Yusen, both simultaneously reached out, one grabbing the purse slung over her shoulder, the other snatching the diamond necklace hanging around her neck. Guan Yusen hadn't yet grasped what was happening. Startled by Lin Chang's sudden movement, she froze in place. Just as the thieves' hands were about to snatch her purse and necklace, Lin Zhong beat them to it, tackling Guan Yusen to the ground. Despite the suddenness of the attack, Lin Zhong reacted instinctively with perfect timing. As he threw her down, he wrapped his arms tightly around her, shielding her head with one hand while cradling her waist with the other to prevent crushing her. Whoosh! The motorcycle whizzed past them, kicking up a huge cloud of dust as the riders cursed angrily. Aunt Guan, are you okay? Lin Zhong asked, looking down at Guan Yusen pinned beneath him. Guan Yusin's fair face was flushed, whether from fright or some other reason unclear. Biting her lower lip, she replied, "I'm fine."
"What about you? Are you okay?" "Glad to hear it. I'm fine too." Lin Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Having his wallet snatched right in front of Guan Yusin would have been utterly humiliating.
"If you're okay, could you get up first?"
Guan Yusin whispered softly. Only then did Lin Zhong notice their awkward position.
He was completely pinned on top of Guan Yusin, their bodies pressed together without a single gap. Lin Zhong flushed with embarrassment, scrambling off Guan Yusin before reaching out to pull her up.
"Sorry.
Those two were probably motorcycle snatchers. It happened so fast I had no choice but to resort to this."
"It's fine. I wouldn't blame you for something like this."
Though she said this, Guan Yusin couldn't quite meet Lin Chang's gaze. Because when he had thrown himself on top of her, her first feeling hadn't been fear, it had been a flutter in her heart. Even now, her heart was still pounding fiercely. Lin Zhong narrowed his eyes at the motorcycle in the distance.
After their failed attempt, the thieves hadn't left. Instead, they'd stopped hundreds of meters away, pointing and gesturing in their direction.
Lin Zhong knew exactly what they were scheming. Those bold enough to attempt robbery in broad daylight were always the most audacious sort. One failure would only fuel their desire to try again. But Lin Zhong wouldn't give them another chance. If they dared to try again, he wouldn't mind teaching them the meaning of regret. However, the two on the motorcycle seemed to sense Lin Zhong was no pushover. After observing him for a moment, they turned their bike around and left. Before departing, one of them made a throat-slitting gesture toward Lin Zhong.
Watching the motorcycle disappear, Guan Yusin breathed a silent sigh of relief.
Though she felt no fear with Lin Zhong by her side, it was always better to avoid trouble. However, the gesture the other person left behind left Guan Yusin with an uneasy feeling. She smoothed her clothes and brushed the dust off Lin Chang's outfit before forcing a light-hearted tone.
"Who'd have thought we'd run into something like this right after stepping out?
Thank goodness you were here, I wouldn't have known what to do otherwise." "Those two bag snatchers were highly skilled and brazen, definitely seasoned criminals," Lin Zhong said gravely. "They targeted you, Aunt Guan, from the very start."
He paused. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Like strangers constantly watching you?"
Guan Yusin startled at Lin Chang's words, furrowing her brow as she thought carefully.
She shook her head. "I rarely go out alone. I drive to work every day. The security in my neighborhood and at the company is tight.
There's basically no danger, so I've never paid attention to such things."
"Then I must be overthinking it."
Lin Zhong sensed Guan Yusin's unease and suppressed his own doubts, offering a reassuring smile.
"This was probably just a coincidence. Don't worry about it, Aunt Guan." "Really?"
Guan Yusin wasn't stupid, she could tell Lin Zhong was just trying to reassure her.
"Should we report it to the police?"
"Since they're repeat offenders and the police haven't caught them yet, it means they're well versed in how the police operate."
"Reporting it probably won't help much."
Lin Zhong glanced down at his hands, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes that Guan Yusin didn't catch.
"Aunt Guan, leave this matter to me. With me around, they won't be able to do anything. I'd almost forgotten I had an expert like you by my side."
"Since you say so, I'll leave it to you.
I'll treat you well tonight."
The worry vanished from Guan Yusin's face as she wrapped her arm around Lin Chang's.
"Let's hurry and buy groceries. We don't want those two girls at home waiting impatiently." Xinghe District, a quiet alleyway.
A black motorcycle approached from the distance and came to a stop deep within the alley. Two men sat on the bike, both wearing helmets. One jumped off, slammed his helmet onto the ground, revealing a fierce face.
"We finally got a chance, and we blew it."
The other man also removed his helmet, revealing a pale, sullen face.
Cradling his helmet in his arms, he took the motorcycle keys and said calmly, "So what if we failed?"
"As long as we wait patiently, another chance will come."
"You can wait, but I can't."
The fierce-looking man's cheek twitched a few times before he suddenly grinned savagely.
"Why not round up a few brothers and just kidnap that woman and her daughter?
Not only would we achieve our goal, but we could have some fun too.
Every time I see that woman, I get itchy fingers.
Such a beautiful woman, I've never seen many like her in my whole life. ####### Happy Chinese New Year, everyone. The author won't be taking a break during the holiday. 2 updates will be posted daily.
Chapter 190, The Shield. Idiot.
The pale-faced man spat out the word coldly, then sneered.
If it were that simple, why would we need to scheme so meticulously, pretending it was a robbery?
Our goal is to get leverage over Guan Yusin, then force her to cooperate with us. Next time, use your brain instead of just your lower half.
If the boss finds out you dared to think like this, watch your head. Then tell me, how do we explain this failure to the boss? Failure or not, we're not entirely empty-handed.
At least we know a man has appeared in Guan Yusin's life. The pale-faced man grinned eerily. Learning this will surely drive the boss mad. After all, he's coveted Guan Yusin for ages, yet she's always kept him at arm's length.
What fate awaits that man? I'm quite looking forward to it.
The man with the fierce face gritted his teeth in fury at the thought of Lin Zhong ruining their plans.
If it were up to me, we should have gotten out of the car back then and beaten that man senseless. But you were too cowardly to even lift a finger. I'll report this to the boss. Ha, brute.
The pale-faced man shot his companion a contemptuous glance, utterly disinterested in further conversation. While the two men argued, Lin Zhong and Guan Yusen had finished their grocery shopping and were on their way home.
Despite nearly being robbed moments ago, Guan Yusen's mood remained unaffected.
A smile still graced her face as she walked side by side with Lin Zhong, chatting with him constantly.
Lin Zhong, what do you want for dinner tonight?
Lin Zhong carried several plastic bags of varying sizes filled with vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and tomatoes.
He replied nonchalantly, anything's fine. How about hot pot? Sounds good. As they chatted, they soon reached the entrance of their residential complex. Parked at the entrance, seemingly out of nowhere, was a luxury Rolls-Royce. Its imposing silhouette and opulent trim drew frequent glances from passers-by. Beside the Rolls-Royce stood a man in his 30s, tall, handsome, and impeccably dressed in a suit holding a bouquet of roses. Seeing this scene, Guan Yusen's smile vanished instantly, a flash of disgust flickering deep in her eyes. The man spotted Guan Yusen too, his eyes lighting up as he strode over. Yusen, you finally showed up. Don't be so familiar.
We're not close, Guan Yusen replied coolly. Unfazed by her coolness, he persisted with eager courtesy, we may not be close now, but we will be.
These roses are for you, do you like them?
With that, he held out the bouquet of roses toward Guan Yusen.
Disgust deepened in Guan Yusen's eyes as she took a step back.
We're not close now, and we never will be.
Now Qianlong, stop bothering me, or I'll call the police.
Despite Guan Yusen's cold refusal, the man named Miao Qianlong pressed forward relentlessly, taking another step toward her.
Don't be so heartless, Yusen. I've been pursuing you for so long, you must feel my sincerity, right?
Guan Yusen pressed her cherry lips tightly together, a cold smile appearing on her face. She retreated to Lin Chang's side, saying nothing, but her delicate hand unconsciously clutched his arm.
She already told you to stop bothering her. Didn't you hear? Lin Zhong could see Guan Yusen's genuine disgust for this man and knew he couldn't stand by any longer. And who the hell are you? I'm talking to Yusen, what business is it of yours to interrupt? Now Qianlong's expression abruptly hardened.
His gaze shifted to Lin Zhong, the smile vanishing from his face, replaced by haughty indifference. Guan Yusen wrapped her arm around Lin Chang's, her ample bosom pressing against his arm whether intentional or not, and coldly retorted to Miao Qianlong, you're the stray cat and dog here. You have no right to speak to him like that. Seeing Guan Yusen's intimacy with Lin Zhong, Miao Qianlong's eyes flashed with jealousy, turning red. He violently threw the bouquet of roses to the ground, his face contorted, all traces of his previous composure gone.
What is your relationship with this man? None of your business.
Guan Yusen raised a hand to caress Lin Chang's cheek, her gaze exceptionally tender. But his relationship with me is 10,000 times closer than yours ever was. Guan Yusen's gaze was so tender that even though Lin Zhong knew she was deliberately putting on a show for Miao Qianlong, his heart couldn't help but stir. If even Lin Zhong, whose temperament was as iron and will as steel, reacted this way, Miao Qianlong across from him was consumed by jealousy to the point of near madness. His fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead.
Guan Yusen, how dare you treat me like this? This isn't over. You just wait, kid.
With that, he shot Lin Zhong a vicious glare, as if etching his face into his memory.
Yet facing Miao Qianlong's threatening glare, Lin Chang's expression remained utterly unruffled, showing no sign of taking it seriously. Lin Chang's attitude only fueled Miao Qianlong's rage.
Had he not sensed Lin Chang's formidable presence, he would have punched him in the face already. Miao Qianlong stomped hard on the rose bouquet lying on the ground, crushing the petals to dust. Then he turned and walked away, driving his Rolls-Royce off at breakneck speed. After Miao Qianlong departed, Guan Yusen turned to Lin Zhong with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry for making you my shield. It's fine. Actually, I didn't lose anything, I even gained an advantage. Guan Yusen understood the implication behind Lin Chang's words. Her jade-like face flushed slightly as she took a step back, creating distance between them so they were no longer pressed close together as before. Smooth talker. As she spoke, Guan Yusen's expression held a mix of playful annoyance and hidden delight, leaving one unable to decipher her true feelings.
Who is this man?
Lin Zhong changed the subject.
His name is Miao Qianlong. He owns a hotel. We met at a cocktail party a while back. Ever since then, he's been clinging to me like glue. He's so annoying.
Guan Yusen's delicate brows knitted tightly, her expression brimming with disdain and disgust as she spoke of Miao Qianlong. The despicable things he's done before, like toying with young college girls, I can't even be bothered to mention. But I never imagined he'd try that same routine on me.
It's utterly revolting. I see.
Using you as a shield clearly enraged him.
Will this cause you trouble?
Guan Yusen recalled something and voiced her concern.
Miao Qianlong has ties to the underworld.
He is known for holding grudges and stopping at nothing to get what he wants. While he might not dare harm me, who knows what he'd do to you.
Aunt Guan, don't worry.
I've got this under control, Lin Zhong replied calmly.
Chapter 191, A Cozy Dinner. Lin Zhong didn't take Miao Qianlong's threats seriously at all.
He was just a hotel owner compared to Lin Chang's past adversaries. Now Qianlong was nothing more than a small fry in the river, not even worth mentioning.
He couldn't hold a candle to Lu Ming, a top-tier rich second-generation heir.
If Miao Qianlong dared to make a move against him, Lin Chong wouldn't mind making him vanish from the face of the earth.
That's good to hear. Guan Yusin knew Lin Chang's capabilities. Since he said so, she had nothing to worry about. The two returned home. The moment the security door opened, Guan Wei rushed over, burying herself in Lin Chang's arms. She lifted her little head, cheeks puffed out, and said, "Why did you take so long?" "We're starving." Yang Ying rose from the sofa, her lips pressed into a smile. "Get out of the way." Guan Yusin pinched Guan Wei's cheek playfully, her tone slightly exasperated. "I told you to go grocery shopping, but you didn't go. Now you're freeloading and complaining." "Whatever." Guan Wei reluctantly shifted aside to let Guan Yusin in, though she remained clinging to Lin Chong like a koala. Lin Chong didn't actually mind her clingy manner. "Brother Lin, give me the groceries." "I'll take them to the kitchen for you." Yang Ying approached Lin Chong and said softly. "Sure." Lin Zhong handed the bags to Yang Ying, then ruffled her hair affectionately. "Good girl." Yang Ying flushed with a shy smile and carried the items into the kitchen. Guan Wei's big eyes darted around as she hopped down from Lin Chang's back. Crossing her arms behind her back, she swayed back and forth in front of him. "What are you doing?" Lin Chong was puzzled. "I'm being good too." Guan Wei pouted. "Why won't Brother Lin praise me?" "You?" Lin Chong couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, it's good enough that you're not being mischievous. That's a far cry from being well-behaved." Guan Wei instantly sulked, snorting, "Big Brother Lin is biased. Am I not well-behaved around you?" Lin Chong thought for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that while Guan Wei rarely listened to others, she always obeyed his every word. Seen that way, she really was well-behaved around him. "Alright, I was wrong. You are well-behaved too." Lin Chong ruffled Guan Wei's hair. Guan Wei tilted her head back contentedly, like a cat, a sweet smile lighting up her adorable little face. Those two faint dimples were especially intoxicating. After complimenting Guan Wei a few more times, Lin Chong walked into the living room, sat down on the sofa, and slowly relaxed his body. A cartoon was playing on the TV. He hadn't expected Guan Wei, who was about to turn 18, still enjoyed watching cartoons. At home, Guan Wei always showed her true self, and this moment was no exception. She lay down beside Lin Chong, draping her legs over his knees, and chatted with him in a stream of consciousness. Mostly she talked while Lin Chong listened, offering little more than nods in response. Wei, what are you doing out there? Hurry up and come help." Guan Yusin's voice suddenly echoed from the kitchen. "No way." Guan Wei flatly refused, rolling over on the sofa from lying on her back to lying on her stomach. "If you don't come help, you won't get dinner tonight. Even Xinghe, as a guest, is pitching in." Guan Yusin's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of anger. Guan Wei retorted matter-of-factly, "That's exactly why I don't need to help. Xinghe is here. I can't cook anyway." Guan Yusin was momentarily speechless. She was utterly helpless when it came to this little witch of a daughter. Who could blame her? She'd spoiled Guan Wei rotten since childhood, leaving her with no maternal authority whatsoever in her daughter's eyes. "Lin Chong, you tell her off." In desperation, Guan Yusin had no choice but to call on Lin Chong. With Aunt Guan speaking up, Lin Chong couldn't stay out of it any longer. Clearing his throat, he said, "Xiao Wei, your mom asked you to help. You should go." "If I go, who's going to keep Lin brother company?" Guan Wei continued making excuses, sprawled on the sofa without moving. Lin Chong could see right through her. This girl was nothing but a lazy, freeloading parasite at home. Aunt Guan had truly done her best to raise her. "I don't need you to keep me company." "Go," Lin Chong said patiently. Guan Wei shifted her body, lazily climbing up before collapsing halfway. "I'm too weak from hunger to move." Seeing her utterly listless state, Lin Chong felt both exasperated and amused. He couldn't resist raising his hand and smacking her on a certain spot. "I said go, so just go. Stop making excuses." Guan Wei let out a low gasp, glancing back at Lin Chong with a look that was both embarrassed and pleased. Covering the spot he hit with both hands, she obediently climbed off the sofa and waddled into the kitchen. With Guan Wei's help, dinner was soon ready, a spicy, savory hot pot. The four of them gathered around the table like a family, chatting while dipping ingredients into the bubbling broth. In this atmosphere, Lin Chong felt a long overdue sense of rest and relaxation wash over him. At Guan Yusin and Guan Wei's urging, he made an exception and sipped a little wine. Time flew by, and before Lin Chong knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock. "Aunt Guan, Xiao Wei, we'll head back now." Lin Chong stood to take his leave, waving to Yang Ying. Yang Ying yawned, stood up unsteadily, and walked over to Lin Chong, leaning her head on his shoulder and dozing off. She too had had a little wine, and now the effects were rising, making her drowsy. Guan Wei lingered reluctantly. "Brother Lin, why don't you just stay over at my place tonight?" "No need. We don't live far anyway." Though his face was flushed from the alcohol, Lin Chong felt no dizziness and remained perfectly clear-headed. "You two get some rest early tonight. Goodbye." Lin Zhong left without hesitation. Guan Wei and Guan Yusen stood at the doorway watching his retreating figure until it vanished. Only after a long while did they close the door.
Mother and daughter exchanged glances, speechless, a wave of loneliness washing over them.
Lin Zhong took Yang Ying's small hand as they walked out of the residential complex.
Having had a drink, he chose not to drive and instead planned to walk home. Yang Ying's starry eyes were half closed, her exquisite little face flushed a soft pink. Bathed in the glow of streetlights, she looked exceptionally delicate and charming. Seeing she could barely walk, Lin Zhong said nothing more and simply lifted her up, cradling her waist. Yang Ying murmured softly, her arms instinctively wrapping around Lin Chang's neck. Resting her head on his shoulder, she shifted slightly before closing her eyes in contentment. Lin Zhong carried Yang Ying toward Hongxing Alley. But before they had gone far, they were blocked by a group of people. This group appeared to be waiting specifically for Lin Zhong, their target clear. Leading them was a burly man with a fierce expression, bare-chested and wielding a steel pipe as thick as a baby's arm.
Chapter 192, The Deep Night. The man first shot Lin Zhong a contemptuous glance before fixing his gaze on Yang Ying. His small, beady eyes flashed with greedy, burning light. Kid, you're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? Too bad you won't get to enjoy it. Who are you people?
Lin Chang's gaze swept over the group as he asked calmly. Who we are is none of your concern, the menacing-looking man replied, cracking his neck loudly.
But you've crossed the wrong people. Someone's paid for your hands. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, losing your life won't be worth it. Did Miao Qianlong send you? Who knows? Maybe. Maybe not. We're just doing our job for money.
The menacing-looking man paused, then grinned savagely.
Guys, let's get this done.
With a wave of his hand, the thugs behind him surged forward menacingly toward Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong stood rooted to the spot, immovable as a mountain. He watched the thugs close in with a cold stare. Only when the one charging at the forefront reached him did he suddenly kick out. Thud! The man Lin Zhong struck flew backward, screaming as he was sent flying 4 or 5 meters. He slammed hard into a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, causing the massive tree to sway violently as leaves and branches showered down. The thug's momentum halted abruptly, stunned by Lin Chang's skill. To send someone flying 4 or 5 meters with a single kick, what immense power was that? For a moment, they dared not advance further, surrounding Lin Zhong in the center. Their expressions were fierce, yet they hesitated, torn between wanting to attack and fearing his counterstrike. Faced with their hesitation, Lin Zhong couldn't care less about their thoughts. To him, this gang was utterly insignificant. That kick had only used 3/10 of his strength. He'd held back mainly to avoid waking the sleeping Yang Ying in his arms. Had he not held back, he could have easily sent the man flying 4 or 5 meters or even killed him outright. Yang Ying's eyes remained closed as she slept soundly in Lin Chang's arms, her rosy little mouth slightly pouted. Even with the surrounding chaos and Lin Zhong about to engage in a fight, she showed no signs of waking. The man with the fierce expression was the leader of this gang of thugs. Hidden among the crowd, he watched as Lin Zhong sent someone flying with a single kick and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This job was indeed tricky, but he refused to back down. The person who hired him had paid a price high enough to buy a life, and wielded considerable influence in Xinghe City. If he fled without a fight now, not only would he lose the rest of his payment, but he'd also infuriate his employer. Such foolishness was utterly beyond him. I'm in a good mood today and don't feel like fighting. So I'll give you a chance, get lost. Lin Zhong spoke calmly. Don't think we're scared just because you're a bit stronger. No matter how good you are, you're still just one person. The leader swallowed hard, trying to bolster his gang's courage. Let's all go at him together. I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms to withstand all of us. Lin Chang's eyes turned cold. You won't give up until you're at the brink of disaster. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. How many fools are there in this world? Since you're determined to court death, then get on with it. The leader bellowed, go. With that, he charged forward first, swinging a steel pipe at Lin Zhong. The heavy pipe, weighing over 10 pounds, came crashing down toward his head. Lin Zhong swayed slightly, evading the leader's strike, then delivered a vicious kick straight to his stomach. Thud! Lin Chang's kick was merciless. The leader was sent flying, his feet leaving the ground. His eyes bulged out, nearly popping from their sockets. He opened his mouth to scream in agony. But before the scream could escape, another kick lashed across his face, silencing the cry. His entire face contorted as he spun 180 degrees midair before crashing to the ground. After hitting the ground, the leader's eyes rolled back. Without so much as a groan, he fell unconscious. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before the other thugs could react, their leader had been knocked out. The atmosphere turned deathly silent, broken only by the gangster's heavy breathing echoing in the darkness. Lin Zhong planted one foot on the leader's back, his gaze sweeping over every face present. Anyone met by his gaze instinctively lowered their head, lacking the courage to meet his stare. Brother Lin, what happened? Yang Ying opened her eyes groggily. The sudden commotion had jolted her from a deep sleep. The alcohol hadn't fully worn off yet, and her voice sounded like a dream-like murmur. Nothing. Go back to sleep. Lin Zhong shielded her ears and eyes with one hand.
Yang Ying's eyes closed once more.
After settling Yang Ying, Lin Zhong spoke calmly to the surrounding thugs, "Your boss is down.
What do you plan to do now?" The thugs exchanged glances, then suddenly retreated in unison, vanishing into the darkness. With their boss already down, what was the point of fighting back? Better to make a quick escape.
Lin Zhong nodded, glancing at the fallen leader on the ground. He considered whether to force a confession out of him to uncover who had hired them. Truthfully, even without asking, Lin Zhong could guess it was Miao Qianlong's doing. He even had a premonition that Miao Qianlong's pursuit of Guan Yusen was far from what it appeared on the surface. There was likely a deeper conspiracy lurking behind it. He was merely collateral damage. I should find a chance to warn Aunt Guan, though she probably already suspects something, otherwise she wouldn't be so cold toward Miao Qianlong.
Holding Yang Ying close, Lin Zhong continued down Hongsheng Alley.
As for Miao Qianlong, I'll have someone look into him. If he is truly up to no good, I'll just take matters into my own hands. Without a flicker of emotion, Lin Zhong had already decided Miao Qianlong's fate in his mind. To those who do me good, I return good. To those who do me evil, I return evil. Since Miao Qianlong had shown him malice, Lin Zhong would naturally repay him in kind. Back home, Lin Zhong laid Yang Ying on the bed, removed her coat and shoes, then pulled the quilt over her. Just as he turned to leave, his hand was suddenly grasped by Yang Ying. Turning back, he saw that Yang Ying hadn't awakened. Her action had been merely an unconscious movement in her sleep. "Brother Lin, I." Even in her sleep, Yang Ying murmured his name. Lin Zhong couldn't help but smile softly. He sat by the bedside, keeping her company for a while, until she was sound asleep before finally leaving her room. After a cold shower, Lin Zhong practiced the Dragon Tiger Force in the living room for an hour before finally going to bed. However, less than an hour into his sleep, the notification chime of his phone jolted him awake. Lin Zhong picked up his phone and instantly felt all traces of sleepiness vanish. Chapter 193, Luyin in Trouble. The message was from Luyin, containing only one sentence: "Little brother Lin, come pick me up at room 2 on the 3rd floor of the Xinghe Hotel. Hurry!" Lin Zhong sprang up from the bed like a carp leaping out of water. He grabbed a jacket, threw it over his shoulders, and without even putting on his shoes, snatched his wallet and leaped out the window. He hailed a taxi on the street, gave the address, and finally arrived at the Xinghe Hotel over 30 minutes later. Lin Zhong was frantic with worry. He hadn't felt this anxious in a long time, because he knew Luyin would never text him at this hour unless she truly needed help. He tossed a 100 yuan bill to the driver, not even waiting for change, then flung open the door and dashed toward the Xinghe Hotel entrance. The Xinghe Hotel was a 4-star establishment, 1 star below the Imperial View Hotel, yet it remained a gathering place for the elite. Lin Zhong's sprint was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he reached the hotel's entrance. The 2 doormen guarding the entrance only caught a blur as a whirlwind swept past them. Before they could even make out Lin Zhong's features or attire, he had already dashed into the hotel. "Security! Security!" One bellhop jolted awake and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Hearing the cry, 2 security guards immediately sprinted over. "What's going on?" "Someone just ran inside," the other bellhop exclaimed, eyes wide and looking as if he'd seen a ghost. "Someone rushed in?" "Why didn't you stop him?" One security guard frowned, demanding an explanation. "We tried to stop him, but he was moving too fast. We didn't even catch a glimpse of his face or what he was wearing." "How could we stop him?" one door attendant retorted irritably. "Instead of wasting time here with us, you should go find him now." "What if he's disturbing the guests?" I'll deal with you later." A security guard pulled out his walkie-talkie. "Control room, check the lobby footage from just now. Did someone rush into the restaurant?" "Right away." Lin Zhong had no idea how much of a stir his actions had caused at the Xinghe Hotel, but even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. His mind was now consumed by worry for Luyin. He charged up to the 3rd floor like a whirlwind, his eyes immediately locking onto private room 2. His pupils contracted slightly. Standing at the door were 4 burly bodyguards clad in black suits, their faces hidden behind dark sunglasses. Their imposing stature and cold, fierce demeanor immediately caught his attention. With just one glance, Lin Zhong knew these 4 bodyguards were no ordinary men. Each radiated a thick aura of lethality, proof they'd taken countless lives. Their hands were covered in thick calluses, traces of years spent gripping guns and punching heavy bags. The 4 bodyguards also spotted Lin Zhong. Their eyes swept over his hardened physique, and each tensed, hands rising to their hips as if facing a formidable foe. To their senses, Lin Zhong didn't feel like a human at all. He was a ferocious beast in human skin. The aura of menace radiating from Lin Zhong was truly terrifying. Lin Zhong exhaled sharply. His eyes suddenly blazed with a fierce light. He crouched low, thrust his feet off the ground, and with a whoosh, transformed into a blurring shadow hurtling toward private room 2. The moment Lin Zhong launched forward, the 4 bodyguards drew pistols from their waists. But before they could even aim, Lin Zhong was already upon them, his fists striking like giant hammers. Boom! 2 bodyguards slammed into the private room door, shattering the solid wood panel and alerting those inside. Without hesitation, Lin Zhong followed the 2 bodyguards into the room. His eyes immediately fell upon Luyin, sitting safely at the round dining table.
He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize his back was soaked through not from nervousness but from worrying about Lu Yin's safety. Lu Yin saw Lin Zhong burst through the door. Her beautiful eyes instantly flashed with dazzling brilliance. She smiled radiantly, as if all other flowers had lost their color in comparison. The other two bodyguards finally snapped to attention, their expressions a mix of shock and fury. They raised their pistols, aiming them at Lin Chang's back. If he made even the slightest unusual move, they would pull the trigger without hesitation. After confirming Lu Yin's safety, Lin Zhong reeled in the overwhelming aura of killing intent within him. His entire demeanor shifted back to that unruffled composure, his hands hanging at his sides as he made no further move. But this did not mean he had lowered his guard. If those two bodyguards dared to fire, Lin Zhong would absolutely not hesitate to kill. 5 people occupied the private room. Besides Lu Yin, there were 3 men and 1 woman. All were startled by Lin Chang's abrupt intrusion, their stunned expressions appearing rather comical. Seated at the head of the table was a young man, around 25 or 26 years old. Handsome and possessing a steady demeanor, he carried an air of exceptional distinction. Beside him sat a beautiful young woman around 20, her eyes constantly darting toward Lin Zhong, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if searching for something. Another man in his 30s sat on the other side of the young man. He sported a buzz cut, a square jaw, and a suit stretched taut over explosive muscles. His eyes were sharp as knives, fixed on Lin Zhong with an unfriendly glare. The final man, in his 50s, was bald and obese, his expression gloomy, as if someone owed him a fortune. "My apologies, young Master Lu. This is my friend. He was worried about my safety and acted rashly. I apologize on his behalf." Lu Ying stood up, walked over to Lin Zhong, and addressed the young man seated at the head of the table with a look of deep regret. Lin Zhong caught the scent of alcohol on Lu Ying. Looking closer, he noticed her pretty face flushed crimson. She'd clearly had quite a bit to drink. Yet her mind remained sharp, her speech clear and coherent, showing no signs of intoxication. The young man at the head of the table waved his hand dismissively. "Embarrassing. Get out." The 2 bodyguards on the floor were helped up by their comrade. They glared viciously at Lin Zhong, their eyes fierce yet betraying unmistakable fear. Staggering, they made their way out of the private room. Lin Chang's earlier punch, though delivered without hidden force, was no easy blow to endure. Even these battle-hardened bodyguards had sustained significant injuries. "Impressive skills, brother. Fancy a spar?" "Just finished eating and drinking. A little exercise might help with digestion," the muscle-bound man beside the young man said, eyeing Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong felt a flicker of interest. He could tell these people in the private room weren't aligned with Lu Yin. Since that was the case, he saw no need to hold back. Though Lin Zhong remained outwardly composed, anger was already simmering within him. He could smell the strong scent of alcohol on Lu Yin. Clearly, before he arrived, the people in this private room had made Lu Yin drink quite a lot. Chapter 194, The Lu family's direct line. Given Lu Yin's cautious nature, he would never drink in such a setting unless forced to. Even when entertaining clients, he would only take a few sips. Had Lu Yin not texted him, or had he arrived later, who knew what might have happened after she was forced into drunkenness? This thought ignited a blazing fury within Lin Zhong, making him resentful of everyone present. He disliked others, and others disliked him. Having rushed out in haste, Lin Zhong wore only an army green t-shirt and shorts, not even having time to put on shoes. Such attire could be politely described as unkempt, or more bluntly, as disheveled. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be allowed through the doors of the Xinghe Hotel. The people in the private room were all influential figures. Accustomed to high status, fine dining, and the finest attire, they placed great importance on their appearance. Had Lin Zhong not barged in and demonstrated overwhelming power, they likely wouldn't have even glanced his way. Whether it was the young man seated at the head of the table, the muscular middle-aged man beside him, or the portly middle-aged man on the other side, all eyed Lin Zhong with veiled disdain. Ironically, the beautiful young woman seemed slightly more receptive, her gaze holding curiosity but no obvious malice. Lin Zhong lifted his eyes and locked gazes with the muscle-bound man. Their stares collided mid-air, sparks flying. Lu Ying sensed Lin Chang's intent to act, swiftly reaching out with her delicate hand to grasp his wrist. She shook her head gently before pulling him back into his seat. This scene caught the attention of the young man seated at the head of the table. His eye twitched and a shadow of gloom flashed across his face. Lu Ying had Lin Zhong sit beside her, her delicate hand still holding his wrist. In a polite yet distant tone, she addressed the young man, "Young Master Lu, I'm here representing the third young miss to discuss business with you, not to start a fight. So let's skip the sparring and get down to the important matters." With Lin Zhong by her side, she finally didn't have to face these people alone, her words carrying a newfound confidence. Before Lin Chang's arrival, she had indeed been forced to drink several cups of wine, and she was actually seething inside. Had the young man not been of significant standing, and had she not been tasked with the mission entrusted to her by Su Miao, she would have swept her sleeves and left long ago, unwilling to linger a single second longer. While speaking, Lu Yin's hand beneath the table remained active. She quietly unfolded Lin Chang's palm and began writing on his hand.
Lu Yin's hand was delicate and soft, her fingertips swiftly tracing across Lin Chang's palm, making him feel a bit ticklish and causing him to raise his eyebrows. Through Lu Yin's writing, Lin Zhong gradually pieced together the entire story. The young man seated at the head of the table was named Lu Koan, a direct descendant of the Lu family. His status within the Lu clan was equivalent to Su Miao's position in the Su family, equally distinguished and exalted. Even Lu Yin had to address him politely as young Master Lu. This young Master Lu held far greater weight than that of Lu Ming. Lu Koan had come from the capital to Xinghe to investigate Lu Ming's death. Though Lu Ming was merely a collateral descendant, he was still part of the Lu family. His brutal murder at the Imperial View Hotel was something the main branch could not ignore, lest it dishearten all the collateral branches. The beautiful young woman beside Lu Koan was Lu Wen, also a direct descendant of the Lu family. As for the other two men, the muscular one was Luo Hong, Lu Koan's personal bodyguard, while the man in his 50s was Lu Zonglong, Lu Ming's father. Once Lin Zhong learned their identities, he realized today's incident would not end simply. In Lin Chang's view, Lu Ming had brought this upon himself, he deserved it. Even if the blood blade assassins hadn't killed him, Lin Zhong would have finished him off himself. But the Lu family clearly didn't see it that way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be conducting such a high-profile investigation. They would never admit to Lu Ming's actions. They might even turn the tables and smear Su Miao with false accusations. Lin Zhong knew all too well how these so-called prominent families operated. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Lu Koan laughed heartily. Miss Lu is quite right, business comes first. Let us get down to it. Regarding the death of our clan's young master, Lu Ming, how does the Su family's third young lady intend to compensate us? Compensation? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Young Master Lu, you seem to have misunderstood something. Lu Koan held up a finger and waved it before him. I'm not mistaken. Lu Ming was a collateral relative of our clan. A member of the Lu family cannot die under such unclear circumstances. You must give the Lu family an explanation. Lu Yin laughed bitterly, no longer bothering with pleasantries. Her smile vanished as she replied coldly, Young Master Lu, if you had truly investigated, you would know it's not us who owe an explanation, it's the Lu family. Oh? A cryptic smile touched Lu Koan's lips as he picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. Our investigation concluded that Lu Ming was caught in the crossfire between the Su family's third young miss and the assassin, dying a tragic and innocent death. Is the truth any different? First, Lu Ming is not innocent. He was in cahoots with the assassin who targeted the young lady. Had he not brought the assassin into the Imperial View Hotel, she would not have been attacked there. Lu Yin straightened his posture, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity as he locked eyes with Lu Koan, refusing to back down. Second, his death has nothing to do with us. He was killed by an assassin from the Blood Blade organization. This has been confirmed by forensic examination. The wounds match the assassin's weapon. Lu Yin paused, then sneered coldly, so how do you explain this? A distant relative of the Lu family colluding with assassins to harm the third young miss of the Su family? Nonsense! Lu Zonglong slammed his fist on the table, sending dishes clattering. Pointing at Lu Yin, he roared, how could my son conspire with assassins? You're the ones who killed him and pinned the blame on him. My poor son, you died so unjustly. By the end, Lu Zonglong's eyes reddened as if tears were about to spill, and he made a show of wiping his eyes. Seeing Lu Zonglong's performance, Lin Zhong felt an inexplicable wave of nausea. A rotten apple at the top spoils the whole barrel. Raising a villain like Lu Ming proved that Lu Zonglong, as a father, was no better. Had he exercised stricter oversight, Lu Ming wouldn't have met his end. Lu Yin remained utterly unmoved by Lu Zonglong's accusations, a cold smile still playing at the corners of her mouth as she waited quietly for Lu Koan's response. Lu Zonglong was merely a minor figure, the only one with real authority present was Lu Koan. Lu Koan propped one hand on the table, fingers tracing his chin. Miss Lu, one may be careless with food, but never with words. Though I hold you in high regard, your accusations are grave, they concern the reputation of the Lu family and the life of one of our sons. Therefore, I must ask, do you have evidence to back your claims? Chapter 195, Twisting Truth and Lies. As he spoke, a peculiar gleam flashed in Lu Koan's eyes, subtle, yet Lin Zhong caught it. These words were spoken directly to me by the third miss herself, Lu Yin said, her face stern. Young Master Lu, do you believe the third miss of the Su family would lie? Miss Su Miao certainly wouldn't lie, but what if she was deceived? Lu Koan's face broke into a knowing smile. His tone remained measured and confident throughout. I hear this Mr. Lin Zhong is Miss Su Miao's bodyguard? When the assassination attempt occurred, was it this gentleman who protected Miss Su Miao? The latter half of his question was directed at Lin Zhong. Lu Yin's expression flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected Lu Koan's intelligence network to be so efficient. He uncovered Lin Zhong's identity in just 2 days. However, while Lu Koan had uncovered Lin Chang's role as Su Miao's bodyguard, he hadn't discovered that Lin Zhong had also captured Su Moyang. Otherwise, he would never have dared to sit here so calmly, conversing with Lin Zhong. Compared to Lu Yin's astonishment, Lin Zhong remained remarkably calm. After all, such matters were easy to uncover. He spent most of his time inseparable from Su Miao's side. It was hardly surprising that someone with intent would remember him.
Correct, Lin Zhong uttered the two words indifferently, effectively acknowledging Lu Kuan's statement. Lu Kuan's smile broadened as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table.
Since Mr. Lin admits his presence, that makes things straightforward.
There's someone I'd like Mr. Lin to meet.
Without waiting for Lin Chang's response, he clapped his hands sharply.
Bring the person in.
Moments later, two bodyguards escorted a man covered in wounds into the private room. The moment Lin Zhong saw him, a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes. For that man was none other than Bloodtooth, the assassin who had once slipped through his grasp.
Lin Zhong had actually tracked Bloodtooth's movements, but the man seemed to have vanished into thin air.
He never imagined he'd been captured by the Lu family. That the Lu family could capture this top-tier assassin meant there were capable individuals among them. Lu Ying, who had never seen Bloodtooth before, shot Lin Zhong a questioning look. He gently patted her delicate hand, signaling her to stay calm. Bloodtooth's appearance was pitiful. His face was bruised and swollen, both arms broken, clearly the result of brutal torture. As soon as he was carried into the room, his gaze first fell on Lu Kuan seated at the head of the table, fear flashing in his eyes. Only then did he look at Lin Zhong, his voice raspy as he cried out, "It's him, it's him." Lu Yin's heart sank, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over her.
This man, Lu Kuan said slowly, you should recognize him, Mr. Lin?
I do, Lin Zhong replied, his words measured. At his words, cold smiles spread across Lu Zonglong and Luo Hong's faces. Their gazes toward him brimmed with pity, as if observing prey trapped in a snare.
Since you know him, this will be easy. Bloodtooth, tell us everything you know. Lu Kuan glanced at Bloodtooth, a simple glance that sent a chill down the spine of this elite assassin. Not a single detail can be withheld. Understood? Bloodtooth trembled, his face drained of color as he knelt and began his account. In his account, Lu Ming was portrayed as an innocent bystander dragged into the situation, even intending to act heroically. Yet, in the end, he was killed by a dagger thrown by Lin Zhong, piercing his throat. Lu Ying grew increasingly outraged as she listened, her chest heaving violently. Had Lin Zhong not gripped her hand, she would have leaped up to hurl curses at him. Was there such a thing in this world as twisting black into white, calling a deer a horse? Lin Zhong sat composed in his chair, eyes lowered, his face as still as a deep well. It seemed as though what Bloodtooth had said had nothing to do with him. After Bloodtooth finished, Lu Kuan turned to Lin Zhong with a faint smile. Mr. Lin, do you have anything to say? Luo Hong, seated on the other side, chuckled darkly. I thought we'd have to go to some trouble to catch you. Never imagined you'd walk right into our trap. Simply brilliant. Lu Zonglong, tears streaming down his aged face, glared at Lin Zhong with venom. Minger, if you have a spirit in heaven, did you deliberately send your killer to us? Rest assured, even if it costs me my old life, I will avenge you. As for the young woman named Lu Wen, a flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes. Clap. 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 Lin Zhong suddenly raised his hand and clapped forcefully. Lin Chang's reaction caught Lu Kuan completely off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lu Kuan had expected Lin Zhong to erupt in furious protest, yet the young man remained seated without moving, showing no sign of anger on his face. In the end, he even began clapping. Has this kid lost his mind or something? Luo Hong muttered under his breath. Thank you for putting on such a fine show before my eyes. Indeed, quite entertaining, Lin Zhong remarked calmly while clapping. But acting is just acting, it can never change the truth. You say we're acting? Then what exactly is your so-called truth? Lu Kuan now found Lin Zhong unbearably irritating. Lin Chang's unflappable composure felt like a provocation, and he couldn't help but sneer. The truth is, no principle in this world is mightier than a fist. Lin Zhong lifted his eyes. His calm, detached gaze sent a flicker of fear through Lu Kuan. You dare twist black into white and frame me thinking you've got me cornered? Too bad you overlooked one thing, your fists aren't as big as mine. So you admit to Blood Fawn's accusations? What difference does it make whether I admit it or not? Lin Zhong stood up, imperceptibly pulling Lu Ying behind him. Let me tell you straight, your methods are utterly ridiculous in my eyes. Never mind that Lu Ming is already dead. Even if he hadn't been, I would have killed him for you to see. Because he deserved to die. Hearing Lin Zhong dare to speak so insolently to Lu Kuan, Luo Hong leapt to his feet, slamming his fist down on the table so hard that bowls and chopsticks flew half a foot into the air. He bellowed, how dare you? Seeing Luo Hong's furious expression, Lin Chang's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his palm and slammed it down on the table as well. Boom! With a single strike, the 2-meter wide yellow pearwood table split cleanly in two. Cups, bowls, and dishes flew into the air, splattering Lu Kuan and the others who hadn't dodged in time. No one had expected Lin Zhong to defy convention. At the slightest provocation, he'd overturn the table. That's right, Lin Zhong intended to overturn the table. With strength at his disposal, why waste words? Let them scheme and plot 1,000 times over, he would crush it all with brute force. Lu Kuan sat frozen in his seat, drenched head to toe in flying sauces and juices, yellow, black, green, all emitting an overpowering aroma. A vegetable leaf even stuck to his hair, making him look utterly ridiculous. Luo Hong and Lu Zonglong fared little better. Lu Wen, however, had only been slightly splashed, a clear sign of Lin Zhong holding back. As for Lu Yin, Lin Zhong had pulled her up from the start, leaving her clothes spotless. Chapter 196, A Word Out of Place. Now standing behind Lin Zhong, Lu Yin's cherry red lips parted slightly, revealing pearly white teeth. She too was startled by Lin Zhong's boldness, her expression of shock utterly adorable. The deafening noise alerted the bodyguards stationed outside. All 4 bodyguards, including the 2 injured ones, stormed into the private room. They glared at Lin Zhong menacingly, drawing their pistols and aiming them at his body. At Lu Koen's command, they would shoot him dead on the spot. Lu Koen narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward Lin Zhong brimming with murderous intent, his expression darkening to the extreme. He never imagined he would one day find himself in such a desperate predicament. Yet he was no ordinary man. Long entrenched in high office, he had cultivated a certain composure. Though his mind seethed with the urge to tear Lin Zhong limb from limb, he held his ground. What do you mean by this? Are you turning against us? Luo Hong, seated beside Lu Koen, abruptly rose from his seat. While seated, his presence had been less imposing, but standing, he resembled a colossal deity, his body seemingly brimming with boundless power. Young master, why waste words with him? How dare this brat insult you? Let me beat him into mincemeat. Luo Hong roared, his fists clenching so hard they cracked. Lu Koen raised a hand to restrain Luo Hong's impulsive outburst. Even if we must kill, we need a legitimate reason. I have no desire to sever ties with Miss Susan. Then he turned his gaze to Lu Yin. Miss Lu, how do you think I should deal with your friend after the way he treated me? Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped out from behind Lin Zhong, her beautiful face cold. That question should be directed at you, young Master Lu. What are you trying to achieve by twisting the truth? We both know the real circumstances surrounding Lu Ming's death. There is only one truth: this scoundrel murdered my son. Lu Zonglong sneered coldly, his teeth gritted. Koen Gur, this man clearly shows no remorse. Arrest him immediately. Torture the truth out of him and see what the Su family has to say then. Lu Yin responded to Lu Zonglong's words with a cold sneer and no reply. Miss Lu, I had hoped to discuss this calmly. Under the right conditions, this matter could have been settled amicably, Lu Koen said leisurely as he undid his collar buttons and cracked his neck. But now that he's thrown the table over, there's no need for further talks. Once this is over, we can resume our friendship. With that, Lu Koen raised a hand, extending a single finger that pointed straight at Lin Zhong. Arrest him. At Lu Koen's command, 4 bodyguards sprang into action. They slowly closed in on Lin Zhong, their pistols trained on him. Lin Zhong stood with his hands at his sides, his expression impassive, seemingly without a hint of defense. Sissine, you should step back first to avoid getting hurt, he murmured softly. Lu Yin, deeply convinced of Lin Chang's abilities, obediently retreated to the corner of the private room, pressing herself against the wall. Just as the confrontation seemed about to erupt, the beautiful young woman named Lu Wen suddenly spoke timidly. Brother, I think we should just call it off. But the girl's words clearly fell on deaf ears. The 4 bodyguards merely paused momentarily. As long as Lu Ming remained silent, their advance toward Lin Zhong would not cease. One of the bodyguards, who had already been attacked by Lin Zhong, coldly warned, Kid, I advise you not to resist. Bullets don't have eyes. Losing your life won't be worth it. Lin Zhong didn't bother responding. When dealing with such blind fools, he preferred teaching them a lesson with his fists. The 4 bodyguards exchanged glances. 2 kept their guns trained on Lin Zhong while the other 2 flanked him, reaching out to grab his arms. They had braced themselves for Lin Chang's resistance, but to their astonishment, he didn't move a muscle the entire time, letting them seize his arms without a fight. I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a silver-plated wax gun, can't even move when a gun's pointed at him. Luo Hong sneered as he watched Lin Zhong being seized without resistance. He spat contemptuously on the ground. The 2 bodyguards gripped Lin Chang's arms tightly, yanking them backward with force as they barked, Get on your knees. These bodyguards were brutally strong, honed by rigorous training. Their arms were nearly as thick as an average person's thigh. With one twist, they were confident they could bend even rebar. But they had miscalculated. Lin Zhong's arms were like steel castings. No matter how hard they pulled, they wouldn't budge an inch. The bodyguards started with 80% effort, then pushed to 100%, finally mustering every ounce of strength they possessed. Their faces flushed crimson, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from their foreheads, yet they still couldn't budge Lin Zhong's arms an inch. Witnessing this, even a fool could see something was terribly wrong. You're too weak, Lin Zhong finally spoke, his tone cold. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Now, it's my turn to act. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 2 bodyguards felt a terrifying force surge from Lin Chang's arms. He wrenched free from their grip, seized their necks, and flung them backward. The 2 towering, muscular bodyguards flew through the air like scarecrows, crashing into the other 2 armed bodyguards. The other 2 bodyguards intended to fire, but their line of sight was blocked by their comrades' bodies. Left with no choice, they ducked out of the way, letting their fallen comrades slam into the wall. These bodyguards had attacked him as part of their duty. There was no personal grudge between them.
Therefore, Lin Zhong didn't strike with lethal force. The two he had flung were not unconscious by the impact, but their lives were not in danger. Where is he? The other two bodyguards looked toward where Lin Zhong had been standing, only to find the spot empty. Idiots! He's behind you! Luo Hong couldn't help but shout. He now understood, Lin Zhong had deliberately allowed himself to be grabbed by the two bodyguards not because he feared the pistol, but out of sheer amusement like a cat toying with a mouse. Realizing he'd misjudged the situation, Luo Hong felt his face flush with embarrassment. He kicked aside a chair blocking his path and strode toward Lin Zhong. The other two bodyguards, alerted by Luo Hong's warning, didn't turn around. Instead, they simultaneously lunged forward, executing a mid-air backflip as they aimed their pistols behind them. This single maneuver showcased their formidable military training. Yet it was futile. No matter how solid their military training was, it couldn't compare to that of a top-tier soldier like Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong had anticipated their reaction. The moment their bodies flipped, his feet slammed into their stomachs with two resounding thuds, sending them flying backward. In the blink of an eye, the four bodyguards, each as capable as special forces soldiers, were dealt with by Lin Zhong, who hadn't even broken a sweat. Lu Kuan's expression darkened further, his eyes darting as he continuously assessed Lin Chang's strength. The conclusion he reached sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 197, All Out Brawl. Lu Kuan wasn't just another spoiled rich kid relying solely on his family's influence. He was the carefully cultivated heir of the Lu family, destined to one day take control of the clan. His vision and insight were truly top tier. Precisely because of this, Lu Kuan could discern Lin Chang's extraordinary nature. During his clash with the four bodyguards, Lin Zhong hadn't displayed flashy techniques or overwhelming brute force. Yet this didn't mean he lacked strength, quite the opposite. It proved his formidable power. So formidable, in fact, that these four battle-hardened bodyguards weren't worthy of provoking him to unleash his true capabilities. Even so, Lu Kuan remained unconvinced that Luo Hong would lose. Luo Hong was a master he had painstakingly recruited. Not only did he possess innate superhuman strength and an exceptionally formidable physique, but he had also dedicated himself to cultivating external hard qigong. Having reached the Dark Force realm himself, Luo Hong's prowess towered above his peers, with few equals at that level. Lin Zhong was indeed powerful, but could he surpass Luo Hong's innate strength? No matter how fast he was, what good was it if he couldn't land a solid hit? This thought sent Lu Kuan's heart, which had just begun to rise, plummeting back down. He pulled out a napkin to wipe the soup and grease from his body, murmuring indifferently, his strength is indeed formidable. No wonder he dares to be so insolent in front of me. Luo Hong, go test his mettle. Even without Lu Kuan's prompting, Luo Hong had already intended to act. He strode up to Lin Zhong, arms crossed over his chest, legs slightly apart. Standing like a towering iron pillar, he looked down at Lin Zhong with a condescending gaze. Lin Zhong stood at 1.8 meters tall, with a strong, well-proportioned physique. Yet compared to Luo Hong, he appeared notably shorter and slimmer. Standing before Luo Hong, he resembled a child beside an adult, the contrast stark. Lu Yin, watching from the sidelines, bit her lower lip, her pearly teeth leaving a row of marks on her rosy lips, though she herself remained oblivious. Seeing the physical disparity between Luo Hong and Lin Zhong, even Lu Yin's unwavering confidence in Lin Zhong began to waver. She clenched her fists involuntarily, silently praying, "Little brother Lin, you must win. Please don't get hurt." As if sensing Lu Yin's worry, Lin Zhong turned his head and gave her a gentle smile. His smile was calm and composed, showing no sign of tension despite facing a formidable opponent. Lu Yin's nerves eased, and her clenched fists relaxed. "You actually dare to smile in front of me? That takes some guts," Luo Hong sneered, baring his teeth like a predatory shark ready to strike. "But meeting me is your greatest misfortune. I'll break every bone in your body and make you regret your foolishness for the rest of your life." Hearing Luo Hong's venomous words, Lin Zhong gave a cold laugh. "If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste words? Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish." Luo Hong grinned savagely, suddenly raising his two palm-like hands. Clapping them together, he slammed them viciously toward Lin Chang's head. His palms were enormous, each finger as thick as a carrot. Veins bulged prominently across his knuckles, creating a sight both brutal and terrifying. Luo Hong had every reason to be arrogant. His opening move showcased the depth of a true master, the sheer force of his double palm strike reaching an extreme. If Lin Chang's head were struck by those palms, it would surely explode like a watermelon. Yet, no matter how fierce the momentum, it was useless if it missed its mark. Lin Zhong merely shifted his body casually, evading Luo Hong's dual-handed assault. Then, clenching his left fist, he slammed it into Luo Hong's ribs. Thud! Lin Chang's fist connected solidly with Luo Hong's body. Yet despite the sheer force behind the blow, it failed to produce the expected effect. Luo Hong seemed completely unaffected, reaching out to grab Lin Zhong once more. Hard qigong? The recoil force from the punch made Lin Chang's expression change slightly. Luo Hong's body felt like a solid wall, hard, thick, and seemingly unshakable. Luo Hong let out a maniacal laugh. "Kid, are you tickling me? That's too weak. Try harder." Lin Chang's face remained impassive. Ignoring the taunt, he shifted his body again, circling behind Luo Hong and delivering a kick to his thigh. Yet the result remained unchanged. Luo Hong possessed almost no weak points. Lin Chang's attacks bounced off his body, unable to breach his physical defenses. Undeterred, Lin Zhong circled Luo Hong relentlessly, unleashing over a dozen punches in rapid succession, striking different parts of his body. Luo Hong bellowed in rage. While his physical prowess was formidable, his speed was far from exceptional. He couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Chang's clothes, let alone lay a hand on him. Damn it! Are you a monkey? Jumping around like a monkey is driving me crazy. If you've got the guts, fight me head on. Unable to catch Lin Zhong, Luo Hong couldn't help but curse. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. He abruptly halted his movement, coming to a stop 2 meters away from Luo Hong. After testing him, Lin Zhong understood that Luo Hong's external hard qigong had indeed reached an extremely profound level, far surpassing Xinghe of the Xinghe martial arts hall. More crucially, Luo Hong himself was a master of hidden force. Protected by this internal energy, even Lin Chang's punches infused with hidden force couldn't inflict significant damage. To knock him down would require landing hundreds of punches in rapid succession. He was indeed a troublesome opponent, Lin Zhong concluded inwardly. But he was merely troublesome. Luo Hong's strength was on par with Yan Jun's, though their fighting styles were completely different. What? You're not dodging anymore? Luo Hong's face flushed crimson as he glared fiercely at Lin Zhong, panting heavily whether from exhaustion or rage was unclear. I thought you were something special, but you're just another coward who won't face me head-on. Your weak, feeble attacks don't faze me in the slightest. Though Luo Hong spoke these words, the caution and gravity in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Lin Chang's fists were not easily endured. Even with his hardened body skills nearing perfection, taking over a dozen punches in quick succession from Lin Zhong left him in agony, his qi and blood surging violently. And Lin Chang's footwork was incredibly swift. Luo Hong's own strikes weren't slow by any means, but compared to Lin Zhong, he felt like a clumsy, bloated elephant brimming with strength yet unable to unleash it effectively. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Luo Hong had to acknowledge that Lin Zhong truly threatened him, even held the potential to defeat him. It was precisely this realization that fueled Luo Hong's rage, making him want to tear Lin Zhong to shreds. We both know full well whether my attacks are effective or not, Lin Zhong stated impassively. Yet within his calm, deep eyes, 2 brilliant points of light gradually ignited. But since you've put it that way, let me crush you head-on at your strongest point. Chapter 198, Overpowering Force with Force. Defeat me head-on? Luo Hong burst into uproarious laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd joke in the world. Luo Hong wasn't the only one laughing. Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong joined in as well, for Lin Chang's words were simply too absurd, too ridiculous they couldn't help but laugh. If Lin Zhong had said he would defeat Luo Hong, they might have believed him. But claiming he would defeat Luo Hong head-on? That seemed utterly impossible. To begin with, Luo Hong towered over Lin Zhong in stature, standing a full head taller and weighing at least twice as much. Moreover, Luo Hong possessed innate superhuman strength. With such a vast disparity, how could Lin Zhong possibly defeat Luo Hong head-on? Has this kid lost his mind or something? Lu Zonglong chuckled for a moment before turning to Lu Kuan. Brother Kuan, with your keen insight, do you think he's credible? Lu Kuan remained silent, merely shaking his head slowly, his eyes betraying obvious disbelief. On the field, Luo Hong abruptly stopped laughing. Pointing a finger at Lin Zhong, he declared, "Kid, those were your own words. You want to defeat me head-on? Fine. Let's see if you defeat me, or if I tear you apart." With that, Luo Hong grabbed the lapels of his suit jacket and tore it apart with a violent rip. With a sharp rip, the suit split cleanly in two, hanging in tatters from his frame, revealing a physique so muscular it bordered on monstrous. Luo Hong's enraged. "Let's back off and avoid getting caught in the crossfire." Lu Ming pulled Lu Wen toward the corner of the private room. In this frenzied state, his strength is at least double his usual power. This should be quite the spectacle. Lu Zonglong's eyes gleamed as he stared at the standoff between Lin Zhong and Luo Hong, murmuring under his breath, "Tear him apart, tear him apart." He had already pinned Lu Ming's death on Lin Zhong, itching to take the field himself and tear Lin Zhong to shreds with his own hands. Lin Zhong caught the hatred in Lu Zonglong's eyes. He shot him a cold glance from the corner of his eye, then turned his attention elsewhere. His sole opponent now was Luo Hong. Once he defeated Luo Hong, the rest would be mere playthings for him to toy with. After tearing his suit to shreds, Luo Hong's aura grew even more savage and brutal. He snapped his knuckles together before his chest with a sharp crackling sound. Seeing Lin Zhong utterly unmoved, seemingly disregarding him completely, Luo Hong's rage intensified. His eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a thunderous roar. With arms spread wide like a raging bear, he lunged at Lin Zhong. As Luo Hong charged, Lin Zhong drew a deep breath and his body suddenly convulsed. This tremor was like a dragon turning over or a tiger shaking its fur. After the tremor, every bone and tendon in his body resonated, emitting a continuous series of crisp cracks. His stature seemed to surge several inches in an instant, his frame swelling noticeably. Then, Lin Zhong thrust out both arms, his hands reaching out to meet Luo Hong's. Boom! A muffled sound like a bursting ball echoed as Lin Zhong and Luo Hong's hands locked together, beginning their struggle. Luo Hong towered over Lin Zhong, his height granting him a significant physical advantage. A blood-red glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he flexed his arms, unleashing terrifying force in an attempt to snap Lin Chang's arms clean off. From the sidelines, Lin Zhong appeared completely overwhelmed, struggling desperately under Luo Hong's crushing pressure. Foolish fool! Luo Hong thought to himself, mocking Lin Zhong as he exerted more force. Daring to challenge me in strength? You're courting death. Lin Chang's lips pressed tightly together, not uttering a word. As Luo Hong strained harder, the strength in Lin Chang's arms grew ever more intense. But no matter how hard Luo Hong pushed, Lin Zhong stood his ground without retreating a single step. Not even his body bent the slightest. This scene froze the smiles on the faces of Lu Kuan and the others watching nearby. They could scarcely believe their eyes. They hadn't expected Lin Zhong to actually dare challenge Luo Hong's strength, let alone hold out this long against him. Interesting. Never thought this Lin fellow had such strength, Lu Kuan remarked, picking up a glass of wine from the nearby coffee table and feigning nonchalance to mask his unease. But this ends here. When it comes to brute strength, he's no match for Luo Hong. No one responded to Lu Kuan's words. All eyes remained fixed on the scene with tense anticipation. Luo Hong, too, slowly sensed something was amiss. He had assumed he held the overwhelming advantage, so he'd spared no effort, intent on crushing Lin Zhong in one fell swoop before trampling and humiliating him. Yet beneath his immense force, Lin Zhong showed no sign of fatigue. Both arms remained as rigid as steel from the start of the struggle until now. He hadn't retreated even an inch. Lin Chang's frame, though not particularly tall, now stood with the imposing presence of a towering mountain. Impossible. How could I possibly be outmatched in strength? Luo Hong's eyes widened as he strained his arms frantically, trying to push Lin Zhong down or shove him away. Yet Lin Zhong remained utterly unmoved, his face devoid of expression. Only his eyes grew increasingly luminous, making Luo Hong almost unable to meet his gaze. Time ticked by relentlessly. A full minute passed in the blink of an eye, yet Luo Hong and Lin Zhong remained locked in their stalemate. The tension inside the private room grew so thick it felt suffocating. Lu Kuan and the others fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the two men. Lu Ying clasped her hands before her chest, her beautiful eyes never leaving Lin Zhong as she studied his expression, her heart pounding wildly. Gradually, Luo Hong felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his arms growing increasingly limp. Is that all the strength you've got? Lin Zhong finally spoke, his voice as sharp as steel. I thought you were something special. What a disappointment. As the last syllable fell, under Luo Hong's horrified and disbelieving gaze, Lin Zhong thrust his arms upward, lifting Luo Hong's body effortlessly. Crash! Lu Kuan's wine glass slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor as his face turned ashen. Across the room, Lu Ying beamed with delight, clutching her ample bosom. Had the occasion permitted, she would have leaped for joy. Now, anyone could see that Lin Zhong had won the contest of strength against Luo Hong. Unable to accept his inferior strength, Luo Hong roared again, squeezing every last ounce of power from his body. His face flushed crimson as beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead as he tried to push Lin Zhong down. Yet Lin Chang's arms pushed forward steadily, unstoppable. With every inch gained, Luo Hong's face paled further, and Lu Kuan's heart sank deeper. Damn it! Luo Hong roared in frustration, his face contorted with fury. Suddenly, he swung his leg up, aiming a vicious kick at Lin Chang's midsection. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. His arms surged with power, seizing the moment of Luo Hong's unstable stance as he kicked. He hoisted the massive body and hurled it away. Thud! Luo Hong's body flew through the air, slamming hard into the wall. The impact tore several deep cracks into the plaster as dust rained down, then slid down the wall. Chapter 199, Human-Formed Beast. But Lin Chang's assault didn't stop there. His body flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was back before Luo Hong. Under the terrified gaze of his opponent, he seized Luo Hong's neck with one hand and his belt with the other. With a simultaneous surge of power from his waist and arms, he ignored Luo Hong's desperate struggles, hoisted him up once more, and slammed him hard against the wall. Crash! A deafening crash echoed as Luo Hong's head vanished entirely into the wall, leaving only his body protruding. Yet Luo Hong's hardened physique proved formidable. Though weaker than Lin Zhong, he remained alive and kicking after such a brutal impact. His hands flailed wildly, clawing deep gashes into the wall. Yet no matter how fiercely Luo Hong struggled, it was merely the futile fight of a trapped beast. Lin Zhong seized Luo Hong's legs, hoisted him up once more, and without hesitation, hurled him forward. Boom! This time, Lin Zhong held nothing back. Luo Hong's massive frame flew straight out of the private room, slamming into the corridor wall and carving a human-shaped crater into it. After being hurled repeatedly by Lin Zhong with no chance to fight back, Luo Hong's fighting spirit was completely shattered. His eyes now filled with terror as he stared at Lin Zhong. In his eyes, Lin Zhong was no longer human, he was a monster in human form. How could a mere human possibly surpass him in strength? Lin Zhong exhaled a long breath. His taut muscles relaxed, the fiery light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and his swollen frame returned to normal. Even after the intense power clash with Luo Hong, Lin Zhong still felt boundless strength coursing through his body.
Since cultivating the Dragon Tiger Force, Lin Zhong had never once felt weak.
In contests of strength, he had never been defeated by anyone. Back in the military, other members of the Northern Dipper had challenged him to strength contests, but without exception, they had all been defeated. Even Lin Zhong himself didn't know the true extent of his strength, but it was certainly far greater than Luo Hong's.
Convinced? Lin Zhong walked up to Luo Hong and asked casually.
You. Luo Hong scrambled to his feet, glaring hatefully at Lin Zhong. He spat on the ground and suddenly swung a punch at Lin Zhong's face.
You don't know when to quit.
Lin Zhong sneered coldly, catching Luo Hong's fist midair and countering with a skyrocket punch that slammed into his jaw.
Luo Hong's head snapped back violently.
Blood mixed with shattered teeth spurted from his mouth as his body lost all stability, collapsing like a toppling mountain or a falling pillar. Lin Zhong followed up with a kick to the top of Luo Hong's skull, knocking him unconscious. After dealing with Luo Hong, Lin Zhong walked back into the private room. He found everyone staring at him as if he were a monster. Even Lu Yin was no exception. The difference was in their expressions. Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong's eyes were cold and dark, Lu Yin's eyes were filled with joy, and as for Lu Wen's gaze, it was brimming with curiosity. Lu Yin opened her mouth to ask if Lin Zhong was injured, but he silenced her with a single glance. Lin Zhong casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong. Gentlemen, he said, I believe it's time we revisit our discussion. What do you say? As Lin Zhong spoke, his demeanor and tone remained composed and detached, devoid of any emotion. Lu Kuan watched Lin Zhong, who sat with his legs spread wide, his expression shifting as a storm of emotions churned within him, leaving him unsettled for a long while. Lin Zhong had crushed Luo Hong with overwhelming force, and in doing so, he had also shattered Lu Kuan's pride and confidence. Now Lu Kuan finally understood why Lin Zhong had always remained so calm and composed. It was because Lin Zhong had never regarded them as anything of consequence. The intricate schemes Lu Kuan had painstakingly woven meant nothing in the face of raw power. His attempts to frame Lin Zhong now seemed utterly laughable. Lu Kuan's scheme had been meticulously planned, complete with witnesses and evidence. Capturing Lin Zhong would have provided the perfect opportunity to make demands, using Lu Ming's death to bargain with Su Miao and secure immense benefits for the Lu family. Success would cement his position within the Lu family, perhaps even elevate him further. But the one thing Lu Kuan failed to account for was his misjudgment of Lin Chang's true strength. Lin Zhong was no pushover to be pushed around like a fish belly. He was a tiger that devoured its prey whole. Lu Kuan silently berated himself. He should have seen this coming. A man who could be constantly by Su Miao's side, that Ice Queen, could never be an ordinary man. A heavy silence hung in the private room. Lu Kuan's gaze swept across the room. All 4 bodyguards were incapacitated, and Luo Hong, the one he had counted on as his pillar of strength, lay unconscious. Only 7 steps separated him from Lin Zhong. At this distance, if Lin Zhong wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as breathing. What do you want to discuss? Lu Kuan's expression was cold, yet it carried an undeniable air of bluster. I am a member of the Lu family. Do you dare harm me? The moment he sensed his life was in danger, Lu Kuan immediately raised the banner of the Lu family. Don't try to intimidate me with the Lu family. That won't work on me. Lin Zhong leaned lazily back in his chair, having unknowingly seized the initiative. If I want to kill you, even the heavens themselves couldn't stop me. So I'll ask you this, do you want to die, or do you want to live? Hearing Lin Chang's blatant threat, both Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong's expressions darkened. Lu Yin slipped silently behind Lin Zhong, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders. She leaned close and whispered, Little brother Lin, do you truly wish to kill him? Lin Zhong turned his head, his voice low enough for only the 2 of them to hear. Sis Yin, don't worry. I know my limits. Lu Yin nodded and fell silent. What do you want? Lu Kuan's tone finally softened. He consoled himself, a true hero knows when to yield. Having suffered a loss this time, he would exact double the recompense next. What do I want? That's for you to tell me. Lin Zhong rose from his chair and approached Bloodtooth. To his surprise, the man hadn't fled. As Lin Zhong drew near, Bloodtooth's body trembled involuntarily, revealing his utter terror. This whole affair began with Lu Ming's death. At this point, are you still insisting I killed him? Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong exchanged a glance, both falling silent. They knew the truth, but admitting Lu Ming had colluded with assassins was utterly impossible. Doing so would not only strip them of their bargaining chip against Lin Zhong but also leave the Lu family vulnerable to exploitation. If the Su family seized upon this weakness, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was precisely this understanding that drove Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong to remain silent in response to Lin Chang's words. Since you won't speak, I'll ask you myself. Lin Zhong looked down at Bloodtooth kneeling on the ground. You say Lu Ming was innocent and died by my hand? Xue trembled even more violently, keeping his head bowed, afraid to let Lin Zhong see his face. Both Lin Zhong and the Lu family were colossal forces he could never hope to challenge. Lin Zhong saw the terror in Xue's eyes and said calmly, if you tell me the truth, I can give you a chance to live. Chapter 200, The Lu Family Maiden.
At Lin Chang's words, Xueya's body suddenly stopped trembling. Two glimmers of hope lit up in his despairing eyes. You won't kill me? He raised his head to look at Lin Zhong, gathering his courage to ask. The blood chief is dead. The blood blade is gone. As long as you never appear before me again, letting you live is not out of the question. Lin Zhong delivered another bombshell without flinching, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. Now, tell me the answer. Blood Fong's cheek muscles twitched violently. Clenching his teeth, he pointed at Lu Kuan and shouted, I didn't want to lie. He forced me to say it. Lu Kuan's face instantly turned ashen. His eyes widened, ready to erupt, but met Lin Chang's icy, indifferent gaze. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head, sending a chill through his entire body. In Lin Chang's eyes, Lu Kuan saw undisguised murderous intent. He had no doubt that if he dared threaten Bloodtooth, Lin Chong would kill him without hesitation. Continue. Tell me everything you know. Having intimidated Lu Kuan with a single glance, Lin Chong patted Bloodtooth on the shoulder. Now that he'd started, Bloodtooth had little left to fear. He spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, revealing every detail of Lu Ming's secret collusion with the Blood Blade organization without holding anything back. The more Bloodtooth revealed, the more grim the expressions of Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong grew. After Bloodtooth finished his statement in one breath, Lin Chong motioned for him to wait nearby. Turning to Lu Kuan, he said flatly, anything else you wish to add? A killer's words? You'd have to be a fool to believe them. Lu Kuan sneered. He forgot that he himself had just called Blood Fong as a witness, instructing him to frame Lin Chong for Lu Ming's death. Double standards were indeed his specialty. Lu Ying could no longer contain herself. Furious, she snapped, Lu Kuan, could you possibly be any more shameless? Lu Kuan merely sneered coldly, saying nothing. At that moment, Lu Wen, who had been standing quietly nearby, spoke up. Her voice was clear and ethereal, like a mountain spring in a secluded valley, exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Mr. Lin, we all know that Lu Ming's death had nothing to do with you. Blaming his death on you earlier was wrong of us. I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. With that, Lu Wen bowed deeply to Lin Chong. Lu Wen, you. Lu Kuan glared at her, fuming. You're a member of the Lu family, my own blood sister. How could you do such a thing? Brother, I was helping you, Lu Wen replied calmly. We were in the wrong from the start. Now our very lives hang on others' whims. What choice do we have but to admit our mistake? Lu Kuan was momentarily speechless. Lin Chang's eyes flashed. He began to regard this girl named Lu Wen with new respect. Nodding, he said, very well, I accept your apology. But how do you propose to resolve today's incident? Lu Wen, clearly prepared, offered a gentle, composed smile. Regarding Lu Ming's collusion with assassins to attempt harm against Sister Su, upon returning to the capital, my brother and I will personally visit her residence to apologize. Furthermore, today's events shall be treated as never having occurred. The injuries sustained by these bodyguards are unrelated to you, Mr. Lin. Finally, as compensation to you. She hesitated briefly before declaring decisively, this restaurant is yours. Lu Wen's demeanor was as humble as possible, devoid of any aristocratic arrogance. She resembled a gentle, considerate girl next door, speaking in soft, delicate tones the polar opposite of Lu Ming. What? No way. Upon hearing Lu Wen's proposed solution, Lu Yin and Lu Kuan spoke simultaneously. The difference was stark. Lu Yin's voice brimmed with delight, while Lu Kuan's echoed with furious shock. Only Lin Chong remained unmoved, his expression unchanged, sitting as steady as a mountain. Lu Wen, do you even know what you're saying? Lu Kuan clenched his fists, glaring at her with fury. If she weren't his sister, he would have punched her already. Going to apologize to Su Miao is one thing, but giving the Xinghe Hotel to that person? What the hell were you thinking? I know exactly what I'm doing, brother. But what about you? Do you know what you're doing? Lu Wen met his gaze without flinching. Father sent me to accompany you to Xinghe precisely to prevent you from acting recklessly. I didn't want to interfere, but your behavior has truly been unbecoming of a Lu family member. You dare lecture me in front of outsiders? Lu Kuan fumed, fury boiling over. Don't think father's favor gives you the right to speak to me like this. Everything I've done is for the Lu family. Lu Wen's expression remained unchanged, her tone calm and measured. If it truly were for the Lu family, you'd make fewer enemies and cultivate more allies. Fine, you always have the last word. I can't argue with you. But you can't just hand over the Xinghe Hotel to someone else. That's an asset worth hundreds of millions. I'll explain everything to father afterward. You needn't concern yourself. After that, Lu Wen paid no further attention to Lu Kuan, leaving him to rant beside her. She turned to Lin Chong instead. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with our compensation? Lu Ying kept shooting Lin Chong meaningful glances, urging him to agree quickly. A 4-star hotel just handing it away like that? Only a wealthy family like the Lius could be so extravagant, right? But to Lu Yin's utter astonishment, Lin Chong rejected Lu Wen's proposal. I don't need your compensation, Lin Chong stated calmly. Just agree to one request of mine, and today's matter ends here. Lu Ying might not have noticed, but how could Lin Zhong fail to see that Lu Wen was actually trying to win him over? Accepting gifts creates obligations. If he took the Lu family's compensation, he would become entangled with them, even branded with their label. Lu Wen clearly valued his abilities, which was why she had spoken to Lu Kuan in front of him in that manner to ease Lin Chang's resentment toward the Lu family and lay the groundwork for future recruitment. Lin Zhong refused to believe Lu Wen remained oblivious to Lu Kuan's scheme to frame him. It must be said, none of these scions of wealthy families were simple characters. Upon hearing Lin Chang's refusal, Lu Kuan instantly looked at him with the expression reserved for fools, utterly unaware that in Lin Chang's eyes, he himself was no better than a fool. If he weren't a fool, how could he have allowed himself to be manipulated so easily by his own sister? Lu Wen sighed inwardly, then offered a faint smile. Mr. Lin, please state your demands. Whatever we can manage, we shall grant. My demands are simple, both of them must personally apologize to me and guarantee they will never bother me again. Lin Chang's gaze swept over Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong. Today's incident is a one-time occurrence. If there's a next time, I will show no mercy. Chapter 201, Apology. Lu Kuan, still seething with anger, sneered coldly, You want me to apologize to you? Dream on. Lu Zonglong turned his head away, refusing to meet Lin Chang's gaze, pretending not to hear. Seems this won't end peacefully. Lin Zhong rose from his chair and stepped before Lu Kuan. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance, you're the ones refusing to save face. With that, Lin Zhong raised his left hand and slapped Lu Kuan squarely across the face. Lin Chang's strike was swift and brutal. Lu Kuan never expected Lin Zhong to actually dare to hit him. Caught completely off guard, his cheek took the full force of the slap. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as 5 vivid red fingerprints appeared on Lu Kuan's fair face. Stunned by the blow, Lu Kuan instinctively covered his face with his hand, staring at Lin Zhong in disbelief. The others in the private room were also stunned by Lin Chang's bold action. No one had expected Lin Zhong to actually strike Lu Kuan. That slap wasn't just aimed at Lu Kuan's face, it was a slap across the entire Lu family's face. Lu Wen's pretty face stiffened slightly. Her smile vanished, and she regarded Lin Zhong with a gaze entirely different from before. What are you doing? How dare you strike Brother Kuan? Do you even know who Brother Kuan is? Lu Zonglong was the first to snap out of it, pointing a finger at Lin Chang's nose and bellowing. His response? Another slap. Smack! This slap was even harder than the one that had struck Lu Kuan. Lu Zonglong was sent spinning in a full circle, several teeth flying out as he landed flat on his backside. Now, are you willing to apologize to me? Lin Chang's voice was calm and detached, devoid of anger or murderous intent. Yet precisely because of this, it felt even more terrifying. I know you come from powerful backgrounds. But there's a saying I wonder if you've heard. He paused. That saying goes, when a common man's anger boils over, blood splatters 5 steps. So where do you get the confidence to think I wouldn't dare kill you? After all, I'm just a common man. The moment the word kill left his lips, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from Lin Zhong, nearly engulfing Lu Kuan standing before him. Even Lu Wen, standing nearby, sensed the killing intent. Her delicate frame trembled, and she shivered. Lu Kuan's hands and limbs began to tremble. Under the onslaught of Lin Chang's killing intent, the last shred of courage to resist him vanished. He bowed his head in humiliation. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Why didn't you just do this earlier? You chose to bite the bullet instead of taking the offer. A cold, mocking smile touched Lin Chang's lips. Tell me, where exactly did you go wrong? Lu Kuan swallowed his pride and replied, My mistake was framing you for Lu Ming's death. Do you think Lu Ming deserved to die? Of course. His death was entirely his own fault. He deserved it. Lu Kuan just wanted to get rid of this demon named Lin Zhong as quickly as possible. So no matter what Lin Zhong said, he agreed. See? You're quite reasonable. If you'd spoken to me like this earlier, you wouldn't have earned that slap across the face. Lin Zhong raised his hand and patted Lu Kuan's shoulder before walking past him. I know you hate me and want revenge. But it's fine. This time, I'm willing to let you off. Next time, though, before you try to deal with me, think carefully about the consequences. Because if there is a next time, it won't end so easily. Lu Kuan hung his head, his body trembling slightly. Being treated this way by Lin Zhong shattered the pride and self-respect he held as a member of the Lu family, leaving him utterly humiliated. Lin Zhong walked over to Lu Yin and extended a hand. Sis Yin, let's go. Lu Yin was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Zhong to be so decisive to actually let Lu Kuan go just like that and leave without a second thought. Though she was brimming with questions, she ultimately said nothing. Instead, she took Lin Chang's hand and left the private room with him. Bloodtooth shot Lu Kuan and Lu Zonglong a piercing look before silently trailing behind Lin Zhong. Only after confirming Lin Zhong had completely departed did Lu Kuan erupt. He grabbed items from the private room and began smashing them wildly, his mouth spewing hysterical shouts. Lin Zhong, I will never forgive you. After venting for a while, Lu Kuan's rage still wouldn't subside. He glared at Lu Wen and bellowed, What the hell is wrong with you?
Not only did you apologize to that bastard, but you stood by and watched him humiliate me. If you don't give me a proper explanation, don't ever expect me to acknowledge you as my sister again. Lin Zhong added fuel to the fire. Brother Cohen, Miss One, this absolutely cannot be left unresolved. That bastard dared treat a member of the Lu family like that. He must pay for his actions. A flicker of annoyance crossed Lu Wen's beautiful eyes. Ignoring them both, she turned and headed for the exit. Lu Cohen stretched out an arm, blocking her path. Lu Wen, where are you going? Explain yourself before you leave. There's nothing to discuss. I'm returning to the capital tomorrow. As for who's right and who's wrong between us, father will decide. The smile vanished from Lu Wen's face as she said coldly, brother, I'll give you one last piece of advice, never provoke that man named Lin Zhong again. He's someone you can't afford to cross. With that, she pushed Lu Cohen's arm aside and walked out of the private room. Lu Cohen watched her receding figure, then suddenly kicked a shard of broken table across the room. This infuriates me. Brother Cohen, what should we do now? Asked Lin Zhong. Hearing Lu Wen's warning, he suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him. Lu Cohen's eyes darkened. Though he disliked his sister, he trusted her judgment implicitly. Past events had proven her right every time. Wake up these useless pieces of trash. We're heading back to the capital too. As for that Lin Zhong. Mentioning Lin Chang's name made Lu Cohen grind his teeth in hatred again. Let him run around for a while longer. We'll deal with him later. Lin Zhong and Lu Wen walked side by side out of the Xinghe hotel. Lu Wen hooked her arm through his and rested her head on his shoulder. Lu Wen had had a few drinks. Though not drunk, her cheeks were flushed pink, making her look irresistibly charming. After walking a few steps, Lin Zhong suddenly remembered the elite assassin Xue trailing behind them. He halted and said, you can go now. Remember my words, never show your face before me again, and cease your criminal activities. Find some quiet corner and start anew. Bloodtooth shot Lin Zhong a complex look, said nothing, and silently turned to leave. Little brother Lin, are you just letting him go like that? Lu Wen asked softly. Since I promised to spare his life, I certainly won't go back on my word. Seems like brother Lin's heart has softened. Is that so? Lin Zhong raised his eyebrows slightly, neither confirming nor denying Lu Yin's words. Maybe. Only he understood the truth. He spared Bloodtooth solely because the man no longer posed any threat to him. A killer who feared death and craved a new life was no longer a qualified assassin. Also, Lin, why did you refuse Lu Wen's compensation? It was a 4-star hotel, after all. Lu Wen pouted her rosy lips in feigned reproach. Chapter 202, The Seductive Kiss. Lin Zhong had anticipated Lu Yin's question and smiled faintly. I simply don't want to get entangled with the Lu family. Their things aren't so easy to obtain. Lu Yin's expression turned pensive upon hearing this. She tightened her grip on Lin Zhong's arm. Never mind. Let us forget about it. Come have a drink with me. Lin Zhong felt his heart skip a beat. Lu Yin, however, appeared perfectly composed, seemingly oblivious to the effect, though a hint of smug satisfaction flickered deep in her eyes. She loved teasing Lin Zhong this way. Seeing the awkward flush spread across his face always brought her immense pleasure, and this moment was no exception. It's so late already, and you still want to drink? Lin Zhong brushed aside the strange feeling in his heart and frowned slightly. Lu Yin glanced at her wristwatch. It's barely past midnight. The nightlife's just getting started. Then she stood on tiptoe, leaning close to Lin Chang's ear, her voice dripping with temptation. Don't you want to drink with your big sister? Once I'm drunk, you can do whatever you want. After speaking, Lu Yin realized her words were too explicit. Her pretty face flushed, and she bit her lower lip, gazing at Lin Zhong with a fiery intensity that was exceptionally alluring. Though Lin Zhong appeared mature and steady, he was essentially a young man in his early 20s, brimming with youthful vigor. Lu Yin's allure instantly set his whole body aflame, leaving him parched and breathless. Sissine, you're playing with fire. Lin Zhong took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the boiling energy surging through his veins. So, how about it? Care to join your sister for a drink? No, it's already late. I'll take you home. Though Lu Yin's words were tempting, Lin Zhong ultimately chose to stay true to himself. Sissine, where are your car keys? Lu Yin pouted unhappily, releasing Lin Chang's arm and shoving her handbag into his hands. They're in there. You'll have to find them yourself. Lin Zhong opened the handbag, fished out the Ferrari keys, and drove Lu Yin home. Half an hour later, they arrived at the upscale residential complex where Lu Yin lived. Sissine, get some rest. I'll be going now. Lin Zhong stood outside the door, waved to Lu Yin, and turned to leave. Lu Yin grabbed Lin Chang's hand. Little Lin, I need to talk to you. Lin Zhong halted, his questioning gaze fixed on her. Lu Yin pursed her lips, her eyes darting nervously. Come closer. I'll whisper it to you. Without a hint of suspicion, Lin Zhong took a step closer and tilted his head slightly. Lu Yin suddenly raised both hands, cupping Lin Chang's face. Before he could react, she stood on tiptoe and pressed a kiss to his lips. Her rosy, full lips pressed against his, lingering for several seconds before parting. Lin Zhong froze completely, staring blankly at Luin. The sensation of her soft, moist, sweet-smelling lips seemed to linger on his own. This is big sister's first kiss, you know. Consider it your reward. How about it? Not too shabby, right? Lu Yin's face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes glistening as she met Lin Chang's gaze. Lin Zhong snapped back to reality, unsure what to say, and could only nod. Want another kiss? Lin Zhong remained silent, but his gaze grew intense. Lu Yin stood on tiptoe again, wrapping her arms around Lin Chang's neck as her cherry lips pressed against his once more, kissing him with clumsy yet passionate fervor. Lin Zhong wrapped his arms around her slender waist. This kiss stretched on exceptionally long, lasting several minutes before they finally parted. Don't overthink it. This is your reward from your big sister, understand? Lu Yin leaned against Lin Zhong, slightly breathless. If not for his embrace, she doubted she could even stand. Lin Zhong opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Yin raised her hand to silence him. Little brother Lin, you don't need to say anything. If you dare tell anyone about this, your big sister won't reward you anymore. Lu Yin reluctantly pulled away from his embrace, hands on her hips, the flush still lingering on her cheeks. But if you're good and listen to me from now on, your big sister will give you even more rewards. Lin Zhong could tell Lu Yin didn't want to burden him. 1,000 words condensed into 5, okay, I understand. Good to know. Lu Yin flashed a sweet smile, shooting him a seductive glance. But I won't keep you overnight tonight. The biggest reward has to be saved for last. Sissine, I'll be going then. Lin Zhong finally snapped back to his senses, extricating himself from the earlier tender embrace and regaining his composure. Drive safely. Lu Yin puckered her cherry lips, sending him a kiss through the air before waving goodbye. Lin Zhong returned the wave with a faint smile before turning to leave. Only after Lin Chang's figure vanished down the hallway did Lu Yin close the security door. Leaning against it, she cupped her face in her hands. How did I suddenly get so bold? I actually kissed little brother Lin myself, how embarrassing. It must be the alcohol talking. Yeah, that's definitely it. But I feel so good. Maybe I should reward little brother Lin more often. Lin Zhong walked slowly down the quiet street. It was late at night now, the streets completely deserted. This vast, desolate feeling, however, made Lin Zhong feel right at home. After walking for a while, he suddenly smiled. Indeed, the lap of luxury is the hero's grave. The ancients did not deceive me. Despite his words, Lin Zhong felt increasingly serene. The lingering bitterness from days of constant combat had completely dissipated. By the time he returned to the Yang residence, it was nearly 4 in the morning. Lin Zhong slipped silently through the window into his room. Yang Ying, sleeping soundly in the next room, remained completely unaware of his absence. Lin Zhong shed his clothes, crossed his legs on the bed, and replaced sleep with meditation. Soon, he entered a state of ethereal clarity. Morning. Yang Ying was startled awake by the door closing. Still groggy, she got out of bed, yawning as she stepped out of her room. She happened to see Lin Zhong returning from his outdoor training. Despite having gone without sleep all night, Lin Zhong appeared energetic and alert, showing no signs of fatigue. Good morning, brother Lin, Yang Ying stretched lazily, revealing her snow-white, slender waist and a small, adorable navel. Did you sleep well last night? Very well. Wash up and come eat breakfast. Lin Zhong placed the meal on the table. After breakfast with Lin Zhong, Yang Ying grabbed her bag filled with books and hurried out the door. They were about to take the college entrance exams, and though it wasn't obvious, the pressure was immense. Lin Zhong picked up his phone and called Guan Yusen to tell her about Miao Qianlong. Guan Yusen had long been wary of Miao Qianlong, otherwise she wouldn't have kept him at arm's length, so Lin Chang's news didn't surprise her. After confirming he was unharmed, she revealed she already had a plan in place. With Guan Yusen handling things, Lin Zhong had little to worry about. But barely had he ended the call when his phone rang again. Master, Yuan Changfeng has brought men to seek revenge. Chapter 203, Returning with a Vengeance. The only person who would call Lin Zhong master was Chen Qing. Chen Qing's voice was crisp and clear, her speech rapid and urgent. Hearing Chen Qing's words, Lin Chang's brow suddenly furrowed, a cold expression flitting across his face. He had known it would come to this: leave a snake alive, and it will only bring harm. In truth, ever since defeating Yuan Changfeng, Lin Zhong had sensed that the grudge between them would not be easily resolved. Given Yuan Changfeng's vindictive nature, suffering such a humiliating defeat in front of everyone, not only having his hands crippled and his strength severely weakened, but also being forced to pay a hefty sum and publicly apologize to the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Given all this, it would be strange if he could swallow his pride. Lin Zhong had assumed that even if Yuan Changfeng sought revenge, he would at least wait until his injuries healed. But now it was clear he had underestimated Yuan Changfeng's hatred and overestimated his patience. Where did you hear this? Though Chen Chang's news startled Lin Zhong slightly, his tone remained steady. Yuan Changfeng is at the Martial Arts Academy right now, with a large group of people. Chen Chang lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Master, I never expected Yuan Changfeng to have such powerful connections. He's actually a member of the Eagle Claw sect, and even one of their true disciples. You crippled both his hands and destroyed most of his martial prowess, so the Eagle Claw sect has sent people to restore his honor.
Eagle Claw sect?
Lin Zhong had never heard of this sect before. Knowing Lin Zhong wasn't well versed in martial arts circles, Chen Qing explained, the Eagle Claw sect is a mid-sized sect in Rongdu City. They own over a dozen martial arts schools and have thousands of students.
Their influence in Rongdu's martial arts world is immense, you could even say they dominate it. After hearing Chen Qing's explanation, Lin Zhong understood.
No wonder Yuan Changfeng had been able to summon 4 Dark Force Masters to challenge the dojo last time he'd leveraged the Eagle Claw sect's influence. Wherever there are people, there is a martial world. Wherever there is a martial world, there are sects. Even as a medium-sized sect, Eagle Claw sect remained a colossus incomparable to ordinary martial arts schools. Any medium-sized sect operated at least a dozen martial arts schools, boasting thousands of students, numerous masters stationed within, and a constant stream of gifted disciples. In contrast, a typical martial arts school might have no more than 100 students at most.
Having 1 or 2 Dark Force Masters was already considered exceptional. Most schools didn't even possess a single Dark Force expert. Even masters like Jin Ming, who led their own schools and possessed Dark Force cultivation themselves, dared not defy the Eagle Claw sect's will, for to do so would be courting death. Yuan Changfeng's challenge to the Chen martial arts school might not stem from personal grudges at all, but rather from the Eagle Claw sect's instructions. After all, every organization craves expansion. If Yuan Changfeng defeated the Chen martial arts school and seized its place, it would mean the Eagle Claw sect gained a foothold in Xinghe. The benefits were self-evident. As these thoughts swirled, Lin Zhong's gaze grew unconsciously deeper. Who came to Xinghe with Yuan Changfeng?
Lin Zhong rose and headed outside, speaking to Chen Qing as he walked.
I'm coming over immediately. Tell Uncle Chen to avoid confrontation with them until I arrive. Master, my father asked me to tell you not to come. Leave Xinghe immediately.
The people Yuan Changfeng brought this time are no ordinary group, they're far stronger than the last batch. Even through the phone, Lin Zhong could detect the worry in Chen Qing's voice. There's a guy named Duan Changhan among them.
He seems to be Yuan Changfeng's senior brother, and his skills are far superior to Yuan Changfeng's. Even my father isn't confident.
And master, you're still injured.
If you engage them, I won't run.
Since they're targeting me, I'll handle this personally.
Lin Chang's tone was calm and detached.
Do your best to stall them.
I'll be there soon.
Without waiting for Chen Qing's reply, Lin Zhong hung up. He casually slipped the phone into his pocket and glanced up at the sky. The scorching sun hung high in a cloudless expanse. It seems the tree wants stillness, but the wind won't cease. Very well then, let me see just how formidable the Eagle Claw sect truly is. A cold gleam slowly ignited in Lin Chang's serene, deep eyes, revealing a faint hint of murderous intent.
Chen Martial Arts Academy. Master actually hung up on me.
Chen Qing tossed his phone aside and walked out of the room, feeling downcast.
Outside the room lay the courtyard of the Chen Martial Arts Academy.
The courtyard was now packed with people, clearly divided into 2 distinct groups. One group comprised the students of the Chen Martial Arts Academy, while the other consisted of the Eagle Claw sect disciples. The Chen Martial Arts School students wore black training uniforms, while the Eagle Claw sect students wore dark red ones. Both sides glared at each other, the atmosphere tense and charged, as if the slightest provocation would spark a fight. Despite having home field advantage, the Chen Martial Arts School students seemed to be losing the psychological battle. The Eagle Claw sect disciples numbered only a dozen or so, a mix of men and women, young and old. The oldest were in their 30s, the youngest barely teenagers. Yet without exception, they all wore cold, expressionless faces and sharp gazes, radiating an unmistakable aura of formidable strength. Their gaze toward the Chen Martial Arts School students was haughty and disdainful, like a soaring eagle looking down upon sparrows hopping on a branch. Embroidered vividly on the backs of their training robes was a golden eagle pattern, massive wings spread wide, poised to strike down from the sky. Above the eagle, 3 dark gold characters embroidered in bold letters read, Eagle Claw School. Judging solely by their attire, the training uniforms worn by these youths were far superior to those of the Chen Martial Arts Academy students, making many of the academy's trainees feel ashamed and unable to hold their heads high. Seeing the 2 groups facing off in the courtyard, Chen Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the anger welling up inside. She pushed through the crowd and headed straight for the living room. As she passed, many Eagle Claw sect disciples shot her heated glances, and some even whistled lewdly. So this is the senior sister of the Chen Martial Arts Academy? Not bad looking. Look at those legs, wow. With a senior sister this gorgeous, I'd even consider joining Chen's Martial Arts Academy myself, ha ha ha. Several Eagle Claw sect disciples burst into unrestrained laughter, oblivious to those around them. Damn it! How dare they talk about our senior sister like that? Damn bastards! The Chen Martial Arts Academy students were boiling with rage. Fists clenched, they itched to pounce and knock the disrespectful bastard flat on his back. However, Chen Qing's piercing gaze swept across the room, instantly quelling their fury. She was equally furious, her teeth clenched so hard they ground together, and her bright eyes blazed with anger. Under normal circumstances, if anyone had spoken to her like that, she would have slapped them across the face without hesitation. But now was different. These Eagle Claw sect members came with hostile intent, and the Chen martial arts school students alone were no match for them. For the safety of her students, no matter how displeased she felt, she had to endure. This was the responsibility she bore as the senior disciple. "Master, please hurry," Xinghe silently pleaded, suppressing her inner rage. Chapter 204, Step by Step. Passing between the two standoff groups, Xinghe entered the living room.
The atmosphere was thick with tension.
Chen Yunqing sat in an armchair, his expression as still as water, his face clouded with gloom. Upon entering, Chen Shang positioned herself behind Chen Yunsheng, her cherry lips tightly sealed, offering no words. Chen Hong stood behind Chen Yunqing as well, fists clenched, head slightly bowed, his expression a mix of anger and resentment.
Across from Chen Yunsheng, 3 men sat sprawled out.
One of them had both hands wrapped in bandages, his entire face swaddled like a rice dumpling, with only his eyes visible. Those eyes emitted a gloomy, triumphant glow, none other than Yuan Changfeng, who had returned defeated just days prior. Seeing Chen Yunqing's helpless expression filled with anger, he dared not voice filled Yuan Changfeng with immense satisfaction.
But it wasn't enough.
Everything the Chen Martial Arts Academy owed him, he would reclaim today with interest, doubled. Beside Yuan Changfeng sat a tall, handsome young man in his 20s, dressed in the exact same training uniform as the Eagle Claw disciples outside. Though a disciple, he showed no respect toward Chen Yunseng or Chen Changchun, the masters of the Chen Martial Arts Academy. Leaning back in the sofa with his legs crossed, his expression was cold and arrogant. His gaze kept drifting toward Chen Shang, lingering on her straight, slender legs. His eyes flickered, clearly showing considerable interest in her. Besides Yuan Changfeng and the tall youth, there was another person in the living room. Seated at the head of the room, this man appeared to be in his 40s. His features were unremarkable, save for an unusually piercing gaze. He wore a white traditional Chinese jacket and black cloth shoes. His exposed hands revealed long, powerful fingers with neatly trimmed nails that gleamed like polished jade. This middle-aged man, who appeared younger than Yuan Changfeng, was the core expert sent by the Eagle Claw sect, their senior disciple, Duan Changhan. Duan Changhan spoke calmly, "Master Chen, I recognize the hardship you've endured in establishing your academy.
I'm willing to give you a chance.
Hand over the person who injured my junior brother Yuan, and this matter ends here."
What do you say?
Chen Yunqing scoffed coldly.
Master Duan, is this how the Eagle Claw sect conducts itself?
Yuan Changfeng came here to challenge your dojo, then used hidden weapons to ambush his opponent during a fair contest.
Not only do you refuse to punish him, you defend him? If word of this spreads, aren't you afraid the martial arts community will mock you?
Even if younger brother Yuan acted improperly, it is for the Eagle Claw sect to handle.
Outsiders have no right to meddle. Duan Changhan lifted his eyelids to glance at Chen Yunseng, speaking deliberately. Whoever it is, whatever the reason, anyone who dares injure a member of the Eagle Claw sect must give us an explanation. Using hidden weapons in a fair duel was a major taboo in the martial world, yet in Duan Changhan's words, it was merely inappropriate. His favoritism toward Yuan Changfeng was blatantly obvious.
"Senior brother, why waste words with them? Let's smash the Chen Martial Arts Hall first." Yuan Changfeng's face, hidden beneath bandages, twisted with rage. His gaze fixed on Chen Yunsheng, filled with hatred. "Once we destroy the Chen Martial Arts Hall, I refuse to believe that coward Lin Zhong will keep hiding like a turtle." That does make sense.
What do you think, Master Chen? Duan Changhan stroked his chin, seemingly tempted by Yuan Changfeng's suggestion.
Seeing Duan Changhan and Yuan Changfeng openly declare their intent to destroy the Chen Martial Arts Hall, treating him as if he didn't exist, Chen Yunqing's anger flared. Yet his composure was deep-seated, he could already hide his emotions well. Yuan Changfeng signed an agreement with the Chen Martial Arts Hall, pledging to cease all trouble for us from that day forward.
Are you two planning to go back on your word?
It was Senior Master Yuan who signed an agreement with you, not the Eagle Claw sect, scoffed the tall youth seated nearby.
Master Chen, you haven't grown senile and forgotten such a basic distinction, have you?
Yuan Changfeng chuckled darkly.
Duan Fei is correct.
I did sign an agreement with you, pledging to leave the Chen Martial Arts Academy alone. But that agreement was mine alone, it does not bind the Eagle Claw sect. This tall youth named Duan Fei was actually Duan Changhan's biological son. Duan Changhan had poured immense effort into this son, nurturing him from childhood. Though only 25, he had already mastered the dark force, possessing martial prowess that was truly remarkable. Even within the Eagle Claw sect, renowned for its abundance of prodigies, Duan Fei's prowess ranked among the very best. He was not only highly valued by the sect master but was also being groomed as the future successor. Duan Changhan brought him to Xinghe this time partly to broaden his horizons, and partly to build Duan Fei's reputation, paving the way for his future.
Who do you think you are, speaking to my father in that tone? Chen Sheng, standing behind Chen Yunsheng, could no longer contain herself. Her eyebrows furrowed angrily as she glared fiercely at Duan Fei. Duan Fei rose from the sofa.
Towering over Chen Sheng by half a head, he shed his smile, radiating a fierce, domineering aura that exerted overwhelming pressure.
A mere martial arts academy? Do you believe I could wipe you all out single-handedly?
Chen Cheng clenched her teeth and fists, ready to charge forward, but Chen Yuncheng grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Chen Yuncheng also rose from his armchair. His gaze swept past Duan Fei and settled on Duan Changhan, who remained seated, unmoving. Master Duan, it seems we cannot come to an agreement. Draw the line. Whatever moves you have, we'll take them. Master Chen, I fear your frames are too frail to withstand it. Duan Changhan dropped all pretense, his eyes flashing with cold resolve. Either hand over the one who injured my junior brother, or the Chen Martial Arts Academy ceases to exist. You choose. Nonsense. I'll see how the Eagle Claw sect dares to erase my Chen Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yunqing's body trembled, crackling with energy as he suddenly grew several inches taller, like a giant bear awakening from hibernation. Master Duan, words are useless. Let's settle this with our fists. You're not worthy of making my father intervene. Before Duan Changhan could speak, Duan Fei lunged at Chen Yuncheng. I'll test your skills. His words barely left his mouth when he lunged at Chen Yunseng. His hands curved like hooks, one clawing upward at Chen's face, the other downward at his chest. As he struck, both of Duan Fei's hands turned a steel blue, resembling eagle talons. His speed was blinding, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound, his nails flashing with a piercing, icy glint. If caught by those claws, Chen Yuncheng would suffer disfigurement at best, or have his chest ripped open at worst. Chen Yuncheng hadn't expected Duan Fei to be so treacherous, launching a brutal attack without warning. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. Twice Duan Fei's age, Chen Yuncheng was of the same generation as Duan Fei's father, Duan Changhan. Yet Duan Fei had dared to attack him, and Duan Changhan had made no move to stop it. Clearly, this father and son held him in utter contempt. Given that, he saw no reason to hold back. Chapter 205, High and Mighty. Get back. Chen Yunseng didn't even glance at him as he struck out with both palms. This strike embodied the fierce and explosive essence of Bagwazang. Before his palms even touched Duan Fei's body, the violent gust of wind sent a wave of overwhelming power crashing into Duan Fei's heart, making him feel utterly powerless to resist. Duan Fei's heart skipped a beat. He had assumed that with his father nearby, Chen Yuncheng would hold back when fighting him, which was why he had dared to attack so boldly. But now, Chen Yunseng's ferocious counterattack made him realize he had been mistaken. Too late to change his technique, Duan Fei could only transform his claw-like grip into a palm strike, colliding directly with Chen Yuncheng's hands. Boom! Duan Fei's forward momentum halted abruptly. His body involuntarily stumbled back several steps. His face flushed alternately red and white as his blood surged violently within him. A wave of numbness and soreness washed over his palms and arms. He let his hands fall to his sides, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Yuncheng. The contempt that had been etched on his face vanished without a trace. Having repelled Duan Fei with a single move, Chen Yuncheng remained rooted to the spot, yet a look of gravity flashed in his eyes. Duan Fei's strength had surpassed Chen Yuncheng's expectations. So young, yet already stepping into the realm of hidden force. No wonder Duan Changhan felt confident enough to let Duan Fei face him. Hunter, step back. Though you've mastered the dark force, you're still no match for Master Chen at this stage. Duan Changhan rolled up his sleeves and approached Chen Yuncheng. Master Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you've advanced your dark force cultivation to the convergence force stage, haven't you? Chen Yuncheng's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Duan Changhan's discernment to be so sharp. Merely observing his single exchange with Duan Fei had allowed him to gauge the depth of Chen's power. Indeed, he had mastered the dark force to the stage of convergence force and was now touching the threshold of fusion force. Within the martial arts circles of the Yanhuang Republic, hidden power was divided into 4 distinct stages: emitting power, retracting power, merging power, and fusing power. The first stage, release force, is the rudimentary level of hidden force. At this stage, hidden force can only be unleashed but not withdrawn. Each discharge consumes vast amounts of physical energy, making it impractical for real combat. Retraction marks the minor accomplishment stage of hidden force. At this level, hidden force can be both emitted and withdrawn, enabling extensive practical application and significantly boosting combat effectiveness. Synchronized force represents the advanced stage of hidden force. At this level, hidden force flows effortlessly in and out, and visible force begins to merge with hidden force. Every move and technique contains immense power. As for the fusion of force, it signifies the complete integration of overt and covert force. The covert force permeates the entire body, capable of both unleashing attacks to harm enemies and defending against incoming assaults. Its application is as effortless as moving one's own arm and fingers, achieving everything with ease and precision. When Lin Zhong reached the hidden force level, his immense accumulation and solid foundation allowed him to leapfrog the emission force stage and directly enter the retraction force stage. For ordinary martial artists, however, progressing from power release to power absorption, and then from power absorption to power integration, demanded immense time and relentless, long-term training. Take Chen Yuncheng, for instance. He had entered the hidden force realm 7 or 8 years ago and had trained diligently ever since. Yet, he had only just barely reached the integrated force stage, with little possibility of advancing further. Though his true strength had been discerned by Duan Changhan, Chen Yuncheng remained utterly unmoved.
His expression unchanged, he stated flatly, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? Truly, a fierce tiger lies dormant in the mountains, and a dragon nurtures itself in shallow waters. Who would have thought that a mere martial arts academy could harbor a master of your caliber, Master Chen? Duan Changhan flexed the fingers of his hands. His 10 fingers were lean, hard, and rigid even without employing hidden force, they gave the impression of steel. Master Chen, I have a proposal. Would you care to hear it? If you agree, the Eagle Claw sect and the Chen Martial Arts Academy can turn swords into plowshares. Duan Changhan spoke with unhurried deliberation, as if nothing in this world could unsettle or move him. Chen Yunxing's expression shifted. What proposal? If he could avoid conflict with the Eagle Claw sect without damaging the Chen Martial Arts Academy's reputation or interests, he would welcome it wholeheartedly. Senior brother. Yuan Changfeng, standing beside him, grew anxious. He stepped forward, ready to speak up and dissuade him. But before Yuan Changfeng could utter more than 3 words, Duan Changhan's gaze shifted slightly, fixing him with an icy stare. Yuan Changfeng's entire body trembled violently. He shuddered, lowered his head, and fell silent. This single gesture alone revealed Yuan Changfeng's bone-deep reverence for his senior brother. Duan Changhan was the Eagle Claw sect master's foremost disciple, having served the sect master the longest and possessing the highest martial prowess. Within the Eagle Claw sect, his status was second only to the sect master himself, towering above all others. In recent years, the Eagle Claw sect master had withdrawn into seclusion, detached from worldly affairs as he prepared to break through to the Huatian realm. All sect matters were entrusted to Duan Changhan. Had Yuan Changfeng not wept bitterly before the sect leader and offered several of his own properties to the Eagle Claw sect, he likely wouldn't have even qualified to request Duan Changhan's assistance. Yuan Changfeng was both awestruck and intimidated by Duan Changhan. Meeting the senior disciple's icy gaze, he realized his rash interruption had angered him and promptly fell silent. Master Chen, Duan Changhan said with a faint smile, if you agree to join our Eagle Claw sect and transform the Chen Martial Arts Academy into our sect's academy, I will spare all of you. You may even remain as the academy's headmaster. What do you say? Chen Yunqing's cheeks twitched violently as rage surged to its peak within him. The Chen Martial Arts Hall had been painstakingly established by his ancestors through immense hardship. It had taken generations of effort to finally take root in Xinghe and become the city's foremost martial arts institution. And now, with a mere utterance from Duan Changhan, the Chen Martial Arts Hall's banner was to be replaced with that of the Eagle Claw sect. Could anything be more outrageous? Chen Yunqing was furious, but his siblings Chen Hong and Chen Cheng were nearly boiling over with rage. Chen Cheng bit her cherry-red lips hard, her high-rising chest heaving. Had she not known she was no match for Duan Changhan and his men, she would have charged forward long ago to teach these detestable creatures a lesson. Master Duan, the Chen Martial Arts Academy was founded by our ancestors. Though we descendants may be unworthy, we dare not simply hand it over to others. Chen Yunqing drew a deep breath. As he inhaled, a powerful aura surged from within him. I am about to strike. Beware. Despite his seething rage, Chen Yunqing maintained strict decorum, warning Duan Changhan before striking. In a single stride, he covered 2 meters, his palms unleashing a savage, violent gale as they slammed toward Duan Changhan's chest. Chen Yunqing knew Duan Changhan was a formidable opponent rarely seen in his lifetime. He held nothing back. His palms were not only lightning fast but also possessed unparalleled ferocity, containing terrifying power capable of shattering stone and splitting metal. Duan Changhan's pupils contracted. Though his words seemed to show no regard for Chen Yunqing, deep down, he too regarded Chen as a formidable adversary. Any master of hidden force, especially one who had mastered the combined force technique, was no easy opponent. And Duan Changhan himself had only just reached the stage of mastering combined force. Chapter 206, Sinister Intent. Duan Changhan bent and sprang from his knees like a startled weasel, leaping 2 meters backward with a swift whoosh to evade Chen Yunqing's strike. Yet his evasion was far from simple. Mid-air, his hands curved into claws as hidden force surged through his body. Hair stood on end as he drew his hips back, tucked his chest, and arched his back. Landing, he thrust off the ground like a hunting eagle, lunging toward Chen Yunxing. Both claws shot out, striking for Chen's throat and midsection. This seamless transition from retreat to advance perfectly showcased Duan Changhan's mastery as a seasoned fighter and his immense combat experience. The speed of Duan Changhan's claw strikes surpassed Chen Yunxing's by several degrees, and their ruthless ferocity far exceeded even that of Yuan Changfeng, who had previously fought Chen Yunxing. Even before Duan Changhan's claws made contact, Chen Yunxing felt a stinging pain in his neck and abdomen. Had he been struck, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Come on! Chen Yunxing roared, driving his left foot down hard against the floor. With a loud crack, the hard floor tiles shattered instantly. Using the force of this stomp, the power in Chen Yunxing's palm surged again. He changed his strike from a horizontal palm strike to a vertical chop, slashing down toward Duan Changhan's head. Swish! This strike was fierce and violent to the extreme, like a great general on the battlefield swinging a 10-foot broadsword, intent on cleaving the enemy before him in two. Duan Changhan's back hair stood on end not from fear but as his body's warning signal, making him realize he absolutely could not be hit by this strike.
Facing such a vicious assault, Duan Changhan suddenly thrust his feet forward. Hidden force surged into his 5 toes. With a sharp crack, his cloth shoes burst apart as his toes dug fiercely into the ground. Then, without warning, his body lunged forward as if stumbling to avoid Chen Yunqing's downward hand chop. Simultaneously, one hand grabbed at Chen Yunqing's calf while the other lunged for his midsection. Chen Yunqing's body arched backward. He sucked in a sharp breath, his abdomen instantly contracting to evade Duan Changhan's clawing hands. His left leg shot upward like a coiled spring, kicking straight for Duan Changhan's head. Thud! A deafening thud echoed as Duan Changhan's eagle claw collided with Chen Yunqing's left leg. Both men stumbled back 2 steps simultaneously, locked in a deadlock. Both men let out a low growl as they clashed once more. A whirlwind of force swept through the living room, punctuated by the rapid flashes of fists. Within mere breaths, Chen Yunsung and Duan Changhan exchanged several rounds. Both were peak masters in the realm of hidden force, their techniques exquisitely refined and their strikes delivered with breathtaking force. The spectacle left the onlookers in the living room dazzled and terrified. Both Chen Yunsung's Bagwazang and Duan Changhan's eagle clawfist were fiercely aggressive styles. A direct hit meant death, a glancing blow caused injury. Spectators retreated repeatedly, fearing collateral damage. Boom! 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 As the battle raged, Chen Yunsung and Duan Changhan's fists and claws collided relentlessly, producing a series of earth-shaking explosions. The living room furniture suffered terribly, reduced to utter chaos as if swept by a hurricane. Duan Changhan grew increasingly astonished. He had thought he had already overestimated Chen Yunsheng, but only when they clashed did he realize the young man's strength far exceeded his expectations. Chen Yunsheng had mastered Bagwazang to a level of profound expertise, matching his eagle clawfist technique blow for blow. The only thing lacking was combat experience. If this continued, even if he could defeat Chen Yunsheng, he would pay a heavy price, perhaps even suffer serious injury. After all, a cornered beast's fight was the most dangerous. With this thought, Duan Changhan shot a subtle glance toward Yuan Changfeng standing nearby. Yuan Changfeng had been watching the fight in the living room the entire time. He caught Duan Changhan's glance without fail. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly leaned close to Duan Fei's ear, whispering a few words. Duan Fei's expression darkened. Hesitantly, he asked, "Uncle Yuan, are we really going to do this? This is your father's decision. Just do as I say." Duan Fei glanced at Duan Changhan, who was locked in fierce combat with Chen Yunsung. Clenching his jaw, a flash of ferocity crossed his eyes. "Understood. Leave it to us." With that, Duan Fei strode out of the parlor and into the courtyard. As he appeared, both groups facing off in the courtyard instantly turned their gaze toward him. Duan Fei raised one arm high, his fist clenched tightly, and bellowed like thunder at the Eagle Claw sect disciples, "Listen up, brothers! The Chen Martial Arts Hall dares to oppose my Eagle Claw sect. Tear down the Chen Martial Arts Hall. Knock every last one of them to the ground." A brief silence fell, then the courtyard erupted in a deafening roar. "Ha! This is perfect. Finally, we can stir up some real trouble. I'd been itching for this. You Chen Martial Arts Academy scum, get down on your backs." Eagle Claw sect disciples, eyes blazing with murderous intent, let out feral howls as they lunged toward the Chen Martial Arts School trainees. "Everyone, let's fight them. They actually want to destroy the martial arts school? We won't stand for it. Charge!" The Chen Martial Arts Academy students stood their ground, charging head-on against the Eagle Claw School trainees. The two groups, clad in their distinct training uniforms, instantly became entangled in a chaotic melee. After a brief stalemate, the tide swiftly turned. Though outnumbered, the Chen Martial Arts School disciples were no match for the superior individual combat prowess of the Eagle Claw School's elite. They were soon knocked to the ground. Thud! A Chen Martial Arts School student was kicked to the ground. As he struggled to rise and fight back, his face took several brutal kicks, leaving him bloodied and bruised, his head split open. Smack! Another Chen Martial Arts Hall student was struck across the face, several teeth flying out mixed with blood. He let out a muffled roar of rage and still charged at his opponent, only to be sent flying by a palm strike. Such scenes were everywhere. Chen's martial arts school students were soon lying scattered on the ground, the Eagle Claw School overwhelmingly dominant, with only a handful still desperately holding their ground. Chen Chang and Chen Hong heard the commotion outside and rushed out of the living room. Seeing the scene, they were so enraged their hair stood on end. Chen Hong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he demanded of Duan Fei, "What the hell are you doing?" Duan Fei hadn't joined the melee below. He stood arms crossed, glancing sideways at Chen Hong with contempt in his eyes. "You Chen Martial Arts Hall fools are blind. Daring to oppose my Eagle Claw sect? Since you refuse the wine of respect and insist on the wine of punishment, I'll just have to let you taste the bitterness." Chen Qing charged silently into the fray below, repelling several Eagle Claw disciples attacking Chen's Martial Arts Academy students. He swiftly pulled one of the students to his feet. "Are you okay?" The student's chest was torn open, blood streaming down, yet he seemed oblivious to his injuries. "Senior sister, I'm fine. I'm going to fight these bastards to the death."